Chapter 1. The Legendary Mountain Bandit King. In a mountain stronghold nestled behind the windmill village of the Goya Kingdom, a strikingly handsome youth with dark hair donned the distinctive white headscarf of a mountain bandit, clad in a flowing white tunic and black trousers, with a long blade sheathed at his waist. Despite his undeniably handsome visage, his attire bore an unrefined and rustic quality that was hard to overlook. At this moment, the youth sat upon a stool in the kitchen, indulging heartily in the array of food laid before him, exuding an aura of burgeoning strength with each bite. Several companions, similarly adorned as bandits, entered the kitchen and burst into laughter upon witnessing the gluttonous display of the youth. One of them approached and said, "Aaron, you truly are still in the kitchen feasting. Hurry up, the boss is looking for you. His thirst for liquor has struck again, and he intends to visit the tavern from last time." System notification, new job task, seek out liquor at the previous tavern. Upon hearing the notification echo in his mind, Aaron nodded in acknowledgement. It was evident that Aaron was a transmigrator. In his previous life, he was an orphan born in the 2000s, living by the principle that as long as he was fed, his family would not go hungry. As a representative of his generation striving to reform the workplace, he scoffed at workplace PUA tactics and relentlessly fought against unreasonable phenomena in employment, perpetually traversing the fine line between unemployment and employment. One day, after exhausting himself while playing a mobile game titled Emperor of Labor, he succumbed to slumber. However, when he awoke from a cramp-induced sleep, he discovered himself transported to a pirate world, embodying a 16-year-old youth named Aaron Nell. The original inhabitant was the son of the mayor from a neighboring town of Windmill Village. After losing all his family to illness and facing neglect during his rebellious teenage years, Aaron, akin to the envious middle school students of his past life, resolutely joined the Sig bandit group. Much like the tale of Yi Gong and the dragon, the reality of being a bandit starkly contrasted with his naive expectations. Witnessing Sig commit atrocities against innocent civilians left him horrified, and the original inhabitant, plagued by guilt, met an untimely demise on a stormy night. It was on that very night that Aaron's consciousness took over. Upon his arrival, Aaron found himself bullied by the other bandits. Fortunately, the act of transmigration bestowed upon him a golden finger. The game Emperor of Labor had accompanied him into this new world. By choosing a superior, Aaron could receive an employment starter pack, acquiring unique traits from his superior. Completing tasks assigned by this superior would yield generous rewards. As an industrious worker, the system even provided him with social security benefits, allowing him to work with peace of mind. As a reward for entering the pirate world, Aaron gained 3 formidable traits. To be an exemplary worker, one must first possess a healthy physique, and the pirate world boasted astonishing physical capabilities that defied the laws of energy conservation. Whether enduring fierce battles for days on end, or sustaining grievous injuries, yet still fighting on, the ability to recover from severe wounds simply by consuming food underscored the extraordinary physical prowess of this world. Thus, Aaron's first trait upon entering the pirate realm was the ability to grow stronger simply by eating and exercising. Leveraging this trait, he transformed from a timid, scrawny boy into a muscular man with 8-pack abs in a mere 20 days, swiftly overtaking the bandits who once bullied him. The roles had completely reversed. Aaron had risen to become the second-in-command of the bandit group, just beneath the bandit king Sig. To be an outstanding worker, one must also possess the capacity for self-directed learning. Knowledge knows no bounds. Hence, Aaron's second trait was the ability to learn with remarkable efficiency. A defining feature of Labor's is their ever-present backpack, and so Aaron's third trait became a system space capable of infinitely storing any item. This starter pack of rewards allowed Aaron to swiftly establish his presence within the Sig bandit group. Name, Adonil. Gender, male. Age, 16. Date of birth, April 4th, 1494 of the Sea Circle calendar. Physical quality, be above average physical capabilities. Traits. Physical trait, a body that grows stronger through eating and exercising, derived from the pirate world. Efficient learning yields results with half the effort, derived from a system. System space, a backpack capable of infinite storage, derived from a system. Slayer of the Sovereign deals additional real damage to those bearing the title of Sovereign, derived from superior Sig. Superior, Sei. As Aaron had transmigrated directly into the ranks of the Sig bandit group, Sig automatically became his superior. System notification. You have a new superior Sig. Reward. Newcomer entry starter pack. Unlocking new traits. Slayer of the Sovereign deals additional real damage to those holding the title of Sovereign. Reward from the newcomer entry starter pack. Gazing at the traits bestowed by Sig, Aaron found himself both amused and perplexed. He had not anticipated that playing with tropes could yield such a formidable ability. It seemed that the bounty value did not necessarily reflect an individual's worth. Even a mere 8 million could unlock immensely valuable traits. Indeed, good bosses come in many forms. For the system, it was evident that selecting a competent leader was paramount. According to the system's explanation, rewards were dispensed based on the superior's qualities, with each superior capable of providing Aaron with rewards. Thus, it appeared that the system encouraged Aaron to frequently change jobs and seek out multiple superiors. Sig, at this juncture, held no value for Aaron. He intended to pursue another superior, or perhaps even several. Just recently, Aaron had witnessed Sig provoke the red-haired pirates stationed in Windmill Village, and it was only a matter of time before Sig became a relic of the past. This task would likely be Sig's final assignment as Aaron's superior. Aaron swiftly consumed the food on the table, wiped his mouth, and addressed the bandits who awaited him. Let us proceed. Not long ago, Aaron had observed Sig brandishing a wine bottle against the 4 emperors, and now he was eager to witness the impending confrontation with the future Pirate King. As a spectator, Aaron simply wished to enjoy the spectacle. Sig, leader of the Sig bandit group. By chance, while seeking liquor, he had arrived at Windmill Village, where he encountered Shanks at the Magino Tavern. Upon learning that the red-haired pirates had drained the tavern of its alcohol, he erupted in fury and struck Shanks to the ground with a wine bottle. Subsequently, the protagonist Luffy sought retribution from Sig for Shanks, only to be subdued by him. This act incited Shanks' wrath, leading to the annihilation of Sig's bandit group, with only Sig managing to escape by taking Luffy hostage to the sea, only to be devoured by the Sea King. While Luffy was rescued by Shanks, who lost his left arm, and Luffy inherited the Pirate King's straw hat. This encapsulates the brief yet absurd life of Sig. Now, Aaron was poised to witness this moment. The group strode with an air of brazen arrogance, following Sig into Magino's tavern. Sig surveyed the surroundings and proclaimed boastfully, "How quiet it is today with that bunch of foolish pirates absent." He sauntered in, seating himself at a table, reclining against the chair with his feet crossed atop the table, eyeing the dazed Luffy and Magino, before slamming his right hand down on the table. "Bang! What are you still dawdling for? We are esteemed guests. Bring us some wine at once." Chapter 2. Treading on the Future Pirate King. "Mayor, we have a crisis." Magino burst into the mayor's office without so much as a knock, her voice laced with urgency. The mayor, sipping tea at that moment, was startled by her sudden entrance. Remembering Magino's typically gentle demeanor, he quickly inquired, "Magino, what is amiss?" "Why the haste?" Magino exclaimed, "Luffy has been captured by bandits." From her frantic words, the mayor learned that the band of bandits had returned. Luffy, unable to tolerate their previous insults towards his revered Shanks, had approached Sig to demand an apology. But Sig, arrogant and disdainful, would never concede. His good-natured revelry had been interrupted by Luffy, inciting a furious response as he seized Luffy and dealt him a harsh lesson on the street. The mayor and Magino rushed to the street, discovering Luffy battered and bruised, pinned beneath Sig's foot, unable to move. The mayor hastened forward, kneeling in desperation, pleading, "Please, spare that child." His forehead struck the ground heavily. "I do not know what Luffy has done, nor do I wish to quarrel with you. If he has erred, I will make monetary amends. Please, spare that child." "Mayor." Seeing the mayor kneeling, Luffy felt a pang of regret for his recklessness. Sig looked down at the elder mayor in surprise. Truly, an elder who knows the rules of conduct. But Sig's fury flared at Luffy's audacity to defy him, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Utterly useless. I refuse to release this scoundrel, for he has already provoked my ire. I shall end his life right here." Aaron stood behind Sig, hand resting on the hilt of his knife, intently observing the unfolding scene. It was astonishing to realize that Luffy had always been this reckless. If Shanks did not arrive soon, he might be compelled to intervene, for it was simply unacceptable to lay a hand on an innocent child. To be honest, Aaron was also curious to see if Luffy would transform into the sun god in such a predicament. That would surely be entertaining. Yet, at this moment, Luffy was merely a child, and Aaron's moral compass would not allow him to stand by and watch a child perish. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing Sig to release his foot from Luffy's left leg. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, even resorting to embedding his long knife into the earth, gripping it with both hands to maintain his balance against this powerful presence, while the other mountain bandits were blown away in disarray. Sig turned to face the source of the imposing aura and recognized the foul pirate he had recently dispatched. "Ah, so it's you, coward." His impression of Shanks was indelibly etched in his memory. Only a wretched pirate could laugh heartily in the face of such insult. Sieg raised his long knife, directing a fierce glare at Shanks. Shanks, with a dark expression, fixed his gaze upon Sieg. The absence of a welcoming committee at the alleyway told me something was amiss. Shanks advanced step by step towards Sieg, taunting Luffy as he walked. Luffy, did you not claim that your fists were mightier than bullets? How is it that you find yourself beneath someone's foot? Luffy's heart soared at Shanks' arrival, however. The immediate mockery left him feeling vulnerable. Stop your incessant chatter. Observing Shanks' grim demeanor, Sieg swallowed hard. Noticing that Shanks had disregarded him, he angrily retorted, stay out of matters that do not concern you. You should flee while you still can. If you advance any closer, I shall be forced to open fire. One of the bandit lackeys, eager to impress his leader, raised his gun at Shanks, oblivious to the fact that Shanks' mere presence had nearly obliterated their entire crew. He issued a warning to Shanks to halt his advance. Aaron watched the scene unfold with incredulity. Were the inhabitants of this pirate world truly devoid of reason? Did they not perceive that Shanks had already released the full power of the ocean? Time and again, the pirates exhibited an inexplicable confidence, a strong belief in their superiority, leaving Aaron utterly baffled. Ever since Shanks had appeared, Aaron had quietly moved to the back of the crowd, wishing desperately to be forgotten. Yet this fool dared to step forward. How utterly foolish. In the instant the bandit raised his weapon, the rotund crew member of the red-haired pirates, Lucky Roo, swiftly shot the bandit dead. The gunshot served as the clarion call for battle. The mountain bandits drew their long knives, howling as they charged towards the red-haired pirates. Ben Beckman, puffing on a cigarette, remarked to Shanks, a bunch of worthless mountain bandits. I alone can handle them without needing your intervention. Drawing his rifle, he deemed it unnecessary to waste ammunition on such rabble. With a casual swing of his weapon, reminiscent of a golf swing, he even feared using too much force might reduce them to mere pulp. Yet with that single, gentle swing, a tremendous shockwave erupted, stirring up a cloud of dust. The law of smoke without injury was rendered utterly ineffective before a true powerhouse, and when the dust settled, a grim tableau of lifeless bodies lay strewn across the ground. Ben Beckman aimed his gun at the fleeing Sieg, producing a matchstick. With a flick of his wrist, he ignited it, relighting the cigarette that had been extinguished by the shockwave, and contemptuously declared, if you wish to compete with me, you had best bring a warship. Witnessing Ben Beckman's overwhelming presence, the villagers of Windmill Village marveled. How impressive. As the mountain bandit crew lay decimated, Sieg finally grasped the gravity of his situation and, with a nervous smile, stammered, wait. It was this little brat who provoked us first. Shanks glared at Sieg with lethal intensity. Regardless of your reasons, I shall not spare anyone who harms my friends. Desperation washed over Sieg as he scanned his surroundings and noticed something. Rubbing his eyes, he focused and finally recalled he had a capable subordinate. He called out to the distant Aaron, Aaron, what are you doing? Hurry up and lend me a hand. The crowd turned to the direction of Sieg's call, finally spotting Aaron, who had been attempting to sneak away. Confusion rippled through them. Who was this person? Why had he not acted sooner? Aaron, feigning innocence under their scrutiny, hastily discarded his long knife, untied the scarf from his head, and performed a mock French salute, smiling lightly as he declared, I surrender. Sieg's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Aaron, who he had always treated as an ace, and now received nothing but a resignation. The strings of sanity in Sieg's mind snapped, and he shouted in fury, Aaron, where are you playing at? This is no joke. If you do not act now, once I am rescued, I will slaughter your entire family. Indeed, the foolishness of the pirate world astounded him, daring to issue threats at such a moment. Unfazed, Aaron retorted, you better follow through on that. My family's long gone. If you wish to find them, you'll have to search in the depths of hell. Besides, if it weren't for you, I would have abandoned this wretched life of piracy long ago. Wearing this hideous head wrap is simply unbearable. One must admit that is true. Shanks nodded in agreement, having always found the attire of pirates to be utterly unappealing. Ben Beckman, observing Sieg's growing rage, delivered the final blow. In truth, had the captain not arrived, Luffy would have emerged unscathed. The kid was ready to act. It was only upon seeing the captain that he hesitated. With his keen observation haki, Ben Beckman had already discerned Aaron's intent to intervene. Sieg's defenses crumbled, and the remnants of his rationality urged him to find an opportunity to escape. Better to preserve his life than to risk it recklessly. However, his instincts compelled him to teach Aaron a harsh lesson. Aaron sensed Sieg's intentions. Sieg, if I were you, I would make haste to flee. Wasting time on me now will leave you trapped later. Damn it. Sieg recognized the truth in Aaron's words once he escaped. There would be countless opportunities to exact revenge. He produced a smoke bomb and hurled it to the ground, releasing a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped the street. As the smoke cleared, both Sieg and the prone Luffy had vanished without a trace. Damn it! If I cannot teach Aaron a lesson, how can I discipline this little rascal? The flustered Sieg disappeared with Luffy. Chapter 3. Abundant rewards. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I have been so careless. Luffy has been taken away. What shall I do? Shanks exclaimed anxiously as he gazed at the vanishing figure of Luffy. Rikairu, observing the flustered captain, quickly reassured him, "Calm down, Captain. We shall search together, and we will find him soon." Watching the panicked crew scatter, Ben Beckman sighed to himself. This person truly is. Noticing Ben Beckman's gaze, Aaron inquired curiously, "Sir, are you not going to search for that child?" "No need for me to go. Once they realize what has happened, they will find him in an instant. But you, aren't you a companion of the mountain bandits? Why did you not join the fray?" Ben Beckman replied, somewhat exasperated. Every member of the red-haired pirates possesses exceptional observation haki. However, with a foolish captain leading them, they have become rather dim-witted. Once they snap back to reality, locating Luffy will be merely a matter of moments. He found himself intrigued by Aaron, for the observation haki possesses various capabilities: sensing attacks, predicting opponents' next moves, discerning the strength of living beings, understanding their emotions and thoughts, and perceiving the location and number of objects beyond one's field of vision. These are the fundamental abilities of observation haki. Through his formidable observation haki, Ben Beckman had already sensed Aaron's emotions, which were rife with disdain towards what should have been allies, even carrying a strong intent to kill. After living a tranquil life in this peaceful village for so long, he found it amusing that there was finally some excitement. Meanwhile, Makino and the old village chief remained in their place, pondering that perhaps they could also partake in this unfolding drama. Aaron then recounted the original owner's experiences, albeit with slight alterations to the facts, transforming the narrative of voluntary allegiance into one of being captured by mountain bandits and reluctantly joining their ranks. This presented a splendid opportunity for identity laundering. Aaron spoke of a tumultuous journey, even crafting an emotionally gripping inner monologue, hoping that Ben Beckman would be so pleased as to invite him aboard, which would propel him to new heights. Alas, Ben Beckman's extensive experiences rendered Aaron's modest tale insufficient to pique his interest. Not even the renowned Luffy managed to board the ship, let alone a mere stranger like Aaron. Fortunately, after sharing his story, the elderly village chief surprisingly recognized the original owner's parents and recalled having held young Aaron in his arms. Had it not been for the turban that obscured his features, the chief might have recognized him sooner. With the chief's affirmation, the villagers instantly felt reassured. The pirate world was remarkably straightforward. If one claimed to be a good person, most were inclined to believe it. System notification: your superior, Sig, has unexpectedly perished. The position of Superior Sig has been vacated. The founder of the Sig Pirate Group is deceased, and only one employee remains. The company is now bankrupt. You are unemployed and in a state of joblessness. Last task assigned by your superior: find some alcohol. Task completed. Reward granted. The host is currently in a novice internship period, with the company's closure. The system compensates with a doubled reward. The host has lost employment and received unemployment insurance. System compensation. Rewards doubled. The host has acquired the last trait from the superior, Sig's final characteristic. Trait: manifesting haki will invite death. Acquired 3 types of haki. Armament haki enhances personal defense. Functioning akin to an invisible armor, it can also evolve into offensive power, allowing one to contend with devil fruit users and even make contact with the tangible forms of Logia-type users. However, armament haki can only touch the physical body of a user and cannot incapacitate them like Sea Prism Stone, nor can it influence their abilities. Observation haki, a potent ability to strongly sense the presence of others. Once this power is heightened, it allows one to perceive the positions and numbers of foes beyond sight, as well as anticipate their next actions. Observation haki is closely tied to one's mental state and requires calmness for effective use. It cannot be employed in a state of agitation or loss of reason. Observation haki serves multiple functions, including sensing attacks, predicting opponents' movements, gauging the strength of living beings, and perceiving their emotions and thoughts, as well as the positions and quantities of objects outside one's field of vision. Conqueror's haki, the rarest form of haki, which cannot be learned through traditional training. Conqueror's haki embodies the essence of a ruler. Those who possess it can intimidate, deter, and even incapacitate foes merely through their overwhelming presence. A bountiful harvest, without a doubt. This is an extraordinary and unparalleled abundance. Truly, the notorious king of bandits deserves to be mentioned alongside the illustrious pirate king. Under the compensation mechanism of the system, the emergence of the three-color hockey is nothing short of miraculous. Is there anything superior to this in the world? Sig, you met your demise too early. Arlong yearns to master the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, resurrecting him to reap rewards countless times, yet alas, it remains unattainable. However, the existence of a comprehensive welfare system is remarkably benevolent. It truly brings tears to my eyes. The first promotion alone enables Arlong to traverse the first half of the Grand Line with ease, and with additional advancements, he would become invincible. Contemplating the demise of the superior and the subsequent bountiful rewards, the possibilities for future exploits multiply exponentially. Almost instantaneously, shortly after Sig's passing, Arlong, who had recently awakened and was still acclimating to his observation hockey, suddenly sensed an overwhelming presence, one that he tentatively referred to as aura. This formidable aura abruptly diminished. Likely reminiscent of Shank's iconic moment, Eren observed that Ben Beckman's expression suddenly grew grave, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Ben turned to gaze towards the sea, murmuring, "What is happening? Shanks, is there still a presence in the EC that could threaten you?" He hurriedly made his way in Shanks's direction, as Eren had anticipated. In an act of benevolence towards the sun god, and to guide him, Shanks deliberately sacrificed an arm, justifying it by proclaiming, "I wager it on the dawn of a new era." Regrettably, Eren had missed witnessing a momentous scene. After a while, Shanks returned to the tavern, cradling the still sobbing Luffy in one arm. In celebration of their captain's loss of his left arm, the red-haired pirates astonishingly held a feast in the tavern, drawing Eren into their revelry. After a night filled with joy, the red-haired pirates resolved to depart, having accomplished Shanks' purpose for this journey. It was time to return to the New World. At the dock, Eren stood alongside the village chief and Makino, watching as Luffy bid farewell to Shanks. Their conversation remained a mystery, but ultimately, Luffy shouted to the red-haired pirates, "I will definitely become the Pirate King." Once again, Eren bore witness to a significant moment as Shanks bestowed upon Luffy the straw hat, a symbol of the Pirate King. Finally, he relished the grand revelation, content to stand amidst the crowd of unfamiliar faces, knowing this was the very scene he had longed to witness. Makino led the still tearful Luffy away, while the village chief approached Eren, inquiring about his plans. Eren was contemplating a meticulous exploration of the system's functionalities. Thus he inquired if Makino would permit him to work at the tavern for a few months to save enough money for a small boat to venture out to sea. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Eren resolved to return to the stronghold of the West Ridge Bandits to organize his belongings, as it was, after all, the lair of a bandit and held some value. On the way back, Eren perused the recent notification from the system. System notification: you have a new superior, Makino. Reward: newcomer's welcome package, unlocking new traits. Gentle as water, easily endears oneself to children. Newcomer's welcome package reward. System notification: you have a new superior, the village chief of Windmill Village. Reward: newcomer's welcome package, unlocking new traits. Village chief more easily gains the favor of the savior. Newcomer's welcome package reward. Both traits seemed somewhat superfluous, yet held a hint of utility, akin to a double-edged sword. They appeared particularly tailored for dealing with Luffy, nonetheless. They were traits nonetheless, and Eren graciously accepted them. Chapter 4. The mighty T-Sook brother. Unbeknownst to him, Eren spent 2 months in Makino's tavern. During this time, thanks to the traits conferred by Makino and the village chief, Eren grew close to the trio, with Luffy even extending multiple invitations for Eren to join his crew. Each time, Eren playfully acquiesced, curious about the nature of the trait Luffy would grant him, whether it would be that of a sun god, a savior, or a liberating warrior. Unfortunately, each time, the system remained unresponsive, indicating that Luffy had yet to possess the potential to become a superior. Throughout these 2 months, Eren worked during the day and trained at night, engaging in combat with ferocious beasts. Utilizing his 3-color hockey, the beasts on the mountainside of Windmill Village suffered greatly, one after another finding their way into Eren's stomach. It must be said that the nutritional value of those colossal beasts in the pirate world is extraordinarily high. After 2 months of training and feasting, Eren's physical prowess had risen to an A level, placing him among the elite in the pirate realm. Most significantly, during these 2 months, Eren had fundamentally grasped the operational principles of the system. Remaining in Windmill Village had lost its allure, and it was time to seek a new master. Within Makino's tavern, Aaron formally bid farewell to Marquino and the village chief. At that moment, the tavern was occupied solely by the village chief, who was indulging in his drink, while Marquino gazed tenderly at the trio, who were playfully frolicking. Upon hearing Aaron's farewell, the trio expressed their astonishment. Luffy, with his rubber legs, sprang before Aaron, exclaiming in surprise, "Are you setting sail too?" Another friend leaving right after Shanks. Luffy felt a tinge of sadness. Suddenly appearing before him, Luffy startled Aaron, who was polishing a cup, prompting him to instinctively strike Luffy on the head with a punch reminiscent of Garp's. "Ow, that hurts!" Luffy exclaimed, clutching his swollen head. "Aaron, your punch hurts just like Grandpa's." Ace observed as Aaron's dark fists gradually returned to their normal hue. It seemed that he possessed the same formidable power as Grandpa Garp, capable of inflicting pain upon Luffy. Alas, such a formidable individual was also preparing to set sail. Otherwise, Ace would have relished the opportunity to learn from him. After 2 months of companionship, coupled with the characteristics bestowed by the village chief and Makino, the trio had developed a fondness for this charming older brother, particularly Sabo. He perceived Aaron as gentle and reliable, with a wealth of knowledge, strength, and a demeanor that treated others with equality and respect. Sabo aspired to emulate such a person in the future. As he watched Aaron comforting Luffy, Sabo couldn't help but wonder if such a person yearned for the freedom of the open sea. It appeared that he needed to devise his own plans for setting sail sooner than anticipated. The old village chief was not at all surprised, gently swirling his wine glass. He remarked, "A true man should venture to sea. In my youth." After a couple of drinks, the chief could not resist reminiscing about his own, albeit rather uneventful, seafaring adventures. The following morning, at the seaside of Windmill Village, Aaron arrived at the seaside early, with only the village chief to see him off, for he had confided in no one else. The village chief watched as Aaron effortlessly loaded a barrel of fresh water onto a small boat and could not help but remark, "Are you truly not going to bid farewell to Luffy and the others? They hold you in such high regard." Aaron smiled at the village chief. "Still not a chance. It would be troublesome if the children started crying. And wasn't it you, Chief, who said that a true man should meet upon the vast sea? I eagerly anticipate the day when I can encounter them amidst the waves." Upon hearing his own words echoed back to him, the village chief nodded thoughtfully and retrieved a nautical chart. "This is the map to Frostmoon Village that you requested. Do you intend to journey there?" "Yes," Aaron replied. "I have heard that Frostmoon Village houses a dojo, and I wish to learn the art of swordsmanship." Aaron received the nautical chart and, after expressing his gratitude to the village chief with a nod, began to reflect on the narrative over the past 2 months. He pondered the characters within the novice village of the East Sea who could serve as mentors. After much contemplation, Aaron resolved that his next destination would be Frostmoon Village. If all went according to plan, he would have the opportunity to learn the art of swordsmanship there. Although the swordplay in the world of pirates could be summed up as brute force yielding miraculous results, it certainly held an undeniable charm. Strength may be fleeting, but elegance lasts a lifetime. Moreover, the swordsmanship in the pirate realm is both captivating and formidable. Who hasn't harbored a youthful dream of traversing the world with a sword in hand? Mastering the sword is indeed a noble pursuit. While he is still young, he should seize the chance to acquire knowledge that will surely serve him well in the future. The village chief heartily endorsed Aaron's aspirations, regaling him with tales from his own life experiences once more. After transferring fresh water and provisions onto the small boat, Aaron embraced the village chief warmly and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you so much for your care over these past 2 months. I must take my leave now. Please convey my apologies to Makino." Approaching the shore, Aaron untied the mooring line, tossed it inside the boat, and propelled the vessel into the sea, leaping aboard with determination. "Farewell, village chief. I'm off." Aaron waved his hand towards the village chief. Aaron rowed his boat a few meters away when he suddenly heard the village chief yelling, "Do not become a pirate, Aaron. If you encounter hardships or are mistreated, return to me. I shall leave the position of chief for you." "Understood, chief." After that, whatever the chief uttered was lost on Aaron, who was already paddling his small boat further and further away. Aaron selected a splendid day for his maritime venture, as the weather promised to be delightfully sunny. As dawn gradually broke, the sky donned a pale, azure hue, and a crimson glow appeared on the horizon where the sea met the sky, heralding the sun's emergence from the ocean's surface. Gazing at the boundless sea, with a few wispy clouds drifting lazily across the sky, he felt the gentle caress of the sea breeze, instilling a sense of serene euphoria within him. It had been quite some time since he had leisurely contemplated the sky. Thus, he decided to unfurl the small sail atop his fishing boat, allowing the wind to guide him forward. Reclining in the vessel, he took pleasure in watching the seabirds soaring overhead while perusing the recent notifications from the system. System notification: you have voluntarily resigned. Your superior, Makino, is exceedingly satisfied with your 2 months of work, rating your performance as S. You have received a resignation reward of 1 million berries, now credited to your system account. System notification: you have voluntarily resigned. Your superior, the village chief of Windmill Village, is highly pleased with your 2 months of work, rating your performance as S. You have received a resignation reward of the next village chief of Windmill Village. System notification: you are now unemployed. The unemployment insurance you have applied for is officially effective. You will receive 1 million berries daily until you secure your next position. It was rather absurd that there were special rewards upon both joining and resigning. Did this system truly encourage its host to frequently change jobs? Moreover, upon observing the colorful array of money in the system's account, Aaron's desire to seek a new superior waned slightly. Was the system genuinely concerned about his sustenance? If only such a system had existed in his previous life, he could have languished in comfort for eternity. The marvel of the unemployment insurance prompted him to ponder whether other forms of insurance possessed similarly extraordinary benefits. Could medical insurance and workers' compensation guarantee the host's survival? Might retirement insurance allow the host to evade aging? What role would housing funds play in the world of pirates? Aaron initially believed he had a profound understanding of Tongzi, yet it now appears he was far from the truth. Chapter 5. Maritime Catastrophe. Aaron lay on the boat, resting his hands beneath his head, his eyes vacantly gazing at the expanse of the sky, which had long lost its allure. Who, pray tell, was unable to comprehend the nautical charts, carelessly marking them, resulting in a disorienting journey across the vast ocean? It turns out to be me. Well, that is of little consequence now. Aaron was leisurely rowing his boat, admiring the scenery, until he took out the sea chart given to him by the village chief. Upon unfolding it, he was utterly astounded. He could not comprehend it at all. In Aaron's fundamental understanding, a map should possess a rigorous mathematical foundation, a symbolic system, and textual annotations, allowing one to intuitively grasp the topography of a region. However, the sea chart before him merely illustrated several irregular circles to denote islands, with a scale that was evidently questionable. The distances between the islands were not expressed in kilometers or nautical miles, but rather described in terms of approximately needing 23 days of navigation. Such an abstract map left Aaron bewildered. Moreover, having been preoccupied with the picturesque views, he had lost track of his own location. Gazing back and forth at the chart, he remained utterly perplexed. It could be said that Aaron was entirely misled by his preconceived notions. In his previous life, whether it was Luffy, Ace, or Sabo in the comics he read, they all seemed to set sail on small boats, wielding the power of the three haki, confidently traversing the seas. Thus, he had assumed he could do the same. It was only when he truly experienced the art of sailing that he realized he had underestimated its complexity. He could not discern when the wind direction changed suddenly, causing his small boat to unwittingly alter its course. He remained completely absorbed in the vastness of the ocean. Having never seen the sea in his past life, he was entirely captivated by its grandeur. The ocean's ever-changing moods were as elusive as a maiden's heart. As evening approached, the sea breeze grew tumultuous, and the atmospheric pressure began to drop. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge would recognize this as a precursor to a storm at sea. It was only at that moment that Aaron finally regained his senses and began to retract the sails. A fierce wind surged, suddenly forming a colossal oceanic whirlpool upon the surface. This immense vortex resembled an invisible maw, ensnaring the surrounding waters and vessels with an irresistible force, as if it sought to consume everything within its grasp. The center of the whirlpool appeared as a dark, bottomless pit, drawing in all light and life, sending shivers down one's spine. The whirlpool's pull was extraordinarily potent, combined with the fierce winds, rapidly drawing Aaron's small boat toward its ominous center. On his maiden voyage, Aaron encountered a calamity akin to that faced by Luffy. A humble fishing vessel, how resilient can it be against the tumultuous waves? This is a truth universally acknowledged. Seasoned fishermen typically venture out at dawn to cast their nets, returning by dusk, confining their endeavors to the coastal waters. Luffy, buoyed by the aura of a protagonist, managed to survive the perilous whirlpool of the vast ocean. For Aaron, although it presented a significant challenge, it was not insurmountable. He positioned himself at the center of the boat, gripping the edges with both hands, exerting every ounce of his strength to activate his armament haki, enveloping the entire small craft. Fortunately, it was merely a modest fishing boat, Had it been a standard size, Aaron would have lacked the confidence to encompass the entirety. Aaron, with his eyes shut tight, clung desperately to the vessel, spinning wildly in the vortex, gradually being drawn towards its center. The destructive force of the oceanic whirlpool is immense, having shattered countless dreams of young men setting sail. Aaron swayed and spun within the vortex, feeling dizzy and disoriented, teetering on the brink of losing his balance. An irresistible force tore at his body. Had it not been for the protection of his haki, both he and the small vessel would surely have been shattered into countless fragments. Under the relentless pull, Aaron was drawn down to the very center of the whirlpool beneath the surface. In the heart of the vortex, he experienced an overwhelming sense of pressure and instability, as if ensnared in a dark, bottomless pit. Fortunately, endowed with extraordinary resilience and the fortitude of haki, Aaron gritted his teeth and persevered through the harrowing ordeal. By the time he floated back up to the surface, he had lost all sense of where the whirlpool had carried him. Aaron lay exhausted on the small boat, every ounce of strength drained from his body. Breathless, Aaron inhaled the fresh air as if his lungs were about to burst. In this moment, he finally comprehended why the pirate king, Roger, refrained from consuming the devil fruit, and he understood why even the formidable golden lion was ultimately vanquished by a tempest. Despite possessing every advantage, with a vulnerability, even someone as powerful as the golden lion could not wholly withstand the calamities of nature. Indeed, in the current realm, it is the mastery of haki, physical combat, and swordsmanship that reigns supreme. This realization only solidified Aaron's resolve to pursue the art of swordsmanship. Unfortunately, the heavens were unkind. Before Aaron could catch his breath, the storm swiftly approached. The fierce winds began to buffet his small vessel, raising towering waves that relentlessly crashed against it. Exhausted, Aaron could no longer concern himself with the possibility of capsizing. He was nearly immobilized. Enough, he thought. I am weary. Let destruction come swiftly. Aaron, in a moment of resignation, lay calmly on the boat, closing his eyes and disregarding the tempestuous storms outside. However, a system notification emerged. To prevent any unforeseen injuries, your workers' compensation insurance has officially come into effect. Please acknowledge. A surge of warmth suddenly coursed through Aaron's body, flowing rapidly within him. Nourished by this newfound energy, the exhausted Aaron abruptly regained his vitality, feeling invigorated throughout his entire being. Aaron glanced at the system panel, and indeed, his physical attribute had evolved to A. Originally, Aaron's unique trait was his ability to rapidly strengthen through rigorous training. This recent calamity has thoroughly honed both his body and spirit, and the effects of this experience may require an extensive period of cultivation to fully comprehend. Truly, to contend against the heavens is an exhilarating endeavor. Alas, to speak candidly, the system's benevolence, especially in comparison to others, is remarkably commendable, safeguarding the host's rights in every conceivable aspect. The host need only focus on their labor while leaving the rest to the system, which assumes full responsibility. This has made Aaron feel somewhat reluctant to continue lounging about. Aaron sat up, feeling the strength of his enhanced body and the further mastery of his armament haki. A surge of confidence welled within him as he skillfully evaded the towering waves with the aid of his observation haki. The water that splashed onto the ship was swiftly absorbed into his system space. For Aaron, who was brimming with energy and well-prepared, this tempest was hardly a challenge. With the storm weathered, night fell, and his clothes were completely soaked, while the barrel containing his provisions and fresh water had long been swept away. Fortunately, with the system space known for its infinite capacity, Aaron, being an exceptionally cautious individual, had stored countless items within it, untouched by the ravages of time. He changed into a fresh outfit and savored a substantial piece of roasted meat, which he had placed in the system space after cooking. After setting up a fire in his iron pot and wrapping himself in a blanket, Aaron, exhausted from the day's ordeals, comfortably drifted into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 6. Encounter with the little thief cat, Coco Yasi Village. The torrential downpour had persisted throughout the night, and as dawn broke, the ground was still damp. A small girl with short orange hair, clad in tattered clothing, set off from her home towards the bookstore at the market. Her name was Nami. One of the two adoptive daughters of the former Navy officer, Bel-Emri had once been an exceptional naval officer, and during a battle, she encountered 3-year-old Noki and 1-year-old Nami. She brought them back to her hometown, sustaining them by cultivating oranges. They lived a modest life, often dressing Nami in Naka's hand-me-downs. From a young age, Nami harbored a dream of drawing a world map, to which she dedicated significant effort. Since she learned to read, she delved into books about navigation. And now, At nearly 9 years old, she had amassed considerable experience in mapping islands. Though there was an abundance of literature on navigation, Nami could not afford to buy books due to her adoptive mother Belle-Marie's meager income, leading her to frequently steal from the bookstore. The shopkeeper, a kind old lady, often turned a blind eye to Nami's thievery. However, the village constable, Akin, who had a fondness for Belle-Marie, usually helped Nami pay for her stolen goods. On this day, it was no different. Intrigued by the storm that had raged the previous night, Nami arrived at the bookstore early. Noticing the shop was empty, she stealthily took a related book, but just as she was about to make her escape, Akin caught her in the act. Varingo vindmilhot. Akin paid for the book and picked Nami up, intending to inform her guardians. By this time, the market was beginning to fill with people. Upon seeing Akin apprehending Nami, began to tease her. Nami's at it again. She never learns. Akin, carrying Nami, made his way towards Belle-Marie's home. Clutching the book tightly, Nami protested, "Let me go. I'm not a kitten." Akin brought Nami before him, glaring at her fiercely, and admonished in an angry tone, "You foolish girl. How many times must I tell you not to steal?" Nami extended her petite tongue and made a face at Akin, indignantly exclaiming, "But my family is quite poor. We cannot afford books. What are we to do, you miser?" At that moment, a series of thunderous roars erupted from the seaside, accompanied by crashing waves surging onto the shore. Upon hearing the commotion, the villagers abandoned their tasks and gathered at the coast, fervently hoping that it was not some sea creature or pirate, for as ordinary folk, they possessed little means to confront such threats. As the village's watchman, Akin felt an unwavering duty to protect the village. He set Nami down and sprinted toward the shoreline. However, after only a few steps, he felt a weight on his leg. Looking down, he discovered Nami clinging to his thigh. "You can't leave me behind. I want to go too." Akin exerted considerable effort to detach her, but given the urgency of the situation, he had no choice but to take her along. "All right, I will take you with me, but you must let go. It is difficult to walk like this." With that, Akin hoisted Nami onto his shoulders and dashed toward the crowd. What followed was a breathtaking spectacle. A small boat sped toward the shore, its crew rowing with an almost imperceptible velocity, creating afterimages in their wake. Each stroke crashed against the sea surface, generating resounding booms. With every movement, towering waves surged forth, the immense force carving deep furrows in the water, resembling a ferocious beast racing through the ocean. The boat's bow rose high, and in mere moments, it hurtled ashore like a bullet, leaving profound scratches upon the sand. Witnessing this astonishing scene, the crowd was left in awe, their expressions mirroring that of the thunder god Enel. Akin swallowed hard as he observed a strikingly handsome young man with black hair leap from the vessel. After adjusting his attire, the man surveyed the astonished onlookers and, with a beaming smile, waved and politely inquired, "Hello, everyone. What brings you all together here?" This man was Alan, who had been swept away by a whirlpool and had endured a tempest, leaving him lost at sea for 2 days. Staring at the endless blue sky and ocean daily, Alan was on the verge of experiencing PTSD. His first extended venture at sea had rendered him lonely and desolate. Although he had once reveled in solitude in his past life, the isolation at sea was an entirely different affair. In his previous life, various forms of entertainment had made solitary living more bearable, but now, trapped on a small fishing boat with no means of diversion, he found himself surrounded by an overwhelming expanse of blue, with no escape from the confinement. Aaron felt a tinge of anxiety. He resolved that next time he would procure a larger vessel, one equipped with at least a cabin. After drifting for 2 days, his mood grew increasingly irritable until, at last, he spotted land in the distance. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he grasped the oars, infused with the power of hockey, and paddled vigorously toward the shore. As he drew nearer, his observation hockey revealed a throng of people gathered on the beach. Adjusting his course, Aaron sought a secluded spot to disembark. However, the moment he set foot on land, he was met with the astonished gazes of the crowd, particularly that of a policeman adorned with a windmill atop his head and a little girl perched upon his neck. This peculiar sight filled Aaron with a sense of inexplicable familiarity. Indeed, the world is a curious place. In a previous life, some individuals bore cameras upon their heads. Yet here stood a man with a grand windmill, an utterly delightful spectacle. Aaron greeted warmly. Aegean, regaining his composure, looked at the gentle and polite Aaron and couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. He did not appear to be a malicious individual. He then demanded, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Observing the strikingly familiar police officer and the little girl at his neck, Aaron suddenly realized that this must be Nami and her guardian-like policeman. Although Cocoa West Village was not originally part of Aaron's plans, it was undoubtedly a splendid place. Aaron informed them that he hailed from Windmill Village and was en route to Frostmoon Village to master the art of swordsmanship. However, he found himself unfamiliar with the maritime charts and encountered treacherous ocean whirlpools and storms, which ultimately led him to this unexpected location. No wonder there was such a commotion. It turned out he was indeed a formidable man, capable of navigating through whirlpools and tempests. Everyone marveled at Aaron's strength. Yet, only Nami, draped around Aegeon's neck, regarded Aaron with a sympathetic gaze and remarked, "Big brother, are you a fool? You can't even comprehend such a simple nautical map. How pitiful. Hey, Nami, how can you utter such disrespectful words?" Aegeon hurriedly attempted to cover Nami's mouth, concerned about the potential wrath of such a powerful individual. "It's quite all right. Aaron is not so petty as to be angered by a candid child, especially not by the gentle Nami, whose innocence has nearly vanished in her adulthood." Aaron approached Aegeon, and at 16 years of age, he had already surpassed Aegeon in height. He looked directly at Nami and gently inquired, "Little sister, from what you've said, it seems you possess a profound understanding of nautical charts?" "Indeed." Nami nodded enthusiastically, her voice sweet and innocent. "I have read numerous tomes on navigation since childhood, and I have sketched many maps. One day, I shall become the greatest navigator in the world and chart the entire globe." Little Nami's tone was resolute, each word imbued with significance. Chapter 7. Teacher Nami, what an inspiring dream. Aaron gave Nami a thumbs up. "Might I implore you, the foremost navigator of the day, to impart your nautical wisdom to this inept sailor? Of course, I shall compensate you generously. How does 100,000 berries per day sound?" Having experienced this encounter, Aaron had come to fully appreciate the significance of a skilled navigator. Nami's navigational prowess was so remarkable that even the legendary pirate, Silver Lion, coveted it. If he could elevate Nami to a higher status, it would surely unveil her exceptional talents, even if she did not ascend to such heights. Acquiring basic navigational skills would prevent Aaron from being utterly ignorant of the sea, while also leaving a favorable impression on the future premier navigator, facilitating future requests for assistance. "What? 100,000 berries?" Little Nami gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with visions of wealth. Just imagine how many books one could purchase with that sum. Beyond books, she could buy new clothes, no longer needing to wear Chino's old garments, as well as meat and snacks. Envisioning a life of abundance, Nami couldn't help but salivate at the thought. Akainu, on the other hand, was dumbfounded by the figure. It was known that Nami's adoptive mother had scrimped and saved for years to amass just over 100,000 berries. A considerable fortune for an ordinary person. He considered rejecting the offer, yet Aaron's generosity was overwhelming. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Akainu stammered, astonished by the sum. "Knowledge is priceless. In fact, I feel it is still insufficient." Aaron replied, "For someone like him, who earned 1,000,000 berries a day, this was but a trifle. We should discuss this." Akainu gently set Nami down and led her to a corner, where they began to converse in hushed tones. Unfortunately, with Aaron possessing observation haki, he could hear their conversation quite clearly. Essentially, Akainu was wary of this unfamiliar individual. Despite appearing benevolent, he could not easily entrust his young daughter to a stranger, especially having long regarded Nami and Chino as his own children. Nami understood Akainu's concerns, yet 100,000 berries a day was an extraordinary amount. For someone as impoverished as she, missing this opportunity might mean losing it forever. Gripping Akainu's ear, she leaned in and said, "That brother seems a bit foolish, but he doesn't appear to be a bad person. Our family is so poor. I really want to earn that money." To alleviate their doubts, Aaron cleared his throat, drawing their attention, and stated, "If you have reservations, you may appoint a guardian to supervise. I merely seek to learn some knowledge. Once I have mastered it, I shall promptly depart for Frostmoon Village." "Very well, I agree. However, I must see your sincerity." Nami wriggled free from Akainu's embrace and stepped before Aaron. Discontent with her reliance on Chino's old clothes, she occasionally fantasized about being adopted by a wealthy family. Now, with the opportunity to earn a substantial sum doing what she excelled at, she simply could not let this chance slip away. "All right, this is my sincerity." Aaron chuckled softly, placing his hand into his pocket. With a flicker of intent, he retrieved 100,000 berries from the depths of his system space, feigning the act of extracting it from his trousers. Bending slightly, he presented the sum to Nami with a warm smile. Nami, gazing at the 10,000 denomination berries, marveled at seeing the skull emblem for the first time. How many books could this purchase? Filled with excitement, she accepted the 100,000 berries, tucking them away with great care. She patted the spot where she had secured the money, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Upon observing Nami's avaricious demeanor, Eren couldn't help but smile with an affectionate grin. He extended his palm towards her, introducing himself. "I am Eren, pleased to make your acquaintance." Nami, with her delicate hand, grasped Eren's middle finger and shook it gently, replying, "I am Nami, and I look forward to our friendship as well." Seeing that Nami had accepted the payment, Aiken felt compelled to acquiesce. Noticing Eren's need for accommodations, he eagerly volunteered to assist him in finding the finest inn at the market, which conveniently happened to belong to a relative of Aiken's. This familial connection assured Aiken and alleviated his concerns significantly. Subsequently, Nami escorted Eren to a bookstore, where she purchased an array of books she had long desired but could never afford. She informed Eren that these were essential readings for him to peruse, before she and Aiken returned home to share the delightful news with Belmir. Eren sat on the bed in the inn, gazing at the newly acquired books, which, given his lack of foundational knowledge, should have been incomprehensible. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself engrossed in them, even able to draw inferences. Why was this the case? It was because, just after Nami had agreed to become his teacher, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. System notification: you have a new superior, Nami. Reward: new employee welcome package, unlocking new traits. The world's foremost navigator. You possess an unparalleled talent for navigation, enabling you to effortlessly grasp all knowledge related to seamanship while learning the art of navigation. Reward from the new employee welcome package. This welcome package revealed Nami's innate top-tier navigational talent within the entire pirate world. It was indeed true that a teacher could be regarded as a superior, confirming Eren's line of thought. Consequently, it was only logical that seeking out Kong Shiro in Frostmoon Village as a mentor would similarly unlock traits related to swordsmanship. This newfound trait granted Eren the urgently needed aptitude for learning navigation skills. Nami was indeed an exceptional leader. To repay her kindness, Eren had already resolved to save Belmir, ensuring that Nami would have a complete family. Now that Nami had endowed him with such a powerful trait, he decided to contribute a bit more financially, allowing her a childhood that was less fraught with hardship. As for having a mother in the Navy, whether Nami could still pursue the path of a pirate was not something Eren was concerned with. Without a navigator, Luffy's journey beyond the East Blue was no longer his consideration. At present, Luffy was just over 7 years old, and Nami was a little over 8. With more than a year remaining before Belmir's misfortune, Eren had ample time to enhance his own abilities, preparing himself for the impending arrival of the Fishman pirate crew. Meanwhile, Ajian was escorting Nami to her home outside the village. Along the way, he instructed her not to trust others too easily and warned her against being blinded by wealth. Unfortunately, to Nami, who had just received a substantial income, Ajian's words seemed tedious. She covered her ears, making faces, resolutely ignoring him. As they conversed, they arrived at a wooden cottage nestled among the trees. Ajian knocked vigorously on the door, shouting, "Belmir, come out quickly. Your little brat is out of control. What is going on? Why all the noise?" A slender woman with gray eyes and deep red hair, tied back in a short style, a cigarette perched in her mouth, opened the door. Dressed in a green plaid shirt emblazoned with the word mace, indigo trousers, and brown sandals, she looked at her adopted daughter with a warm smile. "Oh my, Nami, you're back." "I'm back, Belmir," Nami replied, beaming. "I met someone today, a big shot. He asked me to teach him navigation skills for 100,000 berries a day." Nami could hardly contain her excitement as she shared the day's amusing encounter with Belmir. "I was just about to discuss this with you," Ajian interjected, his expression serious as he turned to Belmir. "I hope you can discipline her properly. Haven't she trust someone so easily? What if he is a fraud?" Belmir also perceived the gravity of the situation. This was no mere theft. The villagers would often turn a blind eye, but should they encounter human traffickers, regret would come too late. Thus, Belmir gave Nami a sharp rap on the head. "That hurt, Belmir," Nami exclaimed, clutching her head. "Crossed arms," Belmir replied sternly. "This is not a jest. You ought to heed your uncle Ajian's advice." Nami, clinging to Belmir's leg and pouting, admitted, "I know I was wrong, but that brother is handsome and a bit foolish. He's a good person. You know, I can tell at a glance whether someone is wicked. Besides, there are plenty of uncles and aunts from the village around here. It's fine." Belmir nodded, reassured by her daughter's discernment since childhood, which allowed her to feel at ease with Nami wandering about. "Nokigao," Belmir called out to her eldest daughter. "Let us go see what sort of person would be audacious enough to hire an 8-year-old as a teacher." Belmir was determined to investigate this individual. She trusted her instincts, having been able to identify pirates during her time in the Navy, and perhaps Nami had inherited this knack, even if she wasn't her biological daughter. With one hand grasping each daughter's hand, Nami recounted the day's events to Noki Gao, patting her pocket where she stowed away her money, and declared grandly, Belmare, Noki Gao. Ajian, I will treat you all to a feast later. Upon hearing this, Belmare tugged at Nami's ear. How can you be so reckless with money? Hand it over to me for safekeeping. I'll save it for you. Tonight, I'll buy you some meat. Oh, Nami replied, clearly reluctant. But I also want to buy books and new clothes. Foolish child, Belmare said, affectionately ruffling Nami's hair. Are you not going to consider learning a bit longer? Is that even a possibility? Truly, you are remarkable, Belmare. Nami gazed up at her in admiration, nodding earnestly. As they conversed, they arrived at the village street, where one would expect to find preparations for dinner. However, the houses were nearly empty. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that everyone had congregated at the shore. As evening approached, the air turned somewhat chilly, the salty sea breeze adding an air of desolation, yet the throng along the coast remained oblivious to the cold, their eyes fervently fixed upon the horizon. The crowd was an eclectic mix, toddlers with runny noses and elderly folk leaning on canes, a combination that would typically incite chaos and clamor. Yet, at this moment, silence reigned, with only their trembling forms and ragged breaths betraying the turmoil within their hearts, which belied their outward calm. Most of the villagers were huddled together, and Belmare and her daughters joined the throng, their faces etched with curiosity as they inquired, "What is everyone doing?" "Hush!" The crowd gestured for Belmel to be silent, their eyes fixed intently on the surface of the sea, some even closing their eyes in prayer. Suddenly, the water was stained crimson, the waves surged violently, as if a monstrous beast from the depths of hell was emerging. In the next moment, a handsome young man with a bare torso stepped forth from the ocean, astonishingly holding a colossal octopus measuring several dozen meters in length, each stride carving deep furrows into the sand. Witnessing this spectacle, the throng on the shore erupted in deafening exclamations of disbelief. How incredible! He had defeated the sea creature with his bare hands. It seemed that young Aaron was not merely boasting after all. Who would have thought he took it seriously? Truly, a formidable man who had traversed whirlpools and endured tempests, he was indeed impressive. Through the villagers' animated chatter, Belmel pieced together the entire story. It turned out that the young man named Aaron had consumed all the ingredients at the inn and was still unsated. Hearing of a gigantic sea creature threatening the safety of the village, he volunteered to venture into the sea to hunt it. Initially, everyone believed he was jesting, but once he entered the water, they realized he was earnest. As they witnessed Aaron's remarkable prowess, they erupted in applause and cheers. Aaron's lips curled into a smile as he dragged the octopus before the restaurant owner. "Sir, please share this bounty of marine life with everyone." A short time earlier, Aaron had finished reading and felt a pang of hunger. Ever since his physical constitution had ascended to an A level, his energy requirements had surged, leaving him perpetually famished. It was no wonder that many pirates were rarely seen without food, constantly indulging in feasts. Fortunately for Aaron, he managed to stave off the need to eat incessantly. However, should his physique advance further, he might find himself similarly attached to food as Bonnie. Upon visiting the only restaurant in the village, Aaron was disappointed to discover that it offered only mundane fare. For someone accustomed to the robust sustenance of ferocious beasts, the energy contained within this ordinary food was woefully inadequate. He could only compensate for the lack of quality with quantity. Yet even consuming all the ingredients available in the restaurant left him unsatisfied. Hearing tales of sea kings wreaking havoc in the depths, Aaron, who had never feasted on such creatures, recognized the unparalleled nutritional value and energy they embodied. Thus, he resolved to emulate the character Longinus from the Dark Admiral, venturing into the deep sea to hunt these magnificent beings. This endeavor would not only strengthen his body against the ocean's pressures and enhance his haki, but also provide the villagers with a remedy for their troubles. Truly a threefold benefit. As he submerged himself in the ocean, feeling the intense pressure envelop him, Aaron was convinced of the efficacy of this rigorous training. With his observation haki, he detected the presence of the Sea King, and with his current strength, he effortlessly vanquished the colossal octopus, a creature the villagers viewed as a monster. Dragging the octopus ashore, he beheld the excited villagers, realizing that his reputation in Cocoa West Village had reached a level of profound respect. After a vigorous workout, Aaron felt hunger pangs once more. He presented the gigantic octopus to the restaurant owner, eagerly anticipating a delightful teppanyaki feast. Faced with the enormous creature, the restaurant owner found himself in a quandary. After consulting with the village chief, they decided to host a grand banquet in the open space, a celebration not uncommon in the world of pirates. At the feast, Revelry filled the air as laughter and music intertwined in a joyous atmosphere. Observing Eren frolicking with the villagers, Belmir, who had long been deprived of meat, eagerly stuffed her face with the succulent flesh of the Sea King. Renowned as the apex predator of the ocean, the flesh was not only delectable, but also brimming with life energy, capable of fundamentally enhancing one's physical prowess with prolonged consumption. Belmir could recall only one previous occasion when she had tasted such delicacies during her time in the Navy. She cautioned her two foster daughters, whose bellies were full. Do not indulge too much. Such rich sustenance may be too much for you to digest. Eren continued to indulge voraciously, with the colossal octopus primarily finding its way into his belly. Nami observed Eren's gluttony as if she were watching a food broadcast, and before she knew it, she too was satiated. Belmare, watching her two foster daughters fixated on Eren, sighed regretfully, stopped staring. That is a talent possessed only by the finest of the ocean's warriors. In these waters, the ability to feast is a skill of the strong. Tomorrow, you may accompany Noki Gao. I have given my approval. Such individuals are destined for greatness, and it is wise to foster good relations. Thus, Belmare mused. Chapter 9. Learning navigation, the world of pirates is a surreal realm, divided by the Red Line and the Grand Line into 4 distinct seas: east, west, south, and north. The Grand Line on the eastern and southern sides is referred to as the paradise of the first half, while the western and northern sections are known as the new world of the latter half. The Grand Line is teeming with powerful beings, and survival remains unpredictable. Its first half is a paradise, while the latter half presents a new world, perhaps illustrating the stark contrast between sweet temptation and brutal reality. The Grand Line conceals its menacing nature beneath the vibrant and bizarre allure of its initial segment. It is widely recognized that the Grand Line is a chaotic expanse characterized by tumultuous geomagnetism, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and atmospheric flows. To conquer these waters, a ship must not be devoid of a navigator well-versed in meteorological knowledge. Thus, within the pirate world, navigators hold a pivotal role aboard vessels, responsible for navigation and maritime techniques. They must be familiar with ocean geography, weather variations, and wave patterns to ensure safe passage. Typically, navigators employ instruments such as navigational devices, celestial charts, and compasses to ascertain a ship's position and course, adeptly navigating the complexities of the marine environment. An exceptional navigator must possess not only solid navigational skills, but also strong analytical judgment and the ability to respond to unforeseen circumstances. In the pirate realm, navigators often emerge as indispensable members of the crew, aiding the pirate band in seizing opportunities for survival amidst peril, exploring uncharted waters, and seeking treasures and legends. Without Nami, Luffy's aspirations of reaching Laugh Tale and obtaining the One Piece would remain uncertain, even whether they could escape the East Sea. Now, with Nami's divine talent and a remarkable mentor, Eren would be remiss not to apply himself diligently, honoring the cultivation bestowed by his elder brother. 3 days later, Eren's rented room was filled with an array of books. Noki Gao sat at the table by the window, munching on snacks while absent-mindedly gazing at the bustling street outside. 3 days prior, Nami had brought Noki Gao to teach Eren the art of navigation. Eren had prepared an assortment of treats to entertain them, especially for Noki Gao. Disinterested in reading, opted to accompany her sister by snacking aimlessly, observing the two individuals diligently engrossed in their reading. Noki felt a twinge of bashfulness and decided to join them. Yet, it became evident that she was not cut out for such scholarly pursuits. After a brief moment, she succumbed to idleness and reclined in a state of apathy. In the center of the room stood a grand, expansive desk where Nami stood beside Eren, guiding him through the final stages of completing the nautical chart. At long last, it was finished. Hooray! Hooray! Eren set down his quill and stood up, stretching languidly with vigor. He exchanged a high five with the equally exhilarated Nami. Through the acquisition of exceptional traits and formidable learning capabilities from Nami, combined with relentless dedication, Eren had, in merely 3 short days, fundamentally grasped the basics of navigation. Under Nami's tutelage, he had also crafted nautical charts of the vicinity of Cocoa West Village and finally learned to comprehend the abstract maps of the world of pirates. With the foundational knowledge of navigation acquired, all that remained was practical experience and accumulation. The primary objective of this serendipitous journey had been achieved, and it was time to embark on their next adventure. Eren gazed at the exuberant Nami, gently ruffling her hair, and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Nami, I truly appreciate your guidance these past few days. Nami, equally grateful, reflected on how she had not only received generous rewards during this time, but it also delved into numerous books she would typically never encounter. She was astounded by Aaron's prodigious talent. In merely 3 days, he had caught up to her years of accumulated knowledge, which was nothing short of remarkable. Throughout these days, Aaron, with his gentle demeanor, striking appearance, and approachable nature, had won the strong affection of the two young sisters. This revelation made Aaron understand why Nami was affectionately dubbed Little Thief Cat. Just as he had patted Nami's head, she nuzzled against his broad palm like a cat seeking affection. "No, it is undeniably your incredible aptitude, Brother Aaron. You have caught up to me in just 3 days." She recalled recently calling him a big fool and felt compelled to apologize. "I am the real fool." Over these 3 days, Aaron had grasped concepts with remarkable ease, leading Nami to feel she hadn't taught him much at all. She lamented that she had seemingly wasted years of her life, saying, "I feel like I've been living like a pig." "You deserve the credit," Nami insisted. "No need to comfort me. I'm not a child anymore." Seeing Nami suddenly sulking, Noki couldn't help but chuckle. Observing Nami's pout that seemed capable of holding items, Aaron knelt down to meet her gaze and earnestly declared, "Truly, my swift learning is entirely due to you, Nami. I'm not deceiving you." As she met Aaron's earnest eyes, Nami's cheeks flushed, and she turned away bashfully, murmuring, "All right, I believe you." With lunchtime approaching, she added, "To express my gratitude, I shall treat you all to a grand feast. Come along." Aaron took the two sisters out for a lavish meal, and subsequently, at the marketplace, he indulged them with an array of purchases. Indeed, even the little beauties possess an inherent inclination for shopping and exploration. Aaron returned to the inn, laden with various items. Nami gazed at the things he had bought for them, and suddenly, a realization struck her. Her eyes reddened, and tears threatened to spill forth as she rushed in front of Aaron, stammering, "Hey, Aaron, brother, are you leaving?" "Yes. There is a merchant ship heading to Frostmoon Village tomorrow morning, and I have already secured a place." Upon hearing his affirmative response, tears cascaded down Nami's cheeks. "Liar, liar. Aaron, brother, is a great liar. What's wrong?" Aaron quickly knelt down to offer comfort. Nami, overcome with emotion, threw herself into Aaron's embrace, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "Did you not promise to learn the art of navigation? There is still so much knowledge to acquire. Why must you leave so suddenly?" As Aaron gently patted Nami's back, he consoled her, saying, "Do not cry, do not cry. It is my fault." Once Nami had calmed down, he spoke to her with both emotion and reason. "Nami, you know that all gatherings must eventually come to an end. Each farewell paves the way for a more splendid reunion. Besides, I am merely going to Frostmoon Village to study the swordsmanship. Once I have mastered it, I will certainly come to visit you. And if you miss me, you are welcome to come see me as well. I shall cover your travel expenses." Under Aaron's soft-spoken comfort, the child's emotions, swift to arise, were equally quick to fade, especially for the resilient Nami. "Well, I shall be leaving tomorrow, and I am giving you these books." "Really?" Nami asked in surprise. Upon receiving confirmation, she gazed at the multitude of books and fretted, "With so many, when will I ever manage to move them all?" "Do not worry, your brother will assist you." Aaron spoke as he stored the books from the room, along with the recently acquired items, into the system space. Nami, taken aback by the sudden disappearance of the objects from Aaron's hands, covered her mouth in astonishment and exclaimed, "Well, what is this?" In a vast ocean, there exists a mystical fruit that grants various abilities upon consumption. However, as a consequence, the eater is forsaken by the sea and becomes a landlubber. "But brother, how can you swim?" she inquired. "That is a secret of mine. Will you let me keep it?" He replied. Nami nodded vigorously. Chapter 10. Journey to Frostmoon Village. Aaron stored everything in the system space, and as usual, held the hands of Nami and Nojiko as they made their way to their home. Along the journey, they encountered the villagers of Cocoa West, who greeted them warmly. Is young Aaron escorting Nami and the others home again? It was quite surprising to see that Nami's little feline antics had indeed proven beneficial. Indeed, it seems someone has truly learned something. Aaron responded with a smile, while Nami and Nojiko made playful faces, radiating youthful exuberance. Upon arriving at Nami's home, they found Belmir still tending to the fields. Nami eagerly led Aaron to her room, where, at her request, he retrieved books from the system space and arranged them neatly. When Belmir returned from the orange grove and beheld the cluttered room, she inquired, "What is this?" Greeting her first, Aaron said, "Good afternoon, Miss Belmir." "Hello, Aaron. What is the meaning of this?" The room was so filled with items that Belmir found it difficult to find her footing. "I've been studying with Nami these past few days. Thanks to her, I've acquired a wealth of knowledge. I am departing tomorrow, and these are tokens of my gratitude." "Oh, that's quite unnecessary. I feel rather embarrassed by your generosity." Her expression of embarrassment was, in truth, quite the opposite, as Nami's future boldness surely stemmed from Aaron's influence. Aaron internally lamented, "Well, since that is the case, I might as well stay for dinner." Under the fervent insistence of Nami's family, Aaron reluctantly stayed and shared a warm meal with Nami. That evening, compelled by Nami, Aaron spread out a mat in the living room. Reflecting on Bel-Am Ree's care for Nami, and silently vowed, "Nami, in this lifetime, I will ensure you experience a joyful childhood." The following day, everyone came to bid farewell to Aaron. In just a few short days, they had grown fond of this polite and charming young man, each one inviting him to return whenever he had the chance. Aaron greeted everyone one by one. Upon seeing Belmir approaching with Nami, the crowd tactfully made way, allowing Nami to take the stage. With tears streaming down her face, Nami bid farewell to Aaron. "Brother Aaron, please remember to come back and see me. I will miss you dearly." Aaron gently patted Nami's little head. "I feel the same way. Well, it's time to go." Aaron boarded the merchant ship, waving farewell to everyone. "Goodbye, everyone," Nami cried as she followed the ship, only stopping when she reached the shore. "Let us go." Belmir picked up the sobbing Nami and headed home. This merchant vessel was significantly more comfortable than the small fishing boat from before. Utilizing his financial prowess, Aaron secured the finest cabin on board, luxuriating there for 2 days before arriving at Frost Moon Village. This quaint village, nestled against the sea on 3 sides and bordered by towering mountains on the other, was established over 40 years ago. It was founded by Frost Moongang Sabo, along with a band of samurai, ventured from the land of Wano, facing numerous adventures before arriving in the East Sea. Here, they aided the indigenous people in repelling bandits and imparted the art of swordsmanship. During this time, Gung Saburo fell in love with a woman and resolved to settle in this land, ultimately leading the villagers to establish Frost Moon Village and founding the Frost Moon Dojo, which was later renamed the One Heart Dojo. In due course, Gung Saburo's son, Gung Shiro, who became Zoro's master, inherited the dojo and fathered a girl named Guyaina. As the village was founded by a samurai from Wano, the villagers primarily engaged in agriculture, fishing, and hunting, with many opting to learn the way of the sword. Despite its modest size, the village boasted a dojo that taught swordsmanship to apprentices of all ages, from adults to children. Particularly for the young ones, many villagers grew up in the dojo, and, as they matured, they continued the tradition by sending their own children to learn there. Even if they did not master formidable techniques, the physical conditioning was invaluable. Presently, the dojo was under the stewardship of Gung Shiro, who not only taught literacy, but also imparted moral lessons, making the dojo akin to a nurturing institution. As Aaron disembarked and approached the beach, he noticed a child fast asleep on the sand. Clearly, one of the dojo's apprentices. He wore a black training uniform and sported striking green hair. Scattered beside him were 2 bamboo swords and a pair of dumbbells, suggesting he had exhausted himself from vigorous training. After an indeterminate time, the child groggily opened his eyes and was startled to see a stranger. He bolted upright, his face betraying a look of shock. "Who are you?" he exclaimed. Aaron smiled at him and said, "Hello, I have heard that there is a dojo here. I have come to learn the art of swordsmanship." Upon noticing the vibrant green hair and the bamboo sword by his side, Aaron began to form a conjecture about his identity. "Oh, so you are here to learn swordsmanship. I am part of the dojo. Follow me." As soon as little Zoro realized that this individual was indeed there to study the sword, his demeanor shifted to one of eagerness. If this person could successfully join the dojo, he would become his junior disciple. Observing his robust physique, it seemed he would be a formidable opponent. Zoro swiftly gathered his belongings and took the lead. Noticing that Aaron was still standing in place, he called out urgently, "Come on, why are you just standing there?" Aaron couldn't help but feel a twinge of toothache. If he wasn't mistaken, this lad was none other than Zoro. However, if he were to lead the way, they might not reach the dojo until next year. Oh well, it could serve as entertainment. As Zoro walked, he introduced himself. "I am Rorinoa Zoro, a disciple of the One Heart Dojo, the second strongest among its ranks. However, I shall eventually become the strongest and the greatest swordsman in the world." 5 minutes later, the world's greatest swordsman, Zoro, found himself lost in thought, staring at a familiar place. Another 5 minutes passed, and still in the same spot, Zoro began to feel a tad anxious. Yet another 5 minutes elapsed, and he remained in the identical location, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After yet another 5 minutes, he was still in the same place, now drenched in perspiration. Truly, Zoro was remarkable, managing to lose his way even in his own village. If given the chance to reside in a grand villa, he might even get lost on his way to the restroom. Not even the renowned Dr. Chopper, whose medical skills approached the pinnacle of the world, could remedy the ship's infatuated, directionally challenged, and foolish crew. Recalling the beautiful swordswoman who had brought meat, Eren followed behind, chuckling as he walked, and finally, unable to contain himself, erupted into hearty laughter. Young Zoro felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks, his face turning crimson. This is infuriating. You're being too much. Please stop laughing. All right, I shall cease. Eren hastily raised his hand in surrender. Perhaps it would be better if I took over. Eren suggested, all right, come as you please. Eren closed his eyes, channeling all his energy to activate observation haki. At the edge of a precipice, he sensed an exceptionally potent aura. If he was not mistaken, it belonged to a warrior from Wano, the founder of Shimatsuki village. Shimatsuki Kozaburo. Chapter 11. The Pursuit of the Swordsmanship. This formidable presence was one that Eren had only encountered within the red-haired pirates. He was astonished that this elder, despite his advanced age, still radiated such a powerful essence. Zoro, noticing the sudden heaviness in Eren's expression, inquired with curiosity, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Let us go," Eren replied. Eren shook his head and proceeded toward the area filled with breath. After a brisk 10-minute stroll, Eren finally reached the entrance of the village with Zoro. The primary reason for the delay was Zoro's chronic tendency to inexplicably vanish whenever Eren momentarily lost focus. His navigational skills were so abysmal that it seemed he was beyond redemption. Upon arriving at the village's threshold, Zoro, reassured by the familiar streets, declared, "This is the village. Come, I shall lead you to the dojo." This time, Zoro successfully guided Eren to the One Heart Dojo without losing his way. Nestled away from the village center and not far from the beach, the dojo was surrounded by several majestic mountains. Zoro explained that he often trained by climbing those mountains and running along the beach in a continuous loop. The dojo occupied a substantial area, boasting a spacious courtyard adorned with a large tree, alongside various training equipment such as sandbags, wooden posts, and dumbbells. The air was filled with the rhythmic sound of swords being wielded in unison. "Hey, hey, hey," echoed throughout the dojo. The dojo's master, Kayasuk, was dressed in gray attire. His long hair tied back in a single ponytail and round spectacles perched on his nose. His eyes, narrowed into slits, were filled with a warm smile as he observed dozens of children practicing their swordsmanship. Though his squinting gaze might suggest otherwise, Kayasuk was not one to be trifled with. "Master, I'm back," Zoro exclaimed as he and Eren entered the dojo. Upon seeing Master Kayasuk, he hurriedly greeted him. "You blockhead, you actually remembered to return." At that moment, a girl with striking short black hair, dressed in a white top, stood out among the gaggle of less than remarkable children. She swiftly delivered a punch to Zoro's head, exclaiming furiously, "Do you have any idea how long I've been searching for you?" Turning towards Eren, she bowed deeply, adding, "It must be you. Thank you for bringing Zoro back." Eren reciprocated, saying, "Not at all. I must also express my gratitude to Zoro. I have come here with a request." "Indeed, teacher, this elder brother seeks your assistance." Zoro approached Gung Shiro and stated, "Oh, is that so? What matter does this young man wish to discuss?" Gung Shiro inquired with a smile as he turned to Eren. Eren bent at a 90-degree angle and bowed, expressing, "I have heard of the illustrious reputation of the One Heart Dojo from afar. I aspire to become a great swordsman. Please allow me to join your esteemed ranks." He continued, recounting his arduous journey from Windmill Village to reach this place. Gung Shiro stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. Hailing from Windmill Village, the hometown of that naval hero, he did not seem like a bad person, possessing a genuine passion for the way of the sword. After further reflection, he acquiesced. "Very well. Welcome to our fold." The benevolent Gung Shiro would not turn away those who yearn for the sword's path, reminiscent of Zoro, who once came to challenge the dojo. As long as they were not malevolent and held a sincere heart for the sword, he would accept anyone, regardless of age, and teach them diligently. In that moment of agreement from Gung Shiro, Eren's mind resonated with the system's voice. System notification. You have a new superior, Roronoa Zoro. Reward. Newcomer welcome package. Unlocking new attributes. Talent for hard work. While the host trains, rewards are guaranteed. Newcomer welcome package reward. System notification. You have a new superior, Kazuki Kuna. Reward. Newcomer welcome package. Unlocking new attributes. Swordsmanship genius. Possessing extraordinary talent for the sword. Capable of easily grasping the essence of swordsmanship and mastering techniques effortlessly, constantly breaking personal limits. Newcomer welcome package. System notification. You have a new superior, Kazuki Kanshiro. Reward. Newcomer welcome package. Unlocking new attributes. Sword Saint. achieving mastery in swordsmanship, capable of freely performing soaring slashes. Newcomer Welcome Package. System notification. You have a new superior, Kazuki Kong Saburo. Reward. Newcomer Welcome Package. Unlocking new attributes. Flowing Cherry Blossom. Your understanding of armament haki deepens. Acquiring the armament haki attribute. Flowing Cherry Blossom. Newcomer Welcome Package Reward. Feeling the exhilarating surge of these four immensely beneficial attributes, Eren expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Kong Shiro. Thank you, Master Kong Shiro. Excellence is born of diligence, while neglect leads to decay. Zoro's ability to keep pace with the sun god stemmed from his relentless efforts. Amidst the daily rigors of life at sea, he trained tirelessly, while others indulged. Despite not consuming a devil fruit, Zoro, who initially struggled against even the peacekeepers, eventually stood on equal footing with the admirals after 2 years, a testament to his unparalleled dedication in the pirate world. Now, with this newfound attribute, Eren could further elevate his already formidable training, enabling him to grow stronger at an accelerated pace. Kuina, who maintained a record of 2,001 consecutive victories, was undoubtedly a genius of the sword. Had she not met an untimely demise, she would have surely secured a prominent place among the greatest swordsmen. Most astonishingly, Kong Shiro had bestowed upon Eren the attribute of Sword Saint, allowing him to execute soaring slashes with ease. Was it not the allure of mastering the most spectacular soaring slash in the pirate world that had drawn Eren to the way of the sword? However, merely unleashing the soaring slash is far from sufficient. In gaming terminology, Eren has essentially consumed an experience capsule, propelling him to the maximum level without acquiring any active skills. His ability to execute the soaring slash is merely a passive skill. At this juncture, it is imperative for Eren to master active skills. Fortunately, his innate talent for swordsmanship should enable him to swiftly learn these skills, revealing a profound interconnectedness among these three attributes. Zoro and Kuina serve as Eren's senior mentors, positioning them as his superiors. The presence of these three attributes did not come as a surprise to Eren. However, he was astonished to discover that the retired Kushiro Shigetsu, who had passed on the dojo to Jinchuryu, could also be considered a superior and bestowed upon him such a formidable trait. Eren had anticipated that any bestowed ability would pertain to sword forging, yet turned out to be the remarkably potent trait of flowing cherry blossoms. It appears that his brother, Toshiro, truly possesses an admirable understanding. Eren eagerly sought an open space to fervently explore the newfound abilities bestowed upon him. However, the moment was not fortuitous, as Kong Shiro introduced Eren to the children, presenting him as the new apprentice and prompting Eren to offer a self-introduction. Following this, Kong Shiro instructed Gana to accompany Eren to the village to tailor his attire, for the dojo lacked suitable garments for his apprenticeship. Eren paid for the clothing and also settled his tuition with Gana, then returned to the dojo to formally commence his training in the art of swordsmanship, engaging in fundamental slashing exercises alongside the children. Chapter 12. A witness to a memorable scene after completing the slashing practice. It was time for relaxation. Yet, the children did not disperse. Instead, they knelt down to sit. Eren wore a puzzled expression, and the nearby child, noticing his dazed stance, tugged at him, urging him to sit down. Brother Eren, quickly take a seat. A splendid show is about to unfold. Indeed, it wasn't long before Zoro approached Kuina, wielding 2 bamboo swords. Kuina, I challenge you. The surrounding crowd began to murmur. Here we go again. Do you think Zoro can win this time? Their voices grew louder, rallying support for Zoro. The little one beside Eren enlightened him, saying that over the past year, Zoro had challenged Kuina 999 times, each time met with defeat. As even the strongest Zoro was no match for Kuina. As the sole female in the dojo, Kuina struck fiercely against the boys, not only overpowering them physically, but also taunting them mercilessly, leaving the young boys' spirits deeply wounded. Hence, with each of Zoro's challenges, they cheered him on. With determination, Zoro gripped his bamboo sword, standing resolutely before Kuina. She smiled slightly, her gaze laced with contempt and provocation. The two moved like flashes of lightning, their swords clashing with sharp echoes. Zoro, muscles tensed, struggled to withstand Kuina's onslaught, but he always seemed to fall short. Kuina's movements were both elegant and fierce, relentlessly advancing like a graceful cheetah, maintaining her advantage. In contrast, Zoro appeared somewhat clumsy, yet he was imbued with tenacity and unwavering resolve. Their duel ignited cheers from the surrounding children, filling the dojo with a charged atmosphere. As Zoro found himself gradually outmatched in the fierce exchange, he was compelled to continuously adjust his strategy in search of an opening. Kuina's assault was akin to a tempest, leaving Zoro gasping for breath. However, after a brief pause, Zoro suddenly unleashed an astonishing force, executing a sweeping strike that sliced through the air, aimed directly at Kuina. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Kuina's eyes, quickly replaced by a mocking smile as she deftly evaded and created distance between them. Their confrontation resumed with fervor, the ebb and flow of attack and defense resembling a captivating dance. Ultimately, Kuina's prowess prevailed once more, and Zoro found himself unable to withstand her relentless barrage. Succumbing to the ground, Kuina stood beside him, her gaze calm and indifferent, proclaiming her victory to the onlookers. Observing Zoro sprawled on the floor, Eren couldn't help but reflect on the incredible prowess of both combatants. The victor is Kuina. 2,000 victories and no defeats, declared the referee, Gung Shiro, with resounding authority. How infuriating! Zoro groaned, clutching his head in defeat. You're still so weak, Zoro. How can you be so fragile, being a boy? Kuina looked down at Zoro, exuding an air of superiority, as if declaring the supremacy of her innate abilities. In another life, you would have been a master, mocked and scorned. Zoro glared at Kuina through gritted teeth. The other boys empathized, rallying in support of Zoro. Hey, Zoro is not weak at all. Indeed, he is the strongest in our dojo. Even the adults cannot defeat him. Yet, he still cannot surpass me. Kuina retorted derisively at the protesting boys. Even if he wields 2 swords, a weakling remains a weakling. A vanquished foe should keep their mouths shut. The louder they shout, the more pitiful they appear. With that, she turned and sauntered back to the courtyard, leaving behind a mocking silhouette. The children nearby erupted in frustrated discontent. They had truly believed that this time Zoro would emerge victorious, having witnessed his gradual ascent in strength, even triumphing over adults, a feat they deemed remarkable. Alas, despite defeating the grown-ups, he still fell short against Kuina. In just a year, Zoro had grown significantly, earning the recognition of Gung Shiro. Though he still could not best Kuina, Gung Shiro approached him to offer consolation. Another loss, Zoro. Yet you have indeed grown stronger. The other children began to complain to Gung Shiro. Sir, could it be that she is your daughter, and you secretly train her in secret sessions? That would be so cunning. Gung Shiro wore a wry smile. How could I possibly do such a thing? Do not speak recklessly. Zoro stood up, increasingly agitated, and slammed his bamboo sword onto the ground. It infuriates me. Why can't I defeat her? Because Kuina is older than you. Gung Shiro pointed out bluntly. But I have even defeated adults. Gung Shiro continued. Yet, while you have grown stronger, Kuina has also been improving. Damn it, I will set sail in the future to become the world's greatest swordsman. From now on, I shall never lose to her again, Zoro proclaimed loudly. Picking up the bamboo sword he had cast aside and striding out of the dojo. Zoro, where are you going? To train. After witnessing the spectacle, everyone gradually departed the dojo, returning home or heading off to their training. Eren left the dojo and sought out an uninhabited beach. He retrieved the long knife he had wielded during his days as a bandit from the confines of his system space. Eager to finally experiment with the abilities he had acquired, Eren diligently utilized his observation haki to sense his surroundings, particularly the distant sea. It would be unfortunate if his abilities were to inadvertently harm innocent civilians during the upcoming test. After carefully confirming that the surface of the sea was devoid of any presence, Eren firmly grasped the hilt of his sword, raising it high. The blade glimmered under the sunlight, radiating a chilling brilliance as if countless stars converged into a single point, creating a dazzling light. With all his strength, Eren swung his blade, unleashing an uncontrollable surge of energy that erupted from the tip, soaring towards the sea. A magnificent golden beam burst forth from his sword, resembling an upright crescent-shaped slash. A colossal sword aura streaked across the ocean surface, cleaving through it and leaving a profound mark that extended for several dozen kilometers before gradually dissipating. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, Eren felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Is this the soaring slash? How powerful! How splendid! This is without even adding any domineering aura. One can only imagine the sheer magnitude it would possess if he did. Having just acquired this trait, he contemplated the potential for further training and the acquisition of new skills. With the assistance of his brother, it wouldn't be long before he could attain the status of a great swordsman. Behind him, the parted sea surged into the chasm, creating ripples as if cheering him on, rallying for his success. Gazing at the tumultuous waves, Eren's heart brimmed with confidence and courage. He knew that, with the system's support, he would undoubtedly become the strongest in the world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Everything appeared so tranquil and harmonious. Chapter 13. Shuangyu, a Jingsen Lang residing at the Isen Dojo were four individuals. The dojo master, Jing Sairo, his daughter, Guina, Zoro, and a middle-aged man with a small mustache, who was the master's disciple and served as an instructor. When the children claimed that Zoro could defeat the adults in the dojo, they were indeed referring to this particular disciple. The four of them lived continuously in the dojo, with the backyard serving as their abode, while the other youngsters were residents of Shuanyue village, returning home for meals and retiring to their respective houses at night. Jing Sairo had inquired if Aaron wished to stay with them, but Aaron politely declined. He harbored many secrets and was unaccustomed to sharing living quarters. During his 2 months in Windmill Village, he had trained at night and returned to the mountain village to rest. This time, he planned to find a solitary spot in the back mountain to reside alone, as the items in his system space would ensure he thrived wherever he was. As was his custom, Aaron plunged into the deep sea to hone his physique while also foraging for sustenance. Unfortunately, this area, known as the weakest of the East Sea, yielded no formidable sea kings, and he could only find a diminutive electric eel, barely sufficient to satisfy his hunger. After quenching his appetite, the moon had risen. In the stillness of the night, the resplendent moon hung high, akin to a clear and luminous gem suspended in the sky. The moon, resembling a silver plate, cradled within it a serene tranquility that enveloped the night. The silvery moonlight cascaded upon the earth, casting a gentle glow that cloaked everything in soft radiance. The leaves shimmered under the moon's illumination, as if enchanted spirits were dancing. When a night breeze swept through, carrying the moonlight's coolness, it evoked a sense of pristine beauty and clarity. The stars, under the gentle embrace of the moon, appear even more pallid, as if they are the guardians of the moon, quietly watching over this enchanting nocturne. In this moment, the moon's beauty transcends words and imagination. Only the resonance of the soul can genuinely appreciate this extraordinary splendor. Under the influence of such beauty, Aaron, the prodigy of swordsmanship, feels an awakening within him, compelling him to draw his long blade. Moonlight slash. Aaron leaped high into the air, unleashing a violet crescent strike upon the surface of the sea. The full moon slash. Following this, he executed an upward slash with one hand, causing the blade's light to spiral gracefully, forming a resplendent violet crescent. Suddenly, the violet crescent erupted, dispersing like celestial flowers, both beautiful and perilous. Thanks to his innate talent for swordsmanship, Aaron instinctively comprehended two skills. Coincidentally, these two skills bore an uncanny resemblance to abilities from a certain game, Devil May Cry, suggesting that through this talent, Aaron might be capable of replicating some skills from the realm of gaming. For instance, if Aaron were to master the art of electricity, the Thunder Half-Moon Slash could potentially manifest in this world at once. Whistling a cheerful tune, Aaron made his way to the rear mountain, seeking a serene spot to rest. As he traversed the cliffs en route to the mountain, he was astonished to discover an elderly man seated at the edge, fishing with a pipe clasped between his teeth. Adorned in a vibrant yukata reminiscent of a samurai from the land of harmony, with a katana sheathed at his side. Upon sensing Aaron's approach, the old man emanated a formidable aura, firmly locking his gaze upon Aaron. Aaron felt an unsettling tension and hastily inquired, "Good evening, sir. Is there something amiss?" Gung Samlang set aside his fishing rod and pipe, rising to face Aaron, assuming a stance reminiscent of a samurai, poised to draw his blade at any moment. "Who are you, and what brings you here?" As he sensed the old man's escalating aura, Aaron clarified, "I am Aaron, having just joined this Ichen dojo today to study the art of swordsmanship." "Impossible," Gung Samlang declared with unwavering conviction. "I have just witnessed your soaring slash. As a swordsman, you jest if you claim you wish to learn swordsmanship in this humble dojo. Although I can execute a soaring slash, I truly possess no knowledge of swordsmanship. Enough of this idle chatter. Prepare yourself." Gung Samlang pivoted slightly, crouching, gathering his strength, his hand resting upon the scabbard as he delicately lifted the hilt of his sword. Aaron's gaze was solemn as he faced the imperturbable elder, Gung Samlang, feeling an immense pressure weighing upon him. Despite being a novice in the art of swordsmanship, a surge of combat spirit welled up within Aaron. Having just mastered the soaring slash, how could he endure this indignity? He resolved to embrace this unexpected challenge. Aaron drew a long blade from the void, gripping it firmly with both hands, his body slightly hunched as his eyes remained fixed on Gung Samlang's movements. In the stillness of the night, the sound of the wind intertwined with the breaths of the two, creating an atmosphere laden with tension. Sorcery, perhaps? Observing the sudden emergence of the long knife in Aaron's grasp, Gung Samlang felt an air of mystery enveloping this young fellow even more. With the convergence of sorcery, swordsmanship, and the elusive flow of cherry blossoms, he would undoubtedly carve out a place for himself even in the realms of his homeland and beyond. Suddenly, Gung Samlang drew his sword in a swift motion, the blade slicing through the air with a whistling sound as rapid as lightning. Unleashing a golden crescent slash aimed at Eren, the sword aura surged forward horizontally. Channeling his full prowess of observation haki, Eren adeptly responded, evading the strike with remarkable agility. As Gung Samlang witnessed Eren leap into the air, narrowly escaping the onslaught, he seized the moment when Eren was momentarily grounded, launching himself upward to execute a spinning slash from above. Eren found himself inescapably ensnared, gritting his teeth as his muscles tensed in anticipation. He dared not afford even the slightest lapse in vigilance. Suddenly, a formidable force surged within him, and with a focused thought, he unleashed his technique. The full moon slash. A brilliant purple crescent illuminated the space, intercepting the descending momentum of Gung Samlang's sword. Seizing the opportunity, Eren leaped backwards with a sudden force. As he jumped, the purple moon unfolded like a celestial maiden scattering her brilliance, delivering a surprise strike akin to a tempestuous storm, fiercely slashing towards Gung Samlang. Caught off guard, Gung Samlang was violently thrust backwards, soaring several meters away, his body carving a deep trench into the ground. Momentarily stunned, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. He had never encountered such a sword technique before. Indeed, your talent is commendable. Gung Samlang's voice echoed, yet you are far from defeating me. As he spoke, Gung Samlang charged forward from a distance, executing the One Heart Flow's character slash. He lunged toward Eren with a vertical cleave. Clang! Eren parried the assault with his longsword, imbued with the formidable haki of armament, and delivered a powerful strike towards Gung Samlang. The clash of blades erupted in a brilliant flash of cold light, accompanied by a thunderous resonance that echoed through the night sky, illuminating it as if by magic. Under the silvery glow of the moonlight, the figures of Eren and Gung Samlang momentarily parted ways, each retreating several steps as the tension between their blades reached a pinnacle. A glimmer of gravity flickered in their eyes, for within the heat of this fierce battle, both had recognized the formidable nature of their opponent. Chapter 14. The beautiful sword master simultaneously, beneath the same resplendent moonlight, Zoro and Kuina found themselves in a standoff. Not long ago, Kuina, who harbored aspirations of becoming the world's greatest swordsman, was heartbroken by her father, Gung Sihiro, who had bluntly declared that a girl could never attain such a title. In the wake of her shattered dreams, Kuina wept in the fields, while Zoro, unwilling to accept his earlier defeat, resolved to engage Kuina in one final duel. After a lengthy search, he eventually discovered her in the fields near the back mountain, far from the dojo. Oblivious to the blush that adorned Kuina's face, Zoro, with a straightforward disposition, only sought to test his skills against her with real swords. Coincidentally, Kuina, also wishing to vent her frustrations, hurried back to retrieve her treasured sword, the Daiichi Manji, one of the finest blades in the pirate world. At that moment, she remained unaware of its true value. As Zoro and Kuina stood poised for combat, a thunderous cry of steel pierced the night, illuminating the sky as if it had been set ablaze. Following this, several massive sword auras appeared in the heavens, tearing through the atmosphere. That very location was where the old man often fished. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Zoro abandoned all thoughts of Kuina and dashed anxiously towards the cliff. Wait for me. Damn it. Seeing Zoro recklessly sprint toward the site of the battle, Kuina stamped her foot and hurried after him. Perhaps guided by an instinctive sense for battle, Zoro, remarkably, did not lose his way this time, running straight into the midst of Gung Samlang and Eren's conflict. The devastation of the ground revealed the ferocity of the previous encounter. Kuina soon followed him onto the battlefield, and upon witnessing the standoff between Gung Samlang and Eren, she exclaimed, "Grandfather! Eren, what on earth are you doing? What? This old man is your grandfather? How was I to know?" Zoro inquired, astonished at the revelation of the identity of the man who had gifted him the sword. "Idiot! Is this really the time for such questions?" Kuina scolded Zoro with a forceful punch. The pressing matter at hand was to understand how her grandfather had come to blows with Eren and why they were both so formidable, far surpassing her father, Gung Sihiro. Kuina seldom visited her grandfather, having heard tales of his origins in a feudal samurai nation that favored sons over daughters, and of his stubborn nature. Indeed, despite possessing such exceptional swordsmanship, he had never imparted his knowledge to her. He truly was a relic of a bygone era. If Gung Samlang could hear Kuina's thoughts, he would surely cry out in indignation. Though he hails from a nation of warriors, he is not one to favor sons over daughters. He understands the arduous path that young women must tread to become masters of the sword. Thus, he harbors no desire for Guna to pursue such a path. He would prefer her to embody the grace of a refined lady, eventually marrying into a good family and dedicating herself to nurturing her husband and children. His reluctance to frequent the dojo stems from his belief that his son, Gung Shiro, possesses an exceedingly mundane talent. Neither the family's cherished Ichinryu, swordsmanship, nor the ancestral art of sword forging seems to be within his grasp. After feeling that the lineage would cease with Gung Saburo, who passed the dojo to Gung Shiro, he chose to retreat to the mountains behind the dojo, opting for a life of seclusion. He spent his days fishing and occasionally practicing with his blade. Goena, what brings you here? Gung Saburo relaxed his demeanor slightly upon seeing his granddaughter, then gestured toward Alan and inquired, "Do you know this lad?" Goena nodded and replied, "He is a new apprentice at our dojo, having just joined today." "What? He truly is a student of the dojo," Gung Saburo exclaimed in astonishment. With that, he sheathed his sword, softening his presence and transforming into a harmless old man. Only then did Aaron have the opportunity to explain himself. In Aaron's own account, he possessed the ability to execute a soaring slash quite suddenly. His ignorance of the underlying reasons, coupled with a lack of foundational skills in swordsmanship, prompted him to traverse great distances in pursuit of knowledge. Upon hearing this, Gung Samlang readily accepted Aaron's explanation. During their recent combat, Gung Samlang had noticed Aaron's unsteady footing and numerous vulnerabilities. Aside from the soaring slash, he lacked even the most rudimentary cutting techniques. Gung Samlang concluded that Aaron was merely a novice in swordsmanship. Yet, the fact that such a novice could contend with him to this extent while having independently mastered the soaring slash spoke volumes about his exceptional talent. Gung Samlang erupted into hearty laughter and offered his apologies to Aaron. Aaron's lips twitched. The old man immediately resorted to combat, offering him no chance for explanation. However, in the world of pirates, many relationships are forged through conflict. This elder, endowed with such remarkable attributes, held a seniority that could be likened to that of a grandmaster. Thus, Aaron chose to forgive him. Observing the exceptionally talented Aaron and reflecting on his own son, whose abilities were rather mediocre, he felt a pang of concern that his lineage might come to an end. He examined Aaron's physique and, recognizing his potential, remarked with envy, "How about this? To compensate you, during the day, you shall learn the basics from my foolish son, and in the evening, I will impart to you some genuine knowledge. What do you say? Sound great?" Without a moment's hesitation, Aaron readily acquiesced, his eyes gleaming with envy at the one-minded flow swordsmanship that Gung Samlang had just demonstrated. Given such an opportunity, it would be a disservice to the genius of the swordsmanship to not extract every ounce of knowledge from him. Yet, why had Zoro never employed the one-minded flow technique? Had Gung Samlang not imparted it to anyone else? Or had he simply not had the chance to do so before his untimely demise? Aaron, in a state of speculation and gossip, urged, "Come along to my place. We shall commence the teachings tonight." Taking up the pipe and fishing rod from the ground, Gung Samlang addressed Aaron. "By the way, Kuina and Zoro, should you wish to learn, you are welcome to join us." Gung Samlang cast a glance at his granddaughter, who yearned for the way of the sword, and his heart softened. As for Zoro, he held great expectations for the lad. Why not teach them together? Their progress will be determined by their own abilities. On the way to Gung Samlang's residence, as she observed Aaron, who had grown remarkably strong through his own efforts, Kuina recalled her earlier taunts towards the boys, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. After a moment, she slapped her face lightly, tugged at Aaron's sleeve, and signaled for him to lean down. In a whisper, she inquired, "Aaron, is it truly impossible for women to become the world's greatest swordsman? Where does such a notion arise?" Aaron replied succinctly to Kuina's query. "The heights one can attain are solely determined by talent and diligence, perhaps with a touch of luck. The slight advantage attributed to gender differences holds no decisive weight." "Is that truly the case?" Kuina gazed at Aaron with hopeful eyes, her father's earlier words having left her heart in turmoil, becoming a source of inner conflict. "Indeed, as far as I know, this world boasts many renowned female swordsmen, such as the infamous pirate Charlotte Linlin and her daughter Smoothie, as well as Admiral Guillaume from a navy. They are all formidable swordswomen." Chapter 15. The Disparity Among Geniuses. "Yes," Kuina exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. Nodding vigorously, Aaron cast a discreet glance around, ensuring no one was paying attention, and in a hushed tone remarked, "Let me share a secret with you. but do not breathe a word to anyone. It is said that the strongest individual in this world is a woman. Eren spoke of Imu, the enigmatic ruler behind the world government, the sovereign of the world, the president of the world government, a mysterious figure who stands above the 5 elder stars. The ultimate authority, the master of the empty throne, and the ultimate antagonist in the pirate world. Although the cross-dresser Ivankov suggested that Imu might be male, the majority of fans have long believed Imu to be female, and Eren is among them. Ah, really? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Guena exclaimed, astonished, covering her mouth with both hands. Could it be that the strongest in this world is indeed a woman? Guena was profoundly shaken. Why would I lie to you? As I mentioned earlier, the only factors that determine a person's potential are talent and effort. Any advantages stemming from gender differences are negligible and do not play a fundamental role. Eren gently patted Guena's shoulder, offering encouragement. So, Guena, strive diligently. I believe you can become a remarkable swordsman. Gung Shiro hails from the Shimatsuki clan in Wano country, a realm steeped in feudal traditions. In this land, the patriarchal ideology renders women incapable of becoming warriors, and thus, female swordsmen are virtually non-existent. Even though Gung Shiro has left Wano, such entrenched beliefs inevitably influence him. Additionally, having grown up in a small mountain village, he has encountered few exemplary female swordsmen. One cannot deem him ignorant, but rather a product of his environment. Moreover, as a father, Gung Shiro understands that aspiring to be the world's strongest is a daunting path, particularly for women who must exert far greater effort than their male counterparts. Regrettably, both Guena and Gung Shiro remain somewhat sheltered. Had they encountered the Revolutionary Army earlier and recognized Ivankov's abilities, perhaps a simple transformation would have alleviated all concerns, though Zoro might have mourned her loss for a time. Nevertheless, in such a scenario, Guena would have ceased to exist as a daughter, having become a son. The loss of identity is indeed a profound death. Gung Shiro might have preferred his own demise over such a fate. Yet, had Guena survived, her innate talent for swordsmanship could have led her to remarkable heights. In the realm of swordsmanship, her potential rivals that of Zoro's tireless efforts. However, Zoro possesses significant advantages in other aspects. Having rapidly matured to a commanding level of strength within 2 years, mastering the formidable technique of haki, it is undeniable that Zoro's talent is extraordinary. In this lifetime, influenced by the butterfly effect of Eren's presence, he firmly believes that Guena will not succumb to such absurd reasons for demise. A healthy Guena, alongside her rival Zoro, raises the question of how far they can both grow, an anticipation that is truly exhilarating. Upon hearing Eren's encouragement and learning that the world's strongest swordsman is a woman, Guena's wounded spirit found redemption. She regained her confidence and resolutely declared, I will become the world's strongest swordsman. Gung Samuro and Zoro, who were walking ahead, caught wind of Guena's powerful proclamation. Zoro immediately halted and strode toward Guena, confidently asserting, What? Were you all back there murmuring about this? The title of the world's strongest swordsman will undoubtedly be mine. Very well, let us compete and see who among us, whether you, I, or Eren, shall claim the title of the world's strongest swordsman. Eren thought to himself, do not compare with him. He is operating on another level, not in the same realm. However, observing their earnest expressions, he wisely refrained from speaking and instead offered them a thumbs up. As they traversed through the dense jungle, they arrived at a clearing halfway up the mountain, where a quaint wooden cabin stood. Nestled amidst lush greenery, the cabin was surrounded by a plethora of wildflowers and grasses. Although modest in size, the cabin possessed a unique charm, constructed entirely from rough-hewn timber, with a thick thatched roof, as if it were cradled within the embrace of nature itself. Inside, the atmosphere was dim. Gung Samlang fumbled in the darkness to ignite an oil lamp. In the flickering light, the simplicity of the cabin's interior became apparent. A worn wooden table occupied the center, cluttered with various odds and ends, while a few dilapidated chairs stood nearby, seemingly unfit for sitting. In one corner lay a faded old carpet, and on the floor rested a patched-up bed, its sheets stained and the mattress sagging, appearing exceedingly uncomfortable. The disarray within the cabin exuded an air of weariness and desolation, which deeply saddened Guena. She could not help but exclaim, Grandfather, please move back in with us. The old man flatly refused, expressing his desire not to witness the shortcomings of his son, and then beckoned Eren to take a seat to commence the day's lesson. Nevertheless, Eren, who suffered from a compulsive need for cleanliness, could not tolerate the current state of affairs. He retrieved cleaning supplies from the system and called upon Guena and Zoro to join him in restoring order to the cabin. Before departing, Aaron emptied the makeshift shelter, and the items within were perfectly suited for this place. As Aaron conjured various objects one after another with a magician's flair, both Kuina and Zoro were left in awe. Saburo, having just witnessed this spectacle, was equally astonished. While savoring the oranges he had purchased in Cocoa West Village and reclining on Aaron's specially crafted lounge chair, Saburo comfortably remarked, "Not bad. I shall entrust our future to you." Aaron pondered for a long time and decided to no longer conceal his spatial abilities. After all, they had already caught the attention of Sanlang. Henceforth, he would publicly declare himself a spatial being who had consumed a fruit of space. As for how he could still swim after eating a devil fruit, the villagers would lack the discernment to question it, even if some dare to challenge this. With so many extraordinary individuals traversing the seas, it would hardly be remarkable to encounter someone who could swim after consuming a devil fruit. Moreover, there were instances of individuals defying the rule against consuming a second devil fruit. Thus, Aaron devoted his mornings to strengthening his physique in the deep sea while foraging for sustenance. During the day, he practiced the fundamentals of swordsmanship at the dojo, and at night, he learned the one-mind flow sword technique, flowing cherry blossoms, and even the ancestral art of sword forging under Sanglang's tutelage. Occasionally engaging in sparring sessions, both Kuina and Zoro also made significant progress under Sanglang's guidance, although they could not yet master the one-mind flow sword technique. Sanglang's teachings broadened their horizons, far surpassing anything Sailang could offer. His wealth of experience allowed him to swiftly identify their shortcomings and tailor his instruction accordingly. A year passed in this manner. Chapter 16. One mind flow on a serene morning by the sea. The sky was a brilliant blue, unblemished by clouds, and everything appeared refreshingly tranquil. As dawn broke, the ocean shimmered under the sun's gentle rays, casting a soft golden glow. The waves lapped gently against the shore, producing a melodious sound. The shallow waters mirrored the morning light, sparkling like a glistening mirror. The beach bore the imprints of a few seagulls, who roamed freely in search of food. Joyful seagulls soared above, their cries echoing across the water, seemingly heralding the arrival of a new day. The sea breeze caressed the air, infusing it with a hint of salty freshness, adding a touch of melancholy to the scene. Yet, standing on the coast, Zoro and Kuina felt no chill. Their eyes were fervently fixed upon the sea. Suddenly, the calm surface of the ocean began to roil, stained crimson with blood, and the waves surged violently. In the next moment, Aaron emerged from the depths, each hand holding a sea creature several meters long. Wow, no matter how many times I see it, it's always astonishing. Brother Aaron is truly formidable, Kuina exclaimed in awe. Indeed, without such strength, how could I ever hope to defeat him? Zoro remarked, his gaze intense as he watched Aaron. Kuina chuckled. If you wish to challenge Brother Aaron, you must first defeat me. Haven't you lost to me for 1,000 times already? Zoro widened his eyes in disbelief. How can you say that? He then launched into a playful tirade about girls maturing first and the conveniences of weaponry, drawing laughter from Kuina. Throughout the year, Aaron diligently sought out sea kings to pay his respects to Sanlang, with Kuina and Zoro also reaping the benefits. Their physical enhancement has led to a notable increase in their strength. As their bodies have developed, the gap between Zoro and Kuina has gradually diminished. However, Zoro still finds himself unable to surpass Kuina. Throughout this year, Zoro has been unable to contain his desire, challenging Kuina to duels every day. Unfortunately, despite the narrowing difference in their physiques, the disparity in their weapons remains insurmountably vast. Especially with the enhancement of their abilities, the significance of weaponry has become increasingly apparent. The legendary sword, Wadu Ikamanji, crafted by Sanlang, is in a league of its own, far beyond the ordinary blades wielded by Zoro, despite both being forged by the same master. As Aaron approached the beach, the two hurried to greet him. Kuina produced a carefully preserved newspaper from her bosom and handed it to Aaron. Brother Aaron, here is today's newspaper. They took the sea kings from his hands and made their way toward the cliffs where Sanlang typically fished. Aaron opened the newspaper, where a grand headline proclaimed, "The noble of the world, Charles Comas, is set to arrive in his loyal kingdom of Goya for a visit." Even in the small village of Frostmoon, nestled in the East Sea, it was common knowledge that Goya was the most beautiful nation in the region, capable of attracting the esteemed dragon nobles for a visit, a testament to its influence. However, Aaron was aware that this so-called most beautiful country merely concealed all its sordid realities, excluding anything deemed unseemly. It was a quintessential example of a segregated society, reminiscent of the recently civilized city of San Francisco. Upon seeing the name of the Kingdom of Goya, Eren was instantly reminded of a particular event, Sabo's premature departure to sea. This morbid nation, in pursuit of a pristine and picturesque city, had swept all its refuse beyond the city limits, concentrating the unsightly debris outside while driving away all the vagrants and unemployed to survive amidst the garbage mounds. They constructed a high wall, effectively isolating the refuse from the city, creating two disparate worlds. This place was dubbed the Terminal of Uncertainty. Within the kingdom, everything remained spotless. Celebrated as the most beautiful nation in the East Sea, it epitomized the successful model of a segregated society. Sabo, originally a noble scion of the Kingdom of Goya, had fled his home upon realizing that his parents valued status and wealth over him. He formed a deep friendship with the young Ace at the Terminal of Uncertainty, always yearning to escape the suffocating environment. To this end, he resorted to thievery to amass savings for a pirate ship. Upon learning that the garbage mounds were to be incinerated, Sabo desperately sought a way to inform his sworn brothers, Luffy and Ace. Yet he was confined by his parents at home, with the fates of his brothers uncertain and the lives of the people at the Terminal of Uncertainty precarious. The citizens of Goya celebrated the dragon noble's arrival with song and dance, oblivious to the stench of wealth and the frozen bones of the destitute. Sabo finally recognized the world's grotesque hypocrisy and, unable to endure it any longer, chose to flee. He incapacitated the guard and set sail on a small boat ahead of time. Before his departure, Sabo penned letters to Ace and Luffy, stealing a small fishing vessel to embark alone. However, as fate would have it, a ship carrying the dragon nobles passed by, and Sabo's vessel was struck by cannon fire, causing it to sink. In that moment of peril, he was rescued by Dragon. Unbeknownst to Luffy, Ace, and the Dayton family, who presumed Sabo to be dead, Ace transformed, becoming a gentle and perfect older brother. Alas, Eren hoped that the flutter of his butterfly wings might somehow influence Sabo. The three of them arrived at the edge of a cliff, kindling a fire to roast meat. The mountain of grilled meat was swiftly devoured by Eren, his belly, swollen as if 10 months pregnant, deflated in an instant, digesting faster than it had been consumed. Seeing this, Gung Samlang couldn't help but ponder. Had the divine bestowed all its favor upon this youth before him? With a robust physique and an innate understanding that allows him to grasp concepts with ease and even draw insightful parallels, coupled with remarkable talents in sorcery and an extraordinary aptitude for culinary arts, it is evident that the chasm between individuals is indeed more pronounced than that between man and dog. Within a mere year, he mastered all of his techniques and even innovated beyond them. If Gung Shuro possessed even a fraction of his talent, he would not have to worry about the lineage being interrupted. Gung Samlang has gradually come to appreciate Gung Shuro over the past year, as this promising successor is one he has personally mentored. Observing the well-fed and satisfied Eren, Gung Samlang presented him with a brush and said, "Eren, give it your all, and let me see how well you have mastered your ultimate techniques." "Yes, old master." Eren grasped the sword inscribed with the words of the Tao, enveloping the blade in a shroud of armament hockey. He crouched slightly, facing the vast ocean, with his left hand steadying the sword while his right hand firmly gripped the hilt. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his strength, executing a motion reminiscent of Ayajutsu. The essence of the one-mind flow, Dragon Flash. Eren lunged forward, his movements blurring with an almost imperceptible speed as he unleashed a torrent of golden slashes. In the fleeting moment of sheathing his blade, a concentrated explosion of energy erupted. These golden strikes coalesced in the air, forming a magnificent golden dragon that soared high, roaring with a fierce intensity, its formidable presence sweeping towards the distant sea. Chapter 17. The Revolutionary Army. Meanwhile, upon the outer seas of Frostmoon Village, a tempest raged as a dark dragon-shaped vessel navigated the turbulent waters, propelled by the winds at a velocity surpassing that of traditional sailing ships. This was none other than the flagship of the notorious Revolutionary Army, the Winter Grammar. Not long ago, the leader of the Revolutionary Army had learned of the celestial dragon's impending visit to the Kingdom of Goa. Having insight into the kingdom's nature, Drago was acutely aware of the lengths this troubled nation would go to maintain the fade of cleanliness and beauty. In a grotesque display, they had banished all refuse from their cities, piling it outside the walls, while the homeless and unemployed were driven into the mounds of waste to survive. A high wall was erected to separate this refuse heap from the city, creating two disparate worlds. This abhorrent place was termed the Uncertain Object Terminus. The nobles of Goa, who have never regarded commoners as human, would undoubtedly choose to incinerate the refuse heap in anticipation of the celestial dragon's arrival. In a bid to save lives, Drago, along with the cross-dressing King Ivankov and Bartholomew Kuma, returned to his homeland. As expected, the kingdom of Goa undertook a massive cleansing operation in preparation for the celestial dragons, destroying the peripheral regions of the uncertain object terminus along with its inhabitants and the nation as refuse. This led to a catastrophic fire engulfing the terminus. Utilizing his powers, Drago forged a path through the flames, while the other members of the Revolutionary Army organized the evacuation of the afflicted residents, urging those yearning for true freedom to board their ship. The Revolutionary Army welcomed all refugees and returned to their headquarters in Baldigo. The calamity that befell the kingdom of Goa solidified Drago's resolve to transform this world. The only regret he harbored was for the awakened noble youth, hoping for the day they might meet again. However, the overwhelming influx of refugees led to a shortage of provisions aboard the ship. To replenish their supplies, Drago resolved to seek assistance from friend. Thus, he harnessed his abilities and set forth with great determination towards Frostmoon Village. Drago stood at the bow of the ship, the fierce winds threatening to dislodge his hood. Ivankov approached him with a teasing remark. Drago, it seems you have friends everywhere. Drago, elusive as a shadow and capable of traversing the globe with remarkable swiftness, was likely rivaled only by Admiral Kazuru in terms of speed. With his fruit powers and eloquent speech, Drago had cultivated friendships across the world. Yet, the friend he was about to visit had a lengthy backstory. As he reminisced about the past, Drago's extraordinary observation, Haki, suddenly sensed an ominous presence. Watch out. Danger is upon us. Prepare the crew and hold steady. Dolag solemnly instructed Ivankov. Ivankov was well aware of Dolag's extraordinary foresight, although he could not fathom what peril could possibly lurk in the supposedly tranquil East Sea. He understood Dolag's character and swiftly entered the cabin to relay the warning. Shortly thereafter, Bear and Ivankov approached Dolag from behind. Bear inquired Dolag, "What is amiss?" His gentle voice immediately instilled a sense of calm. Dolag fixed his gaze upon the distant sea, gravely stating, "It has arrived." As the vessel surged forward, a series of thunderous roars erupted from the water's surface, followed by the emergence of a colossal dragon, shimmering with golden light, surging towards them. The air around them thickened under the dragon's shadow, exuding an unparalleled pressure, imbued with boundless destruction. Impossible! How could such a formidable strike manifest in this place? Ivankov exclaimed in panic. Indeed, there is one capable of such a feat. However, given his age, it is unlikely he possesses such tremendous power. Dolag remarked cryptically. Enough of this speculation. Whoever it may be, Dolag, quickly employ your invincible abilities to devise a solution. Ivankov urged anxiously as the strike drew nearer. If you do not act swiftly, I shall intervene. Join forces with Bear. I will mitigate the aftermath, Dolag calmly commanded, recognizing that the time had come to reveal his true capabilities. Ivankov and Bear sprang into action, their synergy evident as they teleported to the forefront. Deathly gaze. Ivankov rapidly blinked his enormous eyes, unleashing a massive wave of light directed at the dragon. Simultaneously, Bear removed his gloves, exposing his paw-like hands, and struck forward with force. Bear's impact. Bear's paw pads compressed fiercely before rebounding, generating a colossal paw-shaped shockwave that hurtled towards the dragon. Ivankov and Bear's attacks struck the dragon almost simultaneously, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent ripples across the sea, stirring up immense waves. Wall of winds. Dolag raised his hand, and the raging winds converged, forming a colossal barrier of air before the ship, thwarting the towering wave that threatened to crash down. The wave slammed against the air wall, yet failed to budge it even slightly. The winter grammar continued to sail steadily across the surface of the sea. After the tumultuous winds subsided, Dolag stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance, profoundly shaken. The power of that strike surpassed his expectations. It took the combined might of the revolutionary forces to neutralize it. Who could this individual be? Could it possibly be the fabled one? Dorag was engulfed in doubt. Yet he understood that his foremost duty was to resolve the issues faced by those aboard the vessel. Ladies and gentlemen, the danger has passed. You may now emerge. Instantly, a chorus of jubilant voices erupted from the cabin, with every individual expressing their gratitude toward the trio at the bow, especially the newly arrived refugees, who recognized their fortune in having such formidable allies. Ivankov and the Bear approached, with Ivankov inquiring, "Dorag, who is the individual you mentioned? Was it he who attacked us?" No need for speculation. It was merely a youth. However, the person I referenced is also nearby. It appears to be a misunderstanding. Let's pay a visit. With the wind as his guide, Dorag, Utilizing his extraordinary observation haki, discerned from afar Eren, who was sheathing his sword at the cliff's edge, alongside Gongsan. It seemed that misfortune had befallen him, as he encountered the venerable master instructing his disciple. Out of courtesy and curiosity, Dorag resolved to pay his respects to the esteemed elder. Meanwhile, standing upon the precipice, Kuna and Zoro were initially astonished by the might of the slash, when suddenly a violent gale swept through, revealing a colossal warship on the previously tranquil sea. They both understood the formidable nature of this strike and anticipated that the enormous vessel would falter beneath its power. Kuina closed her eyes in shock, silently praying for the ship's salvation. To their utter astonishment, two massive shockwaves emanated from the ship, entirely neutralizing the dragon's slash. Eren's countenance darkened as he gazed at Gongsan. "Old man, this is..." The elder cast a deep glance at the colossal warship approaching swiftly and replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. We have guests arriving. Prepare yourselves." Chapter 18. The annoying Dorag. The grand vessel soon reached the shore, docking at the entrance of the village's alley. Three figures emerged from the ship, soaring towards the cliff. In the blink of an eye, they gracefully descended from the air, flying. Zoro's expression tightened as he observed the trio descending from above, instinctively resting his hand upon his weapon. Eren lifted his head and gazed at the three figures that had suddenly appeared before him. It was evident that they were the illustrious trio of the Revolutionary Army. The most striking among them was an exceptionally tall individual, towering at least 4 meters. Cloaked in a dark robe, his face remained uncovered, and to Eren's astonishment, the visage was so large it appeared to dominate half of his body. To Eren, this face was nearly equivalent to his own height, a sight that would surely terrify children at night. Ivankov was remarkably tall, possessing an enormous face adorned with an extravagantly voluminous deep purple hairstyle, long and dense eyelashes, pale blue eyeshadow, and purple lip gloss, creating an unsettling appearance. Following Ivankov's imposing figure, another even taller figure came into view, also draped in a black cloak. Yet this one bore the whimsical feature of round ears atop the hood. Such a massive physique, coupled with such an endearing characteristic, was jarringly incongruous. This was none other than Bartholomew Kuma, another prominent figure of the Revolutionary Army, a character eliciting both affection and disdain, evoking pity for his misfortune while simultaneously inciting frustration for his inaction. He possessed the capacity to resist, yet chose passivity, a self-indulgence that, if one were to speak candidly, rendered his current predicament entirely self-inflicted and hardly deserving of sympathy. As netizens have remarked, the sole reason the world government has managed to dominate for so long is that the people of the world are similarly foolish, lacking faith in themselves and relying solely on Nika, awaiting salvation from him. As a famous song asserts, there has never been a savior, nor do we rely on gods or emperors. The happiness of humanity must be forged by our own hands. Standing between these two was undoubtedly the legendary man, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. His height appeared more normal when compared to Ivankov and Kuma, also clad in a black cloak, with a rugged face bearing the imprint of a sandal, humorously attributed to being struck by carp. His short black hair was slicked back, his expression menacing, devoid of eyebrows, and a stubbly chin added to his intimidating demeanor. Upon encountering Dragon, Eren felt a surge of anger. He would refrain from further commentary, for he believed he sullied the sacred term revolution. Revolution was not represented by someone so ineffectual. Digging into the depths of history, one might recall the words of Tan Sitong, who expressed that life is but a brief endeavor, and the fruits of one's labor must be bequeathed to future generations. Humanity's cyclical journey of growth is indeed remarkable. Revolution is invariably birthed from bloodshed. As Tan Sitong once articulated, it is essential for someone to persist along this path. His selfless sacrifice ignited the flame of hope, mentoring figures such as Kai, Yi, and Yang Changji. The legacy of those two is well known, and the subsequent tales unfold from there. A spark can indeed ignite a conflagration. The Revolutionary Army, which awaits a savior, is unworthy of such a name. The three approached Gongsan, shedding their cloaks to reveal their uniquely distinctive faces. As anticipated, both Zoro and Kuina were taken aback by their appearance. Dragon stepped forward to Gongsan, respectfully greeting him. "Old mentor, it has been a long time. How have you been lately? As long as you refrain from causing any chaos here, what else can I do?" Gongsan replied calmly. As Eren listened to Gongsan's response, it became clear that Gongsan was acquainted with Dorag and was aware of his pursuits. A faint, bitter smile crept across Dorag's face as he refrained from providing an explanation. His gaze shifted towards Eren, filled with a hint of perplexity. Since earlier, the demeanor of this young man had been rather unfriendly. Had he unwittingly offended him, or was it due to the recent strike? Yet, it was he who had borne the brunt of that attack. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired of Gung Samlang, "Who is this young man?" Upon mentioning Aaron, Gung Samlang's countenance brightened, and he proudly declared, "He is my apprentice at the dojo." Impressive, ascent it? Indeed, quite remarkable. Dorag sincerely marveled. This young man had achieved the status of a formidable swordsman at such a tender age, having mastered Gung Samlang's renowned techniques, indicating he was indeed the master's prized disciple. The strength he displayed at such a young age was captivating. It seemed a grave misfortune for such a talented individual not to join the revolutionary forces. Turning to Aaron, he asked, "Might I inquire if I have erred in any way? You appear somewhat displeased." Aaron shook his head, yet his gaze remained unchanged. Dorag, undeterred, pressed forward, eager to advocate for the ideals of the Revolutionary Army. "Hey there, have you heard of the—" Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Gung Samlang. "Enough. What brings you here?" Understanding Gung Samlang's intent, Dorag reluctantly halted his pitch, planning to seek a private moment to converse with the young man in the absence of Gung Samlang. Clearing his throat, Dorag replied, "We are in dire need of provisions. Might you sell us some grain?" Gung Samlang waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he had retired and that such matters should be directed to his son. Dorag felt assured. Gung Samlang was far more amenable. Without further ado, they should depart at once. "Zoro, lead the way." Gung Samlang prodded Zoro with his fishing rod, urging him to take the lead. Guena blinked, smacked Zoro, who was still in a daze, pressed down on his head, prompting him to nod obediently, and then gave him a swift kick to the backside, sending him ahead while the others hurriedly followed. However, what Dorag and the others did not anticipate was that under Zoro's guidance, they wandered for quite some time without reaching the dojo. "Strange. Why do I feel like we just passed this place?" Ivanov scratched his head in confusion. "Impossible. You must be mistaken." Aaron walked on without looking back. The others could only continue to follow Zoro, unaware that they had been led in a complete circle around the village. Along the way, Dorag repeatedly attempted to engage Aaron in conversation, but each time, he was skillfully deflected by Gung Samlang. Gung Samlang cleared his throat significantly, signaling that it was time to cease their antics. They all possessed the Kinbunchika haki and were well aware of the proper path. Excessive interference would yield unfavorable consequences. Thus, Aaron reluctantly assumed the role of guide, originally intending to circle the area several more times. Finally, they arrived. Aaron came to a halt outside the dojo. It was now noon, and the apprentices had returned home for their meals. Gung Shiro was basking in the sun in the courtyard, and Guena, spotting him effortlessly, rushed over and exclaimed, "Father, someone is here to see you." Gung Shiro maintained his ever-smiling demeanor, showing no surprise at the arrival of Dolag and the others. With a warm smile, he greeted them. "Hello. It has been a while." Chapter 19. The Challenge of Dolag. Aaron has been keenly observing both parties. In the previous life, the fans speculated that Gung Samlang might have some connection with the Revolutionary Army. Although the comic does not explicitly state this, the current situation appears somewhat peculiar. Both sides exhibit a courteous demeanor, akin to that of casual acquaintances rather than the camaraderie expected among companions. Could it be related to the female party? Guena and Luffy's mother remain shrouded in mystery until the later stages of the comic. Is it possible that they are acquainted? As Aaron stood in a daze, Gung Shiro extended his hand, guiding them into the dojo. The group was ushered in as guests by Gung Shiro, and since there was no designated reception area, they seated themselves within the main hall. Gung Shiro initially intended to prepare tea, but Dorag interrupted, deeming the situation too urgent for such niceties. He elaborated on the plight of the kingdom of Goya, expressing their intention to procure some grain from Gung Shiro. Upon hearing about the unfortunate circumstances faced by the people at the uncertain destination, a rare look of anger crossed Gung Shiro's typically cheerful visage. He stated that while he could provide assistance in the form of grain, Xuanyue village was rather small and its population limited, implying that the amount of aid he could offer might be rather modest. Dorag expressed his understanding and gratitude, saying, "I am truly thankful." Aaron listened intently to the conversation between the two, realizing that Dragon's decision to rescue countless refugees had led to a scarcity of food that was once ample. This revelation slightly improved Aaron's perception of the Revolutionary Army. As for meat, Aaron had a considerable supply stored within his system space, being somewhat of a hoarder. He had taken to stashing various items within it for unforeseen circumstances since acquiring it. Gung Shiro led the group to the granary, which housed a substantial quantity of food. Xuanyue village was established by Gung Samlang, who, many years ago, secretly ventured out to sea with a group of samurai from Wano country. Ultimately, they arrived on this land in the East China Sea, where they battled mountain bandits, cleared land, and cultivated fields, eventually founding Xuanyue village. In this feudal society, Gung Sanlang stood as the largest landowner in the village. Over the past year, Aaron had diligently learned from Carp, leveling several mountains, which significantly expanded the fertile land available to the village. Unfortunately, Xuanyue village was not particularly large, and its population was limited. Otherwise, the dojo could have stored even more provisions. In this feudal context, food was of paramount importance. Gung Siro organized the supplies, retaining just enough to sustain until the next harvest, while generously donating the remainder to the Revolutionary Army. "We are immensely grateful," Ivankov exclaimed, shaking Gung Siro's hand with fervor, expressing heartfelt gratitude, and even casting a flirtatious glance his way, nearly shocking Aaron's breakfast from his system. However, true to his nature as a mentor, Gung Siro maintained his composure, finishing the handshake before turning to Dragon and asking, "Do you require our assistance in transporting this?" "No need. Just leave it to me." Bartolomeo suddenly rose, approaching the mound of grain. At this moment, he was not yet the renowned tyrant bear, devoid of eyes and humor. Instead, he possessed a pair of wise, gentle eyes that emanated a charming innocence. He removed his right glove, revealing a rather peculiar hand. On it, there appeared to be soft, fleshy pads reminiscent of a kitten's paw, evoking an irresistible urge to touch. Bartolomeo stepped forward, lightly tapping the grain with his right hand. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the entire heap of food vanished in an instant. Just moments ago, they had pondered how they would transport the supplies, only to be taken aback by this extraordinary method. Aaron understood that the vanished provisions had indeed been propelled away by the great bear with his powerful paws, and they were likely resting upon the shore near their vessel now. How convenient! Aaron gazed at the great bear with envy. This ability was not only immensely useful, but also exceedingly entertaining. No wonder the Revolutionary Army could traverse the globe so freely. They possessed both the Great Bear and Dorag, two individuals endowed with the remarkable gift of instantaneous relocation. "All right," the Great Bear exclaimed to Dorag. After launching the provisions, he donned his gloves once more. Dorag, with heartfelt gratitude, addressed Gung Shirlang, saying, "I am truly thankful. With this supply of food, we can endure a little hunger and return safely. Isn't this bounty sufficient for your needs?" Aaron could not help but inquire. Dolag sighed with a wry smile. "The number of refugees boarding the ship has far exceeded our expectations. Thanks to you all, otherwise we would have had no idea how to return." Aaron nodded, stroking his chin, and after a moment of contemplation, said, "I can indeed provide you with a supply of food, but you must agree to one condition." "Really? Do you truly have food?" Dorag inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, I am not jesting." Ivakov asked with intrigue, "What is the condition?" Aaron gazed at Drago, his eyes brimming with martial fervor, and resolutely declared, "It is quite simple. Engage me in earnest combat. In times of adversity, one must safeguard oneself. In times of prosperity, one should extend benevolence to the world." With ample resources at his disposal, Aaron was indeed inclined to assist the homeless refugees. Yet he harbored resentment towards Drago for quite some time. Seizing this opportunity, he proposed a challenge to Drago, hoping to assess his current prowess, vent his frustrations, and simultaneously aid the needy. He reasoned that even if he were no match for Drago, the latter would surely refrain from being excessively harsh toward the benefactor. A trifecta of benefits, indeed. What? Ivankov stood in stunned disbelief, convinced he must have misheard. While he acknowledged that the young man possessed some skill, was it not audacious to challenge Drago? Ivankov stepped forward, asserting, "You are not yet worthy to challenge Drago. Allow me to be your opponent instead." Drago raised a hand to halt Ivankov, recognizing the seriousness of the matter before him and wishing to gauge the true caliber of his senior disciple. "Very well. Here, then." Drago nodded, accepting Aaron's challenge. Ivankov observed Drago's expression with a hint of concern, but ultimately resolved to respect Drago's decision. "No, let us proceed to the seaside. I prefer not to ruin this place." He was acutely aware of his own limitations, yet as he surveyed the system panel, he noted, name, Aaron Nell, gender, male, age, 17, date of birth, April 4th, 1494. Of the sea calendar, physical aptitude, S. Peak physical condition in the pirate world, traits, body characteristics, system space, Emperor's assassin, manifested hockey, diligent genius, swordsmanship prodigy, swordmaster, flowing cherry blossom, having achieved an S-rank pinnacle of physical prowess. Coupled with a plethora of combat traits, Eren yearned to discern the disparity between himself and the most formidable warriors of the sea. Chapter 20. Not a match, then let us proceed to the seaside. Drago concurred, wishing to avoid a ruckus within the dojo. I shall not accompany you. The children are due to arrive for practice shortly, and Gungshiro does not wish to neglect his duties. Is there anyone else who wishes to join? Drago inquired of those present in the dojo. Gung Samlang and Kuina stepped forward. Gung Samlang sought to observe Eren's growth, while Kuina simply wished to witness the battle. Will you not join us, Zoro? Kuina asked, turning to Zoro. Zoro, stretching his limbs, replied, You go ahead. I must seize this opportunity to train and strive to close the gap between myself and Eren. Is there anyone else? Drago gazed at Eren, Gung Samlang, and Kuina, his hand slightly raised, conjuring a gentle breeze at their feet. Please do not resist. Dorag gazed at Eren and his companions, respectfully bowing to Gung Shirlang before a gentle breeze swept them all toward the seashore. Frostmoon Village primarily relied on agriculture, with a modest population. In times past, only a handful of fishermen navigated a few small boats, but after Eren leveled several peaks and cultivated vast stretches of fertile land, even the remaining fishermen turned to farming. After all, in this feudal era, who would prefer fishing over tilling the soil? When Dorag and the group arrived at the beach, it was eerily quiet, and they were untroubled by the prospect of being seen. While in the air, Eren spotted the silhouette of a vessel. As they descended, the dark shape grew larger until it became clear upon reaching the shore. It was a magnificent three-masted ship, adorned with a dragon's head at the prow, its sinuous form descending gracefully, the dragon's body serving as the backbone of the vessel, while a dragon's tail emerged at the stern, giving the impression that the ship was cradled by a dragon itself. As the crew aboard the ship noticed Dorag's return, they eagerly gathered around him. Observing Dorag, surrounded by admirers, Eren could not help but ponder the subtle charisma Dorag possessed. Dorag, fixated on the grand ship, turned to Eren and inquired, What do you think? Would you care to explore this vessel? Surely you have never encountered a ship of such magnitude before. This is my pride and joy, renowned across the world. Let us engage in a battle first, and then we shall embark on a tour. Eren nodded, his curiosity about the colossal vessel piqued. However, he decided it would be best to engage in a match first. Eren and Dorag sought a secluded patch of land, distant from the winter grammar. For just as Eren wished to avoid disturbing the dojo, Dorag too desired to shield his beloved winter grammar from the repercussions of battle. Eren, with both hands gripping the Wado Ikemanji, struck a formidable pose, fully aware of the significance of weaponry in his impending confrontation with Drago. He had borrowed the Wado Ikemanji from Kuina, specifically for this occasion. Drago, wielding a standard-issue long sword of the Revolutionary Army in one hand, stood resolutely against Eren. Having spent a period in the Navy during his early years, he honed his swordsmanship there, coupled with his innate physical prowess, haki, and devil fruit abilities. He epitomized the quintessential six-sided warrior. Had he not departed from the Navy, a future admiralty would undoubtedly have awaited him. Unwilling to relent against the promising young challenger, Drago was determined to give his all. The tension between the two escalated, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the alleyway. As Eren's piercing eyes opened, an inexplicable aura erupted from within him, an overwhelming pressure surging forth towards Drago. This was the Conqueror's haki. Drago was momentarily taken aback, yet a knowing smile graced his lips as he too unleashed a formidable presence. The two auras collided, the Conqueror's haki clashing with a resounding force, igniting sparks resembling black lightning at the epicenter, while a powerful shockwave swept through the surroundings. Bystanders clung tightly to the ship's railing to avoid being toppled. Had they not regarded each other merely as opponents, the sheer force of their clash would have rendered them unconscious. How could this be? This was the Conqueror's haki. How could this young man possess such an extraordinary aura? Ivankov was astonished. It was one thing for Eren to wield Conqueror's haki, but to possess such strength to confront Drago was beyond comprehension. Grandfather, what is Conqueror's haki? Goena inquired, tugging at Gung Sanzang's sleeve. Before he could elucidate, a gentle voice interjected nearby. Conqueror's haki is a form of haki, a rare trait of kingship, possessed by only one in several million. Those who wield Conqueror's haki can intimidate, deter, and even render their foes unconscious merely through their formidable presence. Thank you. Goena expressed her gratitude to Bartholomew, surprised that such a rugged figure could exhibit such tenderness. In the clash of Conqueror's haki, it was no surprise that Eren gradually found himself at a disadvantage. After all, at merely 17 years of age, he had only recently acquired haki within the past year. Faced with a being of Drago's caliber, it was inevitable that he would falter. considering Drago's extensive experience over the years. Seizing the moment while his momentum was at its peak, Eren, undeterred by Drago's pressure, enveloped himself in the haki of the Sword of the Way, planting his feet firmly into the ground, causing it to crack and form two large craters. With a leap, he charged through the clash of Conqueror's haki, gripping the Sword of the Way tightly, raising it high as he soared towards Drago. Dragon Slayer. The formidable aura before Eren transformed into the visage of a dragon's head, surging fiercely towards Dorag. The black blade wielded by Eren struck down heavily towards Dorag, crackling with the force of lightning. Dorag raised his sword, enveloping it in haki to block the attack. Yet the immense pressure transmitted through the blade made him realize he had underestimated the ferocity of this strike. Caught off guard, Dorag was sent flying, transforming into a projectile that crashed onto the beach. In an instant, explosions erupted and billowing clouds of smoke ascended into the sky. Dorag! Ivankov exclaimed, astonished that Eren could possess such strength to send Dorag flying. Do not worry, Dorag is unharmed. The gentle voice of Bartholomew Kuma swiftly calmed Ivankov's anxiety. You are quite impressive, Dorag remarked, emerging from the dust, having endured Eren's full force strike unscathed, save for a few specks of dirt on his attire. In a flash, Dorag vanished from his original position, the sound of wind heralding his arrival behind Eren. Before Dorag could draw his sword, Eren sensed the shift in the air and instantly pivoted. Spinning slash. Utilizing the centrifugal force from his rotation, Eren delivered a powerful blow. Dragon Claw Fist. However, Dorag had grown serious. His response was fierce. With his unarmed left hand, muscles bulging and enveloped in haki, his fingers transformed into the shape of a dragon's 3 claws. Forcefully grasping Eren's sword, Eren never anticipated being caught off guard in such a manner, and he was filled with indignation. This was a disgrace for a swordsman. With a fierce determination, he unleashed the breaking army Rising Dragon Strike, delivering a powerful Iron Mountain crash that sent Dorag staggering. Eren felt a surge of anger. Yet within him, a sense of calm emerged. Seizing the fleeting moment when Dorag was momentarily staggered, he crouched low, performing a swift draw. The blade of Ryasakura flashed forth with a powerful strike. The resounding clash echoed like the sound of a blacksmith's hammer, as the formidable blow met the dragon's iron scales. With a clang, Dorag was sent hurtling away. Perhaps taken aback by Eren's mastery of Ryasakura, Dorag's garments were cleaved asunder, revealing his obsidian torso, whereupon a crimson line marred the dark surface of his chest. Dorag was wounded. Chapter 21. The Full Force of the Dragon. Recognizing the opportune moment as Dorag was flung back, Ryasakura continued to serve its purpose. Eren assumed the same stance as before, yet this time he tensed his entire body, his eyes widening as he concentrated all his strength and the essence of Ryasakura into a single, decisive strike. The void-cleaving draw. Eren exerted every ounce of his strength as he unsheathed his sword, unleashing a colossal wave of sword energy that surged forth from the blade. This strike bore a rich, bronze hue reminiscent of ancient artifacts, deep, stable, and weighty. The golden, soaring slash harmonized with the pitch-black flow of Sakura, culminating in a horizontal strike of antiquated bronze. As the strike soared through the air, it expanded in size and potency with each passing moment. Over the course of the year, Eren had meticulously replicated various gaming skills from his past life, particularly the infamous White Hand, a nostalgic emblem of many people's youth. As the formidable sword energy drew closer, the atmosphere thickened with its overwhelming force, causing Dorag to adopt a grave expression. Until now, he had only relied on basic sword techniques, eschewing the powers of his devil fruit. Faced with Eren, who had mastered the flow of Sakura, he could not afford to be careless. A moment's inattention could lead to injury. Dorag, a versatile combatant honed by Karp's rigorous training, excelled in martial arts. But it was evident that his devil fruit abilities complemented swordsmanship far better. For an ordinary individual, being struck and thrust into the air would render them nearly defenseless. Yet, Dorag was no ordinary man. He spread his arms wide, and suddenly, a fierce gale erupted, forcing Eren to squint against the wind. Utilizing the force of the wind, Dorag stabilized himself in midair. His sword-wielding arm bulged with muscle, enveloped in a profound coating of haki, while his gaze sharpened, releasing a powerful Conqueror's haki that entwined around his long blade. The pinnacle of both armament haki and Conqueror's haki coiled around this seemingly ordinary long sword, causing it to tremble violently as though it were emitting a mournful cry. He swung it down decisively toward the rushing sword energy. Scythe. A wave of golden sword energy erupted, morphing into a legendary scythe accompanied by bolts of black lightning. In a whirlwind-like motion, it hurtled towards the incoming sword energy with the swiftness of the wind. Due to the hasty preparation and the nature of the exercise, Dorag did not unleash his full potential with this technique. Nevertheless, it still carried an immense, overwhelming force, colliding heavily with the now gigantic sword energy. Boom! The clash produced a violent explosion, sending shockwaves that stirred up tremendous waves across the ocean. In response to the surging tide, Ivankov and Kuma were compelled to intervene, mitigating the residual effects of the clash. Given the rushed preparation and the horizontal nature of the slash, Dorag's technique, supplemented by his devil fruit powers, neutralized the central portion of the strike, yet residual sword energy still pierced through the explosion's vicinity, hurtling towards Dorag. Wind cutter. Dorag maneuvered his sword in an up-and-down motion, compressing countless winds into razor-like blades that sped toward the remaining sword energy. These wind blades, sharper than any sword and swifter than the wind itself, effortlessly dissipated the residual force of the sword energy. An impressive strike indeed. Suspended in mid-air, Dorag uttered words of admiration as his long sword shattered, fragmenting like petals falling from a flower. The previous strike had drawn upon nearly all his capabilities, and considering it was merely an ordinary long sword, the battle had unfolded remarkably well. Dorag stood bare-chested, the bloodstains that marred his skin fleetingly vanished. Yet it was undeniable that Liu Ying had indeed inflicted harm upon him. The most prevalent form of armament haki envelopes the body in a protective armor, serving both offensive and defensive purposes, a harmonious blend of the two. However, Liu Ying's technique was distinct. It penetrated the very essence of objects to wreak havoc. When combined with the external manifestation of armament haki and slashing strikes, it formed a formidable triad. Even the mightiest creature in existence, Kaido, had been wounded by the valiant Yu Tian, leaving him with scars that would never heal. Had Eren not still been in his novice phase, that singular strike would have been sufficient to bring Dorag to his knees. The more Dorag battled, the more he marveled at Eren's extraordinary talents. Now it was my turn. I must not be underestimated. With the tempest raging, Dorag hovered in the air, his hands transforming into ebony claws, crossing them as he slashed towards Eren. Dragon Claw, Windblade. Amidst the fury of the gale, Dorag's figure abruptly dissipated. Wherever the wind blows, there I shall be. Dorag reappeared above Eren, striking down with another claw. In this manner, Dorag danced around Eren, countless blades forged from swirling hurricanes assailing him. Observing Dorag employing the prince's combat strategy, Eren found himself with no avenue of escape. Adhering to the principle that the best defense is a robust defense, Eren summoned 2 additional long swords from the void, wielding one in each hand, while clenching another between his teeth, mimicking Zoro's future three-sword style. Three-sword style, blade tornado dragon. Eren spun around, enveloped in a tempest of sword energy, which coalesced into a whirlwind formed by the blades of his sword. Unsatisfied with the potency, he deliberately employed a three-sword technique. This storm surged like a dragon ascending into the heavens, targeting Dolag in the sky. With a fierce grip, Dolag's 3 claws tightened into a fist, entwined with the colors of armament haki and conqueror's haki, launching a formidable counterattack against the approaching whirlwind. The tremendous force collided, dispersing the vortex and sending Eren hurtling like a cannonball, the sound of an explosion resonating through the air as he was flung thousands of meters away into the mountains, shattering several peaks and creating a colossal crater upon impact. Kapu had once used this very move to shatter the head of the Tyrant King, who had fused with Honeycomb Island. One could only surmise that Dolag had shown restraint. After a considerable time, Eren managed to push aside the rubble that pinned him down. With a powerful leap from the depths of the crater, he propelled himself into the air, executing a slicing strike backward, utilizing the recoil to soar toward Dolag. At this moment, Eren was covered in dirt and grime, yet he remained largely unscathed. Such is the remarkable resilience of bodies in the pirate world. As he soared, he could not help but reflect on the pressure he was experiencing for the first time. He was utterly outmatched, completely suppressed throughout the encounter. Is this the pinnacle of combat prowess upon the seas? After regaining his composure, Eren prepared for a renewed assault. Falling Star. Eren soared above Dorag's head, poised to strike. Wait. Dorag waved his hand and spoke. What is it? Eren observed as Dorag closed his eyes, seemingly immersed in listening intently to something. A cry for help. Upon uttering this phrase, a tempest arose, and Dorag's figure vanished from sight. Eren observed the somber expression on Drago's face, which suddenly vanished from sight. A thought struck him. Could it be Sabo? According to the original narrative, today marked the day Sabo set sail, only to be sunk and subsequently rescued by Drago. Had his butterfly effect truly failed to alter Sabo's fate? The mere thought that his challenge to Drago might lead to Sabo's demise would haunt Eren, leaving him to chastise himself in the dead of night. Chapter 22. Sabo with such turmoil unfolding, Eren found himself devoid of the desire to compete. He descended onto the winter grammar, where the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army gathered, inquiring about Drago's whereabouts. Eren informed the others that Dorag had gone to rescue someone. After a while, Ivankov exclaimed, "Where has Dorag gone to save someone again? How long must we wait? Could you at least inform us?" By the time Eren and Dorag finished, it was already afternoon, and soon it would be evening. Eren allowed Gung Saburo and Guena to return, as he intended to wait for Drago to come back and ascertain Sabo's condition. If any delay caused Sabo's demise, Eren would be overwhelmed with guilt. However, he discreetly informed Guena that the man with the large face possessed a remarkable ability to transform girls into boys. If Guena was still troubled by her female identity, she could seek his assistance. Considering her connection to Gung Shiro, he would likely not refuse. Guena chuckled and declined, for since learning from Eren that the world's strongest beings were women, she no longer grappled with her gender. She resolved to become the foremost swordsman through her own efforts. Suddenly, a gentle breeze brushed against their faces as Drago appeared aboard the ship. "Apologies." Drago spoke to Eren, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Thank you for your patience. I had to save this child." With that, Drago removed his cloak, revealing the small Sabo cradled in his arms. Eren's gaze immediately fell upon the thick bandages wrapped around the child. The bindings enveloped his entire body, including his head and face, rendering him unconscious with his mouth agape. Through the gaps in the bandages, horrifying burn scars were visible, with blood seeping through the gruesome wrappings, an unbearable sight. Upon witnessing Sabo's dire condition, Eren's heart ignited with fury. How cruel one must be to inflict such harm upon a child. The anger he felt mirrored that of seeing the tragic state of a child in a monk's robe. Empathy is indeed a beautiful human emotion, particularly when one has witnessed the suffering firsthand. Ivankov also caught sight of Sabo lying in Drago's embrace and leaped forward, crouching to examine him. "Hey, we must treat him at once. His injuries are severe. Can you heal him, Ivankov?" Drago inquired. "Absolutely. Do not underestimate my medical skills," Ivankov replied. With that, Ivankov removed his gloves and plunged his hands onto Sabo's body. Healing hormones. The unconscious Sabo suddenly began to cough. Observing this, Ivankov exclaimed joyfully, "Excellent, his heartbeat has stabilized." Ivankov summoned several soldiers from the Revolutionary Army, who swiftly took the opportunity to lift Sabo onto a stretcher and transport him to the ship's infirmary. Kuma asked Drago, "Who is this child? Why is he so gravely injured?" Drago shook his head, responding, "I do not know his name. I encountered him in the kingdom of Goa. He was attacked by the celestial dragons, and I rescued him." "Is that so?" Kuma fell silent. In the midst of this quietude, Eren suddenly interjected, "His name is Sabo?" Drago paused, curiosity piqued. "You know this injured child?" Eren nodded and recounted his origins, revealing to the child that he was the sworn brother of Luffy, Sabo. Dragon stared at Eren in astonishment, reflecting on the remarkable coincidences and grandeur of fate. He was taken aback to discover that Eren hailed from the same place as he did, which deepened his interest in Eren. Moreover, this child named Sabo was not only his son's sworn brother, but also someone he had recognized as a prodigy during their time in the Goa Kingdom. He had once regretted not taking the child under his wing for guidance, yet fate had ultimately brought him before him. As Dragon pondered the serendipity of destiny, he extended his hand and introduced himself. "I am Monkey D. Dragon, the father of Luffy." Eren grasped Drago's hand, feigning surprise, and exclaimed, "What? You are actually Luffy's father. What an extraordinary coincidence." Drago chuckled and nodded, filled with emotion. "Indeed, this world is truly remarkable. How is Luffy? I haven't seen him in quite some time." As he spoke of Luffy, his gaze was imbued with warmth and affection. As for him, he has become friends with the great pirate Shanks, and has even consumed his rubber fruit. Eren recounted the events that transpired in Windmill Village. Upon hearing that Luffy had consumed the gum-gum fruit, his expression shifted momentarily, a fleeting change that did not escape Eren's keen observation. It seemed that Dragon was indeed aware of Nika. Yet, true to his nature, he remained remarkably composed. His own son had ingested the Nika fruit and become the savior. He did not rush back to ascertain the situation. Truly, a formidable character. Dragon listened with a smile as Eren shared his tale, reflecting on the undeniable connection Eren had with the Revolutionary Army. Aaron was unaware of what Dorag was truly thinking. Upon witnessing Sabo receiving treatment, a sense of relief washed over him. Recalling the promise made before the competition, Aaron remarked, "I appreciate your guidance just now. As per our agreement, I shall leave the food here." Aaron felt a stir within his heart, as if a plethora of freshly slaughtered sea kings had suddenly materialized upon the deck. "What is this?" Dorag inquired, astonished by the sudden emergence of the sea kings. "I am a wielder of the space fruit, possessing a vast expanse of my own dimension. This is what I have accumulated over time." Aaron elucidated, and in an instant, Dorag comprehended the profound strategic and tactical significance inherent in this fruit, not to mention the capability to contain seawater against those with abilities. The mere potential to hold such a multitude of items was already remarkable. Contemplating the combination of Bear's powers alongside Aaron's, they could forge an extraordinarily potent logistical capability that might indeed alter the course of the world. Should they possess Aaron, the Revolutionary Army could ascend to unprecedented heights. Dorag gazed at Aaron with fervent intensity, causing Aaron to feel a sudden tension. At that moment, the voice of Ivankov broke the silence, offering salvation to Aaron. "Bear, hurry in. The child has awakened. Quickly, use your powers to assist him." Upon hearing this, Bear swiftly stepped forward and entered the room. Aaron, feeling a sense of trepidation towards Bartholomew Kuma, followed closely behind him as they entered the colossal warship. The docking area, originally spacious, was now crowded with numerous refugees seeking solace. The infirmary, in particular, was teeming with individuals, despite the presence of the esteemed Dr. Ivankov. The ailments requiring prolonged recuperation were beyond the reach of his devil fruit abilities. Sabo lay on a hospital bed, having awakened, yet devoid of his memories. Nevertheless, his innate resilience shone through. Even amidst excruciating pain, he bore it silently, gritting his teeth. Ivankov, feeling a pang of compassion, decided to make a sacrifice by utilizing Kuma's abilities to alleviate Sabo's suffering. Kuma approached Sabo, his wise eyes radiating kindness as he gently caressed Sabo's head before softly striking his body. In an instant, Sabo felt the pain dissipate, and a wave of comfort washed over him. Struggling to sit up, he offered a profound bow to Kuma, expressing his gratitude with heartfelt words. "Thank you for your assistance." Chapter 23. The restoration of Sabo's memories. Kuma smiled warmly at Sabo, reassuring him, "It's all right, focus on healing." He then wandered through the infirmary, gently tapping each patient's back, alleviating their suffering with each touch. Turning to Ivankov, he remarked, "I leave this in your capable hands. I must attend to some matters." Ivankov, observing the magnitude of pain that had been alleviated, expressed his concern. "Are you all right, Kuma?" Kuma possessed the powers of the paramecia type Nikyu no Mi, which allowed him to manifest paw-like pads on his palms. These pads could repel anything they came into contact with. At lower intensities, they would deflect strikes and slashes. While at full force, they could launch a target instantaneously, enveloped in a bubble of air shaped like a paw, propelling them to a predetermined location. Additionally, he could expel the pain and fatigue from a target's body, encapsulating it within a red paw-shaped bubble, which could then be transferred to another individual, forcing them to endure the original target's suffering. Before joining the Revolutionary Army, Kuma resided in the Sorbet Kingdom, utilizing his abilities to serve as a priest, assisting the impoverished elderly in releasing their pain and fatigue, selflessly bearing the burdens alone. In the arc of the terrifying three-masted ship, Zoro's heroics were merely a reflection of Kuma's daily routine. Driven by a desire to aid the multitude, he became a cadre within the Revolutionary Army, not only engaging in combat, but also shouldering the collective pain of the entire faction. As Kuma exited through the door, Aaron reflected on his gentle nature, noting that his only flaw seemed to be a slight eccentricity. However, such peculiarities were a common affliction in this world. It was not just Kuma who bore a burden, but the very creator of this realm, Oda, himself. Aaron approached Sabo with a hint of apology in his demeanor, inquiring, "Sabo, do you remember me?" Sabo gazed at Aaron's handsome visage, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet he could not place him. His mind was a blank slate, devoid of recollection. Even failing to remember his own name, Sabo strained to recall, but a sudden wave of pain surged through him, prompting him to clutch his head and lament, "Sabo? Is that my name? I seem to have forgotten everything. Sir, if you know me, please assist me." Ivanov promptly administered a dose of hormones, gently patting Sabo's back. "Calm down. You must remain composed. Take your time. He is not going anywhere." Under Ivanov's influence, Sabo gradually regained his composure, casting an expectant glance towards Aaron. hoping he might reveal his true identity. Aaron gazed into Sabo's bright, fervent eyes and gently remarked, "I do not possess much knowledge. But if there is anything that could assist you, I believe the names Ace and Luffy would surely resonate with you." In the original narrative, following the conclusion of the Marineford War, Sabo encountered the report of Ace's demise, and the very mention of Ace's name instantly resurrected his long-lost memories. Overcome with anguish, Sabo collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he had reclaimed all his memories and resolutely vowed to protect Luffy. Requesting the assistance of the Revolutionary Army in locating his brother Ace's Marimara, Nami years had passed. Yet the name Ace was sufficient to trigger the retrieval of his memories. Thus, now that he had only recently suffered amnesia, he should be able to recover even more swiftly. Ace Luffy. Sabo incessantly repeated these two names, a wave of familiarity washing over him. As delightful memories surged forth in his mind, the flood of past recollections struck his consciousness, and Sabo pressed his hands to his head, clenching his teeth tightly while gasping for air. After a while, his breathing gradually steadied, and he regained his memories. He looked at Aaron, whom he had not seen in ages, and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Mr. Aaron, I never anticipated encountering you here. Thank you for aiding me in reclaiming my memories." Aaron waved his hand dismissively and said, "No need for thanks. We are friends, are we not?" Sabo nodded with delight. Then he bowed in gratitude to Dolag and Ivankov, expressing, "Thank you so much for saving me and everyone uncertain of their destination. I'm truly grateful." As he gazed upon the familiar faces in the hospital room, Sabo realized that they had not only rescued him, but also the entire community of Trash Mountain, which filled him with profound appreciation and emotion. He looked gratefully at Dolag, recalling how he had revealed the truth of the entire situation to this elder in the kingdom of Goa, resulting in the salvation of the people of Trash Mountain. It was undoubtedly Dolag's efforts that had led to their rescue. Seeing that Sabo had improved, Aaron took his leave of Dolag. Dolag held Aaron in high regard and was envious of his abilities. With the absence of Kong Saburo, he began to introduce his organization to the two promising young men, Aaron and Sabo. Dolag recounted his past experiences in the Navy, explaining that he had left due to the lack of justice he found there. After departing, he founded the Brave Army to protect civilians in non-ally nations that lack naval defense. However, the tragedy of O'Hara profoundly impacted Dolag, awakening him to the realization that only by overthrowing the tyrannical rule of the Celestial Dragons, who dominate the world government, could further tragedies be averted. Thus, he aspired to create a formidable army to combat the world government, which he named the Revolutionary Army. "I hope to dismantle the rule of the world government and allow people to live freely and equally," he declared. "To realize this goal, I require more like-minded comrades. I hereby extend a formal invitation for you to join the Revolutionary Army and partake in this noble endeavor." Upon hearing this, Sabo eagerly insisted on joining and continuously urged Aaron to do the same. While anyone can proclaim slogans, it is tangible actions that hold true significance. As the ancient saying goes, a gentleman is judged by his deeds rather than his words. One should not merely consider what a person says, but rather what they do. Clearly, the Revolutionary Army falls short in this regard, as their actions over the years have had far less impact than Luffy's achievements in just 3 years. The only entity capable of inspiring Aaron to commit his faith is that man who shouts for the longevity of the people. Nevertheless, despite his disdain for the Revolutionary Army, its characteristics remain rather appealing. Being a laid-back worker within it could still prove worthwhile. Why has Aaron come to Frostmoon Village? It is not merely to pursue the art of swordsmanship. He also harbors ambitions regarding the characteristics of the Revolutionary Army. Aaron has long devised a strategy to exploit these traits. He waved his hand dismissively at Dorag and remarked, "How can I ascertain the truth of your words? At present, I seek only the thrill of adventure at sea, rather than engaging in such grand endeavors." Upon hearing this, Dorag felt a tinge of disappointment. Nonetheless, he resolved to respect Aaron's decision. He was in search of like-minded companions, for compelling others would tarnish the purity of the revolution. However, at that moment, Aaron suddenly interjected. "But what?" Dorag inquired with curiosity. Aaron gazed at the eager Dorag, silently expressing his apologies as he feigned sincerity and remarked, "If the world truly resembles what you describe, I would be more than willing to join your ranks. Therefore, please reserve a place for me, allowing us time to observe one another, and I shall seek you out in due course." He clandestinely added to himself that this was merely a ploy to benefit from their unique traits. "Excellent. You're always welcome to join us." In the infirmary, Sabo officially became a member of the Revolutionary Army. Aaron has become a registered member of the Revolutionary Army, and Drac is always welcoming his formal induction. He provided Eren with a communication device and his contact number, assuring Eren that he could reach out at any time should any matters arise. As he gazed at the distant ship gradually fading from sight and contemplated the extraordinary abilities he had just acquired, Eren felt a twinge of guilt for having benefited from their powers without giving anything in return. It seems he would need to make amends in the future. Chapter 24. The Surge of Power System Notification. You have a new superior, Bartholomew Kuma, and are rewarded with a new recruit welcome package, unlocking new abilities. The host has acquired the new ability, Pawpaw Fruit. Paramecia type, Pawpaw Fruit. The palms grow pads resembling those of a bear, capable of repelling anything that comes into contact with them. The force to repel objects can be generated actively or passively at the will of the user, with the speed of repulsion controllable according to the user's desire, reaching even the speed of light at its peak. This ability can repel solids, liquids, gases, fatigue, pain, damage, heat, souls, slashes, shockwaves, energy, and all forms of matter or energy. Furthermore, the user can create air blasts shaped like paw-shaped shockwaves that can consecutively penetrate objects. By launching the paw pads, one can exert pressure on the surrounding atmosphere to create small, paw-shaped air masses. Upon release, these will generate immensely destructive shockwaves due to the reaction force of the atmosphere. Additionally, living beings can be sent flying, encased in the paw-shaped shockwaves, soaring through the air for approximately 3 days and nights before being propelled to their destination, enabling spatial transfer. When combined with the Wind Fruit, flight time can be significantly reduced. System notification. You have a new superior, Emporio Ivankov, and are rewarded with a new recruit welcome package, unlocking new abilities. The host has acquired the new ability, Hormone Fruit. Paramecia type, Hormone Fruit. This ability allows the user to control human body temperature, pigmentation, growth, and emotions, enabling internal modifications to humanity, even allowing for gender transformation into a new breed of humanity. System notification. You have a new superior, Monkey D. Dragon, and are rewarded with a new recruit welcome package, unlocking new abilities. The host has acquired the new ability, Wind Fruit. Natural type, Wind Fruit. This ability transforms the user into wind, granting immunity to physical attacks, non-hockey attacks, and most energy attacks. While possessing the speed and power of wind, the user can unleash gusts through body contact, significantly enhancing the range of observation hockey. Combined with the Pawpaw Fruit, it allows for precise, rapid, long-distance movement. P.S. Swift delivery, you deserve it. With Drac's consent, Eren finally reaped the fruits of his year-long scheming. Indeed, just as Eren had anticipated, this time he directly acquired the powers of the 3 formidable leaders of the Revolutionary Army. Furthermore, these abilities had been meticulously optimized by the system, possessing only the powers without the associated curses of the devil. Thus, they would not be despised by the sea, nor would they corrupt his thoughts. Otherwise, had Eren been endowed with multiple powers, he would have perished in an explosion of his own body long ago. Eren fully appreciates the greatest reward of his journey. The Hormone Fruit has bestowed upon him the extraordinary ability to transform the human body, both internally and externally. It has granted him a rare healing power, ignited latent potential within individuals, and even possesses the capability to alter one's gender. Rumor has it that Crocodile underwent a transformation from female to male, although the veracity of such claims remains uncertain. This ability is indeed chilling. Should he encounter an odious foe, vanquishing them and subsequently transforming them into a woman could even facilitate childbirth, if such power had existed in a past life. The phrase "brother, you smell delightful" might have morphed in a "brother, you have hatched." Truly, it would have allowed for unparalleled enjoyment among comrades. Eren couldn't help but reminisce about that delightful comic that transformed his friends into charming maidens. He pondered whether the Hormone Fruit possessed such extraordinary abilities. The capabilities of the Pawpaw Fruit are indeed fascinating. It can heal others, albeit at a considerable cost. Most intriguingly, it can repel certain conceptual entities, such as pain and fatigue. However, unlike Bartholomew Kuma, who redirects his injuries either to his own body or to the battle-worn Zoro, Eren possesses a system space that enables him to transfer the repelled damage into that space. Moreover, he does not share Kuma's altruistic nature, as he would not indiscriminately transfer ailments to others. Additionally, the Pawpaw Fruit's most remarkable feature lies in its precise ability to swiftly transport items to different locations, a logistical power that modern individuals would recognize as fearsome. In his previous life, such an ability could have transformed the world. On the other hand, Eren found it somewhat surprising that Monkey D. Dragon's Devil Fruit is the Wind Fruit. After all, discussions among fans regarding Dragon's powers have been fervent and contentious. Eren once believed that Dragon's abilities warranted a mythical beast type to match his stature, yet with the proliferation of mythical fruits, the rarity of natural types has become even more pronounced. A superior natural fruit can bestow unimaginable enhancements, capable of elevating even the most unremarkable individual to the level of a warlord of the sea. Not to mention the extraordinary wind fruit. It can significantly amplify the observation haki akin to the thunder fruit, enabling Dragon to detect his distressed brother, Sabo, from afar. Furthermore, it can transmit information through the wind and manipulate cold and hot winds to alter weather conditions, indirectly utilizing other natural abilities. Most notably, it allows him to transform into the wind, granting him mobility second only to Kizaru's light fruit. In a world so vast, he can venture wherever he pleases, appearing and disappearing without a trace. It is well known that to traverse from the Grand Line back to the Four Seas, one must either scale the Red Line or navigate through the Sargasso Sea. However, with the wind fruit, the ability to soar through the skies is at his command. He can fly wherever he desires. If his strength is sufficient, he could even lift a ship momentarily into the air. The Sargasso Sea presents no significant challenge to the wind fruit compared to other waters, which explains why the world government, despite its formidable intelligence capabilities, cannot capture Dragon. He truly can go wherever he wishes. Moreover, it can enhance the logistical abilities of the pawpaw fruit, and combined with Eren's boundless system space, it will be nearly impossible for him to experience poverty in the future. Any notion of buggy express pales in comparison to wind logistics. Even if Eren were alone, he could establish the largest logistics company. Eren felt a surge of joy within, as these three abilities dramatically enhanced his prowess. Not only were they advantageous in combat, but they also proved invaluable in various other aspects. These newfound abilities would undoubtedly facilitate his journey through the Grand Line. Given the opportunity to acquire multiple effects without adverse consequences, the Zoan-type powers would significantly benefit Eren. Each Zoan ability conferred substantial recovery, defense, and combat strength. Should he amass several Zoan abilities, combined with his inherently exceptional physique, he might very well attain a physical condition rivaling that of his mentor Kaido. With a heart brimming with delight and a gentle breeze at his feet, Eren soared into the sky, heading towards the dojo. Chapter 25, Departing from Frostmoon Village. Eren soared back to the dojo, descending gracefully from the sky. At that moment, Zoro was within the dojo, laboriously squatting while balancing a boulder larger than himself, fervently counting 998, 999, 1000. It was evident that he had been training for an extended period, his body glistening with perspiration as he reached the count of 1000. Not far from him stood Kuina, wielding a bamboo sword, relentlessly striking at a vertical target. Upon noticing Eren's return, Kuina greeted him from a distance. "Brother Eren, you have returned. Grandpa and father are waiting for you inside." Eren smiled at them and nodded as he entered the dojo. In the center of the dojo, Gung Sanlang was smoking, casually seated at a table, while Gung Sailang sat upright in a kneeling position across from him. Holding an old teacup, he sipped his hot tea. Upon noticing Eren's arrival, he set down the teacup and inquired, "Have they departed?" Eren approached the table, kneeling down in a similar fashion, and greeted the father and son. "Good day, sir, teacher. They have already departed," he exclaimed. "Is that so?" Kang Shiro, lost in melancholy, succumbed to his memories. Kung Sanlang set aside his pipe, tapping it lightly against the table, and anxiously inquired of Eren, "You did not join them, did you?" Eren shook his head and said no. "Very well." Gung Sanlang nodded, gravely asserting, "Their affairs are not something a little rascal like you can meddle in. Remember to keep your distance from them." "Not at all, father. They do possess some merits," Gung Sailang gently countered. Gung Sanlang, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "What merits are there? If it weren't for them." Suddenly, both sides fell into a heavy silence. Observing the tension between the two, Eren interjected, "Elder, master, I wish to set sail and explore the Grand Line." Gung Sanlang was not surprised by Eren's words. Today's challenge to Dorag had clearly indicated his desire to test his own strength. Over the past year, Eren had mastered all of Gung Sanlang's sword techniques, leaving little more for him to teach. Remaining here served no purpose. It was time for him to venture forth. Gung Sanlang looked at Eren with satisfaction and smiled, saying, "Go then. I have nothing more to impart to you. Go see the world. If you have the opportunity, do visit the New World and Wano for me." "Indeed, I shall certainly go." Eren nodded in acknowledgement. Even if Gung Sanlang did not speak, Eren was resolute in his intention to venture to Wano country. The four emperors represent formidable forces upon the seas. And if Eren could indeed obtain the powers of those two fruits as he envisioned, he would undoubtedly leave his mark across all maritime dominions. He yearned to experience the unparalleled teachings of Kaido, the greatest pirate in the world. Gung Silang sighed, casting a fleeting glance at his father before addressing Eren. I have not imparted any knowledge to you. Your current prowess is solely attributed to our father's influence. In truth, I ought to call you my junior. In my view, it is you, having inherited our father's swordsmanship, who should rightfully inherit this dojo. Yet, I understand that possessing the heart of the Ishiri, one cannot willingly remain in a quaint village, idly passing the time. A man invariably yearns for the ocean. I know that no force can deter a man from setting sail. Thus, I implore you to accept the Wado Ikemonji. Only in your hands can its true power be unleashed. With that, Gung Silang produced the Wado Ikemonji and bowed as he presented it to Eren. He recognized that the sword would languish in his grasp, unable to realize its full potential, thereby sullying its honor. The Wado Ikemonji trembled in Gung Silang's hand, as if eager to leap into Eren's embrace. Each sword possesses its own character, though the Wado Ikemonji was docile, having been imbued with Eren's formidable haki. It found itself in a stark contrast between the aging, weary man and the youthful, vigorous beauty of Eren, who bore the visage of first love. The choice was self-evident. It longed to be cradled in Eren's arms. Eren received the text from Dao Yi, inputting it with an air of dominance. After finding satisfaction, he gradually calmed down. However, I must decline. Eren returned the sword to Gung Shiro. What? You don't understand how vital a sword is to a swordsman? Gung Shiro asked in bewilderment. A swordsman can truly rely only on his own sword. Indeed, Eren proclaimed, I shall forge my own black blade. As for the Daichi, it is better left to Kuina. In the world of One Piece, there exists a plethora of renowned swords. Merely in a weapon shop within the East Blue, Zoro has already acquired the legendary swords Sandai, Kitetsu, and Shusui. Eren's ambition ultimately revolves around the legendary sword, Chioshui, which is known to be the counterpart to the infamous Black Blade, Yuru. Every predecessor who has traversed the world of pirates has invariably acquired Chioshui. Eren cannot allow his predecessors to lose face. As for the interim phase, Eren plans to intercept Roronoa Zoro's Sandai Kitetsu. After all, Zoro has yet to reconcile with the Daichi Wazamono, rendering the assembly of the three renowned swords impossible. Moreover, his departure for the seas remains distant. Should it come to pass, he can always return Sandai Kitetsu to Zoro after securing Chioshui. Swords possess their own personalities, demonic blades. Akin to those whimsical beings with distinct traits, are often deemed as such by those who fail to capture their hearts. The well-mannered Daichi Wazamono is best left for Kuina, while the flirtatious Sandai Kitetsu is a challenge Eren is eager to undertake. This is a gesture of goodwill from Eren, and of course, Gung Shiro would not oppose it. Eren bent down, prostrating himself before Gung Sanlang and Gung Silang, bowing deeply in gratitude, particularly to Gung Sanlang, who had selflessly imparted all his knowledge to Eren over the past year. Eren felt an immense sense of appreciation. In the ensuing days, Eren diligently hunted the marine creatures of the sea, augmenting the provisions for the Revolutionary Army, while also replenishing the supplies lost by the dojo. In the early morning, before the sun had risen, in Swetsuki village by the sea, only Zoro and Kuina had come to bid farewell. However, after acquiring the Wind fruit, Eren's unusual observation abilities had already detected Gung Sanlang, perched on the edge of the cliff. Zoro, gazing at Eren with unwavering confidence, declared, Eren, just you wait. I will undoubtedly surpass you. Just you wait. Eren, emulating Itachi, playfully flicked Zoro's forehead. Do you aspire to surpass me? First, you must defeat Kuina. Zoro, clutching his forehead, shouted, I will soon triumph over Kuina. Just you wait. Fool. Kuina, already blossoming into a graceful figure, taunted Zoro as she extended a long sword with a white sheath toward him. Brother Eren, perhaps you should still take up the Wad Ikemonji. I truly believe it suits you better. Eren smiled, refraining from taking it, and gently patted Guena's head. No need. I have a far more worthy goal than competing with Wado Ikemonji. You should keep it. Guena embraced Wado Ikemonji and declared earnestly, Brother Eren, I shall surpass you and become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro, standing nearby, jumped in protest, exclaiming, I will be the world's greatest swordsman. Eren extended his hand. Let's make a pact. Let us see who can become the world's greatest swordsman. Agreed. The three hands clasped tightly together. Chapter 26. Rodtown Aaron rowed the small boat that had accompanied him since Windmill Village. Once Nami could no longer see Zoro and Kuina, Aaron stowed the vessel away into the system space and transformed into the wind, soaring towards Logtown. Having learned the rudiments of navigation from Nami, and possessing an extraordinary mastery of observation hockey, he was determined to avoid any missteps this time. What would typically require 3 days of travel by boat, he accomplished in half a day of flight, reaching the island of Logtown. From a distance in the sky, he perceived Logtown to be quite substantial, but upon landing, he realized it was far grander than he had anticipated. At the docks of Logtown, numerous vessels were anchored, fishing boats. Merchant ships, passenger liners, and even naval warships could be seen, alongside pirate ships proudly displaying their black flags, openly moored at the harbor. Aaron sought out a secluded alley, gradually materializing into view. As he emerged from the shadows, he followed the throng onto the bustling street, only to discover that Rodtown was even more vibrant than he had anticipated. The scale of this place far surpassed that of a mere town. In fact, Rodtown had grown to resemble a city within this world. The broad avenues were lined with an array of shops and signs, and amidst the bustling crowd, one could easily spot a variety of enchanting beauties, evoking the ambience of a modern metropolis. This town served as both a beginning and an end. It was here that the Pirate King was executed, marking the dawn of the age of pirates. Situated near the entrance of the Grand Line, it stood as a vital passage for those venturing from the East Sea into the Grand Line. With its advantageous location and rich history, prosperity was inevitable. Particularly as a crucial waypoint into the Grand Line, it was hardly surprising that pirates frequented this place. After all, pirates represented a lucrative consumer demographic, living in the moment with their ephemeral fortunes, indulging in pleasures as they came. They required supplies and leisure, and in comparison to ordinary folk, their spending was decidedly more extravagant. As Owen would put it, they pillaged extensively and spent just as freely. Consequently, Rodtown welcomed pirates with open arms. After all, it was the very location where Gold, Roger, the Pirate King, met his demise, instilling a significant deterrent against lawlessness. Moreover, Rodtown boasted the largest naval base in the East Sea, rendering it unafraid of potential pirate disturbances. In fact, the Navy here often found themselves concerned about the absence of trouble from pirates, as it would deprive them of opportunities to earn accolades. Thus, the atmosphere was ripe for adventure and excitement. As Aaron stepped onto the street, a profound sense of familiarity washed over him. Compared to Frostmoon Village, he found himself far more attuned to the vibrant life of the bustling city. Ah, that sister's fishnet stockings are absolutely stunning. Wow, this lady's attire is so daring. It's almost revealing. Goodness, and look at that masterful display. Is she truly unadorned atop that peak? Although this world is steeped in feudal customs, its technological advancements are surprisingly sophisticated. After all, Oda may have his quirks, but that does not detract from his brilliance. Observing the myriad of stockings on display, Aaron couldn't help but marvel at the quality of women in the pirate world. They're all like bodhisattvas, unreservedly sharing their charms, with some even donning provocative outfits as they stroll out. As he wandered the streets of Logtown, Aaron found his gaze wandering, feeling as though he could never see enough. During his year in Frostmoon Village, he had only encountered Kana as a female presence. The rest were merely men of all ages. Had he not been a normal person, he might have reacted like Sanji, with blood pouring from his nose. Having spent over a year in this world, it was his first encounter with so many generous bodhisattvas on a single street, and he found himself inexplicably exhilarated. His wide-eyed innocence made him appear as though he had never set foot in a city before. Yet, with his striking looks, no one dared to utter a word. In fact, a particularly attractive lady approached him, teasingly asking if he still wished to strive for success. If not, he could accompany her. In his previous life, Aaron would undoubtedly have replied, "Sister, I no longer wish to endeavor." But this is the pirate world, and he possesses formidable strength. He is destined to grow even stronger. And for his first romantic encounter in this world, he must choose a renowned beauty. How could he settle for a mere passerby? What if she turned out to be a mere biological experiment? Aaron smiled politely and declined his sister's invitation, continuing to move forward. This was indeed the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had received such an invitation, a delightful memory. Rodtown was bustling with activity and abundant in beauty. He mused, yet his true purpose was not to seek out lovely ladies. He had come here with a singular aim, to acquire the legendary weapon known as the Triad Ghost Blade. Aaron directly manifested his observation hockey, commencing his search for the presence of the 3rd-generation Ghost Slash. Soon, he pinpointed its location, which indeed emanated a sinister aura. Aaron could not help but exclaim how provocative it was. Even from such a distance, he could perceive this unsettling energy. It was conveniently situated not far ahead at the weapon shop. Aaron stepped into the armory, discovering it brimming with an array of weapons: knives, swords, hammers, and guns. The shop was thriving, for the town of Rogue was not yet under the management of Colonel Smoker. The atmosphere was bustling, filled with a cacophony of voices and a throng of patrons, as if an entire pirate crew had descended to procure arms. Hey, proprietor, why are all these pieces mere scrap metal? Is there not a finer blade to be found? The shopkeeper, Ivan Song, observed with bemusement as the crowd dismissed his finest wares. It was evident they were merely seeking trouble. The best sword in my establishment is right here. If it does not meet your expectations, I suggest you turn right and walk 500 meters. There you shall find superior weaponry. But isn't that a naval base? The burly leader of the group, now realizing he had been mocked by the scrawny shopkeeper, felt an unusual surge of anger. His companions encircled Ivan, each brandishing weapons taken from the shelves, effectively trapping the shopkeeper in their midst. Yet, Ivan remained unfazed. His name alone hinted at his lineage as a samurai from Wano. And in dealing with the feeblest of East Blue pirates, he was more than capable. A significant portion of his business was indeed bolstered by these very pirates. Selling swords might not yield substantial profits, but it was the bounties that truly represented the path to wealth. Aaron entered the room, disregarding the presence of his boss. He glanced around and noticed a wooden barrel in the corner, filled with discarded scraps of metal, each worth 50,000. Aaron felt a gentle tug as he lifted his right finger upward, causing the third-generation ghost blade to soar from the wooden tub and into his hand. Aaron lifted the third-generation ghost cutter above his head, gently extracting it and scrutinizing its details. The hilt of the third-generation ghost cutter was adorned, with the blade's cross-section resembling a cruciform shape, featuring a sharkskin grip and an intricately wrapped handle. The blade itself was elongated, displaying a significant curvature, devoid of a blood groove, and its pattern was characteristic of flame-patterned steel, meticulously forged through folding. The handle bore no through-hole or pins, but was equipped with a carp mouth, adorned with a small strip of white fabric encircling both the hilt and the scabbard. Its appearance was undeniably exquisite. Chapter 27. The third-generation ghost cutter upon witnessing Aaron unearth such a remarkably fine blade from the refuse. The brawny henchmen of the weapon shop immediately released their hold on the shopkeeper and approached Aaron, clamoring, "Hey kid, put down that knife. Everything in this weapon shop belongs to our boss, including the blade in your grasp. Release it at once, or you shall face dire consequences." Aaron held the third-generation Guache, surveying it with great satisfaction at its appearance. The band of pirates approached the weapon shop owner, inquiring, "Excuse me, sir, is this weapon priced at 50,000 berries?" Upon noticing that Arlong disregarded him, the burly man became infuriated. His temper flared as he exclaimed, "I believe you are growing weary of life itself, daring to ignore me. Prepare to meet your demise." He seized a massive axe from the wall and swung it menacingly towards Arlong. Aaron's eyes widened, exuding an overwhelming and majestic aura. One by one, the pirates rolled their eyes back, foaming at the mouth, and collapsed to the ground. Only the burly man remained, struggling to hold on. However, it was evident that he had reached his limit. Under immense pressure, he gasped for breath, kneeling before Aaron. In a state of terror, he stumbled backward, incoherently uttering, "What is happening? What have you done?" Remarkably, he had not fallen. It seems this sturdy man truly possessed remarkable resilience. Aaron concentrated his conqueror's haki and unleashed it entirely towards the burly man. Under the immense pressure of this overwhelming aura, the man ultimately succumbed, his vision fading to white as he collapsed to the ground. Aaron stepped directly over the individuals beneath him, making his way to the proprietor of the weapon shop, Ippenmatsu. He presented a sum of 50,000 berries. "Here you are, esteemed owner. This is 50,000 berries. If it proves insufficient, feel free to take these pirates as collateral." Ippenmatsu observed Aaron's imposing demeanor, pondering whether he was yet another figure reminiscent of Roger. Being no stranger to the world, he was aware of his ancestry linked to the renowned samurai of Wano, Ippon. Although his own prowess in hockey was not remarkable, his knowledge was extensive. He had often witnessed Roger's formidable presence in Logtown, where the legendary pirate had not been particularly young during his conquests of the Grand Line. It was evident that Aaron possessed great potential. However, adhering to his professional integrity, Ippenmatsu interjected, "I'm afraid I cannot sell you this sword." "Why not?" Aaron inquired. "This blade is cursed. While the swords of the Katetsu lineage, led by the original Katetsu, are indeed exceptional, they are all cursed blades. Many renowned swordsmen have met tragic fates while wielding a kitetsu. In this day and age, no swordsman dares to use a kitetsu. For those unaware of its curse have also suffered dire consequences. I, too, wish to rid myself of this blade, yet I fear the curse it carries. At that moment, the portly wife of the weapon shop owner struck Ipponmatsu on the head, exclaiming, "Dear, you are quite foolish. If he desires it, simply sell him a sword." Eren smiled. It is quite natural for people in this world to misunderstand the formidable nature of the cursed blade. As Gung Saburo once stated, every sword possesses its own character. The cursed blade, much like those enchanting women, is unattainable for the inept sycophants. Nevertheless, with his current prowess, Eren exudes confidence. Moreover, if even the early version of Zoro could wield this sword without issue, one can only imagine the ease with which Eren would handle it. Furthermore, the assertion that no swordsman dares to use the Demon Slayer is unfounded. Even the likes of the Five Elders, rulers of the highest caliber, employ its power. Ultimately, it boils down to this. If one lacks the capability, one should refrain from wielding the cursed blade. Eren was captivated by the aura of the knife. He said to the owner, "I am quite fond of this blade. I shall take it." Those who are weak cannot wield the demon sword and resort to slandering it. I, however, am different. Eren drew the third generation of the Demon Slayer, enveloping Liu Ying with all his might, causing the entire blade to turn pitch black. The combination of Liu Ying and the inherent qualities of the third generation Demon Slayer emanated waves of ghostly energy, transforming Eren, who wielded the sword, into a figure reminiscent of Ashura, both imposing and profoundly sinister. The third generation Demon Slayer resonated with satisfaction, its blade quivering slightly, producing a melodic hum as if beckoning Eren to infuse it with even greater power. Eren released his grip on the hilt of the sword. Yet the Sandai Kitetsu remained firmly affixed to the palm of his hand, akin to a pair of lovers deeply enamored, reluctant to part ways. The proprietor of the weapon shop gazed in astonishment at the obsidian blade, his eyes widening as he muttered in disbelief. This is Ryuki. I never imagined I would encounter such an authentic Ryuki in the East Sea, the weakest of all seas. It had been ages since he had laid eyes on a swordsman of such caliber. He had heard whispers that swords choose their masters, and it seemed that the Sandai Kitetsu had fully conformed to Eren's essence. Please wait." As Eren prepared to depart, the shopkeeper, filled with urgency, dashed into the inner courtyard. He emerged with a lacquered black katana in hand. "This blade is the exceptional Tachi Yukai's. Though my shop may be modest, this is the finest sword I possess. Please accept it. I implore you." Eren caressed the blade of the third generation of Onit. The silky texture surpassed even that of a skilled artisan's touch, and as he stroked it, he could feel the subtle quiver of Onit, akin to the gentle shyness of a demure maiden. Eren smiled at the owner of the weapon shop, gesturing dismissively as he replied, "No, that will suffice. I am not the type of swordsman who wields multiple blades. However, should a swordsman with a gaze akin to mine happen to arrive one day, please entrust it to him. He will not disappoint you." Having acquired his weapon, Eren wandered down the bustling streets, captivated by the myriad of goods on display. He paused to purchase various items essential for his journey, diligently storing them all within his system space. Eren, after completing his shopping, found himself unwittingly at the most renowned attraction in Rog Town, the execution platform of the Pirate King. Upon inspection, he realized there was little to behold. After all, he held no fondness for pirates. Had his system been akin to a check-in mechanism, he might have earned substantial rewards at this very spot. With the acquisition of weaponry, all that remained was a seaworthy vessel. His diminutive fishing boat was woefully inadequate for his aspirations. He was no Mihawk or Ace, who could traverse the world on a mere skiff. Nonetheless, a bedroom, a bathroom, and a kitchen were essential. So where in the East Blue could Eren procure a ship that met his desires? The answer was evident. The fabled Going Merry, a vessel that had touched the hearts of countless fans. To be candid, Eren did not perceive Luffy as particularly protective of Merry. If it were up to him, he would ensure not a single scratch marred her beauty. This was a super rare UR-grade ship that had birthed a ship spirit with some effort. It might even give rise to a ship girl, rather than entrust her to Luffy, who might ultimately let her perish in flames. Eren resolved to take matters into his own hands. As a seasoned player of Azalain, he was determined to cultivate his own ship girl. Chapter 28, Usopp. The true prophet of the pirate world, known as God Usopp, is the son of the renowned sniper, Jesus Burgess, of the Red-Haired Pirates. Naturally timid, he yearns to emulate the greatness of his father as a sharpshooter. Recently, his mother, Ban China, has fallen gravely ill from longing for him. In a desperate bid to alleviate her condition, he began to weave tales of impending pirate invasions, claiming that marauders were on their way. Initially, the villagers believed him. However, much like the tale of the boy who cried wolf, they gradually became accustomed to Usopp's fabrications, treating his daily lies as their morning alarm. One day, Usopp, as usual, shouted throughout the village, "Pirates are coming. My father's pirate ship is approaching." "Oh really? Where's that pirate ship of yours?" A chilling voice suddenly emerged from behind Usopp. The abruptness of the voice startled him, causing him to believe he had encountered a ghost. Fearfully, he turned to see a figure clad in a black mask, wielding an ominous black long sword, resembling a harbinger of doom. Nervously swallowing, Usopp stammered, "This gentleman, are you a pirate?" "Jajajajajaja." Eren gazed upon the adorable Usopp, a mischievous thought crossing his mind to teach him a lesson. Emitting a villainous laugh, he declared with malevolence, "Indeed, I'm a pirate, a member of the legendary Rocks Pirates. I have come here upon hearing that my arch-nemesis, Jesus Burgess, hails from this very place. In retribution, I shall annihilate everyone here." To lend credence to his threat, Eren summoned a hint of murderous intent, unleashing a wave of sword energy from his sword, Sandai Kitetsu, towards a towering tree. The tree toppled with a resounding crash, and the sword energy carved a deep gash into the earth. Usopp, struck by fear, stumbled to the ground, desperately crawling backward before suddenly springing to his feet and dashing towards the village, tears streaming down his face as he shouted, "Everyone, run! The pirates are coming!" One by one, Usopp's family members frantically pounded on their doors, urging them to flee as the pirates approached. Yet, the villagers, no longer believing his cries, continued with their daily routines, indifferent to his warnings. Usopp glanced back at Eren, whose menacing aura lingered closely behind him. He longed to return home, but the thought of endangering his ailing mother filled him with dread. Regret washed over him. Had he known the consequences of his lies, he would have chosen differently. But it was too late. He could already envision the villagers' grim fate. No longer could he run, nor could he endanger the lives of those in the village. Clenching his fists, he steeled his resolve and shouted at Eren, "I'm the son of that man. Kill me, but spare the villagers." Upon hearing this, Arlong revealed a satisfied smile beneath his mask. Truly, Usopp is a man of remarkable responsibility in critical moments, the most dependable individual when faced with dire circumstances. The villagers, upon hearing this, realized that Usopp had indeed spoken the truth. They emerged from their homes, their expressions grave, brandishing weapons such as kitchen knives and hoes, standing resolutely behind Usopp to confront Arlong. Eren quickly sheathed his knife and removed his mask, addressing the villagers with an apology. "I sincerely regret the misunderstanding, everyone. I am, in fact, a friend of Jesus. Upon hearing the distressing news of his wife's illness, I came here specifically to offer my condolences. Realizing the deceitful actions of Usopp, I felt compelled to impart a lesson. My sincerest apologies to all of you." Eren bowed and offered his apologies. The crowd, captivated by his handsome visage, gentle demeanor, and soothing nature, instantly believed him. Recognizing his good intentions, they readily forgave Eren. The tale of the boy who cried wolf is well known, culminating in tragedy. While the story of Zillabu village ultimately avoided such a fate due to the intervention of the sun god, one wonders what might have transpired had the sun god not been present. Would the villagers have perished? Thus, Eren resolved to impart a lesson to Usopp, and it appears that his efforts are yielding positive results. Eren also apologized to Usopp, saying, "I am truly sorry. I did not mean to startle you." Usopp patted his backside and feigned indifference, replying, "In truth, I recognized your disguise long ago. I simply chose not to expose you." "Ha ha ha." Eren observed Usopp's trembling calves and chose not to expose him. Eren said to Usopp, "Could you take me to your home for a visit? Do not be deceived by my appearance. I am actually a physician. Perhaps I could heal your mother's ailment." "Really?" Usopp responded with astonishment, and then led Eren to his residence. Along the way, Usopp inquired how Eren knew his father and if he was aware of his whereabouts. Eren informed Usopp that he had learned about Jesus a year ago in Windmill Village, and he now speculated that he had likely already arrived in the New World. Usopp ushered Eren into his home. Upon entering, he called out, "Mother, I have returned. I have brought a guest." As Eren stepped through the threshold, he beheld a frail woman lying upon the bed, teetering on the brink of consciousness. She possessed an elongated nose, reminiscent of Usopp's, a clear inheritance of her mother's distinctive genetic trait. A towel was draped over her head, and as she caught sight of Usopp's entrance, she weakly uttered, "Usopp, you have returned." Her gaze shifted, and upon noticing the unfamiliar figure accompanying him, she inquired with great effort, "May I ask who you are?" Each word seemed to extract the last remnants of her strength. Aaron stepped forward and observed carefully, saying, "I am a friend of Yeshu. My name is Aaron. I heard you were unwell, so I came to check on you. Moreover, I am somewhat of a physician. Perhaps I can alleviate your affliction." Bankina's eyes sparkled with hope as she replied in an eager tone, "You are a friend of Yeshu? How is he faring?" Aaron nodded and remarked, "He is far better than you." "That is good. That is good." Bankina murmured to herself. Alas, the unfortunate woman still found herself preoccupied with the scoundrel who had abandoned his wife and children. Aaron had long discerned that Bankina's physical condition was not severely compromised, primarily due to a lack of nourishment leading to her frailty. As for the cause of her grave illness and subsequent demise, Aaron speculated that it was akin to the lovesickness afflicting the emperors of the Amazonian matriarchate. A malady of the heart requires a remedy of the heart. While her physical ailment could be easily remedied with a surge of healing hormones, the lovesickness that could prove fatal left Aaron utterly at a loss for a cure. Aaron simply cannot comprehend what is worthy of nostalgia in a scoundrel who abandons his wife and children. In a past life, such a person would have been publicly denounced on social media platforms. How could such an individual still be considered a good man? One must admit, Oda's portrayal of a good man is truly perplexing. In a previous existence, perhaps Banchina would have awakened her potential through boxing, even sharing videos lamenting, "My friends, who understands?" Yet, in the world of pirates, she can only reminisce about such a so-called good man, enveloped in sorrow and melancholy. Chapter 29, Deceiving the Liar with Lies. Aaron administered a dose of healing hormones into Bankina's body, and her physical condition has markedly improved. However, her spirit remains notably despondent. It is likely that before long, she will succumb to melancholy once more. The ailment of the heart requires a remedy for the heart. Aaron inquired, "Sister-in-law, I must say, if you continue to speak in such a manner, it won't be long before your health deteriorates once more. Is Jesus Boo truly worth this level of yearning? Even Usopp has been disregarded." Bankina's mind was flooded with memories of her time spent with Jesus Boo, a blissful smile gracing her once pallid features as she replied, "You do not comprehend. I take immense pride in being married to Jesus Boo. Were it not for me, he would have set sail long ago. I have delayed him for quite some time. As for Usopp," she gazed tenderly at Usopp and proclaimed with pride, "He is a good child, and I firmly believe he can grow to be as courageous as his father. I have full confidence in him. Can you truly be so willing to face death without concern?" It appeared she was indeed flirting with the notion of a literal demise for Jesus Boo. Given her obstinacy, Aaron felt justified in administering a potent remedy, even if it meant weaving a benevolent falsehood. Aaron gazed at Usopp and his mother, solemnly asserting, "No, the future is nothing like what you envision." Aaron opened his eyes, allowing Usopp to attack at will. No matter what he did, he could not land a hit on Aaron, leaving both of them secretly astonished. Aaron showcased his observation haki and remarked, "This is a wondrous power found upon the vast ocean, sharpening one's senses to discern the presence and emotional fluctuations of surrounding beings, enabling one to anticipate and evade peril. The most exceptional among us can even glimpse into the future, and I possess the ability to foresee what lies ahead. My purpose for coming here is that I have glimpsed Usopp's future." Aaron's observation haki, while abundant, does not possess the capacity to foresee the future. Although his quantity of observation haki is considerable, its quality still leaves much to be desired. He expresses this sentiment because Usopp and his mother remain unaware. Deceiving Sogeking with a benevolent falsehood brings an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. "Is that true?" the two exclaimed in astonishment. Aaron nodded and then spoke, "In the future I envision. You pass away while waiting for the return of Jesus." From that moment on, Usopp developed a penchant for fabricating tales, proclaiming daily in the village that pirates had arrived. The villagers gradually grew accustomed to Usopp's fabrications, treating his daily fables as a sort of alarm clock for their daily tasks. Before long, Usopp, along with the local children, Pepperhead, Radish Head, and Onion Head, formed the Usopp pirate crew. He even forged a friendship with the daughter of one of the wealthiest families in the village. Aaron gave Usopp a thumbs up, expressing his admiration as he remarked, "She is indeed quite beautiful. Is that so?" Usopp scratched his head, smiling shyly, as images of the charming golden-haired girl danced in his mind. Banchina smiled contentedly and replied, "Then I have no regrets." However, Aaron began to weave a tale. On the vast sea, there existed a notorious pirate captain known as Kuro, alias Hunter Plans, with a bounty of 10 million berries. He had set his sights on the wealth of the Kaya family. Leading his crew, he arrived at this place, only to be spotted by Usopp. He rushed into the village, shouting to the villagers that pirates were approaching, yet none believed his words. Usopp then dashed to Kaya's home, urging her to flee, but her family also dismissed his warnings. Tragically, the entire village was left in ruins, mercilessly slaughtered. What? How could this be? Usopp cried out, having just been lost in thoughts of Kaya, only to learn that his warnings had led to the annihilation of the entire village. Filled with both rage and fear, Usopp lamented, such words should not be uttered again. However, boasting remains permissible. There's a distinction between boasting and deceit. Do you understand? Eren cautioned Usopp, I shall not speak of it again. Usopp assured with a lingering sense of trepidation. Eren then turned to Banchina and gently reassured her, sister-in-law. Now you comprehend the magnitude of your influence, do you not? In the foreseeable future, I envision, Usopp possesses talents that surpass those of his father. Yet tragedy has befallen us. Lie well. Even if not for Jezeb, consider Usopp. Think of that delightful Koya, if all goes as planned. She is destined to become your daughter-in-law. Would you not wish to see what your grandchild would be like? Banchina, her heart heavy with trepidation, placed her hand upon her chest, never anticipating that her demise would precipitate the ruin of the village. Nor could she have foreseen that Usopp's once bright future would dissipate due to her absence. Reflecting upon the sweet little girl and Usopp's promising prospects, she resolved that for the sake of her son, Jezeb could wait. Her son's well-being took precedence. With a shift in her mindset, Banchina mustered her strength and addressed Eren. You are right. I cannot allow Jezeb to hinder Usopp's future. Turning to Usopp, she declared, Usopp, I am hungry. Please fetch me some food. I must nourish my body. Exactly. That is the way, Eren exclaimed, delighted that he had successfully saved a life. Eren, could you share with me some details about Jezeb? I know little about him. Eren slightly refined the opening tale and recounted it. In other words, Eren, you and Jesus Boo are not particularly close. Banchina gazed at Eren with a complex expression, surprised that their acquaintance was merely at such a superficial level. And yet he had gone out of his way to treat her. You are truly a kind-hearted individual, Eren. I sincerely thank you. Banchina set down her spoon, which she had been using to eat her meat porridge, and earnestly expressed her gratitude to Eren. Eren replied, Not at all. I am acquainted with Jesus, and Usopp's talents are certainly on par with his. What a pity it would be to squander such potential. Banchina rapped on the table, signaling for Usopp, who had been lost in a daydream about Kaya, to regain his focus. Did you hear that, Usopp? Usopp quickly responded, Yes. I will train diligently. Observing the transformation of Banchina from a state of despair to one filled with hope, Eren felt a sense of relief and prepared to pursue his original intentions. Eren inquired of Usopp, Do you know the whereabouts of the Kaya residence? Usopp nodded and asked, Brother Eren, do you have business at Kaya's house? Surely, you wouldn't wish for your future girlfriend to be in poor health. Eren gently tapped Usopp's head, remarking that he still preferred Luffy's touch. Usopp, covering his mouth in excitement, exclaimed, Eren, are you going to cure Kaya's illness? Upon seeing Eren nod, Usopp eagerly grasped his hand and dashed towards Kaya's home. Kaya's residence was the sole mansion in the village of Syrup, surrounded by an expansive garden adorned with towering trees and exquisite flowers. It boasted a grand porch and intricately carved columns. When Kaya's parents were alive, before being tragically slain by Kuro, they frequently interacted with the villagers, eschewing walls and often inviting them over for visits, earning a stellar reputation within the community. Chapter 30. Healing Kaya. Usopp led Eren to the opulent mansion and spotted the butler, Mary, tending to the flowers. Clad in a suit, he sported an amusing white goatee. Usopp approached him, greeting, Good afternoon, Mr. Mary. Mary straightened up and replied, Why, it's Usopp. What brings you here? I have splendid news to share. Usopp pushed Eren forward, saying, This is my brother Eren, a remarkably skilled doctor. He cured my mother, who was gravely ill, in no time. Perhaps he can help Kaya as well. Oh, really? You is not. Mary remained composed, somewhat skeptical of Usopp's claims, knowing his penchant for exaggeration. Indeed, if you doubt me, you may inquire about my mother. Usopp realized the downside of his habit of lying, as his words were met with disbelief. Quite so. Mary stroked his chin thoughtfully, then nodded. Please wait here while I report this inside. He set down the watering can and entered the mansion. After a brief interval, Mary reemerged, a broad smile illuminating his face as he invited them inside. Upon entering the mansion, they were greeted by lavish decor, with exquisite oil paintings and tapestries adorning the walls. A grand crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting a soft glow throughout the interior. At the heart of the mansion lay a magnificent hall dominated by a vast mahogany table, surrounded by several high-backed armchairs. The mansion contained numerous rooms, each adorned in a unique and splendid manner. The uppermost level featured a spacious balcony, offering breathtaking views of the entire village. Seated on the balcony were a golden-haired couple. The man, tall and robust, with cascading golden curls, exuded warmth and charm, his bright eyes reflecting confidence and wisdom. He wore a perfectly tailored suit, beaming as he observed Eren and Usopp's entrance. The woman, a figure of noble elegance, had her long golden hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Her gentle smile was complemented by a pristine white dress, devoid of any adornments, embodying the purity of a princess from a fairy tale, exuding grace and tenderness. They wore smiles upon their faces, gazing at Eren with warmth in their eyes. The two rose eagerly to greet him. The man extended his broad right hand to clasp Eren's, his face alight with joy as he exclaimed, "We are truly delighted by your arrival. Please, do take a seat." As he spoke, he ushered Eren and Usopp onto the sofa, personally pouring tea and offering water, laying out an exquisite array of pastries that adorned the table, engaging in amiable conversation. He first inquired about Usopp. "Is that you, Usopp? It has been quite some time. I heard about your mother's illness. How is she faring now?" Usopp accepted the teacup handed to him and replied, "Thanks to Brother Eren, my mother has greatly improved. She can get out of bed now." The man was inwardly astonished. He had heard that Usopp's mother had been gravely ill and bedridden, and now she was able to rise. If this were indeed true, it seemed that this young man, despite his youth and lack of any medical instruments, was no mere charlatan after all. At that moment, another servant entered, whispering a few words in the man's ear, confirming that Bangina had indeed shown signs of recovery. The man felt a wave of relief wash over him, his gaze turning expectantly to Eren. He stood and bowed apologetically, saying, "I'm truly sorry for doubting your medical skills. We have sought the help of many doctors, yet none could cure Kaya's ailment. Please understand the heart of a concerned father. Regardless of whether you can heal Kaya, I have a significant reward to offer you." Eren waved his hand and began discussing Koya's medical condition with the gentleman, inquiring about her symptoms in detail. Just as they were conversing, the butler, Mary, entered the drawing room, escorting Koya. She had shoulder-length hair, a delicate shade of golden blonde, styled with a center parting, and her large brown eyes sparkled with life. Her fair skin was complemented by a light blue ankle-length dress, and she wore charming purple slippers. Due to her frail health, she often found herself confined to bed, constantly consuming a variety of medications. Despite her melancholic disposition and occasional irritability, a gentle nature prompted her to bow and greet Eren and the others before addressing the gentleman, saying, "Father, is there something you need from me?" The gentleman introduced Eren to Koya, explaining that Eren was the doctor who would treat her, and that he had successfully healed Usopp's mother. Koya gazed skeptically at Eren, who stood before her empty-handed. Although he was undeniably handsome, she questioned the credibility of a doctor who lacked even the most basic medical kit. Nevertheless, she positioned herself in front of Eren, eager to witness how this young man intended to treat her. In truth, by the time Koya arrived, Eren had already utilized his observation haki in conjunction with the abilities of the hormone fruit to scrutinize her condition thoroughly. Eren discovered that Kaya was merely frail by nature and did not suffer from any other ailments. In the original narrative, Usopp engaged in conversation with her, bringing joy to her heart, which led to a gradual improvement in her condition. Eventually, she regained her health and roamed freely around the village. Thus, Kaya did not endure any grave illness. A simple adjustment of her hormones using the hormone fruit would suffice, a task that is exceedingly straightforward for such a power. Eren gently pricked Koya's fair hand with a needle. "There, it's done." Koya, akin to being lightly bitten by a mosquito, felt little sensation. Was she truly healed so swiftly? The couple exchanged perplexed glances, wondering if this seemed rather trivial. Eren encouraged Kaya to stretch her body. After she complied, she discovered a remarkable transformation. The fatigue that typically enveloped her was replaced by an invigorating strength. No longer did she feel weak. Overcome with excitement, she disregarded her usual decorum and began to leap and bound across the spacious living room. The couple, witnessing this exuberant display, rose to their feet, their faces alight with joy as they urged Meili to swiftly catch up with Kaya to prevent any potential falls. Gratefully, they turned their gaze to Eren, expressing their heartfelt appreciation. "We have consulted numerous doctors, yet none have been able to cure Kaya's ailment. It is truly a stroke of luck to have encountered you. Please, accept our profound gratitude." After a while of running, Kaya approached Eren and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, her voice brimming with emotion as she exclaimed, "Brother Eren, I cannot thank you enough." Eren advised her to take it easy, as her health had only just improved. She could not withstand such exertion. By tonight, She would undoubtedly feel exhausted, and come morning, she might find herself as sore as those college students or office workers who suddenly engage in strenuous activity after a prolonged period of inactivity. Upon hearing this, the man quickly implored Eren to stay a few more days. Eren, having the same intention, believed in helping others thoroughly and decided to experience the archaic, decadent lifestyle. Chapter 31. A desire to play ship. Girls. A few days later, at the port of Zilabu village, a small wooden sailboat was anchored at the entrance of an alley. The vessel's hull was predominantly a bright white, characterized by a triangular sail on its main mast and a central rudder at the stern, adorned with a figurehead resembling a ram. 4 cannons were mounted on the ship, one at the bow, aimed forward, one at the stern, and 2 on either side. A white flag fluttered from the top of the main mast, exuding an elegance unique to the sea. Though the ship was modest in size, it was ample enough to accommodate several crew members. Inside, it featured a living area comprising a conference room, kitchen, and helm. The interior was equipped with a refrigerator, a wine cabinet, and a steering stick, providing a space for meetings, casual conversations, and dining. The kitchen was constructed of brick. The ship did not have a traditional wheel. Instead, the steering stick controlled the rudder at the stern by maneuvering left and right. A smaller room located beneath the main mast was rather cramped, containing a wardrobe, 2 sofas, and a small table. Below the storage area was a luxurious larger room, complete with a writing desk, bookshelves, a bed, a sofa, an outdoor unit, and a bar with a hammock. This room connected to an emergency exit from the smaller room. There was also a storage area for barrels of liquor, water, food, and treasures beneath the conference room. Additionally, a restroom for bathing and sanitation featured curtains for privacy, ventilation, and a modern flush toilet. Moreover, there was a military storage area at the bow, thoughtfully stocked with various supplies necessary for navigation. Truly a small marvel equipped with all the essentials. This vessel was none other than the Going Merry, a ship that had touched the hearts of countless sea enthusiasts, filled with nostalgia and regret. Having regained her health, Kaya, alongside Usopp, was embarking on an adventure aboard the Merry. In her newfound vitality, she had been joyously running around, as if to release the pent-up frustrations of the past few years. The goat-headed steward, Mary, the ship's designer and builder, was conversing with Eren about the various aspects and operational methods of the Merry. Kaya's parents were meticulously examining the ship, ensuring nothing was lacking. Kaya's father, increasingly feeling a sense of indebtedness, approached Eren with sincerity, saying, "Eren, have you truly considered this? Is a single ship really all you desire? Might that be too meager?" Kaya's father was astonished that Eren, having healed his precious daughter, would settle for merely a ship as compensation. Despite Kaya's father's repeated offers to increase the reward, Eren steadfastly declined. Such a gesture would violate his principles. He had previously paid exorbitant fees to incompetent doctors, let alone to his benefactor. Should others learn that he had only offered his savior a ship in return, it would surely elicit scornful laughter. Eren gazed contentedly at the newly acquired Merry, waving his hand with a smile as he remarked, "You are unaware of the true worth of this vessel. To me, it is priceless. What value does a mere ship hold? It is nothing more than an obsolete creation of Merry." At that moment, Kaya and Usopp dashed onto the deck, overhearing Eren's words. With a slight grimace, they quietly mocked him. Kaya, grateful to Eren for curing the ailment that had plagued her for years and restored her health, shared her father's sentiment, believing that a ship as compensation was exceedingly meager. Eren gazed at the crowd and inquired, "Are you familiar with the ship spirit?" Upon seeing everyone shake their heads, he elaborated, "The ship spirit is an ethereal being born from the mutual affection and care that the crew bestows upon their vessel. When the bond between the crew and the ship reaches a profound level, the ship transforms into a figure resembling a crew member, brandishing a wooden mallet and clad in a raincoat. Merry possesses the potential to give rise to such a ship spirit. Perhaps one day, the Merry will manifest a delightful being akin to Kaya." In the original tale, the Golden Merry, gifted by Kaya, was cherished deeply by Usopp. The ship, in turn, felt his love and, during the Sky Island battle, transformed into a figure with a wooden mallet, dressed like a crew member, emerging amidst the thick fog to assist Luffy and his crew in repairing the vessel. Subsequently, the ship often appeared in times of crisis, alerting the crew and providing invaluable aid. Ultimately, during the events at Enies Lobby, the Merry implored the iceberg for one final voyage to rescue Luffy and his companions. The ship's spirit, embodying the Merry, successfully saved them at a critical moment. However, due to severe damage to its keel, it could no longer sail, and, as its life force waned, Luffy honored the Golden Merry with a cremation ceremony, marking the conclusion of its illustrious mission. The ship's spirit bid an emotional farewell to the Straw Hat Pirates, leaving countless fans in tears. To be candid, the emergence of the ship's spirit from Mary is not significantly tied to Luffy. He does not exhibit profound attachment or care for the Mary. His reckless nature has led to numerous injuries sustained by the ship, hastening its demise. Were Eren in Usopp's position, he would undoubtedly show even greater concern and affection for the Mary, ensuring it suffered no harm whatsoever. Eren hopes that the Mary will also give rise to a ship's spirit in his hands. At that time, he plans to find a devil fruit for her to consume, thus birthing his very own ship girl. Traversing the world of pirates, he reminisces about the numerous wives he has, over 600, and feels a surge of anticipation for Mary. What? Is that even possible? Kaya, having overheard Eren's words, envisions a small version of herself and excitedly exclaims, "Brother Eren, if Mary acquires a ship spirit in the future, you must bring her back for me to see." After speaking, she squats down to caress Mary's hull, murmuring, "Mary, grow up quickly." Kaya's father, upon hearing Eren's words, remarks, "Well, that's a relief. At least it's not too disrespectful." However, it is astonishing that a ship constructed by Mary could possess such magic. Indeed, Mary's designer, Mary herself, finds it quite remarkable and solemnly states in that case, "I urge you to cherish and care for this ship." Eren nodded with a smile, indicating his intention to cherish the Mary ship wholeheartedly. He understood that this vessel would become a significant companion in his adventures within the pirate world. His unique abilities destined him to have few allies. He could navigate the seas alone. Besides alleviating his solitude, Eren felt that a pet would suffice as a companion. "Eren, dear brother, this voyage will likely keep you away from here for a long time," Usopp remarked, his eyes glistening with tears as he recalled his father, who had ventured out and never returned. Eren nodded. Having acquired the Mary, it was time for him to prepare for the grand voyage on the Grand Line. "Thank you, Eren, for healing my mother. I have nothing to offer in return, and I apologize." Usopp bowed deeply, his eyes brimming with tears. Observing the Kaya family diligently preparing for Eren's journey, he felt a profound sense of inadequacy, realizing that he could not express his gratitude adequately. Even words of thanks seemed so feeble. It turned out he felt somewhat inferior. Eren gently patted Usopp's head, urging him to lift his gaze, and said, "Then share your talents with me. When you establish your pirate crew in the future, remember to leave a position for me as your first mate." "Yes," Usopp exclaimed loudly. A gentle breeze stirred as Eren waved goodbye to everyone aboard the ship. Farewell, everyone. Ghana. Chapter 32. Kuro upon the vast ocean. Buoyed by the powers of the wind fruit, the Mary was sailing autonomously. The cabin was brimming with various items sent by Kaya's parents, thoughtfully organized. Eren was placing them one by one into the system space when he stumbled upon a chest filled with berries, an astonishing 50 million berries. Despite his declaration of refusing money, a substantial fortune had found its way to him. After securing the items, the space within the Mary felt significantly more expansive. From the array of belongings prepared by Kaya's parents, Eren retrieved a lounge chair, reclining upon it to examine Usopp's newly acquired traits. System notification. You have a new superior, Usopp. Reward. Newcomer starter pack. Unlocking new traits. Sniper King. You possess extraordinary talent in marksmanship, rewarded with a newcomer's starter pack. A commendable trait, albeit of little utility for Eren. Having completed his mundane tasks, Eren engaged in his routine exercise. He shed his clothing, revealing a sculpted physique. Leaping into the air and plunging into the sea, swimming toward the depths. He trained beneath the Mary, utilizing the ocean's pressure to enhance his physical prowess. Upon reaching his limits, Eren soared from the water, landing gracefully upon the bow of the Mary. As he inhaled the fresh air deeply, he gently caressed the goat figurehead. Resting his eyes as he sat atop it, harnessing the wind fruit, he began to cultivate his observation haki. A soft breeze wafted by, carrying tidings from afar. Kuro, captain of the Black Cat Pirates, known as the 100 Plans, carried a bounty of 8 million berries, making him a notorious figure in the East Blue. Due to his formidable strength and burgeoning notoriety, government agents and bounty hunters relentlessly pursued him, much to Kuro's chagrin. Not long ago, the Black Cat Pirates had just raided a merchant vessel. Having recently committed murder, before the blood could dry, trouble was already knocking at their door. A naval warship was rapidly approaching them. "Report, Colonel. The Black Cat Pirates have been sighted. Please advise." On the warship, a naval soldier reported to a robust man with short black hair draped in a Navy justice cloak, wielding a massive cutlass. This imposing figure, known as Cayman, was the former colonel of the 153rd Marine Division. He had been targeting the nefarious Black Cat pirates for some time and had finally caught up with them. Open fire. Blast them to smithereens. Recalling the gruesome fate of the merchant vessel, Kamen was consumed with fury. He was determined to make the pirates who harmed innocent civilians pay dearly. Boom! Boom! The thunderous roar of the warship's cannons echoed, propelled by Kamen's fury towards the Black Cat pirates. Faced with the bombardment, the crew of the Black Cat pirates was struck with panic as they hurried to hoist the sails, desperately preparing to flee. Their vessel was no match for the formidable naval ship. Boom! The pirate ship was struck by several cannonballs, the mast shattered, and a significant portion of the deck cracked open, rendering it incapable of sailing. Captain! Captain! Within the ranks of the Black Cat pirates, a pirate rushed into the captain's quarters, alarmed and breathless. The Navy is attacking. Be quiet. Leaning back in his chair was a refined gentleman clad in a black captain's coat, his hair meticulously styled, and round glasses perched upon his nose. With his weapon, the 10 blades cat claws, adorning his fingers, he adjusted his glasses with a subtle gesture and spoke in a calm tone. I am aware. You may leave. Captain the pirate hesitated, but a fierce glare from him sent the crew member fleeing from the captain's chamber. The Navy Clo's glasses glinted in the light as he sat expressionless, already weary of this tumultuous life. The fleeting good mood he had managed to cultivate was shattered by the Navy's intrusion. The Navy, with a stern expression, Clo made his way to the deck. The members of his crew, under siege from cannon fire, clamored for his orders regarding a counterattack. Upon learning that there was only one naval ship, Clo swung his arm, and 5 elongated claw blades sliced through an incoming cannonball, cleaving it into 5 pieces. He then stepped onto the railing, leaping high into the air, aiming to descend upon the swiftly approaching warship and unleash chaos. Clo's gaze was cold and merciless, his movements as agile as a cheetah as he evaded the incoming projectiles, plunging downwards and landing squarely on the deck. Not only do you not flee, but you dare to approach. Kamen, watching Clo's audacious display, felt a mix of anger and confusion. With a thunderous roar, he raised his massive cleaver and leaped forward with tremendous force, aiming a strike at Clo's head. Clo smirked dismissively, his feet dancing in quick, erratic movements as he activated his silent step, vanishing from Kamen's sight. Kamen, unwilling to damage the warship, abruptly halted, scanning his surroundings in bewilderment. Where'd he go? Are you looking for me? Came Clo's ominous voice from behind him. Before Kamen could react, 5 flashes of blade light cut through the air, tearing into Kamen's flesh, blood instantly staining his garments. Yet, he seemed unfazed as he swung his weapon backward. Unfortunately, before he could land the blow, Clo activated his silent step once more, disappearing from Kamen's sight once again. So swift, Kamen marveled inwardly. He shouted to his subordinates, "Be cautious. You are no match for him. Do not approach." Observing that his assault had merely inflicted minor injuries upon Kamen, Clo felt a profound displeasure. This was precisely the type of adversary he detested, one that demanded considerable effort to vanquish. It was akin to an endlessly teleporting assassin confronting a heavily armored warrior. No matter how advantageous the mechanics, the ordeal remained arduous. However, it appeared that this naval officer held his subordinates in high regard. You seem to cherish your subordinates, Clo remarked, his gaze fixated upon the sailors with the predatory intensity of a hunter. This scrutiny tightened Kamen's chest, prompting him to swiftly return to his men. Brandishing his blade and bellowing, "What do you intend to do?" These sailors were his beloved subordinates. Any attempt to harm them would have to pass over his lifeless body first. Clo, with a disdainful smirk, concocted a plan. Lowering his head and allowing his arms to hang limply, he assumed a remarkably relaxed posture, swaying from side to side. Then a gust of wind swept through, and Clo vanished from sight. Suddenly, a sailor bore 5 deep gashes across his body, collapsing to the ground. Another soldier, attempting to render aid, found his arm severed into 5 pieces, blood spraying forth. The speed of this assault was astonishing. Kamen stood frozen, utterly at a loss. The naval soldiers, filled with terror, attempted to evade, but Clo's strikes were incomprehensibly swift, an onslaught of blades swirling like a tempest, encircling them. Clo's relentless attacks left the sailors no room for resistance. The air filled with cries of agony and the metallic scent of blood saturating the battlefield. "Curse it! Do not harm my subordinates!" Kamen roared, his eyes ablaze as he witnessed his men falling into pools of blood. He rushed to their side, enveloping them with his imposing frame. Chapter 33. What to do if you don't want to be a superior. Just beat them up. Clo's spoon technique swept silently through the fray, indiscriminately attacking foes and leaving a multitude of sailors sprawled in their own blood. Even Carmen's substantial form could not withstand the chaos of Chloe's unpredictable strikes, ultimately sustaining considerable injuries and teetering on the brink of collapse. Chloe materialized directly before Carmen, no longer requiring his spoon. A single blade would suffice to extinguish his life. Licking his lips, he resembled a cat that had tired of playing with a mouse, as five claws lunged toward Carmen's head. In that critical moment, a pitch-black long knife suddenly emerged, intercepting Chloe's onslaught. Chloe felt a surge of immense power as his claws were severed by the dark blade. In astonishment, he realized that his weapon had been so easily shattered, filling him with an overwhelming sense of fear and disbelief. Jerked back in shock, he recoiled, horrified that the blade he had painstakingly crafted over the years had been so easily broken. Kuro's expression darkened as he gazed at the suddenly appearing young man with black hair. He was utterly oblivious to how the youth had materialized before him. Had he chosen to strike while Kuro was engaged in his assault on the Navy instead of intervening to save him, Kuro might have met a dire fate. Sweat beaded on Kuro's forehead as he questioned the young man. "Who are you? What brings you here?" The young man was none other than Eren. With the formidable perception granted by his observation haki, he had discovered Kuro wreaking havoc aboard a naval warship. He couldn't help but reflect upon the entangled fate between Kuro and the village of Syrup. The whispers carried by the wind led Eren to believe that this Navy officer might be a true hero, akin to T-Bone, a protector of the vulnerable, who should not be extinguished amidst the storm. Eren soared into the sky, enveloping Mary within the confines of the system's space, transforming into a fierce whirlwind that surged toward the naval warship. In a moment of critical urgency, he ultimately succeeded in reaching it. "I am merely an ordinary passerby." Eren spoke softly. "Stop joking." Chloe, gazing at Eren, felt a deeper sense of trepidation. The prowess of this dark-haired youth was evidently formidable. Merely standing there, he exuded an invisible pressure that made Chloe tremble uncontrollably. "Spoon." Chloe launched an attack without hesitation, fearing that if he did not strike soon, he might succumb entirely to fear, losing all desire to fight. Chloe vanished from his position. Even he was uncertain of how he would attack. Yet to Eren, Chloe was simply too slow. Eren's figure flickered and materialized before Chloe, his gaze devoid of warmth. Without the slightest hint of courtesy, he swung his blade with ferocity. The dark sword carved an arc of crimson light through the air as it descended upon Chloe with devastating force. This strike was executed not with skillful swordsmanship, but rather sheer brute strength. Chloe was utterly unprepared and could only brace himself for the onslaught of the blade. With a resounding crash, he was sent sprawling onto the deck, akin to a bomb being detonated. His body tumbled through the air, ultimately crashing down and creating a deep crater upon impact. Numerous gashes marred his flesh, blood gushing forth in torrents, with wounds so deep that bone was visible. The blade had carved a grievous path from his shoulder to his waist, inflicting upon him an agonizing sense of despair and suffering. Eren's formidable strength instilled an overwhelming sense of dread in Chloe, who recognized his miscalculations and mistakes. Collapsing to the ground, Chloe feebly rose, confronted by Eren's icy gaze. Fully aware that he had been defeated, with no possibility of resistance remaining, Chloe plummeted like a launched bomb, crashing onto the deck with a tremendous impact, creating a deep crater in its surface. Eren stood there, sheathing his black blade, his gaze devoid of any compassion. To confront such nefarious villains, one must respond with violence. With Chloe dealt with, only the Black Cat pirates remained. Eren soared through the air, directly unleashing his conqueror's haki to obliterate them, leading to the utter annihilation of the Black Cat pirates. Eren acquired the remarkable ability of hypnosis. Initially, Zango was reluctant to accept Eren as his superior, dismissing him as unwell. How could a defeated subordinate ascend to such a position? It was only after Eren administered a severe beating that Zango acquiesced. What should one do when others are unwilling to recognize their authority? A simple thrashing would suffice. Upon mastering hypnosis, Eren successfully enchanted Chloe into accepting him as a superior, thereby gaining the system's acknowledgement and the trait of cunning, which purportedly enhances the host's intelligence. Although Eren did not perceive a significant increase in his own cleverness, this endeavor enabled him to acquire both the methods of imposing authority through force and the art of hypnotic persuasion. Those who are reluctant to accept Eren as their superior in the future shall find themselves in for quite a surprise. Eren returned to the naval vessel with only Zango in tow. With a swift and decisive strike, he cleaved the pirate ship in twain, sending it plummeting to the depths of the ocean. As for the others, Eren was oblivious to their bounties. He deemed it best to let them fend for themselves. Surviving beneath the weight of Aaron's blade and the merciless sea was a feat beyond the capability of the Black Cat pirates. Aaron glanced at Cayman, noticing that he had successfully staunched the bleeding, and his wounds appeared to be healing. Truly, in a world of pirates, extraordinary resilience seems to be the norm. Aaron mused inwardly. Cayman, gradually regaining his composure, reflected on the sudden appearance of a young man who had single-handedly rescued them, effortlessly vanquishing Crow with a single move. He seemed to be an exceptionally formidable warrior. Cayman struggled to sit upright and earnestly expressed his gratitude to Aaron, thanking him for saving not only himself, but also all the injured aboard the ship. Aaron urged him to remain calm. The immediate priority was to swiftly transport the injured for treatment. Although the casualties among the Marines were few, several were severely wounded. Had it not been for Aaron's timely use of healing hormones, taken surreptitiously while Cayman was distracted, many would surely have perished. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the capacity of the hormone fruit merely regulates bodily hormones, offering little remedy for blood loss and external injuries. Upon realizing this, Cayman promptly instructed some lightly injured soldiers to assist the more gravely wounded and hastened to raise the sails, setting course back to Shellstown. 2 days later, in Shellstown. Shellstown is a peaceful and serene little hamlet, home to the 153rd Navy Division. Cayman, akin to a T-bone, embodies a sense of justice that revolves around the protection of civilians, earning him immense affection from the townsfolk. Aaron and Cayman strolled down the street, fully immersed in the admiration and affection the townsfolk held for Cayman. The proprietor of a restaurant even brought out his newborn daughter, requesting Cayman to bestow a name upon her. Unable to refuse such a heartfelt request, Cayman graciously named her Lishan. Aaron discovered Monka among the new recruits, who was fervent and imbued with a sense of justice, emulating his idol, Cayman, in every action he took. Upon learning that Aaron had rescued Cayman, the townsfolk expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards him. The naval branch in this area was a towering edifice adorned with green stripes. After collecting the bounty from the Black Cat pirates within the tower, Aaron, disregarding Cayman's pleas, departed from Shellstown. Chapter 34. The Evil Dragon Morning. Kokoyasi Village. The village market gradually buzzed with activity. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the air. Several bounty posters for the fishmen adorned the streets, while men gathered below, gossiping about the division within the fishmen pirates. Nami, clad in a beautiful new outfit, emerged joyfully from the bookstore, cradling 2 books in her arms, cheerfully greeting the shopkeeper. "Goodbye, Granny." The elderly shopkeeper smiled in return. "Ah, goodbye, little Nami." Following her was her sister, Kinu, who also held 2 books, relegated to the role of a book-carrying assistant by Nami. Since becoming Aaron's teacher a few days prior, Nami had come into a substantial fortune, and her life had noticeably improved, especially after visiting the bookstore, where the shopkeeper revealed that Aaron had provided a generous sum to cover Nami's future book purchases. This meant that the funds were still available, allowing Nami to acquire books without any cost in the future. With her primary expenses reimbursed, Nami could now entirely devote her earnings to enhancing her quality of life, signifying that she would no longer have to wear Kinu's hand-me-downs. She could buy whatever she desired, without longing for it. Unfortunately, she had not received any news from Aaron over the past year, which left her feeling uneasy. Turning to Kinu, who was also dressed in new clothes, she inquired, "Kinu, why haven't we heard from Brother Aaron for so long? Could something have happened to him?" Kinu rolled her eyes at Nami. "You silly. How could someone as capable as Brother Aaron get into trouble? I believe he has ventured far away, perhaps to the Grand Line you always talk about." "Indeed," Nami mused dreamily. "I wish I could see the Grand Line." "Stop dreaming. You haven't even ventured beyond Kokoyasi Village. How could you think of the Grand Line?" Pouting, Nami stuck her tongue out at her sister, then murmured to herself, "If only Brother Aaron were here, I could charm him into taking me to see other places, without the worry of finances." Nami had read countless books over the past year and increasingly felt that knowledge gained from books alone was superficial. True understanding required practical experience. Now, she yearned to witness other places with her own eyes and to validate the knowledge she had acquired. As they spoke, the two returned to their home. Compared to a year ago, a small wooden cabin had been added beside the log house. With an increasing amount of study materials, Nami's home had become utterly insufficient, necessitating the construction of an additional cabin dedicated solely as her study. Nami first placed her books in the study, then returned home, her heart brimming with joy as she called out, "Belmare, I'm back." Belmare, still clad in her old garments, a cigarette dangling from her lips, was earnestly frying steaks. Upon seeing her 2 daughters return, she smiled and welcomed them. "Welcome back. Just in time. I prepared some wonderfully fragrant steaks." The enticing aroma of the steaks filled the air, eliciting excitement from Nami and Nojiko. Belmare, how could you possibly afford such an extravagant treat? Nami inquired, puzzled. In Coco West Village, situated on a small island, the primary sustenance typically consisted of bread and fish. Steak was a rare luxury that one could not easily procure. Even with money, it was indeed a rare sight for Belmare to indulge in such costly fare. Belmare set the sizzling steaks on the dining table, accompanied by white bread and 2 glasses of milk. With a smile, she declared, "You should thank your students for this." Over the past year, Belmare had utilized her earnings to expand her orange grove, not with oranges, but by cultivating vegetables. Recently, the favorable weather had yielded a bountiful harvest, bringing her considerable profit and elevating her spirits to the point of splurging on luxuries. While Nami's family relished their breakfast, the villagers outside were engaged in gossip about the fishermen. Suddenly, a fisherman burst in, shouting, "Pirates! Everyone hide!" As the villagers murmured anxiously, a pirate ship appeared on the horizon, swiftly approaching the village's entrance. The vessel bore a massive, jagged prow, a characteristic unmistakably belonging to the notorious dragon pirate crew that had been the subject of their discussions. They gasped in terror. "It's the dragon pirate crew. How could this be? What brings the fishmen of the Grand Line to this place? Could the rumors of the Fishman Pirate Crew's division be true?" From the ship, a sinister laughter echoed. "Ha ha ha." A throng of fishmen descended from the vessel, striding with an air of ruthless arrogance. Their laughter reminiscent of predators eyeing their prey, regarding the villagers as mere livestock awaiting slaughter. Among them was the dragon, a saw-toothed shark fishman, notorious for his sharp, serrated nose, the former officer of the Sun Pirates, and now the captain of the dragon pirate crew. Racists believe that fishmen are inherently superior to humans, and that any human resistance against them equates to defiance of the natural order. They impose a regime of oppression upon humans, regarding their lives as insignificant. Characterized by their avarice and brutality, they are obsessed with wealth, considering it the most valuable and reliable asset. In the past, he served as a soldier in the Ryugu Kingdom. Following the uproar caused by Fisher Tiger's audacious ascent to the Holy Land of Mariehua, where he liberated thousands of enslaved individuals from various races, he joined the Sun Pirates. After Tiger was betrayed and met his demise at the hands of humans, he vowed to exterminate those who had betrayed him, only to be thwarted by the then Rear Admiral, Kizu. Captured, he was incarcerated in the underwater prison, impelled down. Jinbei, under the condition of becoming a warlord of the sea, facilitated the release of the dragon. Upon his release, he resolved to part ways with the Sun Pirates and return to his former life, accompanied by those who had once followed the dragon. He reformed the Dragon Pirates and embarked on a campaign to dominate the East Blue, leveraging the fishman's natural strength, which is tenfold that of humans. With ambitions to establish supremacy over the weakest of seas, he has attacked multiple villages, demanding tribute from the subjugated humans under the pretext of building an empire, threatening annihilation for those who refuse to comply. Simultaneously, he seeks navigational charts of the East Blue to facilitate his tyranny. The dragon pirates approached the villagers with an air of arrogance, looking down upon them with disdain. He proclaimed, "Trash humans, greetings. From this moment forth, this village, nay, this island, shall be under my dominion." His fishmen comrades erupted in raucous cheers. The dragon addressed the villagers, "Rejoice, for on this momentous day, you shall purchase your lives from me. Each adult is to pay 100,000 berries, and each child 50,000. He gazed upon the villagers with the predatory eyes of a hunter, menacingly declaring, "Those who cannot pay will be exterminated." Chapter 35. The most potent spirit-summoning technique, the members of the Dragon Pirates stood in the streets, coercing the villagers to deposit their money into sacks. Their tyranny extended beyond mere extortion. They ransacked the villagers' homes in search of navigational charts. The dragon inquired of his subordinate, "How much have we collected, my compatriot?" After a brief tally, the subordinate replied, "Approximately 25 million. The dragon rose, stretching lazily and beckoning to his crew. "Excellent. Comrades, let us return. We shall reconvene next month." The villagers glared at the dragon pirates with gritted teeth, murmuring in barely audible voices, "If they continue to pillage us monthly, how shall we survive?" For an ordinary family of 4, the cost of purchasing their lives amounts to 300,000 berries, equivalent to over 14,000 Chinese yuan at the current exchange rate. How can any farmer earn such an income in a month? Even though the farmers in the small village enjoy a higher income than ours, earning several million yen a year, the cost of life-saving expenses consumes more than half of their earnings, leaving them to ponder how to survive. Ajian urged everyone to endure for the time being and promised to seek assistance from the Navy later. "Boss, there's another household outside the village. A fisherman noticed the smoke rising from Belmer's cooking and reported it to the dragon. How could we have missed that? We almost overlooked it, the dragon said, his expression darkening, as the thought of narrowly missing out on wealth soured his mood. The dragon and his companions made their way to Belmer's home, and the villagers, fearing that Belmer might do something foolish, followed suit. Inside, the Belmer family was indulging in a delightful meal when Belmer suddenly sensed something amiss. A wave of murderous intent approached. Having once served in the Navy, she was acutely aware of such presences. Grabbing a hunting rifle from the wall, she focused intently on the door, gathering her strength. As the dragon and his entourage reached Belmer's doorstep, they pushed against the door and, finding it unlocked, entered without hesitation. The moment the dragon opened the door, Belmer, having accumulated her strength for some time, launched a swift kick that struck the dragon's chin, sending him crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Belmer mounted the dragon's back, thrusting the rifle's barrel into his mouth, warning, "Apologies, I was once a soldier. As a pirate from the Grand Line. What business do you have here in Cocoa West Village?" The dragon erupted into laughter, disregarding the gun barrel in his mouth. "What is there to laugh about?" Belmer shouted in anger. The dragon, with a swift bite, severed the rifle barrel, chewing it up and swallowing it. He scoffed. "I find your kind, these inferior humans, utterly useless and woefully overconfident. Allow me to demonstrate what true power on the seas looks like." With that, the dragon spun around and forcefully knocked Belmer to the ground. In retribution for being toppled, he crushed Belmer's left hand beneath his foot. Belmer cried out in agonizing pain. Witnessing his beloved woman being trampled, Aegeon's fury ignited. Snapping the last thread of restraint in his mind, he transformed into a valiant warrior fueled by love, charging at the dragon with a fierce shout. "Damn you! Release Belmer at once." The dragon, with a mocking smile, waved his hand dismissively. Due to the vast disparity in size and reach, Aegeon entered the dragon's striking range, and with a single punch, he was sent flying several meters away, crashing into multiple orange trees before finally coming to a halt. In excruciating pain and covered in blood, Aegeon struggled to rise, gritting his teeth in determination to charge once more. The village doctor rushed in to support him. Nami and Kijino, hearing Belmer's agonizing screams, rushed out of the house and were horrified to see Belmer beneath the foot of a fisherman, bloodied and battered. "Belmer!" they cried out in shock. Then, without hesitation, they dashed towards the malevolent dragon, striking with fists and feet, even gnawing at its calf in a desperate attempt to compel it to release Belmer. The dragon, seemingly unimpressed, glanced at Nami and Chino, then swept them aside with a casual kick, sending their small forms hurtling through the air before crashing to the ground. The excruciating pain forced Nami and Chino to grit their teeth, taking a considerable time to rise once more. "Nami, Chino," the villagers called out their names, filled with concern for their well-being. As Nami and Chino prepared to launch another attack against the dragon, the village doctor, disregarding Aegeon, rushed forward to embrace the two children. He shouted furiously at the dragon, "Do you not desire money? Cease at once, and I shall fetch it for you." Upon hearing that money could resolve the situation, Nami, suppressing her pain, dashed into her study, retrieving a small box and, summoning all her strength, hurled it towards the dragon's feet. "You wanted money, didn't you? Here it is. Now release Belmer." The dragon lifted its foot, picked up the box, and upon discovering it contained no less than 500,000 berries, it sneered precisely. "If you had simply given me the money sooner, this soldier would still be yours." With that, it kicked Belmer towards Nami. "Belmer!" Nami and Chino cried out their mother's name, rushing forward to embrace her, their hearts aching. Aegeon also stepped closer, enveloping them all in a protective embrace, akin to a familial cocoon. Having received the money, the dragon's crew prepared to depart. But one of the octopus men stumbled upon a multitude of books and nautical charts in Nami's study, which she had neglected to close. Excitedly, the octopus man approached the dragon, exclaiming, "Captain, I have found an abundance of navigation charts in this room." The dragon, examining the detailed charts, marveled, "This is splendid." His gaze then shifted to Nami. "This room belongs to this little brat, does it not? If she can create such magnificent charts, she is the village's most precious asset. Little 8, seize her." "Understood," the octopus man replied, grasping Nami's neck with his enormous hand and lifting her effortlessly from the ground. Nami felt a constriction around her throat and struggled to pry his fingers away, yearning for a breath of fresh air. "Stop!" The villagers, filled with righteous fury, could no longer endure this injustice. They shouted, "Do not lay a hand on the children," and charged towards the dragon's pirate crew. In the air echoed Nami's anguished cries. The dragon surveyed the fallen villagers, laughing heartily. "Do you comprehend the disparity now, you inferior beings? You wretched humans ought to submissively accept the dominion of the fishmen. Nami gazed at the fallen figures around her, reminiscing about the cherished moments spent in their company. Her hands clenched tighter, a sensation of suffocation enveloping her, as thoughts of her handsome brother surged in her mind. In a moment of desperation, she cried out, "Brother Eren, save me." Her voice resonated with the intensity of a powerful summoning, akin to Sakura calling upon Naruto. Suddenly, the winds began to howl. Chapter 36. The cruel slaughter. Upon uttering those words, a fierce gale erupted. The tempest forced the octopus man to squint, loosening his grip around Nami's neck just enough. In a swift motion, a crescent-shaped blade of air sliced through the octopus man's body, severing 3 of his arms with a resounding crack. Nami collapsed to the ground, gasping for the fresh air she so desperately needed. The attack continued its trajectory, cleaving the orange grove in two before colliding with a mountain, ultimately carving through the range and vanishing into the horizon. The octopus man clutched his wounds, howling in agony. "My arms, they've been severed." Suddenly, the sky darkened, and the winds roared. An overwhelming aura enveloped the area, causing the very air around to freeze in place. "What do you intend to do to my master?" A dark-haired man materialized, his expression grim, brows furrowed, and eyes ablaze with fury. His lips pressed tightly together, his breath heavy and labored, as though on the brink of erupting with volcanic wrath. He emanated a chilling presence, like a demon emerging from the depths of hell. "Brother Eren," Nami exclaimed in astonishment. Eren, witnessing Nami's anguish, felt an overwhelming surge of rage. Had it not been for the fear of causing excessive bloodshed and frightening Nami, he would have intended to cleave the octopus man in twain with that very strike. What if he knew the Pirate King's first mate, Rayleigh? Even if the Pirate King were to rise again, he would remain undeterred. The worst outcome would merely be the loss of a unique characteristic. His visage darkened, brows furrowed tightly, revealing the menacing veins on his forehead, and his eyes blazed with an infernal fury, as if ready to incinerate all obstacles in his path. He advanced towards the dragon pirates step by step, wielding the 3rd generation of the cursed sword, which thrived on Eren's current aura, exuding a malevolent energy. Eren's wrath, coupled with the sword's sinister essence, resembled a vengeful demon emerging from the depths of hell. With each stride, the earth beneath him fractured. Members of the dragon pirates fell one after another, frothing at the mouth, their eyes rolling back, collapsing to the ground. As he approached the midpoint, the fissures in the ground extended right before the dragon. The only remaining member of the dragon pirates still conscious was the struggling dragon himself, alongside the fainted yet pained little eight, who had just regained awareness. Eren halted, disregarding the furious gaze of the dragon directed at him. He knelt before Nami, shifting his demeanor, and spoke gently. "Nami, I apologize for my tardiness." Upon hearing his words, a torrent of grievances surged within Nami, and she leaped into Eren's embrace, weeping profusely as she sought solace for her sorrows. "Brother Eren, it was so terrifying." Eren gently stroked Nami's head, offering her comfort. "Do not cry, do not cry. Watch how I will teach them a lesson." Nami clutched tightly to Eren's shirt, burying her face in his embrace as she wept loudly. Eren's heart ached as he beheld the marks etched around Nami's neck. The fleeting calm he had managed to cultivate was swiftly consumed by a surge of fury. He turned his gaze upon the octopus man, his eyes narrowing, unleashing a torrent of invisible pressure that bore down upon him. Little Octopus felt the weight of this oppressive force, pinned mercilessly to the ground, as the wounds he had just begun to heal burst forth anew, causing blood to well up as if his very essence were being forcibly extracted. Hearing the anguished cries of Little Octopus, the malevolent dragon's eyes widened with rage. "Cease this at once. I command you to stop." The dragon, hailing from Fishman Island, recognized the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki. Yet, he was baffled at the strength radiating from such a seemingly insignificant village. This recollection of Admiral Kizaru flooded his mind. He had never felt so powerless even in the face of him. After all, Kizaru had merely finished his task, whereas Eren was ablaze with wrath, intent on inflicting torment upon them, piece by piece. Eren gazed coldly at the malevolent dragon, devoid of any semblance of compassion. His actions remained unceasing as Xiaoba succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. Infuriating, the vile dragon struggled to rise, forcefully propelling itself forward and lunging at Eren with its serrated snout. Jaws of darts, Eren embraced Nami, his right foot imbued with the power of Haki, delivering a swift kick that shattered the proud nose of the malevolent dragon. The force of the blow sent the creature hurtling through the air. Its head contorted as it struck the ground like a cannonball, burying itself deep into the earth, leaving only the lower half of its body exposed. Eren, perceiving through his observation haki, marveled at the resilience of the merman, exclaiming, "Indeed, what a robust vitality. Surviving such an ordeal is truly remarkable." Eren cradled Nami as he approached the villagers. Thanks to the unique constitution of the pirate world, the villagers were largely able to rise to their feet. They greeted Eren with warmth, expressing their gratitude for his rescue. "Eren, it has been a while. I always knew you were formidable. Thank you for saving us." Eren greeted everyone with a smile as he approached Belmel. "Belmel AGN, Kino, it's been a long time." Belmel looked at Eren with a complex expression, and all her unspoken words were distilled into a single phrase. "Thank you." If it had not been for him, Nami would have been taken away by the evil dragon. A devastating blow for any mother. Fortunately, Eren intervened just in time. Aegean patted Eren on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude. "I knew you were something special. Thank you so much." Eren cast a sidelong glance at Aegean, remarking on how fiercely he had guarded against him. Recalling that he had not spoken in such a manner back then, Eren handed Nami to Aegean, urging him to take them away, for the event about to unfold would be far too gruesome for the children. Eren pulled the malevolent dragon from the ground, his strength waning. He gasped for fresh air, and under the influence of the merman's formidable vitality, the dragon sensed a resurgence of its power. "What is amiss? Were you not so loquacious before?" Eren mocked. "You wretched, inferior human. I shall not let you escape." He cast a venomous gaze at Eren and roared loudly. Eren sneered contemptuously and retorted, "So, how is it that the noble merman has been subdued by a mere lowly human like myself? Surely, the esteemed merman must reign over this world. One would imagine that the illustrious merman resides upon the shores, rather than being trapped on that insignificant isle. Surely, the esteemed merman possesses great value. Answer me, you worthless scoundrel, with your paltry sum of 700,000 berries. You despicable wretch." The furious dragon's defenses crumbled as he roared. "Lies inflict no harm. It is the truth that wields the sharpest blade. Deceive yourself if you must, but do not truly believe it. You would do well to end my life at once. Otherwise, I shall not spare this village." Eren coldly gazed at the malevolent dragon and declared, "Rest assured, it shall unfold as you desire." Prior to arriving at Cocoa West Village, the dragon pirates had ravaged numerous villages, leaving a trail of bloodshed in their wake, having slaughtered many innocent souls. The entire crew was tainted with the crimson stains of their heinous deeds. For such wretched beings, there could be no forgiveness for the lives they had extinguished. Eren's sole purpose was to deliver them to the depths of hell. Did one presume that Eren would show leniency simply because Xiao Ba was a benefactor of Rayleigh? No. Eren's unadulterated moral compass dictated that evil be met with retribution, and that those who take lives must pay with their own. Chapter 37. 8,000 Cuts. Eren unceremoniously brandished his third-generation demon sword, aiming a strike at the leader of the dragon pirates, the fearsome dragon. "Let you experience the cutting prowess of the inferior human race," he declared. The dragon exerted every ounce of effort to evade the attack. Yet still, Eren's strike carved a deep wound into his flesh, blood splattering in the air. "Is this all the nobility of a fishman can muster?" Eren remarked coldly. Enraged, the dragon stubbornly removed his regenerative shark teeth from his mouth. These teeth were remarkably sharp and resilient, serving as formidable weapons. With a fierce determination, the dragon brandished his fists, seeking to retaliate. Eren's speed and strength surpassed the dragon's wildest expectations. He effortlessly evaded the dragon's assaults, retaliating with lightning-fast strikes that left a trail of wounds in their wake. The dragon roared in agony, its injuries accumulating, and it sensed that its endurance was swiftly waning. Eren, relentless in his pursuit, assailed the malevolent dragon with the same playful ferocity as a cat toying with a mouse, granting the beast not a moment's respite. Ultimately, the dragon collapsed helplessly to the ground, its eyes brimming with fury and despair. Fully aware that its aspirations of establishing an empire of mermen on land were on the verge of ruin, it felt a deep sense of unwillingness. Had it known of such a formidable adversary in the East Sea, it would have exercised far greater caution. Alas, the creature would never have the chance to rectify its folly. "Finish me off," it implored. Eren stood indifferently beside him, gazing down from a position of superiority. It is far too early to contemplate death. Eren administered a healing hormone into the body of the malevolent dragon, prolonging its life precariously. The notion of demise is far from simple. Windblade, Eren unleashed blades of wind towards the fallen mermen, severing their tendons with precision. The other members of the evil dragon pirates were jolted awake by the agony, rendered immobile as they writhed upon the ground in torment. They, too, beheld the evil dragon lying in a pool of blood and began to curse Eren with fervor. Eren paid no heed to the dying souls, instead using the wind to suspend all members of the evil dragon pirate crew in midair. What is the meaning of this? What do you intend to do? The evil dragon roared. If the roles were reversed, I would make you acutely aware of true cruelty. Eren's words left the dragon utterly perplexed. Eren had no intention of speaking. He raised his right hand high, and a gentle breeze began to swirl around him before it was forcefully brought down. 1,000 blades. Countless daggers. The breeze transformed into myriad tiny blades that spun and sliced into the members of the dragon pirate crew, tearing away flesh and blood in minute fragments. This scene was reminiscent of the brutal punishment of Ling Chi. Moreover, the 1,000 blades unleashed by Eren surpassed the cruelty of any human. The record for Ling Chi was merely 3,600 cuts, yet in that fleeting moment, Eren's assault far exceeded that number. Coupled with the exceptional physical prowess of the fishmen, they were destined to endure this torment. In the wind, the fishmen, subjected to this gruesome fate, could no longer curse Eren. The immense and lingering pain elicited anguished cries from their lips. What exquisite torment it was! Listening to this melodious cacophony, Eren closed his eyes in satisfaction. Amidst this harmonious backdrop, he dialed Carmen, preparing to summon the Navy to cleanse the area and address the bounty on the dragon pirate crew, intending to compensate Belmere, who had sustained severe injuries, especially since the orange orchard had been devastated. Hello, is this Eren? What is the matter? The call connected, and the speaking snail transformed into Carmen's likeness. Yes, this is Eren. What is going on? It's quite noisy over there. What has happened? Carmen inquired, having heard the wails echoing through the line. Eren replied, I have vanquished the dragon pirate crew. Feeling rather bored, I was just playing games with them. Would you like to join the dragon pirate crew? If so, come quickly to Cocoa Village. Carmen, astonished, leapt from his seat and exclaimed, What? The dragon pirate crew? The fishermen pirates? Wait a moment. I shall be there at once. Carmen could hardly believe that Eren had encountered the fishermen pirates and defeated them. This was indeed a remarkable achievement, coupled with his previous victory over the Black Cat pirates. Perhaps he might even have the chance to visit the headquarters. Meanwhile, Ajien and the villagers returned to their small village, all crowding into the modest infirmary. Those with minor injuries tended to themselves, while the village doctor attended to the severely wounded. Belmere lay on the hospital bed, her left arm bandaged. Ajien, Nami, and Kajino stood closely around her. This incident seemed to have shattered the awkward barrier between Ajien and Belmere. No longer pretending, Ajien grasped Belmere's uninjured right hand. Nami and Kajino exchanged knowing smiles as they glanced between Belmere and Ajien. After a time, the villagers, alerted by the fishmen's loud wails, began to hear their cries. I wonder if Brother Eren is all right? Nami asked with a hint of worry. Belmere withdrew her hand from Ajien's grasp, shot him a glare, and then gently patted Nami's little head, reassuring her, Do not fret, you'll be fine. That group of fishmen are no match for Eren. Nami, still a child, did not comprehend the implications of those anguished cries. After all these years in the Navy, she should know better. Belmere, not one to adhere to rigid principles, simply wished to intensify the fight against those pirates who posed a threat to her and the villagers. The villagers, meanwhile, were reveling in this extraordinary symphony of chaos, lamenting how their future would have been bleak without Eren's intervention. As the cries gradually subsided, it became evident that, despite their formidable vitality, the fishmen had endured a relentless barrage. Even with Eren's healing hormones, they had suffered countless wounds throughout the afternoon, leaving their bodies in tatters, with only their heads remaining intact. A deliberate mercy from Eren intended to secure the bounty. Otherwise, their scalps would have been flayed away. After a considerable time, around dusk, Carmen finally arrived at Cocoa Village with his subordinates. Upon his arrival, he requested the villagers to guide him to Eren. Initially, the villagers had been grumbling about the Navy's tardiness and ineffectiveness. However, upon hearing Carmen claim familiarity with Eren and that he had traveled from afar, they quickly forgave the delays. Eager to learn about Eren's well-being, the villagers, except for the severely injured, escorted Carmen to Belmer's home. There, they discovered the fishmen, thoroughly defeated, their bodies devoid of any good flesh. You have finally arrived. Eren leaped down from beneath an orange tree and addressed Cayman. The fishmen had been deceased for quite some time, and he had endeavored to prolong their vitality until the Navy arrived. However, to avoid waste, Eren utilized his hypnotic abilities to bestow upon the malevolent dragon a trait. Fishman. This characteristic, quite fitting for a racist dragon. granted Eren the ability to breathe underwater, a remarkably advantageous trait in this world. Eren expressed profound gratitude towards the malevolent dragon, consequently adorning it with several additional blades. Cayman, observing the tormented merman in a state of utter disarray, advised Eren to exhibit a modicum of civility, recalling how the previous Klo had perished shortly thereafter. The entire Black Cat Pirates crew was left with but a single survivor, Zhang. This time, however, there were no living witnesses at all. Eren instructed Kamen to refrain from meddling in affairs that did not concern him and to focus solely on his designated responsibilities. Kamen opened his mouth to respond, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately summoning his subordinates to tidy up the situation. 2 days later, at the shores of Kokoyashi village, Eren dragged a colossal sea creature, reminiscent of a bull, to the restaurant, presenting it to the proprietor to provide the villagers with a hearty meal, thereby replenishing their much-needed nourishment. This creature, known as Mo, was a pet of the evil dragon pirate crew, a marine mammal that resided in the depths of the ocean, bearing bovine characteristics. However, it was not a herbivore. It was a carnivorous beast. Eren had pursued it for 2 days, relying on his ability to breathe underwater to finally catch up with it. The villagers of Kokoyashi had suffered injuries at the hands of the evil dragon pirate crew, spending the past few days recuperating and unable to work. The fishmen exchanged their catch for currency, and Eren instructed Kamen to ensure that all the funds were allocated as compensation for the harmed villagers. As for the remaining creature, it would serve to restore the villagers' health. Kamen expressed unwavering admiration for Eren's decision to use the bounty to compensate the villagers, proclaiming that Eren possessed a heart of justice and lamenting that he was not serving in the Navy. He persistently urged Eren to join the naval forces. However, Eren was resolute in his decision not to enlist until he acquired the abilities he desired. While the Navy offered formidable advantages, joining would entail sacrificing his freedom. He believed one should not forsake an entire forest for a single tree. Yet, should he obtain his coveted abilities, the vast ocean would be his playground, and the sky his limit. Not only the Navy, but also the CP was a goal for Eren. Eren assisted the restaurant owner by bringing a massive food container to the infirmary. He distributed meal boxes to the injured villagers. Upon seeing the delectable meat of sea creatures, immediately recognized it as a result of Eren's hunting prowess and expressed their heartfelt gratitude. They thanked him for helping them eradicate the malevolent dragon pirates, reclaim their lost funds, and for choosing not to keep the bounty for himself, instead sharing it among those who suffered. They were even provided with nutritious meals. The villagers were at a loss for how to express their appreciation to Eren. Meanwhile, Nami, while feeding Belmir, inquired of Eren, "Eren, dear brother, what are your plans for the future?" He replied, "I intend to wander around the East Blue for a while, and then perhaps I shall venture into the Grand Line." Eren replied, having dealt with the dragon pirates, he had nearly completed all his tasks in the East Sea. However, to fully exploit the potential of the pawpaw fruit, Eren intended to swiftly traverse the East Sea, committing its coordinates to memory. In the original tale, Bartholomew Kuma journeyed far and wide in search of renowned doctors to treat his daughter, memorizing various locations to provide tailored instruction, ensuring that each member of the Straw Hat Pirates was placed in an environment suited to their abilities. For the pawpaw fruit, these coordinates were of paramount importance. For Eren, the logistical capabilities afforded by the pawpaw fruit were exceedingly significant. Thus, in preparation for his future freedom to return to the East Sea, he resolved to make a rapid tour of the region, with the possibility of eventually journeying across the 4 seas. Upon hearing this, Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly inquired, "Can I join you?" Eren gazed at Nami, who looked at him with eager anticipation, making it difficult for him to decline her request. "I have no objections," he replied. "Would you not inquire about Belmir?" Nami turned her large, glistening eyes towards Belmir, and under Nami's hopeful gaze, Belmir found it impossible to refuse and nodded in agreement. "Hooray!" Nami exclaimed, jumping with joy. Nearby, Aegean added, "Go on, go on. It would be splendid if Kinnisuke could join as well." He thought to himself that now was the perfect opportunity to strengthen his bond with Belmir, while Nami and Kinnisuke enjoyed their outing, granting him a chance to relish a world of intimacy with just the two of them. Previously, he had harbored reservations about Eren, but after recent events, he felt utterly reassured. Had it not been for him, a tragedy might have befallen Kokoyashi village. "Oh, can I join as well?" Kinnisuke cheerfully inquired, and upon receiving the same affirmative response, she and Nami happily dragged Eren home to prepare their belongings, leaving their meal for Aegean to tend to. Nami and Kinnisuke organized an abundance of items, recalling Eren's extraordinary spatial abilities, ensuring they sorted everything they might need, as well as things they likely would not. Aaron indeed transplanted 3 orange trees from the Belmere orchard onto the Mary, for the Mary lacked an orchard of its own, leaving it feeling somewhat incomplete, as if missing an essential element. On the beach, Nami gazed at the Mary and exclaimed, "Wow, is this your ship, Brother Aaron? It's truly impressive." Aaron briefly discussed the matter of the ship spirits with her, and thus the two little lowly greeted Mary. "Hello, Mary. We look forward to your guidance." The cabin contained 2 rooms, one large and one small. Aaron resided in the larger room, while the 2 little ones occupied the smaller one. Although it was termed a small room, it was still considerably more spacious than their previous accommodations, as it was capable of housing all the male members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Observing the well-equipped amenities within, Nami and Kinu were filled with anticipation for their voyage. Aaron first returned to Windmill Village to visit the old village chief, who was exceedingly impressed by Aaron. Aaron consecutively vanquished the Black Cat Pirates and the Dragon Pirates, 2 notorious pirate crews from the East Blue, thus establishing a significant reputation for himself. Even if Aaron were to deny it, others naturally regarded him as a pirate hunter. Particularly with the downfall of the Dragon Pirates, Aaron garnered immense prestige, recognition that resonated all the way from the Grand Line. The village chief held great admiration for Aaron's transformation into a pirate hunter, though he felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing that Aaron had risen beyond the point where he could pass the chief's mantle to him. Soon after, news spread that Dayton, accompanied by Ace and Luffy, had come to express their gratitude to Aaron for saving Sabo. It turned out that shortly after Sabo's rescue, he had requested Bartholomew Kuma to send a letter back home, informing Ace and Luffy of his survival and his joining of Luffy's father's organization, assuring them not to worry, as they would reunite in the future. Upon receiving the letter, Ace and Luffy wept for a long time, and now, upon learning of Aaron's return, they hurried to express their thanks. Inside the Makino Tavern, the atmosphere was lively and bustling. In appreciation, Ace took out his savings to host a grand feast. Nami, observing the gentle and serene Makino, reflected that Aaron's kindness must have originated from her. It seemed that everyone was genuinely good-hearted, save for the individual before her, who was unceremoniously picking his nose with one hand and digging in his ear with the other, speaking with utter lack of courtesy. Aaron observed Luffy, who had unwittingly provoked Nami and received a punch for his trouble, and he reflected that only Nami could truly keep Luffy in check. However, he pondered, what would become of Luffy if he continued to antagonize Nami and lost his navigator? After bidding farewell to the others, Aaron returned to Frostmoon Village with Nami and Nojiko. A group of young boys gazed at Aaron with admiration, lamenting why he had not showcased his prowess before, as no one could rival Kana's might. Aaron playfully tapped each of their heads, suggesting that if they wished to challenge Kana, they should do so themselves. Yashiro watched with a smile as Zoro attempted to confront Aaron, only to be swiftly defeated with a single stroke. Kuina led Nami and the others on a tour of the village, sharing the tales of Aaron's past. Yashiro stood contentedly at the cliff's edge, watching Aaron. Yet he cautioned him to venture to the New World soon, for it was there that his true stage awaited. Chapter 39. The great buggy on the tranquil sea at midday. The surface shimmered, and gentle waves caressed the shoreline. The distant horizon merged seamlessly with the sky, which gradually transitioned in color as a soft breeze swept across the water, creating delicate ripples that produced a melodic sound. Sunlight danced upon the sea, transforming the water into a sparkling azure, radiating a captivating glow. Seagulls soared gracefully above, flitting between the blue sky and white clouds, occasionally diving to hunt. While chattering amongst themselves, dolphins leaped joyfully from the water, displaying their elegant forms as if engaging in an intimate dialogue with the ocean. Amidst such splendid weather, a white sailboat floated upon the sea, glistening in the sunlight like a pristine cloud. Nami and Nojiko sat beneath a familiar orange tree, with Nojiko cradling a small puppy in her arms, while Nami diligently sketched nautical charts. The recent voyages had afforded her ample opportunity to apply her knowledge, and she had meticulously charted the places they had traversed. Now, she was focused on creating a map of Orangetown. They had just departed from Orangetown, where they had purchased the little puppy. Nami also discovered that most of the oranges from her village were sold in this very place, which explained its name. There, Nami and Nojiko met the pet shop owner, Hoka, from whom they bought the adorable puppy. Suddenly, bubbles emerged from the sea as Aaron burst onto the deck, dragging a large fish behind him. Nami rushed over with a clean towel, presenting it to him. "Here you go, big brother Aaron." Aaron took the towel, expressed his gratitude, and began to dry himself. Then, using the wind as a makeshift hairdryer, he dried his entire body. "Brother Aaron, where shall we go next?" Nami inquired. Aaron replied, "First, Let me treat you all to a sumptuous feast, and afterwards, we shall explore Rogertown. Once our voyage is nearly complete, I will return you to Cocoa West Village, and then I can set sail for the Grand Line. The locations I needed to document have mostly been recorded. It is time to embark on the Grand Line. Nami nodded in agreement, this time refraining from asking Eren to accompany her. She understood the perils that the Grand Line harbors. Bringing along a mere child like herself would undoubtedly hinder their progress. She resolved to wait until she matured before seeking her own adventure. Then, Eren, shall we sketch the nautical chart for Orangetown together? As Eren and Nami engaged in their discussion about the chart, another vessel appeared upon the horizon. It was a grand ship, its mast adorned with a black pirate flag, emblazoned with the image of a round, red-nosed skull. It was evident that this ship belonged to the infamous Captain Buggy, whose name must not be uttered in reverse, lest one invoke the wrath of the river crab deity. Captain Buggy, the possessor of the Conqueror's Haki, was indeed the epitome of joy in the pirate world, having consumed the chop-chop fruit, rendering him a man of fragmented form. Even in his youth, he had served as an intern with Shanks in the Roger Pirates. After the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, he established the Buggy Pirates and embarked on adventures in the East Blue in search of treasure. On the mast of the Buggy pirate ship, a lookout was scanning the horizon through a telescope and soon spotted the Going Merry. "There's a ship over there," the lookout exclaimed, quickly alerting the crew below. "It's a round-headed goat ship. It appears quite valuable." On the deck below, a figure donned in a captain's hat, cloaked in a coat, sat with his chin resting on his hand. He was dressed in a jester's attire, with a white skull painted on his forehead, blue streaks adorning his eyes, a large red nose, and lips painted in red lipstick. A jester's hat crowned his head, with long blue hair cascading from it. He wore long sleeves of alternating red and white, a purple scarf around his neck, white gloves, blue trousers, and clown shoes. His nose, particularly prominent, was a round, bright red. To his left sat the lion-riding beast tamer, Moji, and to his right was Kabaji, balancing on a unicycle. The attire of his crew bore a resemblance to circus performers, and even the ship's paint scheme was infused with circus motifs, complete with a target painted on the bow and a cannon shaped like an elephant. A plump pirate, newly initiated into the crew, rushed up to report, "Captain, we have spotted a ship with a round-headed goat sail ahead." However, before he could finish, Buggy interrupted, "What did you say? Repeat that." "We have discovered a ship adorned with a round-headed goat." The minion, bewildered, repeated this statement. Bakito, in a fit of rage, suddenly detached one of his hands from his body, which flew forth and seized the neck of the newly arrived pirate, bellowing, "Whose nose are you referring to as round?" Enraged, Bakito's disassembled form sent tables, barrels, and weapons flying across the deck. "I didn't say anything. Lord Bakito, you have misunderstood," the pirate cried, terrified to the point of wetting his pants. He realized that his captain had misheard him. Sensitive about his plump, red nose, Bakito despised any mention of it. The mere reference would provoke his fury. Over time, the members of the Bakito pirates learned of their captain's taboo, knowing that the terms round, red, and big were strictly off-limits, even synonyms. Unfortunately, this new pirate, having just joined, inadvertently violated the captain's prohibition. "You dare to call it a red and large nose? I swear you shall meet a most dreadful fate." Bakito, astonished that a minion would dare to offend him again, became even angrier. If he did not discipline those who spoke ill of him, how could he maintain his authority as captain? Around him, the pirates looked on in terror, beads of sweat trickling down their cheeks. The demon's power has emerged. In an instant, the unfortunate soul who had angered the captain found himself lifted by an unseen force. Struggling futilely to pry Bakito's grip from his neck, but to no avail, he was brought before Bakito. With a sinister grin, Bakito inquired, "Who am I?" The small pirate, gasping for breath, flailed his legs in the air. Bakito shouted to his minions, "Prepare the cannon." "Huh, yes." The crew shivered but dared not disobey, quickly standing at attention in compliance. Bakito's aversion to discussions about his nose often led to rampant fury, causing collateral damage to the innocent. He derived pleasure from tormenting the weak, having once unleashed Bakito's cannonballs upon towns in a moment of rage. Cannon executions had become a staple of his pirate ship, and though his subordinates trembled with fear, they executed their preparations with practiced precision. Chapter 40. Bakito consumes Bakito's cannonball. "Have mercy," gasped the pirate, suspended in the air by his neck, struggling to escape Bakito's grip with fluids seeping from his lower body. Bakito, with authority, pointed at the pirate and coldly declared, "Let us test the power of the experimental Bakito cannonball on him." The pirate emitted a piercing wail. "Ah, Captain Bakito, spare my life." Observing Bakito's frigid gaze, the other minions hurriedly loaded the Bakito cannonball into the cannon. Unlike ordinary cannonballs, The Bakito cannonball possessed immense power, capable of obliterating an entire street with a single shot. However, at present, Buggy is still utilizing a newly tested weapon, whose power pales in comparison to what it will be a decade hence. With a thunderous blast, a shell was expelled from the cannon, resulting in a tremendous explosion that reduced the pirate to mere fragments. Buggy nodded with satisfaction. Although the effect had yet to reach its pinnacle, the explosive force was already quite gratifying. Yaha! Buggy laughed boisterously. You lot. Aim the cannon at that ship. Aye. Two henchmen obediently lifted a red shell adorned with the Buggy pirate crew emblem and loaded it into the cannon's chamber. With a command from Buggy, the fuse was lit, targeting none other than the Merry-Go sailing across the sea. On board the Merry-Go, Arlong was engaged in a discussion with Nami regarding their studies. Suddenly, the sound of a cannonball being fired pierced through the wind. Aaron quickly rose to his feet and approached the goat's head, closing his eyes to attune his senses. Within the perception of sight and sound, he discerned a cannonball hurtling toward him. Aaron raised his right hand, and in an instant, a tempest erupted. Wall of wind. The fierce gales converged before the Mary, coalescing into a formidable barrier fashioned from the very essence of air. A brilliant flash of fire illuminated the scene as a cannonball struck the shield, yet it stirred not a ripple. Aaron extended his right hand, and the Pakistani shell gracefully landed in his palm. Aaron gazed at the swiftly approaching pirate ship in the distance. It was a sizable vessel, its mast adorned with a black pirate flag, upon which was depicted a round, red-nosed skull. Huh? Aaron felt a flicker of surprise. The red nose must belong to that legendary figure, right? For some inexplicable reason, his spirits soared. Casting aside the cannonball in his hand, Aaron mused to himself. To come without reciprocation is indeed impolite. It was the perfect opportunity to test Usopp's unique abilities. Fistbone Meteor. Aaron enveloped his right hand with armament hockey, simultaneously coating the cannonball with the same power. With a vigorous motion, he hurled the projectile towards the Buggy pirate ship, its velocity and force surpassing that of a battleship's main cannon. On the Buggy pirate ship, the pirates eagerly awaited the outcome after the cannonball was fired, envisioning the obliteration of their adversaries, their faces alight with malicious anticipation. Yet, the anticipated explosion never echoed through the air. Confusion enveloped them. Captain Buggy, what is happening? Buggy, momentarily perplexed yet accustomed to the inexplicable occurrences that often surrounded him, stood with his hands on his hips, instructing his crew to prepare for a boarding battle. Oh! The pirates shouted in excitement. Suddenly, a blinding flash of fire illuminated their surroundings, followed by a tremendous explosion. Ultimately, the catastrophic blast caused by Buggy's own cannonball had wreaked havoc on their own ship. The mast splintered, and a significant portion of the deck was torn apart. The ship swayed violently, leaving several pirates reduced to mere remnants. The others fled in terror. What on earth is happening? At the moment of the explosion, Buggy had seized two of his subordinates as human shields, successfully mitigating the blast. He discarded the mangled remains of the unfortunate souls and surveyed the severely damaged pirate ship, cursing inwardly, wondering how he had managed to create such a powerful cannonball. Damn it, who could have done this? To deflect the cannonball and return it with even greater force. As he pondered, a cold sweat broke out on Buggy's brow. The only person he remembered who relished tossing cannonballs back was that infamous figure. The mere thought of him made Buggy increasingly convinced that the recent attack bore the hallmarks of Monkey D. Garp. Having emerged from the Roger Pirates, Buggy was intimately familiar with that naval hero who had spent decades entangled in a tumultuous rivalry with his captain. Even if it were not Garp, anyone capable of such a counterattack would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent. How have I drawn the ire of such a figure? Have the fates forsaken me? Buggy, drenched in cold sweat, began to contemplate retreating. However, with his ship severely damaged, any attempt to flee would soon lead to pursuit. If only I hadn't consumed that devil fruit, I could abandon ship and escape. This thought filled Buggy with rage toward Shanks. Damn you, Shanks. Just you wait. On the Mary, Aaron gazed at the colossal explosion unfolding on the opposing pirate ship and remarked, indeed, the power of Buggy's cannonball is truly formidable. To return fire with his own weapon, I wonder how Buggy feels about this? Turning to Nami and the others, he instructed, stay here. I shall investigate the situation aboard the pirate vessel. With that, he lightly propelled himself towards the Buggy pirate ship. The pirates, trembling in fear, watched as Aaron approached. Their hearts sinking, Aaron boarded the pirate ship, where Buggy was frantically devising an escape plan while clutching a henchman. Upon seeing Aaron's unexpected arrival, Buggy's anxiety heightened. Is it you, the one who launched that cannonball? He bellowed. Upon realizing that it was not the anticipated Carp, Buggy felt a slight sense of relief. He continued to shout, Do you even know who I am? I am Captain Buggy, the greatest in the East Sea. If you cross me, you will regret it. Indeed, crossing the Buggy pirates would be ill-fated. First Officer Kabeji, balancing on a unicycle, positioned himself defiantly before Aaron. With his hair obscuring one eye and donning a scarf and cape, he coolly demanded, "Surrender at once." Vice Captain Moji also emerged, riding a lion. Adorned with a doll-like headpiece, actually his own hair, and wielding a whip, he was dressed in a wild ensemble of plush garments and beastly footwear. It's Vice Captain Moji and First Officer Kabeji. The pirates rallied with renewed vigor. Marvelous. Victory is assured. Buggy felt a surge of elation. With these two by his side, defeating this young man would buy them precious time for their escape. Amid the eager gazes of the crew, Kabeji took the initiative, launching into action as he suddenly waved his arms, sending forth dozens of palm-sized spinning tops. Acrobatics. Divine wind of the 100 tops. Are we fighting or performing magic? I should have brought Nami and Chino along to enjoy the circus. Aaron complained. Chapter 41. The Fragmented Warfare. Upon witnessing the absurd attacks from the Buggy pirates, Aaron's playful spirit was ignited. It was time to engage him in some mischief. Aaron did not draw out the third-generation ghost cutter, casually returning the spinning top instead. In his eyes, it was slow and lacked power. Kabeji twisted and turned, laboriously evading the spinning top. How infuriating! Do not underestimate me. Kabeji, humiliated by his own spinning top's attack, exclaimed in rage. Acrobatics, fire-breathing. Kabeji seemed to perform a circus act as he unleashed flames from his mouth, charging towards Aaron. Behold, the chief's acrobatic combat technique. The minions nearby gasped in astonishment. In the face of the flames, Aaron took a deep breath and exhaled a gust of wind. The fierce wind dissipated the flames, which, aided by the breeze, flared up considerably, forming a fiery whirlwind. The whirlwind ignited Kabeji. In a panic, Kabeji leaped into the sea to extinguish the flames engulfing him. After a moment, he emerged from the water, returning to the ship, looking utterly disheveled. He gasped for fresh air, glaring at Aaron with fury, and then, mounting his unicycle, he leaped high above Aaron, descending with the blade pointed downward, poised to deliver a lethal strike. Acrobatics, summer fireworks, wheel finishing move. At the opportune moment, Aaron delivered a powerful kick to Kabeji. The latter, along with his unicycle, was sent flying, rolling to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. The chief of staff, that Kabeji, the chief of staff, had been defeated. The minions were paralyzed with fear, utterly at a loss. What chance? Just then, Machi, riding on a lion, Ricky, suddenly leaped towards Aaron, momentarily instilling a flicker of courage in them, only to be swiftly replaced by terror. Seizing the moment when Aaron was off balance, Machi commanded Ricky to lunge at Aaron, who was precariously balancing on one leg. Aaron, unperturbed, raised his ebony right hand to shield himself from the lion's ferocious bite. The lion, Ricky, sank its teeth into Aaron's dark hand with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, Ricky felt as though it had bitten into solid steel, shattering its teeth in the process. A pained howl escaped Ricky's lips. Aaron obstructed the lion's bite, and as a result, an overwhelmingly repugnant odor emanated from that enormous maw, reminiscent of the stench of teeth that had not been brushed for decades. Aaron nearly expelled his dinner from the sheer shock, his heart quivering as he forcefully struck the lion's head with his left hand. The lion, along with Machi who was atop it, was sent soaring into the air, only to plummet back down onto the ship, creating a deep crater upon impact. Both Machi and the lion, Ricky, lay gravely wounded and unconscious. What manner of beings are those? Wondered Machi, the first mate. The remaining pirates, still capable of movement, immediately sought to summon Buggy for assistance, regardless of the adversary. Surely the captain's devil fruit powers would be sufficient to vanquish him? This is the power of armament hockey, Buggy contemplated as he observed Aaron's jet-black arm. Who are you? Buggy inquired, for he was not like the uninformed pirates aboard his vessel. How could such an extraordinary individual exist in the East Blue? Me? I would consider myself a bounty hunter, came the reply. Aaron touched his nose and replied with a hint of embarrassment. Although he had never aspired to become a pirate hunter, it seemed that after taking down 2 notorious pirate crews, even the news in the East Blue began to extensively report on him. Even in Orangetown, many people were familiar with his name. A pirate hunter? Buggy was taken aback. He was not the sort of pirate to remain oblivious to the news or disregard intelligence. Recently, Aaron's reputation had soared in the East Blue, and only someone capable of defeating fishmen could have compelled his crew to such a state. What's the matter, red-nosed one? Wasn't it you who initiated the confrontation first? Aaron was acutely aware of Buggy's taboos and understood precisely how to provoke him swiftly. As anticipated, the previously cautious Buggy erupted in fury. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his earlier restraint vanished. He bellowed, "You scoundrel! Who are you calling a big red nose? Go to hell, fragmented little clown." With a swift motion, Buggy severed his right hand at the wrist, launching a knife towards Aaron with remarkable speed. Aaron stood defiantly with his arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance as Buggy's knife lunged toward his body. Upon impact, the blade struck against his hockey, proving utterly ineffective, even resulting in a portion of the knife breaking off. Buggy retracted his right hand, pondering how to proceed. After much contemplation, he realized he was at a loss for a solution. In his desperation, Buggy considered the possibility of negotiating peace, reflecting that pirate hunters were ultimately driven by monetary gain. Perhaps offering a sum of money could avert disaster. Just as Buggy was about to voice his thoughts, Aaron made his move. "It is my turn now. Allow me to test your capabilities." Aaron is also intrigued by Buggy's chop fruit, which is reputed to be the nemesis of swordsmen, rendering them incapable of striking him. Aaron wishes to put this to the test. Phantom sword dance. Suddenly, Arlong appeared before Buggy, wielding the third generation of the cursed sword, which was adorned with flowing cherry blossoms. He unleashed a flurry of rapid slashes, so swift that countless phantoms emerged. The final strike released a fierce barrage of sword energy, cleaving through Buggy's pirate ship, tearing the deck apart. However, despite the overwhelming power of the attack, it had no effect on Buggy. The sword energy passed effortlessly through his body, fragmenting him into numerous pieces, only to reassemble seamlessly after Arlong's onslaught, even his attire restored to its original state. Buggy smirked coldly, declaring it futile. Yet, despite his bravado, he felt a profound fear. This man was indeed a master swordsman. How could he possibly contend with such a foe? This is truly quite amusing. Aaron did not cease his assault. He was well aware of Buggy's fruit abilities, yet he possessed an array of additional techniques at his disposal. Since physical strikes proved futile, he decided to experiment with magical attacks. Flameblade. As the saying goes, even the most resilient fruit is spurned by dogs. Those with even a modicum of strength could typically conjure flames with ease. In Aaron's hand, the third-generation Ghost Cutter ignited with a blazing inferno. The fierce flames unleashed the dragon's fury slash. Aaron brandished the third-generation Ghost Slash, unleashing a colossal dragon of flame towards Buggy. How is this possible? Buggy, witnessing the fiery dragon approaching, was filled with profound dread. He was not afraid of mere slashes. No matter how formidable they were, if they failed to connect, they posed no threat whatsoever. However, this blazing strike could very well spell his demise. In a moment of desperation, he spotted the nearby lion, Ricky, and quickly extended two hands to drag the lion closer. His body shattered into countless fragments, seeking refuge within the lion's massive jaws, while simultaneously using the lion's form to shield his feet left on the ground. The sole weakness of the fragmentation fruit was that during the splitting process, his feet must remain grounded. Otherwise, it would indeed be an exceptional power. Boom! The immense force of the fiery strike wreaked havoc, obliterating a significant portion of the ship, leaving flames raging everywhere on board. Aaron's fingers moved gently, and a gust of wind swept through, extinguishing the flames. The dense smoke dissipated. Aaron sensed that Baki was still alive, his breath scarcely altered. In the very spot where Baki had just stood, a lion named Ricky emerged, its body marred by numerous sword wounds and burns, its fur singed to the skin, even emanating the scent of roasted flesh. Yet despite these grievous injuries, the lion still clung to life, exhibiting signs of vitality. Chapter 42. Baki. Child of the world Baki emerged from the lion's maw, reassembling himself completely. He soared through the air, concealing his feet beneath Ricky's body, observing the near-death state of Ricky. His face was drenched in cold sweat. Had that previous strike landed upon him, he would have been the one gravely injured. Upon witnessing the soaring figure of Buggy in the sky, unscathed and triumphant, Aaron couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of the great Buggy. However, Buggy's belief that his subtle maneuvers could elude Aaron's perception was a grave underestimation of his capabilities. Cross slash. Aaron suddenly appeared before Buggy, wielding his blade with swift horizontal and vertical slashes, unleashing a cross-shaped attack aimed at Buggy. Upon witnessing what appeared to be a mere ordinary strike, Buggy felt a surge of confidence. His body fragmented into several pieces, scattering in different directions to evade the assault. However, Aaron's true target was not Buggy himself, but rather the feet that Buggy had left grounded on the earth. Aaron kicked the lion, revealing the feet that remained steadfast in place. With a mischievous grin, Aaron extracted seawater from the system's space and poured it upon Bucky's feet. Suddenly, Bucky found himself devoid of strength, plummeting from the sky and scattering into pieces. Weakly, he uttered, "What is happening? Why have I suddenly lost all my strength?" Aaron displayed a malevolent smile as he seized Buggy's nose, lifting his head and binding his disheveled body into a tight bundle. He then produced a massive glass container, unceremoniously tossing Buggy's feet inside. Buggy found it nearly impossible to restore himself. Captain Buggy, the minion, sprawled on the ground, gazed in despair as the mightiest Buggy lay defeated before him, emitting a mournful wail. "I'm so exhausted. What are you planning to do?" Buggy, weakened to the brink of tears, felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. It had been ages since he had experienced such frailty. His last memory of such vulnerability dated back to his youth, when Shanks had tricked him into consuming the fruit, leading to his near drowning in the sea. "Damn that Shanks!" Buggy cursed inwardly. Aaron tied Bucky's head and Machi together. Then he entered the cabin to plunder the spoils. The three of them exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of Aaron's intentions. Aaron entered the captain's quarters and acquired numerous nautical charts, including those of the fearsome dragon pirate crew. With this knowledge in hand, Aaron was poised to embark on the Grand Line. As soon as Buggy spotted Aaron on the deck, he weakly exclaimed, "Hey, what do you intend to do, kid?" Aaron looked down upon his companions with a sense of superiority. It was time to reap the rewards of their unique attributes. He crouched down, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Great Captain Buggy, would you grant me a favor? It need not be a lofty position. Merely one beneath the acrobat will suffice. Enough with the jesting. Speak plainly about your intentions. Do not toy with me." Captain Buggy managed to utter with all the strength he could muster, despite his weakened state. Kabaji longed to clarify that he was not an acrobat. Yet upon witnessing Captain Buggy's predicament, he wisely chose to remain silent. Aaron chuckled, clenched his fist, and delivered a good thrashing to them. The bruised and battered Baki, bewildered by Aaron's sudden frenzy, reluctantly acquiesced to avoid further punishment. System notification. You have a new superior, Kabaji, rewarding you with a newcomer welcome package, unlocking new traits. Acrobatic combat style. You possess remarkable coordination. Reward from the newcomer welcome package. An excellent trait that significantly enhances combat prowess. System notification. You have a new superior, Machi, rewarding you with a newcomer welcome package, unlocking new traits. Beast Tamer. The ability to communicate with animals and compel them to serve you, ensuring their submission. Reward from the newcomer welcome package. A humble individual has unlocked an incredibly useful trait, akin to a small listener of the voices of all beings. System notification. You have a new superior, Baki, rewarding you with a newcomer welcome package, unlocking new traits. Conqueror's Haki. You have become a child of the world, transforming misfortune into fortune, encountering endless adventures. Loved by all, admired by nature. The entire world dotes on you. Reward from the newcomer welcome package. What a remarkable explosion of traits. Truly, Baki is a deity among mortals. This trait has reached a level that aligns with the very fabric of the world's rules. It is likely that few traits in existence can rival it. What kind of divine being is the Baki Pirates? All three traits are exceedingly useful. Aaron gazed upon the esteemed Buggy with a benevolent expression, gently inquiring, "Captain, do you have any requests?" Upon hearing this tender tone, Buggy was suddenly filled with trepidation, cautiously responding, fearful of provoking Aaron's ire. "Might you consider granting us our freedom?" System notification. Ultimate mission from the superior acquired. Regain freedom. Mission reward. Fragmentation fruit ability. It had been ages since a superior task had been bestowed upon him. This was indeed an ultimate mission, with the reward clearly delineated, and it represented one of the few treasures possessed by the illustrious Buggy. Naturally, Aaron would be inclined to fulfill his request. Aaron nodded with a smile. "Is that so? Really? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Baki was overjoyed. Could it be that this young fellow truly wishes to join me? It seems that the great Captain Baki is indeed capable of anything. However, Aaron remarked, "Might I request you to perform a show? I have yet to witness a circus performance live. My two younger sisters have not experienced it either. Do not overstep your bounds, you scoundrel. I am, after all, a pirate." Aaron silently pointed to the adjacent glass tank, within which floated the feet of the formidable Buggy the Clown. Buggy swiftly amended his tone, exclaiming, "Though we are pirates, performing in a circus is one of our specialties. If you do not mind, we would be honored to present a performance for you." Thus, Aaron returned to the Going Merry, preparing to escort Nami and Chino to witness the circus spectacle. Upon Aaron's return to the Going Merry, Nami and Chino eagerly surrounded him, inquiring about the developments. Aaron informed them that the pirates had been dealt with and promised to take them to witness a circus performance. Prior to their departure, Aaron made a call to Katai, instructing her to await the transfer of the buggy pirates at the seaside restaurant. Aaron, aboard the Mary, arrived alongside Buggy's pirate ship, which had lost its navigational power and could only rely on the Mary for movement. Buggy's crew, each a talent in their own right, was sincerely preparing for a circus performance. In the brief time since Aaron's departure, they had constructed a stage for the circus show. Truly, a refreshing anomaly among pirate captains. The performance commenced. Kabeji skillfully balanced on a unicycle, traversing a tightrope strung between the two vessels, executing a series of acrobatic feats that left Nami and Chino in awe. The animal tamer, Machi, entered with the lion Ricky. Despite being gravely injured, Ricky had surprisingly recovered after a short rest. It was a testament to the extraordinary resilience of creatures in the pirate world. However, with his body wrapped in bandages and his fur singed away, he presented a rather comical sight. Chapter 43. Shamelessness. The hairless lion performed impressive stunts, like jumping through fire hoops and walking the tightrope. Other members of the buggy pirates also took their turns, each showcasing remarkable skills, as it seemed that one needed more than just a few tricks to earn a place in this crew. The small circus show soon concluded, and Aaron, reluctantly pulling Nami and Chino back to the Mary, returned to Buggy's ship. Buggy looked at Aaron and remarked, "Now that the performance is over, can we be released?" Aaron chuckled, "Of course. However, it seems this vessel is no longer seaworthy." Aaron proposed, "I have an idea for a newly opened establishment, the Seaside Restaurant Barati. Let us indulge in a delightful meal to celebrate my joining, and thereafter seize that ship as our new pirate vessel." Buggy contemplated this suggestion and agreed. Their current pirate ship was in such disrepair that the effort and resources required for its restoration were uncertain. It would be far more pragmatic to simply commandeer a new vessel. Yet, this young lad appeared to genuinely have his interests at heart. Could it be that he truly wished to join the buggy pirate crew? Aaron returned Bucky's foot to him and took out a rope to connect the Mary with the pirate ship, propelling the vessel forward with the Mary's assistance. On the pirate ship, Kabaji, serving as the strategist, asked Bucky with a hint of frustration, "Captain Bucky, are we truly allowing that brat to join us?" At that moment, Bucky had fully regained his strength, free from the debilitating sensation he had felt earlier. However, the humiliation he'd just endured lingered in his mind. He retorted fiercely, "How could that be possible? The disgrace he brought upon me will be repaid tenfold. Yet, I must admit, he possesses some skill. Perhaps we could leverage his capabilities while we reap the benefits from behind." As they envisioned harnessing the power of the formidable Aaron, aspiring to become the most powerful pirate crew in the East Blue, the crew could not suppress their wicked laughter. A few hours later, Bucky observed a ship slowly emerging on the horizon. He soared into the sky for a better look and was greeted by the sight of a large sailing vessel, its length comparable to 3 or 4 amber ships. The yellow and white striped sails resembled a great fish with Barity inscribed on its side. It appeared that the brat had not been lying. Indeed, there was a suitable ship here. It seemed this lad was genuinely eager to serve under the illustrious Captain Bucky. Bucky's heart swelled with excitement. Meanwhile, on the Mary, Aaron was listening to the system's notification. The system announced, "Ultimate mission completed. You have acquired the powers of the splintering fruit." With the rewards in hand, and having sensed the presence of Cuddy, Aaron realized that Bucky and his crew had become irrelevant. Aaron flew onto the pirate ship of Buggy, only to discover that the pirate henchmen were already armed and poised to plunder the floating restaurant. Maritime. Buggy stood proudly at the bow, gazing imperiously at the distant vessels. Aaron descended onto the ship, unleashing his conqueror's haki with unrestrained fervor, unencumbered by any regard for others, his overwhelming presence surging forth like a tempest. The pirates of the Buggy crew, upon witnessing Aaron's arrival, collapsed one by one, eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth, and succumbing to unconsciousness on the deck. Only Buggy remained, desperately holding on. Many members of the Roger Pirates possessed Conqueror's haki, a phenomenon with which Buggy was well acquainted since childhood. He never anticipated that this young man would also wield such power. The mere mastery of armament haki was already astonishing. Now, with the addition of Conqueror's haki, Aaron could only be deemed a monster. Buggy's expression turned grave as he bore the weight of immense pressure, gritting his teeth as he inquired, "What are you doing? Aaron, did you not say you wished to join us?" "You are mistaken, pirate," came the reply. Aaron coldly remarked, "I was merely jesting, toying with you all. I never anticipated you would take it seriously. Is this truly happening?" Buggy roared, "How despicable! How could one commit such an act?" Aaron approached Buggy, shrugged, and scoffed. "Do you pirates still wish to speak of righteousness? Do not be absurd, Buggy shouted in anger. You simply aim to claim my bounty, don't you? If that brings you some comfort, think whatever you like. Aaron, while binding the pirates with a rope, spoke with determination. He then produced a wooden barrel, filled it with seawater, and unceremoniously placed Buggy inside. Buggy was rendered utterly incapacitated once more. After securing the pirates, Aaron returned to the Mary and cautioned Nami and Chino, emphasizing that when dealing with pirates, one should abandon any notions of morality. One must resort to the most cunning and unscrupulous tactics. Just as Aaron imparted his wisdom to the children, 2 naval ships finally arrived. The vessels approached slowly, anchoring beside the pirate ship. The burly man, Katie, along with a tall, slender companion, made their entrance. As Katie arrived, he burst into hearty laughter, embracing Aaron and clapping him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You truly are remarkable. In just a few short days, you've captured yet another notorious pirate crew. If you keep up this effort, perhaps the East Blue will know peace at last." Aaron shot a glance at Katie and remarked, "This is the responsibility of your navy." Aaron turned to the naval officer beside him and inquired, "Who is this?" The tall, slender man introduced himself, saying, "I am Colonel Atlas from the Rogtown Navy Branch, here alongside Colonel Carty to take custody of the Buggy pirates. Your efforts are greatly appreciated." It became evident that in the East Sea, smaller naval branches were utterly incapable of dealing with those possessing abilities. In fact, the only naval base in the entire East Sea equipped with Seastone was located in Rogtown, prompting Carty to request assistance from the Rogtown Navy for this operation. Aaron politely replied, "It is you who have truly worked hard." Before Aaron could finish his words, he was interrupted by Katie, who boldly exclaimed, "Enough with the frivolities. Where's the Buggy pirate crew? Hurry and take control." Aaron led them aboard the ship of the infamous Buggy the Clown. To Catai's surprise, Aaron had inflicted no casualties this time. All the pirates were securely bound. He gave Aaron a thumbs up, remarking that Aaron had finally shown some maturity. In a wooden barrel, they discovered the leader, Buggy, while the tall, slender naval officer, Atlas, also gestured approval towards Aaron, stating that this was indeed an effective strategy against those with abilities. Reporting to the colonel, all members of the Buggy pirates, including the clown Buggy himself, as well as a lion, have been confirmed present. A sailor announced with palpable excitement. He was responsible for the capture, and from the Black Cat pirates to the current Buggy pirates, Aaron had vanquished 3 notorious pirate crews. He could almost envision a rising star in the realm of bounty hunters. Catai glanced at Atlas, who commanded, "Excellent. Escort all pirates onto the battleship, and ensure that the clown Buggy is securely shackled with Seastone handcuffs. Bring forth the bounty." Buggy, having recovered from the immense psychological blow, shouted at Aaron as he was led away, "You scoundrel, I will not let you off so easily." To which Aaron mockingly replied, "Oh yes, I am terribly frightened." Aaron responded dismissively, "Don't indulge in daydreams." Katie's powerful voice interrupted the mighty Buggy. With a confident pat on her chest, Katie declared, "Rest assured, this time, I shall personally escort you to the advancing city. I will ensure that you encounter no inconvenience." After years of diligent service, Katie had earned the opportunity to further her studies at the naval headquarters. To spare Aaron any trouble, she resolved to personally escort the jester, Buggy. Chapter 44. The Maritime Restaurant. Aaron gazed at Katie with a complex expression, extending his heartfelt congratulations. "Congratulations. After all these years, you finally have the opportunity to realize your dream." Earlier, during their conversation, Aaron learned that one of Katie's aspirations was to visit the naval headquarters and witness firsthand the essence of justice embodied by those within. Katie, shyly scratching the back of her head, replied, "Oh, not at all. It is entirely thanks to your support that I have this chance to go to the headquarters. No. This is entirely your own achievement." Aaron shook his head in disagreement, asserting that Carty had diligently devoted years to his work and had shown considerable care for the common folk. Due to this, Aaron's impression of the Navy had improved significantly. "Let be so for now. Do visit Rogue Town when you have the chance. I shall extend to you a warm welcome." Atlas received Buggy, while the Navy personnel escorted the other pirates aboard. As they departed, the reporting sailor even requested Aaron for an autograph. Aaron was counting the freshly harvested bounties of the sea in the cabin when Nami, catching sight of him, rushed forward with outstretched hands and exclaimed with a smile, "Brother Aaron, everyone should share in this." Aaron gently tapped Nami's small hand with money, playfully pinching her nose as he replied, all right, you little thief. First, let us indulge in a grand feast, and then we shall venture to Logtown. You may purchase whatever your heart desires. I shall cover the expenses." After completing the handover with the great Buggy, Aaron was finally able to set sail on the merry-go towards the floating restaurant Bartai? As the distance diminished, Aaron gradually discerned the vessel's appearance. It was a magnificent sailing ship, adorned with yellow and white striped sails, resembling a great fish with Verity inscribed on its side. The Bartai floating restaurant was established by the former pirate crew Captain Zeph and a novice chef, Sanji. Zeph, once a pirate, faced a dire fate when his crew attacked a passenger ship, only to encounter a shipwreck, leading him and the ship's apprentice chef, Sanji, to endure 85 days of starvation on a deserted island. After their rescue, Zeph, deeply affected by the agony of hunger, resolved to sell all his treasures and join Sanji in founding the Bartai floating restaurant. Although the chances of rescue seemed bleak, Zeph, determined to pursue his new dream of establishing a floating restaurant and armed with remarkable perseverance, ultimately found salvation. Thereafter, the surviving Zeph and Sanji established the Bartai floating restaurant in the East Sea. Shortly after its inception, they secured a foothold in the East Sea due to their extraordinary culinary skills, and it soon garnered a reputation as the finest restaurant in the region. With their fame burgeoning and their earnings increasing, they eventually acquired the very ship they now operated, solidifying the present incarnation of the Bartai floating restaurant. Despite its recent opening, numerous patrons flocked to savor the delectable dishes crafted by the owner and head chef, Zeph, including significant figures from the Navy who would come to dine here. Aaron docked the boat alongside, and the vessels moored nearby seemed to be there for a meal. Is this the Maritime restaurant? It certainly appears quite upscale. Aaron nodded and spoke. Nami and Chino, visiting such an establishment for the first time, felt a sense of anxiety. Generally, their dining experiences were limited to the modest eateries in their village, and now, stepping into this upscale venue, they were apprehensive, fearing they might inadvertently make a fool of themselves. Aaron discerned their urgency, extending his hand to grasp one of the young girls. Bending down slightly to speak in a hushed tone, "Do not be anxious. You must understand that I have just acquired over 10 million berries. Fear not. Feel free to act as you wish." Aaron cradled the petite girl in his arms and leaped onto the Bartai. "Welcome," exclaimed a burly waiter at the entrance, his fierce countenance clad in a chef's attire and a white apron tied around his waist. Despite his intimidating appearance and the impudent words he uttered, a nearly obsequious smile adorned his face, conveying a warm welcome. This vivid display of emotion startled Nami and Chino, causing them to timidly retreat behind Aaron for safety. Aaron was taken aback by this abstract demeanor and, with a hint of authority, cast a fierce glare at the burly man. The man, suddenly filled with trepidation, broke into a cold sweat. He wiped his brow with his gorilla-like, robust hands and inquired, "Good day, sir. We do not welcome those lacking in wealth here. Might I ask if you possess any money?" The burly man was named Paddy, a former fierce pirate who had later aligned himself with the sea restaurant Redfoot Zepp, taking on the role of chef. Though he professed a customer-first attitude, he remained true to his violent nature, often resorting to force against patrons, especially those unable to settle their bills. Aaron gazed at Paddy in speechless disbelief, internally lamenting the harshness of the world. With such a level of service, the business thrived. One could only imagine the extraordinary heights of Zepp's culinary skills. Aaron retrieved a substantial stack of banknotes, each worth 10,000, from the system space and casually flicked them in his hand. "Thank you for your understanding. Wealthy patrons are indeed akin to deities." Paddy rubbed his hands together, his smile radiating warmth as he gestured invitingly, calling out to the three guests inside. This display of eagerness upon seeing money opened Aaron's eyes to a new perspective. The restaurant appeared immaculate, adorned in a style reminiscent of a Western eatery. Several tables were occupied, predominantly by small parties, suggesting that private dining rooms were not a feature here. Zhangde and his companions settled around the table, which offered a splendid view of the sea through the window. "Here is the menu." Paddy distributed the menus, standing attentively with a small notebook in hand, his smile genuine and infectious. Indeed, wealth proves to be an undeniable truth. Were it not for his affluence, this rather rugged individual would not have exhibited such courtesy. Aaron glanced through the menu, and although he had mentally prepared himself, the prices here seemed exorbitantly high. Nami and Chino shared a similar sentiment. As they gazed at the staggering figures on the menu, they cautiously suggested, "Brother Aaron, perhaps we should reconsider. These prices are quite steep. Shall we return to the village for a meal?" The smile on Paddy's face underwent a subtle transformation. Aaron observed the mature demeanor of Nami and Chino, contemplating his immense inventory worth over 100 million. With a determined bite of his teeth, he reassured himself, "It's all right. After all, I still have money. Let us indulge in a splendid meal. No worries. Today, I have a substantial income, so I can relax." Aaron generously remarked, and gratitude sparkled in the eyes of Nami and Chino. Patty observed this scene with a sense of secret satisfaction, recognizing that today's business was secured. He promptly summoned the kitchen staff, instructing the chefs to commence preparations. "What shall you order?" Aaron inquired. Nami and Chino, feeling somewhat bashful, selected a few of the most economical dishes from the menu. Aaron gazed at the prices on the menu, contemplated today's earnings, and deemed it not a significant concern. Thus, he resolved to indulge in a lavish feast. "Bring forth your finest dishes," Aaron declared with exuberance. "All right, esteemed guests, please hold on a moment." The restaurant had been in operation for several months, yet this was the first time Patty encountered such a magnanimous patron, ordering with such carefree abandon. It was as if a deity had graced their establishment. If a god were to truly arrive today, even he would have to yield. Chapter 45, Poisoning. With a beaming smile, Patty strode into the kitchen, bellowing at the chefs within, "You rascals, step up your game. Do not keep our guests waiting." Moments later, the kitchen erupted into a cacophony of clattering sounds, accompanied by the retorts of other chefs, punctuated by the voice of a child. "You rascals! What are you babbling about? You filthy cook! Why do you have to call me a filthy cook?" Following this was a series of clinking noises, as if a scuffle had broken out. Nami, overhearing the commotion, contemplated the dubious character of the server. The chaotic sounds during the cooking process caused her perception of the restaurant to take a nosedive. Was this establishment truly reliable? Nami pondered. Before long, a small blonde boy clad in a miniature chef's uniform emerged from the kitchen, pushing a service cart towards Aaron's table. He carefully placed each dish on the table, unveiling the lids in succession. The boy's long bangs obscured his left eye, while the eyebrow above his right eye twirled in circular patterns like incense coils. With each lid he lifted, he announced the name of the dish with utmost seriousness and concentration. If one could overlook the stains upon his attire, he would have epitomized the ideal server. Aaron gazed at the distinctly recognizable eyebrow and nodded. It was undoubtedly the childhood Sanji. However, upon noticing the bloodstains adorning Sanji's attire, he wondered if he had triumphed over that burly man. "Please take your time." Sanji, with one hand positioned in front and the other behind his back, executed a slight bow, embodying the essence of a gentleman and appearing remarkably courteous. "Excuse me, might I inquire about that gentleman from earlier?" Nami asked. "Oh, him? He has already met his demise," Sanji replied nonchalantly. "Nanny? How could that be?" Nami exclaimed in horror. Aaron struck Sanji on the head with a swift hand, exclaiming, "Speak properly. Do not frighten my sister." "Huh?" As Sanji raised his head to apologize, he was met with the sight of Nami and Chino, their eyes uncontrollably sparkling with hearts. "What delightful maidens!" Sanji clutched his heart and exclaimed. He hurried to the side of Nami and Chino, presenting 2 plates of delicacies and pouring 2 glasses of juice, gallantly declaring, "My sincerest apologies for the earlier rudeness. That gentleman was merely busy cooking in the kitchen. To make amends, I present to you a delightful assortment of snacks and orange juice. Please enjoy, your highnesses." "Thank you," Nami responded politely. "It is my pleasure." Sanji feigned profundity, with a playful glint in her eye. Nami, adopting a charming tone, teased, "Chef, the food here is rather expensive. I might not be able to afford it." Sanji, in a flirtatious manner, replied, "The dishes you ordered are somewhat indulgent, so I cannot offer them for free. However, I can provide you with a discount." Nami discreetly winked at Aaron, gesturing a peace sign, and then turned to Sanji, saying, "Thank you," observing Sanji's adeptness. Aaron shook his head. So young, yet so brazen, truly a gentleman of the pirate world. Yet, witnessing Sanji's flirtatious antics, Aaron tapped the table, remarking, "Young man, perhaps you should check on the meal preparations? We wouldn't want any delays." "TCH," Sanji muttered under his breath, frustrated that this fellow was disrupting his admiration of the beautiful maidens. Nevertheless, he understood the age-old adage that the customer is king. Reluctantly, he strode towards the kitchen with indifference. "Finally, he has left. I could hardly speak with him present." Chino sighed with relief as she watched Sanji walk away. "Forget about him. Let us indulge in our meal." Aaron gazed at the exquisite array of culinary delights before him, exclaiming with delight. As Aaron, Nami, and Chino began to savor the offerings from the Maritime restaurant Maritime, each dish presented an unprecedented experience of flavor and enjoyment. The first course was a refreshing seafood salad, a harmonious blend of fresh shellfish, succulent shrimp, and vibrant vegetables, all drizzled with a delectable dressing that offered a crisp yet delicious taste. Following this was a dish of grilled shrimp, their tender flesh infused with aromatic spices, grilled to perfection, emanating a mouth-watering fragrance. Each bite was a blissful experience. Next came a grilled steak, expertly charred on the outside, yet tender within, bursting with juices that melted in the mouth, complemented by a rich black pepper sauce that was simply irresistible. Additionally, there was a signature casserole where vegetables and meats were harmoniously paired, delivering a sweet and savory flavor that tantalized the senses and left one yearning for more. The seafood soup, exuding an enticing aroma, was another dish not to be overlooked. It was infused with the tenderness of the seafood, its broth rich and nourishing, warming the soul with each sip. Nami and Chino's choice of dessert was nothing short of extraordinary. A chocolate cake with a golden, crispy exterior and a delicately smooth interior, soft and sweet, compelling one to indulge further with every bite. Each dish had been meticulously prepared and artfully presented, boasting both exceptional taste and aesthetic appeal, leaving an indelible impression. It seemed that the only drawback of such exquisite offerings was their price. Even Nami and Chino remarked that the experience was worth every penny. For there is a reason behind quality. In the blink of an eye, nearly 99% of the sumptuous feast had found its way into Aaron's eager stomach. Once Aaron indulges in his voracious appetite, he will undoubtedly be on par with Luffy. Aaron rapped on the table and shouted towards the kitchen, "Where are the dishes? Why are they not yet served? What? It's all gone already?" Sanji, unable to believe his eyes, emerged to find the plates utterly cleared. "Damn it!" Sanji cursed under his breath, hastily pushing the cart back, now laden with empty plates. Bursting into the kitchen, he urged, "Hurry up! The guests at table 4 have finished their meals." "What? How could that be?" The chefs, taken aback, could hardly comprehend the situation. Yet the empty plates Sanji returned bore undeniable witness to the truth. "Enough chatter. Patty, quick, start chopping," came a swift command. At that moment, Zep's calm voice resonated. "Let me handle this." His steady presence quelled the chef's unrest as he approached the stove, retrieving 4 pans to commence cooking. Despite the simultaneous use of 4 pans, he exhibited neither haste nor disarray. His actions were methodical and practiced, revealing a routine of such proficiency. The other chefs, inspired by their leader's adeptness, rekindled their fervor, brandishing their utensils as they re-entered the fray. Before long, a myriad of delectable dishes emerged, and Sanji quickly whisked them away to the eager patrons. "My apologies for the wait." Aaron fully demonstrated his combat prowess, savoring each delectable dish, and before long, the entire table was cleared of its culinary delights. Aaron was indulging in a culinary feast, and to speak candidly, the proficiency of the chefs at Barati was nothing short of exceptional. In comparison to their skill, his own abilities seemed almost a waste of the exquisite ingredients. The dishes on the table had been cleared multiple times, and several chefs had already collapsed from exhaustion. Other diners, utterly astonished, sat in a stupor as they watched Aaron savor each delectable morsel, akin to spectators enthralled by a gourmet broadcast, captivated by the spectacle. Chapter 46, The Baroque Workshop. Some patrons chose to leave after a while others remained, eager to see just how much Aaron could consume. Aaron was savoring exquisite delicacies when 2 unexpected guests made their entrance. One was a towering figure, muscular and imposing, with a shaved head. A prominent scar ran from his hairline down to his cheekbone on the right side of his face. His eyebrows were thin and conjoined, and his lips were full. He donned a monk-like garment adorned with snake motifs on either side of his chest, with the character embroidered across the front. The other guest was robust, yet adorned with peculiar, heavy makeup, complete with false eyelashes, a blunt fringe, and a wide grin. One eye was exaggeratedly wide, open, while the other squinted. She wore a swan ballet outfit, draped in a pink coat that featured a pair of swan heads and wings on the back, with leg hair conspicuously exposed. This was clearly an individual with a distinct aesthetic flair. They were Mr. 1 and Mr. 2 from the Baroque Works. The Baroque Works was established by Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, with the ostensible aim of overthrowing Alabasta to create an ideal kingdom. However, the true objective was to obtain the ancient weapon Pluton. In his youth, he gained notoriety across the seas with his formidable prowess. At the age of 20, he encountered Douglas Bullet, a former crew member of the Roger Pirates, and their battle ended in a stalemate. Subsequently, Crocodile faced the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, and suffered a devastating defeat. He harbored ambitions of world domination, yet his insufficient strength compelled him to rely on external means to realize his aspirations. To vanquish Whitebeard and fulfill his ambitions, Crocodile sought the legendary ancient weapon Pluton in Alabasta, leading to the formation of Baroque Works. Within the organization, all members operated under aliases, eschewing their real names. Each commanding figure typically had a partner of the opposite gender. Male operatives were designated as Mr. followed by a number, with smaller numbers denoting greater strength, while female agents were identified as Miss followed by a combination of festive dates. The superficial aim of Baroque Works was to annex Alabasta and establish a utopia, with the actual goal being the acquisition of Pluton. Currently, Baroque Works was in its nascent stages, severely lacking in manpower. They actively sought to recruit talent, particularly those emerging in the world. They invested heavily in establishing an intelligence network across the seas to attract these individuals. Even years later, Zoro received their invitation in the original narrative, not to mention Eren, who had recently gained fame after defeating the Dragon Pirates, news of which had even reached Crocodile's ears. To entice Eren, Crocodile dispatched his strongest subordinates, Mr. 1 and Mr. 2, fearing that others would not pose a challenge for Eren. His organization was in dire need of skilled individuals, especially those who caught Crocodile's discerning eye. Of all the Baroque Works operatives, only Mr. 1 had earned his regard, as he was desperately seeking additional talent to locate Nico Robin. Mr. 1, originally named Das Bones, was a renowned assassin in the West Blue, known as the Killer Das Bones. Due to his immense popularity, he was recruited by Sir Crocodile into the Baroque Works, becoming the chief commander among its elite agents. He is characterized by his taciturn demeanor, seldom smiling or engaging with others, and approaches matters with a calm and composed demeanor. His remarkable ability is the fruit of the quick slash, enabling him to transform any part of his body into a blade at will, endowing even ordinary punches and kicks with the lethal force of a sword. With his entire body becoming akin to a blade, he wields his techniques with seamless proficiency, blurring the lines between the cutting edge and the flat of the sword. Moreover, his blade-like physique renders him impervious to most physical attacks, including bullets and ordinary cannon fire, as his body, including vital organs, possesses the resilience of true steel. Thus, any attempt to harm him must be capable of severing or penetrating steel, leading him to disdain swordsmen, believing that any who cannot slice through iron are unworthy opponents. When his employer requested that he bring back a swordsman, he harbored reservations, yet ultimately accepted the task. Mr. 2, known as Little Fong, is a unique character, a transvestite who embodies the essence of a true man in the world of pirates. He refers to himself in the feminine form, embracing both male and female identities with pride, steadfast in his commitment to the path of the transgender. He is generally carefree, possessing a weak sense of right and wrong, but values friendship and loyalty, willing to go to great lengths for his comrades, even at the cost of his own safety. His ability is the paramecia-type mimicry fruit, allowing him to transform into any person he has touched, replicating their appearance, voice, and physique. Additionally, he retains the memories of those he has mimicked, enabling him to replicate them again, even creating composite faces that blend multiple traits. Proficient in the art of the transvestite boxing style, he employs combat techniques derived from ballet postures, excelling particularly in kicking techniques. Upon receiving their mission, the duo hastily made their way to the East Blue, searching for Arlong. They eventually located him at a floating restaurant, indulging in a sumptuous feast. With a forceful kick, they burst through the large doors, striding in with an air of disregard for the onlookers. The startled patrons sensed the impending confrontation and hesitated to approach the exit. Mr. 1 produced an image and scrutinized Arlong with a cold gaze, hinting at his disdain as he inquired, "Are you Arlong, Nelly?" The duo's attire was strikingly peculiar, particularly Little Fang's, whose animated appearance paled in comparison to the visceral impact he had in reality, leaving Arlong on the verge of regurgitating his recent meal. Eren gazed at their attire, suppressing a wave of nausea, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Wasn't he this Mr. 1 and Mr. 2 from the Baroque Works? What were they doing here instead of seeking the Grim Reaper in Alabasta? Nevertheless, he politely inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Mr. 1 regarded Eren with an air of indifference, meticulously stating, "We represent Baroque Works. I am Mr. 1, and we are here to extend an invitation for you to join our organization." In contrast, Mr. 2 beamed at Eren, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Such a handsome young man. What a pity it would be for him not to embrace his allure, considering that Baroque Works was comprised of misfits. He was filled with anticipation at the prospect of Eren's inclusion. With a bright smile revealing a set of pearly whites, Little Fong chimed in, "I am Mr. 2, and I genuinely hope you will join us. We are in need of someone as dashing as you." As he spoke, he playfully winked at Eren. Eren nearly retched. It was utterly humiliating for a grown man to exhibit such behavior, an act that had indelibly etched itself into his mind. Eren wished for death. If only he could rewind time and avoid encountering Xiao Fong. This psychological assault was truly unbearable. As Eren was about to respond, Patty pushed a large cart forward and noticed the two individuals disrupting Aaron's meal. He immediately shouted, "Who are you? Why are you disturbing my esteemed guests? Are you too impoverished to afford a meal? If so, be gone. We do not serve the destitute here." Chapter 47. The chefs battle MR1 and MR2 had never experienced such indignity. Little Foam, targeting Patty, strode forward with agility, charging at him. The flamboyant figure lunged. With a powerful push from his foot, Little Foam dashed toward Patty, appearing before him in an instant. His body spun violently, executing a fierce kick, a manifestation of his prowess. Transgender fist technique, graceful swan dance. With a concentrated single foot strike, Little Fang's attack was both swift and fierce. Patty, unable to evade in time, was struck by this blow, feeling a tremendous force propel him backward. He crashed to the ground, rolling several times before finally regaining his footing in the kitchen, gritting his teeth as he struggled to stand. Zep put down the iron pot in his hands, extinguished the flames, and wiped his hands with a towel before approaching Patty, helping him up with a grave expression as he regarded MR1 and MR2. Patty was already the second strongest chef after himself, yet he could not allow the disturbance to affect the customer's dining experience. "Can you still fight?" Zep inquired of Patty. Patty flexed his muscles and thumped his chest, declaring, "Boss, no problem. Let them witness the might of a battle chef." Zep, stretching out his limbs, realized it had been quite a while since he last fought. Chef's flying kick. Zep straightened his body, channeling all his strength, his gaze sharp as a blade. He swiftly assumed his combat stance, his wooden prosthetic gleaming in the sunlight. "Chef's flying kick," Zep shouted, maintaining balance with his wooden leg while executing his skilled kicking technique, targeting MR2 with remarkable speed. His leg struck like lightning, swiftly aimed at MR2's body. The rush of air from the kick whistled past, momentarily directed at Little Foam. In just one strike, Zep showcased his extraordinary kicking prowess. MR2, witnessing Zep's assault, exhibited a look of astonishment, not expecting this seemingly ordinary head chef to possess such skill. He could not afford to underestimate him, and immediately reacted, throwing a punch directly at Zep's leg. Tangent de fist technique, soin beauty. Little Fang's fist moved with incredible speed, imbued with immense power, crashing into Zep's leg with a resounding thud. Both combatants felt a substantial force, and they were both sent reeling backward, hitting the ground. "Old man, your kicking technique is quite impressive," Little Foam exclaimed as he rose from the ground, adjusting his attire while praising Zep. Zep, ignoring Little Fang's words, launched another attack. Chef's 1,000-pound drop. Jipu leaped into the air, delivering a powerful downward kick with his wooden prosthetic leg aimed at Xiaofeng. Recognizing the formidable force behind the attack, Xiaofeng was not to be taken lightly. Employing the demon-transcending fist, a memoir of that summer, he swiftly pivoted around his central axis, harnessing centrifugal force to execute a spinning kick. The atmosphere in the kitchen became intensely charged as the two engaged in a flurry of strikes, each laden with immense power and technique. Jipu remained composed, exerting all his strength to counter his opponent's onslaught, while MR2 deftly navigated the threats posed by every blow. As fists and feet collided, the air crackled with energy, the wooden prosthetic producing a sharp sound upon impact. Jipu's leg traced elegant arcs in the air, contrasting vividly with Xiaofeng's rapid retaliatory maneuvers. Their confrontation escalated in intensity, the scene pulsating with excitement. The entire battle resembled a spectacular dance, leaving the onlookers in awe and their hearts racing. Jipu's legwork was masterful and unpredictable, each kick imbued with power and speed. His legs were as sharp as forged iron, each strike inflicting pain and pressure upon Xiaofeng. However, Xiaofeng was no pushover. He skillfully evaded Jipu's attacks with his demon-transcending fist, seizing moments to counterattack and apply pressure back onto Jipu. The battle raged on fiercely, resulting in a stalemate with no clear victor in sight. Meanwhile, Patty observed his leader engaged in combat and eagerly launched an assault on MR1. Tall and muscular, with arms akin to those of a gorilla, Patty possessed formidable strength. Clenching his fists, he fixed his sharp gaze upon MR1 and bellowed, "Double fist storm." Without hesitation, he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. His speed so rapid it created illusions. His fists whistled through the air, aimed directly at MR1. MR1, with a cold demeanor and an impassive expression, emanated a chilling aura. In the face of Patty's tempestuous punches, he even scoffed derisively. As he struck his fists together, he assumed a solid stance. Human slashing. Being a user of the quick slash fruit, his already impervious body became even harder, surpassing the strength of steel when executing this technique. Patty's fists, akin to a storm, bore down with immense pressure, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had solidified. His punches were fierce and powerful, each one capable of destruction. Countless fist shadows struck Mr.1, producing a metallic clanging sound. However, Mr.1, restricted in movement while employing the human slashing technique, was repeatedly forced back by Patty's relentless strikes. Suddenly, an array of blades sprouted from Mr.1's body. Caught off guard, Patty's fist struck the blades, resulting in a shower of blood. Enduring the pain, he disengaged by leaping backward, only to discover his hands were bloodied and mangled, with blood gushing forth and the risk of losing fingers ever present. "What's happening? What exactly are you?" Patty exclaimed. Turning to face Patty's fierce assault, Mr.1 remained completely unaffected. Calmly, he replied, "I'm a blade user, having consumed the quick slash fruit. I possess the ability to transform any part of my body into a blade, my entire being infused with the essence of steel. Thus, I am impervious to blades and bullets alike. Most physical attacks against me are utterly futile. As long as they cannot sever or penetrate steel, they cannot harm me. Surrender. You cannot injure me." Upon hearing these words, Patty's expression shifted, a wave of despair washing over him. He understood he was confronting a formidable foe, yet he did not succumb to despondency. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he refocused his resolve, preparing to strike once more. Even if he were impervious to blades and bullets, there must be a way to counter this blade user. Calming himself, Patty recognized the necessity of discovering a strategy to combat this adversary. Otherwise, victory would remain elusive. He began to ponder how to overcome Mr.1's blade-like physique while searching for openings to attack. If physical assaults proved ineffective, alternative methods must be employed. At that moment, a diminutive man donned in sunglasses with a robust beard stepped forward wielding a kitchen knife, exclaiming, "Patty, I'm here to assist you." Chapter 48. Iron-cutting Patty turned to see the small man, a chef in the kitchen known as Carleen. Despite his unassuming appearance, he was an exceptionally skilled knife wielder, famously referred to as Knife Master Carleen. Together with Patty, they formed the infamous duo known as the Extreme Path Pair. Knife Master Carleen rushed toward Mr.1, declaring, "Beef cutting." Carleen's knife techniques were unique and masterful. Each strike was precise and forceful, leaving little room for evasion. He moved like a true swordsman, his blade flashing brilliantly, dazzling all who beheld it. Upon witnessing Carleen join the fray, Mr.1 displayed a look of indifference. His invulnerability rendered him immune to any perceived threat, no matter how refined Carleen's technique might be. Carleen's strikes were both precise and elegant, each one finding its mark on Mr.1's vital points. His techniques resembled a tempest, resonating with the sound of clanging metal. Mastering the cut, Mr.1 transformed his fingers into blades, forming them into a claw-like grip, and with a backward motion, he seized Carleen's knife, chuckling as he crushed it to pieces. He then crossed his arms, his fingers morphing again into blades, unleashing 10 razor-like claws in an X formation toward Carleen. Carleen was sent hurtling back, crashing to the ground before Patty, 10 deep gashes marring his chest, blood flowing profusely. Witnessing this, a surge of intense anger and sorrow welled up within Patty. Carleen was not merely his combat partner, but also his friend. Patty swiftly dashed to Carleen's side, inspecting his injuries. "Carleen, are you all right?" Karn struggled to rise, exclaiming, "I'm not dead yet." Patty supported him, whispering, "I have devised a plan. That brute is impervious to blades and bullets. Physical harm is futile against him. I will hold him off while you retrieve the gas canister from the kitchen. I refuse to believe we cannot harm him with an explosion." Karn took a deep breath and nodded at Patty. Patty patted Karn on the shoulder, declaring, "It's up to you now." With that, he rushed toward Mr.1. Seizing the opportunity, Karn hurried into the kitchen. However, faced with Patty's fierce charge, Mr.1 swiftly dodged the attack. Annihilation slash. Mr.1 crossed his arms before him, directing a vicious strike toward the limping Karn. This technique could penetrate its target and release radial slashes behind it, capable of cleaving an object into countless fragments in an instant. Karn's sunglasses fell away, revealing his terrified eyes as he watched the blade approach ever closer. "No!" Patty roared from afar, desperately sprinting toward Karn. In a moment of dire urgency, a black blade suddenly appeared, intercepting Mr.1's deadly cross slash. "What?" Mr.1 was taken aback, unable to comprehend how this blade had materialized. He lifted his gaze to identify the one who thwarted his attack, only to be astonished to find it was Aaron. Aaron deftly intercepted Mr.1's assault, seizing the moment while MR1 was still reeling from the impact to deliver a powerful kick to his chest, sending him hurtling through the air. Eren gazed at the injured Patty and Karn, as well as the significantly affected Barati. Rubbing his head, he apologetically remarked, "I am truly sorry for the unwarranted harm you have endured. Rest assured, I will ensure that those two individuals compensate for the restaurant's losses." Patty replied, "Not at all. It is our failure that customers cannot dine in peace." Eren was engaged in conversation with Patty when MR1 rose to his feet and approached Eren. "Your strength is commendable," he remarked, "but alas, it is still insufficient to inflict any harm upon me." With a tone of mockery, MR1 continued, having observed for so long, "You should understand that swordsmen like yourself are incapable of wounding me. Today, however, I shall make an exception and grant you an opportunity. I will remain here, neither dodging nor retaliating, allowing you to unleash your attacks upon me. Should you fail to harm me, how about accompanying me to the Baroque Work Agency?" Eren wore a peculiar expression, pondering how he could exude such confidence. Did he genuinely believe that no one in the East Sea possessed the ability to wield armament hockey? With an innocent blink, he inquired, "Are you certain? What troubles you, swordsman? If you lack the courage, I suggest you surrender promptly and accompany me back to the Baroque Works, thus sparing us both considerable effort." MR1 stood before Eren, arms crossed, poised for the imminent clash. In a heartbeat, he unleashed the essence of the one-heart flow, executing a swift strike. Eren assumed a horse stance, the flowing cherry blossoms enveloping the 3 generations of the ghostly Tetsu. With his right hand firmly grasping the hilt of the sword, he inhaled deeply, channeling energy throughout his body, and executed a precise draw-and-cut motion. Eren stepped forward with his left leg, forcefully striking the ground and creating a deep crater. With his right leg propelling him, his form transitioned from stillness to motion in an instant, reaching its zenith. A shadowy silhouette pierced through the air, and a howling wind whipped behind him as he aimed for Mr. One's chest, the glint of the blade flashing by in an instant. Eren appeared behind MR1, slowly sheathing his blade. In that fleeting moment, deep gashes suddenly marred Mr. One's body, blood gushing forth, as he collapsed into a crimson pool. Lying on the ground, MR1 murmured, "Is this the swordsmanship that can sever iron? How is this possible?" As MR1 succumbed to the bloodied floor, an eerie silence enveloped the entire restaurant. Even the fierce battle between Xiao Feng and Jipu came to an abrupt halt. Xiao Feng exclaimed in disbelief, "How can this be? That MR1 was actually defeated." Eren sheathed his sword and turned his gaze toward Xiao Feng. Upon suddenly noticing Eren's attention upon her, Xiao Feng instinctively covered herself, her voice trembling with fear as she inquired, "What do you intend to do to me?" Eren immediately considered rushing forward to cover Xiao Feng's mouth. What did it mean to say he intended to do something? He could not allow Xiao Feng to speak recklessly. Otherwise, his illustrious reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. With a powerful stomp, Eren propelled himself toward Xiao Feng. His right foot, infused with the formidable haki, struck Xiao Feng's face with precision. Xiao Feng attempted to counter with his own footwork. A resounding crack echoed. Xiao Feng was overwhelmed by an unparalleled force, resulting in the shattering of his right ankle. Unable to withstand the impact, Xiao Feng plummeted like a cannonball onto MR1, exacerbating Mr. One's injuries. The residual force shattered the deck, and both Xiao Feng and MR1 fell into the sea, leaving the 2 power wielders unable to swim, with Xiao Feng desperately crying for help. Eren rescued the 2 of them, while Zeph found a place to confine them. The chefs observed the disheveled pair, chuckling to themselves as if contemplating how to take revenge on these 2 individuals. Zeph expressed his gratitude to Eren. Eren remarked that he was still not satiated. "Do not become overly complacent. Our battle is not yet concluded." Zeph addressed the chefs, stating that truly winning meant filling the patrons' bellies. Indeed, the chefs promptly attended to Patty and Karn before returning to the kitchen to continue this unfinished struggle. Zep remained behind to address all the diners, apologizing for the disruption to their dining experience. As a gesture of goodwill, Barati was willing to offer each guest a complimentary dessert. In truth, this was hardly his responsibility, and no one else had been harmed. If blame were to be assigned, it would lie with those who lingered to witness the commotion after their meals. Zep felt that a slight gesture of apology was sufficient. Following such an incident, Barati had suffered considerable damage, and the patrons were not inclined to linger. However, it was inevitable that various rumors would circulate among them upon their return. Chapter 49. The Sand Crocodile. This meal stretched over 4 hours, nearly spanning from noon to evening, entailing a battle with the Baroque workshop while simultaneously enjoying dinner. Eren picked up a napkin to dab at his lips, still lingering in the delight of the meal. Yet regrettably, all the ingredients had been consumed. Within the entire Barati, only Zepp remained standing. The other chefs were slumped in exhaustion in the kitchen. Zepp presented the last delicacy with an apologetic tone, saying, "I sincerely apologize. We have exhausted our supplies, and the chefs have reached their limit. We regret that we could not provide you with a satisfactory dining experience. Truly, I am very sorry." Eren gave Zepp a thumbs up. "I am thoroughly satisfied. This is the finest restaurant I have ever encountered. Indeed, it is our honor to receive such praise." Zepp smiled happily. As for him, the admiration of satisfied guests is the sweetest melody. Eren negotiated a favorable price with Zepp, who calculated and offered a discount of 20%, ultimately spending the entirety of the bounty amassed by the entire Buccaneer crew. After Eren completed the transaction, he instructed Nami and Kino to wait for a moment while he made his way to the ship that Xiao Feng and the others had arrived on, eager to discover what treasures awaited him. Remarkably, their vessel was docked right alongside the Mary, a coincidence that was indeed quite striking. This ship was of a similar size to the Mary. Through Eren's perception, he sensed that there were several individuals aboard this vessel as well. After all, it was impractical for just 2 people to navigate across the tumultuous mountains without additional crew to operate the ship. Eren boarded the vessel, and upon realizing he was not the commander, several billionaires aboard launched an assault against him. After a series of resounding thuds, these affluent individuals, sporting large bumps on their heads, surrendered in tears. Under their guidance, Eren secured a permanent navigational pointer to Alabaston, along with the corresponding nautical charts. He also uncovered several million berries and treasures comprising gold, silver, and jewels worth millions. Eren accepted the gold and jewels, handing the cash to Zepp as compensation for the damages caused to Baratai by MR1 and MR2. Upon receiving the compensation, Zepp released MR1 and Little Feng. Eren returned to their ship with the 2 bruised individuals, taking a commanding position as he sat in the captain's quarters, gazing down at them. He inquired, "Gentlemen, could you enlighten me about the Baroque Work Society?" The Baroque Work Society possesses numerous attributes that Eren covets. Even if MR1 and Xiao Feng had not extended an invitation, he would have sought an opportunity to join in the future. However, the manner of joining would differ, and thus the benefits received would vary significantly. The distinctions between a headhunter's recommendation and a voluntary application are indeed substantial. Observing the taciturn MR1, Xiao Feng realized he must elaborate on his own. Clearing his throat, he spoke in his distinctive, croaky voice. "The purpose of our Baroque Work Society is to establish an ideal nation devoid of war, aptly named Utopia. Are you not a bounty hunter? Then you ought to join us." Eren pretended to stroke his chin, pondering for a moment, and then remarked, "That sounds rather intriguing." Eren grasped the permanent pointer to Alabasta and declared, "Very well. I shall take this pointer. Should the opportunity arise, I will visit Alabasta, and if it truly is as you claim, I shall contemplate joining." At this moment, the notorious warlord Crocodile, who had a bounty of 81 million berries, was sequestered in his office, indulging in a cigar while contemplating his grand designs. Following a disastrous confrontation with Whitebeard, Crocodile had succumbed to a prolonged period of despondency. The man hailed as the strongest in the world, second only to Roger, left him bereft of any hope of triumph. Yet, after a spell of silence, Crocodile realized that his aspirations remained unaltered. He still yearned to become the Pirate King. Recognizing that individual prowess alone would not suffice, he sought external forces. With possession of a legendary ancient weapon, Pluton, capable of sinking an island with a single shot, he believed he could dominate the entire world. Crocodile had clandestinely learned that Alabasta harbored clues regarding Pluton, and given that much of the country was a desert, his devil fruit ability, the Sansan fruit, seemed to align perfectly with his ambitions. Convinced that fate was on his side, he settled in Alabasta. Thus far, everything had proceeded smoothly. In his public eyes as Warlord Crocodile, he fought against pirates in Alabasta, earning the title of hero and gaining increasing notoriety. Meanwhile, his covert identity as Mr. Zero saw the Baroque Works organization grow in strength. However, it was anticipated that the information regarding Pluton would be inscribed on a poneglyph, an indestructible stone tablet inscribed with ancient script. Following the destruction of O'Hara, only Nico Robin remained capable of deciphering the historical text. After the fall of O'Hara, Robin had a bounty of 79 million berries placed upon her head and was dubbed the Demon of O'Hara. To survive, she sought work to make ends meet. Yet her identity and staggering bounty led to her betrayal and abandonment time and again. Consequently, Robin hid in the underworld to evade the Navy, relying on treachery to sustain herself. Having been betrayed from a young age, Robin developed a cautious demeanor. Even with Crocodile dispatching most of his men to the West Sea, they could not unearth Robin's whereabouts, which had recently left Crocodile in a foul mood. He pulled out a bounty poster featuring a girl with black hair. Nico Robin. Where are you? The sound of a snail phone interrupted Crocodile's reverie. It was the designated phone of Mr. Zoro. Boss, this is Mr. One, came the efficient voice from the receiver. What is it? Crocodile inquired, his mood sour as he bit down on his cigar. Boss, the operation has failed. Mr. 2 and I were no match for Aaron, and we could not bring him back. What? How is that possible? Crocodile's voice grew louder as he placed great importance on Arlong, dispatching his capable subordinate, MR1. It is well known that MR1 is an invulnerable assassin. How could he possibly be defeated by a swordsman from the East Sea? What on earth is happening? Clarify this. MR1 recounted the events that transpired at the Maritime, emphasizing Arlong's ability to slice through iron, noting that his weapon turned black during his attacks. This is the manifestation of haki. Crocodile pondered, realizing he had underestimated the situation. He never anticipated that a swordsman skilled in haki would not seek fame in the Grand Line, but instead languish as a pirate hunter in the East Sea, a predicament more pitiable than his own. However, since Arlong had mastered haki, it was only natural that MR1 and MR2 would be no match for him. Thus there was no need to deal with them. Crocodile, known for his ruthless nature and distrust of others, would eliminate anyone who lost their utility, treating his subordinates with utmost severity. Chapter 50, The Wedding Yet. Could he not make an effort to recruit Arlong? Gazing at Arlong's portrait, Crocodile mused that this individual likely possessed observation haki as well. He needed someone of Arlong's caliber to locate Nico Robin. Ordinary individuals would be futile. Someone with observation haki should be capable of finding her. Furthermore, according to MR1, this young man held some interest in the Baroque works and would eventually come to Alabasta. Crocodile believed that if it were indeed this young man, he should personally approach him and divulge his true intentions. As for the notion that Arlong was not his match, Crocodile had never considered it. Even if Arlong wielded haki and could potentially strike him, he remained supremely confident in his Sansan fruit abilities, especially in Alabasta, where the Sansan fruit was unrivaled. Since he would be coming to Alabasta, there was no need for further concern. Proceed to the West Sea and continue with your previous mission. Since MR1 was no match for Arlong, and Arlong would invariably head to Alabasta, remaining in the East Sea was pointless. It would be best to allow him to seek Nico Robin. Yes, boss, MR1 responded succinctly. This was precisely what Crocodile admired about him. Meanwhile, Arlong had just concluded what could be considered dinner. Therefore, he did not linger long and, after bidding farewell, set forth on his journey once more. However, during the farewell, he subtly utilized his hypnotic abilities to acquire the chef skills from Bartai, elevating his culinary prowess to the pinnacle of this world. As Aaron steered his vessel towards the final destination of Rotown, he retrieved the Grand Line sea charts acquired from the Fishman Pirates, Buggy's Pirates, and MR1 MR2, and began to study them with Nami. Upon their arrival in Rotown the following day, Nami and Kinosuk joyously strolled through this largest town of the East Blue, their excitement palpable as they encountered a myriad of unfamiliar sights. Indeed, even a young beauty like Nami found delight in shopping, and before long, Aaron found himself laden with an assortment of goods. After their shopping spree, Nami and Kinosuk, thoroughly satisfied, followed Aaron on their journey back home. With the wind at their backs, Aaron swiftly transported them to Cocoa West Village. During the time Nami and Kinosuk were sailing alongside Aaron, Aiken and Belmere were indulging in a carefree romantic life, their relationship blossoming rapidly. Aiken had even moved into Belmere's home, and the villagers were abuzz with plans for a wedding. Upon returning, Nami and Kinosuk were both astonished and delighted by Aiken's new living arrangements, joining the villagers in playful banter about the impending nuptials. Although Belmere chastised them all, she felt hesitant to scold Aaron, their benefactor who had helped them immensely. Ultimately, she graciously accepted the villagers' goodwill. The wedding took place in the village square of Cocoa West, with the entire community participating in a vibrant celebration. The houses were adorned in a kaleidoscope of colors, festooned with garlands and balloons, creating a jubilant atmosphere filled with beauty and festivity. Aiken donned a neat suit, exuding charm and radiating happiness, while Belmere appeared resplendent in a white wedding dress, her bridal bouquet captivating all. Nami and Kinosuk followed closely behind in elegant white dresses. Hand in hand, Aiken and Belmere stood before the village doctor, the officiant, awaiting the commencement of the ceremony. With solemnity, the village doctor declared the wedding to begin, leading into the exchange of rings and vows. Aiken and Belmere lovingly exchanged rings, articulating the heartfelt sentiments they had long wished to express, pledging to support one another, remain loyal, and never part ways. Next came the vow-taking ceremony, where they stood hand in hand, facing their witnesses, solemnly swearing to become each other's beloved and to confront all of life's challenges together. The attendees were deeply moved, showering the couple with blessings and applause. As the ceremony reached its pinnacle, Akin and Belmere shared a kiss, officially declaring their union as husband and wife. The atmosphere erupted in joy, with jubilant villagers rushing forward to congratulate them, showering the scene with confetti and cheers, creating a truly extraordinary celebration. Eren gazed contentedly at the scene before him. Perhaps this was the very purpose of his traversal. He silently wished for their everlasting happiness. Observing the joyful throng, Eren thought to himself, "Oh, how well you have met your end, vile dragon." Suddenly, a bouquet descended from the heavens, landing gently in Eren's embrace. The villagers congratulated him, wishing him a swift marriage and the blessing of progeny. Eren was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Can this object truly be accepted by man? Moreover, Belmere, is your fall into Eren's arms truly unintentional? Nami, harboring her own thoughts, stepped forward and said with a gaze full of affection, "Brother Eren, would you consider marrying me?" Eren playfully flicked her forehead and remarked, "Why ponder so much, you little rascal? I'm certainly not someone who favors the younger ones. Perhaps when you grow into a voluptuous and enchanting beauty, we can revisit this conversation." Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement as she responded, "Really? If I grow into a stunning beauty, you mustn't reject me anymore." Observing Nami's earnest expression, Eren jested, "Just look at this bouquet. By the time you mature, I might have already tied the knot." Nami, feeling a rush of urgency, swiftly snatched the bouquet from Eren's hands and declared fiercely, "You are not allowed to marry before I grow up. Do you understand?" All right. Eren gently patted Nami's small head and agreed. The wedding lasted an entire day, filled with joy and merriment. Ultimately, the celebration concluded amidst laughter as the guests bid farewell to the newlyweds and returned home to rest. The following morning, Eren said his goodbyes to everyone and set forth towards the Grand Line. The Grand Line, perpendicular to the Red Land, is divided into two halves by this very land. The first half commences at the Leviathan Mountains, extending until it meets the Red Land. The latter half begins again at the Red Land until it encounters it once more. Surrounding it is a belt of calm seas. The initial segment is referred to as Paradise, while the latter is known as the New World. The calm belt of the Grand Line is typically impassable for ordinary vessels. Thus, most ships enter or exit the Grand Line via the Leviathan Mountains. Navy ships, equipped with their own propulsion, do not rely on the sea breeze, and their hulls are embedded with sea stone, rendering them impervious to various sea kings, allowing them to navigate freely through the calm belt. In fact, Eren, possessing the Wind fruit, can also traverse the Grand Line at will. The choice to navigate through the Leviathan Mountains was twofold. Firstly, it was his inaugural journey, and the destination beyond the calm belt was uncertain. Secondly, Eren yearned to visit Drum Island, coveting the abilities of the Munch fruit for quite some time. Chapter 51. Laboon. The Leviathan Mountains boast 5 waterways, with 4 flowing in and 1 flowing out. The 4 diagonal channels siphon water from the 4 seas, converging at the mountain summit before a single transverse channel leads out, ultimately reaching the Grand Line. This island is a winter isle with waters considerably colder than those of the 4 seas. The swift currents and perennial storms have claimed the lives of many pirates before they could scale the summit, meeting their demise against the mountain's face. The calm belt of the Grand Line is generally impassable for ordinary vessels, which is why most ships enter or exit the Grand Line via the Leviathan Mountains. Navy ships, endowed with their own power, do not depend on the sea breeze and are fortified with sea stone, allowing them to traverse the calm belt at will. Typically, ships embark from Lowtown, sailing westward. In no time, they catch sight of the Red Land, and by following its coastline, they can locate the canal that provides entry into the Grand Line through the Leviathan Mountains. However, this journey is fraught with peril, as the proximity of the canal to the calm belt is dangerously close. A moment's inattention may lead one into the calm belt, encountering colossal sea kings, eyeing them with curiosity akin to Luffy and his crew. Moreover, the currents near the Leviathan Mountains are particularly treacherous, apart from the canal entrance. All currents collide with the mountainside and rapidly sink. A moment's carelessness could result in the annihilation of both ship and crew. As one approaches the Leviathan Mountains, the sky becomes increasingly overcast, a vast expanse of dark rain clouds enveloping the peaks, resulting in perpetual storms that further complicate navigation. Half of those who aspire to reach the Grand Line meet their demise before even entering its domain. To safeguard the Mary, Eren stored her within the confines of the system space, transforming himself into the wind and soaring towards the Leviathan Mountains. The Crimson Land rises majestically into the heavens, and even Eren, soaring through the skies, cannot discern its boundaries. The ocean waves caress the red earth, appearing from afar as though they are gently caressing its surface. In stark contrast to the vast expanse of the Crimson Continent and the sea, the canals carved into the mountains resemble mere trickles. The waves churn violently, giving rise to colossal whirlpools. Should one's nautical skills falter or fortune turn unfavorable, there exists a high probability of being drawn into these vortices, leading to the ship's destruction and the loss of life. While soaring above, Eren beheld an unknown pirate crew, precariously drawn into one of these whirlpools, vanishing from sight. Eren followed the currents, soaring towards the summit of the inverted mountain. As he gazed down at the tumultuous waves climbing the slopes, he could not help but exclaim, "Even Newton's coffin cannot contain this phenomenon." The adage rings true: water flows downhill. Yet, witnessing the miraculous spectacle of the sea flowing upwards, Eren marveled at the immense power of nature. As Eren ascended with the current, he lost track of time as the humidity in the air grew heavier, and before him lay a vast expanse of white clouds. Soon, he reached the summit, where 4 canals from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest converged. The waters clashed and ultimately merged into a single stream, flowing down the solitary river that cascaded down the mountain and into the Grand Line. As he traversed the peak, the weather transformed into a clear day. Above the canals, mist floated, forming beautiful ribbons of color under the sun's radiant glow. Beneath these vibrant strands, a series of thunderous roars resonated. If he was not mistaken, it must be the cries of Laboon, the largest island whale in the world. Decades ago, Laboon, a diminutive whale at the time, had followed the crew of the Brook from the Rumbar pirates as they ventured into the perilous Grand Line. Due to the immense dangers of the journey, the Rumbar pirates had to leave Laboon at Reverse Mountain, asking it to wait until they circled the globe and returned. With tears in its eyes, the little whale stayed behind, awaiting the return of its beloved crew on this side of the Red Line. However, that wait stretched into decades. Countless tides of change swept by through the passage of time, transforming the once small whale into an enormous creature, larger than an island, with an ocean of its own within. While everything in the world shifted, Laboon remained steadfast, waiting on this side of the Red Line for its masters to come back. Driven by the longing to see its companions, Laboon relentlessly rammed its head against the unyielding Red Line, leaving itself battered and bruised, producing mournful cries. Thus, this gargantuan island-like whale spent each day in sorrowful anticipation, unwilling to accept that its masters had perished in the Grand Line many years ago. Even when others informed it that its companions would not return, Laboon clung to the hope that they were still alive, continuing to wait for their homecoming. Eren gazed at the resounding roar of Labu, comparing its size with reverence. He marveled at the sheer enormity of Labu, perceiving it as though it were a colossal mountain. Its forehead bore countless scars, each one a formidable testament to battles fought, sending shivers down his spine. Eren plummeted from the sky, landing upon Lab's forehead, akin to an ant descending onto a football field. Eren greeted Lab with the beast tamer ability he acquired from Machi, the vice director of the Bocce pirate crew. "Hello, Lab. Who are you? How can you speak to me?" Lab responded with a tremendous roar, which, upon reaching Eren's ears, transformed into an adorable sound reminiscent of Gazet from Digga. Observing the effectiveness of the beast tamer ability, Eren felt a wave of relief wash over him. Moreover, it appeared not only to be useful, but also remarkably enchanting, rivaling the general ability to hear the voices of all things. After all, although Luffy, the protagonist, could also hear the voice of the elephant god, he was unable to convey his words to the deity. In contrast, the beast tamer ability allowed for not only communication with animals, but also the power to command them. Eren patted Labu's large head and said with a smile, "I am Eren. It is a gift of mine to converse with you." "Oh, is there something you wish to discuss?" Labu appeared quite innocent, readily trusting Eren's words. Eren stood up, ready and composed, and advised, "Calm yourself for a moment. Do not become overly excited. I have news to share. Brook from the Rumbar pirates is alive." Before Eren could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted by Labu's exuberant voice. "Is it true? I knew they must still be alive." Labu, ecstatic to the point of madness, shook its head vigorously, sending Eren soaring into the air. Then, with a sudden plunge into the sea, Labu's massive tail created towering waves that surged through the ocean. Labu's jet nozzle expelled a colossal column of water, propelling Eren even higher into the sky. That joyous sound resonated through the heavens, lingering for an extended time. Chapter 52. Coloca's. After reveling in joy for a while, Labu suddenly became calm. Eren surmised that Coloca's had administered a sedative within Labu's body. In a charmingly endearing tone, Labu inquired, "Thank you for informing me about the Lumba pirate crew." Under the influence of the sedative, Labu exhibited a significantly more courteous demeanor. Eren recounted the harrowing tale of the Rumbar pirates. The former captain, plain White Cloth Yuchi, along with a dozen crew members, fell victim to an infectious disease while boldly navigating the doldrums aboard their original pirate ship, intent on departing from the Grand Line. Meanwhile, the remaining crew, led by Brook, embarked on a new vessel, continuing their adventurous pursuits. They soon encountered adversaries in the treacherous Devil's Triangle, where they faced an onslaught of toxic weaponry. Tragically, their ship's doctor had already perished, and following a grand ensemble performance, the crew met a disastrous fate, with Brook being the last to succumb. In his final moments, Brook experienced the profound solitude and terror of watching his comrades fall, one after another. Due to the powers bestowed upon him by consuming the Yomi Yomi no Mi, his soul emerged from the afterlife and endeavored to return to his body. However, lost in the dense fog of the Devil's Triangle for an entire year, he discovered that his body had transformed into a skeleton, though his signature fro remained intact. From that moment on, he was condemned to exist as a skeleton aboard the ship, performing the solemn duty of interring the skulls of his fallen comrades. Ultimately, Brook was the sole survivor of the Rumbar pirates, having only returned to life posthumously. Now trapped within the confines of the Devil's Triangle, Lab, upon hearing this tale, felt a surge of excitement and was immediately compelled to venture into the Devil's Triangle in search of Brook. Eren urged Labu to reconsider. The Devil's Triangle is fraught with peril, a realm not easily traversed by the faint-hearted. Moreover, it lies within the domain of Moonlight Moria, a formidable adversary not to be trifled with. Even if your stature were grand, it would merely serve to cast a larger shadow for him. Yet Labu remained resolute, for it believed that Brook was its dearest friend, and it could not allow him to suffer alone in that desolate place. Furthermore, Labu was acquainted with many individuals, and in a single gulp, it swallowed Eren whole. Had Eren not been aware that Labu harbored an entire universe within, he might have truly become a meal for a friend. Eren followed the sea into Labu's body, and soon found himself in a new ocean. In the midst of this ocean lay a small island, upon which stood a quaint house. In front of the dwelling sat an elderly man, remarkable in appearance, his hair resembling a saffron bloom with petals of purple and yellow. Aside from the white hair at the back of his head, his white eyebrows, and his white beard, he was otherwise bald. His physique was robust, with a jawline distinctly wider than his face, and he donned spectacles. He wore a pink shirt adorned with yellow and green patterns, complemented by light blue shorts and sandals. A scar marred his left arm, and he sported a bracelet of green gemstones on his wrist. This elderly man was Kuroka's, the former lighthouse keeper at Twin Cape, the entrance to the Grand Line. Decades ago, he had promised Yorkie, the captain of the Rumbar pirates, to care for the young Laboon. Subsequently, he encountered a pirate crew led by Gold, Roger, who invited him aboard as their ship's doctor, ultimately reaching the destination of the Grand Line known as Raftel. After the disbandment of Roger's crew, Kuroka's returned to Twin Cape, conveying the fate of the missing Rumbar pirates to Laboon, and resumed his role as the lighthouse keeper, steadfastly accompanying Laboon. At that moment, Kuroka's was calmly observing a gigantic octopus, rising to retrieve a weapon from his house. As Eren descended through the water, he adjusted his trajectory mid-air and landed firmly upon the head of the colossal octopus, delivering a fatal kick that ended its life. With a graceful leap from the creature's crown, Eren landed before Coloca's, greeting him with a warm smile. "Greetings, old man." Coloca's, taken aback by Eren's effortless dispatch of the giant octopus, glared fiercely at him and inquired, "Who are you? What brings you to my private retreat?" His imposing demeanor suggested a readiness to unleash a formidable presence, reminiscent of the legendary conqueror's haki. Eren replied with a smile, "I beg your pardon, old man. It was Lab who drew me in." Upon hearing this, Coloca's expression darkened as he inquired, "How did you come to know about Lab?" Eren remarked, "I not only know Labu, but I am also acquainted with Brook." "How do you come by this knowledge?" "I cannot divulge the specifics. I merely informed Labu that Brook is still alive, albeit trapped within the Devil's Triangle." Coloca's regarded Eren with a nod, sensing that the young man harbored a significant secret. However, given the vastness of the ocean, the existence of a few extraordinary individuals was hardly surprising. After all, Roger could even hear the whispers of history. Colokas was not inclined to pry into Aaron's mysteries. He simply yearned to ascertain the veracity of his claims. Is it true? Brooke is alive? Trapped in the Devil's Triangle? How do you know all this? Have you returned from the Grand Line? Colokas inquired. I had just arrived here from the East Blue. Nevertheless, the news about Brooke is indeed genuine. As for how I acquired this knowledge, consider it a gift of prophecy. Aaron replied, I am also acquainted with Shanks. How could I possibly deceive you? I would never engage in such dishonesty. Are you aware of my identity? Crocus retorted, for the mention of Shanks implied that he was also cognizant of his own identity and that of Shanks. Do not underestimate my network of intelligence, dear ship's doctor. Aaron grinned and replied, pulling out a photograph of Ace and Luffy. This was taken during Aaron's visit to Windmill Village with Nami. Aaron pointed at Luffy and said, Behold, this is your Captain Straw Hat. He then gestured towards Ace and whispered, This gentleman is the son of your captain. Kurokas stared at Aaron in astonishment and remarked, It seems your intelligence is quite impressive, young man. You appear to be well informed about many matters. Aaron gently touched the back of his head and humbly replied, Oh, not at all. Is he Roger's son? I have yet to meet him. May I have a glimpse? Colokas gazed at Ace, memories of sailing with his companions flooding his mind, and then he requested Aaron to show him the photograph in greater detail. Aaron handed the photograph to Colokas and introduced. His name is Ace. Is that so? Colokas received the photo, scrutinizing it intently while murmuring to himself. After a considerable pause, he returned the photograph to Aaron, saying, Since you are aware of matters I am not, I shall place my trust in you this once. Aaron informed Kurokas that it was imperative to deliberate carefully, as Labo was determined to venture into the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle to rescue Brooke. The journey was perilous and extended, traversing the territory of the warlord. Moonlight Moria. Aaron directly suggested that Colokas ask Shanks for assistance. After all, Shanks is known for his wandering nature and holds the title of a Yonko. With a mere display of his authority, he could easily deal with Moonlight Moria. Chapter 53. A brief listen to the voices of all things Shanks, you say? Colokas murmured to himself. Indeed, he has grown quite elderly, and his strength has significantly waned. Moreover, he no longer possesses a vessel capable of navigating to the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle. Even if he did, he lacks trustworthy companions with whom he could entrust his life for such a perilous journey. Given all these circumstances, the prospect of sailing to the Devil's Triangle alone seems a distant dream. As Colokas pondered deeply, he realized that enlisting Shanks' help might indeed be his best option. He cast a thoughtful glance at Aaron and remarked, You have quite the insight, my boy. His previously somber expression lightened, transforming into a warm and affable demeanor, reminiscent of an ordinary old man. With a smile, he inquired, What is your name, young one? Where do you hail from? Aaron offered a brief introduction about himself. Upon hearing this, Colokas beamed with delight. Roger's hometown, the East Sea. Remarkably, it shares its origins with Garp. The more Colokas gazed at Aaron, the more he found him appealing. He began to enlighten Aaron about this place, revealing that the clouds and birds in the sky were, in fact, painted illusions. The source of light above was crafted with the assistance of the shipwright from the Roger pirates. Aaron was utterly astonished by the wonders of this internal world. After a brief introduction, Colokas dragged out a small boat from his abode and led Aaron through an opening, arriving at his residence within the Twin Cape Lighthouse. He first produced 2 cups of tea, offering one to Aaron before retrieving a telephone bug. Without a moment's consideration for Aaron, he dialed Shanks. Shortly thereafter, the call was connected, and a cacophony of sounds emerged from the receiver, suggesting a lively banquet was underway. After a short while, Shanks's jovial voice resonated through the line. Moshi Moshi. Is this Mr. Colokas? It has been quite some time. How have you been lately? Colokas replied, Shanks, I shall not beat around the bush. I need your assistance. Hearing the gravity in Colokas's tone, Shanks became serious, waving his hand to silence the raucous gathering, and responded, Speak, I am listening. Colokas continued, I require you to venture into the Devil's Triangle and locate an individual named Brooke. One moment, Mr. Colokas. Aaron reminded from the side. It is a skeleton, not a human. Oh, it is indeed a skeleton, not a person. Colokas corrected. Shanks seemed to have heard a somewhat familiar voice and inquired, Mr. Colokas, is there an unfamiliar voice beside you? Do you have a visitor? Your hearing is remarkably acute. Aaron silently scoffed at this thought, then politely addressed the microphone, saying, Hello, Mr. Shanks, it's been a while. I am Aaron. We met when you were in Windmill Village. Shanks immediately recalled his memories from Windmill Village, remembering the young boy who had once been a mountain bandit, and joyfully exclaimed, It's you, Aaron. It's been ages. I didn't expect you to have arrived at the Grand Line as well. Indeed, I just passed through Reverse Mountain and have come to visit old man Coloca's. Aaron replied. Then, the elder Coloca's elucidated Labu's situation to Shanks. Before he could finish, a chorus of anguished cries erupted from Shanks' end. They were profoundly moved by Labu's tale, weeping bitterly and imploring Shanks to set forth immediately to help fulfill Labu's dream. In other words, they needed to venture into the Devil's Triangle, the domain of Moonlight Moria, to locate Brook, who was adrift at sea, correct? Shanks summarized. Indeed, we are counting on you, Shanks. Coloca's beseeched. Very well. Leave it to me. I shall depart at once. Shanks declared before abruptly ending the call. Addressing his crew, he announced, Listen up, everyone. Prepare to set sail for the Devil's Triangle. The members of the red-haired pirates responded enthusiastically. Oh, come on, Captain. I can hardly wait. With a grand gesture, Shanks commanded, Let us depart. After concluding the call, Coloca's joined Aaron at the shore. Labu's immense form merely graced the surface of the water, exuding an air of grandeur. Its colossal eyes brimmed with anticipation as they gazed at Coloca's and Aaron, emitting a resounding sound. Unable to comprehend Labu's utterance, Coloca's assumed it wished to collide with the red line and hastened to offer reassurance. The sound transformed in Aaron's ears into, Aaron, have you spoken with Coloca's? When do we set forth? Aaron stepped forward and exclaimed, Rap, Mr. Coloca's has dispatched someone to locate Brook. I am confident that it will not be long before they return him to your side. You have already waited so long, so be patient a little longer. Trust me, it will be soon. Rab gazed into Aaron's sincere eyes and replied, Is that truly the case? Aaron replied, Indeed, Mr. Coloca's has enlisted some exceptionally skilled individuals to locate Brook. They will find him soon. He will meet you shortly. Observing Aaron's seamless communication, Coloca's exclaimed in astonishment. Can you also converse with Laboon? Aaron nodded with a smile, declaring, I possess the ability to communicate with animals. This is one of my gifts. With that, he continued his conversation with Labu, and under the powerful influence of the beast tamer, Labu was swiftly persuaded to lie obediently upon the surface of the sea. Upon witnessing this, Coloca's could not help but regard Aaron with increasing admiration. In gratitude, Coloca's presented Aaron with a freshly caught octopus, eager to treat him. Having been raised with a deep respect for elders and a fondness for the young, Aaron could not simply stand by and watch the elderly gentleman toil alone in the kitchen. He stepped forward to assist Coloca's. In drawing upon the culinary skills he acquired at the sea restaurant Maritime, Aaron prepared a magnificent teppanyaki octopus, so delectable that even Coloca's found himself thoroughly satiated. As Coloca's observed Aaron devouring the dish with gusto, seemingly unfazed by the abundance, he recalled the sight of Aaron communicating with Labu. Nostalgia washed over him, and he was filled with memories of that remarkable man. Turning to Aaron, he remarked, You are destined to achieve great things upon these vast seas. This ocean undoubtedly has a place for you. Aaron smiled and replied, Thank you. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Aaron bid farewell to Coloca's. Coloca's inquired if Aaron required any assistance, feeling somewhat guilty for only treating him to a meal, especially since it was Aaron who had taken the initiative to prepare it. Aaron pondered for a moment and inquired, Mr. Coloca's, do you possess a navigational pointer to Magnetic Drum Island? Indeed, I do. What is your purpose for visiting there? Coloca's replied, a physician by profession. Magnetic Drum Island is a renowned medical hub, not far from Twin Cape, where he had previously studied, thus retaining an everlasting pointer to the island. Aaron informed Coloca's that a trash king had emerged on Drum Island, and he intended to defeat him. Chapter 54, An Unexpected Encounter with Snow and Ice. Aaron informed Coloca's that ever since the ascension of Wapper to the throne of the Iron Kingdom of Drum Island, he has been ruling the nation with an iron fist, preoccupied with devising draconian laws to dominate the populace. Recently, Wapper launched a campaign to eradicate physicians, expelling nearly all the esteemed doctors from the realm and leaving merely 20 within the castle's research institution. Consequently, the physicians of the entire nation became mere instruments of Wapper. Any citizen falling ill had no recourse but to beseech Wapper for aid, leading many to suffer and perish without treatment. Upon hearing this, Coloca's was filled with uncontainable rage. His hair standing on end like a blooming saffron flower. He slammed his fist onto the table, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, That wretched beast! If it weren't for my obligation to accompany Lab, I would gladly deliver him a sound thrashing. He was astounded that a nation renowned for its medical prowess could be ruled by such a barbaric king. Memories of his days studying on Drum Island ignited a fire within him. He retrieved 2 recording pointers from the room and addressed Aaron, saying, One of these is the eternal pointer to Drum Island, while the other is a standard recording pointer. He solemnly placed the recording pointer into Aaron's hand and declared, "That king is your responsibility. Along with my share, ensure he receives a thorough beating. Indeed, I shall make certain he is soundly punished." Aaron agreed. Having accomplished all that needed to be done, he was truly prepared to bid farewell. He approached the gentle and quietly drifting Laboon on the surface of the sea, caressing it softly as he whispered his goodbyes. Laboon emitted a faint roar of protest, reluctant to let him go. Though their acquaintance had been brief, Aaron had delivered news of Brooke and was the only one with whom Laboon could communicate freely. Furthermore, Laboon had taken a liking to Aaron's unique character. However, ever since parting ways with the Rumbar pirates, Laboon had come to understand that all gatherings must eventually come to an end. After a moment of hesitation, it inquired of Aaron, expressing profound gratitude and offering assistance, pledging to fulfill any request to the best of its ability. With a smile, Aaron said to Labu, "If you wish to express your gratitude to him, then you should become his superior." Should that happen, Aaron would undoubtedly be grateful to Labu. Although Labu was perplexed by Aaron's words, he readily accepted if it could indeed be of assistance to him. After Labu's acquiescence, Aaron acquired a remarkable attribute known as the power of the great whale, which directly endowed him with Labu's strength and essence of life, elevating his physique to the SS level. Furthermore, a new attribute appeared on his panel, strength, S level. Originally, strength was merely a subcategory of physique, but now it had emerged as an independent entity. One can only imagine the immense enhancement the power of the great whale bestowed upon Aaron's strength. Feeling the surging power within him, Aaron was tempted to strike the red Earth continent a few times to test his newfound might. Aaron retrieved the Mary from the expanse of space, bidding farewell to Colokas and Labu. Colokas, initially taken aback by Aaron's remarkable abilities, then spoke, "Farewell, Labu. I am departing." Aaron shouted towards Labu. Labu opened his mouth wide and roared with all his might, "Farewell, Aaron." As Aaron navigated in the direction indicated by the compass, unexpectedly, the clear sky transformed as snow began to fall. The weather shifted abruptly from summer to winter. For Aaron, a child hailing from the southern regions, this was his inaugural encounter with the breathtaking spectacle of heavy snowfall. Aaron was utterly captivated by the breathtaking and enchanting spectacle before him. A pristine expanse of white enveloped the surroundings, as if the entire world had been draped in a soft, silvery layer of fluff. Aaron treaded carefully upon the deck, each step upon the snow producing a crisp, crunching sound, as if to announce to him that he had entered an entirely new realm. Aaron extended his palm, allowing the snowflakes to gently descend into his hand, where he could feel their coolness and moisture. Aaron could not resist bending down to pick up a flurry of snowflakes, meticulously observing their crystalline clarity, akin to exquisite artworks crafted from myriad tiny diamonds. The vast expanse of white clouds in the sky drifted gracefully under the gentle caress of the breeze, while snowflakes continued to descend, resembling a fantastical ballet. Closing his eyes, Aaron reveled in the sensation of the snowflakes delicately landing upon his cheeks. The chill enveloped him, and a refreshing aroma filled the air, transporting him to a whimsical realm reminiscent of a fairy tale. Aaron paused for a moment, gazing at the breathtaking scenery before him, a profound sense of joy and wonder swelling within his heart. It was akin to a small potato's first encounter with the enchanting beauty of nature in Harbin, evoking a deeper appreciation for the marvels of the natural world. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt and endowed with an SS-level physique, Aaron found the chill of the temperature utterly inconsequential. Rather, he reveled in the exquisite sensation of the snowflakes brushing against his skin, which imparted a unique charm to his experience. As he observed the snowfall accumulating in greater and greater drifts, a playful spirit ignited within him. He conjured the wind to gather the snow and embarked on the delightful task of crafting a snowman. Drawing upon the abilities he had acquired from Usopp, Aaron skillfully fashioned an array of lifelike snow sculptures. Aaron constructed a towering snowman, resembling a majestic ice fortress, and meticulously sculpted an ethereal snow maiden, embodying the grace of Snow Fairy. Additionally, he fashioned an adorable snow bear and a charming snow rabbit, among other delightful creations. With snowballs, he crafted toys and erected a snow castle and a snow house, evoking the enchanting realm of a fairy tale kingdom. Aaron reveled in joyous abandon, seemingly oblivious to the responsibilities of adulthood, embodying the spirit of a carefree child. Aaron also crafted a delicate model of the beautiful ship, placing it upon the bow of the Mary, and said to Mary, "Look, Mary, this is your likeness." Aaron spent his time conversing with Mary, yet he pondered when the ship's spirit would finally come into existence. In comparison to natural calamities such as earthquakes and tsunamis, snow and ice might be regarded as less perilous forms of inclement weather. However, this does not imply that they are devoid of terror. The fact that snow and ice can give rise to two natural fruits indicates the deep-seated fear that people harbor towards them. Even ordinary snow and ice can inflict considerable damage. The relentless descent of snow from the heavens left the ship burdened beneath its frosty weight. As the snowfall intensified, Eren could almost hear the anguished cries of the Mary, causing his heart to ache profoundly. Eren hastily used warm winds to blow the ice and snow into the sea, swiftly storing Mary within the confines of the system's space, while he himself ascended into the sky, soaring towards the direction indicated by the compass. Along the Grand Route, certain islands are rich in minerals, resulting in a chaotic magnetic field along the entire maritime path, where both ocean currents and winds remain unpredictable. Here, the sea, be it the winds, the sky, the waves, or the clouds, offers no reliable guidance. The only constant is the direction indicated by the compass. Thus, as long as one follows the compass's direction, there is no fear of losing one's way. For those who possess the ability to fly, this is indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Chapter 55. The Magnetic Drum Island. From a meteorological perspective, the numerous islands along the Grand Route can be categorized into four types: spring islands, summer islands, autumn islands, and winter islands. Each island experiences its own distinct seasons. Magnetic Drum Island, however, is classified as a winter island, perpetually shrouded in cold throughout the year, with even summer witnessing snowfall. As Eren soared through the sky, his gaze fell upon a resplendent white island adrift upon the azure sea. Towering snow-capped mountains rose majestically from the land, their highest peaks characterized by sheer cliffs that ascended almost vertically, resembling immense chimneys piercing the heavens. All around him, a breathtaking panorama of silvery white unfolded, roofs, roadways, and distant ranges enveloped in a pristine blanket of snow. The unique climate of the Grand Line rendered this island perpetually shrouded in frigid temperatures, often plunging below freezing, with winter bringing even harsher conditions, at times descending to several degrees below zero. In order to remain inconspicuous, Eren donned a long robe, accompanied by a hat and goggles, and descended upon an open space. The Kingdom of Magneton is indeed renowned worldwide for its medical prowess, with the healthcare standards surpassing those of numerous other nations. Here, physicians possess a robust theoretical foundation, and the average medical expertise is extraordinarily high, giving rise to a multitude of celebrated doctors. Each year, countless individuals flock here in search of healing. Regrettably, King Vabli implemented the plan to exterminate physicians, which entailed selecting the 20 most exceptional doctors, those willing to comply with his wishes, while ruthlessly executing or exiling any others who dared to claim the title of doctor. Only these 20 physicians remained within the castle's research institution, ensuring that the Dr. 20 team was the sole avenue for medical assistance. As a result, all doctors in the realm became the exclusive property of Vabli, leaving the ailing populace with no recourse but to beseech him, thereby allowing Vabli to revel in the sight of his subjects' desperate pleas, purely for his amusement. What a lamentable fate for a once thriving medical empire to decline due to the folly of a foolish king. Meanwhile, news of this calamity failed to reach distant lands in a timely manner, leading many to journey here from afar in search of treatment. The inevitable outcome was tragic, as the absence of physicians resulted in countless individuals meeting their demise far from home. Amidst the throngs of patients, Eren sought desperately for a physician capable of healing their ailments. Upon entering the village of the Great Horn, he encountered a robust man, flanked by several armed soldiers, who was forcefully expelling a group of doctors clad in white coats. With tears welling in his eyes, the man implored, "Gentlemen, I beseech you, leave this place at once. You must depart before it is too late." An elderly gentleman, his hair nearly white with age, retorted, "We shall not abandon this place. We will never submit to Wapol. Even if it costs us our lives, we shall perish here." The soldiers, having spotted the multitude of patients, ordered them to halt. With several armed individuals standing guard behind them, one soldier inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you to the Kingdom of Magnetic Dromes?" The patients responded with a myriad of answers, all converging on a singular purpose: the pursuit of medical treatment. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the armed soldiers softened with sympathy, their wariness diminishing considerably. The commanding figure among them, Captain Dalton of the Iron Communications Kingdom's Guard, meticulously inspected the belongings of the group for safety before announcing, "Please, return to your homes. There are no physicians left to treat you here." The patients gasped in disbelief, questioning why this was so. After enduring countless hardships and traversing great distances, how could it be that no doctors remained? Was this not a nation renowned for its healing prowess? With great difficulty, Dalton explained, recently, the king enacted a law declaring that, apart from the 20 medical personnel directly under the king's command, any act of providing medical care is deemed a crime. Those esteemed physicians have either been expelled from the realm or faced execution. What? How could this be? Surely, this is a deception. Why would such atrocities befall the doctors? The patients exchanged incredulous glances, wondering if the physicians had committed some unforgivable transgression. Yet, was it justifiable for all doctors to suffer such a fate? What rationale could the king possibly have for such an unfathomable decree? This matter is difficult for me to elucidate, Dalton lamented, his countenance heavy with sorrow. The soldiers behind him displayed expressions of shame, for they too found this situation hard to bear. Yet, there was no resisting the king's commands. They were compelled to partake in the apprehension of the doctors. Pointing at the white coats, the patients inquired, "Are they not doctors?" Dalton gestured for his subordinates to hastily escort the physicians away, warning, if the higher officials of the state arrive, they will be executed. He then gravely explained to the distraught patients, "These individuals are expelled doctors, forbidden from practicing here. If you do not leave now, you risk witnessing their execution." How can this be? The patients struggled to comprehend the absurdity of such a rationale, aghast that the doctors might face death for such ludicrous reasons. It was utterly preposterous. Dalton shrugged helplessly. He did not wish for things to be this way, yet the king's decree was indisputable. The patients exchanged glances, a sense of powerlessness washing over them. They had come in search of healing, only to discover that the physicians here had been stripped of their authority. Observing their despair, Dalton sighed and addressed the patients. "Dear ones, I implore you to return home. There are no physicians here capable of tending to your ailments, and remaining will only exacerbate your perilous situation. I sincerely hope for your swift recovery." The patients felt a deep sorrow within, their hearts heavy with resignation and despair. Is this truly the Dalton who could transform into a minotaur? Aaron recognized a familiar name and scrutinized the figure before him, a square-faced man of tall and robust stature, adorned with pale yellow arm guards and clad in a green robe. In the original narrative, he was the captain of the guard for the former king of Drum Kingdom. Both he and the king were deeply concerned about the actions of Prince Wapol. Following the king's demise, the spoiled Wapol ascended to the throne. Dalton also served as Wapol's guard, yet he opposed Wapol's tyrannical reign. Upon witnessing the tragic death of Dr. Hilialik at Wapol's hands, Dalton was moved to tears. When Chopper sought vengeance for Hilialik, Dalton resolutely intervened, urging him to flee swiftly. Wapol perceived Dalton's actions as defiance of his orders, to which Dalton retorted that the fool was beyond redemption. Enraged, Wapol struck down Dalton and imprisoned him for 7 days. When Blackbeard invaded, Wapol forsook his kingdom, leaving Dalton to assume control of Drum Island, thereby preventing it from descending into chaos and swiftly earning the trust of the populace. After Wapol's defeat by Luffy, Drum Island was renamed Sakura Kingdom, and Dalton became its king. Overall, he was one of the few relatively normal individuals in the pirate world. The patients, reluctant to depart, gathered here to ascertain the situation. Thus, Dalton had no choice but to accommodate them in the village. Chapter 56. The Cunning Dragon and the Phoenix Chick. After arranging for everyone, Dalton hurried to the palace to plead with King Wapol on behalf of the doctors, a task he undertook almost daily. At that moment, Wapol, the king of the Iron Barrel Kingdom, was indulging in a meal. He casually lifted a table, shoving food into his mouth. Wapol was corpulent, with deep purple hair and an oversized mouth, sporting a barrel-shaped chin made of iron. Dressed in thick winter attire, he wore iron armor over a white animal fur cloak. Wapol was a selfish tyrant, ruling with an iron fist, devoid of any sense of responsibility befitting a king. Even sacrificing the health of his subjects to consolidate his power, he prioritized his own needs, frequently enacting laws that served his interests regardless of the people's plight, including the inhumane decree to eradicate doctors, which led to the gradual decline of the once great medical nation of the Iron Barrel Kingdom. He indulged in his own pleasures, indifferent to the state of the country and the welfare of its citizens. While Wapol was slightly shorter than Dalton, his horizontally developed physique gave the illusion of him being much shorter. His physical condition was closely tied to his devil fruit abilities. As a consumer of the Bari Bari no Mi, he was perpetually driven by an insatiable hunger, willing to consume anything. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for Wapol, in a state of extreme hunger, to resort to the most grotesque of actions. As he drew near the table, his mouth inexplicably expanded, and with a single bite he devoured 2 table legs and nearly a third of the tabletop, crunching away with abandon. The gulp-gulp fruit. A legendary ability within the world of One Piece, was a coveted power for Arlong. Upon consumption, the Gulp Gulp fruit allows one to ingest anything, assimilating it into their being or even creating new entities. It also grants the ability to consume one's own body to alter one's form, enabling one to slim down, and even swallow the powers of other ability users. This is no less advantageous than the Dark fruit. As an industrial enthusiast, Arlong held a particular fascination for the Gulp factory associated with the Gulp Gulp fruit. This factory could synthesize newly ingested items into novel creations, and even merge two living beings into one, as well as transform minerals into new materials. In the original narrative, Wapol once utilized the Gulp factory to create a shape memory alloy known as Wapol Alloy, amassing great wealth and even rebuilding a nation, ultimately marrying a world beauty. The sheer power of a fully automated factory, driven solely by imagination and will, is simply beyond comprehension. Yet now, Wapol was utterly squandering the potential of the Gulp Gulp fruit. Ugh, this tastes dreadful. Wapol spat out chunks of wood debris, disregarding Dalton's attempts to report matters. As he muttered to himself, I've grown weary of this. I shall seek something new to consume. At that moment, an abstract-looking man stood beside Wapol and respectfully suggested, Your Majesty Wapol, why not try some houses? Many have recently become vacant. This individual, named Jess, while sharing a name with the affluent gentleman from the capital, was quite different in appearance. He was an advisor to the Iron Barrel Kingdom, characterized by his wavy, thick lips and long arms. An adept archer capable of hitting targets with 3 arrows at once. He staunchly defended Wapol's tyrannical governance as a means of protecting the populace, consistently aligning himself with Wapol. Aware of Dalton's presence, Jess disdained Dalton's indecisiveness and recognized his reluctance to take firm action against the physicians. Thus, he often captured the doctors expelled by Dalton, deliberately executing them in Dalton's sight to undermine him. His current remark was also intended as a subtle jab at Dalton. Dalton's expression soured at the mention of the so-called vacant houses, which were nothing more than the abodes left behind after the extermination of doctors, a truly macabre jest. Having served the late king, Dalton felt a sense of obligation to assist Wapol in revitalizing the Iron Barrel Kingdom. Unfortunately, Wapol held little regard for Dalton, favoring his sycophants Jess and Kromali instead. For someone like Dalton, who harbored loyalty to the monarchy, defying the king's commands was a formidable challenge. Thus, he could only extend minimal assistance to the doctors within his limited authority. Consequently, he had come to counsel the king, hoping he would retract his decree. Wapol disregarded Wapol and, retrieving a longsword, skewered a morsel of pastry, crunching it between the blade and his teeth. Seizing the opportunity, Jess remarked in a sardonic tone, Dalton, I sometimes find myself perplexed. To whom does your allegiance truly lie? To His Majesty the Great King, or to the common folk? Upon hearing this, Wapol cast a penetrating glance at Dalton before resuming his meal. Dalton, instantly drenched in cold sweat, fell silent, deep in contemplation for a considerable time. Meanwhile, Aaron accompanied the crowd, dining in a local tavern and eavesdropping on the villagers' gossip. Is there truly no other physician in this vicinity? The patients inquired of the tavern owner. With a heavy sigh, the owner replied sympathetically, Ever since the king issued that decree, physicians have either fled or been captured. If you seek a doctor, it is indeed in an opportune time. Even if a physician were to appear, they dare not treat anyone. They have long since gone into hiding. Those who dare to resist will not survive much longer. The patients pressed on, What then shall you do if illness befalls you? The owner grimly stated, Either endure the suffering or beseech the king for the assistance of Dr. 20. If the king is in a benevolent mood, there may be hope. Otherwise, one must simply await death. However, the owner, furtively glancing around to ensure no soldiers were patrolling nearby, lowered his voice and added, In truth, there are still some esteemed doctors wandering between towns, evading capture while quietly aiding the afflicted. If fortune favors you, you may find them. The owner did not shy away from sharing this information with the other patrons, for it was a tacitly understood secret among the populace. And some tavern owners even had means to contact these elusive healers. He felt a sense of compassion for those who had endured great hardships to reach this place and thus felt compelled to share. A gravely ill patient hastily inquired, Where might we seek these doctors? The owner replied, That depends on luck. Each town and village holds potential encounters. The more lax the soldiers are in their patrols, the greater the likelihood of finding help. But you must exercise caution. He continued, While seeking a doctor presents no issue, you must be wary of 2 individuals, the Witch Kureha and the Quack Shaluric. Both are notoriously difficult practitioners in every conceivable sense, if it can be avoided. None wish to be entangled with them. Indeed, the mere mention of these two sparked an enthusiastic outburst from the patrons, who eagerly began to vent their frustrations. The tavern was soon filled with a buoyant atmosphere. Chapter 57. The Secret of Eternal Youth. People whispered among themselves, discussing the two figures, an elderly woman known as the witch and a self-proclaimed doctor, the quack. These two extraordinary figures have become legends in the small town, their tales vividly recounted by the residents. When the witch is mentioned, villagers display a mixture of awe and fear. At the venerable age of 131, time seems to have left but few traces upon her visage. She tends to the ailing, yet her methods are far from conventional. First, she assesses the patient's financial standing before determining her fees. While this may appear reasonable at first glance, the reality is that her pricing often leaves many in shock. Affluent families frequently find themselves burdened with exorbitant charges. Worse still, some patients have faced harsh treatment for their dissatisfaction with her fees. Consequently, the witch's reputation in the town is rather poor. Some liken her more to a pirate than a healer. In stark contrast, the notoriety of the quack is even more resounding. Not only is his medical knowledge superficial, but his conduct is also appallingly vile. It is said that he arrives for each house call armed, forcibly entering the homes of patients, regardless of their consent, to administer treatment. Such actions are akin to those of a robber. Most alarming is the perilous nature of his so-called treatments. The concoctions he employs are often incomprehensible mixtures, which not only fail to cure ailments but exacerbate them. Rumor has it that a mere common cold in his hands could escalate into a life-threatening condition. Even more outrageous is his tendency to demand exorbitant fees post-treatment, sometimes resorting to arson to achieve his ends. While the witch's fees may be steep, she at least possesses the ability to cure certain ailments. On the other hand, the quack is a complete charlatan and villain, whose presence only brings further suffering and despair to his patients. Aaron listened to the gossip, aware that Kiriha's character was somewhat eccentric. However, her competence and sense of responsibility as a physician were undeniably commendable. As for Shiraluk, his tragic fate led people to instinctively overlook his unreliability. Treating patients as mere playthings was indeed outrageous. Moreover, his fanciful notion of making cherry blossoms bloom in this nation to incite miracles and save the country was rather whimsical. Just as the patrons engaged in fervent discussion, the restaurant's door was suddenly flung open with a jolt. "Excuse me." A tall figure stood silhouetted against the light, gently pushing her sunglasses up to her forehead, revealing a bright smile. "Hee hee, how have you been, little rascals?" "What? Dr. Kiriha?" Instantly, terrified exclamations erupted from the guests, accompanied by the unsettling sound of chair legs scraping against the floor, as those who recognized her were evidently startled. "Kiriha, hands on her hips, laugh, what? Are you inquiring about my secret to eternal youth?" "No one asked you that," came the loud retorts from the other patrons. One guest near the entrance blurted out, "You look just the same as before. It's hard to believe you're a 140-year-old woman. Who are you calling an old lady?" "You little brat." Kiriha kicked the guest away with a swift leg sweep, exclaiming, "Today's youth are so impolite. I'm still in the prime of my 131 years. What brings you here?" She continued, "Hee hee hee. I heard someone is desperately seeking a doctor." Kiriha entered the restaurant, placing her medical kit on an empty table, surveying the surroundings as she inquired, "So, where are the patients?" Someone instinctively replied, "There's no one ill here." Kiriha fixed her gaze on him. Are you a doctor?" The man averted his eyes, feeling guilty, uncertain if there were any patients. Still, no one wished for that witch to attend to them, even if they were unwell. Kiriha, observing the fearful glances around her, chuckled and patted her medical kit, saying, "I possess the antidote. Feel free to test it. However, the fee is quite steep." "Can you truly heal?" Someone couldn't resist asking. "Of course. I have 131 years of medical experience." Kiriha replied with pride. "And what about that quack? What's his background?" Another curious patron inquired. That fellow is a fraud, hardly deserving to be called a physician. I've heard he dares to practice under the guise of a doctor in this little town, simply robbing me of my business." Kiriha's face bore an expression of disdain. Listening to Kiriha proclaim her extensive medical experience, the patients had no choice but to allow her to attend to them. Hee discerning eyes. Kaleha proudly pounded her chest and began to diagnose the ailments of those around her. Despite the villagers' lingering fear of the witch, they were willing to gamble on her expertise for the sake of the patients in dire need of treatment. Just as Kaleha prepared to tend to the sick, a sudden clamor and the sound of hurried footsteps erupted from outside the hall. A man clad in a white coat rushed into the dining area, shouting to the crowd, "It's terrible. The king is devouring your homes." It turned out that the kingdom's advisor, Jess, had brought Wobble to feast upon the houses that had once belonged to the physicians. However, as Wobble indulged in his gluttony, he became utterly indifferent, opening his mouth wide and carelessly consuming the nearby structures. The original inhabitants of these homes were of no concern to him, for everything in the Magnetic Drum Kingdom was his to claim. A mere handful of houses meant nothing to him. Upon hearing this alarming news, the patrons in the dining hall paled and rushed out, sprinting back to their abodes to discuss the dire situation. Kaleha's expression grew grave. She understood the urgency of the matter and promptly gathered her medical kit, preparing to venture forth. "I will investigate the situation. You all wait here," Kaleha declared. As the crowd watched her leave the dining area, an inexplicable sense of reassurance washed over them. After all, in this moment, only the witch might possess the means to save them from impending disaster. Outside, Wobble continued his rampage, devouring homes while several individuals, including Dalton, knelt on the ground imploring him to spare their residences. A middle-aged man clung desperately to Wobble's leg, tears streaming down his face as he begged for the return of his wife and daughter. Among those who had fled the dining hall, a few stood frozen in shock, as if the sky had fallen upon them. Then, they let out anguished cries and charged at Wobble in a frenzy, evidently driven by the loss of their loved ones to his insatiable appetite. Listening to the lamentations of the crowd, Kaleha stepped outside the dining room with a solemn countenance. She knew she had to do something to capture their attention. Who else on Magnetic Drum Island could possibly intervene? With a smile, she called out to Wobble, "Hey, you over there, you big fool. Haven't you been searching for me? I'm right here, come and get me." Chapter 58. A rescue. Wobble halted his destructive feast, turning to gaze at Kaleha with an expression of excitement. His two lackeys, Jess and Chromalaman, shared in the thrill as they exclaimed to Wobble, "Your Majesty Wobble, what a stroke of luck to find the witch here. Capturing her will ensure that no one can oppose your rule. As for that quack, he is hardly a concern." Wobble sneered, his eyes glimmering with exhilaration, and slowly made his way toward Kaleha. With a serious look, she retrieved a vial of blue potion from her medical kit, hoping to salvage those who had been consumed. Amidst the throngs of despairing souls, Aaron felt a surge of indignation as he beheld those mourning their devoured kin, truly embodying the epitome of selfishness that was Vabble. A brute indeed. With Aaron's exceptional mastery of observation hockey, he discerned that those recently consumed still clung to the vestiges of life. Time was of the essence. Should he falter, they would be irretrievably digested. Thus, without further hesitation, Aaron took decisive action. This was the moment of truth. Aaron, wielding the third generation of the Demon Slayer, cloaked in armament, exerted a powerful force beneath his feet. Vanishing instantaneously from his original position, he reappeared before Wobble, striking upward with tremendous force, cleaving through Wobble's upper body. In a swift motion, he then teleported to Wobble's rear, delivering a forceful blow with his left hand upon his back. The impact of the bear's shock reverberated through Wobble, who was abruptly struck by an overwhelming force. Under Aaron's precise control, this shockwave sent the recently devoured individuals soaring into the air. Following this, Aaron delivered a powerful kick, propelling Wobble away. Aaron utilized the impact of the meatball fruit to propel individuals away with great force. Those engulfed in sorrow, upon witnessing their family members, disregarded any gratitude towards Aaron and hurriedly rushed to gather their loved ones from the ground. They approached the witch Kaleha, imploring her to offer assistance to their families. "Who is it?" exclaimed the afro-haired Chromalaman in astonishment. This unexpected assault startled Jace and Chromalaman, who were utterly unprepared, catching them off guard as Wobble was attacked. "It hurts terribly. I am dying. Someone, save me," Wobble lamented, clutching his stomach on the ground. Chromalaman, attempting to maintain an air of bravado, shouted, "Come forth. Dr. 20. Let them witness your prowess." 20 doctors clad in white coats struck poses as they made their entrance. Needle, scalpel, white iron sheet, hammer. Aaron observed as 20 doctors busily attended to Wobble's body, stitching and hammering as if repairing a machine. After a short while, Wobble, feeling his intact belly, exclaimed with relief, "Oh, I'm still alive. I thought I was doomed." In truth, Aaron could have easily dealt with Wobble himself. However, doing so would have deprived him of the unique characteristics that Wobble possessed. He had come to Magnetic Drum Island specifically for those traits, so allowing Wobble to linger a while longer seemed prudent. Chromalaman glared at the unfamiliar man before him, seething with anger. "Who are you to act so brazenly before the sovereign of the Iron Bucket Kingdom?" Wobble, still feeling the remnants of fear, touched his belly and exclaimed, "You dare to strike the ruler of a world-affiliated nation. Are you not afraid of the world government coming after you?" The onlookers buzzed with chatter. "Indeed? Regardless of the circumstances, Wapol is still the king of a world-affiliated nation. Would there be no repercussions for such audacity? Meanwhile, the villagers receiving treatment from Kiriha urged Eren to flee, insisting he had already done more than enough. They were immensely grateful for his assistance in rescuing their families and felt he need not further antagonize the king, lest he attract a bounty upon his head. Giggles echoed as Gyuriwa's gaze shifted from the patients to Eren. Having lived for over a century, she recognized the immense power the young man had just wielded. Yet, the fact that she could not identify him suggested he might not bear a bounty. How intriguing was that someone without a price on their head would dare to oppose the king of an affiliated nation. Eren scoffed, huh? With that foolish demeanor. You dare call yourself a king? How utterly ludicrous. At this rate, should I strike you down, perhaps the world government would even reward me. Enraged, he declared how infuriating. This king is furious. Lord Wapol leapt up in anger. My Lord Wapol, exclaimed the sycophants Jess and Chromalaman, their faces stricken with fear at Wapol's wrath as they exchanged glances. Enough of this nonsense. Let's take action. The soldiers of the kingdom charged towards Eren. With a serene smile, Eren stood his ground, watching the soldiers approach, pondering how trivial this all was. He closed his eyes, gracefully leaping aside to evade their attacks while nimbly maneuvering around them, and then struck at their necks with the weapon still sheathed in his hand. The specter of Eren manifested around the soldiers, and once it dissipated, Eren had returned to his original position. One by one, the soldiers fell, frothing at the mouth, their eyes rolling back in a daze. What? Jace and Chromalaman were taken aback, astonished by the swift incapacitation of the soldiers. It was evident that they had to intervene themselves. Jace drew his bow, its elegant curve reminiscent of a full moon, and aimed an arrow at Eren. 3 arrows were released simultaneously with remarkable speed, imbued with an overwhelming pressure, hurtling towards Eren. Chromalaman, more devious in his approach, was the affairs officer of the Iron Barrel Kingdom, a man with a wild, explosive hairstyle and boxing gloves, primarily wielding electrified furballs for attack. Originating from his own frizz, he believed that controlling the populace was of greater significance than diligently governing the kingdom. The furballs he hurled, charged with static electricity, would adhere to opponents, hindering their movements. Additionally, these furballs were highly flammable, often delivering unexpected blows to enemies. Seizing the moment while Jace attacked Eren, he targeted Kiriha, who was preoccupied with tending to patients afflicted by Wapol's gastric acid burns. Faced with Chromalaman's assault, Kiriha found herself at a loss, as several villagers stepped forward with outstretched arms to shield her. As the 3 arrows approached at breakneck speed, Eren calmly remarked, "How slow." He extended his right hand, fingers splayed, and with his formidable observation haki, precisely pinched the arrows between his fingers. He then flipped his hand, redirecting the arrows with a force and velocity exponentially greater than before, sending them hurtling back towards Jace. In a swift motion, he appeared before the villagers, sheltering Kiriha, performed a kicking motion akin to a soccer player, and sent the fur ball back to its origin. Though the fur ball could adhere to opponents, could it cling to armed haki? Both attacks, now imbued with significantly greater power, returned to their origins. Nani? The 2 men gasped in shock as they beheld their own attacks returning, and before they could react, they were struck. The 3 arrows pierced through Jace's body, leaving 3 gaping wounds, rendering him unable to rise again. Meanwhile, the once soft furball struck Chromalaman like a cannonball, igniting a fierce blaze. Chromalaman rolled in the snow, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames. Ultimately, the fire was quelled, but he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 59. The hero Dalton Wapol watched in disbelief as his 2 most capable subordinates were vanquished, leaving him seemingly alone. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the surrounding villagers, roaring in fury, "Unforgivable! Unforgivable! I will annihilate every last one of you, leaving not a single soul behind." Transforming his hands into cannons, with a chimney atop his head and his body morphed into a house, Wapol declared, "Prepare to perish." He spun his form and unleashed cannonballs in all directions. The wretched boy, since you aspire to save others, let us see how many you can rescue under this technique. Wabber spun and leaped, eyes shut, unleashing a barrage reminiscent of Shamira in all directions. The villagers in despair covered their mouths, their bodies weakening, crouching to the ground, hopelessly witnessing their homes on the brink of ruin. Eren was taken aback by Wapol's unexpected maneuver and his sheer madness. Without a moment to ponder, he summoned the power of wind with his right hand, raising it upwards. A formidable wall of wind encircled Wapol from all 5 directions, leaving not a single gap. No matter how swiftly Shamira spun, she could inflict no damage against such absolute defense. As Wapol's internal energy surged, The cannonballs he fired collided with those launched before, triggering a tremendous explosion within the confined space. When the sound of the explosion faded, only a bloodied Wapol remained at the scene. Damn it! How dare you treat me like this? Wapol struggled to rise, then proceeded to consume himself. Slim Wapol. He devoured his own body, transforming into a barrel, thereby altering his skeletal structure. After finishing this grotesque act, a taller and leaner Wapol emerged from the barrel, his injuries visibly healed. Wapol's agility had dramatically increased, and he leaped into the air, aiming a flying kick at Eren. However, Wapol soared back at an even greater speed, crashing heavily onto the ground and carving a deep trail in the snow. Wow! Since the onset of the battle, the villagers had stood motionless, their eyes wide with astonishment as they watched Eren mercilessly overpower their king. After Eren protected their homes and sent Wapol flying, they erupted into loud cheers and fervent applause. Had the battle not been ongoing, they might have lifted Eren high into the air in celebration. The tall and slender Wapol struggled to rise again and fortuitously spotted Dalton still kneeling on the ground. Wapol's heart leaped with joy as he realized one of his trusted aides was missing. He immediately commanded Dalton, "You there, Dalton? How dare you remain indifferent while your king is being beaten? What do you intend to do? Are you contemplating rebellion? I command you, as your king, to kill that brat at once." Wapol knew Dalton would not stand a chance against Eren, yet he intended for Dalton to sacrifice himself to buy him time. He aimed to return to the palace and retrieve the ultimate weapon of the Iron Barrel Kingdom, the Royal Iron Barrel Crown 7 Scattershot Cannon, Wapol-S Cannon. He was confident that no one could withstand his ultimate weapon. Dalton gazed at Wapol with a solemn expression, remaining motionless. "What's the matter? Is even a king's command ineffective? Do not forget how much my father has favored you, you wretch." Wapol shouted in anger. Gradually, Dalton began to rise, stepping toward Eren. Observing this, Wapol burst into triumphant laughter. The villagers looked at Dalton, pleading, "Please, no, Dalton." Whether it was for Dalton's plea or Eren's, Dalton trudged step by step through the snow, the villagers' concerned voices echoing in his ears. Yet, his mind was besieged by haunting images of Vaport devouring houses and people. The scene of the recent assault, the doctor being slain and banished, and the children left to perish without aid. With every step, tears streamed down his face. With every step, he transformed further into the half-beast form of the Black Bison. He arrived before Eren. The villagers, filled with worry, pleaded with Dalton, until they saw him turn his back to Eren and face the king. Relief washed over them, and smiles broke forth. "What is the meaning of this? Do you comprehend the consequences of defying my commands?" Vaport seethed with fury upon witnessing Dalton not only refrain from attacking Eren, but also direct his fist towards himself. Dalton closed his eyes, forcing the tears to cease. At last he spoke, his tones stripped of reverence, uttering in a flat voice, "Do you still not understand, Vaport? How dare you address me by my name?" Vaport was taken aback. Dalton continued with a tone of disdain, "I have just confirmed something." "Confirmed what?" Vaport could not help but inquire. "Under your governance, this nation has no future," Dalton declared with unwavering conviction, then bellowed, "As long as we stand above the citizens, this nation cannot be revived, no matter how advanced its medical technology may be, no matter the progress in pharmaceutical research. As long as you remain, this country is beyond salvation. What foolishness is this? This is my kingdom, and I am its greatest king." Vaport retorted loudly. He then continued to mock. "Do you fancy yourself a righteous hero, saving the populace? Do not deceive yourself, you wretch, abandoning your station to destroy the nation. What benefit does this provide you? Do you believe those commoners will be grateful? Spare me your delusions, Dalton. Status and kingship mean nothing to me. You are what matters." Dalton replied, "You still do not grasp it. No status, not even that of a king, can supersede the citizens." He faced Vaport with a bull-like intensity. "No one can rise above the citizens. For their sake, I implore you to perish, Vaport. Experience the wrath that has long been amassed by the people." In a surge of fury, Dalton transformed into a raging bull, propelled by the collective anger of the populace, charging forth with unstoppable force towards Vaport. Enraged, Vaport also charged at Dalton, ready to personally slay this rebellious wretch. The two clashed fiercely in the snow, colliding with a thunderous roar. "I never anticipated such betrayal from you," Wapol shouted in fury. Dalton disregarded him, continuing to strike with unbridled rage. Wapol, who should have been vastly superior to Dalton, had already sustained severe injuries, depleting his reserves, leaving him with no choice but to engage Dalton in a physical confrontation. However, Dalton, an animal-type ability user, held the advantage while Wapol remained in a weakened form. Ultimately, the clash resulted in both combatants being sent flying, equally matched, yet distinctly different. Wapol, though diminished, still outweighed Dalton. Chapter 60. Hope. Witnessing Dalton being propelled further than himself, Wapol erupted in laughter. Ha 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 ha. Look, Dalton, if you just utter an apology, I shall spare you. Dalton remained silent, rising to transform into his half-beast form, charging once more at Wapol with a ferocious onslaught. The speed of this assault was so rapid that it left afterimages in its wake. Damn it! Wapol bellowed. Swallow, swallow, Wapol house. Wapol reverted to his house form, colliding with Dalton. The impact of Dalton's fierce charge against Wapol's house form produced a deafening roar. Wapol's structure trembled under the force of Dalton's assault, yet it stood resilient against the onslaught. You traitor! I will make you regret this for eternity. Wapol roared. The reign of the king has ended. This will be an era for the people. Dalton retaliated with a furious cry. The intensity of their collision escalated, with afterimages flickering as each clash sent snowflakes swirling around them, as if choreographing a dance of life and death. Dalton's beast form struggled against Wapol's diminished state, especially with Wapol now fortified in his highly defensive house form. Predictably, Dalton found himself at a disadvantage once more. Suddenly, Dalton's pupils contracted as an overwhelming force struck him, sending him hurtling away. It became clear that Wapol had refrained from using his full strength in previous attacks, waiting for Dalton to tire before unleashing a sudden surge of power that caught Dalton off guard. Reverting to his human form, Dalton collapsed in the snow, battered and bleeding profusely. The villagers on the battlefield, witnessing Dalton's plight, rallied to support him. Hearing their encouraging shouts, Dalton mustered the strength to rise once more. Just as he prepared to charge at Wapol with the last remnants of his energy, Eren suddenly appeared before him. Enough! You have done more than enough. Leave the rest to me. Dalton glanced at Eren and then at the surrounding villagers, shaking his head resolutely. No, thank you for what you have done. However, this country ultimately belongs to us. We shall overthrow the king ourselves. If you have triumphed over the king with your strength, who else shall we rely upon when you are no longer here? He thumped his chest and declared with unwavering conviction, to forge a life of happiness, we must ultimately depend on ourselves. Upon hearing this, the other villagers seemed to draw courage from Dalton as they hurried back to their homes to retrieve their weapons, standing resolutely behind him in a show of solidarity. Eren observed Dalton's earnest expression, nodded thoughtfully, and smiled sincerely as he said, in that case, let me return it to you. He then leaned closer to Dalton and whispered, allow me to offer you a small gift. Do not resist. In a flash, before anyone could take notice, Eren swiftly injected Dalton with 2 doses of hormones, healing hormones and stimulant hormones. The healing hormones partially mended Dalton's injuries, while the stimulant hormones ignited a surge of exhilaration, granting him a temporary burst of formidable strength, albeit accompanied by severe side effects. Dalton, sensing a significant improvement in his condition, felt an overwhelming rush of power coursing through his body. In astonishment, he gazed at Eren and inquired, what is this? Eren whispered, it can grant you a fleeting surge of power, but it comes with formidable side effects. Time is of the essence. Dalton felt an overwhelming force surging within him. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and tensed every muscle, bracing himself for the repercussions of this newfound strength. Suddenly, his body began to tremble violently. He felt as if he might burst apart, the intense pain almost unbearable. Yet, he understood that there was no time to squander. He had to wield this power swiftly. Thank you. Dalton gritted his teeth and persevered. With a furious roar, he stamped his foot on the ground, creating a deep crater in the snow. He charged toward Wapol with a speed that seemed to transform him into a whirlwind. The howling winds carried Dalton's fierce cry. Taste the wrath of the people's fury. Wapol sensed the immense aura emanating from Dalton, a flicker of fear igniting within him. He attempted to revert to his slimmer form to enhance his agility, hoping to evade the impending attack, but it was too late. Dalton, fueled by the anger of the populace, collided violently with Wapol's house form, producing a deafening crash. Snowflakes swirled around them, the entire battlefield enveloped in their shockwave. Cracks appeared around Wapol's body as his house form began to shatter, countless fragments scattering in every direction. Dalton's power erupted to its zenith, instantly dismantling Wapol's house form. Wapol reverted to his human shape, collapsing in the snow, battered and unable to move. Dalton ceased his assault, standing before Wapol, flames of determination blazing in his eyes. The king's reign has come to an end. This era will belong to the people, he declared coldly. With that, he turned away and faced the villagers on the battlefield, offering a faint smile. He made his way to Aaron, kneeling heavily before him, weak yet resolute, proclaiming, "Thank you. The Iron Barrel Kingdom shall be reborn." The villagers erupted in jubilant cheers, laughter echoing across the battlefield as they embraced one another in celebration of their victory. Young men and women joined hands, dancing joyfully, the sounds of triumphant music resonating through the air, spreading the elation of their triumph. They surged onto the battlefield, chanting "Long live," as they hoisted Dalton into the air. They attempted to do the same with Aaron, but he deftly evaded their grasp. Aaron vanished before the crowd, accompanied by Wapple. Kureha smiled as she watched Aaron disappear, then approached the exhilarated throng and exclaimed, "Hey, you little rascals, if you don't stop, Dalton will be in serious trouble." Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly realized that Dalton had fainted and hurriedly laid him down with great care. They anxiously observed Kureha as she examined him, timidly inquiring about Dalton's condition. Kureha shot them a glance and replied, "Yes, fine, just need a bit of rest." The villagers sighed in relief and resumed their jubilant festivities. They raised their weapons, leaping in the snow while singing cheerful songs, manifesting their joy and celebratory spirit. Some women, having procured flowers from who knows where, tossed them into the air, allowing the petals to dance in the wind like blessings. The villagers gathered around one another, exchanging congratulations and well wishes, sharing in the delight and happiness brought forth by their victory. A fire was kindled, and the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, further lifting their spirits. Children frolicked in the snow, their laughter and cheers echoing across the battlefield, embodying the carefree innocence of youth. Meanwhile, the elderly sat quietly to the side, gazing into the distance with eyes filled with anticipation and hope for the future. Chapter 61. The Grand Upgrade of the Mary. In a secluded corner, Aaron roused Vapal from slumber and, through the art of hypnosis, acquired the remarkable powers of the devouring fruit. The objective of this journey has been splendidly fulfilled. Aaron gazed down at Wapple, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. He found himself in a quandary. The thought of taking Wapple's life troubled him. The Munch fruit was an extraordinary power, and should Wapple perish, the fruit might reincarnate elsewhere, potentially falling into the hands of the world government, which would be an unfortunate outcome. Aaron contemplated for a moment before directly confining Vaport into the system space. Here, Vaport shall forever exist in a state of SC Char, Dinger's paradox, eternally tormented between life and death. Upon Aaron's return to the village of Great Horn, he was greeted by the jubilant festivities of the townsfolk who danced and sang, as well as those gathered around the witch, inquiring about Dalton's condition. The villagers, upon recognizing Aaron, approached him in gratitude. As Aaron chuckled in response, he approached Kiriha and greeted her. "Dr. Kiriha, old man Kalokas sends his regards." Kiriha looked up, her curiosity piqued, and inquired, "Oh, the once little brat? Do you know that little brat?" Aaron mentioned that he had just passed by Twin Cape and fortuitously encountered Kalokas. No wonder. Kureha gazed at Aaron's empty hands and inquired, "What about the king?" Aaron replied, "In order to prevent his resurgence, he has vanished forever." Upon hearing this, those nearby erupted in jubilant cheers, beckoning Aaron to join in their celebration. After the revelry, the villagers invited Aaron to stay for a while, assuring him that once Dalton's health was restored, a nationwide election would be held, and they would be honored to have Aaron witness the occasion. Aaron also wished to explore this country thoroughly while becoming acquainted with the capabilities of the Taunton fruit, so he readily agreed. Aaron wandered through the various locales of Magnetic Drum Island, where scenes of healing abounded. The multitude of patients, long accumulated, finally had the opportunity for treatment. However, the overwhelming number of individuals seeking care, coupled with a significant shortage of physicians, resulted in a critical deficit of both hospital beds and doctors, leading to a pervasive atmosphere of desperation. With the fall of Wapper, his policies were swiftly rescinded, allowing doctors to once again reside in this place. Nevertheless, returning to their former zenith would require a considerable amount of time. Aaron temporarily settled in the kingdom of magnetic drums, engaging in activities such as climbing snow-capped mountains, skiing, enjoying outdoor meals in the snow, and observing the culture of the snow country. Aaron had a delightful time. Aaron rented a large horned sheep in Bighorn Village, embarking on a journey across the entirety of Magnetic Drum Island. The village earned its name due to the abundance of these magnificent creatures. During his exploration, he encountered one of the unique animals of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, the carnivorous rabbit known as Labon. This beast, larger than a bear, is an aggressive predator that thrives in packs and is notoriously unfriendly towards humans. With a fierce temperament, these social creatures only acknowledge those they deem strong. disregarding all others and often resorting to violence upon encounter. When the ferocious Labong faced the even more formidable Eren, several of them were swiftly dispatched, prompting the rest to flee in terror. The flesh of these peculiar rabbits is rather ordinary, given their carnivorous diet. Eren managed to procure some, storing it within his system for future sharing with a fortunate individual. Beyond frolicking in the snow, he devoted time to studying the swallowing fruit. Perhaps due to the fortuitous influence of Conqueror's Haki, Eren quickly developed a new alloy, surpassing the famed Weibo alloy. Once hailed as the most sought-after and superior metal in the pirate world, Weibo alloy possesses remarkable properties, including a memory function that allows it to self-repair when damaged. Its hardness and reliability exceed that of conventional materials, making it highly coveted by both navies and pirates alike. The Eren alloy, researched by Eren, has been further enhanced with the remarkable quality of lightweight properties, making it an exemplary material. Upon acquiring the Eren alloy, Eren integrated it into the Mary, subjecting her to an extensive upgrade at the Ton factory. A layer of Eren alloy was meticulously applied to the surface of the Mary, transforming her into one of the earliest ironclad vessels. With the fortification of the Eren alloy, her defensive capabilities are astonishingly formidable, even if damaged. She possesses the remarkable ability to self-repair. Furthermore, the creative potential of the Ton fruit surpasses that of the weapon fruit, particularly exemplified by the Ton factory, which can be described as a manifestation of boundless imagination, allowing for limitless possibilities. Eren has mastered the ultimate weapon of the Iron Barrel Kingdom, the Royal Iron Barrel Crown 7-connected shotgun cannon. He has upgraded all the weaponry aboard the Mary ship, the life-saving Maxim and the benevolent Gatling. Eren transformed the main cannon of the Mary into an enormous Maxim gun. He also manufactured a considerable number of firearms, such as the AK-47 and Barrett. Moreover, he successfully created the Dragon Sniper and Fire Chelan. Over the past few days, Eren has been thoroughly enjoying himself. However, while consuming the Mary, he discovered a faint life form. Eren speculated that it was a ship's spirit in the process of being born. With the aid of his unique abilities, Eren sensed that this life form was uncomfortable in the system space, which was far too terrifying for any living being. Eren hastily offered his apologies, vowing never again to confine her within the confines of the system space. Previously, he had brought Mary into the system to protect her from potential harm. But now that she had undergone a comprehensive upgrade, there were few threats left to endanger her. Eren could now trust in Mary's capabilities. Following the disappearance of Vabor, Kureha took residence in the Magdrum Castle, transforming it into a large hospital. The facility was now filled with patients, as Kureha dedicated herself to healing the sick, while the doctors, conscripted by the witch, assisted her in her noble endeavors. Dalton lay on one of the hospital beds, expressing his gratitude to Eren. "Thank you for saving this nation," Eren quickly retorted, attributing the achievement to their own efforts. Dalton asserted that it was Eren who fired the first shot, instilling in them the courage to resist the king. Moreover, it was Eren's strength that ultimately enabled Dalton to triumph over Wapol. Eren remarked that if one wishes to express gratitude, one should govern the nation well. Undoubtedly, Dalton is destined to be elected in the forthcoming elections. Dalton also inquired of Eren about how to deal with Wapol's 2 lackeys. Eren urged for a public trial, allowing the people to decide the matter at hand. After expressing his gratitude to Eren, Dalton also extended his thanks to the witch Kureha for her assistance during the previous period when medical personnel were scarce, as well as for treating him. He expressed his hope that she would assume the role of Minister of Health in the new nation, leading a cadre of 20 doctors and expanding the medical workforce. Kureha teased, "Oh, have you not yet ascended to the throne, and yet you are already eager to take action?" Dalton's cheeks flushed slightly. However, for the sake of the citizens, he asserted with conviction, "For the country and its people, I am more than deserving." He then bowed deeply towards Kureha from his sickbed and implored, "For the sake of the nation and its populace, I entrust this to you." Kureha raised her sunglasses and replied, "This seems quite intriguing. I accept." Chapter 62. The meeting while Eren was enjoying his time on Drum Island. News of his defeat of Wapol reached the world government. At the naval headquarters, the newly appointed Fleet Admiral Sengoku was troubled by the vacant position of admiral. He had several suitable candidates in mind, yet the most favored was the vice admiral and naval hero, Monkey D. Garp, who once again declined the promotion. Despite his strength, reputation, and experience, Garp was the most fitting choice for the admiralcy. However, ever since the death of Pirate King Roger, he appeared to have lost his motivation. Leading a leisurely retirement devoid of purpose, even neglecting his punctuality. During Roger's lifetime, Garp had been repeatedly mentioned for promotion to admiral, but he had consistently refused in order to pursue Roger and maintain his freedom of movement. Now that Roger was deceased, Garp's continued refusal to ascend to the rank of admiral rendered Roger's demise seemingly in vain. Currently, Garp occupied himself with donuts and reminiscing about his beloved grandson. In a fit of anger, Sengoku slammed his hand on the desk. Admiral! Sengoku's aide entered the office and presented a telegram from the world government. Sengoku swiftly scanned the document, his anger flaring anew, and he banged the table, demanding, "Is this information accurate? The world government's CP organization has confirmed it multiple times. Is indeed correct. Summon a meeting. All officers of rear admiral rank and above must assemble. Yes, I will relay the orders immediately." In a mere 5 minutes, all available rear admirals gathered in the conference room, arranged in 2 rows. Sengoku wasted no time and got straight to the point. According to reliable sources, in the first half of the Grand Line, the renowned medical nation, the Drum Kingdom, ruled by King Wapol, has been overthrown, and the king himself may have met with foul play. Sengoku surveyed the room, his expression grave. He embodies the justice that reigns supreme over the world. From a young age, he has firmly believed in the mandates of the government, rising to his current position through the reliable execution of his duties. Those who harbor doubts about the government, even if they are comrades, become targets of his fervent loyalty. To him, disobedience to governmental orders equates to a rejection of naval identity, with stubborn ideologies serving as the foundation of his actions. The recent overthrow of a member nation of the world government is a grave matter, especially with the World Conference approaching, drawing the utmost attention from Sengoku. Observing the intelligence gathered by the CP organization regarding world domination, Sengoku was struck with astonishment. According to the intelligence from the CP organization of the world government, the mastermind behind this incident is none other than Eren Nell. Sengoku, with a stern expression, slammed a photograph of Eren onto the table. Although the source of the photograph remained a mystery, Eren's radiant smile, handsome features, and robust physique exuded an undeniable charm. The former bounty hunter of the East Blue. He had previously hunted down the Black Hat Pirates, the Buggy Pirates, and the Fishman Pirates who had just entered the East Blue from the Grand Line. As Sengoku recounted this, he turned to Carp and shouted furiously. Most importantly, he hails from Windmill Village in the East Blue, the same place as you. Observing Carp, who was lazily munching on a donut and dozing off, with bubbles escaping his nostrils, Sengoku's anger flared, and he pounded the table, exclaiming, "Carp, are you even listening?" The immense sound wave shattered Carp's bubble, rousing him from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes, Carp instinctively grabbed another donut from his bag and popped it into his mouth. Unperturbed by the gazes of his colleagues, he nonchalantly remarked, "Is there something you all need? You're making me feel a bit bashful." "Carp," Sengoku bellowed, "you need to take a good look at the intelligence on the table." Chuckling, Carp scratched the back of his head and finally glanced at the documents. "Oh dear. To think even a creature like a fishman can be so easily dispatched, it's truly terrifying," murmured Vice Admiral Borisolino, who would later become the Admiral Kizu, his expression reflecting genuine fear. The future Fleet Admiral Akinu, Sakazuki, scrutinized the documents with seriousness and addressed Borisolino, saying, "Borisolino, focus. This is no joking matter." So it's this kid," Carp exclaimed with a grin after reviewing the intelligence. All the senior Navy officials in the office turned to Carp. Sengoku inquired, "Carp, do you know him?" Nodding, Carp stuffed another donut into his mouth and replied, "I think I met this kid about a year ago at a tavern in my hometown. Back then, he was just a waiter. Who would have thought he'd end up in the Grand Line and pull off such an impressive feat?" As he spoke, Carp tilted his head back and dozed off once more. "Carp!" With a thunderous roar, Sengoku extended his hand and gently struck Carp. The impact caused Carp's nostrils to flare, and in his dazed state, he heard someone mention the disgrace of the Navy. He mumbled, "Huh? Who's talking about me? Oh no, I just dozed off." "Carp, you need to take this seriously. What does it matter? It's just a worthless king. Instead of wasting time, I might as well indulge in some donuts," Carp remarked, munching on a donut while nonchalantly picking his nose. Such a heinous individual ought to be thoroughly eradicated, to set an example for others. The future Admiral and Marshal, currently Rear Admiral Sakazuki, coldly declared. He adhered to absolute justice, his character unwavering, employing ruthlessness without a shred of compassion. He would not tolerate even the slightest presence of evil. To fulfill his mission, he would unhesitatingly treat both colleagues and ordinary citizens as potential targets for extermination, even executing several Navy soldiers who feared death and attempted to flee, solely to implement his notion of absolute justice. With all due respect, Is it truly necessary to convene such a significant meeting over a mere king? Suru rested her chin on her hands, questioning whether it was excessive to allocate resources for a high-level meeting regarding a king from a world government allied nation. It's not that simple. This former pirate hunter is quite formidable. Sengoku's expression darkened as he explained. According to intelligence, he can train his body in the deep sea and capture sea kings. He easily defeats fishmen, possesses a considerable level of haki mastery, and wields the exceedingly rare Conqueror's haki. His swordsmanship is on par with that of a master swordsman. He could be likened to a minor Mihawk. Oh dear, that truly is terrifying. If it were me, I would probably drown. Polyasolino exclaimed, astonished by the prowess required to train in the ocean and capture sea kings. If this young man is left unchecked, he may very well disrupt the entire balance of the world, potentially inciting greater chaos and turmoil. The future Admiral Akainu frowned as he spoke coldly. We must mobilize our forces to Drum Island and bring this Arlong to justice. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Chapter 63. The Bounty in Response to Akainu's Aggressive Stance. The future Navy Admiral Akiji Kazan countered, isn't that a bit of an overreaction? Moreover, even if we dispatch troops to Drum Island, he might have already departed. Kazan, tall and clad in a white vest and deep blue shirt, donned a navy coat. Due to his penchant for sleep, he always wore a green eye mask to facilitate napping at any moment. In his youth, he harbored passionate aspirations for the Navy's future, his concept of justice ablaze. However, after witnessing Akainu Sakazuki's actions during the O'Hara incident, he found himself disillusioned with the Navy's commitment to justice. In light of this, he spared Nico Robin, assisting her in her escape from O'Hara. Prolonged anguish led him to embrace a languid sense of justice, which he believed could vary based on the perspectives of individuals, adapting with their stances. Consequently, he refrained from questioning the justice of others. However, he would never relent against those who sought to impede his own sense of justice. His demeanor was relaxed, yet he maintained a calm disposition. Even after resigning from the Navy, Kazan continued to protect the populace. A saying circulated within the maritime community: the warmest souls often reap the coldest fruits, the most ruthless individuals consume the most fervent fruits, and the laziest among them attain the swiftest fruits. Following the O'Hara incident, Kazan found himself bewildered by the Navy's interpretation of justice. Witnessing Aaron topple a tyrannical king, he found himself appreciating it more than his colleagues' outrage, prompting an instinctive rebuttal to Akainu's remarks. Sakazuki glanced at Kazan and retorted, "How can we overlook pirates for such a trivial matter? Such weakness shall not be tolerated." Sengoku, however, concurred with Kazan's perspective. Given the current shortage of personnel in the Navy, it was imprudent to dispatch forces solely for his capture. The immediate concern was the unexpected mobilization of the red-haired pirates appearing in the Devil's Triangle. The warlord Gecko Moria had already sent multiple distress signals. It was unwise to split their forces at this juncture. Noticing Kazan's intent to argue further, Sengoku cleared his throat and stated, "Our priority is to ascertain why the red-haired pirates have emerged in the Devil's Triangle. As for Aaron, we shall issue a bounty and let bounty hunters pursue him. Then why convene such a grand meeting? Isn't this a waste of time?" Sakazuki interjected without regard for the marshal's dignity. Kong, resting his chin on his hands, interjected to alleviate Sengoku's predicament. "He is not an ordinary criminal. Have you forgotten he hails from the East Blue, from Carp's village? Understand that the East Blue either yields no notable individuals or produces exceptionally formidable ones. Moreover, Aaron is not the focus of this meeting. The red-haired pirates are the main concern. Aaron is merely an ancillary issue." Upon hearing the mention of the East Blue, everyone turned their gaze toward Carp, who is known for challenging the donut record. "Why are you all looking at me?" Carp innocently exclaimed before bursting into laughter. "He has quite an interesting little brat. Isn't he? To take down a king of a world government-affiliated nation. Not many possess such audacity. That little brat is impressive. Ha ha ha. Carp, be silent." Sengoku finally reached his limit with Carp, angrily snatching the donuts piled before him and consuming them all in one go. "Oh, my donuts." Sakazuki refrained from countering. Whether it was the pirate King Roger, the Navy hero Carp, or the world criminal dragon, all had made Sakazuki realize that anyone who could emerge from the East Blue was no ordinary character, which is precisely why he sought to capture Aaron while he had yet to establish a foothold in the Grand Line. Once he has firmly established himself, capturing him will become quite a challenge. Nevertheless, he is aware of the priorities. Compared to red-haired Shanks, Aaron Nelly pales in significance. Yet he still inquired, "What is the bounty set at?" "Tentatively established at 120 million berries," replied Sengoku, who was simultaneously enjoying a donut from Carp. A swordsman skilled in the mastery of all three types of haki. With all due respect, might that be a tad low? I kinda questioned. Frankly, this was the first time he had encountered a newcomer with such formidable strength in paradise. Such prowess would hold its own in the new world. How could the bounty be merely 120 million berries? However, understanding the unspoken rules of bounties, he eventually nodded in agreement. Soon after, discussions regarding red-haired Shanks commenced. Meanwhile, in the headquarters, Dragon has been quietly developing and has been in good spirits lately, especially with the arrival of Sabo, who has garnered Dragon's favor. He is contemplating taking Sabo as his disciple for proper guidance. Dragon, a significant event, Ivankov exclaimed, brandishing a newspaper as he approached Dragon, visibly excited. The king of the Iron Barrel Kingdom has been eliminated, and it was that kid Eren who did it. What did you say? Dragon swiftly took the newspaper, which reported on the assassination of the king of the Iron Barrel Kingdom. The article portrayed Eren Nelly as a nefarious criminal who had slain the beloved king, detailing his brutality with a plethora of words, warning others to be cautious of him and to notify the Navy promptly. After perusing the article, Dragon gazed at the bounty notice. The nation destroyer Eren Nelly, accused of assassinating the king of the Iron Barrel Kingdom and obliterating the kingdom itself. A heinous crime, with a bounty of 120 million berries. Note, this individual is extremely dangerous. He sighed deeply and expressed his satisfaction. It won't be long before he joins our ranks. Ivankov chimed in cheerfully. Indeed, this wretched world. I knew that young Eren would undoubtedly attract a bounty, but to surpass 100 million berries on his first bounty and become a supernova is remarkable. Dragon nodded in agreement, saying yes. To achieve such a feat in such a short time at sea, I must make a call. He then retrieved a din mushy and dialed number. Shortly, the connection was made. Hello, is this Mr. Dragon? Long time no see. Eren's voice resonated from the receiver. Eren, it has been a while. I saw the news. You did exceptionally well. Dragon remarked with a smile. It's a long story, Mr. Dragon. Eren's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Eren was quite perplexed as to why the world government had cast all the blame upon him, though he did not mind. Early this morning, the villagers brought newspapers to Eren to share the joyous news, congratulating him on becoming a notorious villain with over 100 million followers. Even children came to gaze upon his visage. Dalton fervently apologized to Eren, acknowledging that the blame was rightfully his, yet it was Eren who bore the burden. Eren is rather indifferent, or rather, the world government has placed the blame squarely on him, which aligns perfectly with his intentions. After all, had the world government been aware that it was the populace who overthrew the king, the fate of Drum Island might have been sealed in destruction. Such a turn of events would indeed be in keeping with the tradition of pirate-led annihilation in this world. Chapter 64. The election, what is the matter? Could you perhaps enlighten me on what has transpired? Asked Dorag, his curiosity piqued by the events unfolding on Drum Island. Eren recounted the events that transpired on Drum Island, emphasizing that it was the people of Drum Island who bravely rose to defeat the king, and that he had little involvement in the matter. He expressed his bewilderment at how the world government had placed the blame entirely upon him. Is that truly the case? Drago inquired with excitement, noting that a revolution sparked by the people's own will is a vastly different concept from one that is covertly orchestrated. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Indeed, I'm not deceiving you. The people of Drum Island are currently preparing for an election to choose their own king. If you doubt my words, you are welcome to witness the situation for yourself. Come and see how the people of Drum Island are faring. Eren responded, emphasizing that Drum Island would conduct its own elections, and specifically invited Drago to witness the differences between the revolution on Drum Island and his own. Although Drum Island's elections diverged from Eren's vision, they were undoubtedly more progressive than Drago's, as they were not merely a simple replacement of a feudal monarch. Very well. I shall attend, Drago replied without a moment's hesitation, eager to see it for himself. In the following days, Dalton gradually improved as he engaged in discussions with Eren and Kureha regarding the electoral process. Soon, everyone became involved in the deliberations. After much contemplation, it was decided that, given the small size of the Iron Barrel Kingdom, the largest entity was the town itself. Consequently, each village and town elected their respective mayors and magistrates, who then convened in the open space before the royal castle to hold a national assembly. A few days later, under Eren's formidable observation haki, 3 powerful presences approached with remarkable speed. In a nearby clearing, he discovered the revolutionary trio cloaked in their garments, Drago, the bear, and Ivankov. It appeared they had swiftly arrived thanks to the bear's delivery capabilities. Eren greeted them warmly, expressing that their arrival was most timely as the election was in full swing. Eren led them to the front of the castle, where a throng of people gathered, creating a vibrant atmosphere. In the open space before the castle, a platform was erected, upon which several individuals were seated. Eren informed Dorag that these were the representatives elected from various villages and professions throughout Drum Island. Dalton was unanimously elected as the new leader, publicly declaring himself as king. Standing upon the platform, Dalton articulated the forthcoming policies. Firstly, he vowed to refrain from the abuse of power. Secondly, he emphasized the vigorous development of the education and healthcare systems. Lastly, he assured that the new nation would safeguard the fundamental rights of its citizens to a basic standard of living. Subsequently, Dalton announced the renaming of the Iron Barrel Kingdom to the Kingdom of Drum, marking its official establishment today. The people of Drum Island erupted with resounding cheers. Dorag silently observed this spectacle and remarked to Eren, "Surely, this cannot be your idea, can it?" Eren nodded. In recent days, he had engaged in numerous discussions with Dalton regarding matters pertaining to the new kingdom within the castle. Due to the pressing nature of time, their exchanges were rather brief. Eren's numerous viewpoints were graciously accepted by Dalton. He no longer assumed the role of king, though he still publicly proclaimed himself as such, merely a title devoid of substance. A democratic system was implemented alongside vigorous advancements in healthcare, education, and social security. In essence, it resembled a diminutive cigar nation. To avoid the scrutiny of the global government, it maintained the facade of a kingdom, while still required to pay tribute to the heavens. However, with the absence of a king and nobility, the savings accumulated were substantial. Even after fulfilling the tribute, there remained ample resources for development. Dorag's horizons were broadened. He realized that merely replacing a king and relying on the monarch's personal virtues, without any genuine transformation in governance, rendered the so-called revolution obsolete. He clasped Eren's hand tightly, vocally expressing his admiration for Eren's intellect and vision. Following the conclusion of the election, Eren led Dorag and others aboard the Mary, presenting them with an array of firearms, including AK-47s. In a world of pirates where flintlock firearms predominated, the sight of advanced automatic rifles and sniper guns was nothing short of a dimensional assault. Eren was utterly unconcerned about whether the Revolutionary Army could manufacture automatic rifles and the requisite ammunition. After all, this was a pirate world where the technological landscape was absurdly distorted. Laser guns and energy derived from cola were commonplace. Moreover, the current realm of piracy was far more outrageous than that of the Great Empire, which merely dabbled in the archaeology of technology from decades past. The pirate world, however, was excavating relics spanning an entire millennium. For 1,000 years, technological advancement had stagnated and in many respects regressed significantly. The world's foremost scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, was essentially an archaeologist, a revelation that was nothing short of explosive. Dragon personally engaged with various firearms, and the disparity between these and the weaponry currently employed by the Revolutionary Army was nothing short of a dimensional blow. He excitedly expressed his gratitude to Eren. "I cannot thank you enough, Eren. The insights I've gained are truly immeasurable." This time, Dragon not only learned how to manage the aftermath of toppling a nation, but also acquired firearms that transcended the era, yielding an abundance of knowledge. However, Dragon could not help but inquire how Eren had come into possession of such advanced weaponry. Eren stated that this was crafted by Wapol, the king of the original Iron Barrel Kingdom, who possessed a wondrous devil fruit capable of creating an array of extraordinary items. Dalton recalled that Wapol had already been vanquished by Eren and could not help but think to himself, "What a pity." Immediately, he resolved to thoroughly investigate the rebirth of this fruit upon his return. If the Revolutionary Army were to acquire it, their cause would ascend to even greater heights. Eren also bestowed upon Drago the Royal Iron Bucket's 7-linked shotgun cannon, a formidable weapon from magnetic Drum Island, which had been upgraded with Eren alloy. Even the headquarters had fallen prey to Blackbeard's theft, and Eren hoped this gift would aid in the protection of his home. "Words cannot express my gratitude, Eren," Drago exclaimed, grasping Eren's hand with excitement. He then inquired, "Would you like to accompany us back to the Revolutionary Army headquarters for a visit?" Eren expressed his desire to continue his voyage, suggesting that matters could be addressed at a later time. Drago, intrigued, wished to witness the extent of the winds that Eren could summon. Given that this was merely the inception of the Grand Line, Eren had already accomplished a significant feat, igniting Drago's anticipation for Eren's future endeavors. After bidding farewell to Eren, Drago and his companions left with their hearts full of gratitude. Meanwhile, at the dock of Magnet Drum Island, a crowd gathered once more to bid farewell to Eren, expressing their heartfelt appreciation for his assistance. Aaron gradually receded into the distance, and the silhouette of the Mary disappeared. Dalton observed the people who continued to bid farewell with exuberant voices, and in his mind echoed Jess's question. Do you pledge your loyalty to the king or to the people? Dalton murmured, of course, to the people. What are you saying, Your Majesty? Someone inquired, having noticed the movement of Dalton's lips. Nothing, but when there are no outsiders, just call me Dalton. Dalton replied with a smile. Chapter 65. Crocodile sailing is indeed a fascinating endeavor. Aaron sat upon the figurehead of the Mary, spiritedly confronting the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line. After the upgrades, the weather at sea could hardly pose any significant threat to the Mary. Even in extreme conditions, Aaron employed his hockey to withstand the elements. Perhaps in the future, there would be another magnificent vessel. The small boat sped across the ocean, weaving through the waves. As they drew closer to Alabasta, the heat intensified. Shortly after passing through a smoky expanse of sea, Aaron spotted a creature resembling a beckoning cat on the surface of the water, signaling that Alabasta was near. The enormous sea cat raised its right paw, while its left paw rested on its forehead in a gesture of salute, gazing at Aaron with a comically naive expression. As if greeting him, Aaron cheerfully greeted the sea cat, wishing fervently that he could take it aboard as a pet, were it not for its considerable size. Yet, he pondered whether this magnificent creature was a mammal or a fish. Upon hearing Aaron's voice, the sea cat was startled and swiftly plunged into the depths of the ocean. Making its escape, Aaron reluctantly lowered his hand, which had been raised in greeting. He was taken aback by the unexpected timidity of the fierce creature, which fled before he even had a chance to act. He had hoped to engage with the sea cat and compare it to a domestic feline. It seemed he would have to wait for another opportunity. After continuing their voyage for some time, they finally caught sight of the port city of Alabasta, adorned with fields of rapeseed. From afar, Aaron could hear the bustling noise, as if a lively commotion was underway. Upon Aaron's arrival at the port, he was met with the sight of a pirate ship docked at the harbor. As he secured his vessel, a voice carried on the wind. Lord Crocodile? Lord Crocodile has arrived. Salvation is at hand. With Lord Crocodile here, the skies have cleared. Could it be that Crocodile was engaged in noble deeds? Intrigued, Aaron made his way towards the town. At that moment, in the town of Canola Blossom, a band of pirates had taken a group of innocent people hostage, unleashing chaos, destruction, and theft upon the populace. In their despair, the people prayed for deliverance. Suddenly, the figure of Crocodile appeared atop a building, and the sight of him ignited hope among the desperate citizens, who fervently shouted their gratitude for his arrival. Through relentless pursuits of pirates over the years, Crocodile had earned the title of hero among the people of Alabasta, revered as their guardian deity and the king of the desert. His popularity far surpassed that of the current king, Cobra, particularly given the shadow of Crocodile's schemes that loomed over public sentiment. Cobra could hardly compete with his acclaim. However, for the captured pirates, Crocodile was utterly detestable. Ha 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 ha, Crocodile bellowed, raising his right hand to signal for silence. Then taunted the pirates. You shall not wreak havoc in this land. Do you hear me, pirates? How dare you? Roared the leader of the pirate crew, wielding a massive cutlass. You are woefully arrogant. Do you think you can face us all alone? You treacherous cur, selling your soul to the world government. What gall to play the hero? Unfazed by the insolence of the lowly minion, Crocodile addressed the civilians. Those who wish to live, lie down. With that, he leapt from the rooftop. Having witnessed Crocodile's abilities numerous times, the townspeople quickly complied, eager to avoid an untimely demise from his overwhelming powers. The pirates, witnessing Crocodile's solitary descent into their midst, grew exhilarated. To them, it mattered not that Crocodile was one of the 7 warlords. With their numbers, they believed they could easily overpower him. The leader's excitement peaked as he exclaimed, Fools, you are sealing your own fate. Men, eliminate him, and all the treasures of Alabasta shall be ours. Oh. The underlings raised their blades in fervent agreement. As they beheld Crocodile boldly land amidst them, the pirates hesitated momentarily before lunging forward, plunging their swords into his body. With Crocodile pierced like a porcupine, the leader erupted in laughter, declaring, Ha ha! Is this the legendary 7 warlord? How utterly amusing! Crocodile's gaze sharpened as he raised his golden hook, activating the powers bestowed upon him by the sand fruit. A tempest of sand swirled around him, growing ever more ferocious until it coalesced into a swirling vortex, encircling Crocodile. The tumultuous winds wreaked havoc, toppling the few remaining trees in the vicinity. Gradually, a layer of sand blanketed the ground beneath him. Crocodile possessed the extraordinary ability to transform any part of his body into sand, crafting it into the shape of a blade for his assaults. His right hand, devoid of the hook, could siphon moisture from any living being or object it touched, draining the water from rocks and soil, returning them to grains of sand, or extracting subterranean water from the desert, resulting in quicksand formations. Furthermore, by gathering sand in his hand, he could conjure a sandstorm. His only vulnerability lay in the fact that contact with water or blood would solidify his form, rendering him susceptible to physical attacks. As the storm gradually subsided, the town lay ensconced in sand. The pirates were left desiccated, akin to mere husks. Observing these lifeless figures, Crocodile scoffed. "How can you wretches even dare to compare yourselves to me, you fools?" With that, he gathered the riches amassed by the pirates and, with a swaggering gait, sauntered away from the city. The survivors, rising from the clouds of dust, expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Crocodile, spontaneously chanting his name. "Crocodile, crocodile, crocodile, crocodile." Aaron wore a perplexed expression, silently mocking. "Crocodile, you truly are quite pretentious. Relying on the elemental properties of your Logia fruit, you stand there, inviting attacks with such audacity. How ostentatious!" Aaron longed to infiltrate the pirate ranks, determined to covertly deliver a lethal blow to Crocodile's heart, enveloped in the deadly embrace of flowing Sakura. To witness the aftermath of such an audacious act. Alas, escape proved impossible. Observing the crowd fervently cheering for Crocodile's departure, Aaron found himself perplexed. Why such exuberance? Crocodile has pilfered your wealth. It appeared that, when pitted against the sanctity of life, material riches held little value. Perhaps this throng, donned in white headscarves, shared the same fortune as the desert prince, treating money as mere trifles. Gazing upon the familiar desert architecture and attire, Aaron felt an overwhelming urge to dig into the earth. Could it be that this strikingly reminiscent land truly lacked oil? Chapter 66. The first encounter with the nation's destroyer, a piercing and powerful cry echoed from the heavens, causing the previously jubilant crowd to tilt their heads skyward. A colossal falcon descended gracefully, transforming into a tall young man. He wore an Arab-style headdress, his eyelids adorned with deep purple star-shaped makeup. Clad in a flowing white robe embellished with black geometric patterns, he sported 2 orange necklaces. Towering and robust, with long brown hair and a muscular physique, he bore a prominent star-shaped scar on his left chest and a stitched scar beside his right. A long sword hung at his waist, and intricate markings resembling tear stains adorned his face. He was the deputy of the Alabasta Kingdom's Guard, heralded as its mightiest warrior and protector, with a grand statue erected in his honor within the palace. Possessing the powers of the bird fruit, falcon form, he could transform into a falcon, one of the 5 universally acknowledged flight abilities, earning him the moniker Falcon Pururu. Lord Pururu. The crowd approached him with reverence, for he was celebrated as the strongest warrior of the Alabasta Kingdom. From afar, Pururu had overheard the crowd's calls for Crocodile, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Upon receiving the alert of an attack at the port, I rushed here at full speed, only to find it all concluded. Is it Crocodile again? Indeed, it is Lord Crocodile, a young and beautiful dancer replied, casting a sardonic glance at Pururu. Thanks to Lord Crocodile. Had you arrived any later, we might have perished. Such words cannot be spoken. Lord Pururu did his utmost. An elderly man interjected, though he too seemed to harbor thoughts akin to the dancers, only refraining from offending the nobility. My apologies for my tardiness, was all Pururu could muster in response, offering an apology. Alas, is Crocodile once more? In Pelu's mind, he recalled that such events had transpired more than once. There were occasions when pirates landed, forcing the king's soldiers into fierce battles, only for Crocodile to descend from the heavens and, with a mere wave of his hand, eliminate all the pirates. This led many to perceive the king's soldiers as inept, a waste of resources that could have been better allocated to Crocodile himself. Furthermore, even when Pelu rushed to the scene with utmost urgency, he often found himself too late. Crocodile's ability to vanquish adversaries was astonishingly swift, making it seem as though his powers were tailor-made for their nation. At times, Pelu found himself pondering whether Crocodile had orchestrated the attacks himself, as his timely appearances at the scene of chaos were uncanny. Consequently, while the residents of Alabasta were grateful for the valiant efforts of their soldiers, their admiration increasingly gravitated towards Crocodile, who effortlessly emerged like a hero to dispatch foes. Humans are inherently sensory creatures. Witnessing Crocodile's relaxed demeanor as he dispatched enemies, often sparing innocents, contrasted starkly with the king's soldiers who fought desperately, sometimes suffering grave losses, along with the civilians they were meant to protect. The preference was unmistakable. To make matters worse, the world government, in a bid to showcase the legitimacy of the Shichibukai system, frequently urged news agencies to lavishly extol Crocodile's exploits, occasionally mocking what the king's army was truly safeguarding. This led the citizens of Alabasta to develop an almost fervent admiration for Crocodile. A pirate, yet hailed as a hero, a protector of the populace. Surpassing those who were meant to shield them, Pelu felt a profound sense of shame regarding this. However, whenever he reported these sentiments to King Cobra, the monarch remained indifferent, displaying a somewhat excessive magnanimity by stating, "As long as my people are safe, nothing else matters." Pelu held deep respect for the king's broad-mindedness, yet secretly intensified his training, vowing never to relinquish the title of Alabasta's guardian to a pirate. Upon returning to the capital, Pelu took the young Princess Vivi to the canola fields, eager to assess the extent of the damage inflicted upon the residents. As one of Vivi's closest confidants, he had always cared for her as an elder brother, often carrying her on his back during their flights. This time, upon hearing of the pirate attack on the canola fields, Vivi insisted on witnessing the aftermath herself. The spirited princess, being quite the mischievous child, was intrigued by the idea of observing the dangers of such a situation. To keep her away from the perilous explosives, Pelu acquiesced to Vivi's request, leading her to the fields. However, upon arrival, the sight was startling. As a user of the bird fruit, falcon form, Pelu possessed exceptional vision. Truly, he could be considered an eagle-eyed individual in a physical sense, albeit slightly lacking in power. His keen eyesight allowed him to excel at locating individuals. Wandering through the city with Princess Vivi, Pelu stopped at a local stall selling grilled venison, purchasing 2 skewers for her. As he paid, he inadvertently glanced at a passerby, who was devouring meat with great enthusiasm. Exceptional eyesight allowed Peru to instantly discern the full appearance of the passerby. Despite the large sunglasses he wore and the local attire he had donned, Peru recognized his identity, an unexpected yet entirely plausible figure, the nation destroyer, Arenal. What was he doing here? Remembering Aaron's ominous title, the Nation Destroyer, Peru pondered whether his current objective was Alabasta, plotting to eliminate King Cobra and overthrow the kingdom. This realization sent a chill down Peru's spine, leaving him frozen in place, unable to move. "What is it, Peru?" Noticing his immobility and the cold sweat beading on his forehead, Vivi inquired with concern. "My dear princess, silence, please. If you speak any further, the Nation Destroyer may become aware of our presence." Peru was filled with anxiety and trepidation. He had read about Arenal's terrifying powers and brutal methods in the newspapers. If he truly had come to Alabasta, it would herald a catastrophic disaster for the entire nation. It was imperative to swiftly inform the king and his army to bolster security measures to safeguard Alabasta's safety and stability. He was resolute in thwarting Arenal's nefarious plot, refusing to allow him to desecrate this beautiful land. "Move. I must move." Peru bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to control over his body. He gradually crouched down, feigning the act of tying his shoelaces, oblivious to the fact that his shoes lacked laces entirely. He wrapped an arm around Vivi's shoulders and whispered, "Hush, Princess Vivi, keep your voice down." "What is it?" Vivi, understanding the urgency, also lowered her voice. "The man over there, indulging in roasted meat, is a notorious villain reported in the newspapers, the Nation Destroyer, Arenal. His presence in Alabasta surely indicates a sinister scheme." Princess Vivi cautiously glanced at the man devouring his meal and confirmed that it was indeed the Nation Destroyer. Her eyes widened in horror, and she trembled as she asked, "What shall we do, Peru?" Chapter 67. A miscalculated move. Peru quickly positioned himself to shield Aren's line of sight, realizing that he was likely no match for the Nation Destroyer, especially with the added complication of having Princess Vivi with him. The immediate priority was to ensure Vivi's safety by getting her away from danger. Next, he needed to urgently notify the king and his army. He planned to wait for the opportune moment to transform into a falcon, soaring into the skies with Princess Vivi. Surely, even the formidable Nation Destroyer could not pursue him through the air. Aren is indulging in the local delicacy of barbecued venison. Since a while ago, he has felt a gaze intermittently fixed upon him. Initially, he paid it no mind, but as the scrutiny persisted, his patience waned, prompting him to glance in the direction of the stare. To his surprise, he discovered 2 individuals who left a lasting impression on him. Aren was deeply impressed by Vivi. Her gentle kindness, empathetic nature, generous spirit, and selfless demeanor characterize her as a princess of remarkable depth. Furthermore, she embodies commendable courage and possesses a delightful sense of humor, leaving a lasting impression. Although still quite young, she already hints at a future of unparalleled grace and charm. His admiration for Peru is equally profound. as this character stands out in the early stages as one of the few capable of flight, creating a lasting impression on Eren. Notably, Perlu can carry a colossal bomb with a diameter of 5 kilometers, ascending to a height of at least 500 meters within 5 seconds. Remarkably, after withstanding the bomb's impact and plummeting from the sky, he survives, showcasing his resilience and ultimately saving the valiant warriors of Alabasta. This illustrates the extraordinary vitality he possesses. While in stark contrast, Guena would undoubtedly be left in tears. It also serves as a testament to the formidable regenerative abilities of those who wield the powers of Zoan-type devil fruits. Eren, savoring a generous handful of roasted venison, approached the two with a smile and greeted them, inquiring, "What brings you here? Why do you gaze so intently at me?" Perlu and Vivi, startled by Eren's sudden appearance, were taken aback, their faces drenched in cold sweat, frozen in fear, utterly at a loss for words. Eventually, it was Perlu who regained his composure, shielding Vivi behind him, and sternly confronted Eren, declaring, "Eren Nair, the destroyer of nations, what is your purpose for coming here? Speak. Do you conspire to overthrow the rule of Alabastan?" Eren, unperturbed, leisurely savored his roasted meat as Perlu hurled one large hat after another towards him. He replied calmly, "I merely passed through this place to indulge in some amusement. Alabasta is indeed a superpower along the first half of the Grand Line. Who wouldn't he wish to behold it? Besides, do you not possess an army of 600,000? What need have you to fear a lone wolf? Donotiest, I refuse to believe your nonsensical claims." Perlu bellowed in anger. Little Vivi, emboldened from some unknown source, raised the skewer of roasted meat in her hand and, gritting her teeth, declared to Eren, "Destroyer of nations, depart from this place at once, or I shall ensure you face dire consequences. I will not permit you to harm this country." Eren gazed at Vivi, who adorably wielded the skewers as if they were weapons, and couldn't help but chuckle heartily. "What are you laughing at?" Vivi, noticing Eren's laughter, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Did this destroyer of nations look down upon her? Eren approached Vivi, taking a bite of the skewer from her hand with a smile, and remarked, "Whether you believe it or not, I harbor no ill will towards Alabasta. I do not trust the words of a nation destroyer like you." Vivi replied earnestly, "Such courage at such a young age. No wonder you're the woman brave enough to infiltrate the Baroque works as a princess in the future. Your valor is commendable." Observing Vivi's adorably serious demeanor, Eren couldn't resist the temptation to tease her, so he deliberately scrutinized her intently. "What are you up to?" Perlu interjected, quickly stepping forward to shield Vivi. Eren stroked his chin and deliberately remarked, "Indeed, I have come to Alabasta with a particular intention." He then paused intentionally. Upon hearing this, Perona and Vivi could not help but feel a surge of tension. Eren observed the two individuals' anxious demeanor, nodding in satisfaction as he playfully remarked, "How about marrying Princess Vivi? Once I become the king's son-in-law, the king need not worry about me usurping his throne. You would also gain a formidable ally. It's a win-win situation." Upon hearing this, Perlu was consumed by rage. How dare he set his sights on Princess Vivi, who not only held the title of royal, but was also cherished as a sister. "What did you say? Scoundrel! How could you even think of targeting someone so young as Princess Vivi? Go to hell, you beast!" In his fury, he unsheathed his long blade, intent on striking Eren. Suddenly, he felt a firm tug on his garment, realizing that Princess Vivi was pulling him back. To avoid harming her, he halted his advance. Vivi stepped forward from behind Perlu, resolute as if she had made a monumental decision. "If your intentions are directed at me, then I accept. Spare this kingdom, and I shall accompany you." "No, I will never agree to that," Perlu bellowed, positioning himself protectively in front of Vivi once more. "Should you wish to lay a hand on Princess Vivi, you must first tread over my corpse." Perlu's fierce proclamation startled the onlookers nearby, who, upon recognizing Princess Vivi, hurried over to discern the situation. As the crowd approached, Vivi, sensing the impending danger, urgently shouted, "Stay back. It's perilous here." Hearing her warning, the crowd hastened their steps towards her. Eren observed the reactions of Perlu and Vivi, realizing that he had taken his jest too far and had inadvertently created a blunder. A wave of regret washed over him. He truly should not have made such a joke. With a sheepish smile, he set down the skewered meat, bowed sincerely, and offered an apology. "I am truly sorry. I intended only to jest, with no malice." "Just a joke? What do you take this nation for?" Perlu's anger intensified upon hearing Eren's words, his veins visibly throbbing. As the crowd grew larger, Eren found himself at a loss for words and decided to clarify his intentions later. He could always offer compensation by assisting them in expelling Crocodile from Alabasta. Surely that would suffice. Thus, addressing the crowd, Eren declared. I bear no ill will and shall take my leave at once. I promise to provide recompense in the future. With that, he leapt away, vanishing before their eyes. The onlookers exchanged glances, engaging in hushed murmurs. Perlu and Vivi, witnessing Eren's sudden disappearance, experienced a whirlwind of emotions. They had not anticipated such behavior from the Destroyer of Nations, but at least this encounter had not resulted in any tangible harm. Taking a deep breath, Perlu sheathed his long blade, turning to the assembled crowd to reassure them. There is no need for concern. The Destroyer has departed, and there is no longer any danger. Thank you all for your vigilance and assistance. Chapter 68. The Kung Fu Manatee. The spectators, taken aback by Perlu's words, expressed their astonishment at the appearance of the Destroyer, engaging in animated discussions. As the gossip subsided, they gradually dispersed, returning to their daily lives. Vivi gently patted Perlu on the shoulder, signaling him not to worry excessively. Perlu, we must swiftly inform Father and the army, urging them to remain vigilant. Regardless of the Destroyer's intentions, we must be prepared, Vivi advised, having matured significantly through this experience. Perlu nodded in agreement, and together they departed the scene, transforming into a great falcon and soaring back to the palace to report on the incident. As they journeyed, both Vivi and Perlu reflected on the events that had transpired. Vivi recognized that, up until his disappearance, the Destroyer had caused no harm. Perhaps he truly bore no malice. Yet, how could one joke about a young girl's future, especially when she was still so young? Regardless, the Destroyer remained an impudent individual. Upon their return to the palace, after recounting the entire incident to the king, Cobra also recognized the potential threat posed by the Destroyer. He was incensed by the Destroyer's actions toward his daughter and devised a cunning plan to pit enemies against each other. He instructed a messenger to inform Crocodile of the Destroyer's presence in Alabasta, saying, Crocodile, do you not wish to be hailed as a hero of Alabasta? Now, the notorious criminal, the Destroyer, has surfaced in our land. Shuden Tu, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea under the world government. Take immediate action to eliminate him. Contemplating the ensuing chaos, those within the palace felt their anger dissipate significantly. On the other side, amidst the rain-soaked streets, at the casino rain banquet, Crocodile, upon receiving the news, cursed under his breath, damn it, that brat is also in Konoha. He doesn't even bother to announce his arrival. If I had known earlier, I would have made him my dog. After uttering this, he called MR1, instructing him to contact Eren and inquire about the situation. MR1 questioned Crocodile, noting that Eren's bounty was exceedingly high and that he had eliminated a king of a world government-affiliated nation. Wouldn't inviting him to join the Baroque works be too conspicuous, too ostentatious? Crocodile dismissed these concerns, ultimately deciding he wanted Eren's phone number so he could call him personally. Once he obtained the number, he promptly dialed. It wasn't long before the call connected. Moshi Moshi, hello. May I ask who you are and what you need? Eren's polite voice resonated through the receiver. Crocodile coldly responded, I am MR0, the head of Baroque Works. Oh, that organization. What do you want with me? Eren feigned ignorance. Stop pretending, kid. Aren't you in Alabasta? I'm calling to ask if you're still considering joining Baroque Works. On the other end, Eren privately scoffed. Is he really this rude? I'm being hunted by the world government, and this organization dares to invite me? Eren inquired, what does the world government matter? Crocodile retorted with disdain. He was utterly indifferent, for he was in pursuit of forbidden ancient weaponry, preparing to dominate the world, and thus had no regard for the world government. Oh, is that so? The voice on the other end seemed to waver slightly, prompting Crocodile to smile and raise the stakes. Where are you? I shall come personally to extend my invitation. I believe I am in Alabasta, surrounded by a multitude of martial manatees. Do not move from your location. I will come find you. With that, he hung up the phone, transforming into a whirlwind of sand, vanishing from the office. Eren heard the sound of the phone disconnecting, his face etched with confusion. Could it be that Crocodile truly intended to come here? Regardless, he decided to set aside such thoughts and focus intently on his own tasks. After leaving the canola flowers, Eren arrived at another oasis by the coast, Aluma. At this time, Crocodile had yet to commence his dance powder scheme, so this desert oasis, Aluma, was still a vibrant and flourishing expanse, comparable to the bustling port city of canola flowers. Eren came here with the intention of capturing a Pokemon known as the Kung Fu Manatee. Melee has gradually evolved into a ship spirit, making her unsuitable for confinement within the system space. Thus, when they reached the shore, they had no choice but to dock at the alley entrance. However, Eren was alone and unable to leave anyone behind to guard the ship. Now, with Melee undergoing a significant transformation, she had become exceedingly luxurious. and Aaron was deeply concerned about the possibility of someone stealing her. After much contemplation, he realized that he currently lacked suitable crew members, but capturing a pet seemed feasible. Moreover, his unique abilities allowed him to communicate effortlessly with animals, ensuring he could tame them with ease and guarantee their loyalty, even if they were to part ways. Few in the entire pirate world could understand the language of animals, making the acquisition of a pet to guard the ship imperative. In Alabasta, the creature Aaron anticipated the most was undoubtedly the Kung Fu manatee. With their adorable appearance and turtle shell-like backs, they are fervent enthusiasts of martial arts and even possess the potential to learn hockey. Upon defeat, they would willingly take you as their master and follow you devotedly, making them an ideal companion. Aaron anchored the Mary, and from the depths of the sea emerged a lively troop of martial arts manatees. They danced exuberantly before him, proclaiming with exuberant shouts, "If you wish to come ashore, attempt to defeat me. If you lack the courage, scurry back home to your mother, you coward." The boisterous calls of the martial arts manatees reached Aaron's ears and were instinctively translated. He was taken aback by the feisty demeanor of these charming creatures. Aaron leapt from the vessel and effortlessly vanquished a formidable manatee skilled in martial arts. The manatee rose, its eyes sparkling with wonder, bowed deeply to Aaron, and proclaimed, "Master, I humbly beseech you to accept my reverence." Aaron raised his hand to halt its bowing and said, "Wait a moment. I have yet to determine which one to accept as my disciple." Aaron pointed at the manatees surrounding him. These gentle creatures gathered around Aaron, gazing at him with adoration, yearning for him to accept them as disciples. Upon hearing Aaron's words, they were astonished to discover that this master could communicate with them. This realization filled them with joy, and they eagerly clung to Aaron's legs, whimpering affectionately, imploring him to take them under his wing and guide them on their journey. Aaron gazed at the group of Kung Fu manatees with a sense of perplexity. He had merely wished to tame one, yet it appeared as though an entire lineage was being offered to him. However, Aaron did not require such an abundance of Kung Fu manatees. Thus, he conferred with these delightful creatures, proposing to take the strongest among them as his disciple and embark on a journey together. All the charming manatees wished to accompany Aaron, leading to the inaugural Kung Fu Manatee Tournament, aptly named the Grand Martial Arts Championship. After a spirited competition, two manatees emerged as the finalists, one taller and the other more robust. Ultimately, the two battled fiercely, with neither able to claim victory. In a generous gesture, Aaron decided to take them both aboard, for there was ample space on his vessel. Aaron bestowed names upon them. The robust one was called Afu, and the tall one was named Fitz, a tribute to the fleeting youth of their past lives. Chapter 69. Personal recruitment. After determining the two most formidable Kung Fu manatees, Aaron presented a lavish feast for them. Once they were satiated, under Aaron's guidance, they assumed a horse stance and commenced practicing their martial arts. A group of Kung Fu manatees energetically waved their fists, engaging in their training with vigor and flair. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and Crocodile appeared not far from Aaron. Observing Aaron leisurely instructing the Kung Fu manatees, he remarked, "You truly are quite relaxed, destroyer of nations, Aaron Nelly." With the enhancement of observation hockey, Aaron had sensed Crocodile's presence the moment he arrived. To his astonishment, Crocodile had indeed come. Was he truly so eager for a confrontation with Aaron? Aaron gazed at Crocodile, feigning surprise, and exclaimed with affected astonishment, "You are the infamous warlord Crocodile? What brings you here? Is the great hero of Alabasta come to apprehend me? Just recently, I witnessed a splendid event amongst the canola flowers." With that, he deliberately retrieved the third-generation sword, Onigiri, and fixed an earnest stare upon Crocodile. Crocodile, puffing on his cigar, was taken aback by Aaron's words. He had not anticipated that his performance among the canola flowers had been observed, nor that he would be subjected to mockery. It seemed Aaron had discerned his true nature, which incited a flicker of anger within him. Nevertheless, he stifled his ire and replied, "Hero? Such a notion is merely a ruse, as you must have perceived. My true identity is that of the owner of Baroque Works, the very organization that just contacted you. I have personally come to extend an invitation for you to join Baroque Works. Surely this demonstrates my sincerity." With arms outstretched, the golden scythe glinted ominously under the blazing sun as he seductively declared, "In no time, I shall seize control of this nation, and at that moment, I will be the emperor of its underworld, unopposed by anyone. Power, status, and wealth shall all be yours for the taking." Aaron stroked his chin and feigned surprise as he remarked, "That sounds rather intriguing. However, How could a person of your stature, a warlord of the sea, possibly establish such a criminal enterprise? What is your true intention? Crocodile replied, if you join the Baroque works, I shall reveal everything to you. You expect me to serve as a mere subordinate to a pirate without divulging any information? That seems rather excessive. Aaron feigned a sense of melancholy as he spoke. What? You still do not wish to join? Do not refuse the toast, and instead welcome the punishment. Upon hearing Aaron's words, Crocodile's expression darkened, and he replied with a grim tone. Aaron scoffed softly. What? Do you wish to teach me a lesson, armed with your mere bounty of 81 million berries? Crocodile, filled with fury, retorted with a mocking laugh. Since when has a bounty been a true representation of one's strength? Moreover, once I was appointed as a warlord of the sea, my bounty was revoked. Otherwise, it would have long outstripped yours. Crocodile's assertion is indeed valid. A bounty does not equate to true prowess, judging by his formidable display during the Marineford War, as well as his subsequent financial backing of Buggy in establishing Buggy's delivery and being the true architect behind the Cross Guild. It is evident that his bounty far exceeds 81 million berries, likely multiplying several times. Regrettably, upon becoming a warlord of the sea, his original wanted poster was nullified, and his bounty ceased to grow, thus leaving Crocodile to endure the scorn of superficial pirates with a bounty of less than 100 million. After the dissolution of the warlord system, Crocodile, the founder of the Cross Guild, was immediately assigned a bounty of 965 billion berries, a testament to his genuine power. Oh, is that so? Aaron feigned indifference as he spoke. It was not that Aaron truly looked down upon him. Rather, he indeed held a slight disdain. Crocodile was the first genuine boss encountered in the early saga of the Pirate King, exuding an imposing presence upon his introduction, and his fruit abilities were fearsome to behold. He possessed both strength and cunning, and his defeat at the hands of Luffy was merely a consequence of Luffy's overwhelming protagonist aura, underscored by repeated sit-ups. This could only be attributed to his unfortunate timing, as he appeared far too early. The Sansan fruit, a Logia type, allowed him to transform any part of his body into sand, crafting it into deadly blades for offense. He could drain moisture from any creature or object he touched, extracting water from rocks and soil to revert them to grains of sand, or siphoning subterranean water in deserts to create quicksand. Additionally, by gathering sand in his hands, he could summon sandstorms. In terms of capability, Crocodile had perfected the Sansan fruit, demonstrating formidable offensive power in both close and range combat. Little did he expect to be defeated by Luffy, who manifested his own blood into a tangible force, succumbing to Luffy's relentless sit-ups. The earlier appearances of several Logia-type fruits were similar. Whether it was Crocodile, Ace, or Enel, each had delved deeply into the potential of their respective powers. Had the concept of fruit awakening existed at that time, it is likely they would have been on the cusp of awakening. Alas, Crocodile had grown somewhat complacent, as one who had clashed with Whitebeard and witnessed the true pinnacle of power in this world. He had strayed from the path in his quest to become the Pirate King, foolishly seeking to ascend by leveraging the power of the Underworld King. Neither Roger, Whitebeard, Shiki, nor Rayleigh, the legendary figures of the past, nor the current sovereigns of the New World achieved their dominance through external assistance. Their fearsome reputations stemmed solely from their monstrous strength. In fact, some, like the Pirate King Roger's crew or the Red-Hair Pirates, went so far as to avoid consuming devil fruits, willingly amplifying their own vulnerabilities. The strong in this world carve their paths through sheer strength. While ancient weapons possess formidable power, instilling fear even in the world government, this realm ultimately remains a domain where true prowess resides within oneself. External forces are akin to a foundation without roots. They are destined to crumble. The taller the edifice built on such a foundation, the more catastrophic the collapse when it occurs. Observing Aaron's disdainful demeanor, Crocodile resolved to show him a lesson, reminding him that achieving a modicum of fame in the weakest East Blue does not grant him the right to act with arrogance. He raised his golden hook and said to Aaron with fierce conviction, "Why not personally test the true worth of my bounty of 80 million berries?" "Very well." Aaron nodded. Observing the encroaching sands around him, he raised his hand and proclaimed, "Wait a moment. What is the matter? Are you ready to concede?" Crocodile mocked. "Not at all." Aaron inquired, "Are you certain you wish to engage in battle here? The city is but a stone's throw away." Crocodile pondered this, realizing that should they inadvertently damage Alyabarna and provoke the vigilance of Alabasta, it would jeopardize his meticulously laid plans. Nodding in agreement, Crocodile sought out a desolate area and gestured for Aaron to follow. Aaron commanded the two manatees to guard the vessel and followed Crocodile to a secluded clearing. "Crocodile, with his arms crossed and a nonchalant gaze fixed upon Eren, remarked, "Here, we shall not be disturbed. No matter the commotion, it shall have no bearing. Now, unleash your full strength, and allow me to witness the true prowess of the Annihilator." Chapter 70. The Clash. Eren rolled his eyes, internally lamenting that if he were to unleash his full strength, it would be unimaginable. With a fruit ability that bears no adverse effects, a formidable physique, and extraordinary power, the current Eren, should he exert himself entirely, would likely surpass even Drago. The thought alone is daunting. Although Crocodile is undoubtedly powerful, he has not faced life-and-death battles for quite some time, resulting in negligible progression in his abilities. To be defeated by Luffy, who has only recently emerged from the novice village, is telling, especially in comparison to Eren. Eren must exercise caution in wielding his strength. If he inadvertently kills Crocodile, the unique traits he desires would require considerable effort to obtain. Eren grasped the third generation of the Ghost Cutter, preparing himself as he addressed Crocodile. "Come on, just don't die." Crocodile, intent on taking Eren as a subordinate, cautioned him, for if he perished, it would be a futile waste of his time. Desert Blade. Crocodile sprang into action, raising his arm, transforming it into a colossal sand blade that unleashed a fierce gust of sand, a cutting wave hurtling towards Eren with devastating force, cleaving through the very desert itself. With a melodious clang, the sound of drawn swords resonated through the air. Before the echoes faded, Eren unsheathed the third generation of the Ghost Cutter and, with a powerful swing towards the oncoming sand blade, unleashed a sharp golden sword aura that surged like the wind, morphing into a striking golden crescent arc. As the two sword energies collided, they stirred a profound wave of energy that reverberated through the atmosphere. In that fleeting moment of clash, the air seemed to tear apart, creating a thunderous noise as they intertwined, generating an infinite ripple of energy. The surrounding sands were propelled into the air, swirling amidst the chaos. In this breathtaking confrontation, the intensity of the two sword energies escalated, their clashes producing increasingly potent waves of energy. Suddenly, the golden sword aura surged forth like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, irresistibly shattering Crocodile's formless blade, the residual force hurtling toward him. Crocodile stood resolute, elementalized, allowing the sword aura to pass through his body. His expression turned grave as he regarded Eren. An ordinary flying strike had dismantled his attack. Such prowess was not within the reach of mere mortals. When MR1 and MR2 had been defeated, he had presumed their downfall was due to negligence. But now it became clear that they had spoken the truth. The reports were accurate. This young man truly possessed the capability to topple nations. Eren gazed at Crocodile, astonished by his audacity to directly elementalize and evade the attack. He had not anticipated such recklessness. Had he known, he would have infused a bit of domineering spirit into his strike to let him experience the consequences. "Sandstorm," Crocodile declared, raising his palm. From the center of his hand, a rapidly rotating miniature sand vortex emerged, its golden grains spiraling outward and expanding in size. In the blink of an eye, the small vortex, initially no larger than a hand, transformed into a colossal sandstorm capable of engulfing an entire city. Under his command, the ferocious desert whirlwind roared, tearing apart the heavens and earth as it surged towards Eren. Eren, with a newfound seriousness, traced his fingers along the blade of the sword. The third generation of it was enveloped in a shroud of inky darkness. With both hands gripping the hilt, he raised the weapon high, his taut arms swinging down with force as he cried out in a dramatic fashion, One Mindflow's ultimate technique. Dragon Flash. A colossal wave of sword energy sliced through the swirling sands, transforming into a magnificent golden dragon that roared defiantly against the raging sandstorm. The two formidable forces clashed violently in the air, producing a deafening explosion that sent tremors through the entire desert. The Golden Dragon and the Desert Tornado engaged in a fierce battle, the scene unfolding with remarkable intensity. This technique, imparted by Gung Samlang, possessed an astonishing power. Combined with the myriad of traits Eren had acquired, the dragon-shaped sword energy crushed the tornado effortlessly, causing the desert whirlwind to disintegrate. And the once swirling sands fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. This sword energy, imbued with boundless momentum, surged toward Crocodile. In Eren's novice days, such an ultimate technique would require the combined efforts of Bartholomew, Kuma, and Ivankov to neutralize. How much more formidable was Eren now? Faced with this assault, Crocodile's expression finally shifted. He had presumed that even if Eren wielded Haki in the East Blue, known as the weakest sea, at his age. He would only be at a beginner's level. Yet this attack evoked within Crocodile a sensation reminiscent of facing Dracula Mihawk. Moreover, given the gravity of the situation, Aaron's mastery of Haki appeared quite proficient, and his skill level was notably high. And what a crocodile! Years of neglect had caused him to completely forget his once meager mastery of Haki, having devoted all his efforts to the development of his Fruit-S abilities. Infuriating. This is my territory. With a sudden, powerful shout, Crocodile retreated a considerable distance, conjuring a desert tornado that was even more ferocious and devastating than before. Do not underestimate me, he bellowed, veins bulging as he exerted every ounce of strength to control the formation of the tornado. In the desert nation of Alabasta, Crocodile held the advantage of home ground. Amid the vast expanse of sand, it was as if his fruit abilities had awakened, allowing him to manipulate the very sands of the entire country at will. The yellow sands danced through the air, spinning rapidly to form a colossal shadow that obscured the sun, the fierce winds whipping up clouds of sand. As a tornado far greater than the previous one surged toward the Golden Dragon, the two immense forces collided violently in the air, the Golden Dragon and the sandstorm tornado striking against one another, causing the desert to tremble as if in a great upheaval. The yellow dust swirled in the chaos of their clash, rising to create towering waves of sand. The golden body of the dragon shimmered with an otherworldly radiance, reminiscent of a deity descending upon the mortal realm, while the tornado roared, spinning violently in the tempest. The tremendous energy waves intertwined, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds, as though the very world were quaking. The ferocious winds of the sandstorm, laden with debris, formed a massive vortex that charged toward the Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon roared fiercely, steadfastly resisting the onslaught of the sandstorm. In that moment of collision, countless grains of sand were lifted, swirling chaotically amidst the howling winds. Two formidable forces clashed incessantly, unleashing intense ripples of energy that painted a breathtaking tableau in the skies. The Golden Dragon engaged in a fierce duel with the tornado of the sandstorm. The energy waves they emitted surged like a tide, causing the entire desert to tremble. The dense radiance intertwined with the yellow sand, composing a magnificent and awe-inspiring spectacle. The two colossal forces continued to collide and struggle, vying against each other, enveloping the desert in a pervasive shroud of energy fluctuations. Crocodile's furious roar echoed through the swirling sands. Ultimately, as tranquility descended and the dust settled, Crocodile stood trembling in place, gasping for breath, his expression one of utter exhaustion and disarray. Chapter 71. Utter defeat. Crocodile, panting heavily, fixed his gaze intently upon Aaron, his mind racing with disbelief, pondering whether he had truly miscalculated, unable to accept the notion that he might genuinely be outmatched by that young man. Desert Sunflower. With a decisive thrust of his hands downward, a vortex of sand erupted beneath Aaron, voraciously drawing him in, intent on burying him alive. With a powerful leap, Aaron soared into the air and unleashed two swift slashes towards Crocodile, interrupting his incantation. Aaron fell to the ground, his third-generation sword, Ghost Slash, creating an exquisite and flamboyant floral pattern as he mockingly addressed Crocodile. Is it true? The esteemed warlord has exhausted his moves? This is rather lackluster. It fails to ignite my excitement. Do not let your triumph cloud your judgment, boy. Crescent Sand Dune, Crocodile bellowed, enlarging his arm to transform it into a crescent-shaped blade of sand that slashed at his adversary. This technique merely caused the sand blade to graze the body without inflicting harm. It was a horrendous maneuver that, upon contact, would drain every last drop of moisture, ultimately reducing the victim to a lifeless, desiccated husk. With this fearsome tactic, Crocodile had drained countless pirates who dared to challenge him, transforming them into mummies. In the original narrative, it even depicted Luffy's arm becoming a withered corpse. Aaron, having perused the original work, is fully aware of the terrifying nature of this technique. However, with his formidable mastery of domineering energy, he has no reason to fear it. Armed with the entirety of his defensive prowess, Aaron enveloped himself in the armor of Haki, his skin transforming into a deep ebony hue, with its hardness increasing in accordance with the strength of his Haki. Only when the opponent's Haki surpassed his own could their attacks bear any effect. This technique is undoubtedly foolish when faced with adversaries of equal or superior rank. Yet, it is an extraordinary skill for dealing with weaker foes. It is worth noting that when Virgo employed this technique, even Smoker was left astounded. The crescent-shaped slash aimed at the pitch-black Aaron proved utterly ineffective. Desert Sword. Crocodile, transformed his hands into 4 formidable sand blades, sharper than the desert sword itself, capable of slicing through even the thickest of rock walls, reputed to cleave through anything. Crocodile had nearly perfected the development of the Sansan fruit, yet his singular focus on enhancing the fruit while neglecting Haki ultimately led to his downfall. Moreover, the Sansan fruit, despite being a Logia type, is not the terrifying fruit of instant death upon contact. Its speed and power do not rank among the elite. Faced with Aaron's complete body armor of Haki, which only allowed attacks to succeed if the opponent's Haki was superior, Crocodile's assaults were rendered entirely ineffective. Aaron strode confidently towards Crocodile, shrugging off his attacks as if they were merely deflected by his black armor. The raging sand blades were perilously close, striking Aaron with the force of a gale. Yet he perceived these blows as akin to a gentle massage, inwardly imploring his master not to be so harsh. Nevertheless, he could not help but marvel. Nature's calamities indeed possess a certain potency. Had you employed this strategy sooner, the Straw Hat crew would have long ascended to the status of sun gods. Aaron gripped the black blade tightly and struck at the astonished Crocodile with a single, decisive blow. Crocodile hastily raised his golden hook to defend himself. As their weapons clashed, a sharp sound of impact reverberated through the air. Crocodile felt an overwhelming force surge towards him. He clenched his teeth with all his might, exerting every ounce of strength to barely withstand the assault. Aaron continued his tempestuous assault, his movements both graceful and incisive, consistently maintaining his advantage and pressing forward relentlessly. Crocodile fought valiantly, retreating step by step under the relentless pressure. Aaron's onslaught resembled a tempest, leaving Crocodile gasping for breath. After several rounds, Crocodile finally succumbed, sent hurtling away for hundreds of meters, carving a deep trench into the ground. Struggling to rise, Crocodile gazed at the gaping wound on his chest, blood seeping continuously, his expression a portrait of despair. Utterly devoid of the arrogance and composure he once possessed, he was, astonishingly, no match for Aaron. Standing beside the trench, Crocodile appeared utterly lost. He had initially believed he could easily vanquish Aaron and reduce him to a mere pet, yet he was taken aback by the opponent's strength, far surpassing his expectations. Doubts began to creep into his mind regarding his previous disdain and contempt for Aaron. He could hardly accept that he was not a match for a mere youth. Sand Giant, Crocodile bellowed, plunging his hands into the sand. Instantly, the sandy expanse surged, emanating a potent aura as countless grains rushed toward him, merging into his very being. His form began to swell, transforming into a towering giant several hundred meters high. "Experience my ultimate technique, boy," the giant roared, charging toward Aaron, causing the earth to tremble and the heavens to dim. "Do you truly believe this can subdue me?" Aaron let out a cold laugh as he slowly raised his black blade. The dark armor adorning his body began to fade, as he concentrated all his formidable aura into the weapon. His might reached an unparalleled zenith, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure in those around him. The profound essence of the one-heart flow. The great dark realm. With a thunderous shout, Aaron unleashed a jet of deep black blade light from his sword, causing the surrounding air to warp and twist. Crocodile felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, compelling him to exert control over his body in a desperate attempt to withstand it. In an instant, the blade light struck Crocodile, accompanied by a resounding explosion that engulfed the entire battlefield in darkness. The blade cleaved through the sand giant, which let out a horrific wail as its massive form began to fracture and slowly collapse, transforming into a vast cloud of sand that rained down, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Crocodile was caught amid the cascading sand, plummeting to the ground. The form of his sand giant had vanished, leaving behind only arid, barren earth. In the aftermath of battle, the arrogance and confidence that once adorned Crocodile's face were replaced by a profound expression of desolation. He had believed he could effortlessly vanquish Aaron and reduce him to servitude, but the harsh reality before him brutally revealed his folly. He was merely an arrogant fool. Struggling to rise, Crocodile found his weakened body only capable of wobbling unsteadily. Blood continued to flow from the wound on his chest, the vivid crimson mingling with the sand beneath him, creating a stark contrast. He gazed down at his injury, a mix of shock and a feeble smile gracing his lips. He could not reconcile the fact that he was not a match for Aaron, and a sorrowful smile froze upon his face, his pride utterly shattered. Save for his encounters with Whitebeard, he had never faced such a humiliating defeat. Especially after becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he had effortlessly dispatched countless aspiring pirates who dared to challenge him each year. almost forgetting the sensation of injury. Having long dominated the lower tiers, he had lost touch with the brutal reality of life and death struggles. While his strength had sufficed to command respect in the earlier seas, in the New World, even many mid-tier pirates could easily overpower him, let alone the 4 emperors and their commanders. In the original tale, it was only after being awakened by Luffy that he ventured to the New World and began his resurgence. Now, Crocodile was reduced to merely bullying weaker foes. Even with the indomitable spirit characteristic of the pirate world, he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 72. Even if you can win, you must join. Crocodile awoke to find himself in an unfamiliar place. He struggled to sit up, surveying his surroundings, and discovered he was on the deck of a ship, his body wrapped in bandages, indicating that someone had tended to his wounds. He strained to recollect the events leading to his defeat, realizing that despite employing all his techniques, he had been unable to best the Nation Destroyer and had fainted. It seemed that the Nation Destroyer had come to his aid. Suddenly, he was startled by raucous laughter. Curiosity piqued, Crocodile fought to rise, noticing that his wounds had begun to heal and no longer bled. After a strenuous effort, he approached the ship's edge and beheld Eren, the Nation Destroyer, training a group of martial arts sea cows. Their first encounter had involved Eren training these very sea cows, and now he was still engaged in the same pursuit. Was this young man truly so enamored with martial arts sea cows? As Eren frolicked with the kung fu manatees, he noticed that Crocodile had regained consciousness. Allowing the playful manatees their freedom, he gracefully leaped back onto the deck of the Mary and offered a gentle smile to Crocodile, saying, "You're awake." However, upon seeing Eren's radiant smile, Crocodile was consumed by fury. Ignoring the pain from his wounds, he bellowed in indignation, as if deeply insulted. "Did you not defeat me? Why have you not slain me? Are you pitying me?" Eren harbored no particular desire to eliminate Crocodile. He found the so-called heroes of this world utterly unremarkable. His respect was reserved solely for individuals like Tiger and T-Bone. The portrayal of most other so-called heroes by Oda rendered them rather perplexing. As for the reason behind his decision not to slay Crocodile, it stemmed from certain characteristics of the Baroque works, as well as the considerable utility Crocodile still presented to Eren. To extinguish his life now would be an egregious waste. Eren carefully carried Crocodile back onto the ship and tended to his injuries with minimal bandaging. After all, in this world, the average person possesses a remarkable resilience to death. Of course, this does not apply to Quina. As he gazed at the unconscious Crocodile, Eren found himself contemplating the use of hormone therapy. It was well known that Ivankov held a critical weakness over Crocodile. As speculated by previous generations of sailors, the Crocodile may have originally been female before being transformed into a male by Ivankov. Eren wished to give it a try, to see if it was indeed true. After a moment of contemplation, he decided against it, for if he were truly to be angered to death, it would lead to unfortunate consequences. Eren gazed at the furious Crocodile and offered a few words of comfort. "Calm down. There's no need to be so angry. Did you not say that it wouldn't be long before you could seize control of this nation? You are the underground emperor of this land, and no one can oppose you. Power, status, wealth, these are all within my grasp. Now that I wish to join, are you having second thoughts?" Crocodile retorted, "You are already so formidable. Aren't these things at your fingertips?" Indeed, with his immense strength, these pursuits were trivial. Moreover, bringing him into the fold seemed akin to inviting a master into one's domain. Once inside, he might choose to heed his own counsel rather than that of others. Should he desire to take command of the organization, there would be nothing to stop him. Was this not akin to a crow seizing the nest of a magpie? Eren gazed at Crocodile with a look of incredulity and inquired, "Isn't this already prepared? Moreover, with you leading the way, shouldn't it be quite advantageous? After all, you are recognized as one of the 7 warlords of the sea by the world government. Surely, that grants you numerous privileges." Crocodile, embodying the essence of a formidable leader, suppressed his anger and contemplated the advantageous aspects for himself, asking, "Do you truly wish to join the organization?" Eren nodded and said, "Indeed. However, I refuse to partake without wealth and luxury. Once you join, will you heed my commands?" "Certainly, as long as the payment is satisfactory, even if it involves seeking someone in the Western Sea." "Absolutely. I was just contemplating a trip to the Western Sea myself." Crocodile envisioned the scenario of Eren's inclusion and couldn't help but chuckle. With Eren on board, what more could one desire? It would be a soaring success. He extended his hand to Eren with a smile, exclaiming, "Isn't it merely about the money? Welcome to the team." Eren extended his hand, shaking his companions in return, and with a smile remarked, "I look forward to your guidance henceforth, boss." Upon hearing Eren utter the term boss, Crocodile chuckled heartily, embracing Eren with warmth. With a prodigy like you joining us, it cannot be that simple. Come, let us return to Rain Base. I shall treat you well. Once you have had your fill of amusement, I will utilize my authority as one of the 7 warlords to arrange your passage to the West Blue. Rest assured, the journey to the West Blue is quite effortless. Allow me to show you the might of the 7 warlords. Indeed, let's go, boss. Without concern for his bandage form, Crocodile led Eren to the nearby oasis city of Alabasta, where they procured 2 swift-running ducks and rode them towards Rain Base. Eren continues to call his 2 kung fu manatees A-Fu and Fitz to guard, while he follows Crocodile to the Rain Base for a bit of fun. The swift-running duck is the fastest creature in the Alabasta Kingdom, and soon, Crocodile and Eren arrive at the Rain Base. In the Alerma market, Crocodile, adorned in bandages, draws considerable attention, with the populace concerned for his well-being. It must be said that Crocodile, a true mastermind, adeptly assuages the crowd with mere words. Shortly after purchasing the swift-running duck, a large falcon appears in the Alerma market. Having gathered the necessary information, Perlu flies back to the royal castle to report to the king, having previously observed the battleground between Crocodile and Eren with great diligence. After all, the site of their fierce conflict is not far from the city of Alerma, and the citizens witnessed the giant form of Crocodile, leading Perlu to understand the situation clearly as he transformed into a falcon to investigate before returning to deliver his report. Perlu informs the king that his scheme to sow discord has indeed borne fruit. Crocodile is now embroiled in a struggle against the nation destroyer. Furthermore, he has sustained severe injuries. Perlu exclaims with excitement that the 80 million bounty is indeed no match for the 120 million. However, he quickly sobers, realizing that the 2 bounties are now entangled in a conspiracy. What shall become of Alabasta? King Cobra reassures Perlu not to worry. He is well aware of Crocodile's nature, as he cannot abide having subordinates stronger than himself, and thus, the 2 will not last long together. If the nation destroyer truly harbors no ill intent towards Alabasta, he might reach out to facilitate a quicker rift between them. Meanwhile, in Crocodile's lair, the Rain Base, within the lavish confines of the Casino Rain Banquet, Crocodile shares his grand ambitions with Eren. Chapter 73, A Bountiful Harvest. In a luxurious chamber of the Rain Banquet Casino, Crocodile engages in hearty revelry with Eren. He reveals that the ostensible aim of the Baroque works is to overthrow Alabasta and establish an ideal kingdom. But the true objective lies in acquiring the ancient weapon, Pluton. Legend has it that this ancient weapon can sink an island with a single shot, and possessing Pluton would guarantee dominion over the entire world. This nation, Alabasta, conceals clues regarding Pluton, inscribed on an indestructible stone tablet, written in ancient script. Currently, only Nico Robin possesses the ability to decipher this historical text. Therefore, to unravel the information engraved upon the tablet, he requires Nico Robin's assistance. However, following the destruction of O'Hara, a bounty of 79 million berries has been placed on her head, and she has remained elusive, even after dispatching the majority of his forces to the West Sea. He has yet to uncover Robin's whereabouts. Thus, he requires a person endowed with keen perception and formidable presence to journey to the West Sea in search of Nico Robin. Consequently, he seeks out Arlong, hoping she will embark on the quest to uncover Nico Robin's whereabouts. Eren and Crocodile clinked their glasses, feigning astonishment, and exclaimed loudly about the magnificence of his plan. Eren winked at Crocodile and said, "Boss, leave Nico Robin to me. If you acquire the ancient weapon Pluton and rule the world, do not forget your little brother." Crocodile and Eren clinked their glasses together. "As long as you assist me in locating Nico Robin, the riches and glory shall be yours to enjoy." He laughed heartily, patting Eren on the shoulder, painting a grand vision. "Once I obtain Pluton, I will share this world with you. You shall be my second in command." "All right, boss." Eren certainly did not mind his fanciful dreams, for they were destined to fail. Crocodile inquired which code name Eren preferred. "How about MR1? Eren declined, expressing to Crocodile that as a newcomer, seizing the highest code would dishearten those beneath him and complicate Crocodile's work. He suggested settling for MR6 instead. Crocodile gazed at Eren with a hint of gratitude, surprised that Eren, having bested him, was still considerate of his circumstances. Though he was inherently self-centered, lacking trust in his subordinates and viewing them merely as tools, Eren's thoughtfulness genuinely touched him. He expressed that he cared not for the feelings of his subordinates, and that if Eren desired, the vice president position could be offered to him. However, under Eren's insistence, Crocodile ultimately acquiesced to his request. Thus, Eren officially joined the Baroque works as MR6. The moment Crocodile consented, A cascade of system notifications echoed in Aaron's mind. System notification. Congratulations on joining Baroque Works. Newcomer welcome package. You have acquired the ability, Sand Fruit. Sand Fruit. This grants the power to transform any part of your body into sand, allowing you to mold the sand into the shape of a blade for attacks. Additionally, your right hand, devoid of a golden hook, can absorb moisture from any living being or object it touches, extracting water from rocks or soil, reducing them to sand particles, or drawing groundwater from deserts to create quicksand. Furthermore, by gathering sand in your hands, you can conjure sandstorms. Crocodile's most prized possession was thus bestowed upon Aaron. However, for Aaron at this moment, it held limited utility. While the Sand Fruit could evolve into a catastrophe-level strength, transforming into an immensely powerful combat tool, Aaron was not lacking in offensive capabilities. Even catastrophe-level abilities were covered by his Wind Fruit, making the Sand Fruit somewhat less advantageous. Nevertheless, despite the current lack of significant enhancement, it would play a crucial role in Aaron's future plans. You have acquired the ability //fruit. //fruit. This allows any part of your body to morph into a blade at will, granting ordinary punches and kicks the power of cutting strikes. Your entire being, including your organs, possesses a blade-like constitution, making you impervious to knives and bullets. Most physical attacks will be rendered entirely ineffective. This ability is commendable, providing Aaron with a physical resilience akin to steel, enhancing his passive defense, and enabling him to conjure weapons at will. You have acquired the ability Thorn Fruit. Thorn Fruit. Your body can become exceptionally sharp, effortlessly piercing through stone walls. By inserting the thorns into specific points on your arm, you can enhance your strength immensely. This ability, akin to the //fruit, also bolsters passive defense. You have acquired the ability Mimic Fruit. Mimic Fruit. You could transform into any person you have encountered, replicating their face, body, and voice. Following system optimization, you can utilize this ability in conjunction with other abilities. This ability is the true reason for Aaron's induction into Baroque Works. This is the ability of the fruit that can transform into anyone. Moreover, with systematic optimization, it no longer requires physical contact with the right hand to change forms. Merely having seen the individual suffices. Additionally, the previous limitation of being unable to utilize one's original abilities without transformation has been eradicated. This implies that Aaron can completely metamorphose into the true crocodile. After all, they share the same appearance and can wield the same powers. How could they not be considered the same person? If he were to acquire Robin's flower fruit ability in the future, the world would be his oyster, allowing Aaron to traverse wherever his heart desires. He could join all organizations across the seas to amass power. You have acquired the trait Wax Fruit. The Wax Fruit grants its possessor the ability to create candles from their body, which can be shaped into any form at the will of the user. The wax produced is harder than steel and possesses remarkable malleability, enabling the crafting of various tools, such as wax figures and lockpicking keys. This trait proves to be exceptionally useful, serving not only as a source of energy, but also as a means to create figurines. Here I come, life-size figurines. You have acquired the trait Mole Fruit. The Mole Fruit is a Zoan-type ability that allows transformation into a mole, enabling the user to dig tunnels underground for combat purposes. This trait further enhances Aaron's already formidable physical prowess. You have acquired the trait Explosive Fruit. Every part of the body can explode. Even the ejected nasal mucus is not exempt. Breath exhaled from the mouth can also serve as an explosive, and the user remains unscathed even when consuming explosives. This trait is one that Aaron eagerly anticipates. With this ability combined with his color-changing power, Aaron could embody the explosive genius Deidara. It is time to proclaim to the world that art is indeed an explosion. You have acquired the trait Light Heavy Fruit. Upon consumption, it allows the user to freely manipulate their weight anywhere between 1 kilogram and 10,000 kilograms. They can drift as lightly as a feather or exert tremendous weight to overpower foes. The only lamentable aspect of this trait is its inability to affect objects outside of the user's body. Otherwise, it would rival the capabilities of both the Float Fruit and the Heavy Fruit. A bountiful harvest. 8 traits in total, elevating Aaron's prowess to new heights. Chapter 74. West Sea. Alongside the acquisition of traits, Crocodile's mission has also emerged. System prompt. New task. Locate Nico Robin and bring her before Crocodile. Task reward. Experience in developing the Sand Fruit. This task aligns perfectly with Aaron's ambitions, as the development experience of the Sand Fruit can propel him to Crocodile's level instantaneously. without the need to squander time on abilities that may prove less useful. Eren indulged in a lavish spree at Crocodile's lair for several days, surrounded by exquisite cars, alluring women, and sumptuous feasts. He reveled in the pleasures to such an extent that he almost forgot his origins. Meanwhile, Crocodile seized the opportunity to arrange a voyage to the holy land of Mariewa. Generally, once one ventures into the Grand Line, returning to the Four Seas becomes exceedingly challenging. However, this is not an absolute rule, as there exist several methods to navigate back from the Grand Line to the Four Seas. One approach involved traversing the Calm Belt directly. The Calm Belt is a band-like region flanking both sides of the Grand Line, encasing it in between. This expanse of sea is devoid of wind and ocean currents, rendering the water's surface utterly tranquil. Most pirate ships are wind-powered vessels, and once they enter this zone, they lose their momentum and become stranded, unable to move. Thus, for pirates, this area is nearly an uncharted, perilous territory. Additionally, it is inhabited by an abundance of colossal sea kings, further amplifying its dangers, making it a highly formidable region. The treacherous waters teeming with sea kings are not a playground for the average individual. Picture Akiji cycling through the Calm Belt, Mihawk drifting along, and Rayleigh performing acrobatic feats in the water. Truly, they're seasoned veterans who tread paths untraveled by ordinary folk. These three could engage in a triathlon within the Calm Belt due to their formidable strengths, a feat that should not be attempted by the uninitiated. In the future, the Krieg pirates, pursued by Mihawk, attempted to escape from the Calm Belt back to the East Sea, forming a fleet of 50 ships, yet only one would remain. This exemplifies the consequences of insufficient strength. As for why Mihawk would pursue a minor pirate like Krieg all the way from the Grand Line to the East Sea, even in moments of leisure, such relentless chasing seems unwarranted. Could it truly be, as the lower-tier pirates suggest, that they witnessed Mihawk struggling to row in the Calm Belt? Another method relies on the strength of one's crew, as demonstrated by the Baroque works, which can navigate freely in and out of the New World. However, in time, the Marines harnessed Vegapunk's technology to traverse the Calm Belt effortlessly, enabling them to appear swiftly in the Four Seas. Alternatively, one might petition the world government and directly traverse the holy land of Mariewa, located at the pinnacle of the Red Line, where an elevator leading to the Four Seas awaits. This route necessitates abandoning one's ship, proving both costly and time-consuming, yet it is remarkably safe. The notorious trickster, Nolan, returned to the North Sea using this very method. For Crocodile, one of the warlords of the sea, this approach is undoubtedly the most expedient. If one ventures east or south, they may navigate back through the Calm Belt in the first half of the Grand Line. However, for the West and North Seas, obstructed by the Red Line, the only return route through the Calm Belt lies within the New World. Conversely, navigating back to the Southeast Sea from the New World via the Calm Belt proves impossible. Due to his affiliation with the world government and his considerable maritime influence, Crocodile can essentially bypass the queue to utilize the elevator at Mariewa at will. It is through this method that he has dispatched numerous individuals to the West Sea in search of Nico Robin. Certainly, there are those who rely on the powers bestowed by the devil fruits. For instance, Bartholomew Kuma utilizes the abilities of the pawpaw fruit, allowing him to traverse the world with ease. Similarly, Monkey D. Dragon possesses the wind fruit, granting him the freedom to go wherever he pleases. Then there is the flying fruit of the Golden Lion, which may glide above your head without your awareness. In essence, there are myriad methods to journey from the Grand Line to the Four Seas. Crocodile has mastered one of the most convenient and secure means. The only requisite is the passage of time from Alabasta to the holy land of Mariewa. Days later, Crocodile arranged for a magnificent cruise ship for Arlong, ensuring his comfortable arrival at the holy land of Mariewa. He also provided several young and beautiful maids to attend to Arlong's needs. Concurrently, he coordinated with the world government to have personnel ready to assist Arlong upon his arrival, allowing him to proceed to the West Blue without a care in the world. Eren comfortably boarded the luxurious cruise ship, yet a twinge of guilt gnawed at him for having to confine Mary to the small dark room once more. Despite his earlier promise to avoid such measures, it seemed that a man's words could indeed deceive. Overwhelmed by remorse for his broken vow, Eren urged Crocodile to forego any frivolities and expedite their journey to the West Sea, determined not to leave Mary in the small dark room for too long. Crocodile, of course, readily agreed, eager for Eren to locate Nico Robin without delay. Thus, on this grand vessel, Eren stood as its sole passenger, while the rest of the ship brimmed with various supplies to ensure a direct arrival at their destination. Eren, accompanied by the two formidable sea cows, Afu and Fitz, boarded the cruise ship, setting sail directly towards the sacred land of Mariewa. The voyage was remarkably smooth, devoid of the intermittent stops akin to a bus journey. Upon arriving at Mariewa, Eren, who had undergone a slight disguise, was met by the staff arranged by Crocodile, allowing him to bypass the queue and swiftly access the elevator, leading him promptly to the other side of the Red Line, the West Sea. The West Sea is one of the most formidable maritime domains among the four seas. In the original narrative's World Conference, it featured the grotesque forms of several notorious figures for Blue Star, including the presence of the Flower Nation, which shares a parallel existence with the Qing dynasty. The king of this realm embodies the malevolent archetype reminiscent of the Western portrayal of Fu Manchu. The Flower Nation boasts formidable military strength, with at least 8 pirate factions, including the notorious 8 Treasure Navy, led by the legendary figure Green Pepper, whose bounty once exceeded 500 million berries during his prime, capable of matching the likes of the peak-level carp in a display of strength. Mastering the 3 types of hockey, the original narrative mentions that the Straw Hat Grand Fleet alone comprises 1,000 members, not accounting for the forces of the Flower Nation itself. Such naval forces, at minimum, number 8 within the Flower Nation, and the true count of its military remains shrouded in mystery. In the original tale, the Flower Nation faced defeat in war, primarily due to Joker's extensive arms dealings within the Dark Underworld. The king of the Flower Nation summoned Green Pepper, the reclusive former leader of the 8 Treasure Navy, to disrupt the underground arms transport lines. The might of the Flower Nation, despite its formidable strength, was confronted with the harsh realities of war and subsequent defeat, evoking a multitude of contemplations. The king, reminiscent of Fu Manchu, alongside the 8 naval forces akin to the 8 banners, paints a picture of a revolutionary war reminiscent of the late Qing dynasty. Is this not a reflection of our great Qing? Let us not overlook that the prototype of the Flower Nation, Shabbatai, took shape during the reign of Kangxi. In the original narrative, the Fu Manchu-like king expresses his desire to convey a plethora of thoughts at the World Conference. Could this be attributed to the influence of the local Revolutionary Party? The West Sea is notorious for the prevalence of organized crime, recognized as the birthplace of the mafia, where the 5 prominent mafia families dominant in the underground society first gained their footing. Among them, the gang led by Capone Becky stands as the most powerful, ruling the underbelly of the West Sea. His stronghold fruit is one of the objectives of Eren's journey. Chapter 75. The Mafia. Eren surveyed the town before him. The undulating buildings, pristine streets, bustling shops, and residents adorned with joyful smiles painted a picture of tranquility. The town's scale surpassed that of Rogertown. After all, it is a pivotal junction from the Red Earth continent to the Western Sea. Most travelers along this route are typically affluent and influential individuals. When these individuals arrive here, they undoubtedly indulge in lavish spending. This locale belongs to the Western Sea and falls under the jurisdiction of the world government, with various organizations departing from here to all corners of the Western Sea. The public security here is far superior to that of other regions. Eren couldn't help but marvel at the unexpected serenity of a town thriving under the governance of the world government. Eren strode purposefully towards the town, intent on locating Crocodile's stronghold established here, in hopes of uncovering any intelligence regarding Robin from the formidable elders residing within. Eren walked along the bustling street and encountered several individuals clad in white masks and suits, radiating an aura that commanded distance. Behind them trailed a group of subordinates dressed in black suits. Undoubtedly, this was the CP organization of the world government. It was astonishing to see them so brazenly appearing in broad daylight. It seemed this town was entirely under their dominion. Robin was the sole entity capable of deciphering ancient texts in this world. Eliminating her would undoubtedly allow the world government to conceal the truths of history for an extended period. To eradicate Robin, the world government had invested substantial manpower and resources in the West Sea. Within Robin's memories, numerous images of the CP organization lingered. If intelligence on Robin proved elusive, trailing the CP organization might lead to her discovery. Fortunately, Eren possessed the rare trait of conqueror's haki, which often manifested his desires into reality. He was confident that he would locate Robin without expending much time. Unsurprisingly, at the Baroque Works base, there was indeed no information regarding Robin. What a bunch of incompetence. Yet, one could hardly blame them. Even the CP organization of the world government struggled to capture Robin, rendering these individuals even less capable. After all, Robin's abilities rendered her nearly undetectable. Her skills in eavesdropping and intelligence gathering made capturing her exceedingly difficult. With no leads, Eren decided to plunder the base's resources, hastily releasing Mary from the system space, and set sail in a random direction. During the voyage, Aaron rested his head upon Mary's figure, fervently apologizing to her. The newly awakened ship spirit, Mary, had little choice but to forgive Aaron, as he was indeed her father. It was through Aaron's endless care and affection that the ship spirit, Mary, had successfully come into being. Utilizing his unique trait, Aaron noticed Mary's spirits lifting, prompting him to summon Afu and Fizz to introduce them to Mary, while also advising them to be attentive and nurturing towards her. Siliajo Island, the stronghold of Capone Beach, boasts fertile lands, temperate springs and autumns, sweltering summers, and damp winters. It is blessed with abundant underground water and springs. The island features enchanting natural scenery, making an exceptionally prosperous and beautiful locale. The majestic Etna volcano enriches the soil, facilitating bountiful harvests. Agriculture and forestry thrive here, yielding a plethora of citrus fruits, lemons, and olives. The landscape is adorned with orchards overflowing with oranges, lemon groves, and expansive olive forests. The 5 major mafias of the West Sea all originated from this very place. Barmo, the largest city on Siliajo Island, is a strategically advantageous natural harbor. Embodying the essence of this legendary isle, the headquarters of the Capone family is situated here. With its fertile lands and exceptional natural location, the inhabitants thrive remarkably well. Even in the face of the mafia's insidious grasp, countless young individuals flock to this place, aspiring to join the ranks of Capone's criminal organization. The bountiful terrain, the splendid natural harbor, and the ambition of these aspiring mobsters have transformed this locale into a vibrant city. Aaron paid the fee for the rented dock and began to meander through the vibrant city of Bamo. This bustling metropolis was alive with the ceaseless flow of vehicles and throngs of people, creating a unique tapestry of urban life. Towering skyscrapers adorned every corner, imparting a distinctly modern ambience. Restaurants, bars, and various commercial establishments dotted the landscape, catering to the insatiable appetites of the underworld, where indulgence in food, drink, and vice was a way of life. These entertainment venues proliferated throughout the city, including the illustrious Politia Opera House, which hosted circus performances, offering a veneer of sophistication to the gangsters. However, the city bore a sinister undercurrent, as it was dominated by organized crime. Groups of gang members roamed the streets, clad in black suits, donning fedoras and sunglasses, their expressions cold and menacing. They brandished their fists and shouted boisterously, unapologetically asserting their dominance. Citizens hurriedly stepped aside, fearful of inadvertently provoking trouble and becoming targets of their wrath. The pervasive threat and violent behavior of the mafia cast a long shadow over the lives of the residents, who lived in a constant state of anxiety, fearing that their families or themselves might become victims of the gang's retribution. This atmosphere of dread was inescapable. Aaron stood before a barbecue stall, savoring a skewer of grilled meat while observing a group of gangsters exerting their dominance. These thugs not only indulged themselves at the nearby stalls, feasting and drinking without a care, but also extorted exorbitant protection fees from the vendors. One after another, the stall owners worked tirelessly throughout the day, often ending up at a loss. Witnessing the gangsters enjoying their unwarranted bounty without paying, Aaron couldn't help but lament the plight of the common folk, who suffered in silence. The local youth gazed longingly at the sharply dressed mobsters, yearning to usurp their position and join their ranks. The atmosphere had shifted. It had become a stronghold of organized crime. Before the barbecue stall, Aaron watched as several gang members crowded around, brazenly seizing skewers of meat without a hint of remorse. Disregarding a young man adorned with a grand hat and holding a cane. "Hey, I cannot simply turn a blind eye to this," the young man exclaimed, clutching the brim of his hat as he confronted the gangsters. Laughter erupted from the gang, astonished that anyone would dare to challenge them in such a setting. Brandishing the skewers menacingly, they jeered at the young man. "What's the matter, kid? This is our territory. If you know what's good for you, kneel and apologize quickly, or you'll regret it." Upon catching sight of the man's visage, Aaron instinctively gasped, silently imploring for the safety of the gang. The individual appeared strikingly familiar, without a doubt. He was Lafayette, the infamous Devil Sheriff, soon to be the captain of the Blackbeard Pirates' 5th ship. Chapter 76. Lafayette was formerly a police officer from the West Sea. Adorned with a grand black top hat and garbed in theatrical attire, he possessed the peculiar ability to sprout wings from his back and soar through the skies. Armed with a pistol and a cane, he was colloquially known as the Devil Sheriff, notorious for his excessive use of violence, which had tarnished his reputation, leading to his recent dismissal and subsequent exile. Feeling dejected after losing his job, Lafayette chose to visit the renowned Sirili Island in the West Sea to alleviate his spirits. However, fate took an unexpected turn, and instead of finding solace, his mood soured even further. Eren had not discovered Lafitte either, which was understandable. After all, Lafitte's ability to conceal himself was formidable. In the original narrative, even the higher echelons of the Navy had failed to perceive Lafitte's presence. So it was quite reasonable that Eren had not noticed him as well. Yet, to encounter Lafitte here, before he had even entered the Grand Line, was astonishing. Observing Lafitte's tense expression, Eren realized that this gang was in for a tumultuous time. Indeed, faced with the aggressive demeanor of the gang, Lafitte, already in a foul mood, could no longer endure their provocations. With a swift, resounding draw of his sword, a flash of steel illuminated the night, akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the stillness. The speed was such that even Eren found himself in awe. As the blade gleamed, Lafitte retracted his sword into the cane, then pivoted elegantly, executing several dance-like movements, concluding with a flourish that was both mysterious and graceful. In the very moment Lafitte completed his performance, several heads from the gang fell, blood erupting like a fountain, splattering everywhere in a chaotic display. Eren nimbly leapt aside, evading the spurt of blood that erupted. His graceful movement earned him a look of admiration from Lafayette. Unfortunately, others were not as fortunate. Those nearby were splattered with blood, and only then did they react, shrieking, "Murder!" The crowd, upon hearing this, was engulfed in terror, hastily fleeing the scene. In the territory of a gang, everyone understood the dire consequences that could ensue. Remaining in place could bring vengeance upon their families or themselves, making them targets for the Mafia's wrath. This pervasive sense of dread drove people into a frenzy, jostling against one another, which quickly led to a stampede. Those with homes rushed back, securing doors and windows, while the homeless sought refuge in public spaces, even avoiding gossip. Before long, the barbecue stall was vacated, the owner abandoning his stand to vanish with the throng. Meanwhile, Eren transformed into a gust of wind, hovering above, observing the unfolding events in silence. The street was left with only the anguished cries of those who had been trampled. Observing this chaos, other gang members reported to their superiors and surged toward Lafayette's direction. With a disdainful smile, Lafayette unsheathed his cane sword and leapt toward the gangsters, evading their attacks while deftly maneuvering among them, striking with his weapon. His speed was so remarkable that afterimages flickered around the gangsters. As Lafayette returned to his original position, retracting his cane sword, the afterimages followed suit. And before the gangsters could utter a single scream, they were dismembered, leaving the ground awash with blood, limbs, and various organs, precise and elegant. Taking a deep breath, Lafayette exhaled a sound of satisfaction. Having dismembered so many gangsters, his previously troubled mood was assuaged, and the release of violence brought him exhilaration. However, he was aware of the Mafia boss, Capone, who, though unafraid of him, knew that engaging in a prolonged battle would be unwise. After all, a confrontation between an assassin and a heavily armored warrior, even if victorious, would yield no pleasant outcome. Suddenly, a pair of pristine white wings appeared behind him, flapping gently before he ascended into the sky and fled. Before his departure, he cast a wink in Eren's direction, gradually disappearing from sight. Eren found himself somewhat perplexed, pondering whether he had been discovered. Moreover, the sight of a grown man adopting such a pose could not possibly indicate that he was a siren or some other mythical creature. Just as Eren was lost in thought, a resounding rumble echoed from the ground, and moments later, Capone Beck appeared, his legs transformed into treads. Moving with the speed of a tank, his corporeal form serving as a formidable vehicle. This was his fruit ability, Castle Tank, clad in a hat and scarf. Dressed in his favored pinstriped suit, and with a cigar clenched between his teeth, he bore the appearance of a diminutive mafia figure, believing that anyone who defied him, even his subordinates, would face merciless retribution. His crew referred to him as the Godfather. His formidable castle fruit allowed him to house everything, including himself, within his own body. Resembling a castle, any object entering Beck's form would shrink, only to return to its original size upon exiting his ability's range. This power not only provided a vast personal space, but also allowed for a transformative form, rendering him akin to a transformer. In a bid to prevent Mary from being confined to the small dark room, Eren set his sights on Capone Beck's spatial abilities. With such power, Mary could remain by Eren's side at all times, free from the confines of the system's dark chamber. The tank that was Capone Beck swiftly arrived at the scene of the incident, only to be confronted by a gruesome tableau of dismembered limbs and organs. Consumed by rage, he bellowed, "Damn it! Who dares to cause a ruckus in my territory?" Capone Beck's furious roar reverberated. Suddenly, 8 doors opened between his chest and back, each revealing several members clad in black suits, his elite subordinates. They leaped from the doors, transforming in an instant from diminutive figures to full-sized individuals. Capone Beck commanded his subordinates. Search thoroughly, leave no stone unturned. I want to know who has the audacity to disturb my domain. Yes, responded the gangsters, scattering in a frenzy. Some knocked on the doors of nearby buildings, inquiring if anyone had any leads, while others adeptly handled the grim task of collecting the deceased, showcasing a practiced proficiency that suggested they had encountered such events numerous times before. Those searching for clues scrutinized the streets with magnifying glasses, meticulously examining every detail. Aaron observed a mobster entering a secluded alley, a place devoid of any other inhabitants. Silently, he descended from the air, gliding behind the gangster. The mobster merely felt a chilling breeze brush against his neck. Before he could turn to investigate, he was rendered unconscious. Aaron stripped the mobster of his garments, rendered him unconscious, and confined him within the confines of the system's space. With a swift motion of his right hand across his visage, he invoked the powers of the mimic fruit, transforming into the likeness of the mobster. He dashed towards Captain Becky, arriving breathlessly before him and feigning exhaustion. He declared, "Boss, I have uncovered the identity of the perpetrator. I inquired with the nearby residents and found but one individual who fits the description, the infamous Devil Sheriff, Lafayette." Chapter 77. The Stronghold Fruit, call me Godfather. Do not mistake my title again. Captain Becky ignited a cigar, inhaling deeply before grinning at Aaron. Suddenly, he brandished a firearm and fired a shot at Aaron, who was disguised as the mobster. The bullet narrowly grazed Aaron's cheek, barely missing him. Captain Becky then growled menacingly. Remember this. Next time, it could cost you your life. Initially, he contemplated eliminating the young man, but upon reflection, recognizing that he had identified the true culprit and rendered a significant service, he decided to spare his life. Aaron, transformed into a gang member, touched his face in bewilderment, standing frozen in place, utterly at a loss. He truly did not anticipate that Capone's temperament could be so capricious, having traversed this world for so long. It was the first time he was treated in such a manner. Aaron, engulfed in fury, silently vowed that unless he eliminated this Caponiki, he would not consider himself a man. However, he managed to suppress his rage, covering his face in a fade of terror as he bowed and stammered, "Yes, yes, Godfather, it was my mistake. Please forgive me. I shan't dare again." Caponiki waved him away, while the other mobsters diligently gathered evidence to report back to him. After a thorough compilation, Caponiki concluded that the perpetrator was none other than the devilish Sheriff Lafayette. He bellowed at his underlings, declaring that Lafayette would not escape his wrath. He ordered them to create wanted posters featuring Lafayette's likeness, to be distributed throughout the West Sea, promising a handsome reward for any information leading to Lafayette's capture. As Caponiki announced his vendetta against Lafayette, a notification chimed in Aaron's mind. System notification. You have your superior, Caponiki, rewarding you with a newcomer's welcome package. Activating a new ability. You have acquired the ability, Fortress Fruit. Fortress Fruit transforms the interior of your body into a castle, enabling you to shrink and conceal any objects, such as your subordinates, cannons, or even horses within. You can also unleash firepower from the pirate crew stationed within you, or ensnare opponents within the castle, utilizing various weapons housed therein to launch attacks. As Aaron anticipated, even upon becoming an employee of another company, he could smoothly secure his position with the endorsement of his boss. Now, in addition to the standard employment method, the coercive employment method, and the hypnotic employment method, he had acquired a transformation employment method. This transformation employment method was elusive, nearly impossible to detect. Even if discovered, Aaron would receive a minimal safety net, gaining his novice employment reward while leaving others powerless to counteract. Having obtained the capabilities of the Fortress Fruit, Caponiki was rendered inconsequential in Aaron's mind, as he contemplated how best to manipulate him to quell his animosity. After delivering his tirade, Caponiki opened a trapdoor in his chest, and one by one, the gangsters leapt towards it, seemingly passing through some membrane, suddenly shrinking as they landed on the portal, entering Caponiki's body. In order to fit in, Aaron had no choice but to enter the castle of Captain Becky. Upon entering, the space expanded dramatically, resembling a formidable military fortress. The walls were adorned with various portraits of Captain Becky, an unmistakable display of narcissism. In addition to his own likeness, Captain Becky had also embellished the walls with an array of weapons. At the center stood a dining table, graced by a candelabrum that exuded a distinctly medieval charm. A familiar face, perhaps one of Aaron's acquaintances transformed, noticed Aaron gazing around and swiftly pulled him aside, urging him to stand properly. In a hushed tone, he admonished, "Do you wish to meet your demise? Stand at attention. What is amiss with you today? You seem so distracted. Such behavior could lead to your downfall." As the figure of Captain Becky gradually materialized before the chairs at the dining table, the individual quickly fell silent, signaling Aaron to assume a proper stance. Aaron scrutinized the appearance of his steadfast citadel fruit. He allowed his consciousness to delve into the castle, discovering himself traversing a realm of utter blankness. Aaron caressed the pristine white walls, gazing into the vacuous and desolate room, murmuring to himself, "So this is it, since it is indeed the fruit of the stronghold." The nature of the castle is ultimately shaped by the desires of the ability holder. Capone Beach, by his own taste, has naturally transformed his fortress into a bastion of military might. Yet for me, this is the first time wielding the castle fruit. Akin to a blank canvas awaiting its form, Aaron had never set foot in a genuine castle. Thus, the architectural layout within him was merely the default design of a castle. The fundamental arrangement of floors, rooms, and staircases represented the quintessential form of the fruit, while everything else remained an empty canvas, stark and bare. In stark contrast to the opulent castle of Capon Becky, which boasted a complete array of tables, chairs, and utensils. Along with intricately designed ceilings and meticulously shaped floors, Aaron's internal castle appeared exceedingly meager. With a mere thought, Aaron summoned a white, fluid substance that surged from the floor. As if rising from water, the white material writhed energetically within the space, forming the very semblance of what Aaron envisioned. Before long, the entire castle transformed, reverting to the familiar visage etched in Aaron's memories. It took the form of a remarkably ordinary apartment, a studio with a bedroom, a bathroom, and a compact kitchen. The space was modest, resembling the dwelling Aaron had rented in his previous life, thanks to the skyrocketing property prices of his former world. And given that Aaron was a solitary individual who could sustain himself, this small abode represented the most profound recollection of his past existence. In front of the bedroom stood a computer desk seamlessly connected to a bookshelf, adorned with a high-end 4060 computer, a lavish investment made at a gaming CAF. However, it now seemed like a frivolous expenditure. The uncertainty surrounding his transmigration left him pondering the implications of his browsing history on his phone and computer. It would be quite distressing if it were to be discovered. Yet, contemplating his solitary status, he mused that societal embarrassment held little weight for him now that he had crossed into another realm. Regardless, the books on the shelf remained a poignant tie to his former self. Aaron surveyed his bookshelf in astonishment. Had he truly read so many books? How could there be such an abundance of volumes upon his shelves? Aaron approached the bookshelf, meticulously perusing the volumes it held. He discovered a diverse array of genres, including fiction, history, science, and art, as well as some peculiar tomes he had never encountered before. What could this mean? Could it be one of the peculiarities of the sturdy city's fruit? Aaron pondered silently to himself. Upon reflection, it made sense. The ability to manipulate the castle fruit was akin to being the creator of an internal fortress. The design and layout of the castle, as well as its interior decor, could be entirely customized without limitation. Even furniture, such as tables and chairs, could be conjured at a mere thought. Moreover, amenities such as candles and electricity could also be provided. In the comic, Captain Becky's internal castle even boasted a refrigerator, functioning perfectly for cooling. It was hardly surprising to find books one had read appearing within the castle's confines. Chapter 78, The Great Treasure of the Sea. Aaron was perusing the titles on the bookshelf. The first row was adorned with the educational books from his early childhood, followed by the volumes from his elementary, middle, and university studies. As Aaron took down a book and opened it, the memories of the past surged forth with an unexpected intensity. Gazing upon the familiar words, tears welled in his eyes, for they evoked the essence of running beneath the setting sun, the bittersweet essence of lost youth. Remarkably, most of these memories had faded from his mind, yet here they were, preserved in their entirety. This towering bookshelf not only housed the longings of a previous life, but also represented a considerable treasure of knowledge. Adjacent to it, another shelf brimmed with eclectic reads that far exceeded the offerings of any textbook. Even the digital novels he had once perused in his former existence had been transformed into tangible volumes, ranging from celebrated titles such as 30 Years in the East River and Revive, My Beloved, to an array of comics. Aaron perused the manga of One Piece, revisiting memories that had gradually faded from his mind. There exists a notion that the legendary treasure of the seas is, in fact, the manga of One Piece, which renders the comic in Aaron's hands a treasure of the ocean as well. Among the various classifications of manga, Aaron stumbled upon a peculiar tome he had never encountered before. To his astonishment, he discovered a collection of notebooks. His nightly indulgence in the realm of the pink software paradise was not in vain. Aaron gazed at the pile of notebooks before him, a sense of astonishment washing over him as he realized he had perused so many volumes. As he opened the notebooks, a myriad of female protagonists, previously forgotten in moments of impulsiveness and later recalled in a sage-like state, flooded his mind. Aaron glanced around furtively, a thought crossing his mind, as he caused the bookshelf containing notebooks and similar items to sink into the second layer, leaving only an array of ordinary books. As for these treasures, Aaron would be fortunate during his future voyages, no longer fearing the tedium of sailing. Aaron settled into the ergonomically designed chair, propelling himself effortlessly across the floor with a push of his feet against the wheels beneath him. The chair remained as comfortable as ever, allowing Aaron to relish the exhilarating sensation of driving once more. Aaron leaned closer to the computer on the table, extending his finger to casually strike the mechanical keyboard. The crisp sound of the keys clicking evoked fond memories of joyous gaming moments. He pondered with a tinge of regret whether the Black Wukong had been released yet. Aaron settled into his chair in a manner reminiscent of the eccentric Stephen Hawking, his body sprawled in a relaxed manner. He smacked his lips, tilted his head, and grasped the mouse as if possessed by a spirit, gesturing animatedly. Finally, he lowered his gaze and pressed the power button on the main unit. Alas, the screen remained unresponsive. Indeed, even the most formidable of fruits could not conjure life into the computer. The addition of the swallowing fruit merely rendered the castle of the firm fortress even more enigmatic and surreal. Having concluded his attempts with the computer, Aaron surveyed the barren room, a mischievous urge taking hold of him. He utilized the wax fruit to craft a plethora of vividly lifelike wax figures of anime heroines, strategically placing them throughout the room. Among them were the masked Miss 2B, the dark-haired Tifa, known as the Jerusalem Beauty, the socially conscious shrine Maiden Kikyo, and the broad-minded Tsunade. Naturally, all were suitable for audiences of all ages. There were indeed some risque figures, but those had been relegated to the lower floor, akin to the contents of a more adult-oriented publication. Aaron, consumed by his nefarious thoughts, audaciously transformed his room, as he cheerfully organized his personal space. Kappenbeck had just concluded a meeting. The primary purpose of this gathering was to apprehend the devilish Sheriff Lafayette, and after announcing a series of measures aimed at capturing Lafayette, Kappenbeck declared the meeting adjourned. His elite subordinates then dispersed to their respective domains. Having recently established his dominion over the underground society of the West Sea, he had yet to turn his attention to the land, opting instead to set sail and form the Flame tank pirate crew. Not venturing out to sea, they certainly did not spend the night within Kappenbeck's confines, but returned to their own territories, reconvening only when necessary. One by one, the subordinates leapt out, reverting to their true forms, and made their way to their own territories. Just as Aaron was about to slip away with the crowd, the individual who had assisted him earlier seized his arm and whispered urgently, "Aliora, what on earth is wrong with you today? If I hadn't held you back, you would have met your demise several times over. Do you truly wish for death? If it weren't for your sister's request for me to look after you, I would have long since abandoned you." Aaron gazed at the man before him, whose face was adorned with a thick beard. It turned out to be the brother-in-law of his original self, which explained the depth of his concern. Observing Aaron's dazed expression, the bearded man could not help but exhale a sigh, clearly troubled by Aaron's condition. He scrutinized Aaron from head to toe, attempting to discern a hint of familiarity in his features. Yet all he found in Aaron's eyes was a profound sense of bewilderment and confusion. "Aliora, do you comprehend what you were just doing?" the bearded man inquired, his voice imbued with genuine worry. "Your current state is quite concerning, you know." Aaron shook his head slightly, acknowledging his ignorance of the underworld. If only the mimic fruit could also bestow the memories and abilities of its users. Perhaps the awakening of the mimic fruit would grant him the power to replicate other fruits. The bearded man gazed at Aaron, his concern deepening. He understood that his brother-in-law might be in trouble. Taking a deep breath, he said to Aaron, "Let us return to the gang first, and then we shall go home to let your sister have a look." Under the bearded man's guidance, Aaron returned to the gang that belonged to him. There, he encountered a throng of subordinates clad in suits similar to the bearded man's. They referred to him as Big Brother and called Aaron, in his transformed state, Second Brother. The bearded man led Aaron into his office, allowing him to make himself comfortable while he attended to some gang affairs. As Aaron surveyed the gang's office, a subordinate suddenly knocked vigorously on the door. Upon receiving a reply, he rushed in, breathless, and exclaimed to the bearded man, "Big brother, I have discovered the whereabouts of the demon child, Nico Robin." "What?" The bearded man was taken aback, quickly inquiring, "Is that true?" Nico Robin was quite renowned in the West Sea, having been offered a substantial bounty at the tender age of 8. It could be said that the scum of the entire West Sea had their eyes fixed on this prize. Indeed, the subordinate handed the bearded man a photograph, which depicted the infamous Golden Bull pirate crew from the West Sea. The bearded man took the photo, scrutinizing it with confusion. "What do you want me to see? Where is Nico Robin?" The subordinate pointed to a pixelated area of the photograph, saying, "Big brother, look closely. Doesn't this person bear a striking resemblance to Nico Robin?" The bearded man took a magnifying glass to examine the pixelated details, and with widened eyes, he finally discerned which figure was Nico Robin. Taking a deep breath, he recognized that this discovery was nothing short of monumental. Nico Robin was the most famous pirate in the West Sea, and her mere presence implied immense wealth and opportunity. The bearded man immediately realized this was a rare opportunity and decided to act swiftly, rallying his subordinates to capture Nico Robin. He quickly organized an elite team, preparing to set out in pursuit of her. Chapter 79. The Bullshield. The bearded man embraced Aaron, saying, "Alyola, I am preparing to capture Nico Robin. You should return home to seek your sister. Once I have apprehended Nico Robin, I shall come and find you." With that, he signaled for a nearby subordinate to escort Aaron back to his home, ensuring that his wife would take care of him. Aaron rejected without a second thought. "Brother-in-law, how can I allow you to go alone? I must accompany you. It took great effort to obtain Robin's intelligence. How could I possibly abandon it so easily?" Aaron felt that his conqueror's hockey was at play. Although Robin had grown up peacefully in the original story, Aaron couldn't shake the fear that his butterfly wings might inadvertently affect her. The bearded man, witnessing Aaron's concern for Robin and his subsequent refusal of the proposal, felt a mix of irritation and relief. He remarked, "No, in your current state, how can you do anything good? You should return and let your sister take a look at you." "I must go," Aaron insisted. As the two brothers argued, one of the younger subordinates stepped forward with a suggestion. "Brothers, please do not quarrel. Organizing our gear will take considerable time. Why not return home for the evening and set out tomorrow?" The bearded man pondered the plan. He understood that capturing Nico Robin would not be an easy feat, and preparing their equipment and ship indeed required time. Thus, he decided it would be best to return home to let his wife see her brother. He instructed his subordinates to ready their belongings while he took his brother-in-law back home. Nico Robin was born in O'Hara, a renowned archaeological sanctuary in the West Sea. At the tender age of 8, she participated in a doctoral examination, achieving full marks to become an archaeologist. O'Hara was obliterated by the world government due to its research on the forbidden blank century, leaving Robin as the sole survivor. Spandam personally issued a bounty of 790 million berries on the young Robin, branding her as the Demon of O'Hara. Initially, young Robin held goodwill towards others, striving to work hard and greet everyone with a smile. However, due to her identity and the staggering bounty on her head, she was betrayed time and again. Over time, she lost faith in humanity. To survive, she learned to betray others before they could betray her, earning the moniker of the Betrayer Witch. To evade the pursuit of the Navy and the world government, Robin sought refuge in the underworld or among pirates. Although her friend Saul once assured her that the vast ocean would surely yield companions willing to protect her, she had come to harbor little hope. As long as she could survive, she would betray anyone. This time was no different. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of the world government not long ago, she was in dire need of a stronghold to recuperate. Her sights were set on the recently famed Bull pirate crew in the West Sea. Rumor had it that the captain hailed from the illustrious nation of Flower Country and had once been a member of the renowned Baroque works. For reasons unknown, he had been expelled and had since formed the Bull pirate crew with a bounty of 80 million berries on his head. Robin was somewhat familiar with the famed Baroque works from Flower Country, and she surmised that the captain must possess some degree of strength. Moreover, with a bounty of 80 million, he likely would not covet her own. Thus, seeking refuge with him seemed to carry minimal risk. Captain Yodun of the Bull pirate crew is a formidable figure, towering in stature with a mane of golden, voluminous hair and a nose adorned with a ring. He is a user of the Nyo fruit, which endows him with the powers of the bull form. Once a fierce warrior in the 8 Treasure Navy, he found himself in dire straits after a scandal involving his superior's sister-in-law, forcing him to strike out on his own. Harnessing the abilities granted by his devil fruit and the mastery of hockey learned from Qin Jiao, Nyodun has carved out a notable reputation in the West Sea. Yet, he yearns for the carefree life he once led on land. When Nico Robin approached him, eager to join, Neo Dun felt a surge of fortune smile upon him. During his tenure with the Eight Treasure Navy, he had overheard Qing Jiao mentioning Robin's bounty and the allure of the flower fruit, a national treasure of the Flower Kingdom, promising immense rewards for her capture. This information had lingered in his mind, and now, with Robin seemingly offering herself up, he saw a chance to regain the captain's favor and restore his former luxurious lifestyle. With a smile that hinted at ulterior motives, Neo Dun welcomed Robin aboard. Sensing the insincerity behind his grin, Robin sighed inwardly, lamenting her ill fate of encountering such men. Was there no kindness to be found in the West Sea? Nevertheless, she planned to bide her time before betraying him, so she responded with a smile, "I look forward to your guidance, boss." Neo Dun erupted in laughter at her flattery. The following morning, the bearded man commanded all crew members to gear up for departure. Soon, a formidable squad assembled at the gangway, their expressions solemn and eyes gleaming with determination. The bearded man led his subordinates toward their imposing ship docked at the harbor. This black pirate vessel, emblazoned with fierce flame motifs, exuded an air of ferocity and authority. Everything was prepared on board: food, weapons, ammunition, everything one could need. Standing at the bow, the bearded man gazed out at the vast ocean, a fire igniting within him. He understood that this mission would not be simple, but he was resolute, determined that Nico Robin would not escape easily. As the ship set sail, cutting through the waves toward their destination, the crew felt a mix of anxiety and excitement, fully aware of the mission's significance and the weight of their responsibilities. Throughout the voyage, the bearded man meticulously adjusted their plans and strategized for potential contingencies. After a day's journey, they arrived at a supply nation where the bull pirate crew was rumored to frequent. This is a nation allied with the world government, yet they harbor no fear. As a syndicate ruling the criminal underworld of the West Sea, they understand that only through significant achievements can they ascend the ranks. Thus, they remain entirely oblivious to the concept of fear. A vessel has anchored in a secluded bay, where a bearded man leads his subordinates ashore with utmost stealth. They meticulously survey their surroundings, ever vigilant. Chapter 80. The Kingdom of Elusia. This realm is known as the Kingdom of Elusia, a member state of the world government, ruled by King Shinruka. In the original narrative, during the World Conference held at the sacred site of Mariewa, it was first proposed that the revolutionary Dracul Mihawk might pose a threat to the world government, prompting the leaders of various nations to exercise caution, while expressing indignation at Wapple's indifferent demeanor. Elusia is one of the larger nations in the West Sea, situated strategically between the islands of Cirili and the Land of Flowers. Upon learning of Nico Robin's whereabouts, the leader of the Baroque works, known as the Green Pepper Family, a notorious group, reputedly led by the legendary pirate who once breached the icebound continent, decided to return to the fray to personally retrieve Nico Robin. For she embodies the national treasure of the Land of Flowers, the Hana Nami. This treasure had long eluded the entirety of the Flower Nation. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, the Green Pepper took with him the elite forces of the Baroque works, steering towards the Kingdom of Elusia. In the port city of Elusia, the bearded man and his crew cautiously sought information regarding Nico Robin. They were aware that the captain of the Taurus pirates, Bull Shield, might be present in this very locale, and Robin was likely nearby as well. Despite being a member state of the world government, the underground society here thrived remarkably. As a gang dominating the underbelly of the West Sea, they undoubtedly maintained a formidable branch in this region. The head of this branch happened to be a subordinate of the bearded man, which is why he had the privilege to relay critical information to him. The bearded man arrived at the branch, requesting intelligence on Nico Robin. The branch leader lit a cigarette and respectfully inquired, "Brother, are we the only ones undertaking this mission? Did you not inform the Godfather?" The bearded man replied that after receiving the news, he had immediately set his plans into motion and had yet to inform the Godfather. In his mind, he considered Nico Robin an exceptionally vital target, not solely due to her possession of the Hana Nomi abilities, but also because she was a notorious fugitive sought by the world government. Capturing her would undoubtedly elevate his standing immensely. If he were to inform the Godfather, the glory would diminish significantly. As for the question of whether he could confront them, the bearded man had not even contemplated it. In the world of organized crime, firearms render one invincible. The branch leader's lips twitched in disbelief. How could a mere gang possibly stand against an 80 million berries bounty pirate? He dispatched someone to inform the bearded man, hoping he would relay the message to the Godfather in exchange for a reward. Little did he anticipate that the bearded man would choose to act independently. For safety's sake, the division head cautiously suggested to the bearded man that it might be prudent to report to Godfather Capone Begi for the captain of the Golden Bull Pirates, Bull Shield, was indeed formidable. The bearded man waved his hand dismissively, asserting that opportunities are fleeting. They must seize the moment to inform the Godfather. What if Nico Robin escapes by the time the Godfather arrives? After all, it had been many years since anyone had successfully captured Nico Robin. The division head felt a wave of exasperation, but acknowledged that rank held sway. He had no choice but to follow the bearded man's orders. He informed the bearded man that the Golden Bull Pirates had been in the country for 2 days, seemingly waiting for someone. The latest intel revealed they were still drinking in a tavern. Upon hearing this news, the bearded man's face lit up with excitement. He declared to the division head that this was an excellent opportunity. They must act swiftly to prevent the Golden Bull Pirates from slipping away. The division head nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in the bearded man's decision. He immediately sprang into action, coordinating with the bearded man to assemble a capable team. Ready to apprehend Nico Robin, under the division head's organization, the team was swiftly prepared, merging with the bearded man's own crew, their numbers and armaments formidable. Silently, they departed the division, heading toward the tavern. Inside the tavern, the members of the Golden Bull Pirates were indulging in fine wine and cuisine, the atmosphere lively and laughter ringing out. Bull Shield was regaling Robin with tales of their recent adventures when a squad of soldiers clad in black uniforms kicked open the tavern door. Surrounding the reveling Golden Bull Pirates, an unusual tension enveloped the tavern as the crew members became alert, bracing for potential conflict. A man stepped forward, his gaze sharp, fixated on Robin. "Daughter of the devil, Nico Robin, you are indeed here. Congratulations, you are under arrest." The members of the Golden Bull Pirates immediately sensed something was amiss. These individuals were not there to drink, but to capture them. "Captain, it seems our plans have been compromised," one of the crew whispered to Bull Shield. With an impassive expression, Bull Shield nodded, signaling his men to prepare. This group was the elite soldiers of the Kingdom of Elusia. The pirates were completely unprepared, as King Shenruka of Elusia had received word of the Golden Bull Pirates landing shortly after their arrival. Moreover, the group had brought Robin to the tavern without a thought of concealment, leading the tavern owner to report to the king. As a monarch affiliated with the world government, King Shenruka was particularly concerned with the Devil's Daughter, Nico Robin, and decided to dispatch elite personnel for her capture. Hey, you uninvited guests, do not ignore me." With a furious roar, Neodun expressed his disdain for the individuals before him, not out of fear, but rather out of anger at being disregarded. He was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 80 million berries. A formidable aura emanated from Neodun, instantly imposing pressure on the soldiers. His gaze exuded authority as he coldly addressed the man and his troops. "Are you certain you wish to provoke us?" The man replied with a sneer, boldly advancing toward Neodun, and provocatively declared, "Absolutely. We are here to capture you. The Golden Bull Pirates are not to be trifled with." Neodun fixed a chilling stare upon the man, suddenly retrieving an object from his pocket and hurling it at him with force. The item swiftly transformed into a thick cloud of smoke, enveloping the man and his soldiers. "What is this?" the man exclaimed in surprise, as his vision was completely obscured by the smoke. Neodun, smirking, dashed through the fog and seized the man by his collar. "If you dare to trouble us, be prepared to be defeated," he taunted, delivering a powerful punch to the man's chest. The man groaned in agony, easily overpowered by Neodun. Witnessing this, the other soldiers lost morale and began to flee in disarray. However, the members of the Golden Bull Pirates were predominantly combat-savvy elites. They quickly regrouped and engaged the soldiers in fierce combat. The battle was tumultuous, with furniture overturned in the bar, shards of glass flying about, and blood soaking the floor. Before long, the soldiers lay defeated in pools of blood. Neodun grasped the leader of the soldiers by the head, menacingly stating, with such skill, "You dare to challenge me?" "Bah!" He spat contemptuously at the man, who was no match for Neodun, left battered and bruised. While Neodun had barely broken a sweat, he kicked the man out of the window and returned to the bar's counter to continue his conversation with Robin. Recently come of age, the stunning Robin sipped her cocktail, her lips twitching as she realized she had sold out her own information. Ever since she eavesdropped on Neodun's plot to betray her using her fruit's ability, she had been concocting her own plan to betray him first. She had relayed information to several organizations using the powers of her flower fruit, including this nation. Little did she expect that the Kingdom of Elusia, despite being a member of the world government, would have soldiers so utterly incompetent. They couldn't even handle a mere pirate crew. This was truly pathetic, yet fortunately, she had several backup plans. Just as Neodun let his guard down, the bar's door was suddenly kicked open, and a group of men clad in black suits, members of the Mafia, stormed in, armed with Chicago typewriters, targeting the Golden Bull pirates. This group was none other than the bearded band of miscreants. They had initially arrived stealthily at the bar, only to discover that the kingdom's soldiers had arrived before them, embracing the notion that when the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who benefits. The man with the beard instructed his subordinates to wait while the soldiers of the kingdom advanced, allowing them to test the might of the Golden Bull pirates. Should the kingdom's soldiers capture Nico Robin, they would seize her from their grasp. Even if the kingdom's soldiers proved inferior to the Golden Bull pirates, it was likely that the latter would be sufficiently exhausted, rendering their own conquest of the Golden Bull pirates all the more effortless. The arrival of the bearded man and his mafia associates intensified an already chaotic situation. The sound of their Chicago typewriters instantly escalated the combative atmosphere within the bar. Neo Dunn felt an immediate sense of threat. He understood that these mafia members were also there to claim Nico Robin. To his astonishment, such fortune had presented itself. The bearded man surveyed the fallen bodies of the Elusia Kingdom soldiers with a sense of grim satisfaction. He believed that the Golden Bull pirates had been sufficiently depleted, and that he could easily take Nico Robin from them. Raising his Thompson submachine gun towards the members of the Golden Bull pirates, he sneered, "Stand down if you wish to avoid death. My sole aim here is to claim Nico Robin." Aaron gazed at the Chicago typewriter in his hands, perplexed. He had not anticipated that the mafia in this world would also wield the Thompson submachine gun. After all, the majority of firearms in this realm were still flintlocks. The technological disparity in this world was indeed astonishing. The numerous islands along the Grand Line, due to the arduous nature of navigation, had not fostered cultural exchange, resulting in each island possessing its own distinct civilization. Some islands boasted advanced cultures, while others remained stagnant for millennia, preserving their primitive states. It was surprising to witness such vast discrepancies across the seas. The giants of Elbaf still fought with axes fashioned from stone. In Alabasta, transportation relied on animals. Sailing ships were the predominant means of maritime travel in most nations. The inhabitants of Amazon Lily still lived a semi-primitive existence, practicing slash-and-burn agriculture. Yet simultaneously, off the coast of Water City, there were even train-like vessels racing across the waves. The Sky Island not only mastered the technology of artificial rainfall, but could also conjure massive storms, the clones of the Vinsmoke family. The devil fruits could be produced en masse. Even cola could be harnessed as a source of energy. The lack of sufficient connections between regions meant that the people of the East Blue regarded devil fruits as mere legends, while the inhabitants of Gaia Island treated Sky Island as a joke. The dissemination and promotion of technology were exceedingly challenging, so if one piece were to unite the seas, the spread of technology should be considerably easier. Alas, it seemed the world might be destined to sink into the depths of the ocean. This was indeed a daunting reality. If that were the case, then the dragon's assertion that fishmen were inherently superior was undoubtedly true. The emergence of mafia members complicated the already tense situation. Now, Bullshield not only had to contend with the soldiers of the Elusia Kingdom, but also faced the threat posed by the mafia. However, Bullshield was unperturbed. He understood the true capabilities of the West Sea gangsters. If they were genuinely formidable, they would not be content to lurk in the shadows, creating chaos. As he surveyed the sudden appearance of these thugs, he held them in contempt and scoffed. "Do not jest. You lot are merely seeking your own demise." The bearded man was merely fearful of his unpredictable boss, Capone Beach. In other circumstances, he would never have endured such indignities. Enraged, he swung his right hand downward and shouted, "Open fire. Shoot with ferocity. Leave no one alive except Nico Robin." These mafia members were the elite among the elite. Rigorously trained, upon hearing their leader's command, they unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire. The bullets rained down like a torrential storm, a veritable hail of lead descending upon the members of the Bull Taurus pirates. Seeking death, Bullshield bellowed. In the past, he would have only looked after himself, disregarding his subordinates. But now it was different. He needed these men for his ventures at sea, having grown accustomed to relying on them. Losing them would pose a significant inconvenience. He directly utilized his devil fruit ability, transforming into a towering golden half-bull creature. Standing over 8 meters tall, this was his hybrid beast form. He leaped before his pirate crew, spreading his arms wide, using his imposing physique to shield them. The bullets struck his bovine shield, producing a resounding clanging like iron. His devil fruit inherently possessed remarkable defensive capabilities, and without even employing hockey, the bullets failed to leave a mark on him. The bull-like figure even emitted a comfortable groan, encouraging the mafia to fire more. The bearded man, momentarily taken aback, urged his comrades to shoot relentlessly, disregarding the bullets, and to empty their firearms. The bearded man and his mafia associates were astounded by the formidable defense of the bull. They had never anticipated that a pirate could so effortlessly withstand gunfire. The bearded man's expression darkened. He realized that if they could not swiftly subdue the bull, they might indeed return empty-handed today. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he bellowed, "Cease firing. Bring me the rocket launcher." The mafia members reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly retrieving the rocket launcher from their packs, aiming it at the bull. The power of the rocket launcher was immense. The bearded man believed that even the bull's defenses could not fully withstand it. Moo moo moo. The bull sensed the threat posed by the rocket launcher and let out another roar, his muscles swelling rapidly, while his upper body became enveloped in hockey. A dark armor melding with his golden skin, forming a unique bronze hue. "Fire!" commanded the bearded man, as flames erupted from the rocket launcher's muzzle, and the projectile soared toward the bull at incredible speed. Chapter 82. The Fall of the Mafia. The rocket struck the bull with tremendous force, unleashing a deafening explosion and a cloud of smoke. As the ancient saying goes, where there's smoke, there's no harm. Indeed, once the smoke cleared, the bull remained unscathed. Aside from startling others, he was unharmed. Flames spread within the bar, and the bull, in his bovine form, let out a mighty roar, exhaling a powerful gust of wind that extinguished the fire. The mafia members were sent tumbling by this force. The bull bore no signs of the explosion, gazing at the disheveled mafia members with a sneer. "A bunch of worthless fools. With such meager skills, how dare you venture out?" The bearded man stood frozen, staring incredulously at the bull, who remained completely unharmed. For countless years, he had followed Capone in numerous campaigns, and countless foes had fallen before their overwhelming firepower. Yet this pirate before him was utterly monstrous. The rocket launcher had proven ineffective against him. At this moment, a wave of fear began to erode his very core. He screamed in terror. How is this possible? How can he be completely unscathed? The other henchmen were equally astonished by the imposing figure of Nyodun, instinctively tightening their grips on their Thompson submachine guns, exclaiming, "Big brother, we must retreat at once." At that moment, the man with the beard appeared to be utterly flustered. Initially intent on capturing Robin as a bounty to reap financial rewards, he found himself devoid of any such thoughts. The captain of the Golden Bull pirate crew was simply too formidable. With his exceptional defensive capabilities, it was clear that not only a mere gang of henchmen stood no chance, but even the infamous Don Capone would struggle to overcome this Golden Bull. At this juncture, he felt no inclination to remain. Paralyzed by fear, he stood rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered. Nyodun gazed at the terrified man before him, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He reveled in witnessing the despair of others. Coldly, he proclaimed, "I am the captain of the Golden Bull pirate crew. Want to leave? Not a chance. Prepare to meet your demise." No sooner had Nyodun's words echoed than he strode purposefully towards the paralyzed, bearded man. Each step he took was steady and powerful, as if declaring his resolve and might to the mafia members. As Nyodun approached, the bearded man's dread intensified. He realized that the day's scheme had utterly collapsed. Not only had he failed to capture Nico Robin, but his very life was now under threat. Regret consumed him. Why had he not retreated at the first sign of Nyodun's strength? Why had he chosen to act independently rather than report to the Dawn? Alas, there is no remedy for regret. What has transpired cannot be undone, and his lamentations were futile. The other mafia members, too, succumbed to panic. The weapons they wielded seemed utterly ineffective against Nyodun. Their bullets and rockets held no power to harm him. At that moment, all they yearned for was to flee from this terrifying place, to escape this invincible pirate. With each step Nyodun took, the mafia members retreated, their fear spreading like a contagion. Observing this, the bearded man realized he could hesitate no longer and shouted, "Retreat! Run!" The mafia members, feeling a sense of relief, turned to flee, but soon discovered they had severely underestimated Nyodun's speed and strength. Like a ferocious beast, he swiftly closed the distance, his massive hand sweeping through the air, sending several mafia members flying. Help! Don't kill me! I don't want to die!" The screams of the fleeing mafia echoed throughout the bar, their fates seemingly sealed as they faced annihilation at the hands of this powerful pirate. Aaron feigned being struck and fell to the ground, pretending to be lifeless. With his formidable observation hockey, he sensed several powerful presences approaching, anticipating an intriguing spectacle. The bearded man, witnessing Aaron being sent flying, exclaimed, "Ollie!" His fury ignited upon seeing his younger brother harmed. "What have you done to my brother? Bring me your life." Ignoring the fact that he was no match for his opponent, Rage enveloped him as he seized the empty Chicago typewriter and hurled it towards Bull Shield with all his might. A flicker of disdain crossed Bull Shield's eyes as he cast a scornful smile at the man wielding the typewriter. In his view, this mobster was merely courting his own demise. Effortlessly dodging the man's attack, he swiftly retaliated with a powerful punch that struck the bearded man squarely in the face, sending him staggering backward, blood gushing from his mouth. "You worthless lot, do you dare resist?" Bull Shield remarked coldly, his gaze slicing through the bearded man like a blade, instilling despair within him. The bearded man collapsed to his knees, blood spilling from his lips, and in his dying breath, he turned towards Eren, uttering, "I'm sorry, Ollie. I cannot avenge you, but rest assured, I am coming to find you." Moved by such words, Bull Shield, unable to restrain himself, obliterated the bearded man's head, ensuring their reunion. Eren gazed at the headless corpse of the bearded man, whispering an apology within himself. Although the man was not virtuous, he had shown genuine kindness towards the persona Eren had assumed. Regrettably, Eren's benevolence did not extend to these criminals. All he could do was murmur an internal apology before resuming his observation of the unfolding drama. The Mafia members, upon witnessing the gruesome fate of their comrade, fell to their knees in desperate pleas for mercy. However, it was evident that Bull Shield would not grant them such a reprieve. He strode forth with determination, his fists clenched, and coldly declared, "You all must perish." At this proclamation, the Mafia members raised their empty firearms, resembling mere firewood, in a gesture of hopelessness. At that moment, Bull Shield's subordinates rose to their feet, imploring him to entrust these wretches to them, eager to handle the matter without their leader's direct intervention. Bull Shield surveyed his eager cohorts, their faces alight with excitement, clearly yearning for a chance to inflict suffering. He nodded in acquiescence, permitting them to deal with the captives. With his approval, his subordinates swiftly encircled the Mafia members, their expressions twisted with malice, devoid of any compassion. Their fists fell upon the hapless criminals like a torrential downpour, each strike infused with formidable strength, eliciting anguished cries that soon faded into an eerie silence. Eren gazed at the scene, inwardly lamenting the ruthlessness of these underlings. Neodun wiped the blood from his hands, unfazed by the corpses strewn across the floor, and continued to sit at the bar counter, urging the bartender to mix more drinks. He encouraged his subordinates to keep drinking and reveling, confident that this time, no one would disturb their merriment. Chapter 83. CP0 and the Rear Admiral transformed into a Minotaur. Neodun sat at the bar counter, heartily consuming his drink with a visage of satisfaction. His subordinates dispersed throughout the establishment, either indulging in libations or seeking amusement, and the bar once again erupted in its previous clamor and vibrancy. However, the world was not so forgiving. Just as they lowered their guard, a subtle tremor rippled through the bar. Neodun sensed the ground quaking beneath his feet. He raised his head and peered through the bar's window, catching sight of the distant clouds of dust. What was happening? Alarmed, Neodun sprang to his feet. His subordinates, too, sensed the disquiet and set down their glasses, anxiously gazing outside. "A massive vessel. We are in trouble," one of the underlings suddenly exclaimed. Neodun turned to the window, and in the distance he saw a colossal warship approaching, its cannons still emitting smoke. "Damn it, it's the Navy," Neodun growled, his heart brimming with fury. The cannons on the naval ship once more aimed at the bar, preparing to unleash fire. Neodun and his subordinates seized their weapons, ready to confront the impending threat. How dare they disregard the lives of innocent civilians? Neodun bellowed. Unbeknownst to him, the civilians had been evacuated long before the arrival of the kingdom's soldiers, leaving only their pirate crew in the vicinity, thus allowing the naval vessel to fire without hesitation. This naval warship, grand and imposing, resembled a moving fortress lying across the surface of the sea. Its hull, long and broad, was coated in a deep blue paint, merging seamlessly with the horizon to create a magnificent sight. The ship's body was encased in thick armor, gleaming with a metallic sheen, as if a colossal beast was poised for a ferocious assault. The upper deck bristled with cannons, arranged meticulously, their barrels straight and ready to unleash devastating projectiles. At the stern, a towering mast bore a massive naval flag, fluttering in the wind, symbolizing the Navy's glory and authority. The deck was densely populated with soldiers, clad in immaculate naval uniforms, exuding an air of seriousness and command. Each soldier held a weapon, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, ever prepared for battle. The authoritative voice of the commander echoed among the ranks, and the entire ship resembled a finely tuned war machine, poised to face any challenge. On the bridge, a middle-aged man in naval attire stood, his eyes closed and a smile gracing his face, yet emanating a profound aura of authority. He is a vice admiral of the Navy, known as Fire Mountain, with the flag behind him snapping in the sea breeze, merging with his imposing figure to embody the grandeur and majesty of the Navy. On the opposite side of the bridge stands a man clad in a white suit, adorned with a mysterious white mask, his gaze cold and piercing. This is Guernica, a member of the CP organization, whose presence shrouds the entire warship in an enigmatic aura, as if he carries an undeniable threat. The atmosphere aboard the warship is tense and solemn, with soldiers poised and ready, awaiting the next command. The naval vessel stands like an indomitable fortress, emanating strength and fearlessness. Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, a paragon of the Navy, has participated in the Demon Extermination mission twice, one which took place in Robin's hometown, O'Hara. He dons an orange suit, a red tie, and a white shirt, complemented by a navy cape and hat. His eyes are often closed, a smile gracing his face even during dire circumstances, puffing on a cigar as casually as one would a cigarette. His chin is adorned with a thick brown beard, exuding both power and gentleness, embodying the Navy's ideals. In stark contrast, CP0's Guernica is significantly shorter than the Vice Admiral. His face is concealed by a white mask with one eye black and the other white, a scar embellishing his right eye. He wears robotic-like ear covers and sports a light beard, topped with a white top hat and a dark scarf dotted with blue spots. Clad in a white long coat over a double-breasted white suit, he dons a dark tie and a distinguished insignia on his chest. He is a model operative within CP0, having participated in various significant events and recognized as a top-tier agent by the Elders. His recent discovery of Nico Robin prompted the Elders to dispatch him for this mission. As an elite agent of CP0 and a model of the Navy, Nico Robin finds herself inescapably ensnared. Neo Dunn feels a surge of anxiety within, recognizing that his strength may be insufficient against the Navy's formidable warship. He scans the bar, realizing that the only potential ally might be Nico Robin, who is not a combatant, and his resolve intensifies. "Brothers, we cannot remain idle," Neo Dunn shouts, his voice filled with determination. His subordinates nod in agreement. "Follow me. We will charge out together." To prevent Robin's escape, Neo Dunn fiercely warns, "Robin, stay close to me. I will protect you. Do not make any sudden moves." With that, he raises his arms and leads the charge towards the bar's entrance, his subordinates trailing closely behind. With no other choice, Robin follows Neo Dunn. However, as they step outside the bar, naval cannon fire descends upon them like a torrential downpour. Neo Dunn transforms into a beastly form, becoming a massive golden bull, sweeping the cannonballs aside with his tail. The formidable bull shield showcased his immense combat prowess, his physique resembling an impregnable fortress, no matter how ferocious the naval artillery was. His powerful tail swatted away the cannonballs, rendering them ineffectual against his colossal frame. However, the might of the Navy's flagship was undeniable, and as the relentless barrage continued, Bull Shield and his comrades began to feel the mounting pressure. Despite their valiant spirit, they were continually struck, and one by one, they fell. Watching his companions vanish around him, Bull Shield's heart swelled with indignation and despair. Although the Zoan-type devil fruit he consumed granted him unparalleled offensive and defensive capabilities, it lacked range attack methods. "I refuse to be defeated," Bull Shield bellowed, summoning every ounce of strength to deflect the cannonball back towards its origin. The sailors aboard the ship felt no fear at the sight of the rebounding projectile, for they knew their esteemed Vice Admiral Fire Mountain would surely intervene. Indeed, as the cannonball hurtled back, Vice Admiral Fire Mountain drew his katana, ready to sever it mid-flight. Yet beside him, CP0's Guernica raised a hand to halt Fire Mountain's action. With a perplexed smile gracing Fire Mountain's face, Guernica buzzed, "Allow me this opportunity." He then leaped into the air, his leg muscles contracting and expanding rapidly to generate kinetic energy before unleashing a swift kick that transcended the speed of sound, compressing the air in front of his leg and creating a razor-sharp, slicing wave. Chapter 84. The might of CP0. The crescent-shaped wave of blue light instantly cleaved the rebounding cannonball into countless fragments, scattering debris in every direction. Simultaneously, Guernica's form vanished from sight, reappearing beneath the next incoming cannonball, his hands enveloped in armament hockey, catching it midair. With a flick towards Bull Shield, he sent the projectile hurtling back with even greater force. One after another, these cannonballs descended like meteors, detonating with thunderous explosions upon impact with the ground. The shockwaves rippled outward, toppling surrounding structures and sending debris and dust flying. As the dust settled, Bull Shield shielded his comrades with his broad frame. Absorbing the brunt of the artillery's assault, and sparing the pirate crew from grievous losses. Jernica, eyeing Nico Robin behind Bull Shield, addressed Vice Admiral Firemountain, "Sir, let us take matters into our own hands. I shall capture Nico Robin while you deal with the bull." His impatience was palpable, nodding while puffing on a cigarette. Vice Admiral Firemountain replied, "Moonwalk." Jernica then sprang from the bow of the ship, utilizing his powerful legs to tread upon the air, defying gravity as he ascended like one would on a staircase, eventually landing directly among the Golden Bull pirates. In the midst of the fiery mountain, the Major chuckled and shook his head, subsequently employing the moonwalk to follow suit. The members of the Golden Bull pirates gazed in astonishment as Jernica found himself encircled among them. Did he not fear their numbers? Jernica, indeed, felt no fear. Even behind his mask, the pirates could discern the disdain in his gaze. As the crew raised their weapons, shouting ferociously, they advanced towards Jernica. With a swift motion, he unleashed a formidable technique, supporting himself on one hand while spinning at high speed, executing a full-circle raging foot attack. This move, previously wielded by Kaku, had the potency to cleave the judicial tower in half, let alone the esteemed CP0. The circular wave of slashing energy radiated outward with immense force, effortlessly bisecting the advancing pirates. Realizing the dire situation, Bull Shield managed to shield Robin behind him, bracing himself against the impending assault. Yet, even a warrior of Bull Shield's caliber felt the tremendous pressure of Jernica's raging foot. The overwhelming force crashed upon him like a tempest, rendering him nearly defenseless. The impact of the slashing wave struck his body, propelling him violently to the ground. Bull Shield felt his insides jolted, struggling to breathe amid the agony. The surrounding members of the Golden Bull pirates met a similar fate, paralyzed by the sheer might of the raging foot, unable to mount an effective defense. Their bodies were cleaved in two, blood spraying forth amid their anguished cries. The residual shockwave continued to expand, severing nearby structures that gradually tumbled to the ground with a thunderous roar. Standing amidst the chaos, Jernica surveyed the scene with a cold, indifferent gaze, looking down upon Bull Shield and his crew. His movements were graceful and practiced, exuding absolute confidence and power with this display. Following closely behind, the Major left a trail of footprints with his moonwalk, relieved to have delayed his departure, lest he be ensnared in this enigmatic area of effect. Struggling to rise, Bull Shield's eyes scanned the carnage around him, taking in the sight of his fallen comrades in pools of blood and the pale-faced Robin, his heart swelling with fury. Drawing a deep breath, he felt his wounds begin to mend, a testament to the strength granted by his Zoan-type devil fruit. "Do not underestimate me," Bull Shield bellowed, the unique willpower of the pirate world amplifying his strength at that moment. Jernica's indifferent gaze sharpened slightly, sensing the shift in Bull Shield's demeanor. He understood that the forthcoming battle would not be as effortless. Yet, a contemptuous smile crossed his face, for he was aware that no matter Bull Shield's resistance, ultimate victory would belong to him. "Let us see if you are worthy of being my adversary." Jernica's voice was chilling and resolute as he prepared to unleash his true power to conclude this confrontation. Although Jernica harbors a sense of disdain for pirates, he remains vigilant in the face of a genuine adversary. With a thunderous roar, Bull Shield stamped his hooves upon the ground, causing it to fracture and fissure beneath him, as if the earth itself sought to devour Jernica. Shave, rapid as lightning, Jernica's form darted through the air like a bolt, his speed so extraordinary that it defied the naked eye. He charged directly towards Bull Shield, intent on delivering his most formidable strike to conclude the battle. Arm finger gun. Jernica concentrated all his strength into his index finger, which he hardened with his haki, thrusting it towards Bull Shield's neck with blinding speed. Sensing the impending attack, Bull Shield's expression turned grave. He recognized that this blow would be Jernica's utmost effort, and he must respond with equal fervor. Arm body. A deep, obsidian aura enveloped his golden skin, manifesting as a resplendent bronze armor. As Jernica's fingers struck Bull Shield's neck, a tremendous collision resounded through the air. A brilliant flash erupted, tearing through the surrounding atmosphere with tremendous force. The shockwave radiated outward, demolishing nearby structures and rending the ground asunder. The silhouettes of Bull Shield and Jernica flickered in and out of visibility amid the brilliance. As the light gradually faded, both figures re-emerged before the eyes of the onlookers. Although Jernica's finger had penetrated Bull Shield's neck, the wound was superficial and inflicted little harm. Despite the potency of Jernica's attack, Bull Shield's defense proved formidable. Jernica's might was thwarted, unable to vanquish his opponent in one fell swoop. Brutal charge. Bull Shield rammed into Jernica with his horns, sending him flying while he stood firm. exhaling deeply to mend his wounds. Thanks to the extraordinary regenerative properties of his Zoan-type fruit, Bull Shield's injury healed rapidly. "You are indeed stronger than I anticipated," Jernica remarked, a hint of astonishment lacing his voice, for he had not expected such prowess from a mere pirate of the West Sea. Though weary, Bull Shield's gaze burned with fury. "Your strength is formidable, yet I shall not yield so easily." "Oh, is that so?" Bull Shield retorted as he observed Major Fireburn descending from the sky. "Regrettably, your opponent is no longer me." Jernica addressed Major Fireburn. "This fellow is now yours." With that, he surged towards Nico Robin. Chapter 85. What it means to be an elite major. Tactical retreat. As Major Fireburn descended, he glanced at the injured form of Bull Shield, feeling a twinge of guilt. Nevertheless, motivated by his sense of justice, he resolved to take action. However, out of courtesy, he prefaced his advance with, "I apologize. It is against my principles to strike a wounded opponent. Might I request your surrender?" Neo Dun felt deeply insulted and retorted with fury, "Stop dreaming, Navy. Come on. If you dare, kill me." His only concern now was Robin, for she was his gateway to a life of ease in the land of flowers. However, he had no time to dwell on Robin, as the enemy had already launched their assault. Admiral Hiwashishin swiftly ascended into the air, his body rolling in rhythm with the moonwalk technique. With a keen gaze fixed upon Neo Dun, he wielded his katana enveloped in haki, unleashing a searing blaze. He struck fiercely at Neo Dun, the flaming blade slicing through the night sky, aimed directly at his figure. Indeed, the Marimara no Mi was not to be underestimated. Even a moderately skilled adversary could wield such fiery powers. Neo Dun transformed into a more combat-efficient half-beast form, darting forward with his horns cloaked in haki, intercepting Hiwashishin's attack. Sparks flew as the Admiral's strike was forcefully repelled. "Not bad at all," Hiwashishin exclaimed, his form vanishing in an instant, reappearing behind Neo Dun. With his long sword raised, he swung mercilessly at the back of Neo Dun's head. In a swift motion, Neo Dun spun his body sharply, evading the attack while countering with his tail. Harnessing the centrifugal force from his rotation, his haki-imbued tail whipped through the air, forcing Hiwashishin to sidestep. Yet the tail grazed his body, leaving a trail of blood. Momentarily stunned from his injury, Hiwashishin provided Neo Dun with an opportunity. Earth Shatter. Neo Dun seized the moment, slamming his fists into the ground and propelling Hiwashishin skyward. Brutal charge. Neo Dun crashed his massive horns into Hiwashishin's form. The Admiral, sensing the impending impact through his observation haki, could not react in time and resorted to using an iron block to absorb the blow. Hiwashishin felt the tremendous force of the collision and was violently hurled away, soaring hundreds of meters before crashing into numerous buildings, only coming to a halt thereafter. Admiral. A throng of naval soldiers disembarked from their ships, their faces etched with horror at seeing their commander sent flying. Hiwashishin, employing the moonwalk, approached rapidly from afar and landed before his men, declaring, "I am unharmed. Do not worry." Although he was momentarily caught off guard and appeared somewhat disheveled, it did not significantly harm him. However, it did affect his image before the soldiers. His expression turned serious as he regarded Neo Dun. Having witnessed Neo Dun's earlier confrontation with CP, he recognized that this was no ordinary foe. He had not anticipated such formidable strength from Neo Dun and understood that he could not afford to underestimate him. He needed to exert his full power. Taking a deep breath, Hiwashishin summoned all his inner strength, preparing for the next round of combat against Neo Dun. He realized that to truly defeat this seasoned Zoan-type pirate, mere flames would not suffice. He must employ all his combat skills and intellect. Bull Shield, your might surpasses my expectations, yet ultimately, justice shall prevail, declared Rear Admiral Fire Mountain, his voice resonating with confidence. The imposing half-orc figure of Bull Shield exuded an overwhelming presence. With a cold chuckle, he retorted, "Navy, spare me your platitudes. Your concept of justice is utterly worthless in my eyes. As long as I draw breath, I shall never yield to you." The tension between them intensified, the surrounding atmosphere taut with anticipation. With a sudden movement, Rear Admiral Fire Mountain utilized the Navy's 6 styles, evading Bull Shield's line of sight and appearing at his flank. His katana sliced through the air with remarkable speed, generating a flurry of glimmering blade arcs that assailed Bull Shield with ferocity. Countless sword shadows imbued with armed haki surged towards Bull Shield. A flicker of astonishment crossed Bull Shield's eyes. He had not anticipated that Fire Mountain could maintain such formidable combat efficacy, even after sustaining injuries. He vigorously swung his tail, stirring up a cloud of dust to obscure Fire Mountain's vision while simultaneously bracing against the onslaught with his horns and arms. Each collision resonated with a sonorous clang. Sparks flew as the clash persisted, both combatants beginning to feel the strain. Although Fire Mountain's attacks were fierce, they seemed incapable of inflicting genuine harm upon Bull Shield. Conversely, while Bull Shield's defense and strength were astonishing, his movements had begun to slow, a clear indication that the prior battle had taken its toll on him. However, with the abilities conferred by the Bull fruit, defeating him would not be a trivial endeavor for Fire Mountain, unless his power vastly exceeded that of his opponent. Dealing with a Zoan-type Devil Fruit user would invariably require a considerable investment of time. Suddenly, Fire Mountain altered his strategy, halting his relentless assault and instead commencing a rapid circumnavigation of Bull Shield, seeking to discern his vulnerabilities. Bull Shield, sensing Fire Mountain's unusual behavior, began to grow anxious. As anticipated, Fire Mountain's keen observation led his gaze to fixate tightly upon Bull Shield's neck. The previous CP0 attack had evidently taken effect. Bull Shield had yet to fully recover. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, aiming 10 lethal strikes at the vulnerable openings of Bull Shield's neck. Bull Shield attempted to parry with haki, but the strike was too abrupt, and his injuries from the earlier skirmish lingered, impairing his recovery. Fire Mountain's haki-imbued black blade slashed across Bull Shield's wounded neck. With a furious roar, Bull Shield felt the impact shatter his defenses, the blade biting into his wound. He swung his tail with force, sending Rear Admiral Fire Mountain tumbling away. However, respite was fleeting as Fire Mountain swiftly returned to confront him. Recognizing the effectiveness of his strategy upon observing Bull Shield's profusely bleeding injury, as Fire Mountain charged at him once more, Bull Shield realized he could not continue in this manner. He needed an opportunity, a chance to fundamentally alter the course of this battle. At that moment, he spotted a figure in the distance. It was Robin. "Navy, aren't you after Robin? She's right there. Go seize her," shouted Bull Shield, attempting to divert the attention of Admiral Fire Mountain. Indeed, the Admiral's gaze was drawn to Robin, yet he remained undeterred, declaring, "The demon child, Nico Robin, will be captured. My sole target is you." With that, he pressed forward, launching a fierce assault on Bull Shield's wounds. The battle raged on with intensity, both sides demonstrating remarkable combat prowess and unwavering determination. However, as the conflict wore on, Bull Shield began to feel overwhelmed. He realized that if this continued, he might very well fall to this marine. Chapter 86. Robin. It was evident that their battle would consume considerable time. Yet CP0's Jernica had been pursuing Robin for quite a while. When CP0 made its approach, Robin hastily fled, knowing her temporary captain was no match for them, let alone herself. However, it seemed she had miscalculated. She had not anticipated the formidable strength of the individuals dispatched by the world government, and she feared her situation was dire. Nevertheless, Robin ran with all her might. As long as there was the slightest glimmer of hope, she would not relinquish her will to survive. Jernica employed the moonwalk technique, stepping gracefully through the air, relentlessly tailing Robin while intermittently unleashing cutting waves with his gale foot to assault her. Robin was sprinting on the ground, her expression grave as she observed the onslaught of cutting waves approaching. 5-petal flower. Beneath the town's tallest structure, 5 interconnected arms sprouted, and Robin seized them, swinging herself like Spider-Man to evade the gale foot's assault. In midair, she freed one hand to strike at Jernica. 2-petal flower. Mastery. Robin's paramecia type, flower fruit, enables any part of her body to sprout from any tangible object within her line of sight, allowing for attacks or other uses. This fruit's ability offers boundless applications for an adult, evoking memories for Aaron of the peculiar, somewhat indecent books he borrowed from the town's library in his youth, one of which featured a race capable of manifesting organs at will. The capabilities of the flower fruit surpassed even that race's. Moreover, the flower fruit proved exceptionally effective for ambushes. Arms sprouted from Jernica's lower body, seizing him with a fierce grip, vowing to crush him with relentless force. Robin typically refrained from employing such a tactic, as it was far too vulgar, unbefitting of her identity as a charming maiden. However, in the face of imminent peril, she could afford no hesitation. A mocking smile emerged from beneath Jernica's mask. Iron block, thorny steel egg. Robin felt as though she were grasping a steel plate, which was, to her surprise, adorned with iron spikes. Unprepared for such a revelation, Robin's manifested arms were pierced by the unexpected thorns. The flaw of the Hana Nami lies in the fact that the limbs or body parts it creates are intrinsically linked to the senses of its user. When a part fashioned from the Hana Nomi sustains injury, the user experiences the same pain. In a moment of agony, Robin's palm became a gruesome sight. Blood and flesh mangled beyond recognition. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, her powers spiraled out of control. Her body spiraled through the air like a rogue stone, crashing down with tremendous force. Her visage contorted in anguish, her eyes wide with terror, her mouth agape in a silent scream. She struck the ground with a force that left a deep crater in her wake. Her arms and legs twisted at unnatural angles, skin scraped raw against the earth, blood staining her garments of vivid crimson. Her face bore the marks of her suffering, blood trickling from her nostrils and mouth, further soiling her collar. Robin's appearance was utterly harrowing, rendering her nearly unrecognizable. Pale and gritting her teeth, Robin summoned every ounce of strength to rise again, determined to continue her flight. She refused to relinquish hope for survival. It seemed her adversary was well prepared, rendering her abilities utterly ineffective against him. As she fled, thoughts of strategy raced through her mind. The CP0 agent's strength was far beyond her expectations, and a flicker of despair began to take root in her heart. Yet, she would not concede. She understood that escape was her sole option. As long as she drew breath, there remained a glimmer of hope to alter her fate. Jernica remained indifferent to Robin's plight, pursuing her with the relentless patience of a hunter savoring the despair of its prey. Her breaths grew frantic. Though her body writhed in pain, her spirit remained resolute. She knew that halting would equate to her demise. Her gaze remained fixed on the road ahead, each step becoming increasingly arduous. Her arms, legs, and even her spirit had been severely battered, yet she gritted her teeth, persisting with unwavering determination. Stealing a glance behind, she noticed Jernika's form looming ever larger in her field of vision, his stride steady and assured. It seemed he had already sealed her fate, taking his time, as if relishing the game of cat and mouse. Strategies flitted through Robin's mind, each one an attempt to devise a means to conquer Jernica. Alas, the disparity in their strengths rendered her efforts futile. Her pace began to falter, her body growing weaker, until, in a cruel twist of fate, she stumbled and fell to the ground. No amount of struggle seemed capable of lifting her from this defeat. Jernica approached her, mocking her. "Run? Why have you stopped?" He surveyed her bloodied hands, reveling in the effectiveness of his preparations. Having learned of Robin's powers, Jernica had anticipated her every move. To fortify himself against her abilities, he had donned multiple layers of steel plates, and even transformed his very essence into something as unyielding as steel. His body had become a fortress, impervious to harm, capable of rebounding injuries as though he were an indomitable steel cactus. He triumphantly explained to Robin, who was gasping for breath and felt a sense of despair. Yet, fueled by her last vestiges of will, she rose to her feet, determined to face death standing. As if weary of the game, Guernica launched an assault on the severely wounded Robin. Her mind was a blank, and death loomed so perilously close. In that fleeting moment, a series of vivid memories flashed before her eyes. In her childhood, her aunt had not treated her kindly. She often went hungry and cold, subjected to the whims of others, living under the roof of relatives and neighbors who looked down upon her, seen as a monster by the local children. Yet she had persevered, learning archaeology alongside the accepting Dr. Kroba and the scholars of O'Hara, achieving perfect scores to become an archaeologist. After finally gaining admission to a doctoral program in history, she had yet to embark on her research with Dr. Kroba and the others when her hometown was reduced to flames by the Navy's demon-slaying decree. She had made her first giant friend, who taught her the joy of laughter. She thought she would finally reunite with her mother, only to face yet another farewell. Salo had died protecting her. Now, she stood as the last of O'Hara, and was the final flicker of hope about to be extinguished. "I am sorry, Doctor, Mother, for letting you down." Salo had told her that the ocean was vast, and one day she would encounter companions willing to protect her. But alas, she whispered an apology, for she was about to die, seemingly without finding those who would safeguard her. As her memories rushed by, Robin gradually found her calm, extending her arms and smiling serenely as she embraced her impending death. Aaron had been observing Robin with his observation hockey, ever ready to take action. At this moment, the time had come. The curtain rose. Chapter 87. The rescue of soldier Robin. Robin calmly extended her arms, closed her eyes, and smiled serenely, preparing to embrace her demise. However, after a lengthy pause, her legs gave way, leaving her unable to stand, and she fell. Yet even as she tumbled, she felt no attack upon her. It was as if she had passed through a mystical membrane, experiencing an extraordinary sensation. When she fell to the ground, it was not on the hard earth. but rather upon something incredibly soft. "Miss Robin, wake up." A gentle voice suddenly roused her, pulling her back to reality. Struggling to open her eyes, she was astonished to find herself in an unfamiliar place, unsure of how she had arrived there. Was she safe? With a skeptical gaze, Robin surveyed her surroundings. It was an expansive room, yet the DCOR was quite ordinary, reminiscent of a typical apartment. The floor was covered in a plush carpet, which explained why her fall had caused no pain. The walls, devoid of any decorations, were surrounded by an array of lifelike wax figures of beautiful young women. Robin was taken aback by the variety of figures. Some wore on masks, others held fans while dressed provocatively, some had long black hair adorned with boxing gloves, and others exhibited eerie white eyes with bulging veins. The sheer diversity of these stunning figures left Robin dumbfounded. Most notably, she spotted her own wax figure among them. It was one of 3 figures displayed separately. One featured a girl with brown eyes and striking orange hair, gracefully resting her hands on her head, exuding an alluring pose. The middle figure was her own wax representation, appearing quite normal. Clad in a white shirt and a black long-sleeved suit, complemented by a professional skirt. Her long black hair was styled in a ponytail, with bangs cascading over her forehead, accentuating her youthful and spirited demeanor. Another figure, crouched and casting a sidelong glance, turned out to be Boa Hancock, renowned as the world's most beautiful woman, who had crafted these wax figures. Was the artist suggesting that she belonged to the same echelon of beauty as Boa Hancock? The thought made Robin's cheeks flush with embarrassment. As she maneuvered past the multitude of stunning wax figures, her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of a sailing ship. This vessel appeared to be an ironclad warship. How had such a ship found its way into this room? With a sense of profound curiosity, Robin examined the ship closely and discerned that it was originally a regular sailing vessel, transformed through meticulous modification into a ship encased in alloy armor. Beyond the ship, a row of towering bookshelves came into view, laden with a myriad of books. To her excitement, she recognized some of the titles, written in the block characters of the Flower Country. Robin felt a surge of exhilaration. She had always harbored a profound love for literature, and upon encountering such a plethora of books, an innate joy surged within her. Were it not for the unfamiliar surroundings, she would have undoubtedly been consumed by an eagerness to delve into her research with uncontainable excitement. Suppressing her exhilaration, Robin's gaze descended further, ultimately discovering a sofa nestled beneath the bookshelf, accompanied by a coffee table positioned before it. Upon the sofa sat a young man alongside 2 manatees. Robin scrutinized the young man intently. He was strikingly youthful, with a head of short black hair. His facial features were sharply defined, and his visage was well-proportioned. His eyebrows were elegantly arched and elongated, subtly uplifted, framing a pair of bright, spirited phoenix eyes. His gaze emanated a blend of determination and confidence, exuding a sense of maturity that belied his youth. The corners of his mouth were gently upturned, adorned with a natural, warm smile that radiated kindness. He possessed a tall and well-proportioned physique, exuding an aura of grace and poise. Not only did the young man boast handsome features, but he also possessed an enchanting charm that irresistibly captivated Robin. Yet, she felt an inexplicable familiarity about him. Suddenly, the realization of his identity struck her, and she exclaimed in astonishment, You are the Annihilator, Arenal. You are the one who saved me." Aaron gently nodded, somewhat puzzled by Robin's delayed response. However, upon glancing at her, he found it in his heart to forgive. His gaze fell upon her long, elegantly toned legs, encased in a professional skirt that gracefully accentuated alluring curves from just above her knees to her hips. Higher up, a waist so slender it could be encircled by a single hand, complemented by her statuesque figure. The white blouse paired with a black tailor blazer lent an air of competence and poise to her sensuous form. 2 buttons at the collar remained unfastened, subtly revealing her delicate collarbone. This was her original attire, yet now Robin appeared rather disheveled, with various glimpses of allure on display, captivating Aaron entirely. The combination of her injured, delicate demeanor with her striking beauty created a uniquely enchanting allure. A flicker of astonishment danced in Aaron's eyes, yet he swiftly masked it. He approached Robin, crouching beside her, and gently inquired, "Are you all right?" His voice was tender and resonant, evoking a sense of comfort. Robin shook her head. Her complexion remained somewhat pale, but she had regained a semblance of vitality. "Are you truly unscathed?" Aaron inquired once more, his voice imbued with concern and apprehension. Robin shook her head again. She had regained some strength and was able to stand. Gazing at Aaron before her, her heart overflowed with gratitude. Thank you for saving me, Robin uttered, her voice faint yet brimming with appreciation. Aaron smiled gently as he extended his hand to assist Robin. His hands were broad and warm, instilling a profound sense of comfort in Robin. Aaron kindly administered a dose of healing hormones into Robin's body. However, Robin, in a state of terror, pushed Aaron away and fell to the ground, demanding with a fierce voice, "What have you injected into me? What are your intentions?" Robin clasped their arms tightly around their body, trembling uncontrollably, consumed by fear and uncertainty about what the annihilator Aaron intended to do. Aaron hastily raised his hands and performed a French salute, bowing slightly as he softly reassured, "I apologize. Iarbo no intentions. I merely observed your grave injuries and wished to offer my assistance in healing you. I did not anticipate that this would instill such fear within you. Forgive me." Aaron continued to argue. "If I had intended to do anything to you, I would have done so when you were gravely injured, not wait until now." A warm sensation coursed through Robin, gentle as the sun. The bleeding from her wounds ceased, and her injuries began to heal rapidly. It appeared that Aaron spoke the truth. He genuinely wished to tend to her. Indeed, if the annihilator had harbored any malicious intent, a healthy version of herself would have been powerless to resist. Robin clenched her teeth in embarrassment. "I'm sorry. I did not realize you sought to heal me. I mistakenly believed you meant to harm me. I apologize." With great effort, she stood and bowed deeply to Aaron. However, Robin was entirely unaware of her current state of attire. The two prominent, droplet-shaped peaks stood boldly before Aaron, leaving him utterly speechless. Chapter 88. Robin and the Kung Fu Manatee. Robin exclaimed, her face turning crimson as she collapsed to the ground, her hands hastily covering her exposed form. She had only just come of age, not yet the seasoned individual who would later distribute benefits indiscriminately in the land of Wano. Though she had faced many experiences, this was the first time she encountered such a situation. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she covered her body, utterly flustered. Aaron swiftly turned his head away, avoiding Robin's gaze, yet the image of her voluptuous form lingered vividly in his mind. Even with his back turned, he could still sense the alluring aura emanating from her. Striving to regain control over his emotions, he retrieved a blanket from the system space and gently draped it over Robin's flushed face. Rising to his feet, he spoke softly to her. "Please take a moment to compose yourself. I shall step outside to attend to some matters." Aaron gestured towards the bathroom within the room and said, "There's a restroom here where you can freshen up. If this does not suit your preference, there's also a restroom on the ship. Should you require anything, simply inform the manatee." Aaron gestured for the two manatees to approach and informed Robin that she could directly communicate her needs to them. He was stepping outside to deal with a masked individual. After acquiring the sturdy city fruit, Mary would no longer need to enter the small dark room of the system space. Aaron had long since taken Mary and the two manatees into the castle's realm. As Aaron transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and vanished from the sofa, Robin felt a sense of wonder. However, his disappearance indeed allowed her group to regain their composure. She rubbed her face to refresh her spirits. A gentle warmth coursed through her body, and she sensed her injuries healing rapidly. Gazing at the spot where Aaron had vanished, curiosity filled her heart, accompanied by a tinge of embarrassment. Her earlier misunderstanding of Aaron's goodwill was truly unwarranted. Yet, she could hardly blame herself, for it was Aaron's sudden actions that had led to her misinterpretation. With Aaron gone, she resolved to express her gratitude later. As her physical condition improved swiftly, the muck on her body became increasingly uncomfortable. She longed for a bath to cleanse herself and change into fresh attire. The two manatees, adorned with turtle shells, frolicked before Robin, gesturing animatedly as if inquiring how they could assist her. Watching these enchanting creatures, her heart melted. She had always harbored a fondness for animals. During her days of wandering, she had once cared for a dog, though it had sadly passed away. Robin had lived a life of upheaval and uncertainty, leaving her little time or energy for pets, and she had set aside that passion. Now, encountering such delightful and wondrous beings, her tense demeanor began to relax. She embraced one manatee and gently caressed its head, feeling profoundly healed in their presence. The two manatees, basking in her affection, closed their eyes in bliss, reveling in her touch. It had always been thus. Any animal that Robin caressed would become gentle. Were she in the digital monster realm, she might well become a chosen child. In the Pokemon world, she could potentially ascend to the rank of a champion. In the beast mastery realm, even the most esteemed beast tamers would yield to her. Compared to the so-called villainous mastermind breed of the Sea Beast Pirate Group, Robin possessed an innate ability to command beasts that surpassed his mere pet fruit. She tightly embraced the two manatees, indulging in their company for a while until her heart calmed completely, subsequently blossoming with joy. Observing the two adorable, content creatures, Robin realized she had utterly won their affection and wondered what expression Eren, the Annihilator, would wear upon discovering his pets had betrayed him. Lost in her thoughts, she chuckled softly, her spontaneous smile akin to the sunlight of spring, warm and radiant, illuminating her surroundings. The corners of her mouth lifted gently, exuding a charming elegance and approachability. This smile seemed to possess an enchanting quality, capable of melting hearts in an instant, ensnaring souls in its delightful embrace. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, curving into a delightful smile that seemed to narrate her joy and tenderness. Yet, no one around witnessed such a radiant expression, save for two manatees. Utterly enchanted by Robin's grin, captivated by her smile as if under a spell, the manatees stood motionless, basking in the warmth and affection emanating from this human. Their eyes shimmered with satisfaction and bliss. Robin soon became aware of her uncharacteristic display, realizing the unfamiliarity of her surroundings. She quickly composed herself, gently patting her cheeks. She affectionately stroked the heads of the two manatees, expressing her desire for a bath. Understanding her intention, the manatees joyfully led Robin to the ship's restroom. Compared to the castle within the sturdy fruit, they preferred the daily companionship of Mary, with whom they had grown intimately acquainted, especially after the birth of the ship's spirit. Robin followed the manatees aboard the Mary, observing her surroundings with keen interest. The vessel was modest in size, adorned at the bow with a goat wrapped in a special alloy, indicative of the owner's tender care. As Robin walked on the deck, she noted that it was entirely constructed from this unique alloy, suggesting that the ship's exterior was similarly encased. Ascending the staircase with the manatees, they entered a room furnished with a refrigerator, a wine cabinet, and a steering wheel, hinting that meetings, casual conversations, and dining primarily occurred here. Traversing this space, they reached a storage area, which was intended for barrels of wine, water containers, food, and treasures, yet appeared rather empty. The manatees rummaged through the storage and retrieved clean towels for Robin. After passing through the storage, they finally arrived at the bathroom. Although not spacious, it was well equipped with a toilet, bathtub, and other amenities. Robin turned on the faucet, and a steady stream of warm water flowed forth, enveloping her in comfort. Taking a deep breath, she prepared for her bath. She shed her tattered clothing and stepped slowly into the warmth, lathering herself with the shampoo placed nearby, washing away the grime and fatigue of her journey. Once cleansed, she eased herself into the bathtub, relishing the soothing warmth. As she luxuriated in the hot water, Robin closed her eyes in sheer comfort, nearly succumbing to slumber were it not for her injuries. Her thoughts drifted to Eren's unexpected appearance. His actions puzzled and intrigued her. Why had he saved her? Was it merely for the bounty? Yet, for the sake of a reward, he would not have shown such care. Did he wish to recruit her as a companion? Contemplating Eren's handsome visage and the extraordinary effect of his heroic deed, Robin instinctively covered her blushing face, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her at the thought of being so vulnerable before him. However, she was aware that Eren was likely a good man, and his presence could potentially alter her fate. Chapter 89, Kankapembeki. Robin lay in the bathtub, gently caressing her own body, her spirits considerably lifted. It had been a long time since she had indulged in such a bath. Previously, she had lived a life marked by turmoil and anxiety, where mere survival was a struggle, rendering bathing a luxury. Even after joining the pirate crew, most of the members were men. It was a rare feat to find one who upheld basic hygiene. The long-awaited hot shower brought Robin immense comfort. Once she finished bathing, she emerged from the tub, dried herself, and wrapped a towel around her. Upon opening the door, she discovered neatly arranged clothing at her doorstep, evidently prepared by the two manatees. It was a set of white naval commander attire, discovered by the two manatees in the captain's quarters. These garments were crafted by Eren, modeled after the attire of Commander Bylan, and were replicated by a tailor at great expense during a rainstorm. Numerous styles had been produced, but she had never found the time to wear them, leaving them to accumulate in the captain's quarters. The ship lacked suitable women's clothing for Robin, prompting the manatees to graciously retrieve an outfit from the wall for her. Standing at 188 centimeters, Robin was not far off from Eren's height of 198 centimeters. Moreover, her long legs suited the attire remarkably well. Once adorned in this outfit, Robin appeared even more gallant. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, she felt a surge of hope. Although she remained a wanted fugitive, she now harbored new aspirations. As she touched the accompanying hat, adjusted her clothing, and tidied her hair, A confident smile emerged on her lips. Dressed in her new attire, Robin transformed back into the captivating woman she once was. Her figure was striking, imbued with grace. Coupled with her enchanting aura, she evoked a sense of allure that was hard to resist. Emerging from the bathroom, she found the two manatees waiting eagerly at the doorway, their eyes sparkling with delight. Robin gently stroked their heads, her heart swelling with warmth. She understood that she was no longer alone. With this thought, a smile flickered at the corners of her eyes. The two manatees, upon seeing Robin, joyfully bounced around her. Robin, elated, continued to pet their heads. The clever manatees, sensing her needs, led her back to the castle, guiding her to the very spot where Aaron had just been seated. Once seated, Robin noticed a window across from her, offering a view of the unfolding scene outside. No wonder Aaron had chosen to sit here with the manatees, now comfortably ensconced on the soft sofa. She scarcely noticed its plushness, for the sight through the window captivated her attention. She beheld the chaos of battle. Robin felt a surge of anxiety, having clashed with Guernica before. She was acutely aware of the masked man's formidable strength. Would Aaron prove to be a worthy adversary? At that moment, the two manatees approached, each balancing a large platter. One was brimming with assorted breads, while the other was piled high with succulent meat steaks. Two manatees placed food upon the table before Robin, urging her to partake and replenish her strength. Having recently emerged from battle, her wounds were healing rapidly. Yet she had expended a considerable amount of energy and was indeed quite famished. Nevertheless, she pointed towards Guernica and inquired of the manatees, "Are you not concerned for your captain? That masked individual is formidable." AFO and Fizz quickly shook their heads, fully aware of their master's prowess. They harbored no worries for his safety. Rather, it was the masked man who should be apprehensive. They gestured towards the ground with a thumbs up, then directed their thumbs downward towards the masked figure, implying that he was merely a novice, unfazed by concerns for their master's well-being. One held out a loaf of bread, while the other presented a meat stick, signaling Robin to eat without delay. Understanding their intent, Robin complied and accepted the food. AFO and Fizz exchanged satisfied smiles as they observed her take the sustenance, then eagerly indulged in the meal before them. Just as Robin began to eat, her mind remained preoccupied, casting anxious glances out the window. In a moment reminiscent of a fateful encounter, just as Guernica's assault was poised to descend upon Robin, a figure suddenly appeared between them. Aaron transformed into Capnabeki, suddenly appearing beside Guernica, and with a swift kick, he sent him flying. He then opened the gates of his chest and caught the fallen Robin, allowing her to enter within him. Guernica's attention had been solely focused on Robin. He never anticipated that someone would dare to attack him, and in a moment of unpreparedness, he was struck forcefully. However, being an elite among elites, Guernica quickly utilized the moonwalk to return. His form was quite disheveled. He had not expected anyone to intervene at this moment, and he was caught off guard, sustaining significant injuries. He gazed at Aaron, now transformed into Capnabeki, and memories of the intelligence regarding Capnabeki flooded his mind. With Robin suddenly disappearing, she must have been taken into his fortress. How infuriating it was, being so close to eliminating Nicole Robin. Had he known, he would have refrained from engaging. Now, with Capnabeki's appearance complicating matters, Guernica growled fiercely. "You are Capnabeki? Why do you abandon your gangster games to show up here? Are you also after Nicole Robin?" Aaron, puffing on a cigar, coldly remarked, "Of course. A talent like Nico Robin is someone I would certainly wish to reinstate." "Reinstate? Are you not aware that Nico Robin is a wanted criminal, under special scrutiny from the world government? Do you wish to defy the world government and become a fugitive as well? Are you prepared to sacrifice your underworld ambitions?" Guernica threatened. Had this been the original owner, the current Capone Beej might have quaked in fear. However, this was Aaron. Moreover, Capone Beej had deeply offended Aaron, who only sought to dig a deeper pit for him. Aaron cast a frigid glance at Guernica, his eyes glimmering with a chilling light. Do you think I would be afraid?" Aaron pointed at the distant corpses of the gangsters and declared, "Having slain so many of my brothers, do you truly believe I would let you go so easily? Those who dare to take my kin from me shall undoubtedly face retribution." Guernica was taken aback. He had not anticipated that even the most lowly would dare to defy the world government. He scrutinized Aaron's face, searching for a hint of hesitation. Yet all he encountered was an abyss of indifference. Guernica replied, "Surrender Nico Robin, and I shall pretend I have not seen you, letting bygones be bygones." "Do notiest," Aaron said coldly. Guernica smiled, looking at Aaron as if he were a joke. "Are you certain?" Aaron remained silent, standing still as he suddenly extended his right hand, for which a Gatling gun materialized, unleashing a frenzied barrage upon Guernica. This was the ability of the stronghold fruit. If he were to ensnare Captain Becky, he would undoubtedly utilize his powers. Chapter 90. Fierce Battle Bang. Bang, bang. The bullets shot forth at an astonishing velocity, slicing through the air like a tempest. Hurtling towards Guernica. Paper drawing. With his formidable observation hockey, Guernica effortlessly perceived the bullet's trajectory, a subtle smirk dancing at the corner of his lips. He swayed side to side, akin to a leaf caught in a storm, evading the barrage with ease. Amidst the Gatling gun's relentless rate of fire, exceeding 1,000 rounds per minute, Guernica resembled a frenzied electric motor, his movements so swift that even Luo Zhixiang would feel inadequate in comparison. 6 styles, paper drawing. By relinquishing all his strength, he deftly avoided the incoming attacks by interpreting the air currents generated by his opponent's movements. As long as his adversary's speed was overwhelming, he could elude any assault that threatened him in the nick of time. This technique proved to be exceedingly effective. Furthermore, Guernica employed his observation hockey, rendering the bullets even less capable of striking him. Eren had long been psychologically prepared, for how could CP0 be so easily dealt with? The crux of the matter lay in Eren's need to regard himself as Capone Beach, refraining from exerting excessive force. Otherwise, he would have resolved the situation long ago. However, relying on Usopp's unique attributes and observation hockey, even with the mere application of the stronghold fruit, Eren would still need to exercise restraint. Bang, bang, bang. A relentless barrage of bullets surged towards Jernica, intent on bringing him to his knees. This time, Jernica was ready. He had no intention of defending himself. His form suddenly vanished, effortlessly evading the onslaught of bullets. Jernica materialized behind Eren, delivering a powerful punch imbued with armament hockey that struck Eren with tremendous force. Eren was struck by Jernica's powerful blow, producing a thunderous sound. However, the defensive prowess of the stronghold fruit was astonishing, and Jernica's punch inflicted minimal damage. Baki's cannonball. Eren transformed into a Captain Becky and launched a shell from his chest, striking Jernica. Jernica dismissed the projectile, underestimating its potential to harm him. However, the outcome was unexpectedly catastrophic. The shell detonated with tremendous force, propelling Jernica violently against a distant wall, raising a cloud of dust. The destructive power of the cannonball was astonishing, capable of obliterating an entire town, and should not be taken lightly. Furthermore, this particular shell was infused with Eren's unique explosive essence, as he possessed the characteristics of the explosion fruit. The combined force of the two explosions would be enough to challenge even the elite CP0. Upon witnessing the scene, Robin within Eren was taken aback, utterly astonished that Eren had so effortlessly gained the upper hand. As she observed, a myriad of questions surged within her mind. Viewing from a first-person perspective, she could not grasp the entirety of the situation. All she could see was Eren sending the masked man flying. Her confusion intensified. Why was the masked man incessantly mentioning Captain Becky? Wasn't he supposed to be the annihilator, Eren Neal? How could he refer to Captain Becky, the underground sovereign of the West Sea? Moreover, was Eren not a swordsman? Why had she yet to witness him draw his blade? With each passing moment, her bewilderment deepened. And for now, Robin could only harbor her inquiries within, waiting for Eren's reappearance to seek answers. It appeared that the masked man was no match for Eren, and perhaps this time she had finally turned peril into safety. Jernica struggled to rise from the ground, his garments tattered and his body marred with numerous wounds. Even half of his mask had fallen away, exposing his lips, rendering him a pitiable sight. Yet he seemed unfazed, a cold smirk spreading across his face as he proclaimed, "Your defense is commendable." Now, this is becoming interesting. His physique underwent a rapid transformation, muscles bulging and features contorting into a terrifying visage. An overwhelming aura enveloped the surroundings, instilling a sense of dread. "Do you truly believe you can defeat me in this manner?" Jernica's voice resonated with arrogance and confidence, reverberating throughout the battlefield, causing the nearby navy to hold their breath. No sooner had he spoken than he launched a ferocious assault on Eren, a multitude of shadowy fists hurtling toward him. Castle explosion. Eren hurled several shells, soaring rapidly towards the direction of Guernica. The shell hurled by Eren detonated swiftly, generating an immense shockwave. Yet, Jernica remained undaunted, employing his armed color to shield himself from the explosion's impact. "Your assault is far too feeble for me," Jernica declared with a tone steeped in mockery. He launched another offensive, his fist shadows swirling like a tempest as they surged towards Eren. Each strike was imbued with a spine-chilling force, rendering the very air seemingly stagnant. Castle tank. Eren transformed his legs into tank treads, embodying the essence of a formidable war machine, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. He met Jernika's powerful punch with unwavering resolve, resulting in a thunderous clash that reverberated through the air, causing it to tremble violently. The two figures wove through the air, their assaults and defenses swift as lightning. Though Jernika's strikes were fierce, they proved largely ineffective against Eren's tank-like form. Each blow landed with bone-crushing force, and the entire battlefield was enveloped in the intensity of their conflict. As time flowed inexorably onward, the battle escalated to a fevered pitch. Jernica unleashed a barrage of 6 ferocious techniques, each imbued with overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, Eren relied on the defensive might of the fortress fruit, rendering their contest evenly matched. A stalemate of relentless strikes. Yet Jernica remained an elite among elites. Eren, confident that Cape Becky could never rival him, feigned defeat after one of Jernika's assaults, allowing himself to be violently propelled away. Upon witnessing the scene, Robin within Eren's body rushed to the window, exclaiming, "Be careful." Her voice resonated with profound concern as she frantically tugged at the window, yearning to leap outside and assist Eren. AFO and Fitz swiftly intervened, restraining Robin and assuring her that there was no need for alarm, for their master was remarkably strong and merely acting. Reluctantly, Robin was drawn back to the sofa, her anxious gaze fixed upon the world outside. Eren feigned being struck and rolled on the ground, ultimately crashing down heavily. He heard Robin's voice and decided to put on a performance for her. Rising to his feet, Eren adopted an expression of intense fury and bellowed, "Cursed be it. Do not underestimate me. I'm the underground emperor of the West Sea, the full-sized chief of the castle." With that declaration, Eren transformed into a colossal fortress. Towering over 100 meters and weighing more than 700 tons, this fortress sprouted arms and legs, morphing into a gigantic castle monster. This formidable technique was the ultimate move of the stronghold fruit, boasting an impenetrable defense likened to a wall of steel. Not only was its defense formidable, but its sheer size rendered ordinary attacks immensely powerful as well. Wow! The castle monster thundered upon the ground, charging towards Guernica. Guernica gazed at the colossal creature Eren had become, astonished by the sheer magnitude of the transformation. He had never anticipated that Eren would turn into such a gigantic monstrosity. The naval forces on the battlefield stared in disbelief at the massive creature, overwhelmed by a sense of despair and helplessness in the face of such overwhelming power. Chapter 91. The battle rages on. A grave expression flickered across Guernica's face. He had not expected Captain to transform into such an enormous castle monster. However, as an elite member of CP0, he did not falter. Instead, he felt his fighting spirit ignite with even greater intensity. Taking a deep breath, Guernica's muscles swelled, veins bulging, taking on a more menacing appearance. Zoro, Godspeed. He propelled himself at an astonishing velocity, sprinting towards the gigantic castle monster. This was an advanced fusion technique combining the moonwalk and Soru, achieving unparalleled speed. In the air, he was but a blur, leaving behind a series of sonic booms and traces of his rapid movement. Guernica closed in on the castle monster, unleashing a powerful punch that struck the creature's massive body. However, the defense of the stronghold fruit was formidable. Guernica's attack posed little threat to Eren. Seizing the moment of Guernica's attack, the castle monster, under Eren's control, swung its gargantuan fist violently towards Guernica. Having just launched his assault, Guernica was unable to mount an effective counter and could only rely on his armament hockey for defense. In comparison to that enormous fist, Guernica appeared as insignificant as an insect next to a human. The colossal fist struck Guernica with the force of a foot crushing a cockroach. His body was brutally impacted, and he felt an overwhelming force assail him. In an instant, he was propelled backward at breakneck speed like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater upon impact. The Robin within Eren observed this scene, taking a deep breath, as a weight lifted slightly from its anxious heart. The colossal fortress, conjured by Eren, presented an opportunity for the towering foot to descend upon the abyss where Jernica resided. Meanwhile, the bull shield had already been grievously wounded by the fiery onslaught of the mountain general, teetering on the brink of collapse. Just as he prepared to capitalize on his advantage, the immense fortress materialized, and his comrade was sent hurtling by the monstrous behemoth. His initial intention was to vanquish the bull shield first, but as the gigantic creature loomed to crush Jernica, he had no choice but to forsake the bull shield and rescue his comrade instead. With resolute determination, the mountain general grasped his sword with both hands, enveloping it in an aura of formidable power, and raised it high. With a mighty swing, he unleashed a tremendous wave of sword energy propelled by an overwhelming force. Racing towards the colossal fortress, the blade's energy sliced through the air with a deafening roar, cleaving towards the monstrous stronghold, and wherever the sword energy traversed. The atmosphere was rent asunder, creating a fearsome chasm. Eren sensed the menacing aura of the sword's energy. Truly, as a distinguished vice admiral of the Navy, he possessed formidable strength. He attempted to shield himself with his immense arms. However, the might of the sword's energy was remarkably potent, and even with the protection of the fortress fruit, he could not entirely withstand its force. The blade struck his colossal arm, unleashing a fierce shockwave. The sword's energy tore through the flesh of his arm, creating a vast gash. Jernica emerged from the pit, his haki still shimmering. And although he bore the marks of severe impact, the protection of his haki meant that Eren had only exerted a fraction of his strength. Thus, he suffered no grave injuries. Overcome with rage of being felled by a mere gangster and subsequently rescued by the Navy he often scorned, Jernica's eyes glinted with ferocity. In an instant, he activated the shave, teleporting behind the castle monster. Seizing the moment while the castle was under assault, he unleashed a powerful punch, imbued with haki, striking forcefully at the gaping wound of the castle monster. The blow was immensely powerful, challenging even the defenses of the fortress fruit. The castle monster's body trembled slightly, its steps faltering on the brink of collapse. Jernica delivered a mighty blow and swiftly retreated, finding himself before Vice Admiral Fire Mountain. Smiling as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, Vice Admiral Fire Mountain. This victory is thanks to your support." Vice Admiral Fire Mountain shook his head and replied with a smile. "On the battlefield, we are comrades. Mutual assistance is only natural. No need for thanks. Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, let us join forces against him. If we defeat him swiftly, we can eliminate Nico Robin sooner." Jernica proposed, pointing at the massive castle. Vice Admiral Fire Mountain nodded in agreement. Witnessing his consent, Jernica launched another assault, leaping into the air, channeling immense power as he executed the 6 styles. Finger gun, aimed rapidly at the castle monster's head. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Fire Mountain swung his crimson-black blade toward the opposite side of the creature's head. Eren, perceiving the impending assault, instinctively lowered himself, cradling his head with both hands in a defensive posture. This technique, originally employed by adorable maidens, took on an incongruous yet formidable air when executed by Eren, a colossal figure of the castle. Despite the oddity, this defensive maneuver proved remarkably effective. The onslaught from Jernica and the Inferno Mountain struck against the castle guardian, creating a resounding spectacle, yet failing to penetrate the creature's vital points. In a sudden surge of power, Eren unleashed a colossal punch directed at Jernica and the Inferno Mountain. The force behind this blow was sufficient to obliterate a mountain. Observing this, Jernica and the Inferno Mountain's commander swiftly summoned their strength, both invoking the 6th style, Iron Block, to counter the impending strike. A tremendous shockwave erupted in the air, generating a violent tremor that sent ripples through the atmosphere, as if the very fabric of the world were on the verge of upheaval. With veins bulging and eyes wide with intensity, Jernica and the Inferno Mountain's commander shouted in defiance, ultimately withstanding the force of the punch. Utilizing the moon step technique, they engaged in a fierce standoff against the gargantuan castle. A sudden pang of regret struck Eren's heart. He believed that Karp and Becky could not possibly be this formidable. So he hastily eased his efforts, retracting most of his strength. With Eren's concession, the two finally toppled the immense castle that he had transformed into. The colossal structure crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, raising a formidable cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Guernica and General Huashishin continued their relentless assault. Countless blades of energy and spear-like projectiles rained upon the castle's massive form. Rendered immobile, the castle became an enormous target, impervious to any missed strikes. Under the joint offensive of Guernica and General Huashishin, the colossal castle monster, embodied by Eren, feigned increasing instability. The castle monster swung its gigantic fists in an attempt to vanquish Guernica and Huashishin. Guernica deftly evaded the assaults while launching a series of powerful punches against the castle monster's frame. Meanwhile, General Huashishin wielded his exceptional swordsmanship to slice into the castle's body, each strike igniting fervent flames that further rent the castle's already ravaged exterior. The castle emitted an endless roar of fury, its form gradually unable to withstand the unrelenting barrage. It teetered ever closer to the precipice of collapse, on the verge of disintegration. Chapter 92. Green Pepper. The cooperation between Guernica and General Huashishin grew increasingly harmonious. They crafted opportunities for one another to strike, cornering the castle monster into a dire predicament. Under their united onslaught, the immense castle monster could no longer endure, its vast form beginning to fissure. From the ground to the sky, from head to tail, the once mighty structure shattered into countless fragments, akin to a cookie on the verge of crumbling. Debris scattered, and it seemed as though a rain of stones poured from the heavens. Guernica and General Huashishin immediately activated their haki for defense, shielding themselves from the flying rubble. As the dust settled, Eren had reverted to his guise as Karpenbeki, feigning breathlessness as though gravely injured. General Huashishin gazed at Eren and proclaimed, "Karpenbeki, your reign of darkness ends here. You shall pay for your transgressions." Guernica echoed, coldly stating, "Surrender Nico Robin, and I may grant you mercy." Upon hearing the words of Eren, Robin felt an overwhelming sense of dread, her countenance paling considerably. She had endured countless betrayals, and had it not been for her own cunning, she would have met her demise long ago. To avert being betrayed, she had learned to preemptively betray others. Trembling with trepidation, she feared the sound of Eren's acquiescence. However, Eren, transformed into Capone Beej, lit a cigar and boldly proclaimed, "Do not rejoice too soon, Navy. Do you truly believe victory is assured?" Long before the combat examination, Eren's formidable observation haki had detected a colossal battleship sailing in the distant ocean, emanating an extraordinarily potent aura that was drawing ever closer. Anyone with even a modest familiarity with haki could sense it. Robin exhaled a sigh of relief. Eren's resolute demeanor rekindled a glimmer of hope within her. Transformed into Capone Beej, Eren moved beside the bull shield, who had finally found a moment to catch his breath, and inquired, "Golden Bull, is that formidable figure upon the sea someone you summoned?" They exude immense power, seizing this fleeting opportunity to recuperate from his injuries and regain his aura. The bull shield, too, sensed the presence of the strong individual at sea, someone he recognized as his former superior. The renowned Green Pepper of the Cone, an authentic powerhouse of the West Sea. With his arrival, the bull shield felt emboldened and declared with a sense of triumph, "Indeed, he is my former boss, the illustrious Green Pepper of the Cone." Glaring in the direction of Burning Mountain and Guernica, he ferociously proclaimed, "You ought to know who he is. He is the legendary sea pirate. The humiliation you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid tenfold." He then taunted Eren, Capone Beej, "You better hand over Nico Robin swiftly, or when my boss arrives, you shall face the consequences." Indeed, such is the essence of a pirate. Eren, while puffing on his cigar, retorted, "Are you certain? Your boss hasn't arrived yet. Can you truly safeguard Nico Robin? Once your master shows up and vanquishes the adversaries, I shall personally hand her over to you." Neodun nodded, acknowledging that in this hostile environment, he could not guarantee Nico Robin's safety. It would be wiser to keep her within this individual's grasp for the time being. Neodun remarked, "You speak wisely. Truly, as the underground emperor of the West Sea, you possess considerable vision." Upon hearing this, Robin instinctively attempted to flee, only to be restrained by two manatees who signaled her to remain calm, assuring her that her master would not betray her. Trapped in this location, with no avenue for escape, Robin could only watch in trepidation. Guernica and Admiral Fire Mountain exchanged glances, both sensing the pressure of the situation. They were well aware of the reputation of Qingjiao, the legendary pirate of the West Sea, whose formidable strength was bound to alter the tide of battle. Qingjiao, the one who has clashed with Admiral Carp? Admiral Fire Mountain furrowed his brow, acutely aware that this would be a challenging confrontation. Guernica coolly nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is he. However, before his arrival, we should first eliminate Capone Beej and Neodun." Admiral Fire Mountain agreed with a nod, and their gazes returned to Eren and Neodun. Although Eren feigned injury, both Guernica and Admiral Fire Mountain recognized that he had not yet truly lost his fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Neodun, despite his wounds, had benefited from a considerable period of rest, restoring much of his strength. "Golden Bull, do you truly believe that Qingjiao's arrival will change everything?" Guernica observed Neodun's smug demeanor with a cold gaze. Neodun laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Of course. My captain is a legendary pirate. You stand no chance against him." Guernica and Admiral Fire Mountain exchanged knowing glances and swiftly initiated their assault, aiming to eliminate both foes before Qingjiao's arrival. The prowess of Qingjiao was indeed formidable. If he joined the fray, they could find themselves in dire straits. They resolved to take the initiative, denying Capone Beej and Yodun any respite. Their haki quickly coalesced into two piercing attacks, as Jernica and Admiral Fire Mountain strikes surged forth, targeting the vital points of Eren and Yodun. Pointed strike. Fiery slash. Upon witnessing this, Yodun cursed inwardly, astonished at the swiftness of Jernica and Admiral Fire Mountain's actions. He had not fully recuperated and, confronted with this sudden onslaught, felt somewhat overwhelmed. Castle Tank. As Eren witnessed Jernica charging towards him, he, embodying Cape and Becky, suddenly displayed astonishing speed, transforming his legs into tank-like treads. He maneuvered swiftly to evade the impending attack. However, Yodun lacked such agility, despite perceiving the assault from Fire Mountain through his observation haki. His heavy frame could no longer execute rapid movements. He was compelled to fortify himself with the scanty remnants of his armament haki to withstand the blow. A deafening roar reverberated across the battlefield as the fiery slash of Fire Mountain collided with Yodun's bronze skin, producing a tremendous sound of impact, followed by a cloud of dust. This overwhelming force distorted the surrounding air and caused the ground to tremble. As the dust settled, the distance between Fire Mountain and Yodun widened, both warriors reeling from the shock. Although Fire Mountain's strike did not inflict significant harm, the flames flickering on Yodun's body indicated that he had failed to defend entirely against the onslaught. At that moment, the ship of Green Pepper drew ever closer, and the atmosphere over the sea grew increasingly tense. Jernica and Fire Mountain were inwardly anxious, fully aware that if they could not defeat Eren and Yodun during this critical interval, they would face the formidable pressure from Green Pepper. Recognizing the need to target a vulnerable opponent, they resolved to eliminate the immobile Yodun first. Chapter 93. The arrival of Green Pepper. Exchanging a glance, Jernica and Fire Mountain simultaneously fixated on Yodun, determined to concentrate their firepower on this injured adversary. Without reservation, Jernica unleashed his life restoration ability, elevating his body to its optimal form. Concurrently, he channeled his armament haki, concentrating the entirety of his strength and will into his index finger, aiming for Yodun's vital point, poised to deliver a devastating blow. Meanwhile, Fire Mountain coalesced flames along the edge of his blade, preparing to unleash a ferocious slash. The blazing flames and his once smiling visage, now devoid of joy, reflected his unwavering resolve. Yodun sensed an unprecedented pressure. He understood that he had become a living target. If he did not respond promptly, he risked defeat before his leader's arrival. Taking a deep breath, he called out to Eren, who was still maneuvering with the grace of a tank. Kate and Becky, let us join forces to withstand their assault, and I shall speak well of you before our leader, allowing you to continue as your underground emperor. Eren, transformed into Captain Becky, nonchalantly replied while holding a cigar, I must respectfully decline. I no longer possess the strength to resist them. Furious, Yodun cursed aloud, vowing to teach Captain Becky a harsh lesson upon the arrival of their leader. At that moment, he could only rely on himself. With all his might, he enveloped his body in his Busashoka haki, bracing for the impending assault. Finger gun spot. Jernika's attack speed was astonishingly swift, arriving before Yodun in an instant, launching a barrage of rapid-fire strikes with both hands, unleashing countless finger guns. Numerous projectiles struck Yodun. Although his Busashoka haki could withstand most of the onslaught, how could an elite of Jernika's caliber lack the mastery of Busashoku? Countless finger guns penetrated his defenses, directly assaulting his body. A multitude of wounds marred Yodun's form, blood gushing forth and staining him crimson. He was overwhelmed by intense agony from Jernika's relentless barrage, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Yodun staggered backward under the relentless attacks, blood spilling onto the ground. Cursing in frustration, a low growl of anger emerged from his throat, his eyes brimming with resentment and fury. He struggled to maintain his composure. Yet an unprecedented sense of helplessness washed over him. His body lay battered, his life force swiftly dwindling. His vision began to blur, and his consciousness faded. He realized he was on the verge of collapse. In desperation, he called out to Eren, Captain Becky, please save me. If I fall, you'll be next. Eren contemplated that if Qingjiao arrived later and discovered that he had stood idly by while others faced danger, he might direct his wrath towards him. Thus, he realized he could not remain a mere bystander, indulging in the spectacle. Eren extended his hand, launching 2 artillery shells towards Guernica, aiming to disrupt his assault. Sensing the projectiles hurtling towards him from behind, Guernica realized he could no longer press the attack. He steadied himself in a firm stance, disregarding the impending explosions, and clenched his fists, preparing to retaliate. With the six-style secret technique, Six King Spear, Guernica concentrated his energy into his fists, striking the bull shield's chest with tremendous force, unleashing a powerful shockwave that penetrated the body, inflicting severe damage upon the internal organs. The bull shield momentarily lost consciousness, his eyes glazing over as he expelled copious amounts of blood, mingled with countless fragments of his insides, scattering like petals in the wind. As the bull shield succumbed to unconsciousness, he was violently hurled into the air. Guernica, too, was struck by the explosion. However, in comparison to the bull shield, his injury was trivial. Seizing the opportunity, the Fire Mountain general sought to deliver a fatal blow. His blazing katana, having burned for some time, glowed a fiery red, heating the surrounding air to an unbearable degree. In an instant, he teleported above the bull shield, delivering a ferocious slash. That strike, imbued with boundless might and the righteous fury of Fire Mountain, cleaved into the bull shield's battered form. A deafening collision resonated through the air as the flames of Fire Mountain met the bull shield, generating a surge of energy that rendered the atmosphere scorching. The bull shield ignited in flames, plummeting to the ground at an astonishing speed, creating a massive crater upon impact. Overwhelmed by unprecedented agony, he bled profusely, gritting his teeth, but ultimately could not withstand the torment, howling in despair. Eren approached the edge of the deep pit and called out, "Golden Bull, have you perished?" The anguished cries of Bull Shield momentarily ceased as he clenched his teeth and roared, "Did you not hear my call? Hurry down and rescue me." Having endured the relentless onslaught of 6 royal spears from Guernica and the formidable attack of Burning Mountain, even Bull Shield, with his remarkable defense and recovery capabilities, was gravely injured and on the brink of collapse. At this moment, he was merely clinging to life, sustained by the regenerative powers of his Zoan-type devil fruit. Eren cast a glance at the struggling Bull Shield in the abyss, weighing the situation in his mind. "Hold on a little longer, Golden Bull. I shall devise a means to rescue you." Eren shouted loudly, his gaze shifting towards Guernica and Fire Mountain. Both Guernica and Fire Mountain were panting. Although their condition was far superior to Bull Shield's, they had also expended considerable energy in the recent battle. Particularly Guernica, who, after utilizing Life Return, experienced a significant enhancement in strength, yet this boost demanded immense physical stamina. Otherwise, he would have employed it much earlier. Fire Mountain faced a similar plight. Although his flame blade was formidable, sustaining such a high-performance state exacted a tremendous toll on his body. Hearing Bull Shield's cries for help, Guernica and Fire Mountain disregarded their need for rest, eager to conclude the matter with Bull Shield before the arrival of Green Pepper, which would complicate matters further. "Capenbeck, do you truly intend to obstruct us?" Fire Mountain inquired coldly, as his katana rekindled with flames, while Yao Yao advanced towards Eren, aiming to force him away from Bull Shield's side. At that moment, both Fire Mountain and Guernica suddenly sensed a powerful aura swiftly approaching, an overwhelming presence locking onto them, rendering them unable to move freely. It was the aura of Green Pepper. A glimmer of joy flickered in Bull Shield's eyes. His leader had finally arrived. They looked up to witness a colossal battleship emerging from the sea. Upon it stood a towering figure, emanating an immense and formidable aura that exuded an undeniable sense of oppression. This was the legendary Green Pepper, the true powerhouse of the West Sea. The expressions of Guernica and Fire Mountain darkened with gravity. The arrival of Green Pepper instilled an uncontrollable sense of unease within them. Although Green Pepper had not intervened for many years, they were acutely aware of his strength and renown. After all, his bounty had reached 542 million berries decades ago. A moment's carelessness could very well lead to their demise at his hands. Their failure to eliminate Bull Shield before Green Pepper's arrival was a grave miscalculation. And there was no room for regret now, as Green Pepper's Conqueror's Haki had locked onto them, immobilizing their movements. Standing on the battleship, Green Pepper's piercing gaze swept across the scene before him. Rage boiled within him. Bull Shield was his old subordinate. Despite his transgressions, the bonds forged over decades still lingered. To witness this group of Navy personnel mistreating Bull Shield in his presence was a profound insult. His fury manifested an aura that sent chills down spines. The two grandsons beside him, Kai E and Bu Wu, exchanged fearful glances with their grandfather. "Grandfather, the people on the ship can scarcely withstand your Haki," Kai E exclaimed to Green Pepper, who, observing the unconscious individuals aboard, knew he had to take action swiftly. With a powerful leap, Green Pepper bounded from the battleship. Soaring towards the shore, the immense vessel nearly capsizing from the force of his departure. Rocket head cone. Green Pepper concentrated his armament Haki to his head. charging towards the navy on the shore while simultaneously unleashing his tangible Conqueror's haki. The overwhelming presence of Conqueror's haki surged forth, causing the marine soldiers on the shore to roll their eyes back in shock, foam escaping their lips as they succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. Jernica and Vice Admiral Fire Mountain were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. The immense and far-reaching power of the Conqueror's haki emanating from Green Pepper signified that this formidable warrior of the West Sea was truly enraged. Yet at this moment, they seemed utterly incapable of appeasing his wrath. Green Pepper? A flicker of astonishment crossed Fire Mountain's eyes as he muttered to himself, unable to fathom that the warrior had indeed arrived. High above, Green Pepper glared furiously at Aaron and Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, bellowing, "How dare you harm my beloved subordinates? I shall see you dead." His figure streaked through the air like a meteor, imbued with an aura of destruction. Concentrating his haki into his head, the formidable force radiated from him, rendering it impossible to gaze upon him directly. The ordinary marine soldiers on the shore stood no chance against the overwhelming Conqueror's haki of Green Pepper, falling one by one into unconsciousness. However, it was clear that Jernica and Vice Admiral Fire Mountain were his true targets. His eyes blazed with fury as he arced through the sky, charging directly at the two of them. Jernica and Vice Admiral Fire Mountain exchanged grave looks. Armament. Iron block. Jernica's chest swelled as he fused his haki, transforming into an impenetrable barrier, attempting to withstand Green Pepper's assault. Vice Admiral Fire Mountain reacted swiftly, his endurance slightly greater than Jernica's, allowing him to muster enough strength for a counterattack. He concentrated his haki, enveloping his katana, and with a powerful thrust, cracked the ground beneath him as he unleashed a fierce slash toward the incoming Green Pepper, hoping to impede his advance. However, Green Pepper's strength far surpassed their expectations. Their attacks appeared as mere child's play before him, effortlessly thwarted. "Get out of my way!" Green Pepper roared, his body soaring like a cannonball, breaking through Vice Admiral Fire Mountain's slash without leaving a trace. The Vice Admiral's strike failed to mark Green Pepper, whose defenses were astonishingly formidable. Fire Mountain's assault could not truly harm him. In the original narrative, 2 years hence, the now vastly empowered Monkey D. Luffy faced Green Pepper, and even his prior attacks proved futile, let alone those of Fire Mountain. "Huh, do you think this will stop me?" Green Pepper's form surged like a tempest, instantly appearing before Vice Admiral Fire Mountain. He unleashed a punch, cloaked in Conqueror's haki, his fist imbued with immense power, barreling directly toward the Vice Admiral. Upon sensing the impending strike, Vice Admiral Fire Mountain's complexion drained of color. He realized he could not withstand the onslaught and was left with no choice but to evade. Yet, Green Pepper's speed was too formidable, leaving Fire Mountain no chance to escape. His body was struck by Green Pepper's attack, sent flying through the air, crashing beside Jernica, and creating a deep crater upon impact. "Huh, do you dare to resist?" As Qing Jiao gazed upon Guernica, his voice dripped with sarcasm, and his form, akin to a specter, reappeared before Guernica once more. 8 punches. Qing Jiao, a towering giant exceeding 5 meters in height, unleashed a colossal fist imbued with armed color haki, striking Guernica with tremendous force. The 8 punches, a technique steeped in a centuries tradition of the 8 Treasures Water Army, not only delivered a direct blow, but also released a powerful shockwave capable of overwhelming any ordinary shield. Furthermore, the 8 punches boasted formidable defensive capabilities, rendering even blades and firearms ineffective against its wielder. Guernica felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down upon him. The impact of Qing Jiao's 8 punches struck him like a colossal mountain, and his armed color haki could not fully shield him from the assault. Pain radiated throughout his body, as if his bones were fracturing, and a pained cry escaped his lips. He was then violently propelled by Qing Jiao's fist, crashing heavily to the ground, tumbling for an indeterminate distance, and raising a cloud of dust. In an instant, Qing Jiao had vanquished both the Fire Mountain and Guernica. Once he had triumphed over his adversaries, Qing Jiao transformed back into a smiling elder, exuding an appearance of harmlessness and benevolence. Had one been unaware of his true identity, they might have mistaken him for an ordinary old man. He approached the position where Niu Dun lay, a flicker of tenderness glimmering in his eyes. "Niu Dun, are you all right?" he inquired. Upon seeing Qing Jiao, Niu Dun immediately burst into tears, his sobs flowing forth like a fountain. "Boss, you have finally arrived. Do you know the immense suffering I have endured?" He lamented, pouring out his heart to Qing Jiao. Niu Dun appeared to have regained some vitality. Though his complexion remained pale, the bleeding from his wounds had ceased, and even minor injuries began to heal. Gently, Qing Jiao stroked Neo Dun's head, reassuring him there. It's all right now. However, Neo Dun's weeping intensified at Qing Jiao's words. In response, Qing Jiao gently spoke, I understand. The Navy is still up there. I shall take my vengeance for you. Wiping away his tears, Neo Dun urged. The masked man and the one wielding the flaming sword. They have inflicted the deepest wounds upon me. Do not let them escape. Chapter 95. Desperation upon hearing Neo Dun's words. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Qing Jiao's eyes. Had he known earlier, he would have struck harder against those who harmed his subordinates, never allowing them to escape unscathed. Rest assured, I have avenged you. Moreover, they are still alive. Soon, you shall have your chance to confront them yourself. Qing Jiao solemnly promised. He pulled Neo Dun from the pit and turned his gaze to the figure standing nearby, asking, Who are you? What brings you here? For the reclusive Qing Jiao, who has lived in seclusion for over 20 years, the so-called underground emperor of the West Sea, Kapambeki, is an unfamiliar figure, a mere lowlife of no significance. Upon observing Aaron calmly smoking a cigar while he himself had nearly lost his life, Neo Dun felt a surge of indignation. He reported to Qing Jiao, Boss, this fellow is the leader of the mafia, claiming to be the underground emperor of the West Sea. Nico Robin is within him. Just now, he stood by and watched as I was beaten, utterly indifferent. Oh, is that so? The once gentle gaze of Qing Jiao sharpened instantly. A wave of conqueror's haki directed at Aaron. Boss, make him hand over Nico Robin. Neo Dun shouted from the side. Hearing Neo Dun's words, Qing Jiao intensified his conqueror's haki and addressed Aaron. Boy, did you hear that? Hand over Nico Robin at once. As Aaron was about to respond, the fiery Mount Shanshan leaped from the abyss, and Guernica soared from afar. Witnessing this, Aaron proclaimed, You find yourselves in peril. Once you have resolved your troubles, I shall assist you. I am not your adversary. Currently, the presence of Nico Robin will only serve to distract you. Qing Jiao remained silent, tacitly agreeing. He turned to face Mount Shanshan and Guernica, his gaze as frigid as ice, radiating an aura of coldness. Do you dare approach again? Very well, having harmed my subordinates. It is time for you to reckon with the consequences of your actions. Qing Jiao's voice, imbued with the oppressive force of conqueror's haki, resonated powerfully. The justice cloak behind Mount Shanshan billowed in the wind as he gritted his teeth and declared, Do not jest, pirate. I shall never yield to a pirate. For the sake of my justice, I will not surrender, even unto death. With that, Mount Shanshan charged at Qing Jiao without hesitation. His form accelerated through the air with moonwalk, slicing through the atmosphere like an arrow released from its bowstring. Qing Jiao's gaze was piercing, fixated on the rapidly approaching figure of Mount Shanshan, his expression devoid of any alarm. Years of combat experience enabled him to handle such assaults with ease. He inhaled deeply, his conqueror's haki intensifying, forming an insurmountable barrier. Allow me to demonstrate the justice of our navy. Mount Shanshan roared, his katana channeling all his strength, ablaze with fervor as it hurtled towards Qing Jiao. Unfazed, Qing Jiao advanced with the poise of a mountain, concentrating his might in his right fist, meeting the charge without hesitation. Justice? Merely a fade for you, so-called navy. Qing Jiao scoffed, his fist akin to an arrow piercing the air, colliding with Mount Shanshan's strike. The two forces clashed violently in the air, producing a deafening roar. The surrounding air seemed to tear apart, generating fierce currents. Trees were uprooted, and the ground cracked beneath the force. Mount Shanshan's attack was met head-on by Qing Jiao, who was propelled backward by the impact, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Mount Shanshan struggled to rise, yet Qing Jiao's conqueror's haki enveloped him like an invisible weight, rendering him immobile. You are a rear admiral, aren't you? You fall terribly short compared to Carp. Qing Jiao taunted. Mount Shanshan, straining to stand, resolutely replied, I am ashamed. In comparison to Rear Admiral Carp, I concede that I am indeed lacking. However, do not underestimate my justice. With a roar, Mount Shanshan, fueled by sheer will, broke free from Qing Jiao's haki. At this moment, Mount Shanshan's complexion was pale, struggling to maintain his stance before Qing Jiao. He howled as he swung his katana, attempting to launch another assault. Qing Jiao regarded Mount Shanshan with newfound respect, stepping closer and saying, Your justice? How laughable. Do you believe that donning this naval uniform grants you the right to speak of justice? Roared Fire Mountain, his fury palpable. You pirates are the true criminals. I shall fight for justice, even at the cost of my own life. His voice resonated so powerfully that the very ground trembled beneath him. Green Pepper chuckled, a radiant smile illuminating his face, infused with scorn and derision. Huh. Speaking of justice when death is imminent. With that, he swung his right fist, delivering a fierce blow to Fire Mountain. 6 king guns. From a distance, the weary Guernica teleported before Fire Mountain, utilizing the 6 style's ultimate technique to thwart Green Pepper's assault. A tremendous explosion echoed, shaking the earth itself. In the next moment, Green Pepper's round eyes widened in surprise at Guernica's unexpected appearance. He hadn't anticipated that Guernica could withstand his attack. Very well. How about this move? 8 burst fist, head spin, dance of chaos. Green Pepper clasped his hands together and leaped into the air, performing a somersault before executing an inverted maneuver, using his head as a pivot point. He then spun around at high speed, like a top, moving with incredible swiftness. With astonishing centrifugal force, he aimed to either launch his target away or create a whirlwind to sweep them off their feet. Like a top, Green Pepper darted around rapidly, appearing behind Guernica to deliver a lethal strike. Guernica, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of such rapid and agile attacks, was unable to react in time and was struck by Green Pepper's assault. With a thunderous crash, Guernica was hurled to the ground, creating a massive crater. Fire Mountain witnessed this spectacle, a flicker of shock crossing his features. He rushed towards Green Pepper, desperate to halt his offensive. However, Green Pepper had no intention of sparing Fire Mountain. Seeing Fire Mountain approaching, Green Pepper sneered, his body spinning once more, launching toward Fire Mountain like a whirlwind. Drawn into the ferocity of this assault, Fire Mountain found himself ensnared by the whirling Green Pepper. He felt countless strikes battering his body, pain radiating throughout. In an instant, Fire Mountain was sent flying, gravely injured. Green Pepper ceased his assault, looking down upon the pitiable Fire Mountain with a cold smile. So-called justice is merely an excuse for the weak. His voice dripped with mockery and disdain as he callously stepped on Fire Mountain. Chapter 96. Epilogue. Struggling beneath Green Pepper's foot, the wounded General Fire Mountain gasped for breath. Despite his injuries, his gaze remained resolute, unwavering in the face of adversity. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he declared defiantly, "Do not revel in your victory, pirate. Justice is far from this superficial notion. It may arrive late, but it shall never be absent. Green Pepper, your atrocities will ultimately face retribution." Green Pepper looked down at him, his contempt deepening. Retribution? Aha! We shall see if you possess such capability. The mountain ablaze did not falter. It struggled to rise from beneath the feet of the Green Pepper. With every ounce of strength, it proclaimed loudly, "Do not underestimate us, the Navy, though I may lack the prowess to defeat you. My comrades are not to be trifled with. They will surely avenge me. Do not forget, your cranium was indeed crushed by the esteemed Admiral Carp." Aaron couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The bonds of the Navy are hardly commendable. Every deserter, upon being captured, exhausts their every effort to orchestrate a rescue. Truly, it is laughable that T-Bone, one of the 2 genuine heroes of the pirate world, has died and become mere gossip. Green Pepper cast a glance at him, a flicker of fury igniting in his eyes. The fact that his head was crushed by Carp had always been his Achilles heel. Coldly, he remarked, "How dare you mention Carp in my presence? Prepare to meet your demise." With that, he launched his fist once more, delivering a devastating blow towards Fire Mountain. This time, no one intervened to obstruct Green Pepper's assault. His strength surged forth like a tempest, sending Fire Mountain hurtling through the air. Fire Mountain coughed up blood mid-flight, crashing heavily to the ground. The light in his eyes began to dim. He understood that this time, he might not rise again. Yet, even in such dire straits, Fire Mountain refused to relent. Struggling to his feet, he wielded his katana with every ounce of strength he could muster. His eyes shone with resolve and determination. He was intent on fighting to the bitter end in his own manner. Good lad. Green Pepper's eyes glimmered with admiration. His praise stemmed not from sympathy, but from a recognition of Fire Mountain's indomitable spirit. He realized that such a worthy adversary merited his full commitment. "Since you possess such resolve, I shall oblige you." 8 burst fist. Green Pepper's voice resonated with battle fervor. He charged once more at Fire Mountain, this time channeling an even greater force into his fist, which whistled ominously as it surged toward Fire Mountain. 6 styles his secret technique. Maximum Wheel 6 King Spear. Guernica materialized before Fire Mountain, his fists gathering power as they clashed with Green Pepper's colossal blow, unleashing a ferocious shockwave. The shockwaves collided with one another, creating a deafening roar that reverberated across the battlefield. Sparks flew, and energy ripples erupted, manifesting an invisible force. Surrounding structures were obliterated in an instant. debris soaring through the air. The tremendous shockwave swept across the battlefield, stirring the very air itself. A howling wind surged, the atmosphere roiling, as if the entire world trembled in response. The aftermath of the shockwave spread rapidly like lightning, ensnaring innocent, unconscious sailors, hurling them several meters away, blood cascading. At the epicenter of the shockwave, Jernica and Green Pepper's figures unfolded. Both combatants bore the immense pressure of the collision. They were acutely aware of the formidable force emanating from a shockwave. Jernica steadied himself, his legs sinking deeply into the earth as if rooted, channeling strength into the ground to staunch the assault. Meanwhile, Green Pepper too was buffeted by the shockwave of the Six King Spear, the ground beneath him fracturing. In that fleeting moment, their powers seemed to fully unleash, clashing like two colossal mountains. Their bodies quivered slightly, strength intertwining continuously. The might of Guernica surprisingly matched the 8-fist of Green Pepper, eliciting a flicker of astonishment in Green Pepper's gaze. He did not cease his assault. Rather, he intensified his strength, utilizing the Conqueror's Haki to unleash an even more formidable armament Haki-infused punch. Guernica emitted a deep growl, countering with pure armament Haki. The collision between the two sparked a violent explosion, distorting the surrounding space. Flames erupted, and energy waves radiated outward. Guernica shouted, pouring all his strength into finally overpowering Green Pepper, launching him into the air with a powerful thrust. Breathing heavily, Guernica gazed at the airborne Green Pepper. Though he wished to follow up with another attack, fatigue rendered him incapable of chaining his moves. Green Pepper, flipping in midair, landed steadily on the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury. He anticipated that this seemingly frail opponent could inflict such a significant setback. In a fit of rage, Green Pepper roared and launched a new offensive. He concentrated all his armament Haki, resembling a furious beast as he charged at Guernica. Sensing the impending danger, Guernica raised his right hand, gathering his Haki. Their fists collided in midair, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. The battlefield's air churned, forming a colossal energy vortex. The tremendous shockwave obliterated the surrounding landscape, sending debris flying. Guernica gritted his teeth, unwavering in his confrontation with Green Pepper. Despite his body reaching its limits, he persevered with determination. Their attacks continued to intertwine, their figures darting rapidly across the battlefield. Guernica would appear in the blind spots of Green Pepper's strikes with swift precision, while Green Pepper effortlessly evaded each assault with his observation Haki. Each clash was a duel of life and death. Gradually, injured and fatigued, Guernica could no longer withstand the onslaught and was struck down by a colossal fist, creating a deep crater in the ground, his head contorted upon impact. Yet, remarkably, his mask remained intact. One must admit, the quality of CP0's masks is exceptional. After dispatching Guernica and the burning mountain, Green Pepper rubbed his shoulders and remarked, "It has been so long since I last fought. I have grown somewhat rusty." He strode towards Eren, his piercing gaze fixed upon him, declaring, "You there. It is time to hand over Nico Robin." Inside Eren, Robin was filled with terror, covering his mouth in a state of helplessness, silently praying in his heart. Upon witnessing this scene, Eren mused to himself that there would be no more fruits to reap this time, and it was time to depart. However, before leaving, he decided to bestow a grand gift upon Kapenbeck and all those on the battlefield. Eren, transformed into the formidable Karpenbeki, leisurely puffed on a cigar and replied with a smile, "Very well, let us release Nico Robin." With that, countless gates swung open around him. Upon hearing this, Robin was struck as if by a bolt from the blue, collapsing to the ground with silent tears streaming from her eyes. Had she misjudged the situation once more? Had she been betrayed again? It seemed that the desire to protect her comrades had become a futile pursuit. "Saul, I shall join you now." Chapter 97. The Escape. With keen eyes, the Green Pepper swiftly spotted the fallen Robin through the open gates, his excitement mounting as he contemplated the rewards he would receive for capturing Nico Robin. Yet, what awaited him was the relentless barrage of Eren's artillery. The castle erupted in chaos. Eren unleashed an overwhelming barrage of cannon fire, crafted from the formidable, directed towards the hapless Qingjiao. These cannons, forged from Eren's proprietary alloy, boasted the capability to launch projectiles at an astonishing rate, rendering concerns of barrel overheating moot. The ammunition consisted of enhanced Baki shells, produced within the depths of the factory, their destructive potential truly formidable. Amidst this onslaught, various types of munitions, including smoke bombs, joined the fray, wreaking havoc akin to the ultimate moves of a gunslinger and a captain. igniting a fiery inferno across the battlefield. Qing Jiao endeavored to evade the relentless bombardment. Yet the sheer volume of shells enveloped the entire arena, leaving him with no avenue of escape. The cacophony of explosions reverberated across the land, creating gaping craters while surrounding structures crumbled to dust. Faced with such formidable artillery, Qing Jiao had no choice but to envelop himself in haki. Fortifying his body against the impending assault, the relentless barrage turned the battlefield into a hell's cape as flames erupted around him, and he found himself encircled by a rain of shells, relying solely on his haki for protection. However, the overwhelming number of projectiles rendered his defenses seemingly futile. Each shell ignited in midair, racing towards him with blinding speed, leaving Qing Jiao with no means to evade. The sheer force contained within each projectile possessed the capability to obliterate all in its path. Upon impact, the explosive shockwaves subjected his body to immense strain. Flames erupted from the detonations, engulfing everything in their vicinity, while the resulting smoke and fire filled the air, plunging the battlefield into chaos. The earth trembled, structures collapsed, and a cloud of dust ascended into the atmosphere. Among the barrage were smoke grenades, their noxious fumes rendering Qing Jiao's breathing labored. After what felt like an eternity, the cannon fire finally subsided. The remnants of explosions and flames left the battlefield in disarray. As the smoke dissipated, Qing Jiao, remarkably unscathed despite his formidable defenses, found himself in a rather disheveled state. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that Capone Beach had vanished amidst the chaos. Utilizing his observation haki, he meticulously scanned the area, but found no trace of Capone Beach. A surge of fury welled up within him, despite his exhaustive efforts. The world government's Navy and CP had been severely injured, and his subordinate, Jinyo, lay near death, yet he had failed to capture Nico Robin, who had eluded him. Truly a fruitless endeavor. His heart swelled with anguish and rage, unleashing a powerful wave of Conqueror's haki that swept across the battlefield like a tempest. As for Aaron's escape, it was a trivial matter. Much like Sig used a mere smoke bomb to whisk Luffy away right before the eyes of the formidable red-haired Shanks. Or how the Gazelle Man snatched away Yamato in front of Luffy and Zoro. Or how Sabo eluded the 5 elders and M with ease. For a strong individual, the notion of fleeing is a simple one. Should Aaron wish to vanish, he possesses countless methods to do so unnoticed, given the vast array of abilities at his disposal. Moments ago, Aaron unleashed a tremendous barrage of artillery, intermingled with upgraded smoke bombs. Seizing the opportunity while Green Pepper was preoccupied with the onslaught, he utilized the meatball fruit to propel himself into the air. Bull Shield stood in disbelief, staring blankly at the spot where Aaron had vanished. How could this be? After expending so much effort, with all his crew perishing and himself gravely injured, nearly losing his life, how could he allow Capone Beach to escape? Taking Nico Robin with him? What was the meaning of all his toil? Just as Bull Shield struggled to accept this reality, Green Pepper's Conqueror's haki surged forth, forcing Bull Shield, battered and bruised, to valiantly resist its overwhelming pressure. He shouted at the still-fuming Green Pepper, "Boss, please calm down. I can barely hold on." As he spoke, fresh blood erupted from his wounds. After a lengthy outburst, Green Pepper gradually regained his composure. The monk may have fled, but the temple remained. Where did Capone Beach possibly run to? He addressed his 2 grandsons who had just disembarked. "We shall head straight to the Sicilian island of the Mafia. The monk cannot escape the temple. He must be there. We will capture him and bring Nico Robin back." Bull Shield pointed at the fallen Marines, questioning, "Boss, what of these Marines? Are we simply to let those who harmed me go unpunished?" Green Pepper replied, "Let them be for now." He explained to Bull Shield that he had not been a pirate for many years. The 8 Treasures Water Army was still an official force of the Flower Country, a member of the world government. To annihilate this group of Marines without regard for the world government could jeopardize the Flower Country. Besides, they were gravely injured and on the brink of collapse. It was time to let go of their anger. The immediate priority was to capture Nico Robin at Sicilian Island. She must not escape. Despite his dissatisfaction, Bull Shield had no choice but to acquiesce. Green Pepper turned to the prostrate Fire Mountain, declaring, "Marine, we shall spare you this time. Pray you do not encounter me again. Next time, you may not be so fortunate." With a wave of his hand, Green Pepper led the others back to their colossal ship, sailing swiftly towards Sicilian Island. Meanwhile, Fire Mountain seethed with rage as he watched Green Pepper depart. He would rather die in battle than accept the charity of pirates. Yet, immobilized, he could only glare at the retreating figure of Green Pepper, vowing to remember the humiliation inflicted upon him and to one day cleanse himself of this disgrace. The fortunate surviving Marines began to awaken one after another, approaching Fire Mountain to assist him. Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, are you all right? Fire Mountain took a few deep breaths, his composure slightly restored. He instructed the Marines to tend to their injured comrades, to exert every effort in their healing. Then, he cautioned them to carefully excavate Guernica from a pit. Although both individuals sustained grave injuries, their formidable resilience, characteristic of the pirate world, ensures they shall soon be back on their feet. Fire Mountain recounted the events to the Navy headquarters, while Guernica conveyed the details to the Gorosei. Both factions were incensed. The audacity of such a clandestine rat was intolerable. They agreed to impose a substantial bounty on Capone Beach to demonstrate their might. As for Green Pepper, in consideration of the Flower Country, no bounty would be placed upon him. Instead, the ruler of the Flower Country would be tasked with reprimanding him. The pit that Aaron has dug for Karpenbecker is about to bear fruit. Chapter 98, The Invitation. Meanwhile, Aaron has just taken flight toward another town in the kingdom. At this moment, he is soaring blissfully within the aura of the meatball fruit, while his thoughts delve deep into the essence of the fortress fruit. Within the fortress fruit, Aaron appeared on his usual sofa, only to discover Robin slumped on the floor. At that moment, Robin was under the impression that he had been betrayed. Lost in his own thoughts, Aaron gazed at Robin, whose eyes were devoid of light and whose spirit seemed utterly lost, resembling a toy that had been carelessly discarded. A wave of guilt washed over him. He understood that Robin's emotions were akin to a roller coaster, filled with tumultuous highs and lows. Yet, he was bound to manipulate the exterior form, unable to communicate with her in a timely manner. Now, as he contemplated apologizing, he wondered if she would ever find it in her heart to forgive him. Witnessing Robin's pitiable state, Aaron felt as though his heart would melt. Aaron approached Robin and spoke softly. "Robin, I am truly sorry. I had no choice but to act as I did. I did not betray you. It was solely to safeguard your well-being. Please, trust me." Robin lifted her gaze to meet Aaron's, her eyes filled with bewilderment and confusion. She bit her lip, striving to comprehend his words. "Aaron, did you truly not betray me?" Robin inquired quietly, her voice tinged with a hint of tremor. Aaron sat beside Robin, grasping her hand earnestly as he spoke. "Robin, I shall never betray you. I sincerely apologize for what transpired earlier. My actions were intended to confound our adversaries. I never anticipated that it would wound you so deeply. I'm truly sorry. Is that true? You're not deceiving me?" Robin inquired with a tremor in her voice. "Indeed. You see, we have already escaped the peril." Aaron smiled gently, observing Robin, who resembled a wounded creature in dire need of solace. He could not help but enfold her in his embrace, one hand tenderly patting her back while the other caressed her hair, responding softly, "Do you not believe me? Just look outside and see." Such a warm embrace was something Robin had not experienced in a long time. Since her mother had set sail at the age of 2 to explore the annals of history, she had not felt such comforting warmth again. Almost lost in this cocoon of affection, her confusion and unease began to dissipate. Gazing out at the sky, she truly felt distance from the battlefield, a glimmer of trust flickering in her eyes. Outside, the sun broke through the clouds, casting a warm glow upon the world. As Robin looked outside, the shadows within her heart gradually lifted. Eventually, she regained a semblance of calm, only to suddenly realize that she had allowed herself to become lost in another's embrace. Resolutely, she mustered the strength to extricate herself from Aaron's hold, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet his gaze. Aaron gazed at Robin's bashful demeanor, exclaiming inwardly how utterly adorable it was. He extended his right hand towards Robin and gently said, "Robin, please do not sit on the floor. Come and rest your spirits upon the sofa." Robin, captivated by Aaron's tender smile, cautiously placed his hand into Aaron's broad and warm palm. Aaron gently guided Robin to the sofa, pouring her a cup of her favorite coffee and offering it to her. Robin accepted the coffee and softly uttered a heartfelt thank you. As she savored the rich brew, her mood gradually began to stabilize. She turned her gaze towards Aaron, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. In the wake of her own blunders, he had truly come to her rescue, and it seemed he genuinely wished to regard her as an ally. His strength was equally impressive, suggesting he could indeed safeguard her. Moreover, Aaron possessed the ability of Kappenbeck, which hinted at layers of mystery, alleviating her fears of betrayal. He seemed to embody the very words Salo had spoken. Yet, Robin knew nothing substantial about Aaron, only what had been reported in the newspapers, and how could one trust the words printed therein? What were his true intentions in saving her? Until she could ascertain this, her heart would remain unsettled. She yearned to genuinely become Aaron's companion, yet having been betrayed countless times, she felt an incessant unease if she did not seek clarity. Gazing upon Aaron's gentle smile, she resolved to inquire, "Aaron, I am truly grateful for your rescue. However, could you enlighten me as to why you chose to save me? While I appreciate your assistance, I do not wish to be a mere tool for your purposes. What is your true objective?" Upon hearing Robin's inquiry, Aaron paused his coffee drinking, gradually turned his head, and gazed at Robin, his eyes revealing a hint of profundity, silently contemplating that the dramatic scene was about to unfold. Aaron pondered for a moment before deciding to speak the truth. He gently addressed Robin, saying, "There are two reasons. One is genuine, and the other is fabricated. Which would you prefer to hear?" Robin felt a jolt in her heart, somewhat bewildered by Aaron's response. She fixed her gaze upon him and replied, "Then I shall first hear the falsehood. I am curious to discern the difference between the two." The falsehood, indeed. So listen closely. Aaron informed Robin that the warlord of the sea, Crocodile, harbored ambitions of becoming the pirate king. Lacking the requisite personal strength, he resorted to seeking external power. In Alabasta, he uncovered clues regarding the ancient weapon, Pluton. The sole individual capable of deciphering the historical text was Robin. Thus, in order to interpret the inscriptions engraved on the stone tablet, he required Robin's assistance. To locate Robin and the clues pertaining to Pluton, Crocodile clandestinely established the Baroque works. Aaron accepted Crocodile's invitation to venture to the West Sea in search of Robin. Upon hearing Aaron's words, Robin felt a surge of mixed emotions, elation and astonishment. The joy stemmed from her unwavering quest to uncover the true history. After enduring countless hardships in the West Sea, she had finally stumbled upon a fragment of historical text. She could scarcely believe how effortlessly she had obtained information regarding this ancient weapon, her heart racing with the desire to immediately set forth to Alabasta in pursuit of the historical record. Conversely, she was taken aback to discover that Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had set his sights on her. It was no wonder that so many had been seeking her out lately. Furthermore, how could someone as formidable as Aaron, whose bounty surpassed even that of Crocodile, be in the service of such a notorious figure? Robin questioned, her mind swirling with doubt. "Aaron, given your prowess and the higher bounty you possess, how could you possibly be Crocodile's subordinate?" "It seems implausible," Aaron disdainfully remarked. "I joined the Baroque workshop he established merely to utilize his resources in order to find you." Upon hearing this, Robin felt a weight lift from his heart. But what was the true reason? Robin could not help but inquire, hoping for a clearer explanation. Aaron gazed at Robin's expression, recognizing her bewilderment at his response. He sighed softly, choosing to be forthright. "Robin, I harbor no intentions of concealing anything from you. The reason I saved you is not for any ulterior motive. I rescued you for your fruit-bearing abilities and to extend an invitation for you to join me as my companion on this voyage." Chapter 99. Robin's inclusion. As Robin absorbed Aaron's candid words, a tremor of emotion stirred within her. She had never anticipated that someone would so sincerely invite her to be a partner, particularly given her history of betrayal. After a moment of silence, she pondered the significance and value of this invitation. Although she remained skeptical of Aaron's true intentions, she could not help but feel the warmth and authenticity he radiated. She continued to inquire, "I have heard that the Flower Kingdom has long coveted my flower fruit abilities. What is it that you wish to accomplish with my powers?" Aaron, upon seeing Robin, immediately misconstrued the situation and clarified, "I literally desire your fruit abilities." As he spoke, Aaron swept his right hand across his face, transforming into Robin's likeness. Feeling the weighty essence of Robin's powers, he spoke in her voice, "Behold, this is the mimic fruit." He then extended both hands, one swirling with sand and the other with a whirlwind, boasting, "Look, these are the sand fruit and the wind fruit." Robin, taken aback by Aaron's transformation into her form, was left in a state of astonishment. Her eyes widened, hand covering her agape mouth, as she stood frozen in disbelief. Turning towards him, she extended a trembling hand to touch the visage of her own face that Aaron had assumed, exclaiming in shock, "It's truly real. How is this possible?" She began to comprehend why Aaron possessed the abilities of Capone Beach and why others refer to him as such. The revelation that Aaron could wield multiple powers was utterly unfathomable, a notion previously unheard of. Robin felt a mixture of shock and confusion, gazing at Aaron, who had morphed into her likeness while exhibiting diverse fruit abilities. Her thoughts were a whirlwind, grappling with the incredibility of the situation, leading her to question whether she was merely dreaming. Aaron chuckled softly, reverting to his original form, and explained, "Robin, this is my ability. I comprehend your confusion and disbelief, but it is indeed true. I possess a multitude of powers. My reason for joining the Baroque Work Society was also to harness their abilities. And my true intention in saving you is to acknowledge your potential and extend an invitation for you to become my partner. Eren resolved to reveal to Robin his extraordinary ability to duplicate himself, as he had always acted according to his convenience in his interactions with Mary. Both the manatees and Mary were already aware of Eren's unique talent. If he were to invite Robin to join him, it was inevitable that, through their daily interactions, she would eventually discover his remarkable capability. Therefore, it seemed prudent to disclose this truth to her now, allowing her to witness his sincerity. His abilities were meant to enhance his life, and one should not forsake practicality for fear of the unknown. Although Robin found it difficult to accept this astonishing reality, the sincerity and authenticity in Eren's words began to assuage her doubts, leading her to believe that this was not merely a figment of her imagination. "Eren, this is all so incredible," Robin said, her voice trembling slightly, struggling to comprehend that such wonders could exist in the world. Eren intensified his resolve, divulging a significant secret to Robin. "You are indeed an archaeologist deciphering the annals of history, are you not? I possess some knowledge regarding the hidden truths of the world government." "What? You are aware of the century that has vanished?" Robin grasped Eren's shoulders, her gaze locked onto his, urgency lacing her voice. Nestled in the West Sea, the archaeological sanctum of O'Hara appears to be an unassuming isle. However, it is renowned for harboring the finest archaeological experts, elite excavation teams, and the world's largest repository of knowledge, the Tree of Knowledge. This colossal pod-like tree shelters invaluable texts from across the globe. The island is home to a cadre of fervent and erudite scholars who clandestinely engage in the study of historical texts, seeking to unveil the true nature of the century erased by the world government. In pursuit of historical truth, Robin's mother, Nico Alvia, left their homeland of O'Hara alongside her daughter, venturing into the vastness of the sea. The relentless quest of the O'Hara scholars for historical knowledge ultimately brought about their catastrophic demise. The world government uncovered evidence of the archaeologists' exploration into forbidden history and enacted a decree of extermination, obliterating the entire island. Only Robin emerged from the devastation, an 8-year-old girl burdened with a bounty of 79 million berries. To survive, she mastered the arts of assassination and intelligence gathering, navigating a life fraught with betrayal. Time and again, she was betrayed by others, compelling her to betray in turn to evade the relentless pursuit of the Navy and bounty hunters. Her existence became a cycle of treachery, a necessary means for survival amidst the void left by the loss of everything she once knew. The only vestige sustaining her was the legacy of the O'Hara scholars, and her singular motivation for survival was the truth of history. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she finally encountered someone who might hold the key to the historical truths she so desperately sought, akin to grasping a lifeline. "Eren, tell me." Robin's voice trembled with desperation, pleading earnestly. For the revelation of history's truth, she was willing to sacrifice everything. To a man, a woman's tears can wield extraordinary power, awakening a fierce protective instinct within Eren. He spoke softly, "Not merely the century that has vanished. In truth, I possess knowledge of ancient weaponry as well. The 3 great ancient weapons, Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus." Eren lowered his voice, lifting his gaze as he slowly recounted the tale under Robin's astonished expression. The Pluto, the most formidable battleship in the annals of shipbuilding, was a super war vessel constructed in the City of Water, capable of annihilating an island with a single shot, concealed within the land of Wano. The long-lost blueprints for its construction now resided in the City of Water. The world government has long feared, yet yearned for Pluto. Its high-ranking officials have repeatedly expressed a desire to acquire it to bring an end to the era of great pirates. "What? How do you know its name? And its whereabouts?" Robin, taken aback, released her grip on Eren, instinctively retreating, her back pressed against the sofa, trembling in fear. Could it be that someone has already found the true history and deciphered it? 2 manatees approached, wrapping around Robin, playfully attempting to soothe her. With the comfort of the 2 adorable manatees, Robin gradually calmed down, filled with endless curiosity as she inquired of Eren, "How do you know Pluto's location? And why did you not inform Crocodile of it?" Eren replied softly, "I possess my own network of intelligence, and I shall divulge more to you in due time. As for Crocodile, I certainly will not disclose anything to him. He is not you." Robin felt a warmth in her heart, the source of which eluded her. Yet knowing the secrets concealed by the world government provided her with some solace. "Is there more?" Robin inquired. "Indeed, there are numerous secrets yet to unveil. Neptune, the Sea King, was reborn at Fishman Island a few years ago. As for Uranus, I truly am at a loss. Upon learning the whereabouts of the two ancient weapons, Robin's heart raced with excitement, leaving her momentarily speechless. Do not be so exhilarated. I have many more secrets to share. Aaron patted Robin's back, urging her to remain calm, for there were many secrets yet to be unveiled. Upon hearing his words, Robin felt an exhilarating rush within her. I assure you, whatever you desire, I can provide, she declared resolutely, willing to sacrifice anything for the sake of historical truth. Really? Anything at all? Indeed, Robin nodded vigorously. Then let me continue, Aaron said, as Robin gazed at him in eager anticipation, curious about the truths he would reveal next. Do you not have a penchant for historical texts? Fortuitously, Alabasta possesses two significant texts. One is on Sky Island, and the other on Fishman Island. Is that truly the case? Robin exclaimed, leaping in astonishment, incredulous that after years of arduous searching she had stumbled upon one historical text, only to now receive intelligence about four. With her heart racing, she grasped Aaron's hand, eager to embark on their journey immediately. Not so fast. Do you not wish to hear more? Aaron inquired of Robin. Robin, suppressing her inner excitement, took a seat. Although she was unsure how Aaron had acquired such a wealth of information, it illuminated her path forward. She inhaled deeply, striving to calm her emotions, and continued to listen attentively. Aaron continued, You are aware that the supreme authority of the world government is the five elders, who have astonishingly endured for 8 centuries. What? They have lived for 800 years. How is that even possible? Robin, having barely settled into her seat, was once again jolted to her feet in disbelief. Aaron looked at Robin, who had just risen to her feet, and chuckled. Perhaps you should remain standing for now. Otherwise, you will find yourself on your feet again shortly. Robin shot him a playful glare. Truly, she was an invincible beauty. Even her eye-rolling seemed to exude a sense of charm. Below, something significant was about to occur. Please brace yourself and hold on tight, Aaron reminded, continuing. At the pinnacle of the five elders resides a mysterious figure known as Im, to whom they all must bow in obedience. He is the true sovereign of the world. Remarkably, he has persisted for 800 years. They are the true architects behind the annihilation of O'Hara. Upon hearing about the shadowy orchestrator of O'Hara's destruction, Robin was struck with a mix of shock and fury, her complexion paling further, and she stumbled, collapsing into Aaron's embrace. Is that truly so? You're not deceiving me? Robin trembled as she inquired. Indeed, Aaron responded to her with certainty, receiving an affirmative answer. Robin trembled as she buried her head in Aaron's embrace. Gradually, she found solace within the warmth of his arms. Today had truly sent her emotions on a tumultuous ride, akin to a roller coaster. Had it not been for her resilient spirit, she might have succumbed to a heart ailment by now. Is there more? Robin lifted her head, gazing at Aaron with hopeful anticipation. Aaron replied softly, Perhaps next time. For the sake of your well-being, let's discuss it later. Robin nodded, aware that there were still numerous matters to confront and resolve. She required time to process this information. Aaron, thank you for sharing this with me, Robin said with enthusiasm. Aaron winked at Robin and, with a hint of whimsicality, declared, Robin, these are my greatest secrets. Now that you know them, I shall not allow you to vanish from my sight. The revelation of such profound historical truths signified that Aaron truly regarded her as a companion rather than a mere tool to be betrayed at will. A sense of relief washed over her. Robin felt an immense gratitude towards Aaron, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. She wholeheartedly agreed with his sentiments. If she possessed such invincible abilities and others were aware of them, they would either have to be silenced or remain perpetually within her gaze. Both the multiplicity of powers and the truths of this world were not meant to be disseminated. Even the closest of allies could not share such revelations, could they? Moreover, with just those two extraordinary abilities, Aaron could easily rank among the most formidable individuals in existence, not to mention the other capabilities he possessed. With such prowess, Aaron was destined to become the strongest in the world, the strongest aligning themselves with her as a companion. What more could she ask for? She would no longer have to live in fear or worry about betrayal. Robin nodded vigorously, her face beaming with joy, and resolutely replied, Indeed. Aaron gazed at Robin's beaming smile, feeling a wave of ease and joy wash over him. In that moment, he understood that the trust and rapport between them had deepened. Thank you for your trust, Robin. Aaron spoke earnestly. I assure you, I shall safeguard and cherish you as a true companion. I will never regard you as a mere tool for exploitation, nor will I betray your trust. Together, we shall embark on a quest to uncover the truths of history. Do you wish to join me as my partner? A radiant smile blossomed once again on Robin's face as she replied without hesitation, "I would be delighted." The two exchanged knowing smiles, and a harmonious atmosphere enveloped them, deepening their unspoken understanding. Robin playfully remarked, "Captain, did you realize your words just now sounded rather like a proposal?" "Oh, is that so?" Aaron pondered for a moment, and it appeared to be true. In a burst of impulsiveness, he retrieved a gold ring, acquired from plundering other pirates, from the confines of the system space, and handed it to Robin, playfully teasing, "So, Robin, would you consider marrying me?" Aaron's sudden gesture left Robin momentarily speechless. Her eyes widened as she gazed at the ring in Aaron's hand, unsure of how to respond. A wave of complex emotions surged within her. She looked at Aaron, her eyes reflecting both surprise and joy, along with a sense of anticipation and confusion regarding the future. She accepted the ring and slipped it onto her ring finger, turning it towards Aaron with a smile. She remarked, "All right, from now on, I shall be the captain's lady." At that moment, it was Aaron who found himself at a loss. His face flushed as he stood frozen in place. Stammering, he replied, "I was just joking. Could you please give the ring back? Don't take it seriously." Seeing the once confident Aaron reduced to such a state made Robin laugh aloud. Recalling how he had just startled her moments ago. Covering her mouth, she thought to herself, "Is he really this innocent? Now I feel tempted to tease him a little more." Aaron gazed at Robin as she donned the ring, his heart a whirlwind of astonishment and joy. Initially, he had merely jested by producing the ring, never anticipating that Robin would genuinely accept it. He realized that his playful banter had escalated beyond his intentions, leaving him, a naive and introverted young man, at a loss for how to proceed. I truly was only joking. Please do not take it to heart." Aaron stammered, the flush on his face becoming ever more pronounced. Observing Aaron's embarrassment, Robin felt an even greater surge of delight. "I certainly recognize your jest, Captain," Robin remarked with a smile, "but I shall cherish this ring as a symbol of our partnership for all eternity." Upon hearing Robin's words, Aaron felt a weight lift from his heart, yet a tinge of disappointment lingered. He disregarded the system's notification, succumbing to a melancholic state, wishing fervently that things could be different. Chapter 100. The Flower Fruit System Notification. You have a new superior, Nico Robin. Congratulations on receiving the newcomer's welcome package. Unlocking new abilities. You have acquired the ability, Flower Fruit. This power allows any part of your body to bloom upon any tangible object within your line of sight, enabling attacks or other applications. During combat, petals will dance around you. Flowers will bloom from any visible object, producing a myriad of floral formations for various purposes. You can briefly exert this ability in the ocean, even achieving a duplication effect through your powers. Despite acquiring Robin's Flower Fruit, Aaron found little joy in it. The moment Robin accepted the ring, the system automatically designated Aaron as Robin's subordinate. As articulated in Kaguya-sama, love is war. The process of harboring affection, confessing, and ultimately marrying is often deemed a beautiful journey. However, this perception is flawed. A palpable disparity in power exists between lovers. One party exerts control while the other is subjugated, creating a dynamic of victor and vanquished. In the realm of romance, the first to confess is invariably the loser. According to the system's assessment, Aaron presented the ring first, thereby positioning himself as the defeated party, relegated to a subordinate status and inheriting Robin's abilities. Aaron lamented the remarkable capabilities of this system, which boasted numerous loopholes to exploit, and at times even proactively offered features. The only regret was that this system lacked an understanding of human emotions. In its eyes, it absurdly perceived itself as a sycophant. "Damn it." Robin observed Aaron suddenly succumb to a somewhat melancholic demeanor and, with concern, inquired, "Captain, what troubles you?" Robin gently leaned closer, sensing that something was amiss with Aaron's mood. Aaron sighed inwardly, ultimately taking several deep breaths to compose himself, and said, "It's nothing." Robin leaned closer, gazing with concern. Aaron gazed at Robin, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He raised his hands slightly, and to his astonishment, two robust arms, identical to his own, sprouted from either side of Robin's slender neck. The hands that emerged from her neck gently pinched her cheeks, which were soft and smooth to the touch, delightfully pleasant. Robin, taken aback by the sudden appearance of these arms, exclaimed in wonder, "This is the power of my devil fruit." As Aaron maneuvered his arm, he replied, "Indeed, how astonishing it is to witness the powers of one's devil fruit." It was not merely astonishing. Robin was utterly amazed. She tested her own abilities, and to her delight, they remained intact. When did the captain acquire such powers, and how did he come by them? Robin could not help but inquire, Captain, how did you obtain my abilities? Aaron replied, it was just a moment ago. In such a brief span of time, the captain has acquired his abilities. It is truly remarkable. However, this is for the best. The more enigmatic and powerful the captain becomes, the safer I shall feel. Aaron's hands, which had been playfully pinching Robin's cheeks, quietly transformed into delicate petals, cascading gently upon the girl's frail shoulders. Aaron chuckled, remarking on the intriguing ability, which was not only entertaining but also immensely powerful. Powerful? Is my Hana Nami truly formidable? Robin couldn't help but inquire. She felt a sense of gratitude for possessing the Hana Nami, for it was precisely due to its extraordinary capabilities that she had survived until now. The fruit's ability to gather information was unparalleled, yet when it came to combat prowess, she did not consider her powers particularly strong. Furthermore, the organs she manifested were intrinsically linked to her own body. If the created organs were injured, her original form would also suffer harm. Thus, she seldom employed the Hana Nami for direct confrontations. Aaron, of course, is well aware of the characteristics and weaknesses of the Hana Nami. In the original narrative, Robin made little contribution to the front line of the Straw Hat Pirates 2 years ago, but by the time 2 years had passed, she had acquired the ability to produce over 10,000 limbs. Whether on Fishman Island or Onigashima, Robin's capabilities in direct combat have become formidable. Her ability to clear away obstacles is indeed terrifying. Many fans have expressed that once Robin masters Haki, her strength will undergo a qualitative transformation. The versatility of Robin's devil fruit powers is immense. As long as her own abilities remain robust, her potential will soar to unprecedented heights. Thus, after Robin's arrival, Aaron resolved to ensure that she learns Haki. Fortuitously, the two manatees are also in the process of learning Haki, providing an opportunity for collective training. Aaron replied with a smile, the abilities of the flower fruit are exceptionally formidable. They can be utilized not only for offense and defense, but also for reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. In the right environment, this power can prove immensely beneficial. At present, your utmost limit should be around 200 limbs, I presume. Robin, aware of Aaron's vast capabilities and acknowledging her own limitations, nodded in agreement. Aaron continued, in the past, you have always been forced to hide, lacking both time for cultivation and practical experience. However, if you dedicate yourself to training from now on, you could create over 10,000 limbs and even harness your abilities to achieve the effect of duplication. When combined with the power of armament Haki, I assure you, your strength will rival that of the masked man we encountered earlier. Consider this, Robin, true strength lies in self-reliance rather than dependence on others. As Robin listened to Aaron's words, her eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation. She had always perceived her Hana Nami abilities as mere tools for evasion and intelligence gathering, never realizing their potential for significant impact in combat. Robin, I believe your powers can achieve so much more. Upon hearing this, a surge of determination welled up within her. Aaron was right. Only by becoming stronger could she survive in this ruthless pirate world. She no longer wished to rely on others. She yearned to depend on her own strength. A fierce flame ignited in her heart, and she resolved to push the limits of her Hana Nami abilities, aspiring to become a formidable warrior who could seize her own destiny. Bowing with unwavering resolve, she declared, yes, Captain, I shall entrust my future to you. In that moment, her posture exuded confidence, and despite her attire lacking the elegance of a lady's garment, Aaron's gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of what should have remained unseen. Aaron sat down, pinching his nose to prevent the blood from flowing. Indeed, witnessing it firsthand was vastly different from observing it on a screen. The intensity was overwhelming. Aaron crossed his legs and pressed the firearm down, immobilized by fear that Robin might detect any irregularity, thus undermining his authority as captain. Noticing Aaron's silence, Robin straightened up and inquired, Captain, yes. All right. I'll look forward to your guidance in the future. Robin observed Aaron's reaction, finding it somewhat peculiar. Yet he attributed it to Aaron possibly contemplating something of significance. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence. Chapter 101, The Bubble Bomb. Robin gazed at the rapidly changing scenery outside and couldn't help but inquire, Captain, where are we headed? Aaron gazed at Robin. Although she looked strikingly handsome in her commanderess attire, it was undeniably inconvenient compared to her own clothes. With a smile, he remarked, we are heading to other cities in the Kingdom of Elusia to procure some items for you. After all, you are about to embark on a journey, and it is essential to gather the finest provisions. Robin nodded vigorously. What girl does not relish the pleasure of shopping, particularly for someone like her? who had endured a life of constant upheaval. The prospect of shopping filled her with eager anticipation. However, there were still matters to attend to before that. Eren stood up and approached Robin, inquiring, "What is it?" Robin responded, "You stand up first. Stand straight and remain still." Eren instructed Robin to stand up. Although Robin was bewildered, he complied with the command and rose to his feet. Eren's palm transformed into a paw reminiscent of that of a bear. He gently placed his palm upon Robin's abdomen, utilizing the powers of the flesh ball fruit. "What are you doing, Captain?" Eren's warm palm rested gently upon Robin's abdomen, the searing heat penetrating through the fabric and reaching her skin. Taken aback by this sudden warmth, Robin felt her cheeks flush with color, prompting her to inquire. Even if one were to initiate an attack on oneself, a psychological preparation should precede it. Who would launch an assault without warning? "Shoo, be quiet, do not move." Eren spoke earnestly, admitting that he was not yet fully adept at utilizing the abilities of the meatball fruit, particularly when it came to employing it on others. One must devote their entire being to the task without distraction. Observing Eren's serious expression, Robin realized her thoughts had strayed and offered an embarrassed smile. As the powers of the meatball fruit were activated, a translucent red substance began to emanate from Robin's body, gradually coalescing into a massive, floating bubble resembling a meatball. With each successive release of the bubble, a wave of comfort washed over Robin, intensifying with each moment. And she felt her previous injuries from the battle with the masked man nearly mend. Unable to contain herself, she let out a soft, pleasurable moan, quickly covering her mouth and casting a shy glance at Eren. Eren was wholly absorbed in utilizing the meatball fruit, oblivious to Robin's unusual demeanor. Observing Eren's earnestness, Robin felt a sense of relief wash over her. "Very well." Eren withdrew his hand from Robin's abdomen, clapping his hands and chuckling softly. Robin felt a warmth dissipate, a twinge of reluctance surfacing within her. She cast her gaze downward, noticing the lingering warmth of Eren's palm on her midsection. She silently rejoiced at her ability to quell prior misunderstandings. After all, as the captain, every gesture from Eren could carry profound significance. "Captain, what is this?" Robin inquired, pointing at the spherical bubble that had formed in the air, her voice tinged with wonder. "This is a power I acquired from the Revolutionary Army, the ability of the gum-gum fruit." Eren elucidated. "With this power, I have alleviated the pain and fatigue within you. You should be feeling much better now." Robin gently nodded, indeed feeling invigorated. The weariness and discomfort that had previously plagued her had vanished. She even sensed her mental clarity sharpening. The potency of the gum-gum fruit's ability truly remarkable. "Thank you, Captain," Robin expressed earnestly. "Haha, no need for thanks." Eren waved his hand dismissively. "We are a team. It is only natural to support one another." "Captain, how should we handle this?" Robin asked, gesturing towards the floating bubble. This bubble forms after expelling all the pain and fatigue from a target's body. It can be transferred to another target, who will then bear the entirety of the first target's suffering. He explained. In essence, this bubble can be regarded as a type of bomb. This amalgamation of injuries and discomfort will not dissipate unless someone is there to endure it. Bartholomew Kuma chose to endure it himself. However, this bubble is also controlled by the gum-gum fruit. In the original story, Kuma had once expelled a small one to Zoro, which inflicted tremendous damage, demonstrating its formidable power. Given that the bubble does not vanish and is under the control of the gum-gum fruit, is it not the perfect bomb? Furthermore, it incurs no cost to create and can benefit others, achieving multiple objectives in one effort. Eren pointed at the bubble and explained to Robin, "This represents the injuries and fatigue you have previously endured. This amalgamation of ailments and suffering will not dissipate unless someone is willing to bear it. So, what shall we do? Captain, are you prepared to bear this burden alone?" Robin, touched by the thought that Eren might choose to shoulder the pain himself, asked with heartfelt emotion. Eren, oblivious to the subtle shift in Robin's tone, waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "How is that even possible? This can be transferred to other targets. This implies that the bubble serves as a form of offense, a formidable reserve of energy that, when unleashed at the opportune moment, can exhibit astonishing power." "Oh," Robin's tone grew markedly subdued. Eren utilized the meatball fruit to draw the bubble into the confines of his system space. Within this space, countless bubbles, significantly larger than this one, had already accumulated, all generated during Eren's routine training, awaiting the fortunate souls who might partake in them. With such an abundance of bubbles, Eren speculated that even the four emperors would find it challenging to withstand them. Robin, observing Eren's gesture as the bubble vanished, inquired with curiosity, "Captain, where has the bubble gone?" Eren's smile bore an air of mystery as he remarked to Robin, I have captured these bubbles. Additionally, I possess a spatial ability that allows me to store a multitude of items. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Robin's eyes. This revelation implied that the captain could carry an immense space with him, a strategic advantage of monumental significance. Simultaneously, a flicker of curiosity danced in her gaze. She realized that Aaron's power, derived from the meatball fruit, undoubtedly represented a formidable force. Moreover, the fact that Captain Aaron had connections with the Revolutionary Army was equally astonishing. Captain, do you also have ties with the Revolutionary Army? Robin inquired, filled with immense curiosity. Indeed, he affirmed. Aaron nodded and said, I happened to meet the leader of the Revolutionary Army and his aides. Moreover, they have been searching for you all along. Robin pointed at himself and inquired me. Aaron nodded, affirming, indeed, they are also eager to uncover the secrets of the past century that led to the overthrow of the world government. Shall we reach out to them? However, upon hearing this, Robin's demeanor shifted to one of indifference. The Revolutionary Army's pursuit of their own interpretation of history no longer intrigued her. She shook her head in refusal, a hint of sarcasm lacing her words as she remarked, Given that you possess so many secrets, Captain, do you truly believe you can allow me to depart? Aaron clenched his palm into a fist and jested, of course. I won't let you slip from my grasp. Annoyed, Robin, recognizing his playful tone, gently tapped his clenched fist in response. Chapter 102, Crocodile. The atmosphere between the two lightened and became joyful. The distance to another city in the kingdom of Illusia was not insurmountable. As Aaron propelled himself through the air, exerting minimal effort, he soon caught sight of the distant silhouette of yet another city in the kingdom of Illusia. Robin, peering out the window, also glimpsed the city, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for her long-awaited shopping spree. However, just before their arrival, Aaron turned to Robin and said, Hold on, Robin. There is one more thing to attend to before you can roam freely. What is it? Robin inquired curiously. Aaron's fingers twitched, and a telephone bug soared from the vessel, landing gracefully in his palm. Aaron gestured towards the telephone bug and said, Report the situation to Crocodile. After all, he has provided us with substantial resources. The expenses incurred will ultimately be his, so it is only courteous to keep him informed. Equip yourself adequately. Simply handle him with ease. When he initially invited me to join, he was never my match. He dare not act against me. The notion that even the warlords of the sea are far from being a rival to the captain did not astonish Robin. With such immense potential, given time, the captain would undoubtedly ascend to greatness, making the reconstruction of O'Hara a tangible reality rather than a mere fantasy. In Alabasta, Warlord Crocodile languished in his office, savoring a cigar while contemplating his grand scheme. Since Aaron's departure to the West Sea, there had been no word from him. Had it been anyone else, Crocodile would have already scolded them over the phone. However, Aaron's prowess surpassed his own. Strictly speaking, he was not a subordinate, but rather a partner. Crocodile hesitated to inquire about the progress, fearing he might provoke Aaron's ire. This left him feeling utterly vexed, brooding in his office. Suddenly, the telephone bug emitted its distinctive sound, interrupting Crocodile's reverie. It was the dedicated phone for Aaron. Startled, he quickly picked it up. Hi, boss, this is Mr. Six, came Aaron's slightly mischievous voice from the receiver. You gotta be kidding me. Do you really think you're Mr. Six? This Mr. Six cannot even issue commands, and he is more capable than me. How is this fair? Crocodile cursed inwardly, with a cigar clenched between his teeth and in a rather foul mood. He inquired in a low voice, What is the matter? Boss, don't get too excited, but I've found Nico Robin. What? Crocodile exclaimed, rising abruptly in excitement. You've located Nico Robin? Where is she? Should I come personally? He clutched the telephone bug, pacing his office, eager to set off immediately. No need, came Aaron's voice from the receiver. He continued, In fact, Robin is right beside me. Robin, say hello to our future boss. On the other end, Aaron made a playful gesture and handed the telephone bug to Robin. She accepted it, playfully nudging Aaron before saying, Boss, hello. I am Nico Robin. Upon hearing her cool and poised voice through the receiver, Crocodile's heart raced with excitement. Yet, he maintained his composure, responding with a casual, Hello, Nico Robin. Though his words were mild, inwardly, he was elated. With Nico Robin in his grasp, the legendary ship, the Pluto, was now within his reach. However, harboring a sense of skepticism, he inquired, Are you truly Nico Robin? Or is this some sort of deception orchestrated by Aaron? Robin responded with a smile, Mr. Crocodile, I can comprehend your doubts. The captain and I are currently in the West Sea, and I believe it will not be long before we reach Alabasta, at which point everything will be made clear. Her voice resonated through the transponder snail, reaching Crocodile's ears with a calmness laced with politeness. Crocodile did not entirely dismiss her words. After all, Eren had demonstrated remarkable strength in the past. He merely posed the question out of skepticism. However, Robin's revelation left him astounded, prompting him to ask, "Captain, have you become Eren's subordinate?" "Indeed, he saved me, and in gratitude, I have no choice but to serve under him." The transponder conveyed Robin's deliberately coy tone, leaving Crocodile utterly flabbergasted, to the extent that he bit through his cigar. He had always held a certain apprehension towards Eren, and now that Nico Robin was under his command, should he also regard her with wariness? Such a position seemed rather humiliating for someone in his authoritative role. Suppressing his anger, he addressed Robin, "Very well. Since you are Nico Robin, let me explain why I sought you out." Crocodile proceeded to unveil his so-called grand scheme to Robin, revealing his intentions to undermine others while enticing her with promises of grandeur, claiming that if she joined his Baroque works, she would immediately attain the position of vice president, a role just below him. Once he seized dominion over the world, she would bask in unending wealth and glory. Listening intently, Robin inwardly scoffed, another ambitious schemer. There seems to be an abundance of such individuals in this world. Unfortunately, her sole interest lay in the true history, with no regard for the so-called riches and splendor. Moreover, she had already found the companion that Saul had spoken of, a companion who could not only protect her, but also unveil the truth of history. Was there anyone more suited than Eren in this world? Absolutely not. Without hesitation, Robin replied, "I follow the captain. Whatever the captain instructs me to do, I shall do." Infuriated, Crocodile cursed silently, thinking her ungrateful. He restrained his fury and said, "Nico Robin, please hand the transponder to Eren. I have something to convey to him." Robin returned the transponder to Eren, who responded, "What's up, boss? Is there something amiss?" Crocodile clenched his teeth and retorted, "Eren, what is the meaning of this? How have you taken Nico Robin as your subordinate? How will the operation proceed now? Will the company heed your commands or mine?" Eren replied playfully, "Don't be angry, boss. With someone as beautiful as Nico Robin, it's only natural to have thoughts about her. Besides, what is yours is also mine. Why be so particular? When Robin travels to Alabasta, I can surely assist with the translation." Crocodile pondered for a moment before responding, "Very well. When will you be arriving in Alabasta? Hurry up. I can hardly wait." Eren replied with a smile, "We are currently in the kingdom of Elusia, ready to indulge ourselves. After all the effort I put into finding Robin, a little respite is in order. Don't you think, boss? Once I've had my fill of rest, I shall certainly return to Alabasta. Boss, please be patient for a moment." Chapter 103. Fury upon hearing this. Crocodile chose not to respond further. He had come to understand a crucial truth. Without obtaining the Pluton, neither Eren nor Robin would heed his commands. Thus, he resolved to let them revel as they pleased. "Very well. Enjoy yourselves," he stated before abruptly ending the call. In a fit of rage, Crocodile felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the Den Mushi from his grasp. However, after some contemplation, he refrained, knowing that losing contact with Eren would be detrimental. Yet, his fury only escalated, a relentless inferno raging within him. Crocodile surveyed his surroundings with a scowl, his brows knitted tightly, his gaze cold and piercing. His complexion was ashen, and his eyes brimmed with wrath and torment. He bit down hard on his lower lip, the knuckles of his fingers turning pale from the pressure he exerted. His hands trembled, instinctively clenching into fists, as waves of anger radiated from him, rendering the very air around him stagnant. With resolute strides, he approached the window, yanking the curtains aside to allow sunlight to pour in. Yet, the light could not dispel the turmoil within his heart. His glare grew ever more ferocious. He began to pace the room restlessly, akin to a caged beast. The heavy thuds of his footsteps echoed in the empty chamber, reverberating the anguish within. His fists remained tightly clenched, nails digging into his palms, yet he found no release for his inner fury. A stormy shadow loomed over his visage, rendering him increasingly menacing. Gritting his teeth, he let out a low, guttural growl, his rage saturating the atmosphere. He howled, emitting a series of muffled roars. Crocodile's ire ignited anew, his furious gaze sweeping across the room, searching for objects upon which to unleash his wrath. His eyes finally settled on a glass vase upon the table. Without hesitation, he reached for it, grasping its neck firmly. A surge of strength coursed through him as he violently flung his arm, and the vase shattered in midair, fragments scattering like a storm of glass. Crocodile did not relent. His attention shifted to the bookshelf within the room. He seized the nearest book and hurled it to the ground with tremendous force. The cover crumpled, pages tore asunder, and sheets fluttered through the air, creating a chaotic tableau. Next, he spotted a decorative item and, without a moment's thought, seized it and smashed it against the floor. The resounding crash echoed as it shattered into numerous pieces, strewn across the ground in disarray. Time and again, Crocodile hurled objects, his fury insatiable. Each violent strike was accompanied by the sharp sound of impact and the scattering of fragments, as if it were a cathartic release of his inner fury. The air in the room was thick with the scent of shattered debris, and despair etched itself onto Crocodile's face. His actions grew increasingly ferocious as he smashed one object after another, until the space was filled with swirling dust and remnants. His lips twitched, veins pulsed on his forehead, and the muscles of his face tightened, the intensity of his emotions suffusing him with a savage aura. In that moment, he resembled an enraged beast, his gaze brimming with boundless ferocity and malice. All his resentment and anger churned within him, fixating on a singular goal: to ensure that Eren and Robin would pay dearly for their transgressions. However, once he had expended his fury, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped him. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for breath, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Gradually, the flames of anger subsided within him, and his thoughts began to clarify. He recognized that shattering objects would not resolve his dilemmas. He needed to devise a more prudent approach in confronting Eren, especially since he was in a position of reliance upon him, and was not yet his equal. Crocodile's gaze turned calm as he contemplated how to make Eren and Robin face the consequences. Meanwhile, Robin observed Crocodile's furious disconnection of the call and turned to Eren, saying, "Captain, are you truly unconcerned about the disrespect shown to Crocodile?" Eren waved his hand dismissively and said nonchalantly, "There's no need to worry. He doesn't have the power to affect us. Moreover, I have a series of strategies to deal with him. Rest assured." Eren's decision to join the Baroque works stemmed from two primary motives: to leverage their unique characteristics and to utilize the resources of the Warlords of the Sea to locate Robin. With both objectives now accomplished, Crocodile had outlived his usefulness. Even if Crocodile posed no threat, Eren resolved to confront him preemptively, for he had devised a series of grand plans to enact. As he swiftly traversed the skies, the city loomed ever closer. Robin gazed out the window, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, eager to embark on her long-awaited shopping expedition. After years of living in hiding, burdened by fear, she had never truly crossed a street in her life. Her heart brimmed with excitement at the prospect of the shopping adventure that lay ahead. Eren observed Robin's eager expression and couldn't help but chuckle. He retrieved a pair of sunglasses from the system space and handed them to Robin, saying, "Put these on, and you need not fear being recognized. You can stroll about with confidence." Robin, somewhat skeptical, accepted the sunglasses and, after putting them on, inquired with curiosity, "Is it truly effective?" Eren nodded and said, "You trust me, don't you?" As he spoke, he adorned himself with a pair of identical sunglasses. In the original narrative, following the Sky Island arc, Luffy and his crew found themselves at the Marine's G8 fortress. In a bid to acquire the fortress's map, Robin ensnared the special envoy dispatched by Marine headquarters, donning a Marine uniform and sunglasses to successfully disguise herself as him. This ruse proved remarkably effective, allowing Robin to infiltrate the library seamlessly. Moreover, the king of cosplay, Black, and his crew managed to impersonate the Straw Hat crew with mere costume changes. Even more astonishingly, they later succeeded in masquerading as Kid's crew. The logic within this world appears somewhat flawed, as a simple change of attire suffices to deceive the vast majority. Eren found a secluded corner to land, opening the gate on his chest to release Robin. Standing at the threshold, Robin gazed outside with wide-eyed wonder, then gracefully leaped. As she passed through the gate, she returned to her normal size, curiously surveying her surroundings, and turned to Eren exclaiming, "Captain, how marvelous!" Eren closed the city gates, observing the figure clad in a commander's uniform, adorned with sunglasses. The striking demeanor was more naval than that of a disguised high-ranking naval officer. Onlookers could only think of the naval female official and her handsome subordinate, never suspecting that this was a wanted criminal by the world government. Eren smiled knowingly at Robin's excited expression. He understood that Robin had long lived in peril, and now he finally had the opportunity to revel in joy. "Let us go." Eren spoke to Robin. Chapter 104, Porcelain. With excitement, Robin took Eren's hand and ventured into the bustling streets of the town, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. The sunlight bathed her in warmth, while a gentle breeze caressed her cheeks, adding a touch of delight to this rare shopping expedition. This charming little town resembled Orange Town in the East Sea, embodying a unique blend of medieval and pirate aesthetics. The streets were alive with a throng of people. lined with shops and signboards that exuded a medieval charm, and amidst the ebb and flow of the crowd, one could easily spot a myriad of beautiful women. In the pirate world, the young women were often stunningly beautiful and quite generous with their allure, providing a feast for the eyes. Robin, with an innate sense of mischief, pulled Aaron closer, teasingly pinching the soft flesh at his waist, warning him to avert his gaze from the bad women. Surprisingly, no one recognized her amidst the throngs, and many assumed her attire signified a naval officer, instinctively keeping their distance as they passed by, wary of attracting any trouble. Even as Robin and Aaron walked through the streets, people would instinctively part to allow her passage. With a complex mixture of emotions, Robin navigated through the crowd's parted way, leading them down a narrow street surrounded by an array of shops. These establishments radiated a rich medieval atmosphere, showcasing handcrafted items, antiques, and distinctive goods. Unable to resist, Robin paused to admire the various unique products that piqued her curiosity, yearning to uncover the stories behind them. She stepped into an antique shop that emanated a sense of history. The air was thick with the scent of antiquity, as various antique ornaments were displayed in the windows, each exuding an aura of the past. Noticing an elderly man diligently restoring a piece of antique porcelain, Robin approached him politely, expressing her interest in the artifacts. The old man smiled warmly and replied, "Each item here carries a unique story. This porcelain hails from an ancient town called Jingda in the Flower Kingdom, boasting a 2,000-year history of porcelain making. In this particular piece," he examined the porcelain with great care, then sighed, "this porcelain has a history of several centuries, having endured the test of time and bearing witness to the myriad joys and sorrows of countless individuals." Listening intently to the elder's explanation, Robin focused her gaze on the porcelain, envisioning the prosperity and historical transformations of that ancient town and imagining the tales of those who once possessed this exquisite piece. The elder continued, "This porcelain is renowned for its exquisite craftsmanship and distinctive patterns, standing as one of the masterpieces of local traditional art. Each motif has been meticulously painted, symbolizing happiness, prosperity, and harmony. Do you know? Such porcelain is not merely a decorative item. It is also used by locals to convey blessings and wishes." A profound curiosity welled up within Robin as she inquired, "Sir, how are the meanings of these patterns and blessings conveyed?" The elder smiled and elucidated. "Each design embodies a specific significance. For instance, the floral motif symbolizes beauty and prosperity, while the swallow pattern signifies auspiciousness and happiness. When an individual receives such a ceramic piece, they believe it harbors blessings and good fortune. Consequently, people often place these ceramics in prominent positions within their homes, hoping to attract luck and joy." Captivated by his words, Robin began to realize that these antiques were not mere objects, but rather vessels of cultural heritage and repositories of human emotion. As the elder continued, his voice gradually softened, and with a tone of deep regret, he remarked, "Alas, such ceramics are becoming increasingly rare." Aaron was captivated by the conversation and could not help but inquire, "Sir, do you know what is happening?" The elder replied with irritation, "Of course, everyone is destined to perish. What remains for the creation of porcelain? Not just porcelain, but the art of silk is also gradually fading. The only thing that seems to endure is flowers, as if life itself were meant solely for their blossoming." The elder sighed. It won't be long before the splendid civilization of that nation diminishes. Robin felt a profound sorrow at the elder's words and asked, "What is the reason? Do you know, esteemed elder?" The elder glanced around cautiously and murmured, "It cannot be spoken of. It cannot be divulged. If you wish to know, you must visit that nation yourselves." The land of flowers? As a person from the West Sea, Robin had long harbored a desire to witness that powerful nation. However, the land of flowers had also been one of her pursuers over the years, and she dared not venture there alone. But now she had a captain. Robin looked at Aaron with pleading eyes, hoping he would take her to see the land of flowers. Such a vast and formidable nation might still hold the remnants of historical truth. Aaron gazed at Robin, stroking his chin in contemplation for a moment, then nodded in agreement. It is well known that the Kingdom of Flowers serves as a prototype for Aaron's homeland, effectively embodying a parallel existence from another world. Thus, claiming disinterest would be utterly implausible. This journey to the Western Sea, with a visit to the Kingdom of Flowers as one of its primary objectives, is indeed significant. Furthermore, the fact that the ruler of the Kingdom of Flowers resembles Fu Manchu indicates that this realm belongs to the era of Andiqing, compelling him to witness it firsthand. Upon hearing the elder's lament about the dwindling population of the Kingdom of Flowers, a sudden pang of unease gripped Aaron's heart, inexplicably igniting a fierce anger within him. causing his mood to shift dramatically towards a violent disposition. Eren exerted all his strength to suppress his fury. In the depths of fate, it seemed that destiny was compelling him to journey to the land of flowers. Upon seeing Eren's nod, Robin beamed and winked at him, thoroughly pleased with his decision. A wave of excitement surged within her. At last, she had the opportunity to visit the enigmatic and exquisite realm of flowers. However, noticing the pallor on Eren's face, she inquired with genuine concern, "What troubles you, Captain? Has something occurred?" Eren shook his head, choosing not to share the esoteric matters with Robin. Instead, he inquired, "Having gazed at this porcelain for so long, do you truly admire it? If so, why not acquire it?" Robin turned her head, quietly contemplating the slightly cracked ceramic piece before her. She genuinely cherished this artifact. Raising her gaze, she locked eyes with Eren and, with a smile, replied, "You're absolutely right. Such a piece of pottery is far more than a mere ornament. It embodies history and the emotions of those who came before us. I can sense the blessings and beauty it conveys, and I believe it deserves to be treasured and collected." Eren smiled and nodded, then turned to the elderly man, expressing his admiration for the ceramic piece and his desire to purchase it. The old man, upon hearing Eren's words, waved his hand with a sly grin and remarked, "You possess excellent taste, young man. But who said I intend to sell it?" With a smile, he continued, "I invested a considerable sum to acquire this porcelain, and it is one of the few remaining unique pieces in existence. I restored it with the intention of passing it down as a treasured heirloom." Eren felt a tinge of embarrassment at the elder's words and resorted to the tactic of offering more money. However, money proved to be of little use. The old man chuckled in response to Eren's attempts and advised him, "Young man, money is not omnipotent. This porcelain piece is not for sale at any price." He gestured towards the items on the shelf and added, "Those are for sale. If you fancy any, feel free to choose. But please do not disturb me while I restore this porcelain." The elder subtly issued a dismissal, leaving Eren at a loss as he glanced at Robin. Robin smiled faintly, signaling to Eren that he need not be concerned. Approaching the shelf, Robin selected a porcelain piece that appeared quite exquisite. Eren made the purchase and stored it in his system space, leaving the antique shop with a hint of awkwardness. Outside on the street, Eren expressed a slight apology to Robin. "I'm sorry, Robin, for not being able to procure something you liked." Robin was taken aback. She had not anticipated that such a formidable individual would be so considerate of her feelings. Warmth enveloped her heart, and she shook her head, touched. "Captain, you need not apologize. If anything, it is my fault for not clarifying. Besides, this porcelain piece is lovely. I truly adore it." Noticing a clothing store nearby, Robin took the initiative to grasp Eren's hand, guiding him towards it. "Come, let us buy some clothes." Her delicate fingers, with their smooth, fair skin, radiated a natural sheen. The long, soft fingers, gently curved, exhibited an elegance and gracefulness. Under the sunlight, a soft pink hue glimmered between her fingers, as if lightly veiled in mist. Her neatly trimmed nails were subtly visible along the gentle curves of her fingertips. Her palm exuded warmth, with a soft and supple touch. The knuckles were distinct yet not overly pronounced. When she reached out and clasped Eren's strong, warm hand, Robin's hand trembled slightly before firmly gripping it. Their palms fit together perfectly, a gentle contact passing a current of warmth between them. Instinctively, they held each other's hands tightly, silently conveying mutual support and reliance. This simple yet profound gesture was imbued with endless warmth and understanding. Standing amidst the bustling street, they formed a beautiful tableau, feeling the warmth of each other's palms, as if they could sense the emotional connection blossoming between them. Eren lowered his head, his cheeks flushed, allowing Robin to lead him while tightly gripping Robin's delicate, fair hand, reluctant to let go. Robin, taking the initiative, pulled Eren's hand and walked ahead, while Eren, with his gaze cast downwards, remained blissfully unaware that Robin's face was equally crimson as they made their way into the clothing store. The surrounding onlookers were captivated by this enchanting scene, their eyes twinkling with amusement as they observed the pair. As they entered the store, the middle-aged female proprietor greeted them with a warm smile. "Welcome." The sound of her greeting jolted the two youth from their reverie, and they exchanged a shy glance, their faces ablaze with embarrassment before reluctantly releasing each other's hands. Both stood there, their cheeks still tinged with the warmth of their recent connection, lingering in the moment as they clutched the hand that had just been entwined. In unison, they turned to gaze at one another, only to swiftly avert their eyes, feigning interest in their surroundings. The store owner, a woman of enduring charm, observed the youthful couple with a knowing smile, reminiscing about the sweetness of first love. Such innocent emotions were indeed the domain of the young, she mused wistfully. With a gentle smile gracing her features, the proprietress approached the two and softly inquired, "May I assist you with anything today?" Her voice was tender and soothing, as though she feared to disrupt the delicate moment shared between them. Aaron regained his senses and surveyed his surroundings, discovering that the store's decor was both minimalist and contemporary, with an array of fashionable garments displayed in impeccable order. He observed that the lighting within the establishment was soft and warm, imparting a sense of comfort and tranquility. Aaron surveyed his surroundings, feeling a sense of satisfaction with the shop's displays and decor. Blushing, he gestured for the proprietress to look at Robin and replied, "I would like to purchase some clothing for her." Robin, equally flushed, chimed in, I wish to buy clothes. Do you have any recommendations?" "Absolutely. We have the latest fashionable garments, suitable for various occasions and styles." "Leave it to me," the proprietress responded enthusiastically. She began to recommend styles that would suit Robin, showcasing one meticulously selected outfit after another. Robin paid close attention to the design, fabric, and details of each piece, thoughtfully considering which would best express her style and personality. Under the proprietress's guidance, Robin tried on several outfits, and soon after, she appeared before Aaron, elegantly attired. She wore a complete ensemble in white stockings paired with a white shirt dress and white Mary Jane shoes. The cohesive white palette allowed the beauty of the stockings to seamlessly blend into the overall sophisticated aesthetic. Particularly striking was the flowing hem of the short shirt dress, which, accentuated by a matching belt, created a wave-like undulation reminiscent of ruffles. This effect highlighted the allure of Robin's long legs beneath the stockings, enhancing the straight and captivating lines of her limbs. This ensemble on Robin exuded a refreshing artistic charm and a sweet, endearing quality, while simultaneously embodying her unique aura of sophistication. It was truly a delightful fusion of innocence and elegance. "What do you think?" Robin asked, her cheeks aflame. Aaron gazed at Robin adorned in her ensemble of white hues, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He perceived that in this attire, Robin appeared even more enchanting, while simultaneously accentuating her distinctive grace and allure. Aaron covered his nose with his left hand to prevent any blood from spilling, while his right hand extended a thumbs up towards Robin, exclaiming with a buzz, "This outfit suits you perfectly, Robin." Robin shyly lowered her gaze and softly inquired, "Do you like it?" Her words pierced Aaron's heart, delivering a direct blow that left him momentarily stunned. He felt as if he might faint, much like that Japanese otaku who tragically passed away from excitement upon being called Oni-chan. Thankfully, his robust health saved him. Observing Aaron's reaction, Robin realized just how much he adored the ensemble she had meticulously curated. When Aaron had first entered the store and scanned his surroundings, the keen-eyed Robin had quickly noticed his lingering gaze on the sock section, even if it was for just a fleeting moment. With this insight into Aaron's preferences, Robin adeptly catered to his tastes, ultimately reaping considerable rewards. The shopkeeper stood nearby, chuckling softly, reflecting on the naive nature of youth, so easy to understand. Had she been the one to engage, this boy would have likely been left with nothing. "Captain, snap back to reality," Robin said, waving her fair hand in front of Aaron, signaling him to regain his composure. Aaron gradually regained his senses upon hearing Robin's voice. As his awareness returned, he was greeted by the sight of Robin's radiant, flower-like smile. Once again, Aaron found himself pierced, as if he had entered a world illuminated by the ethereal glow of moonlight and blooming peach blossoms. In that moment, he finally comprehended the essence of a face amidst the flowers. Robin stifled a soft laugh, covering her mouth. The proprietress, having experienced similar sentiments, approached Robin with a knowing demeanor. In a gentle tone, she advised, "Let him remain in this state for now. Once he etches your image into his mind, he shall become inseparable from you. Afterward, try other garments. Fill his thoughts solely with you, leaving no space for another woman." With a blush, Robin nodded in agreement. Indeed, following the proprietress into the fitting room, she attempted to don the attire suggested. When Aaron emerged from his reverie, he was once again taken aback by Robin's appearance. Clad in a simple white shirt adorned with a tie, complemented by black leggings and knee-high boots, her ensemble, combined with her alluring figure and commanding presence, exuded an irresistible allure. Aaron felt a surge of heat within him, as if he were on the verge of a nosebleed. Robin's enchanting voice inquired, "Captain, how are you?" The seductive timbre of Robin's voice made Aaron feel as though ants were crawling over his skin, igniting a delightful itch. He covered his nose with his arm, desperately trying to prevent any blood from escaping, while his right hand gave a silent thumbs up, rendering him speechless. Robin subtly gestured a thumbs up to the proprietress, demonstrating her innate understanding of human nature, a testament to her experience. As Robin donned a black and white ensemble, Aaron found himself utterly lost for words. The delicate white wool sweater tucked into a high-waisted skirt accentuated the exquisite curve of Robin's waist, while the A-line skirt paired with white stockings showcased her stunningly long legs to perfection. Stepping out of the fitting room, Robin wore a confident smile, gracefully lifting her skirt to display her elongated limbs. Unconsciously, Aaron swallowed hard, captivated by Robin's beauty and charm, reflecting on how the alluring sirens of the street could never compare to the ethereal Robin. Robin tried on an array of outfits, each one revealing her beauty in its entirety, showcasing the essence of youthful grace to Aaron. His mind became entirely consumed by the enchanting image of Robin. Truly, Robin was a natural beauty. Every outfit suited her flawlessly. Aaron feasted his eyes upon her, oblivious to the pile of garments that had accumulated on the counter. Noticing the overwhelming number of clothes, Robin shyly addressed the proprietress, saying, "This is too much. I'll take just the first 3 outfits. The rest I need." The proprietress visibly deflated, having initially hoped for a big sale with Robin's commanding presence. Disappointed to only sell 3 outfits after investing so much time and effort, she nonetheless felt a sense of fulfillment from witnessing such a youthful pairing. Maintaining her professional demeanor, she refrained from uttering unnecessary words and began to pack the items. Wait a moment. Aaron stepped forward, his mind filled with images of Robin adorned in those garments. It would indeed be a travesty to purchase merely 3 outfits. In an effort to curb such extravagance, and inspired by a spirit of environmental consciousness, Aaron earnestly proclaimed, "Robin, these clothes are exceptionally suited to you. They are truly exquisite. I believe we should acquire all of them, thus providing you with a plethora of choices, allowing you to don a different ensemble each day." Aaron said, "Boss, I'll take all of these. Please pack them up for me." Upon hearing Aaron's words, Robin felt a surge of joy. With a flirtatious glance, she replied, "Thank you, Captain." The proprietress seemed to have heard the sweetest melody in the world, responding with flattery, "Certainly. Handsome, please hold on for a moment." With that, she swiftly began to wrap everything up. Aaron observed that Robin's purchases predominantly consisted of clothing and footwear, yet it appeared that something essential was amiss. Aaron gazed at the apex of Robin's chest and suddenly comprehended what he had neglected to acquire. Aaron, his face flushed, stammered at Robin. "Robin, it appears you have forgotten to purchase something." Robin scrutinized the garments displayed on the counter and replied, "No, that's not correct. Captain, have you perhaps made a mistake?" Aaron hesitated, gesturing towards Robin in a shape resembling the number 8. After a considerable pause, Robin finally grasped the implication, her cheeks flushing slightly. With a mischievous grin, she took Aaron's hand and led him to a secluded area. Leaning down, she breathed softly into his ear, her voice dripping with temptation. "Captain, are you so hesitant because you wish to see?" Aaron vigorously shook his head, recognizing the perilous nature of the proposition. Although an intense curiosity bubbled within him, he feared that his vibrant physical form might not withstand the experience. Robin lamented, "What a pity. I was all set. Yet you, Captain, seem disinclined to indulge in this spectacle. I shall venture to the fitting room now. Should you wish to partake, you are most welcome to join me." With a playful wink directed at Aaron, she paused before the enigmatic allure that lay ahead, as if awaiting his decision. She then gathered a few intriguing garments and entered the fitting room, casting a final glance back at Aaron and cheerfully proclaiming, "Captain, I'm going in now." It was as though she were extending an invitation for him to follow. Aaron sat restlessly outside, captivated by Robin's alluring words. As vivid images of Robin in secrecy flooded his mind, "This is unbearable." He truly felt a nosebleed coming on. Aaron, though filled with desire, lacked the courage of a thief, sitting uneasily while pinching his nose. After a while, the curtain of the fitting room parted, revealing Robin's head. With a smile, she addressed Aaron, "Captain, will you truly not join me? The opportunity will soon pass." Aaron shook his head vigorously. What a pity. Robin felt a twinge of regret at missing the sight of Aaron's embarrassment. She had even prepared to make a trade, yet Aaron remained unfooled. Earlier, her emotions had been tossed about by Aaron, and now, it seemed, his mood was equally unsettled by her. A fitting equilibrium had been achieved. As Aaron anticipated, Robin appeared before him fully adorned. Indeed, she was a cunning sorceress, he mused. Girls are truly enigmatic creatures. Robin approached the counter, laden with a multitude of secrets, and requested the proprietress to package them. The shopkeeper's hands grew weary as she completed the task of wrapping the sizable collection of garments. Eyeing the numerous bags, She found herself curious about how they intended to transport such a load, and inquired whether they required assistance in carrying it away. This transaction could only be described as a clearance extravaganza, significantly depleting the inventory and leaving the shopkeeper with a bountiful profit. However, observing the duo with empty hands, it seemed implausible that they had any means of concealing such wealth. Where could they possibly stash so much money? Would they be unable to pay, resorting instead to theft? The proprietress, having encountered similar situations before, could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. In the astonished gaze of the proprietress, Aaron directly retrieved a box filled with wealth from the system space, instructing her to manage it. He then stowed away all the items into the system space. After settling the payment, the two departed from the clothing store amidst the proprietress's jubilant farewell. Chapter 106. Upon completing their purchase of garments, the two proceeded to acquire a plethora of miscellaneous items that Robin required in the town. Notably, they procured ample quantities of coffee and black tea, both of which were Robin's favorite beverages. Aaron was wildly purchasing items in the town, nearly emptying the stalls of their goods. He was utterly at a loss as to when to cease his shopping spree. Thanks to the generous support of the benefactor crocodile, Robin indulged in a delightful shopping binge, releasing years of pin-up desire for retail therapy. With a heart full of joy after a shopping escapade, she gazed contentedly at the bustling crowd. Her eyes sparkled with happiness, and a satisfying smile adorned her face. This shopping experience filled her with unparalleled contentment and glee. Clutching her purchases, she inhaled deeply, savoring the liberating sensation that had been long suppressed within her. For years, she had restrained her innate feminine desire, hesitant to fully embrace the joy of shopping. However, at last, she had the opportunity to revel in her shopping cravings without restraint. During this brief shopping frenzy, Robin's spirit was rejuvenated. She had finally unleashed her long-suppressed yearning for retail exploration and wholeheartedly enjoyed the pleasures of shopping. Now, she felt light and joyful, her mood elevated. Robin and Aaron returned home, laden with an array of shopping bags, engaging in lively conversation about their recent shopping adventures, their laughter echoing through the air. After their shopping spree, Aaron invited Robin into his being, while he soared towards the seaside, releasing her along with Kung Fu Manatee and Mary from within. Aaron gazed at Robin, pointing at the manatees, and with a smile introduced, "These are the Kung Fu Manatees, as you are already aware. The robust one is named Fu, and the taller one is called Fitz. They are not only my disciples, but also my companions and warriors." Fu and Fitz joyfully bounded towards Robin, exuberantly waving their flippers in delight. They took an instant liking to Robin, and their happiness soared with her joining the group. Robin smiled as she gently patted their heads, greeting them, "Hello, Fu and Fitz. I look forward to our time together." Observing the adorable Kung Fu Manatees, Robin, who cherished small creatures, felt a surge of joy. In the original story's prologue, after being struck by a bear, Robin was rescued by the Revolutionary Army and ultimately ascended to become the Queen of Animal Kingdom. However, gazing at the charming manatees, Robin curiously inquired, "Captain, did you say they are warriors?" Aaron replied with a smile, "Do not underestimate them. They are quite formidable. They have now begun to master the art of armament hockey." Upon hearing this, the two Kung Fu Manatees proudly puffed out their chests and gazed at Robin with a sense of accomplishment. Robin exclaimed in astonishment, "How could this be possible?" Aaron responded, "In this world, nothing is beyond the realm of possibility. You will also need to learn armament hockey alongside them. Do not allow yourself to be outdone." Aaron, with a smile, orchestrated Robin's future endeavors. After listening to Aaron's introduction to the Kung Fu Manatees, Robin was both astonished and filled with curiosity. She had never imagined that these seemingly gentle and adorable creatures possessed such formidable abilities. Despite the challenges ahead, she harbored considerable confidence in her capacity to learn. Robin declared, "I am eagerly looking forward to it." As she spoke, she gently patted the heads of the two manatees and softly added, "I hope to rely on you both in the days to come." The two Kung Fu Manatees responded with lively gestures, clearly delighted. Aaron pointed towards Mary, continuing his introduction. "This is my beloved ship, Mary. She has accompanied me from the East Sea until now. She is my dearest daughter." Were others in the pirate world to hear Aaron's words, they would undoubtedly think him mad for considering a vessel as his daughter, perceiving it as a peculiar obsession. However, Robin harbored no such thoughts and maintained complete faith in Aaron. Indeed, Aaron elaborated, "Robin, are you familiar with ship spirits?" "Ship spirits? I have heard of them." For someone as well-read and knowledgeable as Robin, the concept of ship spirits was not foreign to her. Gazing at the Mary, a sudden realization struck her, and she exclaimed, Captain, are you suggesting that a ship spirit was born within Mary? Indeed, Aaron spoke with pride and excitement. Under Aaron's deep affection and care for Mary, she felt his love, and thus the ship spirit was finally born. However, Aaron cherished Mary so much that he never allowed her the opportunity to be hurt, which meant she was unable to transform into a figure wielding a mallet, clad in a raincoat, to assist in repairing the ship. Aaron shouted to Mary without a moment's hesitation, "One day, I shall discover the devil fruit of the Everyone series. Mary, await my triumph, for I shall transform you into a human." Enveloped in alloy, Mary's goat head allowed her to change expressions freely beneath its protective layer, though beads of cold sweat formed on her brow. The captain was undeniably impressive, yet his enthusiasm was somewhat overwhelming for her. Robin, wide-eyed with wonder, could hardly fathom the captain's extraordinary prowess and the remarkable nature of the ship. It was truly astounding. Aaron said to Robin, "Come and greet Mary." Robin, using her abilities, grew 2 arms atop Mary's head, gently caressing her while softly saying, "Mary, I look forward to your guidance in the future." Suddenly, a delightful voice of a little girl echoed in Robin's mind. Robin was certain she was not imagining things. She smiled at Mary, realizing that everyone aboard this vessel was a kindred spirit. Overwhelmed with joy, Robin discovered that Mary could communicate with her. She tenderly stroked Mary's hull, her heart filled with delight as she declared, "Mary, it is a pleasure to meet you. We shall share many wonderful moments together." Aaron extended his hand, smiling as he inquired, "This is the situation aboard my ship. Robin, I earnestly invite you to become one of us. Will you accept?" Robin grasped Aaron's warm hand, responding with a smile, "Of course, Captain. What would you have me do?" Aaron smirked mischievously and said, "Now, it's just the 2 of us on this vessel. As the ship's captain, there are numerous tasks I cannot personally attend to, so I must rely on you. From this moment forth, you shall assume the roles of navigator, cook, combatant, cleaner, musician, magician, and my secretary. Oh, and let us not forget your primary profession as an archaeologist." Aaron began, counting on his fingers, soon realizing that 10 were insufficient. Robin wore a perplexed expression. She was well aware that Aaron was merely jesting. However, amidst the humor, she couldn't help but wonder if she could manage so many responsibilities single-handedly. How could he bear to let a beautiful girl toil endlessly in servitude? Is your heart truly that callous? You possess the powers of the Hana no Mi, enabling you to blossom any part of your body wherever you desire, making you capable of accomplishing the work of 10 seasoned sailors with ease. The affluent entrepreneur Aaron chuckled as he allocated tasks to Robin, relentlessly extracting every ounce of productivity from his subordinates, leaving no surplus value to waste. "Are you not concerned about exhausting me?" Robin retorted with a hint of annoyance, giving Aaron a light pat. "You have the Hana no Mi yourself. Why not do it yourself?" "All right, enough of the jokes." Aaron spoke earnestly this time. "I do not require you to do anything. Simply learn hockey with the manatees and hone your abilities with the flower fruit." Robin gazed at Aaron with a complex expression, pondering the significance of her presence aboard the ship. She was torn between the fear of being exploited for her powers and the dread of being cast aside by Aaron as worthless. It was indeed a difficult choice to make. With a conflicted heart, Robin followed Aaron aboard the Mary. The 2 manatees had already guided her through the ship, and Aaron led her directly to a small room. He resided in the larger quarters, which left Robin to occupy a separate chamber. In the original narrative, this room belonged to the male members of the Straw Hat crew, who shared it among themselves. However, Robin found her solitary accommodation quite acceptable. After all, life at sea was inherently arduous, and having a private room was a luxury in itself. As she surveyed the space, Robin felt no discontent. Rather, a sense of joy enveloped her. Since her earliest memories, she had never had a room of her own. During her childhood, at her uncle's house, she had always shared a room with her cousin. Following the destruction of O'Hara, she had lost any semblance of personal space. Her spirits lifted as she asked Aaron to retrieve the items they had purchased earlier. The small room was furnished with a comfortable bed, a spacious desk, and a wardrobe. This was her private sanctuary aboard the ship, and she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Opening the window, the sunlight streamed into the room, enveloping Robin in a warm embrace. Aaron possesses a systematic space. Thus, the warehouse belonging to Mary remains largely untouched by him. It conveniently serves as a place for Robin to stow away her recently purchased garments. In the warehouse, Robin declined the assistance of Aaron and the 2 manatees, opting instead to organize her belongings independently, arranging her new clothes and miscellaneous items with meticulous care. As she engaged in this task, a swell of anticipation for her new life surged within her heart. In the warehouse, Robin gently caressed her beautiful new attire, while the sound of the two manatees practicing their skills filled her ears. The air was suffused with the enticing aroma of food, a testament to Aaron's culinary preparations for dinner. Lost in a myriad of thoughts, Robin felt her eyes grow misty. She had once lost everything, forced to wander the streets and survive through arduous years. The place where one longs for their loved ones becomes their true home. Now, Salo, it seems I have genuinely found my sanctuary. Robin sensed an invisible hand soothing her, offering comfort. She recognized this as Mary's gentle reassurance. Thank you, Mary, she whispered in her heart, wiping away her tears and smiling as she ascended to the deck. The sun dipped low in the sky, the sea breeze caressing her face. As Robin stood at the entrance, gazing into the distance, her heart filled with tranquility. She observed Afu and Fitz engrossed in their practice, a deep sense of contentment enveloping her. The sky stretched boundlessly, the sea appeared infinite, and the ship seemed magical. She could finally live freely. Time slipped by unnoticed until Aaron emerged with dinner in hand. The two manatees were already seated at the table on the deck, knives and forks in their grasp, eagerly awaiting their meal. They adored the captain's skill and culinary prowess, as both enabled them to grow stronger rapidly. They relished the sensation of empowerment. Robin, too, was delighted, and they all embraced the joy of abundance. Aaron continuously brought forth an array of exquisite dishes, adorning the entire table. Observing the ravenous Afu and Fizz, he remarked with a hint of annoyance, "You are drenched in sweat. Hasten to wash yourselves before returning." Afu and Fizz, disheartened, reluctantly set aside their cutlery and made their way to the ship's lavatory. Robin watched this scene unfold with a smile, quietly finding it quite amusing. The dinner presented by Aaron resembled a collection of exquisite artworks, each dish meticulously arranged upon the plate. The roasted fish boasted a golden, crispy exterior, while its interior remained tender and succulent, adorned with vibrant green herbs and fiery red chilies, emanating an enticing aroma. The salt-edged shrimp, translucent and delicately white, were evenly coated in a light dusting of starch, perfectly cooked to release waves of sweet shrimp essence. The vegetables and fruits were freshly harvested, their vivid colors and rich nutrients not only tantalizing to the taste, but also a feast for the eyes. A steaming bowl of soup graced the table, its clear broth fragrant and inviting, a testament to careful preparation, enriched with an array of vegetables and slices of meat, igniting an insatiable appetite. In addition to these main dishes, a variety of appetizers, side dishes, desserts, along with fresh juices and fine wines adorned the spread. Each dish was a signature creation of his, not only delightful in flavor, but also nourishing. This culinary mastery stands as the pinnacle of gastronomic skill in the world of One Piece, acquired through the tutelage of Zeph and Sanji. It is no exaggeration to assert that such unparalleled culinary prowess could easily conquer the appetites of countless diners. It is precisely through this nutrient-rich fare that the two Kung Fu manatees are rapidly growing stronger, while Aaron, with his extraordinary physique, can effortlessly consume his way to greatness. Robin gazed at the lavish banquet before her, unable to suppress her astonishment. She had never encountered such a sumptuous feast, each dish provoking a mouth-watering response. Unable to restrain herself, she swallowed hard and inquired, "Captain, did you prepare all of this? Truly remarkable." Aaron nodded with a proud smile and said, "Indeed, I am quite adept in the culinary arts. These dishes have been prepared to welcome you. I sincerely hope you find them to your liking." With such an array of dishes, one could only imagine the time it would take Aaron to prepare them all. Fortunately, he possessed the powers of the flower fruit. Though he had yet to master the art of duplication, he could skillfully manage several pots simultaneously. Given Aaron's extensive experience with the abilities of various devil fruits, it would not be long before he learned to create duplicates. She gazed at Aaron with gratitude, her smile illuminating her face as she remarked, "Captain, you are truly too kind." Aaron smiled faintly and replied, "It is only natural, and this is merely a small part of our life at sea. There is much more to come. Moreover, with the powers granted by the Hana no Mi, my efficiency in cooking has multiplied exponentially. It shall always be thus. So there is no need for formality." Robin nodded with a smile, pleasantly surprised by the versatility of the Hana no Mi. Yet, she felt a profound warmth. She understood that this dinner was not merely a meal, but a gesture of welcome and acceptance. She had finally found a place she could call home, along with new companions and a fresh sense of belonging. The two manatees, freshly groomed, appeared beside the dining table, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they gazed at the sumptuous spread before them. Observing their eagerness, Aaron declared, "Let us begin." The dishes on the table appeared even more enticing under the rosy glow of dusk. Robin took the first sip of the soup. The rich, savory broth, meticulously crafted by Aaron, left a lasting impression on her palate. Aaron began to serve her, placing a variety of delectable dishes into her bowl. Robin savored a bite of the stir-fried shrimp, the succulent meat bursting with flavor, prompting her to exclaim in delight. She then sampled the roasted fish and was instantly captivated by its exquisite taste and tender texture, providing her with immense satisfaction. She meticulously relished each dish, appreciating the intricate flavors and culinary techniques involved. Observing that Robin had completed her first round, Aaron chuckled. "Let us not stand on ceremony. Please do indulge yourself, or there may not be enough left." Before Robin could fully comprehend, two voracious sea cows lunged toward the feast. Stunned, Robin looked up in astonishment. What had once been a generous platter of chicken legs now held only a few remnants, as the two sea cows devoured them with an unexpected fervor. In that fleeting moment, Robin felt as though she were not merely having lunch, but rather participating in a fierce battle for survival. In an instant, the two sea cows each grasped another chicken leg, leaving only one remaining on the serving platter, intensifying the atmosphere with an urgent tension. Yet, before a victor could be determined between the two gluttons, an unforeseen calamity struck. Aaron directly seized the remaining chicken leg, devouring it with a ferocity that even surpassed Luffy's. Bone and all, at that moment, Robin comprehended why it was said that there was nothing left to eat. Aaron, while shoving food into his mouth, thoughtfully served her vegetables as well. Observing Robin's astonishment, Aaron urged, "Hurry up and eat. How can you grow stronger if you don't? If you don't eat now, there will be nothing left." Watching the captain and the two manatees feast voraciously was akin to witnessing a live eating show, which inevitably whetted Robin's appetite. The food was simply too delectable, and soon she too was indulging to her heart's content. In the end, the two manatees had also eaten their fill, leaving only Aaron, who devoured all the remaining food with astonishing speed. Then, Robin witnessed Aaron's belly, which had swelled to a size reminiscent of a pregnancy, suddenly flattening. It dawned on Robin that the captain was formidable in every conceivable aspect. After their delightful dinner, Robin assisted in clearing the dishes, utilizing her abilities to wash them, understanding that this was one of her contributions aboard the ship. During the dishwashing, she and Aaron exchanged stories, sharing their experiences. Robin learned more about the captain than she had ever known. Their conversation flowed seamlessly, and before they realized it, the night had deepened. The gentle sea breeze caressed them, carrying a hint of coolness. After Aaron finished his bath, he used his abilities to dry his hair and sat on the bed, his mind wandering in a flurry of thoughts. For just a thin wall separated him from Robin, who was also bathing. Whether it was Robin's natural fragrance or the distinct aroma of the flower fruit, an exquisite scent wafted into Aaron's room, enveloping his senses and igniting a restlessness within him. Soon after, to his astonishment, Robin did not head to the warehouse but instead entered Aaron's room. With her hair still damp and wrapped in a towel, she opened the door and stepped inside, completely oblivious to her own charm, standing before Aaron without a hint of modesty. Her cheeks flushed, whether from the warmth of the bath or something else, he could not tell. With a mischievous grin, she playfully beckoned, "Captain, do blow-dry my hair." At that moment, Aaron felt as if he might explode, utterly taken aback by Robin's audacity. He was completely ensnared in her playful trap. Aaron stood in astonishment, pointing at Robin, and as he beheld Robin's triumphant smile, a forgotten piece of information suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Aaron smiled proudly and said, "Robin, do not blame me for unleashing my ultimate move." Rising to his feet with hands on his hips, Aaron declared, "Robin, I possess a significant secret. It is not too late to surrender." "Oh, really? What is this secret? Might you share it with me?" Robin inquired softly as he approached Aaron's bedside, taking a seat beside him. The tone of his voice nearly drove Aaron to the brink of madness. Aaron, with a resolute spirit, declared, "In truth, Saul is still alive." At that moment, tears cascaded from Robin's eyes, flowing uncontrollably. She paid no heed to her tears, clutching Aaron's shoulders with desperation as she implored, "Is it true? You are not deceiving me." Upon witnessing Robin, her face adorned with tears like blossoms after rain, Aaron suddenly felt a pang of clarity, regretting his choice to reveal such news in this moment. He embraced Robin gently, whispering, "I do not lie to you. In fact, after the destruction of O'Hara, a vast trove of literature lay undisturbed at the lake's heart, preserved in tranquility, until a giant, wrapped in bandages, along with his crew, transported these precious texts to the giant's homeland, Elbaf. Surely, you are familiar with that captain of the giant race." Amidst her sobs, Robin collapsed into Aaron's embrace, weeping bitterly as if attempting to release the burdens of countless years. Aaron gently patted Robin's back and softly said, "In truth, it was O'Hara who triumphed." Robin, the spirit of O'Hara continues to blaze in this world. Robin wept even louder, overwhelmed with joy at the return of what she had lost, tears cascading like a fountain. Aaron tenderly stroked her back, offering her solace and strength. He understood the significance of this revelation for Robin. Gradually, she calmed, wiping away her tears, and lifted her gaze from Aaron's embrace, smiling as she expressed, "Thank you, Captain. You brought me this news." As Robin raised her head, the towel that had loosened during her earlier tears fell away completely, causing Aaron to widen his eyes in surprise as he beheld everything. Instead of securing the towel, Robin blushed and, with an inviting smile, extended her arms towards Aaron, saying, "Captain, all your words have led to this moment. Come here." Aaron could no longer contain himself and immediately lunged forward. However, he still summoned the last vestiges of his decorum to exclaim, "Mary, dear child, please do not look." In that moment, it was as if the flower path had never been swept and the humble door had just been unlatched. It felt like a chance meeting between golden breezes and jade dewdrops, surpassing countless encounters in the mortal realm, with both of them bearing their own blossoms and fruits. The experience was truly ineffable. The midnight hours were serene and tranquil as Robin contentedly lay in Aaron's embrace. She harbored no regrets regarding the recent events. In comparison to what Aaron had revealed to her, her own crimson territory seemed trivial. Through their time together, Robin had come to believe that Aaron was someone worthy of lifelong trust. What could be more solid than this bond? With a heart full of contentment, Robin gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 107. Retribution arrives the following morning. Robin awoke to a warm sensation leaving her. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of Aaron wielding scissors, cutting the bed sheets. Spotting the bloodstains on the fabric, Robin blushed and inquired, "Captain, what are you doing?" Aaron held the bedspread as if it were a sacred relic, and, after carefully putting it away, he replied with a hint of reluctance, "This is a tradition from my hometown." Aaron then elaborated, stating, "In my hometown, after such an event, it is customary to preserve the moment as a sign of respect and appreciation for one another." Robin shyly nodded, realizing that the captain was indeed a rather traditional individual. Captain, should we perhaps freshen up and then have breakfast?" Robin suggested, her cheeks flushing at the recollection of last night as escapades. The captain's physique was astonishingly robust. Even with her flower fruit abilities, she felt she was no match for him. Aaron gazed at Robin's flushed face, finding her utterly adorable. He then reminisced about everything that transpired the previous night. There was no finesse involved. It was sheer strength that wrought miracles. As the saying goes, no oxen can be overworked, only the land can be exhausted. But if it were Optimus Prime tilling the earth, what would one do? Last night, Aaron embodied this very notion, transforming Robin into a siren of the tides. "Are you all right?" Aaron inquired with concern. It was the first time, and Aaron's physique was extraordinarily formidable. Had it not been for Robin's flower fruit, the situation could have been dire. "It's nothing," Robin replied, blushing, clad merely in Aaron's white shirt and walking barefoot on the ground, exhibiting none of the clumsiness associated with a blue star human losing a life. It seemed Robin's physical prowess was quite impressive as well. The two engaged in a vigorous battle within the confines of the bathroom. As they fought, rapidly making their way towards the land of flowers, the bounty notice for Capone Beach had already reached the West Sea. On Cyroli Island, Capone Beach was furiously smashing items, turning his office into a chaotic mess. His subordinate, with a bushy beard, had the audacity to act independently, infuriating him further. The mafia had united solely for profit. If each subordinate behaved as recklessly as the bearded one, how could he maintain control over his gang? How could he uphold his title as the underground emperor? Suddenly, a subordinate burst in without prior notice, panic written all over his face. "Boss, there's trouble. A major incident has occurred." This added to Capone Beach's embarrassment. He slammed his hand on the desk and shouted, "If you have bad news, speak quickly. If you can't provide something substantial, I'll feed you to the fish." The trembling subordinate cautiously handed over a newspaper and a bounty notice, stammering, "Boss, you have a bounty on your head. How is that possible? Don't speak nonsense, or I'll have your head." Capone Beach exclaimed, rising in shock. Upon glancing at the bounty notice, he recognized his likeness, transformed into a tank. The bounty amount was a staggering 110 million berries. A sense of foreboding washed over him, as though an invisible hand had placed a heavy burden upon him. He hastily examined the newspaper to uncover the truth. The more he read, the more bewildered he became. The paper detailed how Capone Beach had obstructed the Navy's efforts to capture Nico Robin, injuring a senior vice admiral and numerous elite soldiers in the process. It claimed he had abducted Nico Robin, inflicting immense damage upon the Navy and the world government, thus warranting a bounty of 110 million berries. The article provided no information about Jernica, nor did it mention Green Pepper or Bullshield. It laid all the blame squarely on Capone Beach, portraying him as a formidable lunatic intent on overthrowing the world government. Who would dare to abduct someone from the world government without being mad? The more Capone Beach read, the more absurd it seemed. He had been on Cyroli Island for days, never stepping outside. Who was this Capone Beach in the newspaper? The publication even featured an illustration of a castle giant, resembling him closely. Only he possessed such capabilities, but he hadn't left his premises. Could it be that he had been sleepwalking at night, or had he somehow created another self? The most significant realization was that if one could vanquish a seasoned general, what need would there be to remain a clandestine emperor? One could ascend to the status of a divine priest instead. Kapaniki was struck by the sudden onslaught of a large, round black pot, leaving him considerably alarmed. A tide of unrelenting rage and frustration surged within him as he recognized he was being framed. He was acutely aware that someone was orchestrating this treachery from the shadows, intent on ensnaring him. Once he regained his composure, Kapaniki began to devise a strategy for counteraction. He summoned his subordinates to inquire if they had detected any suspicious activity. Their responses only fortified his conviction that he was indeed being wronged. However, who would believe him? Kapaniki's paramount concern was to uncover evidence to exonerate himself. Thus, he commenced an extensive search for intelligence and clues. He made countless phone calls, yet those underground informants who would typically swarm him now seemed to vanish. As if severing ties with Kapaniki, the nobles, too, were unresponsive to his calls, rendering his lavish bribes futile, leaving him utterly unsupported at this critical juncture. Was he truly to abandon his legacy and flee? Though in the original narrative, Kapaniki, after consolidating his underground realm, lost interest in terrestrial affairs and resolved to venture out to sea, establishing the Flame Tank Pirates, delighting in the conquest of his enemies' heads. This was not the time for such a course. He understood he had been isolated, yet he had committed no such acts. Kapaniki felt suffocated, pondering who could be behind this betrayal. His heart swelled with both fury and helplessness. He realized he could no longer remain passive. He resolved to take matters into his own hands, to uncover the truth and clear his name. However, before he could act, it was already too late. Green Pepper had made landfall on Sicily. Filled with indignation at being deceived, upon entering the stronghold of the Mafia, Green Pepper unleashed his conqueror's haki. Countless individuals collapsed, their eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. As he traversed the territory, bodies littered the ground. The 8 Treasure Navy, upon spotting individuals in suits, did not hesitate to strike. Regardless of whether they were affiliated with the mob, the fact that they spared anyone on the island was a rare act of mercy from the 8 Treasure Navy. Little ones, it seems we have been too low profile lately. This will not do. These vermin of the underworld dare to provoke us. Let us show them our might. Green Pepper proclaimed loudly. Yes, let's eliminate them. Show them our prowess. His 8 Treasure Navy roared in response, brandishing their weapons. As they shouted, the 8 Treasure Navy dispersed, forcefully kicking down doors to seize valuable items. If they encountered any attractive individuals, they would not hesitate to act. Any resistance would be met with the swift judgment reserved for mobsters to be eradicated. In an instant, the island was engulfed in flames. Cries for help and anguished screams echoed throughout. The entire island seemed to be plunged into a hellish nightmare. Chapter 108. The downfall of Kapambeki, the formidable 8 Treasure Navy, led by Qingjiao, surged across the entirety of Sariri Island like a tempest, their objective clear: to locate Kapambeki, dismember him, and reclaim Nico Robin. Although Kapambeki wielded considerable power, he appeared utterly defenseless in the face of the 8 Treasure Navy. Countless members of the Mafia, having never even laid eyes on the 8 Treasure Navy, succumbed to Qingjiao's conqueror's haki, falling unconscious before being dispatched without mercy. The island's youth, aspiring to join the Mafia, were harvested like wheat, unable to mount any resistance. However, some Mafia members, leveraging their superior equipment, managed to pose a challenge to the 8 Treasure Navy. Qingjiao shouted, his voice overpowering the cries of despair that echoed across the island. With each bellow, waves of conqueror's haki radiated outward, stripping the remaining combatants of their will to fight. Observing the devastation before him, Kapambeki was engulfed by panic and helplessness. Yet, he had no time to dwell on these feelings. The notion of a gang coming to his rescue was utterly absurd. In that moment, Kapambeki only yearned to flee, convinced that these assailants were solely after him. He recognized the leading elder as none other than Qingjiao, the legendary pirate of the West Sea. As a gang leader, Kapambeki knew precisely whom to provoke and whom to avoid, and Qingjiao fell squarely into the latter category. Anxiety gripped Kapambeki's heart. He understood that his strength paled in comparison to that of Qingjiao. A legendary force within the pirate realm, Qingjiao's intimidating presence was unrivaled in the West Sea. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Kapambeki could only place his hopes in his cunning and strategy. He quickly contemplated his options, stealthily seeking an opportunity for escape. Witnessing the brutal 8-treasure navy incapacitate his subordinates one by one ignited a surge of indignation within him. However, as the leader of the mafia, his primary concern was survival, rendering his subordinates expendable in his quest for safety. He commanded all gang members within the building to congregate, wielding high-end weaponry that they had previously been reluctant to employ, and launched an assault against the 8-treasure navy. Meanwhile, he intended to slip out through the back door of the building during the chaos unleashed on his gang members. Secretly grateful that perhaps fate had provided him with a chance to escape, he swiftly issued orders for his men to attack while he seized the opportunity to flee. Concealed in the shadows, Kapambeki cautiously approached the back door. However, just as he believed he could successfully evade capture, he suddenly sensed a powerful wave of Conqueror's haki emanating from Qingjiao, a force that struck him like an invisible shockwave, sweeping through the entire building in an instant. Kapambeki's body was rendered powerless. His limbs fell limply at his sides, as if he were frozen in place. His subordinates collapsed around him, their weapons clattering to the ground with a sharp metallic sound. The 8-treasure navy surged into the building like a relentless tide, mercilessly executing Kapambeki's gang members without hesitation. The panic and helplessness within Kapambeki reached a crescendo. Qingjiao gazed coldly at Kapambeki, his eyes ablaze with boundless fury and disappointment. Kapambeki, how have you become such a coward? Were you not bold enough to strike at me? Did you not dare to mock me? How dare you flee at this moment? Do you possess no shred of dignity? Qingjiao's voice brimmed with rage. Kapambeki felt utterly bewildered. The notion of daring to strike Qingjiao or to mock him was unfathomable. The detestable newspaper had not told the truth. How could there be an even more formidable adversary that was unreported, who had ensnared him in such dire straits? 8 burst fists. Qingjiao, seething with wrath, lunged fiercely at Kapambeki. How dare you belittle me? Even a clay figurine retains a measure of spirit, let alone the emperor of the underworld. Castle fist. Kapambeki's fist transformed into a formidable fortress, surging towards Qingjiao's advancing attack. The collision of their fists produced a thunderous sound, akin to a bomb detonating in the air. A brilliant radiance erupted between their fists, illuminating the entire battlefield. Their fists clashed, echoing with a cacophony reminiscent of thunder. Qingjiao's strength surged forth like a torrential flood, relentlessly crashing against Kapambeki's defenses. Kapambeki felt an overwhelming force emanating from Qingjiao's fist. His arm instantaneously numbed, unable to withstand such immense pressure, trembling uncontrollably. Qingjiao's fist, imbued with shockwaves, shattered Kapambeki's defenses with a single blow. The force propelled Kapambeki backward, leaving a deep trench carved upon the ground. As he fell to the earth, immobilized, his eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief. He could scarcely fathom being so effortlessly defeated by Qingjiao. Meanwhile, Qingjiao's fist remained unscathed, as if no power could withstand his assault. Qingjiao approached Kapambeki, his gaze reflecting profound disappointment. You are far too weak. With such power, how dare you mock me? Ah! Kapambeki cried out, resolved to fight with all his might. Castle, full-scale boss. Kapambeki transformed himself into a colossal fortress, a monstrous figure towering 80 meters high. The immense castle raised its giant fist, ready to hammer down upon Qingjiao. Yes, now that resembles something formidable. Qingjiao, seeing the impending attack, felt an unexpected thrill of excitement. 8 burst fists, pinnacle of the dragon spike. Qingjiao enveloped his flat-headed form with armed haki, concentrating the shockwave of the 8 burst fists into this flattened head, channeling all his strength into a singular point as he charged towards the giant fist of the castle. Qingjiao's dragon spike fist sliced through the air with ferocity, propelled by an overwhelming aura, aimed directly at Kapambeki's titanic fist. The strike was not only immensely powerful, but also astonishingly swift. Kapambeki's colossal fist was almost incapable of capturing the assault of Qingjiao. Bang! A resounding crash echoed across Sirili Island as Qingjiao's conical spikes collided with Captain Becky's giant fist, unleashing a wave of energy that caused surrounding structures to collapse and the ground to fracture, sending dust swirling into the air. Qingjiao's strength pierced through Captain Becky's massive fist like a sword through a thick shield, inflicting tremendous damage. Captain Becky's grand fortress began to crumble as enormous stones and debris cascaded down, compelling Qingjiao's 8 treasures navy to evade swiftly, lest they be caught in the turmoil. The fortress-like form of Captain Becky started to disintegrate, his body shrinking back from the titanic castle, reverting to his original state. His visage was etched with agony and shock. He had never anticipated that Qingjiao's might could so effortlessly dismantle his formidable stronghold. Yet, Qingjiao did not pause to revel in victory. He launched into a ferocious onslaught. His body surged forward like a tiger descending from a mountain, delivering punch after punch upon Captain Becky, each strike imbued with an overwhelming aura of dominance that left Captain Becky defenseless. Captain Becky's form was relentlessly battered by Qingjiao's assaults, sending him careening in all directions, each impact a source of excruciating pain. Qingjiao's strikes fell like a torrential downpour, leaving Captain Becky with no opportunity to retaliate. He could only passively endure the barrage, observing their leader's valiant fight. The morale of Qingjiao's 8 treasures navy soared. They cried out in fervor, intensifying their own attacks, rendering Captain Becky's subordinates incapable of resistance. A profound despair engulfed Captain Becky. He had never envisioned such a devastating defeat. He had fancied himself the underground emperor of the West Sea, yet found himself akin to a rat in a gutter, easily trampled underfoot. As Qingjiao's onslaught intensified, Captain Becky's body could no longer withstand the onslaught. The fortress emitted a relentless roar, its form nearing collapse, teetering on the brink of destruction. At last, the colossal fortress creature could endure no more. Fissures began to appear in its immense frame as the grand edifice crumbled, countless bricks falling from the sky to the ground. From head to tail, its once great body shattering into innumerable fragments, akin to a cookie on the verge of breaking. Stones scattered like rain from the heavens. As the dust settled, Captain Becky gasped for breath, blood streaming from his wounds, as if he had suffered grievous injuries. In the midst of his labored breaths, Captain Becky heard the distant clamor of an approaching naval force. His gaze turned toward the source of the sound, and he beheld a sizable contingent of naval troops arriving on Sirili Island. They were confronting Qingjiao's 8 treasures navy, thwarting their continued malevolence toward the innocent. The arrival of the navy ignited a flicker of hope in Captain Becky. He believed this force would clash with the 8 treasures navy, thus providing him the opportunity to escape swiftly from this dire situation. However, this group of naval officers did not engage in a fierce conflict with the 8 treasure navy. They merely intervened to prevent the 8 treasure navy from harming innocent civilians, refraining from direct combat. Leading this contingent was the bandaged rear admiral of Fire Mountain, who had arrived late. It was evident that Capone Beach was a prize of the Green Pepper, and vying for him would be unwise. Still nursing severe injuries, he was in no condition to confront the Green Pepper. Safeguarding the civilians was sufficient to satisfy the justice within his heart. Observing the Navy's reluctance to clash with the 8 treasure navy, Capone Beach felt a twinge of despair. He mockingly addressed the naval officers. "Is this your version of justice? How amusing." A scathing derision danced across his face as he confronted the rear admiral of Fire Mountain, saying, "Are you really content to stand idly by while this villain oppresses the weak?" The rear admiral gazed intently at Capone Beach and replied, "The justice of the Navy does not require your vile assessment. Your death would be justice itself." Green Pepper stepped forward, asserting, "Enough of this nonsense. Capone Beach, where is Nico Robin? Hand her over swiftly." His confidence did not stem from fear of the Navy. He had no trepidation towards these officers, for they were all his former subordinates. He simply wished to avoid further complications. Capone Beach, exasperated, hung his head and said, "I truly do not know any Nico Robin. I have been on this island for days, without venturing out. I also have no knowledge of who Capone Beach is, but I assure you, he is not me. Do you believe that? Donotiest. You look exactly like him, and you can even wield the same castle fruit. You expect me to believe you are not him? Do you take me for a fool?" Green Pepper shouted in anger, "But it is genuinely not me. I have no knowledge of any Nico Robin." Capone Beach was on the brink of tears. "I see you will not relent until you see a coffin. Do you think the world is composed of fools?" Green Pepper, unwilling to waste further words, decided that if a beating was necessary, then so be it. He approached Capone Beach, fists clenched, regaining a modicum of strength. Capone Beej knew that his stronghold contained multiple secret passages. He was a suspicious individual, always fond of preparation. Castle, explosion, he declared, unleashing all his cannons and wildly firing every bomb in his arsenal. In an instant, the battlefield erupted into chaos, engulfed in flames. The inferno unleashed by the explosions consumed everything in its vicinity. Flames and smoke billowed into the air, casting the entire battlefield into disarray. The earth trembled, structures crumbled, and dust filled the atmosphere. Surrounded once more by a barrage of cannon fire, Green Pepper was now prepared, and Capone Beej's barrage paled in comparison to Aaron's. He relied on his armed hockey, enveloping his body as he pressed forward. Capone Beej, witnessing Green Pepper bravely withstand the onslaught, was nearly paralyzed with fear. He opened the city gates, expelling the last remnants of his elite subordinates from within, many of whom bore resemblance to him, serving as decoys to disrupt the ongoing operation. Subsequently, he launched smoke bombs, obscuring the vision of all present. As the smoke enveloped the area, visibility diminished and sounds were muffled. Seizing the opportunity, Capone Beej slipped into the building's underground passage. Familiar with the layout, he felt confident that if he could reach the tunnels, he would successfully elude his pursuers. Green Pepper and his 8 Treasure Water army found themselves hindered by the smoke, temporarily unable to pursue with haste. They could only wait for the fog to dissipate before resuming their chase. At that moment, Admiral Fire Mountain of the Navy and his troops entered the fray, attempting to regain control and prevent the situation from escalating further. As the smoke cleared, the battlefield transformed. Green Pepper, observing several Capone Beejs in the vicinity, cursed under his breath, realizing he had been outmaneuvered once more. Enraged, his conqueror's hockey surged uncontrollably as he manifested behind these false Capone Beejs, shattering them with powerful punches. Subsequently, Green Pepper and his 8 Treasure Water army vanished from the battlefield, redirecting their efforts to pursue Capone Beej. Meanwhile, the Navy began to clear the battlefield, aiding injured civilians and managing the aftermath. Navigating through the tunnels, Capone Beej was consumed by fear and anxiety. He recognized the gravity of his predicament. If he did not swiftly find a means of escape, he might truly meet his demise. He quickened his pace, turning through the labyrinthine passages in a desperate attempt to evade his pursuers. Yet his heartbeat quickened as he detected footsteps closing in behind him. Clearly, Green Pepper had not relinquished his pursuit. Suddenly, Capone Beej felt a violent tremor, as if an explosion had occurred ahead in the tunnel. He surmised that Green Pepper had unleashed his 8-strike fist, attempting to obliterate his escape route. Capone Beej's countenance paled. He transformed into a tank, hastily fleeing through the corridor. Summoning every ounce of strength, he ran for what felt like an eternity, rounding a corner until he finally reached an exit. This opening led to a cavern where he had stashed a small boat for emergencies, never anticipating he would actually need it. With his last reserves of energy, he dragged the boat into the sea and seated himself at its center, paddling with fervor. At long last, after expending every last bit of strength, Capone Beej drifted upon the ocean, ensuring no vessels pursued him. With a triumphant laugh, he rejoiced at his narrow escape from death. Although he appeared disheveled, he had survived, vowing to the world government and Green Pepper that they would pay a heavy price for their transgressions. Oh, is that so? Congratulations are in order. A sudden voice from above startled Capone Beej into a stupor. He looked up to see a figure adorned with a large black top hat, dressed theatrically, and sporting a pair of wings, hovering above him. Capone Beej broke into a sweat, recognizing the individual who had placed a bounty on his head, the devilish Sheriff Lafayette. Captain Beej pleaded directly with Lafayette, hoping for mercy. Lafayette gazed at the kneeling Captain Beej with a hint of disdainful amusement. "Umph, do you truly believe that begging will spare you?" Lafayette's voice dripped with derision. Trembling, Captain Beej mustered all his strength to utter, "If you let me go, I am willing to do anything." Lafayette sneered, unconvinced by Captain Beej's words. He unsheathed his cane sword and shattered Captain Beej's small vessel. As a non-swimmer, Captain Beej sank helplessly to the ocean depths, slowly suffocating to death. After relishing the thrill of vengeance, Lafayette pondered Captain Beej's situation. He had been observing him for days and knew that Captain Beej had neither the time nor the capability to fulfill his assertions. Who could it be? How intriguing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Jiao, once again humiliated by Captain Beej and unable to locate him, was seething with impotent rage. Even his beloved grandson, Lao Kai's attempts to console him proving futile. In a fit of anger, he burst into tears, leaving his subordinates bewildered. At that moment, the voice of a telephone worm suddenly echoed from Lao Kai. Lao Kai hastily stepped forward, handing the telephone worm to his grandfather. Upon recognizing the exclusive telephone worm, Qing Jiao had no choice but to answer. Hello. An elderly voice resonated from the device. Eighth brother, are you still not done? Hurry back once you finish. You cannot be away for too long. Qing Jiao's expression shifted to one of distress as he cautiously replied. Second brother, I have not completed my task yet. I have yet to capture Nico Robin. Nonsense. The elder scolded. After all this time, you still haven't managed this trivial matter? What use are you? Yes. Qing Jiao could only force a smile. Had anyone else witnessed Qing Jiao's current state, they would surely be astonished. The legendary pirate of the West Sea being reprimanded without daring to retort was an exceedingly rare sight. Lao Kai, however, was accustomed to this. The elder was none other than the leader of the Eight Treasures Navy, Hou Gudian, whom he had to address as second grandfather. His status and power in the Flower Kingdom far surpassed that of his own grandfather. Moreover, he was betrothed to Hou Lisha, the elder's granddaughter, a woman whose masculine demeanor left Lao Kai speechless. She even desired him to be her 26th husband, which was nothing short of disgraceful. Yet, for the sake of the Eight Treasures Navy, which had fallen from grace and held a subordinate position, one could not defy parental commands. With a cautious smile, Qing Jiao suggested, I have not yet captured Nico Robin. Perhaps I should secure her before returning? The response from the other end was swift. Nonsense. If you cannot catch Nico Robin after all these years, then so be it. Hurry back. If Wang Ji takes advantage of your absence to seize your lair, what will you do? Should you thwart His Majesty's grand designs, even 10 deaths would be insufficient. Upon hearing that my elder brother has resorted to moral authority to pressurize me, I have no choice but to retreat for now. The detestable Capone, the loathsome Nico Robin, and the despicable Wang Ji. Chapter 109. A woman more manly than men. Qing Jiao could only helplessly end the call and turn to his grandson, Old Kai, saying, We must return. Old Kai, understanding his grandfather's predicament, could only nod in resignation. Qing Jiao departed from Suriri Island with the Eight Treasure Navy, leaving chaos in their wake. Their departure brought a sigh of relief to the island's inhabitants. With the mafia nearly obliterated, it signified the collapse of the ruling class. The Fire Mountain General would now have to remain stationed here, ensuring the safety of the civilians and facilitating the swift restoration of production and normalcy on Suriri Island. Meanwhile, on the vast ocean, the merry ship was sailing rapidly across the waters. Aaron and Robin, two individuals deeply intertwined, have been inseparable. At this moment, Robin is basking in the sun, donning an alluring swimsuit. She has just finished training her hockey alongside a pair of manatees, and now, drenched in perspiration, she retreats to the restroom. After a vigorous spar with Aaron, she finds herself utterly fatigued, reclining beneath a sunshade to soak up the rays, though primarily engrossed in her reading. Recently, she has developed an insatiable fascination with the literary treasures within Aaron's possession, despite her limited understanding of Chinese characters. With the assistance of Aaron's night classes, Robin has swiftly grasped the intricacies of the script. Currently, she is captivated by the online novels Aaron mentioned. After her workout, indulging in these narratives brings her immense joy. Observing Mary skillfully navigating the vessel, Robin marvels at the captain's remarkable prowess. There is no need for a helmsman or navigator. Her responsibilities on the ship are primarily confined to washing dishes and attending to the captain's basic needs. Everything else can be disregarded, and, post-training, she has ample time to indulge in her passions. Robin is now fervently devouring various books, compensating for the years she spent without literature. She takes a sip of a cold beverage nearby, finding exquisite comfort in the refreshing drink during this sweltering summer day. Once again, she reflects on the captain's versatility. According to the crew, he is akin to Doryman, capable of fulfilling nearly any desire. Though Robin is unfamiliar with the character, the captain meets all her needs, leaving her both physically and mentally satisfied. What is happiness, if not this very moment, she ponders. Meanwhile, Aaron is submerged in the depths of the ocean, continuing to condition his physique under the pressure of the water. The two adorable manatees trail behind him, mirroring his every action. However, they can only navigate the shallows, while Aaron plunges deeper into the abyss. Ever since he discovered he could breathe underwater, Aaron has been efficiently utilizing the oceanic pressure to enhance his strength. He remains in extreme conditions, training relentlessly until he surpasses his limits and ventures even deeper. Upon learning this, Robin realizes why the captain possesses such extraordinary strength. Few in the world could endure such inhuman training methods, let alone achieve effective results. After completing his training today, Aaron swiftly plunged into the depths. Leaping out of the ocean's surface, he affectionately ruffled his daughter Mary's hair before landing on the deck. gazing at the refreshing Robin, and couldn't help but feel the exhilaration returning once more. Aaron ascended to the deck, his gaze falling upon Robin, who was reclining beneath the shade of an umbrella. The sunlight cascaded upon her, enhancing her allure. Robin was deeply engrossed in the book she held, entirely oblivious to Aaron's arrival. Aaron quietly approached Robin, gently lifting her onto his shoulder as he made his way into the bedroom, where a fierce struggle ensued. Following the tumult, Robin emerged, arms wrapped around her waist, realizing that if this continued, she might very well become exhausted. The exertion far exceeded that of her training, and she could distinctly feel her strength increasing. Faced with the captain's demands, she found herself unable to refuse. Robin was now caught in a paradox of pain and pleasure. She settled onto a chaise lounge, closed her eyes, and began to rest. Aaron lay beside her, embracing Robin. The sunlight bathed them in warmth and comfort. Rays filtered through the umbrella of the lounge chair, casting a gentle glow upon Aaron and Robin. They lay together in serene silence, cherishing the tranquil and blissful moments. Aaron gently caressed Robin's hair, inhaling the fragrant aroma of blossoms and fruits. This moment was truly exquisite. Robin, in turn, felt the warmth and tenderness emanating from Aaron. She closed her eyes, savoring his essence, her heart brimming with contentment and joy. The two spent a leisurely period indulging in this delightful interlude. However, while Aaron sought tranquility, trouble found its way to him. As they approached the land of flowers, the number of vessels on the sea began to increase. To Aaron's keen perception, a warship was rapidly advancing toward them, signaling ill intentions. For those who come bearing goodwill, do not arrive uninvited. There's trouble ahead. You should return to the cabin and change your attire, he advised. Aaron whispered to Robin. Robin cast a glance at Aaron, still oblivious to his intentions. He wished to possess it all for himself, to behold it alone, denying anyone else the opportunity to gaze upon it. Amen. Robin donned her swimsuit cover-up and hastily made her way into the cabin. Prior to this, not far from the Mary, a grand ship adorned with local characteristics sailed across the sea, its sails emblazoned with the name Airbow. The vessel had just concluded a lavish in-part gathering, presided over by the formidable and renowned beauty of the pirate world, Hori Shah, whose prowess surpassed that of any man. She had just engaged in a fierce battle with several muscular men, yet felt utterly unfulfilled, longing merely to catch a breeze on the deck. A rather peculiar-looking man, limping and supporting his waist, emerged from a room filled with the sweet whispers of lovers. With a mouth full of blackened teeth, he approached Hori Shah, puffing on a cigarette. Hori Shah regarded the odd fellow and remarked, "Iquan, are we not continuing the festivities?" The man replied, "They are merely frivolous distractions, hardly worthy of my attention." Upon hearing this, Hori Shah was displeased. She seized him by the neck and pressed him against her iron-like chest, saying, "I have poured my heart into this. Do you look down upon me?" Then, with a hint of mockery, she added, "Indeed, you are quite the connoisseur, Iquan." Dismissing us simple folk as expected, Iquan, pinned against her steely form, found no comfort in the embrace, especially with the lingering sense of other men, making him feel quite ill. He struggled against her robust arms to free himself, retching as he protested, "Who would dare look down upon you now? You are our sole leader, possessing everything you desire, even having what over 20 husbands. As for me, I scarcely dare to court a girl in Shuangqing, fearing my own formidable wife. After finally escaping for a while, you offer me wild greens instead of delicacies?" Hori Shah chuckled sheepishly. "It is not my fault you arrived in haste. I had no time to find finer fare. Have some wild greens to satisfy your hunger. After all, you wouldn't mourn over them, would you?" They both erupted into hearty laughter. Suddenly, Iquan sniffed the air and exclaimed, "How fragrant! Where's that coming from?" Hori Shah mimicked his posture, but detected no aroma, only the scent of the sea. Iquan regarded her, as if she were a fool, and retorted, "I am a user of the scent fruit, capable of discerning various scents from miles away. Can you compare to me?" The man, named Iquan, was the grandson of Sod, the commander of the Great Treasure Navy, and his surname revealed his royal lineage. The position of the Bao Navy in the Kingdom of Flowers is quite unique, ranking just below the sovereign. The Bao Navy serves as the royal private army, traditionally led by members of the royal family. It is conceivable that, should the ruler meet an untimely demise, the powerful and high-ranking commander of the Bao Navy might ascend to the throne. This peculiar figure, known as Gizi Lu, is akin to a ghostly existence. Yet he remains devoid of ambition, preferring a languid life focused solely on indulging in the company of beautiful women. For someone of his stature, such beauty is easily within reach. However, a few years prior, the commander SOD arranged for his grandson to wed a princess of higher status, who, by a generational order, is even his elder sister. Remarkably, this princess is far more enticing than the fragrant flowers. Gizi Lu found himself utterly unable to resist the allure of his sister-in-law, succumbing to despair as he became a mere plaything, ultimately yielding to submission. He dared not act against the princess, directing his frustrations instead towards ordinary women, resulting in several casualties, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. In his quest for aromatic pleasures, he expended significant resources to acquire a useless devil fruit, the scent fruit. With his heightened sense of smell, Gizi Lu mastered the art of identifying women by scent, gathering information about them with ease. Utilizing this ability, he discovered numerous beauties, though, regrettably, they all met tragic ends. One day, while at sea, Gizi Lu caught a whiff of the alluring scent of Robin's Hannah, Nami enraptured. He mused to himself, what a stunning beauty. Approximately 9 meters tall, eye cup, with long, straight black hair and a flawless figure. Truly exquisite. But wait, this scent feels off. Like a dog sniffing around, he searched for the source of the aroma, finally slapping his thigh in regret, exclaiming, goodness, this beauty was a virgin. What a waste. Consumed by the thought of such a rare beauty, he jumped around anxiously, declaring, I cannot let this extraordinary woman slip away. He turned to the masculine figure beside him, saying, Shasha, you must assist me this time. Shasha, exasperated by Gizi Lu's antics, lamented the waste of such a precious ability on his frivolous pursuits. Yet, she could only acquiesce to his desire for fragrant conquests, commanding, steer closer. As the ships of the air bound navy approached, Robin had just entered the dock, and Gizi Lu caught a fleeting glimpse of her silhouette. He stood there, staring vacantly at the spot where she had vanished, inhaling the air frantically while exclaiming, what a gem, truly a gem. In contrast, the masculine figure, Hualisha, gazed with sparkling eyes at Alan's perfect physique. Aaron stood atop the vessel clad only in a triangular swimsuit, his physique nothing short of perfection. Towering at nearly 2 meters, his form was both harmonious and well-defined, with chiseled muscles that spoke to his rigorous training in the depths of the ocean. His broad chest and distinct rib cage showcased robust pectorals, while his powerful arms bore biceps reminiscent of a mythical creature. His waist was slender, and his abdomen was firm, adorned with six-pack abs arranged with the precision of fine chocolate. Aaron's legs are long and powerful, with well-defined thigh muscles and smooth calf lines. His broad feet and high arches complement his physique. However, regardless of how much he basks in the sun, his skin retains a delicate fairness. The fusion of strength and grace manifests within his form, leaving onlookers, particularly women, captivated to the point of distraction. Such is the case with the formidable Hualisha, having just emerged from a fierce battle, find herself entranced by Aaron's flawless physique. A surge of heat courses through her as she inadvertently begins to bleed from her nose. As she gazes at Aaron with an insatiable hunger, her tongue instinctively flicks out to moisten her lips, her eyes brimming with desire. Aaron sensed the unusual gaze of Hualisha. Turning towards the direction from which the gaze emanated, he exclaimed, Maya, there's a monster. Aaron had just instinctively tucked himself away due to Robin's presence, fearful of drawing attention. Alas, it became evident that boys must shield themselves in public. Now, Aaron regretted not having secured himself more thoroughly. However, his tall stature and well-defined muscles gleamed enticingly under the sunlight, captivatingly drawing the gaze of the androgynous Hualisha. Ah, you seem quite exhilarated, Gizi Lu teased. Hualisha, with her alluring eyes and playful demeanor, licked her lips and replied, really, with a physique like his, how could one not be enamored? Gizi Lu, with a mischievous grin, suggested desire should lead to action. Lisha, such a rare gem is hard to come by. How about this? You take the man, and I shall take the woman. Hualisha shot him a glance of disdain, yet her eyes betrayed an undeniable greed and longing. She licked her lips once more and called out to Aaron. Hey there, handsome, care to join us on our vessel for a bit of fun? Aaron was taken aback, not anticipating such a situation. He regarded Hualisha with a frosty gaze and declared, I have no interest in you insufferable men. Hualisha was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, haha, handsome, you're truly amusing. However, I must clarify, I am a woman. Aaron was taken aback, surprised to discover that Hualisha was a woman. This Diamond Barbie appearance was indeed feminine. Who could possibly associate her with Dior, were it not for her attire of a traditional female cheapao? Her gender would be nearly indiscernible. He furrowed his brow and remarked, "Regardless of whether you are a man or a woman, I hold no interest. Depart promptly, or I cannot assure what may transpire." "How intriguing. You are the first to dare speak to her thus in the kingdom of flowers," sneered Gizi Lu, casting a contemptuous glance at Eren. The androgynous Horisha licked her lips, a fire of desire igniting in her eyes. Yet she spoke in a soft, enticing tone. "Young master, please do not say such things. After all, others may not be aware of my true identity." Addressing Eren with an alluring lilt, she continued, "Handsome, I presume you intend to visit the Kingdom of Flowers? I am a foremost power there. If you would accompany me for a brief moment, I assure you a life of opulence and ease. You would never need to toil for the rest of your days. Do give it some thought. What do you say?" Eren cast a frigid glance at the figures of Geo and Hoalisha before him, a wave of revulsion surging within him. His impression of the Land of Flowers had never been favorable, and it had only soured further. These individuals appeared so adept. One could only wonder how many had succumbed to their coercive power. To yield to authority before his crossing, and to do so again afterward, would render his journey utterly futile. Moreover, given Eren's current prowess, he could hold his own even against the four emperors. To submit to these petty figures would be nothing short of absurd. Eren resolutely stated, "I do not care about your identities. If you do not leave now, I can only conclude that you are here to cause trouble. I would not hesitate to show you a taste of my strength." The boisterous woman, Hoalisha, furrowed her brows and replied with dissatisfaction, "Handsome, are you truly unwilling to accept? If you miss this opportunity, there will not be another." Gizi Lu's lips curled into a sardonic smirk as he murmured loudly, "How audacious of someone to be so brazen. They are truly courting disaster." He glanced at Hoalisha beside him, shaking his head to signal her to cease speaking and to resort to violence instead. Hoalisha felt a pang of unease. She did not wish to harm Eren, as it would ruin the fun later. With a smile, her enchanting eyes glimmered, and she sweetly said, "Handsome, I see that you possess considerable strength. If you can defeat me, I shall grant you a single request." Eren let out a cold chuckle and remarked, "Do you truly believe I would engage in such trifling games? I merely wish for you to depart swiftly and cease your ostentatious displays before me." Guiziliu, with a disdainful tone, retorted, "What an arrogant little brat. It appears you failed to grasp the principles of respecting the formidable." Just then he caught sight of Robin, who had changed attire and emerged wearing sunglasses. Guiziliu, captivated by Robin's extraordinary beauty, dropped his cigarette, utterly oblivious to his own astonishment. He murmured, "A true gem. Absolutely exquisite. Only I am worthy of such a treasure. Perish." With those words, Guiziliu sprang into action, transforming into a shadow that swiftly lunged towards Eren. Although his skills were lacking, as a leader of the Dabao Water Army, he still possessed considerable physical prowess. "Hey, spare him," the masculine woman exclaimed, her voice rising in alarm. This was her prized possession, and she could not allow him to perish before she had her fill of amusement. "Understood. Fear not. I shall ensure you enjoy him thoroughly." Guiziliu responded boisterously. In a nation that reveres martial prowess, even a misfit like Guiziliu could wield the formidable arm color. Eight Extremes Palm. Guiziliu concentrated his energy, channeling it outward as he propelled himself forward with great force, his palm imbued with a commanding aura, striking towards Eren from a distance. A mere ordinary punch. Observing the lackluster attack, Eren paid little heed to it. It was simply an unremarkable strike. Guiziliu returned with a velocity that far surpassed his previous assault. He gasped in surprise, his expression shifting dramatically with the wind, creating a myriad of abstract facial contortions. Guiziliu shrieked as he landed on the mast of the Air Bao Water Army's warship, only to plummet downwards. Had Eren exerted more force, it would have resulted in a gruesome spectacle. Eren, with a stern expression, arrogantly proclaimed, "Is this what you call a strong warrior? I haven't even exerted myself, and you have already fallen." Chapter 110. Horisha the Rogue. Gizi clambered up from the mast, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he addressed the formidable woman. "Horisha, that was quite a forceful blow. I am no match for you." Horisha retorted with derision, "You and your master, Qing Yi, ought to train harder or perhaps indulge in some superior fruits. Otherwise, you wouldn't find yourself in such a predicament. This is truly you're just deserts." Upon hearing this, Gizi keenly aware of his own vulnerabilities, quickly interjected, "Enough of that. Let us focus on finding a solution. Sha. A sense of foreboding washed over Horisha. From her recent encounter, she realized that Eren was no ordinary adversary, yet this only intensified her admiration for him. "Elang fist," Horisha called out sharply, her body surging with latent power, her robust arms instantly enveloped in a dark, formidable aura. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from the deck. Launching a powerful punch toward Eren, her fist descended upon him like a torrential downpour, each strike infused with immense strength that rendered resistance futile. Eren faced the ferocious assault of Horusha without revealing the slightest hint of panic. He calmly analyzed the trajectory and force of each punch using his observation haki, deftly maneuvering across the deck as if in harmony with the wind. He darted between the shadows of the brutish woman's fists, skillfully evading Horusha's strikes with impeccable precision. Taking advantage of the distraction, Gizi Lu approached the merry-go, his gaze fixated on the resplendent Robin. Drooling as he lewdly remarked, "My beauty, why not join me? There is no future with that man. I am the prince of the Flower Kingdom. With me, all your desires shall be fulfilled." He leered, his demeanor exceedingly repugnant. "Oh, is that so? Everything you say can be arranged?" Robin retorted. Gizi Lu, extending his grubby hand, inched closer to her, grinning maliciously as he replied, "Of course. Anything at all. Just provide me with the head of a general, and I shall accompany you." Robin, with a mocking tone, responded, "I shall only follow you if you could deliver a general's head." Gizi Lu was momentarily taken aback, having intended his words as jest to enhance the flirtation. Yet this woman took him seriously. "That's impossible. You must be joking." He snapped. "Enough of your nonsense." Robin chided attack. A foo fizz. Two formidable sea cows suddenly appeared, one on each side, swiftly relieving Gizi Lu of his burdens. They simultaneously launched punches toward his face with astonishing speed. Caught entirely off guard, Gizi Lu was struck twice, sent hurtling backwards to crash against the ship's railing. Already ailing, the impact from Eren's earlier blow compounded his injuries, causing him immense pain, particularly as his craving for tobacco overwhelmed him, leading him to weep uncontrollably. Afu and Fizz, now more cunning after joining Eren and Robin, paid no heed to his lamentations. They each grasped one of Gizi Lu's legs, dragging him toward the mast. "Wah, what are you doing?" he stammered, his speech slurred by his cravings, as he looked at the mast, wondering if he was to engage in yet another struggle. Afu and Fizz continued their task, unceremoniously lifting him toward the mast. Gizi Lu screamed in terror, never having anticipated that a prince of noble lineage would be subjected to such indignity, his rage boiling over. "Stop. For the love of all that is holy, stop." Afu and Fizz feigned ignorance to his pleas, merely acting as porters for the mast. Observing Gizi Lu daring to resist, they persisted in their task. His screams echoed across the sea as his body scraped violently against the mast, producing sparks of fire. In an instant, his trousers ignited, only to be extinguished by Afu and Fizz. This cycle continued repeatedly, the scent of burnt chicken wafting through the air. Overwhelmed by the ordeal, Gizi Lu eventually succumbed to unconsciousness. Robin gazed at the miserable state of the enemy soldier, a flicker of indifference crossing her eyes. The man had been leering at her with unrestrained desire, which she found utterly displeasing. Such an adversary, let him relish in the torment he so richly deserves. Meanwhile, the formidable warrior Hoalisha was embroiled in a fierce battle with Eren. Each of her strikes was infused with raw power and ferocity. Yet Eren effortlessly navigated through her onslaught. Infuriating, despite her relentless efforts, Hoalisha soon realized that this man possessed an insight far surpassing her own, and he hadn't even begun to fight earnestly. Growing increasingly frantic, her movements became more exaggerated, and Hoalisha's breathing grew labored as she recognized that her assaults were failing to inflict any significant damage on Eren. A wave of agitation surged within her. As a warrior, the inability to conquer her opponent left her feeling profoundly unsettled. "Who are you? Why are you so strong?" Hoalisha inquired amidst her relentless attacks, desperately seeking a chink in Eren's armor. Eren remained composed, his gaze as sharp as a cheetah stalking its prey. He replied, "To ask now is rather late." With that, Eren's body suddenly sprang into motion, his movements becoming swifter and more elusive. Hoalisha barely registered a blur before Eren had traversed the shadows of his punches and stood before her. He had no desire to engage with such a foe. With a forceful strike, he unleashed a void punch. A colossal fist, born of the turbulent air, hurtled toward the burly woman. As Eren's void punch was unleashed, the entire vessel seemed to tremble. His fist transformed into a formidable shadow, propelled by searing currents of energy, racing toward the formidable Hoalisha. Hoalisha felt an unprecedented weight bearing down upon her. She understood that the power behind this punch could obliterate anything in its path. She dared not exhibit even a hint of hesitation, summoning every ounce of her strength to brace for the impending blow. In a frenzied state, Holish's physique underwent a dramatic transformation. Her muscles swelled, tearing through her garments, morphing her into a hulking titan. The wounds adorning her body healed rapidly, and her strength and speed surged to extraordinary heights. Eren witnessed the scene, astonished. It was not the explosion of an invincible beauty, but rather a flower-like burst that left him profoundly shaken. With a resounding shout, she gathered formidable strength in her fist, encircled by a dark, imposing aura. She swung her fist with all her might, colliding with Eren's devastating strike. Each punch met with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a thunderclap. The forces of both combatants clashed in midair, generating a fierce turbulence that rendered the surrounding atmosphere scorching. Horisha felt an excruciating pain surge through her arm. Eren's power surpassed her wildest expectations. Unsteady on her feet, she was forcefully propelled backward by the sheer force of his punch. Soaring to the apex of the observation platform, she collided with the mast, shattering it to pieces. Horisha crashed heavily onto the platform, the immense impact causing the entire airship to tremble. Fragments of the mast scattered in all directions, and the ship's waters erupted violently from the tumult. Eren stood still, his gaze coldly observing Hollis's movements. He understood that this woman was not easily subdued. Despite having landed a heavy blow on her, he recognized that this formidable adversary still possessed remarkable strength. Hollisa leapt from the shattered lookout, her body unadorned, and this very fact inflicted tremendous harm upon Eren. The fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. In this state, she had no time for hesitation or respite. She was compelled to continue the battle. With a roar, Hollisa gathered her strength once more, preparing to unleash an even more ferocious assault. Dark, armed haki surged around her arms, enveloping her form like a battle deity. Cloaked in this ebony might, her powerful physique was tightly wrapped, radiating a fierce aura. The glimmer of a warrior's fervor shone in her eyes, an overwhelming presence that demanded attention. Once again, she charged at Eren, each punch infused with immense strength and destructive power. Her fist stirred up a tempest, akin to raging waves crashing against him. Eren was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of oppression. Individuals of comparable strength would have long since been rendered breathless by the fierce gusts generated by Horisha's punches. Eren's muscles tensed as he endeavored to withstand Horisha's onslaught. However, the ferocity and raw power of Horisha rendered her strikes exceptionally fierce, as if capable of tearing apart anything that stood in her way. Each punch landed upon Eren's body, eliciting a twinge of pain with every blow. If he were to remain standing and allow her to unleash a barrage of punches, it was likely that Eren's defenses would begin to crumble, leading to inevitable harm. Eren had had enough. "Do you truly believe your strength can vanquish me?" he murmured. Upon hearing this, Horisha's eyes widened in fury. Her muscles tensed as she lunged at Eren like a roaring beast. Her attacks became increasingly ferocious, each strike unleashing boundless power. As Horisha observed Eren suddenly drop into a squat, uncertainty flickered in her mind, yet she pressed on with her assault. No longer did she aspire to capture him. Anyone who witnessed her current state must be annihilated, and thus, she summoned all her might. Eren suddenly crouched down, and a katana materialized at his waist. With steady hands, he grasped the hilt and the scabbard, simultaneously pushing the blade from its sheath, elevating his torso and positioning his feet for an upright stance. Twisting the scabbard to the left, just as Holisha launched her attack, he drew his sword. The flash of the blade sliced through the air like a silver lightning bolt. Eren's draw was as swift as a thunderclap, instantly cleaving through Holisha's fist wind, heading straight for her upper body. Upon witnessing the oncoming gleam of Eren's blade, Holisha's heart raced with alarm as she sensed an unprecedented danger. In this life-threatening moment, her instincts kicked in and her muscles rapidly expanded, forming a formidable shield in an attempt to withstand Eren's strike in her frenzied state. However, the speed and power of Eren's draw were overwhelming. Even in her berserk condition, she could not fully resist the blow. The blade carved a deep gash through her muscular defense, blood immediately staining her body crimson. Struck by Eren's draw, Holisha was sent hurtling like a meteor, crashing heavily onto the deck of the ship. Her berserk state suffered a severe blow from this hit, her muscles gradually returning to normal, while her injuries worsened until she ultimately lost consciousness. Chapter 111. The Land of Flowers, observing the ships around him converging. Eren realized he was not yet prepared to confront an entire nation alone. His intention in the Land of Flowers was merely to observe the situation within. He had not anticipated encountering the nation's elite in the open sea. To slay them now would undoubtedly invite immense trouble. jeopardizing his journey through the land of flowers. He decided to spare their lives for the moment, planning to settle accounts later. Eren shouted at Aluba's cheerful Afu Fizz. "Stop playing. Hand that over to me. We need to make a run for it." Afu and Fizz quickly abandoned their game with the ghostly six and hopped over to the artillery position, as they were well aware that their ears were attuned to the sounds of battle. Eren lifted the grotesque figure of the enemy and hurled him back towards the opposing ship. The mast of the vessel across had been shattered, rendering it incapable of pursuit. They could only watch as the Mary sailed away, gaining speed and gradually disappearing from their sight. Under Eren's adept steering, the Mary accelerated further, successfully breaking free from the encirclement of the Second Treasure Navy and set its course towards the port city of Xiaogong in the Flower Kingdom. In the Flower Kingdom, the capital city of Shuangqing lay nestled amidst towering mountains, the Stone Treasure Fortress. The design of the fortress's tower was ingenious, crafted with unique artistry, harmoniously integrated with the mountainous terrain. Its sheer cliffs supported the structure, with wooden and stone elements interlocking, forming a tight embrace with the mountain. The tower rose in layers, its eaves unfurling like wings, gradually receding as it ascended, piercing the heavens, embodying the essence of traditional pagoda architecture fused with the grandeur of royal edifices. The materials used in the tower were meticulously chosen, primarily sourced from the durable and pest-resistant Masong wood, aged for many years, which has remained unscathed to this day. The architectural framework was a marvel of ingenuity, employing a braced wood structure that contained no iron nails, a rarity in the world. Each tier of the fortress sloped towards the mountain to alleviate the load, with three sides adorned with wooden lattice windows, while the riverside featured a circular window approximately 1 meter in diameter, enhancing ventilation and offering scenic views while minimizing resistance. In the rear courtyard of the Stone Treasure Fortress, artificial hills, streams, and spring pools adorned the landscape, with pavilions and towers captivating the eye. Yet, the most striking aspect was the myriad of flowers blooming across the hills. Vibrant reds, blues, whites, and yellows, each contributing to a harmonious and balanced aesthetic. Minister Li Zhanghong, with his sleeves gathered, hurried through the pavilions and bridges, too preoccupied to appreciate the fragrant beauty surrounding him. Before long, he arrived at the depths of the cold fragrance garden, where he lifted his gaze to behold an endless grove of flowering trees, their branches laden with a riot of colors. "Is it the minister?" A deep voice resonated from the depths of the floral thicket, reminiscent of an ancient beast's growl. "Your Majesty," Li Zhanghong replied respectfully, "news has arrived concerning Minhong." Amidst the floral trees, the immense shadow moved gracefully, erupting into thunderous laughter upon hearing the news, its form suddenly shrinking. Soon, a diminutive, hunched middle-aged man emerged from the foliage, sporting a pair of round sunglasses, a gleaming bald head adorned with a golden cap, and a black dragon tattoo etched on his forehead, resembling the infamous Fu Manchu. Li Zhanghong continued, "Intelligence indicates that Li Shi has regained power. The trio of Minhong, Li Shi, Wu Hao, and Wang Kai, have ascended to their positions." Fu Manchu stroked his long beard thoughtfully and remarked, "Does this signify the failure of our plans?" A sheen of sweat appeared on Li Zhanghong's brow as he replied with deference, "Not entirely a failure, for it has depleted their military resources significantly." Fu Manchu erupted into hearty laughter, his voice booming. "They deployed several times the troops, yet the outcome stands at 1-2. Indeed, this hardly constitutes failure." Li Zhanghong knelt, trembling, and humbly responded, "I, your servant, am filled with trepidation." Fu Manchu cast a satisfied glance at Li Zhanghong and replied coolly, "Rise." Li Zhanghong rose and bowed respectfully beside him. Fu Manzhou gazed at the map of the Flower Kingdom hanging in the room and declared, "This time, I have prepared 8 fleets of water troops along with the Imperial Guard and the Royal Army. A grand coalition of 10 banners and 10 armies will encircle Jianggan from all directions. 1 million against 100,000. The advantage is mine." Li Zhanghong observed this plan, realizing that only the sovereign's authority could command the naval pirates. Fu Manzhou, still fixated on the map, suddenly inquired, "Has Qingjiao returned? We require his martial prowess for the eradication of bandits." Li Zhanghong respectfully replied, "Second Master has already summoned Chief Qingjiao back." "What of Nico Robin? Has she been captured?" Fu Manzhou asked with eager anticipation. A cold sweat broke out on Li Zhanghong's brow as he reverently responded, "No." At the most critical moment, she was whisked away by someone else. "It always happens this way." Fu Manzhou, seething with rage, rose and exclaimed, "Damn that Zhu Jian. He would rather die than surrender to our great Flower Kingdom. Moreover, He has concealed all our national treasures using the awakened powers of the flower fruit. How infuriating! Otherwise, the Flower Kingdom would not have descended to such dire straits, had it not been for our ancestors who fought desperately for a single black dragon fruit. Our plight would be even more dire now. The Flower Kingdom has long adhered to the theory of the 5 elements, corresponding to the 5-colored true dragon fruits. 800 years ago, during a transition period, the ruler of the Flower Kingdom, Zhu Jian, did not hail from a legitimate lineage. Before ascending the throne, he had already consumed the flower fruit, failing to obtain the true dragon fruit. This marked the beginning of the Flower Kingdom's tragedy. With an illegitimate rule and foreign domination, there was an urgent need for the 5-colored true dragon fruits to stabilize the land, ensuring favorable weather and the well-being of the people. Yet, all this was thwarted by Zhu Jian. Using the awakened powers of his flower fruit, concealed the true dragon fruits and the imperial seal. Only those who possess the ability of the flower fruit's awakening can perceive them. Thankfully, our ancestors sacrificed their lives to secure a black dragon fruit. Otherwise, the Flower Kingdom would not have a single true dragon. The Black Dragon's dominion over slaughter led the Flower Kingdom to relentlessly pursue the indigenous people, a campaign that has persisted to this day. Following Zhu Jian's will, the flower fruit has never returned to the Flower Kingdom. Consequently, the Flower Kingdom lost its ability to regulate the weather through the 5 elements, the imperial seal to access the national treasury, and, most importantly, the hearts of its people. The world government may erase historical records, but they cannot extinguish the tales passed down through generations. This nation places unparalleled importance on its history. Throughout the years, organizations opposing the Flower Kingdom, such as the Heavenly Society, the Great Nation, the People's Fruit, and the People's Red, have emerged in succession. The Great Nation even managed to seize half the territory, only to be suppressed by the world government. Now, the People's Fruit has resurfaced, followed by the People's Red. These organizations have inundated Fu Manzhou's ears. Particularly concerning is the People's Red. The organizational prowess of this faction instills terror in Fu Manzhou, causing him sleepless nights. While the methods effective against the People's Fruit are futile against the People's Red, the various impurities mixed in yield predictably disappointing results. Fu Manzhou had no choice but to rally the entire nation to eradicate them. Li Zhanghong inquired with uncertainty, "Your Majesty, are you not concerned about a sudden attack from the people while you send forth the entire army?" Fu Manzhou laughed heartily. "The people? Ha ha ha. I do not mean to belittle them, but since Sun Pao's demise, they have been ineffectual. Have you not noticed that even the notorious Wang Ji has not returned for many years? Chang Guantou is already one of us. Now, only the Minhong faction poses a concern. Once they are dealt with, peace will reign." As he chuckled, Fu Manzhou's expression suddenly darkened, and he barked in a low yet furious tone. "Why do Li Shi and his ilk dare to defy me? Were they not living well? Why do they not serve in government and alleviate the burdens of a nation?" "Your Majesty, please calm your anger," Li Zhanghong cautiously replied. "I'm also at a loss. Perhaps these rebellious subjects have had their consciences devoured by dogs." Fu Manzhou cursed vehemently. "You speak of conscience. Examine your own conscience and see how much greed resides within you. Conscience indeed. If it were not for the current lack of fruitful bounty, I would have annihilated them long ago." Li Zhanghong, upon hearing this, felt a tremor within and dared not utter another word. Fu Manzhou continued now. "Tell me of the 3 rogues' plans in the Land of Flowers." Li Zhanghong bowed his head. This time, the 3 rogues have assembled a considerable force. They plan to break through, though their destination remains unknown. Fu Manzhou coldly remarked, "What about the intelligence gathering? Have they again resorted to petty thievery?" Li Zhanghong knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "I truly do not know." "Very well. Their downfall is merely a matter of time. Where's that fellow, my son-in-law?" Li Zhanghong replied, "Governor Zhan is currently bringing his men here." Fu Manzhou frowned. Why does he arrive now of all times? At that moment, a rotund monk with a jovial demeanor entered, clasping his hands together in front of Fu Manzhou and offering a slight bow. "Your Majesty, may you be well." After a considerable pause, Fu Manzhou returned the greeting. "Uncle, may you be well." He then inquired of the monk, "Uncle, where is my son-in-law? Why has he recently run away from home?" The monk, still smiling, remarked, "Need I say it? The princess weighs even more than I do. I would flee as well." While chanting Amitabha, the monk continued, "Your Majesty, prepare yourself. One has suffered grave injuries at the hands of the prince and will likely require significant time to recover. Moreover, the commander of the Erbao Navy has also been wounded." "What? Who could have harmed Lord Hua? Will this affect my plans to exterminate the bandits?" Li Zhangshong interjecta. The current commander of the Erbao Navy is his daughter. Oh, then there is no cause for concern. Fu Manzhou banged the table in rage, shouting, "Who possesses such audacity to assault royal personnel?" The monk was somewhat astonished by the emperor's sudden concern for his son-in-law, observing that he seemed to regard him with even greater importance than the second treasure navy. Was there something concealed behind this? Although the monk possessed a high intellect and foresight, he remained detached from the realm of politics, aware that a moment's inattention could lead to fatal consequences. FMNZHU's furious voice reverberated within the stone tower of SHB OZHI, for his son-in-law, His Highness Alwan, was a trusted confidant of the Emperor of the Flower Kingdom and one of his heirs, holding a position of great esteem. The injury sustained by His Highness Alwan undoubtedly represented a grievous blow to the Flower Kingdom, especially at this critical juncture when a full-scale offensive against MNH was imminent. The monk's expression turned grave. He understood the magnitude of the shock this news would inflict upon the emperor, yet he felt powerless, for the truth remained unchanged. Your Majesty, the identity of the assailant targeting His Highness Alwan remains unclear, but preliminary investigations suggest it was the work of outsiders, the monk stated cautiously. Moreover, His Highness has been subjected to severe torment and may lose his ability to bear children. What? FMNZHU immediately rose, his countenance darkening with distress. He began to pace the tower with his hands clasped behind his back, each step laden with gravity. Alwan was his only son. The princess was not his daughter. She simply wielded too much influence through her maternal lineage for him to act against her. She had merely married his son to strengthen that external power. Yet now he was being told that his line might extinguish. Cursed be this fate. To ensure the continuation of his lineage, if his son was unreliable, he would take matters into his own hands. MNHing. FMNZHU muttered under his breath, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. It had to be the doing of MNHing. He resolved to frame the incident as an act of MNHing. Turning to face the monk, he commanded, "Uncle, dispatch your men immediately. I wish to uncover every detail. I must know the true identity of the assailants and their nefarious intentions for coming to the Flower Kingdom." The monk clasped his hands in reverence, responding, "It by your Majesty. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once." As the monk and Li Zhonghong departed, silence once again enveloped the stone tower of SHB OZHI. FMNZHU stood by the window, gazing into the distance of the Flower Kingdom, his heart heavy with trepidation. What had befallen this land? Chapter 112. A world of misery. Meanwhile, Aaron had arrived at Xiaogong. In an uninhabited stretch of the sea, he discreetly brought Melly and 2 kung fu manatees into the castle, while he himself took to the skies with Robin, making a grand entrance into the territory of the Flower Kingdom after a bit of disguise. Xiamen Port, situated in Fujian Province, boasts an extensive coastline of 752 kilometers, accounting for approximately 1/6 of the Flower Kingdom's total and ranking second nationally. It is endowed with numerous exquisite natural harbors. The unique coastal resources provide Fujian with a distinct advantage in the robust development of its maritime economy, even amidst the isolationist stance of the Flower Kingdom. In this world dominated by the sea, Xiamen Port has successfully expanded both domestic and international trade, continuously enhancing the quality and vitality of its economic growth. The travel guide describes the scene. Yet when Aaron stood at the port, expecting to witness a bustling spectacle, he was met with profound disappointment. Aaron stood at the harbor, initially expecting to witness a bustling scene, for this was a pivotal port in the land of flowers. However, reality proved to be starkly different from his imagination. In the early morning, as dawn broke, the gentle sunlight bathed the tranquil river, heralding the onset of a busy day. The porters had already commenced their laborious work beside the riverside sheds, clad in tattered garments, shouldering heavy burlap sacks, and wielding crude wooden poles as they made their way towards the cargo ships along the narrow path by the dock. These porters, sporting the distinctive money rat tail hairstyle, were aware of how detrimental it was to their work, even posing potential life-threatening risks. Yet, there was no recourse, for this was indeed the era of Fu Manchu. Each of these men, sun-baked and emaciated, bore the marks of relentless toil, compelled to endure strenuous labor while struggling to secure enough sustenance. Surviving such a life was a stroke of fortune. The prospect of becoming robust was a distant dream. Not far off, Aaron observed a few well-dressed managers, discernibly of the flower people, who, in the eyes of the Chinese, represented an unsavory presence. The unloading typically took place in a small wooden shed erected at the junction of the ship's bottom and the shore. The shed was rudimentary and cramped. filled with a mingled scents of various goods and earth. The process of unloading was fraught with challenges and difficulties. Firstly, the prolonged floating of the vessels rendered their bases precarious upon contact with the land, necessitating the porters to maintain careful balance. Secondly, the weight of the cargo demanded immense physical exertion. The burlap sacks contained an array of goods, grains, fabrics, ceramics, essentials for the populace of that time and crucial to economic development. The porters hoisted the sacks ashore with their wooden poles, stumbling as sweat and tears streamed down their faces. Occasionally, a porter would slip on the planks and fall into the water, grit his teeth, and rise again to continue the labor. The entire unloading process consumed an extensive duration, from dawn till dusk, as the porters toiled tirelessly. A saying circulated among them: "Dock workers are worked to death." Once the unloading was complete, the burdens of transport remained. Having expended every ounce of their energy, they could only numbly trudge forward, knowing that lagging behind would invite the reprimand of a stick. Aaron discerned the somber essence of the city from the numbed expressions on their faces. The streets were scarcely populated with vendors, and those who dared to display their wares found them swiftly seized by individuals clad in traditional jackets. The vendors were compelled to wear smiles, uttering phrases like, "Sir, you have excellent taste." The more Aaron observed, the more he felt a sense of dread. Aaron's heart grew increasingly heavy as he beheld a scene of unparalleled brutality. The individuals here seemed to have lost all joy in life and the will to resist. Their sole ambition was mere survival. Even the act of continuing to exist appeared to be a daunting challenge. He observed a young porter, his face etched with the burdens of an age far beyond his years, and his eyes betrayed a profound resignation to life's hardships and a palpable fear of what the future held. In his past life at this tender age, he should have been engaging in playful card games with classmates, discussing the latest triumphs in gaming. Yet, at the very time when they ought to embrace their youth, they were shouldering the weight of familial responsibilities. The pressures of life had crushed their fragile spines. Aaron approached, yearning to offer solace, yet found himself at a loss for words. The young porter cast a glance at Aaron, his vacant eyes seemingly yearning for a swift end to alleviate his burdensome existence. He lowered his gaze and resumed his toil, the only shift in his expression perhaps triggered by the sight of Aaron's splendid attire. A pang of anguish gripped Aaron's heart as he surveyed his surroundings, realizing that such children were scattered all around him. Aaron's mood became heavy and filled with anger. He yearned to take action, but found himself utterly at a loss, possessing strength yet lacking an outlet for it. In this moment, Aaron finally comprehended the most precious aspect of humanity, the ability to cherish life even after discerning its true essence. At this instant, he held deep admiration for the revolutionary predecessors, whose bravery and sacrifices paved the way for his present existence. The sole vibrancy within the port was the profusion of cherry blossoms scattered across the ground, truly a testament to the land of flowers. This port city was adorned with cherry trees, now in full bloom, and during this season in Xiamen, the sight of cherry blossoms was breathtaking. Every corner of the port was enveloped in a sea of pink petals, resembling a romantic canvas. Be along the streets, the edges of the docks, or the parks and squares surrounding the port, cherry trees graced every locale. These trees stood tall and majestic, their branches laden with blossoms. The flowers and trunks harmoniously complemented each other, evoking a vision of a pink cloud unfurling against the azure sky. Some blossoms were dainty, resembling blooming pink pearls. Others were vibrantly alluring, their petals plump and exquisite like embedded jewels. Still, others appeared to be in full bloom, as if time itself had frozen in that very moment. A gentle breeze caressed the branches of the cherry trees, and the petals delicately floated down, as light as feathers, swaying gracefully in the air. The petals danced with the wind, gradually settling on the ground like a soft pink carpet. The petals of the cherry blossoms were as pure as snow, silky to the touch, allowing one to feel their delicacy and softness. Amidst the ocean of cherry blossoms, people meandered, savoring this enchanting season. They reveled in the world of petals, immersed in the fragrant atmosphere. Some strolled along the streets, admiring the vibrant hues of the blossoms, occasionally pausing to relish the beauty of the moment. Others gathered with family, friends, or loved ones, seeking a tranquil nook to sit and converse while enjoying the picturesque scenery. And some opted to erect canopies beneath the cherry trees, hosting various celebratory events, embracing the joy and delight brought forth by the blossoms. As night descended, the cherry trees of the port transformed into an ethereal realm, illuminated by soft lights. From a distance, the streets of the port sparkled with the glow of cherry blossoms, resembling a flowing tapestry of beauty. These lights highlighted the blossoms, allowing them to radiate dazzling brilliance in the darkness. Simultaneously, the illumination created a romantic ambience, inviting people to linger in the enchanting world of cherry blossoms. The entire port appeared adorned with blossoms, each corner brimming with a rich cherry blossom atmosphere. Walking along the port's pathways, one could see the petals drifting underfoot, producing a gentle, rustling sound. The air was infused with the sweet and fragrant aroma of cherry blossoms, evoking feelings of joy and comfort. Each cherry blossom was delicate and resplendent, with petal colors transitioning naturally from soft pink to deep crimson, imparting a gentle and warm sensation. The fragrance of the blossoms was fresh and elegant, uplifting the spirit. As a gentle breeze swept through, the cherry blossoms floated down in a whimsical shower, akin to a pink rain. They fall to the ground, upon the vessels, upon the shoulders of passers-by, and even upon the wooden sticks of porters. These petals shimmer in the sunlight, as if celestial stars have descended to grace the earth. Against the backdrop of cherry blossoms, the entire harbor is rendered even more enchanting and romantic. People pause to admire this exquisite spectacle, inhaling the fragrance of the blossoms and feeling the gentle caress of the breeze. In this moment, it seems as though the hardships and fatigue of life have been momentarily forgotten, leaving only beauty and happiness. Yet, such splendor is reserved solely for the flower-bearers and affluent tourists. The dark-skinned inhabitants of the Hua nation are even forbidden from approaching the cherry trees, as the flower-bearers believe they would tarnish the blossom's beauty, their odors sullying the fragrance of the flowers. Chapter 113. Sweet in the streets and alleys of the city. One encounters the destitute, displaced, and forlorn. Some are gaunt, while others wear tattered garments that barely shield them from the elements. Most of them are ordinary folk, engaging in strenuous labor daily, merely to sustain their existence. Years of toil have darkened their skin, and the weariness in their eyes betrays the torment of prolonged exhaustion and insufficient rest. Some are even compelled to abandon their tasks to beg on the streets. These women and children, without support, huddle in the filthy thoroughfares, pleading for alms for passers-by. Some of the youngest have never experienced the embrace of a parent and have already embarked on a long, wandering journey. Labeled as the underclass, the plight of the hungry has not garnered adequate attention or assistance throughout this nation. Their lives remain arduous, each day a struggle for mere sustenance. As night falls, they are expelled from the city to which they have devoted their lives. In this land, the majority of them have become a forgotten populace. Aaron sat beneath a cherry blossom tree, his gaze filled with fury as he surveyed his surroundings, his powerful hands clenched in anger, wishing he could deliver a few blows to himself. Not far from him, a mother and her child were engaged in prayer. The mother leaned on a cane, cradling a large bowl in her hands, her face etched with the marks of hardship, her attire tattered and worn. Despite the warmth of the weather, she was clad in a collection of ragged garments, concerned for her child, who was already capable of speech yet still nestled in her arms. The little one cried out in hunger. Aaron's heart ached as he seized a moment of distraction to present a piece of chocolate to them. Yet, with each step he took forward, his mother instinctively retreated, while the child's eyes fixated intently on the enticing aroma emanating from the unwrapped confection in Aaron's hand. The mother, apprehensive of soiling the fine garments of the well-to-do, observed Aaron's exquisite attire with trepidation. As Aaron advanced, she correspondingly withdrew. Aaron realized that he had been detached from the people for far too long. He carefully re-wrapped the chocolate and placed it on the ground, gesturing for the mother to come forward and collect it. However, before the mother could reach it, a group of children, enchanted by the blooming flowers nearby, rushed over and snatched it up. They unwrapped the confection right in front of the mother and devoured it in an instant. With a challenging glance at Aaron, one of the children disdainfully remarked to the mother, "Such a sweet treat is not meant for someone like you. You should instead feast on filth." The mother could only nod numbly in response. After uttering those words, the child carelessly discarded the wrapper onto the ground, stomping on it triumphantly as if celebrating a hard-won victory, and then merrily departed. Aaron felt as though a string within his mind had snapped, his veins bulging as he struggled to suppress his overwhelming conqueror's haki, fearful of disturbing the mother and child nearby. Aaron wished to teach those troublesome children a lesson, but Robin firmly restrained him. Robin exclaimed, "Captain, I understand your intentions. While you may find satisfaction in delivering punishment, what will become of that mother and her child? They will face even harsher repercussions. You cannot remain here indefinitely." Aaron was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he could not remain here indefinitely. Chastising these unruly children would only exacerbate the sorrow of that mother and her son. The mother picked up the trampled garbage bag, gently shook it, and upon discovering a few remnants, hurriedly poured them out to feed her young child. Sweet. The child's soft voice piped up. Mother, you should eat too. With that, he split the morsels in half and placed them in his palm for her to taste. The mother nodded, affirming, yes, indeed, it is sweet. Yet, how could such a meager morsel truly convey flavor? Observing the mother and child, Eren was reminded of the phrase, I love you, dear mother, see you tomorrow. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down his face. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed 3 small beggars nearby. The eldest girl carried a child on her back, and their tattered clothing hung from their bodies in disarray. The 2 standing children were barefoot, evoking a profound sense of compassion. Not far off, a mother, burdened with her family, was reluctantly venturing out to beg. 6 children could scarcely muster a complete outfit, possessing only a single strip of cloth that failed to cover even the most essential parts. The mother holding the child appeared weary and deeply sunken, her upper body barely concealed by the rag, revealing a state of neglect that was hard to fathom, especially considering she was raising 6 children. Truly, it echoed the adage, for a daughter, one is weak, for a mother, one is strong. Countless tragedies unfolded before Eren's eyes, stark and unyielding. Eren felt an unquenchable fury burning within him. Robin, observing Eren's wrathful demeanor, consoled him, Captain, allow me to test the supplies. Robin, employing the powers of the Hana no Mi, discreetly distributed various provisions into their hands, pockets and garments. The recipients gazed in bewilderment at the sudden appearance of food, offering silent thanks to the heavens for their good fortune. Noticing Robin's adeptness, it became evident that she was no stranger to acts of noble thievery, and Eren gave her a thumbs up in appreciation. Suddenly, the dock erupted with commotion as the 2nd and 8th Naval Forces returned. 2 colossal ships docked, prompting the smaller vessels obstructing their path to hastily retreat, lest they be crushed in the ensuing chaos. As the ships secured their moorings, dockworkers were hastily summoned by the Navy to unload the cargo. On board the 2nd Naval Ship, Eren witnessed dockworkers extracting numerous young female corpses, their bodies marred with wounds. The workers carried the lifeless forms to the cherry blossom tree, digging shallow graves to hastily inter them. In a grim display, those who were slow in their tasks were beaten to death and similarly discarded beneath the tree, their remains scarcely covered. Throughout this harrowing scene, there was no semblance of compensation or remorse. Death was met with indifference. Eren has come to a profound understanding of the prose piece, beneath the cherry blossom tree lies a corpse. The vibrant blossoms of the cherry tree are indeed rooted in the remains of the deceased. Eren gazed intently at the room from which the bodies of women were being dragged out, and soon, a familiar figure limped into view. It was none other than the wretched villain, Gizi Lu, who had been utterly ruined by Afu and Fitz Aluba ever since he was stripped of his humanity. Gizi Lu had become increasingly savage. Even with his bandaged limbs, he had mercilessly slaughtered all the normal women aboard this ship. He harbored a particular hatred for the 2 manatees that had rendered him inhumane. His loathing extended further to their master, who not only possessed striking looks, but also an admirable physique. Consumed by his loss of humanity, he despised all normal men. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of that familiar scent, the presence of a woman nearby. Gizi Lu smirked coldly. Realizing that this meant the man and the 2 manatees were also close by, he limped directly towards Qingjiao, sneering, 8th grandfather, I can smell the one who harmed me. Surely, the one who hurt Shasha is also here. Chapter 114. 8 treasures fortune favors the bold. He had searched high and low, and yet this opportunity had presented itself effortlessly. Qingjiao chuckled darkly, determined to strike down whoever had bullied his granddaughter-in-law. Who is it? Point them out to me directly, he commanded with a sinister grin, instructing those around him to remain still, warning that anyone who dared to move would face immediate retribution. Eren gazed at Gizi Lu as he emerged from the room, a grim realization dawning upon him that these blossoming young maidens had met their demise at his hands. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of regret engulfed Eren. Had he known, he would have swiftly dealt with him. Compassion had no place here. I did not slay Bo-Run, yet Bo-Rin perished because of me. The deaths of these youthful maidens bore a share of blame from Eren. In this instant, a profound epiphany struck him. His previous fury was eclipsed by a singular truth. In future confrontations with adversaries, he must wield unyielding resolve, showing no mercy, and ensure utter annihilation. Exploiting the abilities granted by the sniff fruit, Gizi Lu approached Eren, accompanied by Qingjiao, with a newfound sense of confidence. He relished the sight of the 2 who had once tormented him, now in a position of strength and support. Gizi Lu, with a smug expression, addressed Eren and Robin, particularly fixating on Robin. Now rendered impotent, he gazed at Robin's fair skin, yearning to carve into it with fervor. With a boastful tone, Gizi Lu exclaimed, "Ah, are you not our handsome duo? I bet you didn't expect to see us so soon." Suddenly, his demeanor shifted as he proclaimed loudly, akin to a madman, "You two have ruined me. I shall never forgive you. Prepare yourselves." He then bellowed over his shoulder, "Eighth grandfather, I leave them to you." Qingjiao stepped forward with a cold smirk, observing Eren and Robin adorned in sunglasses, and with clenched fists declared, "Boy, what are you hiding behind those shades? Take them off and reveal yourself to me, daring to wreak havoc in the land of flowers." Eren never anticipated that he would soon face off against Campanella again, having only recently clashed with him. However, Eren is now filled with rage and seeks to unleash his fury. Even if he were to rely solely on his swordsmanship, he possesses the prowess of a top-tier vice-emperor. He will not hold back. He intends to create a tumultuous upheaval in the land of blossoms. Eren removed his sunglasses, revealing his true identity to the world, ready to showcase his genuine prowess. "You seem somewhat familiar. Have we crossed paths before?" inquired Green Pepper. Meanwhile, the figure behind Green Pepper, Ghost 6, scrutinized Eren intently, making comparisons that led to an exclamation. "You are the nation destroyer, Eren Nell, the extraordinary newcomer with a bounty of 210 million berries." Green Pepper stroked his chin, recalling having seen this young man's bounty notice. "So it's you. What brings you back to the West Sea instead of heading to paradise?" Eren was engulfed in disappointment and fury towards the land of flowers. At this moment, a phrase echoed in his mind. One should not rebel merely for the sake of rebellion, yet countless will still strive for glory, even in this otherworldly realm. The sentiment remained unchanged. Eren retorted disdainfully, "What else could it be but the destruction of the Flower Kingdom? Otherwise, how could one be called a nation destroyer? Stop boasting. Who do you think you are?" Upon witnessing Eren's arrogant words, Green Pepper, filled with fury, unleashed his conqueror's haki towards him. Eren had just been seething with anger, suppressing the urge to unleash his conqueror's haki, lest the beggars around him be overwhelmed. The conqueror's haki of the Green Pepper surged forth like a tempest. Yet Eren stood his ground, unwavering in the face of this formidable aura, his eyes ablaze with a fiery wrath. With even greater ferocity, he unleashed his own conqueror's haki. The two forces collided, resulting in a dazzling display of black lightning at the point of impact, while powerful shockwaves radiated outward. In the ensuing clash, a colossal wave of energy erupted, expanding through the air and rendering the onlookers momentarily dazed by its might. The Green Pepper was equally astonished by Eren's counterattack, his face betraying a look of disbelief. He had not anticipated that Eren possessed such formidable strength, capable of matching his own conqueror's haki. His eyes widened in awe as he beheld Eren's figure, a thrill coursing through him. In that moment, Eren fully unleashed his pent-up fury. Eren's conqueror's haki suddenly surged, overwhelming that of Green Pepper. In that instant, black lightning crackled and danced as Green Pepper's haki faltered, sending him soaring into the air. After tumbling several times, he barely managed to regain his footing. His gaze towards Eren was filled with a fierce resolve. He had never anticipated being bested in a clash of conqueror's haki. It seemed absurd that an experienced veteran like himself could be toppled by a younger rival. Green Pepper marveled, to wield conqueror's haki with such finesse and defeat me. What grand dreams of sovereignty are you harboring? Eren shook his head and replied, "I have never harbored ambitions of ruling over others. I firmly believe that no one should stand above the people." The Green Pepper shouted furiously, "Do not jest. With such a disposition, how could you ever possess the color of conqueror?" Eren can assert that this was bestowed upon him by the system and the esteemed leader, Sigma. He has never harbored grand ambitions. Otherwise, he would not have sought to gather the mimic fruit and the flower fruit. Honing his skills in shadow clones and transformation techniques, while working for various factions to earn unique traits. Eren pouted, stating, "I have spoken the truth. If you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do. Enough with the jesting." A Green Pepper hurtled towards Eren with a pointed tip aimed directly at him. The pepper's movements were bold and sweeping, making its attacking motion easily perceptible. However, Eren had endured too much frustration recently. He felt an overwhelming need to unleash his pent-up emotions. Eren clenched his fists tightly. Although he prided himself on being a swordsman, the visceral thrill of striking flesh was far more suited for his release. Eren concentrated his armament haki into his right hand. With his SS-level physical prowess and the strength of the island whale, it was likely that only the most elite could rival him in raw power. With utmost seriousness, he delivered a punch infused with boundless rage aimed squarely at Qingjiao's head. In response to Aaron's furious strike, Qingjiao's eyes narrowed with gravity. He sensed the overwhelming momentum emanating from Aaron, recognizing the significance of this blow. However, as a seasoned combat veteran, he was not one to retreat easily. Swiftly, Qingjiao adjusted his stance, channeling all his armament haki into his head, ready to meet force with force and determine who possessed greater strength. "Huh!" Qingjiao exclaimed, bracing himself to confront Aaron's fist. The moment their powers collided, it was as if a bomb had detonated. The surrounding air was violently torn apart, creating a fierce shockwave. Those nearby were caught in the aftermath, collapsing to the ground, groaning in agony. The clash between Qingjiao and Aaron became the focal point of the Flower Kingdom, as onlookers gasped in awe, witnessing an unprecedented and intense battle. Their contest of strength reached a stalemate, with Qingjiao's body enduring immense pressure. Gradually, he realized that his strength was faltering against Aaron's might, yet he gritted his teeth and refused to yield. A glint of resolve flashed in Qingjiao's eyes. He knew he could not afford to continue in this manner and must unleash his trump card. "Aaron, prepare to experience my haki," Qingjiao bellowed, as his conqueror's haki erupted forth like a tempest, surging towards Aaron. "Come on, Qingjiao, show me the extent of your power," Aaron roared back, bracing himself to meet Qingjiao's assault. Qingjiao's expression hardened as he sensed the terrifying power radiating from Aaron, causing a moment of alarm within him. Nevertheless, Aaron's strength proved overwhelming, landing a devastating blow that drove Qingjiao's head into the ground. A sharp pain shot through Qingjiao's skull as he was forcefully pressed into the earth, creating a deep crater. With a resounding crash, the ground shattered upon impact, and Qingjiao was left embedded within it. The spectators, witnessing this spectacle, were left utterly astonished. They had once believed Qingjiao to be invincible, especially the likes of Gizi Lu, who had previously wielded his influence so recklessly. Was it too late for him to apologize now? Aaron stood upon the ground, gazing into the deep pit where the green pepper resided. Though it appeared formidable, the green pepper had not sustained significant harm. At this moment, it was far from the frail and aged version of itself that it would become a decade later. Rather, it could be said to be at the pinnacle of its vitality. For beings of this caliber, resolving a conflict swiftly was a rare occurrence. Typically, the competition revolved around who could execute more impressive sit-ups. The green pepper stirred, commencing a rotation within the pit. The 8-strike fist technique was unleashed. The green pepper's body spun rapidly around its central axis, resembling a high-speed top as it hurtled toward Aaron. This spinning top moved with astonishing velocity, reaching Aaron's presence in the blink of an eye, propelled by an incredible centrifugal force aimed directly at him. However, the green pepper underestimated Aaron. The essence of martial arts lies fundamentally in physical prowess. Aaron's own physique was of T1 caliber, ranking just beneath the few at the T0 level. When it came to a contest of fists, Aaron was more than a match. Aaron concentrated his power into his fist and struck the spinning top with a force akin to a powerful blow. The impact left Qingjiao momentarily dazed. For Aaron's seriousness was truly formidable. As Qingjiao's attacks were effortlessly countered, Aaron leapt into the air, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught, Qingjiao found himself unable to retaliate, enduring the assault passively. Aaron's fists landed with palpable force, evoking in green pepper a nostalgic reminiscence of bygone days, reminiscent of the powerful strikes from Carp. As he came to a halt on the ground, green pepper couldn't help but inquire of Aaron, "Have you, my boy, ever pounded mountains with your fists?" Upon hearing this, Aaron was momentarily taken aback and replied, "I have never tested my fists, but I have indeed leveled several peaks with my sword." Upon hearing this, green pepper's face flushed crimson, leaving one to wonder whether it was due to humiliation or embarrassment. He retorted, "You little rascal, so you are a swordsman after all? What? Do you look down upon me so much that you think mere fists will suffice?" Aaron remained silent as he unleashed an endless barrage of punches towards the bell pepper, vocally accompanying his assault with a resounding aura, 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 aura. Despite the bell pepper's diligent attempts at defense, its considerable size proved to be a disadvantage. Countless fists rained down upon it, and it was only after a continuous succession of 16 pages of aura that Aaron finally sent the bell pepper soaring with a single punch. Aaron gazed intently at the distant figure of the enemy, his fists clenched with determination as he approached with measured steps. The pressure weighed heavily on the adversary, who had just finished a phone call fervently hoping for the swift arrival of his elder. At that moment, a formidable aura of conqueror's haki emanated from afar. Eren raised his head, witnessing a robust elder gracefully advancing through the air. It became evident that reinforcements had arrived. A cold smile curled on Eren's lips, and an intense battle spirit surged within him. He stood resolutely at the edge of the deep pit, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the elder's approach. Chapter 115. Erbao, the enemy's heart swelled with elation upon seeing his savior finally arrive. What was there to fear now? He called out to the stalwart elder, grandfather. Over here. The elder floated down, exuding an aura of mastery. His attire bore the characters for Erbao, reminiscent of the 8 treasures. This elder was Hoa Gedeon, the former leader of the Erbao Navy. The numerical designation indicated that the second was indeed superior to the 8th. Qingjiao also felt a surge of joy at Hoa Gedeon's arrival. Having been bested by an unserious Eren, he was filled with indignation and desperately sought a turning point to regain control of the situation. The sturdy elder, his elder brother, commanded Qingjiao's absolute confidence in his abilities. As Hoa Gedeon approached, he noticed Qingjiao's condition and revealed an expression of astonishment. Though Qingjiao was inferior to him, he was not far behind. To be so easily defeated indicated that this young man possessed remarkable strength. When had such a formidable newcomer emerged from the vast ocean, what would become of their aging cohort? Having just received a call regarding the scoundrel who had tormented his daughter, he had hurried over without gathering further intelligence. Hoa Gedeon grasped Qingjiao and inquired about this young man's background, but Qingjiao had little to offer, given the few times he had witnessed the young man's prowess. Frowning, he turned his gaze to Eren and coldly proclaimed, "So it was you who bully my daughter? For daring to lay a hand on her, you shall pay dearly." At the mere mention of this, Eren's fury ignited. "You think I bullied your daughter? That tomboy has inflicted countless psychological scars upon me." And now, facing the elder as well, his anger only intensified. Suddenly, a potent wave of conqueror's haki radiated from Eren, surging toward Hoa Gedeon. The elder's eyes widened, and he too unleashed his own conqueror's haki, resulting in a fierce clash between their formidable wills. The collision sparked black, lightning like flashes in the air, unleashing a powerful shockwave that swept through the surroundings. The nearby naval forces were toppled to the ground, unable to regain their footing. The residual force of their clash sent waves rolling across the sea, revealing the murky depths below. The spectacle of Hoa Gedeon and Eren's confrontation left the surrounding pirates utterly astounded. Who exactly was this young man? After engaging in combat with the leader of the 8 Treasure Navy, one can still continue to contend with the 2nd Treasure Navy. Their strength far exceeds 200 million berries. Does it not? What, I ask, is the purpose of the world government and the Navy, if not to disseminate false intelligence? They are well aware of the prowess of the 2nd Treasure Navy, and their leader is an entity even more formidable than the legendary pirate Green Pepper. In a fierce clash, as Arlong exerted his full strength, Hogg's demeanor began to waver under the pressure of their haki collision. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to unleash even more of his own haki. Yet, before the wrathful Arlong, this proved utterly futile. Arlong's conqueror's haki gradually overwhelmed Hoggas, inching ever closer to him. How could this be? Gizi 6 watched in disbelief as his great-grandfather's conqueror's haki faltered against the might of the destroyer. After all, he was among the top 5 powerhouses of the Flower Kingdom. Gizi 6 was filled with profound regret for having attracted such a formidable adversary, especially as it threatened to disrupt the upper echelons of the Flower Kingdom. Should any turmoil arise within the kingdom, he would undoubtedly be deemed the architect of chaos. In his heart, Gizi 6 fervently prayed for his great-grandfather to triumph over Arlong. As Eren's formidable conqueror's haki approached Hagedian, another surge of conqueror's haki emerged, alleviating some of Hagedian's burden. It turned out that Qingjiao had sufficiently recovered and, upon witnessing his elder brother struggling, rushed in to lend his support. With Qingjiao's assistance, the pressure on Hagedian significantly diminished. Blushing with determination, Hagedian gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "Youngster, your strength is commendable. However, against the 2 of us, you stand no chance." In this clash of conqueror's haki, Eren seemed to bear little strain, merely smiling lightly, seemingly unfazed. With ample energy still at his disposal, he boldly declared, "Do not underestimate me, nor the title of the nation's annihilator." At that moment, Eren unleashed an even more potent wave of conqueror's haki, directed towards the 2 opponents. Both Hagedian and Qingjiao sensed the intensified pressure emanating from Eren's haki, causing their hearts to race involuntarily. Instantly, they heightened their vigilance, aware that Eren was about to launch a more ferocious assault. Do not underestimate a father's wrath. Hagedian bellowed, as a formidable aura erupted from him, further amplifying the terror of his haki. Qingjiao, understanding the gravity of the situation, quickly adjusted his stance, ready to confront Aaron's challenge alongside Hagedian. The three warriors' overwhelming conqueror's haki clashed in the air, generating tremendous waves of energy. The surrounding waters were stirred into a colossal whirlpool, and it seemed as though the entire dock would be obliterated by their battle. The fierce collision of Hagedian and Aaron's haki culminated in a powerful energy storm, predominantly black in hue, intertwined with a terrifying aura and overwhelming pressure that spread outward. Within the storm, black lightning danced like sharp blades, crisscrossing the sky. Each bolt carried unparalleled force, ruthlessly striking at their adversaries. Hagedian and Aaron engaged in a fierce duel amidst the lightning, each impact igniting violent waves of energy and explosive sounds. As the energy storm surged, the sea was thrust into towering waves, instantly transforming into a tumultuous ocean. The naval troops were rendered unsteady by the storm's might, staggering back in awe. They witnessed this breathtaking confrontation, their hearts filled with shock and reverence. Particularly astonishing was Aaron's ability to confront two adversaries simultaneously, a feat unheard of, instilling fear within them. Hagedian and Qingjiao gritted their teeth, striving to withstand Aaron's overwhelming haki. Yet, their bodies were violently propelled backward by the onslaught of Aaron's conqueror's haki, carving deep furrows into the ground. As they lay on the ground, struggling to rise, they wiped the blood from their lips, their faces pale with the evident strain that Aaron's haki had imposed upon them. In their eyes glimmered a light of incredulity. Truly, it was the younger generation surpassing the older, as the waves of the Yangtze River pushed forward, leaving the former to perish upon the shores. They could hardly believe that they had been struck down by a mere youth wielding the power of conqueror's haki. Could it be that, like Roger, he had reached the pinnacle from the very moment he set foot in the world? Aaron stood resolutely before them, his gaze unwavering and commanding as ever. You two are nothing more than this. Chapter 116. In remembrance of Sigral. Aaron spoke calmly, exuding the demeanor of a victor. The surrounding members of the Six Ghosts and the Water Army gazed upon the earth-shattering battle with a mix of awe and trepidation. They had never imagined that a single individual could withstand the combined onslaught of the leaders and former leaders of the Water Army. Could this person truly be human? The ghosts pondered silently, their fear of Aaron deepening. They had already prepared themselves for the defeat of their granduncle and great-granduncle, ready to flee at any moment. For it seemed that the destroyer of nations was intent on leaving no escape for them. Thus, they resolved to seek an opportunity to escape. However, Qingjiao and Hagedian had not yet conceded defeat. After all, the conqueror's haki was merely a prelude, and the true battle was only just commencing. Qingjiao was the first to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he took a deep breath, regaining his composure. He regarded Aaron, admiration glimmering in his eyes. Indeed, your prowess is remarkable. At your age, no one surpasses you. I, Qingjiao, would gladly declare you the strongest of your generation. He praised. Hagedian also stood, wiping away the blood at his lips, a cruel smile creeping across his face. He had no intention of commending one who had harmed his daughter. He only sought to avenge her. Boy, who taught you such dominance? Hagedian inquired. To possess such formidable haki at such a young age, and to wield it with such proficiency, was this lad honing his skills since birth? Hagedian was keenly interested in Aaron's mentor, who had imparted this haki to him. Aaron contemplated this for a moment. It was bestowed upon him by his sole elder brother, Sig, a fact he could not disclose to others. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, he replied with a smile, My haki was given to me by my only elder brother, Sig. Say, who might that be? I've never heard of him. Qingjiao mused, stroking his chin. He racked his brain, but could not recall any formidable figure by that name. They failed to notice that Aaron had referred to it as a gift, mistakenly believing that Sig had been the one to teach Aaron his formidable haki. And after much contemplation, they remained clueless about the identity of Sig Aaron. With an air of solemnity and feigned nostalgia, proclaimed, Ah, Captain Sig. He was a true powerhouse, a force akin to the illustrious red-haired Shanks, having vanquished 56 foes. Do not jest, young man. Do you truly think us gullible? Hog, and Qingjiao retorted. Upon hearing Aaron's audacious claim, the two instantly recognized his attempt at mockery. To suggest the slaying of 56 red-haired Shanks was preposterous. Even a handful would have irrevocably altered the world. What manner of individual could possibly achieve the demise of 56 emperors? Such a feat is utterly inconceivable. Aaron cursed vehemently. To hell with it. I speak the truth, and you refuse to believe me. As the formidable leader of the world's mightiest mountain bandits, it is no trivial matter for me to slay dozens of the great sea emperors. The young man stood his ground, displaying remarkable courage. However, Hog, unwilling to engage in further conversation with Eren, assumed a hoarse stance, his veins bulging, and his arms suddenly darkening and swelling with power. Observing this, Qing Jiao turned to the naval troops and commanded, "You must depart at once. Your presence is no longer required here. Leave swiftly, lest you be caught in the ensuing turmoil." Upon hearing this, Gizi Lu immediately ordered his men to carry him away, preparing to make their exit. Eren observed their serious demeanor, and a sense of gravity settled in his heart. He called out to Robin, "My dear, you must leave this place swiftly. I shall come to find you shortly." Eren could not utter Robin's name, resorting instead to calling her wife. He feared that this place might bring her misfortune as well. Upon hearing Eren call her wife, Robin felt a jolt of surprise, followed by a sweet sensation. She understood that the captain would not speak without reason and heeded his advice to depart from this location. For someone of her adeptness at evasion, fleeing was quite effortless. Upon witnessing Robin's escape, Gizi Lu commanded the water army, "Quickly, capture her. Do not let her get away." To speak such words in Eren's presence demonstrated a remarkable lack of foresight. Eren, filled with fury, unleashed his conqueror's haki upon the approaching minions targeting Robin. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious by Eren's overwhelming presence. He then turned his gaze toward the audacious Kurizumi Rokiro. Initially, Eren had intended to deal with Rokiro last, but with his brazen interference and attempts to harm Robin, Eren's wrath was ignited. He retrieved the legendary third-generation sword, the Goi Ch, from his system space. Even against formidable adversaries, Eren had refrained from wielding this sword. However, now, consumed by rage and determined to eradicate any future threats, he brandished it, showcasing his unparalleled swordsmanship. Upon witnessing the third-generation sword in Eren's grasp, Rokiro was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. He recognized it as the fabled blade, possessing unmatched power, and lamented his decision to confront such a formidable foe. Eren's gaze was icy, his steps steady, as the third generation of Ghost Slash traced a graceful arc through the air. With a simple strike, he unleashed a colossal golden crescent-shaped slash aimed directly at the body of Kizuki 6. An overwhelming pressure enveloped Kizuki 6. He stared, transfixed, at the enormous sword energy, fully aware that a single blow from it would reduce him to mere fragments. "Move! For heaven's sake, move!" Paralyzed by fear, Kizuki 6 trembled in place, unable to escape as the sword energy drew closer, sweat pouring from his brow. At that critical moment, however, a figure suddenly appeared before Kizuki 6, shielding him from Eren's assault with his own body. It was Hog, who bravely intervened just in time, standing resolutely in front of Kizuki 6. At that moment, Hog's upper garments exploded, his muscles taut and veins bulging, resembling a demonic embodiment of strength. With his arms enveloped in the formidable armor of haki, he crossed them to resist the onslaught of the sword energy. With a fierce roar, Hog's muscles rapidly expanded, concentrating his haki at the point of contact with the sword energy, firmly countering the massive golden crescent slash. The collision between the sword energy and haki produced a deafening explosion, causing the entire arena to tremble. The surrounding air was torn asunder, the force of the impact distorting the atmosphere and creating waves of kinetic energy. Hog's body shuddered slightly, enduring the blow, but his complexion paled. For Eren's furious strike was imbued with a flow of haki, penetrating Hog's defenses and launching an internal assault. Hog was caught off guard by Eren's mastery of haki's flow. At his age, being proficient in haki was already a mark of exceptional talent, yet he never anticipated that Eren possessed such advanced techniques. Gradually, the defenses around Hog's arm were sliced open, blood seeping forth. Nevertheless, he did not retreat. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to continue resisting Eren's attack. Chapter 117. The Return of the Swallow's Second Grandfather. Kizuki 6 exclaimed, gazing in disbelief at Hog, who stood not far ahead. He could hardly fathom that Hog would risk his life to shield him from this strike. Though the 8 water brigades of the Flower Kingdom were official forces, their leaders were bound by brotherhood, much like the second generation within the compound, where rivalry often eclipsed camaraderie. Kizuki 6 was utterly astonished that Hog would put himself in harm's way for his sake. Yet, Hog himself was reluctant. For those of their pirate lineage, sacrificing one's life for another was an unthinkable act. However, he understood that this young man was the illegitimate son of the sovereign and his only heir. Should the sovereign learn that he had stood idly by while his son faced danger, Hogg would face dire consequences. Hogedian's gaze was resolute. He did not turn back, fiercely resisting Aaron's soaring slash. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "I cannot allow you to perish so easily. You have a long journey ahead." At that moment, Gizi Lu felt a surge of emotion, contemplating an urgent escape, yet his legs felt utterly weak and immobile. Hogedian steadfastly withstood the onslaught of sword energy, the ground beneath him fracturing, even creating two deep craters as he relied on the earth to counter the assault. Despite his efforts, Hogedian found himself outmatched by the sword energy, being forced backward and carving two deep grooves into the ground with his feet. The blood streaming from his arm dripped onto the earth, leaving a trail of crimson. As Hogedian was pushed back, he was on the verge of colliding with Gizi Lu. With a mighty shout, he pressed his feet down with force, stabilizing himself. Then, akin to the way bricks resisted the attack of Eagle Eye, he redirected Aaron's sword energy, sending it soaring into the sky. Hogedian gasped for breath, having expended an immense amount of energy. Aaron was taken aback as he witnessed Hodgehall valiantly intercepting his assault against the enemy, a flicker of astonishment igniting within him. He had not anticipated such fervent dedication from Hodgehall. Swiftly, he recalibrated his stance, once more raising the third-generation Ghost Cutter, poised to unleash a new wave of attack. "Do not underestimate me." At that moment, Qing Jiao, recognizing Aaron's readiness for combat, immediately charged towards him, determined to thwart his onslaught against Hodgehall and the enemy. With a swift motion of his feet, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Aaron, swinging his immense, obsidian fist toward him. Eight-burst fist. Aaron was compelled to momentarily suspend his assault, raising the third-generation Guiche to shield himself from Qing Jiao's formidable punch. A thunderous sound erupted as Qing Jiao's fist collided with the third-generation Guiche, resonating with immense force. The impact generated a shockwave, forcing Aaron, who was bracing himself, into the ground. Without hesitation, Qing Jiao swung his left fist once more, aiming to strike Aaron with an upward jab. Aaron's observation of the color perception detected the imminent attack from the green pepper, prompting him to swiftly and forcefully launch it into the air. Taking advantage of the moment, Aaron raised his knife high and swung it powerfully towards the green pepper. With the essence of the One Heart flow, he unleashed the Dragon Flash. A sword-like energy in the form of a dragon surged swiftly towards the green pepper. Caught off guard in midair, the green pepper was struck by the Dragon Flash, its body soaring like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground before the Hall of Hua, stirring up a cloud of dust. Eighth Granduncle. Upon witnessing this, Guizi Lu felt a surge of panic, eager to rush forward to provide aid, but was firmly restrained by Hua Gudian. "You cannot go," Hua Gudian said in a grave tone. "That kid's current target is you. Your interference will only lead to your demise." Guizi Lu could only watch helplessly as the green pepper writhed in agony. Immobilized, the intertwining feelings of anger and helplessness nearly overwhelming him. Aaron stood still as the third generation of spirits cheered exuberantly, eagerly wishing for Aaron to grace them with his presence once more. Aaron's gaze swept coldly over green pepper before shifting to Ghost 6. Ghost 6 was startled by Aaron's murderous stare, rendered motionless like Sasuke during the Chunin exam, facing Orochimaru. Hou Gudian stepped forward, shielding Ghost 6 from sight with his body. Approaching Green Pepper, he extended his hand and inquired, "Can we still fight?" Green Pepper grasped Hou Gudian's hand, struggling to rise, and replied, "Of course. Let us battle together." This young man was indeed formidable. Facing him alone was not an option. Green Pepper nodded and remarked, "Brother, it seems we haven't fought side by side for decades, and yet here we are, compelled by this young lad. Come, let us show him our might." Seizing the opportunity, Hou Gudian whispered to Ghost 6 to make his escape. He and Green Pepper would create an opening for Ghost 6 to flee. The Land of Flowers was their territory. He could escape anywhere, as long as it was out of Aaron's sight. At that moment, Ghost 6 suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki emanating from Aaron, rapidly enveloping the surroundings and rendering the air dense with tension. He found himself encircled by this formidable presence. The haki surged past Green Pepper and Hou Gudian, zeroing in on Ghost 6. Filled with dread, Ghost 6 had never encountered such potent Conqueror's haki, which instilled a sense of terror within him. He struggled to break free, yet his body felt as though it were immobilized. Hou Gudian and Green Pepper also sensed the overwhelming power of this haki, their hearts racing in alarm. How could this young man possess such formidable Conqueror's haki? Was it limitless? Both Hou Gudian and Green Pepper retreated simultaneously, encircling Ghost 6 as they distanced themselves from Aaron. Meanwhile, Aaron raised the third-generation Onicho high, his gaze icy as he regarded them. Ghost 6, do you truly believe you can escape? Aaron's voice was laced with derision. Do you truly believe those two old men can safeguard you? Goe Z Lu swallowed hard, fear gripping him. If you wish to take his life, you must first contend with me, Hoga Jian declared loudly. Aaron smiled faintly, his demeanor betraying no hint of fear. Rather, he appeared increasingly exhilarated. Come at me together. Let me witness the extent of your strength. Aaron summoned the 3 generations of the ghostly blade, which descended heavily. The swallow returned. A golden sword aura materialized into a swallow, darting towards Ghost 6. In an instant, its figure vanished from the original spot, reappearing before Hodgehall and Green Pepper. Upon witnessing this, Green Pepper immediately swung his obsidian fist towards the swallow, unleashing the 8th burst fist. Simultaneously, Hodgehall pushed Ghost 6 away, sending him far off, and swiftly launched an attack towards the swallow as well. Employing the Hodge family fist, countless fist shadows formed a net, ensnaring the swallow's flight path. However, the swallow seemed to possess a spirit of its own. With a swift flick of its wings, it altered its course, leaping upward to evade the interception of Green Pepper and Hodgehall. Try to escape? It's too late. Aaron sneered, and as he spoke, the swallow dove towards the fleeing figure of the 6th Japanese. Seeing this, Qingjiao and Gideon's eyes widened in horror as they helplessly watched the swallow soar past them, heading directly for the 6th Japanese. Chapter 118. The death of the 6th Japanese. The 6th Japanese stared in terror as the swallow drew ever closer, his heart consumed by dread and despair. He had never imagined that he would be cornered in such a manner by a young pirate, a prince of the Flower Kingdom, with a bright future and countless beautiful days awaiting him. He refused to meet his demise here. In a panic, he turned to flee, desperately accelerating in an attempt to escape Aaron's pursuit. Yet his speed was futile against the relentless assault of the flying swallow. His eyes were filled with terror and hopelessness. Thud! The swallow descended from the heavens, piercing through his chest. The 6th Japanese spat out a mouthful of blood, his face draining of color. In a state of sheer horror, he glanced down to see a gaping wound upon his chest. Images flooded his mind. He had not yet had his fill of life. How could he perish in such a manner? The 6th Japanese cried out in despair, collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. His lifeless face was contorted in an agonized expression, staring ahead, forever unable to close his eyes. What have you done? Qingjiao and Gideon watched in fury as the 6th Japanese met his demise before their very eyes, their anger boiling to the surface. After all, Ai Quan was their own kin, raised before them. To witness their grandson slaughtered right in front of them shattered them. Rage surged within Qingjiao and Gideon like a violent torrent. Their faces turned ashen, eyes ablaze with a fierce fire, as if they aimed to reduce their adversary to ashes. What have you done? Qingjiao's roar reverberated like thunder, filled with endless fury and disappointment. His fists clenched tightly, black lightning crackling at his joints, a testament to the peak of his inner wrath. Gideon trembled all over, his eyes reflecting both pain and rage. The death of the 6th Japanese before him was an unbearable blow. His hands were clenched into fists, nails digging deep into his flesh, yet he felt no pain. Only the burning fury igniting his heart. Their anger blazed like an inferno, turning everything around them to ashes. Their bodies shook with rage, and their gazes turned sharp with fury. They could no longer contain their emotions, allowing the flames of wrath to wreak havoc within. They bellowed, channeling all their strength into their fists as they struck fiercely at Aaron. Their assault was relentless, akin to a torrential storm, each punch imbued with astounding power and speed, as if they sought to utterly shatter Aaron. Under the onslaught of Qingjiao and Gideon's wrath, the battlefield erupted into chaos. Each of their strikes encapsulated a potent fury, slicing through the air like a keen blade, accompanied by a cacophony of shattering sounds. The 8-burst fist executed by Qingjiao was extraordinarily fierce, each blow resonating with thunderous roars. His fists resembled hammers, mercilessly crashing down upon Aaron, each collision generating powerful shockwaves. Conversely, the punches of the Hua family from Gideon erupted like a surging volcano, imbued with searing intensity. He infused each blow with the essence of wrath, igniting the very air around him. With every descending fist came an overwhelming force of combustion, countless fiery phantoms capable of incinerating all in their path. Aaron sensed their fury. Is this truly anger? What about the countless young girls who perished under his torment? Who will voice their indignation? And what of the myriad suffering souls who have endured countless hardships because of you? How shall their wrath be expressed? Eren retorted angrily. Is this what it means to be enraged? Who, then, will voice their fury for the countless innocent lives you have mercilessly extinguished? Upon hearing Eren's words, Qing Jiao and Hog widened their eyes in indignation, replying fiercely, why should we care about their lives? Moreover, how can those wretches even compare to our esteemed selves? They remained oblivious to the myriad of suffering and destruction they had inflicted, believing that the demise of such garbage was insignificant compared to their own trivial gains. As their words sunk in, Eren's fury intensified. He closed his eyes momentarily and declared, Oh, is that so? Then I shall take your lives. And what will you bark about? Experience the wrath of the people. Eren's words ignited the atmosphere of the battlefield like a raging inferno, his fury sweeping in like a tempest. At this moment, his conqueror's haki unleashed its full might, leaving countless stationary foes among the navy dazed and disoriented. Both Qing Jiao and Hodge felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them, their attacks inadvertently affected by this imposing force. Nevertheless, Qing Jiao's 8-burst fist and Hodge's Hodge family fist struck Eren simultaneously, one from the left and the other from the right. Eren retracted the 3 generations of ghosts into the system's space. He extended 2 obsidian hands to block their fists. With a resounding boom, the entire ground trembled, and countless black sparks flickered around them. Eren's body trembled as he was thrust underground, his upper garment shattered, revealing his muscular torso. Yet to Eren, these tremors were of little consequence. His physique seemed as resilient as steel, utterly unscathed. Upon witnessing this, Qing Jiao and Huoge Dian exchanged glances filled with a flicker of terror. They could hardly comprehend that their most formidable strike had merely torn his clothing. Enraged, they roared and launched yet another assault. A smirk of disdain flickered across Eren's face. Do you, with your self-proclaimed nobility, truly believe you can trample upon the lives of others simply by virtue of your status? Green Pepper and Lord Hog stood suspended in the air, astonished as they gazed at Eren, incredulously exclaiming, How can it be that he remains unscathed? Eren let out a cold laugh, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. You do possess some strength. You almost managed to injure me. Both Qing Jiao and Lord Hog felt a sudden tension in their hearts, preparing to launch another assault. However, Eren transformed his palm into a claw, seizing their fists. With a powerful twist of his body, he hurled the 2 of them aside. Their bodies traced a parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. They quickly rose, suffering little harm. Eren cast a cold gaze upon the 2 individuals as they tumbled to the ground, a hint of disdainful amusement gracing his features. He approached them slowly, his strides imbued with an air of authority and menace. The tides of battle had now shifted. Eren's figure suddenly became indistinct, his speed instantaneously soaring as if he had transformed into a fleeting specter, evading capture. The Phantom Sword Dance. He materialized before the 2, wielding the 3rd generation of the ghostly blade with the swiftness of lightning, each stroke infused with tremendous might. Each strike emitted a resounding wave of sword energy. His onslaught was akin to a tempest, each blow imbued with astounding velocity and power, as if seeking to rend Qing Jiao and Hoger Hall into fragments. Under the suffocating aura of the sword energy, Qing Jiao and Hoger Hall sensed the looming threat, gritting their teeth and summoning all their strength to defend themselves with clenched fists. Chapter 119. Overwhelming domination. Eren wielded the 3 generations of Kido, the glimmer of his sword weaving through the furious onslaught of fists, creating a tapestry of breathtaking combat scenes. The battle raged fiercely, with each clash igniting a dazzling display of light. The fury of anger intermingled with the dance of sword and fist, enveloping the battlefield in the acrid scent of smoke and flames. As time elapsed, the offensive momentum of Qing Jiao and Hodge Hall began to wane. Fatigue from their fury set in, yet they remained unwilling to concede, striking with increasing ferocity. However, anger could not indefinitely bridge the gap in strength, and their assaults were gradually subdued by Eren's swordsmanship. Qing Jiao and Hodge Hall exerted every effort to defend themselves, relying on their strength and experience to withstand Eren's relentless attacks. Nevertheless, Eren's sword dance was accompanied by the flow of cherry blossoms. Each swing bore immense pressure, proving unbearable for them. Their bodies grew increasingly burdened, blood trickling from their lips as wounds multiplied. They retreated incessantly, their strength dissipating, slipping into a passive state. How could this be? Qing Jiao struggled to maintain his stance, disbelief etched across his features. He had presumed that with his brother by his side, they would be nearly invincible in this world. Yet faced with Eren's onslaught, they realized the extent of their grave miscalculation. A mere youth in his teens had completely overpowered them. How could this be possible? Hall clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh as he growled through gritted teeth. I cannot lose. I must not lose. I have yet to avenge my daughter, nor my grandson. Yet, Eren let out a cold chuckle, intensifying his sword dance and granting them no respite. The final strike of his phantom sword dance unleashed a torrent of sword energy that cleaved through the battlefield, rending the heavens asunder. This sword energy surged forth like a tempest, each wave imbued with astonishing power, as if it sought to shred any obstacles into fragments. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting piercing howls. The colossal sword energy from the final strike shot forth with the speed of lightning, swift and precise. His sword energy resembled a gale, fierce and unrestrained. Each blow carried the strength of flowing cherry blossoms, seemingly capable of obliterating any barrier. Qingjiao and Hall exerted every ounce of strength to defend, yet Eren's sword energy was overwhelmingly fierce, rendering their defenses futile. The energy pierced through their fist protective barrier, slicing through their bodies and leaving trails of crimson blossoms. Their garments were torn by the sword energy, and their bodies became riddled with injuries. Pain and despair flickered in the eyes of Qingjiao and Hall as they retreated, overwhelmed. Their strength appeared feeble in the face of Eren's sword energy. Eren's sword energy surged like a tempest, boundless and fierce. His swordplay resembled a mesmerizing dance, both exquisite and lethal. The force of his blade sliced through all impediments with the precision of a razor. The battle raged with fervor, as his sword energy wreaked havoc across the battlefield. Qingjiao and Hoger, under the onslaught of Eren's graceful yet deadly movements, gradually succumbed to their inability to resist. Struck by the fierce energy of the sword, they fell to the ground in agony. Eren's sword energy surged like a tempest, culminating in a final strike that unleashed a multitude of sword energies across the battlefield, rending the heavens and the earth with deep fissures. Wherever the sword energy swept, devastation ensued, obliterating even the docks of the harbor. Qingjiao and Hodge lay prostrate on the ground, their bodies ravaged by the onslaught of Eren's phantasmal sword dance, marred with numerous wounds. Their garments lay tattered, while their skin bore the marks of deep and shallow gashes. Some wounds were elongated and penetrative, crimson blood gushing forth to form rivulets, while others took on irregular shapes, their jagged edges resembling those torn by a vicious blade. The once resilient skin on their fists had been shattered by the sword energy, exposing the underlying bone. The muscles between their fingers were severed, revealing a grotesque tapestry of destruction. Blood flowed from their fists like streams, coalescing into a pool of crimson. Their faces, too, had not escaped the onslaught. Scars marred their features, once handsome, now contorted into a visage of horror, blood trickling from their wounds and staining their countenance. Their eyes reflected profound pain and despair, shimmering with unshed tears. Their bodies were adorned with sword marks, wounds peppering their backs, abdomens, and chests. Some inflicted injuries penetrated deep into their viscera, provoking agonizing coughs that expelled blood from the corners of their mouths. They gradually succumbed to weakness, their strength dissipating, the remnants of vitality no longer sufficing for effective recovery. Qingjiao and Hodge lay upon the ground, blood ceaselessly flowing from their wounds. Their complexions turned ashen, lips tinged with purple, and their bodies began to tremble. Even beings of their caliber struggled to endure the weight of their afflictions. Eren gazed upon the two grievously injured individuals. He had just unleashed the full force of his Phantom Blade dance, yet the damage inflicted was surprisingly minimal. Truly, they were seasoned warriors, possessing remarkable resilience. One should not be deceived by their seemingly severe injuries, when the stakes of life and death are truly at hand. Defeating them would require immense effort. In the world of pirates, the formidable strength of its denizens is akin to performing countless sit-ups, making it rather challenging to vanquish them. Of course, this does not apply to a certain supreme staircase. Just as Eren raised his third-generation ghost cutter, poised to launch another assault, his exceptionally acute observation Haki detected two overwhelmingly powerful presences rapidly approaching. Indeed, this was the land of flowers. What a treacherous depth! Eren's movements came to an abrupt halt, as his observation Haki revealed the formidable strength of these two individuals, far surpassing that of his current adversaries, Green Pepper and Lord Hog. A flicker of alarm coursed through him. It was as if he had inadvertently summoned greater foes. First, he faced the minor threats, then the major ones, and now he was confronted by the unknown. Was this an endless cycle of escalating challenges? realizing that he could not swiftly resolve his encounters with Green Pepper and Lord Hog. The arrival of two even more powerful opponents signaled a potential shift in the tide of battle for Eren. Eren gazed at the Green Peppers and the Hall of Harmony, declaring, "Consider yourselves fortunate this time. I assure you, next time you shall not escape my wrath. While death may elude you, the hardships of life are inescapable. If I cannot eliminate you, shall I not be able to deal with your underlings?" These wretched creatures wield their power over the people, defecating and urinating upon them. They have long oppressed and humiliated the common folk. Previously, none could hold them accountable. However, Eren has now resolved to compel them to offer an apology to the people. Eren lifted the third-generation Ghost Cutter, concentrating all his remaining willpower and strength into the blade. The third-generation Ghost Cutter emitted an exhilarating cry, resonating with the thrill of battle. The essence of the One-Heart flow revealed itself, Dragon Flash. Eren exerted every ounce of strength as he swung the third generation of Ghost Cutter, unleashing an immense dragon-shaped sword aura that roared forth with unparalleled might, charging toward the 8 treasures and the second treasure naval forces. In Chapter 120, the dragon sword aura surged violently, sweeping across the battlefield in an instant. The 8 treasures and the second treasure naval forces were left in disarray, blood splattering as cries of agony filled the air. Wherever the sword aura passed, all obstacles were obliterated, and the naval forces were utterly defeated, with no one left standing. The 2 grandsons of Green Pepper, Old Kai and Bu Wu, were gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. Green Pepper and the Hall of Hua watched in horror as their hard-earned naval forces, built up over generations, were annihilated by a single sword strike from Eren. These were the elite of their fleet, and the time and wealth required to rebuild would be unfathomable. Anger and hatred blazed in the eyes of Green Pepper and the Hall of Hua, who had endured suppression for far too long. Green Pepper clenched his teeth, gazing at his wounded grandsons, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. He fixed his gaze on Eren, his fury threatening to consume him whole. "How dare you harm my grandsons?" Green Pepper growled, his body trembling with rage, his eyes ablaze with madness. "Even if I perish, I will take you down with me." With the essence of the 8 punches, he unleashed the conical dragon spear. Green Pepper lunged forward, enveloping his flattened head with armed haki and the shockwave of the 8 punches, resembling a long spear aimed directly at Eren. Hot on his heels, the Hall of Hua soared into the air, bringing both fists together to strike at Eren. In that moment, Green Pepper and the Hall of Hua exhibited an unprecedented fighting spirit, seemingly forgetting their numerous injuries and advanced age. Their sole focus was revenge, their singular aim to vanquish Eren. Faced with the full force of their assault, Eren displayed no fear. The third generation of Ghost Cutter in his hand emanated a fierce sword aura. Iron cutting, essence of the storm style. Eren raised the third generation of Gue Che, the blade emanating a dazzling brilliance, instantly manifesting countless strands of sword energy akin to the luminous blades of 3,000 worlds, enveloping the entire battlefield. The sword energy cascaded down like a torrential rain, effortlessly dismantling the assaults of Qing Jiao and Hua Gudian. Wherever the sword energy struck, their bodies were hit, forcing them to stagger backward, blood splattering in their wake. Despair and fury filled their hearts. Despite their utmost efforts, they ultimately faced defeat. Yet in that very moment, an overwhelming force suddenly yanked them backward. In terror, they realized that Eren's sword energy had erupted once more. This time, the onslaught was even more ferocious and violent than before. After being struck multiple times by the sword energy, Qing Jiao and Hua Gudian crashed heavily to the ground, their bodies gravely injured and devoid of the strength to continue the fight. Nevertheless, their hearts remained aflame with anger and resentment. Their bodies had reached their limits, nearly incapable of further resistance. "We actually lost." Hua Gudian struggled to accept that he had been bested by a young man newly emerged from a sea. This was truly a predicament. Qing Jiao uttered with great difficulty, feeling his body gravely wounded, strength waning. Both men lamented in their hearts that to continue the battle would indeed be a matter of life and death. Eren gazed at the 2 severely injured old men, realizing that it was impossible to eliminate the threat entirely. However, as time passed, the presence of 2 formidable auras drew ever closer. Confronting 2 individuals of the 7 warlords caliber instilled confidence in Eren. Yet, if faced with 2 emperor-level foes alongside the 2 warlords, he would find himself in a precarious position. "Consider yourselves fortunate. The next time we meet, you shall reap the consequences of your actions." Eren uttered a sharp remark and swiftly departed, Aaron's observation of the world was keenly attuned to Robin's movements, and he soared towards his direction. Before long, the two formidable figures he had been watching appeared at the periphery of the battlefield. They surveyed the scene without immediately entering, choosing instead to stand at a distance and assess the unfolding situation. One of them, an elderly man well past his 70s, was adorned with a full head of white hair, yet exuded a remarkable vitality. Clad in a robe embroidered with the intricate symbols of Tai Chi and the 8 trigrams, he projected an air of mystery and solemnity. The weathered lines etched upon his face told the tale of time's passage, with wrinkles crisscrossing like the bark of an ancient tree. Nevertheless, his eyes shone with a brilliance akin to the stars, radiating wisdom and compassion. In his hand, he gripped a long staff topped with a clear, luminous gem that emitted a soft glow, evoking a sense of enigma. His hair was neatly tied back with a red ribbon, lending him an aura of dignity and authority. Though his posture was slightly stooped, he walked with a steady gait, each movement revealing an ethereal grace that commanded respect. His voice, deep and resonant, resembled the toll of ancient bells, inspiring reverence. The calmness and profundity in his gaze seemed capable of penetrating the very essence of existence. This venerable figure was Sod, the leader of the great Treasure Water Army. Despite being a noble of the Flower Kingdom, he bore the appearance of a seasoned Taoist priest. The other figure was a formidable middle-aged man, a veritable giant, towering even above the tallest of peppers, resembling a small colossus. His broad shoulders and robust muscles conveyed an overwhelming strength. His dark skin and well-defined physique emanated an unassailable power. A fierce countenance graced his face, with deep-set eyes that seemed to flow with a lethal intent. A prominent scar traced across the bridge of his wide nose added to his fearsome visage. His lips were tightly pressed together, evoking the essence of a predatory beast. And his teeth, hard and sharp, hinted at a menacing threat. Clad in leather armor bearing the scars of battle, an array of weapons and blades hung carelessly from his person. The muscles in his arms bulged, adorned with intricate tattoos that spoke of his former reign as a king. Each step he took was deliberate and forceful, exuding an imposing presence. His movements radiated a savage ferocity that sent chills down the spine. An oppressive aura enveloped him, as if he could rend the very air surrounding him. His name was feared by countless souls. His existence incited terror and evasion. He was an unadulterated killer, his fists akin to hammers capable of shattering bones with a single strike. Mastery of various combat techniques was his forte, whether employing fists, feet, or weapons. He wielded them with effortless finesse. This ruthless giant was Albai, the leader of the 4 Treasure Water Army, the sole middle-aged warrior among the 8 commanders of the water forces, heralded as the bravest of the Flower Kingdom. Chapter 121. No Honey. The 4 Treasures Navy stands as the most audacious and insubordinate among the 8 naval factions, embodying a lawlessness that is unparalleled. Many of its members are criminals of noble descent, possessing both status and combat prowess, reveling in conflict and the subversion of authority. Even the sovereign of the Flower Kingdom harbors a deep-seated trepidation towards the 4 Treasures Navy. The current leader, Ao Bai, ascended to his position by vanquishing his own father, thereby hastening his rise to power by countless years. Otherwise, given the longevity of those elder statesmen, his ascent would have taken an inordinate amount of time. Upon arriving on the battlefield, they beheld Qingjiao and Hua Gideon sprawled upon the ground, the 2nd Treasure Navy suffering grievous losses, and the signs of devastation wrought by Aaron's sword energy evident across the field. The elder Sod could not help but exclaim, "What formidable sword energy! What an extraordinary individual!" Both Sod, the leader of the Great Treasure Navy, and Ao Bai, leader of the 4 Treasures Navy, felt an intense sense of pressure. Their strengths were evenly matched, both at the viceroyal level. Despite their differing identities, one a royal Taoist, the other a professional assassin, they were united as leaders of their respective naval forces, devoted to their sovereign and well-versed in the realities of life and death. Witnessing their 2 sworn brothers, only slightly inferior to themselves, felled in combat left them profoundly shaken. "This is a remarkable talent among the newcomers," Sod remarked, his eyes narrowing with a glimmer of wisdom. "Indeed, this young man is extraordinary. He has managed to cultivate his sword energy to such an extent." Ao Bai nodded in agreement, a serious expression crossing his face. However, he seemed to exhibit little of his own prowess. Is it merely through his formidable sword energy that he has bested Qingjiao and Hua Gideon? Sa questioned, his disbelief evident regarding the notion that 2 seasoned warriors could be defeated by a newcomer. Intriguing. A spark of excitement ignited in Ao Bye-Bye's eyes as he gazed in the direction of Aaron's disappearance, his martial spirit surging forth. In a world of pirates, such newcomers are a rarity. To emerge and defeat two individuals of the seven warlords' caliber is nothing short of monstrous. Ao Bye-Bye's conqueror's haki soared to the heavens, his fighting spirit ablaze. Clenching his fist, he joyfully proclaimed, "How fascinating! Truly fascinating! I can scarcely contain my eagerness to engage him in battle." Elder Sod stroked his long beard, exuding an air of solemnity and authority, his eyes shimmering with sagacity. He extended his hand to halt Ao Bye-Bye, saying with a smile, "Youngster, temper your enthusiasm. My old bones cannot withstand your conqueror's haki." With a wary glance at Sod, Ao Bye-Bye obediently reined in his aura, aware that this seemingly frail figure concealed immense power within his aged visage. He understood that he was no match for the elder, and thus he complied, saying, "Yes, uncle." Sod squinted, stroking his beard as he spoke. Indeed. Upon hearing their conversation, Qing Jiao hurriedly shouted, "Stop with the nonsense. Come and rescue us." The two, upon hearing Qing Jiao's plea, rushed to their side, only to witness their bloodied and battered forms. At that moment, they fully grasped the terrifying power of Aaron's sword energy. Sod and the prince exchanged a grave glance, both recognizing the weight of the situation before them. They understood that this battle had exceeded their expectations, especially now, as they were about to encircle Minhong, a formidable adversary with malicious intent towards the Kingdom of Flowers. They could only wonder what ramifications this would have on their mission. To paraphrase a line of poetry, through 1,000 miles of warfare, one sword can rival 1,000,000 troops. Such a strong adversary could indeed rival legions. They hoped fervently that he would not thwart their plans. Otherwise, they would find themselves in dire straits. Despite their superior position, confronting Minhong and this young man would prove exceedingly challenging. Sod, surveying the dire state of Qing Jiao and Hua Gideon, felt a pang of guilt. As the ostensible leader of the 8 waterborne warriors, he ought to have safeguarded his comrades. Yet he could only appear before them now, in their time of suffering. "I'm sorry, my second brother, my 8th brother, I have arrived too late," Sod murmured, his voice heavy with remorse. Qing Jiao and Hua Gideon exchanged glances for a long time, but it was only under Hua Gideon's intimidation that Qing Jiao cautiously addressed Sod, fearful of inciting his anger. "Elder brother, please calm your emotions." Sod, bewildered, smiled faintly at Qing Jiao and replied, "What is it? Speak, 8th brother. I am listening." With trepidation, Qing Jiao swallowed hard and stammered. "Quanah has been slain by the nation destroyer." "What?" Upon receiving this shocking news, Sod could hardly believe his ears. As the realization dawned on him, his body tensed, his expression transforming into an unprecedented cold fury. He trembled, pointing a finger towards Aaron's direction, his eyes ablaze with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. "Impossible. My grandson would never fall so easily." Sod's voice was as frigid as ice, echoing with rage. His heart swelled with indignation and disbelief. Although Quanah was not his biological grandson, he had raised him and regarded him as such, taking immense pride in his remarkable talents and potential, seen as the future hope of the Kingdom of Flowers. Yet now, he had been murdered by an unknown assailant. Sod's chest heaved violently as he struggled to control his heavy breaths. He fought to rein in his emotions, knowing that now was not the time to unleash his fury. He needed to remain composed and devise a plan. Nevertheless, he could not quell the storm of rage within him, and his conqueror's aura surged forth, ignited by his wrath. The overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki shattered both the ground and the sky with its immense might. Qing Jiao trembled beneath this oppressive force, fearing the repercussions. Meanwhile, Hajj Pavilion and Ao Bye-Bye stood resolutely against the tempestuous pressure. The fury and sorrow of Sod amalgamated into a conqueror's haki that swept across the battlefield like a ferocious tempest. It carried an indescribable sorrow, seemingly capable of penetrating all barriers and reaching deep into the hearts of men. The brilliance of the conqueror's haki coalesced in the air, forming a tornado of gaseous energy that spiraled toward Aaron. Where this whirlwind passed, even the air was torn asunder, trees uprooted, and debris lifted into the sky. Everything in its path was mercilessly obliterated. Sod's conqueror's haki endured for an extended duration before gradually dissipating, leaving only Qing Jiao, trembling in fear. Sod gazed into the distance, his eyes glinting with hatred. He understood that despite the formidable strength of this young man, he could not deter Sod from his resolve to avenge his grandson. Chapter 122. a desolate gaze upon hearing the news of Gui Zilu's demise. Ao Bai Bai was equally astonished and enraged, solemnly declaring, "Elder, Chuaner was our pride. He is the future of our flower kingdom. We cannot allow his sacrifice to be in vain. We must avenge him. Allow me to pursue that annihilator. I will make him feel my wrath." Saad clenched his fists, his gaze intensifying with fury. "Indeed, we shall avenge Chuaner. This Aaron shall pay dearly for harming my grandson." He then dismissed Ao Bai Bai's notion of pursuing the foe alone, cautioning, "You are unlikely to match him on your own, and by now, that rascal has likely disappeared." Turning to Qingjiao and Hodge Pavilion, SOD regained his composure, his eyes filled with concern. "You are gravely injured. Rest for now. I will arrange for someone to tend to you, so do not worry. Once you have recovered, and we have dealt with the brigands, we shall seek out this Aaron and ensure he meets a gruesome end." Qingjiao and Hodge Pavilion looked at SOD with gratitude, nodding as they closed their eyes, finding solace and rest. Saad's gaze remained fixed on Aaron's direction, filled with determination and wrath. In his heart, he silently prayed for his grandson to find peace in the heavens. He vowed to avenge him through resolute action, to honor his grandson's spirit with Aaron's blood. Ao Bai Bai helped raise Qingjiao and Hodge Pavilion from the ground, inquiring, "Second uncle, eighth uncle, what is the true extent of Aaron's strength? Even united, you were defeated by him." Hodge Pavilion offered a weak smile before responding with humility, "Ao Bai Bai, this young man's prowess surpassed our expectations. He took Chuaner from us right before our eyes." Prince Sod gazed at his two ashamed sworn brothers and spoke in a solemn tone. "Now is not the time for self-reproach. We must devise a strategy to confront this young man." Qingjiao, Hua Gudian, can you shed more light on this individual? Qingjiao and Hua Gudian exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. They understood that the only way to prepare Sod and the prince was to divulge information about Aaron. This young man is named Aaron, and his mastery of the three-color haki is remarkably powerful. His conqueror's haki even overpowered the combined might of my second brother and me. His armament haki has reached the realm of Luyang. Particularly, his swordsmanship is exceptionally formidable. I suspect he may be second only to the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye. We possess almost no means to counter him. Furthermore, his physical prowess is extraordinary. During our skirmishes, we scarcely caught sight of him and hardly managed to inflict any injuries. Qingjiao articulated with difficulty. Three-color haki, armament haki, Luyang, swordsmanship, physical prowess. Ao Bai Bai was taken aback by this information. It revealed that Aaron's strength had surpassed that of the vast majority, reaching the pinnacle of power at such a young age, which filled Ao Bai Bai with envy. After years of toil and peril, he had only attained this level of strength, while Aaron had matched him in just 18 years, leaving Ao Bai Bai astonished and envious. Prince Sod was equally astounded, furrowing his brow as he pondered this information. He recognized that they needed a deeper understanding of this young man's capabilities to formulate effective countermeasures. In light of this, we must proceed with utmost caution, Sod stated gravely. We must swiftly identify his weaknesses to have any chance of defeating him. I will arrange for the collection of data regarding him, and I shall also request intelligence from the world government. Ao Bai Bai and the others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the four of them deliberated and decided to return to Shuangqing to recuperate. The immediate focus would be on launching the fifth campaign against the rebels in Minhong, with the national leader mobilizing the majority of the military forces for the operation. All of their naval troops would participate in the encirclement. Once the campaign against Minhong concluded, they would consolidate the strength of the 8 naval forces, confident that they could contend with Aaron. Next, they dispatched a group to seek traces of Aaron while requesting assistance from the CP organization in the Flower Kingdom to locate him. They resolved to split their party. One group would gather intelligence on Aaron, while the other returned to Shuangqing for treatment. As night fell and the cold winds howled, they finally arrived at Shuangqing, the Flower Kingdom, the flower capital of Shuangqing. Amidst the towering mountains, the royal palace, Shiba Zhai, and Longshun Palace stood majestic. At this moment, the ruler of the Flower Kingdom had just finished reviewing petitions and was preparing to select a concubine for some merriment. A strange discomfort washed over him today, and his eyelids twitched violently, prompting Fu Manzhou to realize that something significant might transpire. Since ascending to the throne of the Flower Kingdom and consuming the true dragon fruit, taking on the form of the black dragon, his desires have surged uncontrollably. He could not help but ponder whether the essence of dragons is indeed one of indulgence. Yet, if that were the case, why was it so arduous for him to conceive an heir? Was it not said that dragons bear 10 offspring? Yet he found himself with but a single illegitimate child. while the others, publicly acknowledged as his sons, were adopted from the royal clan, allowing the nobility to extend their support to him. He often felt that he had consumed a counterfeit fruit. As he was preparing to seek solace in the company of a favored concubine, a eunuch outside suddenly gestured that his uncle Sod had arrived. He quickly welcomed him in, for this man was his staunchest ally, the kind who assisted him in raising children. Upon entering, Sod greeted him, and after receiving a reply from Fu Manzhou, he burst into tears. "Wah, your majesty." Fu Manzhou, taken aback, approached Sod and inquired, "Uncle, what troubles you? Pray tell me." Sod wept profusely, lamenting, "Oh, your majesty, my dear child has been slain by treacherous scoundrels." The news of his only illegitimate son's death struck Fu Manzhou like a thunderclap, leaving him in a state of utter disbelief and shock. His body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. His expression froze, and his eyes reflected an overwhelming incredulity. Unconsciously, his hands clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. He stood petrified, unable to move. A wave of intense anguish surged from the depths of his being, akin to countless daggers frantically tearing and twisting within his heart. The agony so profound it rendered him nearly breathless. Tears welled up in his eyes, cascading down his cheeks like a torrential flood, pooling at his feet. His body began to tremble, and his throat felt constricted, stifling his cries into muffled sobs. The heartache was as if his very essence was being torn asunder, every fiber of his being screaming in pain, a testament to the departure of his child, his sole lineage. The tempest of grief engulfed Fu Manzhou, overwhelming him with its ferocity. His son, whom he had longed to see grow and inherit his throne, was now lost to him forever. Regrets flooded his mind. Why had he failed to protect him? Why had he not foreseen this moment? His tears flowed uncontrollably, the tide of sorrow crashing over him, rendering him helpless. The reality of his son's absence was unbearable, as the only family he had known had been taken from him. Gradually, his body sank to the ground, hands covering his face, tears mingling with snot, flowing into his palms. His grief surged like tumultuous waves, relentlessly battering his spirit, leaving him gasping for breath. Fu Manzhou's sorrow, sharp as a dagger, pierced his heart, plunging him into depths of despair that made life feel unbearable. His son, his sole hope, has departed, and in an instant, his world seems to have crumbled. Chapter 123. Exhausted, let be annihilated. The death of his son has driven Fu Manzhou to the brink of despair. For so many years, he has diligently managed state affairs, cleaning up after the previous two rulers, and instigating even the slightest signs of revival for the nation, all in anticipation of a day when his son would inherit the throne. Now, with his son gone, his lofty ambitions lie in ruins. The plans to encircle and eliminate the Red Rebels have become irrelevant. Exhausted, he longs for annihilation. In this moment, Fu Manzhou's identity as the sovereign appears utterly powerless and fragile. His heart is consumed by a profound hatred for Eren, the enemy who has robbed him of his only flesh and blood, now the object of his deepest animosity, eclipsing even the Red Rebels. He contemplates redirecting the forces previously amassed against the Red Rebels to confront Eren instead. Sod observes the despondent Fu Manzhou, a chill running through him. Surely the sovereign will not succumb to despair. That cannot happen, for he bears the responsibility for the entire Hua people. As a seasoned veteran who has witnessed the reign of 3 sovereigns, Sod knows this current ruler has been the most capable. Should he fall into silence, allowing the Red Rebels to thrive, it could spell the end of the Hua people's dominion over the Han for 8 centuries, and their own lavish lives would vanish. Thus, Sod offers his counsel. Your Majesty, you are of utmost importance at this moment. You cannot allow hatred to cloud your judgment and rob you of your reason. You must not reveal your weakness to the Red Rebels. They would become even more reckless. You must rally yourself, continue your mission. Show the entire Hua people your strength and wisdom. Let them recognize you as the most formidable leader. Revitalize the Kingdom of Flowers. Instill in the Han the vision of your resolve and courage, so that they may not dare to resist. Sod continues, I understand your thoughts. The world government is immensely powerful and surely possesses unknown technologies. The World Conference is approaching. Inquire with the world government. I believe they can provide a means for you to have descendants. Fu Manzhou remains silent for a long while, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He gazes at Sod, nodding slightly in acknowledgement of his understanding. He knows Sod's words are wise. He cannot permit hatred to cloud his mind and reason. He must persist in fulfilling his mission, revitalizing the entire Kingdom of Flowers. Gradually lifting his head, Fu Manzhou commands, Your Highness, tell me everything you know about Eren. His voice is low and filled with icy resolve. After the Red Rebels are vanquished, his next target will be to obliterate Eren. Saad's eyes flicker with flames of anger as he wipes away a tear, sorrowfully detailing all he knows about Eren. This Eren is powerful and adept in dark arts. I dispatched individuals to pursue him, but thus far, there has been no trace. I have sent others to investigate his whereabouts, and I believe results will soon emerge. Fu Manzhou took a deep breath, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. He understood that he could not remain ensnared in sorrow. There were greater responsibilities awaiting his attention. Wiping away his tears, he rose with determination, declaring, I must avenge him. I cannot allow his death to be in vain. I shall confront Eren myself. Saad interjected, Your Majesty, now is not the opportune moment. Eren possesses formidable strength and cunning. We should first consolidate our forces and eliminate the Minhan. Afterward, dealing with Eren will be a trivial matter. Fu Manzhou hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. He inhaled deeply, attempting to regain his composure. He recognized that this was not the time for indulgence in grief. He had a nation to safeguard. Standing tall, his posture regained its confidence and authority. He resolved to redeploy his forces to confront Minhan with full vigor. He aimed to demonstrate his power and wisdom to the entirety of the Flower Nation. Turning his gaze to the window, he inhaled the crisp night air. Fu Manzhou and SOD deliberated on the meticulous deployment of their forces, preparing to launch an offensive against Minhan. He intended to remind the Chinese populace of the Flower Nation what it meant to be under the dominion of the Flower People, instilling in them the fear they once knew. Simultaneously, he dispatched agents to track Eren's whereabouts, enlisting the aid of the CP organization within the Flower Nation to gather intelligence on him. He knew that once Minhan was dealt with, he could finally exact vengeance for his son. As night fell and stars twinkled in the vast expanse, the sovereign of the Flower Nation found himself alone, transformed into a shadowy dragon, coiling atop Shibaishin, clutching a photograph in his hand. It was an image of his son, his sole child. Gazing at the innocent smile captured in the photograph, his heart swelled with profound sorrow and longing. Meanwhile, as SOD rescued Qingjiao and the others, Eren has located Robin, who surprisingly remains within the city of Xiaogong, trying on traditional attire from the Land of Flowers, the Qipao, in a ready-to-wear shop. Xiaogong is an extensive metropolis, and the battle between Eren and Qingjiao took place merely at one of its docks, resulting in a limited overall impact. Life continues as usual for the residents in other parts of the city. Eren followed the guidance of his observations and arrived at the bustling heart of the city, where throngs of visitors filled the vibrant corners, all seemingly here to explore. Eren arrived at a shop known as Jiancheng Fabric Store. In addition to offering ready-to-wear garments, this establishment specializes in the exquisite silks unique to the Land of Flowers and employs renowned tailors to craft suits, children-esque clothing, and even rent wedding attire. Customers who purchase fabric from the store can submit their tailoring requests, and once completed, the garments will be delivered to their homes for fitting before final adjustments are made. For an additional fee, custom orders can even be completed on the same day. Eren stepped into this seemingly ordinary shop, yet one brimming with profound significance. The establishment was spacious, divided into numerous sections. As soon as Eren entered, a young girl approached him with a warm greeting. Welcome. How may I assist you today? As soon as Eren described Robin's characteristics to the salesgirl, she was instantly aware of them. She held a vivid impression of Robin and led Eren to her private fitting room. Upon entering, they beheld Robin emerging in a traditional qipao, a distinctive garment from the Land of Flowers. This exquisite dress, adorned with intricate embroidery and vibrant hues, perfectly complemented Robin's graceful demeanor. Her elongated figure was accentuated by the qipao, rendering her silhouette even more enchanting and alluring. She also wore Eren's favorite thigh-high white stockings, which, combined with the qipao's daring side slit, enhanced her elegance further. Upon catching sight of Eren, her eyes sparkled with delight as she approached him with a light, airy gait, her face radiating a charming allure. A gentle smile graced her lips, exuding confidence and poise. Her eyes shimmered with intelligence and brilliance, as if they could perceive the depths of all things. The hem of her qipao swayed softly with her movements, reminiscent of flowers dancing in a gentle breeze. Clad in the qipao, she resembled a blossoming flower, captivatingly beautiful and utterly intoxicating. Chapter 124. Uniqlo. As Robin stepped before Eren, he was jolted back to reality. He gazed at Robin, his eyes reflecting astonishment and admiration. He thought to himself that Robin, adorned in her qipao, surpassed the beauty of any flower. Captain, you have arrived. Robin spoke softly, her voice laced with a hint of joy and anticipation. "Yes, I have come," Aaron responded, his voice trembling slightly. For he found Robin's beauty so breathtaking that it left him momentarily breathless. With a gentle smile, Robin twirled before him, the flowing skirt and the alluring stockings creating an enchanting spectacle that captured Aaron's rapt attention. "Do you like it?" Robin inquired softly. "Indeed, I love it, very much so." Aaron responded immediately, his gaze ablaze with fervent emotion, as the classic small head dominated the larger one. Robin looked at Aaron, her heart brimming with joy akin to blossoms in full bloom. She took his hand and led him into the fitting room, allowing him to revel in the experience. After a delightful skirmish, Robin emerged clad in an elegant black cheapao, nestling against Aaron's embrace. Aaron entered the sage mode, gazing at Robin, who wore a cheerful expression, and posed the question he had been pondering. "Robin, why don't you venture a bit further away?" Robin replied, "I have been attentively monitoring the battlefield with my abilities. Upon witnessing you, Captain, vanquishing foes with such ease, I felt reassured that they were no match for you. I could then enjoy a leisurely stroll." Robin had been utilizing her flower fruit powers to observe the skirmish. Her abilities were so enigmatic that even observation hockey could not perceive them. Seeing her captain triumph over two formidable legendary pirates with such effortless grace allowed Robin to relax and wander the streets, simultaneously gathering information about the land of flowers for Aaron, as he appeared to hold this nation in high regard for reasons unbeknownst to her. Thus, she returned to her old vocation, discreetly amassing intelligence with her powers. While collecting information, Robin discovered that a shop, outwardly a clothing store, concealed significant secrets. Curiosity piqued. She entered to inquire about the information and browsed the garments. Robin relayed this matter to Aaron, who dismissed it lightly, questioning the relevance of a shop's secrets. As Aaron marveled at the various kipeos displayed within, he encouraged Robin to continue trying on dresses. During Robin's fitting, the young proprietress of the shop appeared troubled, secretly scrutinizing a map. Suddenly, a small maidservant rushed in, whispering about recent events at the dock. The proprietress listened intently, nodding as she retrieved a stack of bounty notices. She extracted Aaron's bounty and examined it closely, nodding in satisfaction as she murmured to herself, "There is hope. There is hope." A glimmer of excitement flashed in the young proprietress's eyes as she contemplated Aaron's bounty. She recognized him as an extraordinarily powerful pirate, whose astonishing strength had recently been demonstrated by his defeat of two naval commanders at the dock. The destroyer of nations, Aaron, if she could draw him into the Red Dawn, might alter the fate of the entire movement. The proprietress, originally a student from the Shaman Academy, had caught the attention of the notorious Gizi Lu, leading to her family's ruin and her subsequent abduction, where she became a hidden mistress. As the saying goes, who has not dabbled in crimson since ancient times? She had joined the Red Dawn early in her student days, and, through her clandestine position as Gizi Lu's mistress, she had acquired valuable intelligence for the movement, quietly supporting it through her shop. Recently, she had learned of the encirclement of the Red Dawn by 10 armies and relayed this intelligence to them. In her eyes, the annihilation of the Red Dawn seemed inevitable. Thus, she anxiously studied the map, seeking ways to assist the movement. Just moments ago, she received clandestine intelligence regarding the demise of Gizi Lu at the hands of Aaron, along with the defeat of 2 naval commanders by him. This revelation ignited a glimmer of hope for the salvation of Minhong. Given that Aaron bears the title of the Annihilator of Nations, his arrival and the assassination of such significant figures imply an irreconcilable enmity with the Kingdom of Flowers. Introducing him to Minhong could pave the way for a formidable alliance, potentially delivering a substantial blow to the Kingdom of Flowers. The young proprietress, resolute in her determination, began contemplating strategies to present Aaron to Minhong. She firmly believed that Aaron harbored intentions to obliterate this nation as well. With such a formidable ally at their side, Minhong might stand a chance of survival. If she could guide Aaron to Jinxian, she was confident that Minhong could persuade him to join their cause. As for her own safety, it paled in comparison to the well-being of Minhong. The young proprietress recognized that Aaron's alliance could signify a pivotal turning point for Minhong. She resolved to take the risk, convinced that only through Aaron could Minhong hope to endure amidst the 10 formidable armies of the Kingdom of Flowers. She began devising plans on how to approach Aaron, how to instill in him the ideals of Minhong, and how to integrate him into their fold. She was acutely aware of the magnitude of this challenge, yet retreat was not an option. She had to give it her all. While Luo continued to try on garments, Aaron proceeded to settle the bill. The proprietress observed him, confirming he was indeed the figure depicted on the bounty notice. With unwavering resolve, she boldly inquired, "Are you two here in the Kingdom of Flowers for leisure?" Robin turned to face the young proprietress, pondering her intentions, and nodded in response. Indeed. Does the proprietress have any recommendations? The proprietress replied with a hint of delight. What a fortunate coincidence. I do have a place to recommend. With a subtle smile, she retrieved a slip of paper from her drawer and handed it to Aaron. Aaron took the note and, upon unfolding it, discovered a map marked with a specific location. Filled with curiosity, he inquired, "What is this?" The proprietress took a deep breath, steeling herself, and resolutely asked, "Let me be frank. Although you wear sunglasses, you are the nation destroyer. Aaron, are you not?" Aaron was somewhat taken aback, surprised that he could indeed be recognized. This individual possessed a certain level of discernment. A flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes as he removed his sunglasses and nodded, saying, "It is I. How may I assist you?" The proprietress gestured toward the location on the map and spoke with palpable pride. "Here lies an organization known as Minhong. This is a group you may not have heard of, yet we share a common aspiration, to overthrow the tyrannical rule of the Flower Kingdom and to bestow genuine freedom and peace upon our people." As she elaborated on Minhong, a resolute glimmer sparkled in her eyes. She firmly believed that Aaron's ideals resonated with those of Minhong, and she earnestly hoped for his alliance in the noble struggle for liberty and peace. Aaron listened attentively, nodding as he absorbed the information. After the discussion concluded, he found himself deeply intrigued. He was eager to meet them. Chapter 125. The current situation in Jinxian. Aaron was utterly captivated, as it seemed that this vibrant culture resembled an alternative manifestation of the CP faction in this realm, with the same Golden County and the same trio of heroes. His anticipation soared. As he listened to the proprietress's introduction, Aaron finally gained some insights into the Kingdom of Flowers. Endar, Sirai, and Akane. These forces coexisting in the same world and era was truly astonishing. Does this world also bask in the glow of the sun? Upon hearing the introduction from the proprietress, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Aaron's eyes. He gazed at her and remarked, "It sounds rather intriguing, dear proprietress. Rest assured, I shall certainly go and have a look." The proprietress, elated by Aaron's response, felt a surge of exhilaration, for she recognized that her plan had succeeded. She exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Splendid! I shall waive the charges for these garments." To which Robin cheerfully replied, "I am truly grateful. These specially crafted outfits are quite pricey. Every little bit saved counts. Riding a bicycle to the bar, one must be prudent with expenditures." Aaron also expressed his gratitude, then stored the garments into his system space. The proprietress, witnessing the swift disappearance of the clothes with a mere wave of Aaron's hand, seemed to recall the information she had read about him in the newspapers. She was taken aback, rising to her feet in astonishment, exclaiming, "Mr. Aaron, what is this?" Aaron replied with a smile, "This is my ability. I am a being of space, having consumed the fruit of space." Aaron has consistently showcased his spatial abilities in public, crafting an image of a sword master imbued with the powers of space fruit. His deliberate display of these abilities before the proprietress was intended to convey his capacity for transporting goods, inviting her to request assistance if needed. Indeed, the proprietress quickly grasped the implication and exclaimed with delight, "Do you have any extra space with this ability? Since you are bound for Jean County, could you assist me in transporting some items?" Jean County has long been besieged by the Flower Kingdom, resulting in severe shortages of food, salt, cloth, medicinal herbs, and kerosene. The scarcity of material resources has become increasingly apparent, leading to a deteriorating economic situation. Particularly, the lack of salt and medicinal supplies poses grave threats to the health and well-being of both military personnel and civilians, causing a decline in physical fitness. The economic blockade imposed by the Flower Kingdom has led to a desolate commercial landscape in Jean County, with numerous shops shuttered. Due to the salt deficit, the populace has resorted to using dried tofu, radish water, vinegar, and chili peppers as substitutes in their cooking. Prolonged salt deprivation has resulted in widespread swelling among the populace, afflicting many with various ailments and even leading to loss of life. The soldiers, suffering from insufficient salt intake, have seen a marked decline in their physical condition, severely impacting their combat effectiveness. Meals have become devoid of salt and oil, often supplemented only with chili and taro. Over time, this has left them feeling utterly drained. The ongoing conflict has led to a sharp rise in casualties among the soldiers. However, the stringent blockade has rendered medical supplies increasingly scarce. The dearth of essential medications and medical equipment means that injured soldiers are not receiving the necessary treatment, further undermining the combat strength of the forces. Moreover, the economic blockade has dealt a significant blow to Jean County's agricultural production, exacerbating the disparity in pricing between industrial and agricultural products. On one hand, The influx of industrial goods such as cloth, oil, matches, and salt has diminished, causing their prices to soar. On the other hand, local agricultural products such as paper, wood, beans, tobacco, summer cloth, and grains are unable to find markets, leading to plummeting prices. Certain products like timber, paper, and tobacco have nearly become worthless due to limited internal consumption. Additionally, the blockade has resulted in a shortage of cash and silver coins in Jean County. To procure essential goods for the military and civilians, Jean County has been forced to export vast quantities of gold, silver, and jewels. However, its primary commodities, including rice, paper, and wood, remain unsellable in other regions due to the blockade. Consequently, the wealth of Jean County flows outwards, while the government resorts to excessive issuance of paper currency to alleviate fiscal deficits, leading to inflation and further exacerbating the financial crisis. Most infuriatingly, the Flower Kingdom has surrounded Jean County with horned telephone bugs, creatures that emit disruptive signals, thwarting all communications. This has instilled a sense of dread among the populace, as they cannot even communicate externally. It is evident that addressing the issue of material shortages is crucial for the stability within Jean County and for maintaining public support for the local government. The resolution of shortages in food, salt, and other essential supplies transcends mere economic concerns. It is fundamentally a political challenge. The situation for the local government has reached a critical juncture, making any potential support of utmost importance. Upon learning of Aaron's spatial abilities, the proprietress was utterly astonished. If a shipment of supplies could be transported to Jean County, it would address an urgent crisis, proving invaluable to the people in dire need. Upon perceiving the proprietor's inclination, Aaron inquired, "Indeed, I possess ample space. Are you asking if I need to transport something?" The proprietor, filled with excitement, grasped Aaron's hands firmly, gazing intently into his eyes, exclaiming, "Is that so? How wonderful!" Overcome with joy, she began to weep. Robin squeezed through the crowd, taking the tearful proprietor into her embrace, allowing her to weep freely. After a moment, the proprietor regained her composure, wiped her tears with her hand, and remarked, "I apologize for the display." Aaron shook his head with a smile. The proprietress recalled her purpose, and thus she wiped away her tears and said, "Very well, I shall speak plainly. I require you to transport items such as salt, fabric, medicinal herbs, oil, and money, among others, to Jinxian. Is that agreeable?" Aaron nodded and replied with a smile, "No problem." The proprietress, pleased with Aaron's agreement, cheerfully led them to a vast underground warehouse. This immense space was brimming with an abundance of provisions, including food, salt, textiles, and medicinal herbs. Aaron gazed in astonishment at the heap of items before him, exclaiming, "So many goods! This is no trivial sum." The proprietress then elucidated the situation to Aaron. It turned out that prior to the blockade, Jean County was able to engage in trade due to its tungsten mines and naval strength. The tungsten mine, being the foremost of special minerals, indeed provided a substantial profit, akin to the marine stone of the kingdom of He. With a lucrative business from tungsten, the residents had amassed a significant fortune. A portion of that wealth had been converted into the supplies now piled before them. However, with the blockade imposed by the Flower Kingdom, these goods could no longer be transported in bulk to Jean County and had thus accumulated here. One could only imagine the vast quantity of supplies contained within. This was merely one warehouse, without the need to transport all the materials from every warehouse. Even a fraction could greatly alleviate the living conditions of the people in Jean County. The proprietress, her eyes brimming with tears, beheld the supplies and envisioned the suffering of the residents. Yet, she felt powerless with these goods in her possession. Now, having found a formidable ally to assist in transporting the supplies, she vowed never to relinquish hope, even if it meant risking deception. Chapter 126, Journey to Jean County. With tears in her eyes, the proprietress gazed at the pile of goods and eagerly inquired of Aaron, "Mr. Aaron, how many of these supplies can you carry?" Aaron replied, nonchalantly, "Is this all there is? The capacity I possess far exceeds your imagination. Even dozens of times more would pose no challenge whatsoever." After all, Aaron's system space is renowned for its boundless expanse. He has already stored an unfathomable amount within it. The items currently in the warehouse are merely a fraction of what he can accommodate. This is essential for delivering supplies to those in need, and Aaron has resolved to open the floodgates for transportation. "Really?" the proprietress inquired, her excitement palpable. Aaron nodded and said, "Indeed. If you don't believe me, allow me to demonstrate." With that, he reached toward the pile of supplies, and in an instant, all the materials in the warehouse were absorbed into the system space. "Is there anything else?" Aaron inquired. The proprietress stood there, watching a vast array of supplies vanish before her eyes. Even though she was somewhat prepared, she was astounded by Aaron's remarkable abilities. In an instant, she recognized the immense strategic and tactical potential he possessed. If Minhong had such capabilities, perhaps its development would have proceeded more smoothly. However, she never anticipated that this power could be so expansive. Since it could, she decided to embrace it further. The proprietress responded, "Indeed, there is still much more." With that, she hurriedly led Aaron around, filling his space with numerous items from various concealed warehouses. She even utilized her personal savings to procure many more goods, entrusting Aaron with their storage. After all, this might be the most promising opportunity for acquiring external supplies for Jinxian. The proprietress was determined, investing a substantial amount of money and even mortgaging her shop to ensure that all resources were handed over to Aaron, with the hope that he would deliver them to Jinxian. Her heart brimmed with anticipation and hope. She believed in Aaron's capabilities and was confident that he would fulfill this mission. In the following days, Aaron busied himself with receiving supplies daily. Grateful for the generosity of Crocodile, he also instructed Robin to procure various items to blend into the collection. Aaron gazed into the eyes of the proprietress, sensing the glimmer of hope therein. He understood the weight of responsibility resting upon his shoulders. Gently, he patted her shoulder, assuring her of his unwavering commitment. "Rest assured, madam," he declared, "I shall expedite the delivery of these supplies to Jean County." Aaron spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing this, tears welled up once more in the proprietress's eyes. She grasped Aaron's hand tightly and expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Aaron. You truly are our savior." Aaron smiled and shook his head gently, gazing at the mountains of supplies amassed within the system space. He silently vowed to shoulder this significant responsibility. During this time, the proprietress regaled Aaron with numerous tales of the common folk, stories of war, suffering, and hope. The more he listened, the stronger the sense of DJVU grew within him. At last, everything was in readiness, and Aaron prepared to depart. The proprietress had arranged a carriage for Aaron and Robin, facilitating their journey. After all, the Kingdom of Flowers was vast beyond measure, and walking would be an arduous endeavor. As they bid farewell, Aaron gazed at his tearful employer, took a deep breath, and adjusted his attire. He assured her, "I am fully prepared. Rest assured, I shall deliver these supplies to Jinxian promptly." "Thank you, Mr. Aaron. I shall forever remember your kindness," the proprietor replied, grasping Aaron's hand tightly, her voice filled with emotion. With a gentle smile, Aaron nodded to the innkeeper, saying, "Please take care." After uttering these words, he boarded the carriage and turned to depart, heading towards Gon. The innkeeper watched Aaron leave, silently praying for his safe journey to Jean County. The Mingon region is characterized by its hilly terrain in Jiangnan, making travel by carriage quite arduous. Aaron and Robin traversed the rugged landscape, passing through barren lands untouched by cultivation as they navigated the winding mountain paths towards Jean County. Currently, Gon is under complete lockdown. In order to expedite the delivery of supplies to Jean County and to evade the soldiers stationed at the border, Aaron, upon leaving Xiaport, decided to conceal the carriage within the castle. He then transformed himself into the wind, soaring high above, drifting towards Jean County, swiftly and securely. Aaron smoothly traversed the border, entering the Gon region without drawing any attention. Along the way, especially upon entering the Minhong area, the scenery transformed entirely. The grim sight of starvation that plagued the Min region seemed to vanish almost completely in Minhong. Aaron beheld the wheat flourishing upon the newly cultivated wasteland, luxuriant in its growth, while the rapeseed thrived abundantly in the vegetable patch. The long-neglected fields, once draped in a shroud of weeds, had suddenly transformed in hue, now resplendent in vibrant green, poised to yield a bountiful harvest. Aaron beheld a breathtaking landscape, his curiosity compelling him to gaze intently below. A multitude of farmers were diligently cultivating their own lands. Although their faces bore the marks of toil, they radiated a profound sense of hope. With the allocation of land, the productivity of these farmers experienced an unprecedented liberation. They established mutual aid societies for laborers, as well as cooperative organizations such as oxen cooperatives. Furthermore, they initiated plow-ox cooperatives, promoting collaboration between oxen and agricultural tools, thereby effectively addressing the challenges of insufficient oxen and farming implements. Aaron also observed numerous working women. During the introduction by the proprietress, he learned that many people in Jean County are Hakka, and Hakka women seldom engage in field work, as they have long adhered to the feudal beliefs that women should tend to household duties and fear divine retribution. However, now, Aaron witnessed a multitude of women breaking free from these archaic customs and outdated ideologies. Aaron continued to soar forward, discovering a multitude of soldiers and civilians gathered together, vociferously shouting. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were diligently engaged in the construction of water conservancy projects, creating a vibrant and bustling scene. Aaron gazed down at the soldiers and civilians below, a profound sense of déjà vu swelling within him. Aaron continued to soar forward, observing the people of Jincheng County, their faces radiant with hope and joy as their lives improved progressively through their own diligent efforts. Tears glimmered in Aaron's eyes as he quickened his pace. The land of Jincheng receded swiftly beneath his feet, and his heart was brimming with indescribable excitement and anticipation. He understood the profound significance of the supplies he held in his hands for the people of Jincheng. This was not merely a material aid. It was a source of spiritual encouragement as well. In Aaron's domain, resources piled high like mountains, yet he maintained a profound clarity within his heart. He recognized that he bore the hopes of the people of Jinxian, embodying their aspirations for a better life. Although the days in Jinxian were fraught with difficulties, the spirit of the people remained remarkably resilient. They were not vanquished by adversity. Rather, they forged a new world with their own hands. Aaron gazed down upon Jinxian County, perceiving hope and envisioning a brighter future. He understood that with the provision of these resources, the people of Jinxian County would be able to enhance their quality of life, ushering in a more radiant tomorrow. Aaron quickened his pace, eager to deliver the supplies to Jinxian as swiftly as possible, wishing to see the smiles of its people brightened by his assistance. Jinxian, here I come, he silently proclaimed within his heart. Chapter 127. The Three Titans in Jinxian. On an open space before a star-shaped edifice, a middle-aged man sat attentively on a wooden bench, studying a military map. His cheeks were deeply sunken, his frame gaunt and weary, with dark hair cascading nearly to his shoulders. Yet his eyes sparkled with intensity, and his prominent cheekbones lent him an air of scholarly distinction, exuding a refined gentility akin to that of a village sage. He was none other than Li Shi, the supreme leader of the Minhong. To an unacquainted observer, his scholarly visage would hardly align with the most feared individual in the Land of Flowers. However, at this moment, he appeared emaciated and frail, starkly contrasting with the formidable image one might expect of a high-ranking official. Simultaneously, a man with a magnificent beard sat across from Li Shi, clad in a tattered gray military uniform. His face was adorned with a thick, bushy beard that, despite its wildness, could not obscure his distinguished features. Indeed, this beard lent him a unique charm. He was number 5, the second in command of Minhong, renowned for his adeptness in navigating interpersonal relations, often referred to as the epitome of perfection. As Li Shi scrutinized the map, he inquired of number 5, "Why is our leader absent today?" As the steward of Minhong, number 5 was preoccupied with administrative duties, but he looked up with a smile and replied, "Is it not spring plowing today? The leader has gone to the fields." Sighing, Li Shi lamented, "Were it not for the 10 armies of the Land of Flowers encroaching upon us, I too would wish to toil in the fields. Alas, the pressure from these armies is overwhelming. A misstep could obliterate all that we have labored for over the years, shattering our ideals and beliefs." Since the blockade began, Li Shi had struggled with sleepless nights and poor appetite, his dark circles rivaling those of a certain character known for his sorrow. He picked up a document that No. 5 had been reviewing and inquired, "What is the current state of affairs regarding our living conditions?" Upon mentioning his area of responsibility, number 5's expression turned grim. Reflecting on the plight of his fellow villagers, he sorrowfully remarked, "It remains as it has been. Other aspects are manageable. The results of recent land reclamation efforts have been promising, and our grain harvests have seen a notable increase. Yet, the absence of salt has had a profoundly detrimental impact." Li Shi was acutely aware of the ramifications of the salt shortage and often pondered this issue deeply. Initially, when he was still the highest authority, the blockade imposed by the Land of Flowers had not been particularly effective, as a multitude of merchants transported goods to Jinxian for sale. However, following Li Shi's injury inflicted by SOD, during his recuperation, the highest position was usurped by agents of the Land of Flowers, who instituted numerous policies detrimental to the populace, resulting in the slaughter of many merchants. Consequently, few traders dared to venture into the region again. Those who did were often desperate small merchants, incapable of significantly impacting Minhong. Thus, Minhong was compelled to resort to ancient methods of salt production. Yet this approach proved to be but a drop in the bucket, utterly insufficient to meet the demand. A multitude of individuals are compelled to dry their sweat-soaked garments under the sun in a desperate bid to extract the precious salt, repeatedly utilizing this method. Yet, this endeavor is not a perpetual motion machine. The inhabitants of the Minhong region still find themselves deprived of the essential salt required for their daily sustenance, resulting in gradual emaciation and pervasive fatigue. Nevertheless, a significant number of the Minhong populace continue to radiate smiles brimming with hope, believing that under Minhong's leadership, their circumstances will inevitably improve. Upon hearing this, Li Shi could only smile wryly and shake his head in resignation. 5-2 offered a rueful smile, remarking that they could only pin their hopes on the fearless merchant caravans. If these traders failed to transport salt soon, it would indeed spell trouble. Presently, the merchants entering Jingxian are those who have been left with no alternatives, possessing scant goods. However, in pursuit of salt, some small merchants are already risking their lives to enlist the aid of larger traders. Li Shi's expression shifted upon hearing this news. It seemed the situation was far more complex than anticipated. He thought helplessly to himself that the troubles caused by Li Bo and his companion would ultimately be borne by the entire organization. Their actions had tarnished the organization's reputation, deterring even the most reckless merchants from coming. Fortunately, there still exist those who are willing to risk their lives for profit. They must be safeguarded. 5 seemed to sense Li Shi's apprehension and offered reassurance. Rest assured, Li Shi, we will ensure their safe passage. Li Shi felt a wave of gratitude. Over the years, 5 had proven to be his most reliable ally. Yet, before his emotions could fully settle, he suddenly sensed something unusual. Closing his eyes for a moment to focus, he then called out joyfully to the sky, "Friend, it appears it has been quite some time. Shall we not have a chat? What? Is there a stranger here?" At this, 5 was taken aback, rushing to Li Shi's side, arms outstretched, then gazing upward in curiosity, asking, "Who is it and where?" 5 did not doubt Li Shi's claim. After all, Li Shi's mastery of observation haki was unparalleled. As one of the 3 pillars of Minhong, their high status was a testament to their formidable abilities. The third figure in Minhong, Wang Kai, possessed an unmatched mastery of armament haki, serving as the military might of Minhong. The second, 5, wielded a unique form of observation haki, akin to Princess Odoheim of the Sea Kings, capable of hearing the inner thoughts of others. This ability rendered him exceptionally skilled in social interactions. Moreover, all corrupt officials were laid bare before his perceptive prowess. The foremost figure, Li Shi, commanded an extraordinary mastery of conqueror's haki, rivaling even the likes of Pirate King Roger and the Yonko Shanks. Regrettably, his physical form could not sustain his abilities for prolonged periods. Otherwise, he would not find himself ensnared in this predicament. Additionally, he possessed a superlative form of observation haki, uniquely advanced to the point where he could glimpse the future. Not only could he see, but he could also hear the sounds that accompanied those visions. In a fleeting moment, akin to katakuri, one can perceive the forthcoming developments of a certain period without any time expenditure. Simultaneously, he receives intermittent glimpses of information from the future. Armed with these 2 extraordinary abilities, Li Shi has repeatedly vanquished the encroachments of the Flower Kingdom. Regrettably, his physical condition leaves much to be desired. Otherwise, the Flower Kingdom would pose no threat whatsoever. Aware of Li Shi's capabilities, Number 5 surmised the presence of something in the air, and thus he called out loudly, "Who dares to create a ruckus here?" Li Shi placed a reassuring hand on Number 5's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm and composed, assuring him that the approaching entity bore no ill intent. With a continued smile, he added, "My friend, why not descend for a chat?" Meanwhile, the formless and colorless Aaron in the sky was perplexed. How had he been detected? It seemed impossible. He had been observing for quite some time, yet suddenly he had been discovered. Nevertheless, being found out had its merits. He could finally deliver the supplies. The pallid faces of the common laborers along the journey had pained him greatly, and he was eager to provide assistance so that they might swiftly regain their strength. "I apologize for the intrusion." Aaron descended gracefully from the sky, slowly landing in the open space before them. Chapter 128, They Are Young. Li Shi and Number 5 looked up, witnessing a translucent figure gently descending, its form gradually becoming clearer until it stood before them. Upon closer inspection, Li Shi noted the youthful visage. It was unmistakably a mere child. Number 5 also fixed his gaze upon Aaron, astonished that such a young being had eluded their senses and concealed itself for so long. Had this child harbored ill intentions, it could have resulted in dire consequences. In haste, Number 5 employed his observation haki to probe into Aaron's heart, only to be met with unexpected revelations. The child not only possessed no malice, but radiated profound benevolence. It was evident even without the use of haki, as the child's face displayed an expression of excitement, tears welling in his eyes, as if he bore an immense grievance he longed to share with them. The look was not that of a stranger, but rather one akin to a family member reuniting after a long absence. Though the reason for the child's demeanor remained a mystery, it was likely their vibrant presence that had drawn him in, which eased Number Five's concerns. He subtly nodded to Li Shi, indicating that the child was safe and posed no threat. Li Shi, perceiving the expression on Aaron's face, understood that this child was certainly no adversary. The look mirrored that of those who had been oppressed in the past, harboring great grievances yet unable to articulate them. Treating the child as one would a fellow citizen, Li Shi rose, smiled warmly, and extended his right hand, saying, "Welcome, little one, to our midst." Aaron stared blankly at Li Shi's familiar visage, that recognizable mole stirring a tempest of thoughts within him. The fact that this alternate form existed in the floral realm was utterly unexpected, leaving Aaron somewhat flabbergasted. He gazed at Li Shi's outstretched hand, a flicker of emotion illuminating his eyes. Approaching, he took hold of Li Shi's hand, tears brimming in his eyes, overwhelmed with a desire to express something, yet at a loss for words. He wished to extend a greeting, but was unsure how to articulate it. Observing Aaron's emotional struggle to speak, Li Shi kindly reassured him. "Take your time. There's no rush. Breathe deeply." Aaron took a deep breath, striving to compose his emotions. He gazed at Li Shi and, with a trembling voice, inquired, "Sir, are you the highest authority of Minhong?" Li Shi responded gently, "Indeed, young one. I am Li Shi, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Subsequently, Number Five introduced himself, saying, "I am Number Five. How may I assist you?" Aaron composed himself, deciding to prioritize the matter at hand. He shook his head and stated, "No need. I can manage my own affairs. I have been entrusted with the task of delivering supplies to assist you in overcoming your difficulties." "What?" Number Five inquired with surprise. "Supplies?" Aaron nodded. "Really? Where?" Number Five stepped forward, grasping Aaron's shoulder, and inquired with palpable excitement. The arrival of supplies at this moment was indeed fortuitous. Aaron inquired, "Is it necessary to be here?" Li Shi and Number Five exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered by Aaron's words. Aaron retrieved some supplies from the spatial realm and handed them to the two, explaining, "I am a spatial being who has consumed the fruit of space. I possess an immense personal dimension, which is currently filled with your provisions. Shall I place them here? This could complicate future transportation." Li Shi and Number Five gazed in astonishment at the suddenly materialized supplies in Aaron's hands, their eyes brimming with disbelief as they absorbed his words. They had never anticipated that, in such dire circumstances, someone would be willing to risk their life to deliver provisions to them, endowed with such a remarkable ability to facilitate their transport. Number Five widened his eyes and, with palpable excitement, inquired, "Is everything you said truly the case? Are these supplies genuinely meant for us?" Aaron nodded and earnestly replied, "Indeed. I possess an abundance of supplies in my space, sufficient to last us for quite some time." A glimmer of emotion flickered in Li Shi's eyes as he grasped Aaron's shoulder and said, "Thank you, young one. We are truly at a loss for words to express our gratitude for your kindness." Aaron smiled and shook his head, saying, "No need to thank me. I am merely doing what I can, just a modest contribution." Number Five leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Wonderful! With these supplies, we can alleviate our predicament." Aaron gazed at the excited expressions of Li Shi and Number Five, feeling an immense joy within his heart. It is truly wonderful to be of assistance to them. Aaron smiled and said, "I suggest you place it in the warehouse for easier transportation later." Li Shi stroked his chin and replied, "Indeed. It would be best to do so in front of the military and civilians, allowing them to regain their morale. Young one, you have truly been a tremendous help to us. Should we require anything, be sure to let us know, and we shall certainly repay your kindness." Aaron smiled and gently shook his head, saying, "There is no need for repayment. I merely wish for you all to lead prosperous lives and fulfill your dreams." Li Shi and Number Five gazed at Aaron with deep gratitude, repeatedly expressing their thanks. Then Li Shi inquired about the donors of these supplies, insisting that they must extend their gratitude to them. Aaron waved his hand and said, "In truth, the one you should be most grateful to is a certain proprietress. It seems they have been quite isolated, as it must have been some time since any news from the outside world had reached them. Otherwise, they would have known better." With that in mind, Aaron took the opportunity to introduce himself, feeling somewhat awkward about being referred to as a mere child, as he was certainly no mere trifling figure. Thus, he meticulously narrated the background and circumstances to them. Upon hearing Aaron's words, Li Shi and Number Five quickly realized who he was referring to. They felt a pang of sympathy for her, Considering her continued concern for the people of Hong despite the dire environment she was in, she certainly deserved commendation. Observing Aaron's youthful visage, Li Shi was astonished that such a seemingly innocent individual bore the title of Destroyer of Nations. He had never anticipated that he would vanquish the leaders of 2 naval forces and annihilate them, significantly alleviating the pressure on Jean County. Li Shi expressed his admiration and gratitude to Aaron, exclaiming, "Indeed, heroes emerge in their youth. Aaron, to have triumphed over the 2 naval forces at such a tender age. You truly are a remarkable figure, and this is only the beginning. We are immensely grateful for the eradication of these 2 naval threats, as it grants us more time to prepare." Aaron felt a rush of joy as he heard Li Shi's praise, his face turning crimson with delight. 5 also expressed his admiration wholeheartedly. A person from Donghai had traversed numerous obstacles and dangers for the sake of a stranger. What a remarkable spirit this exemplifies. The gratitude and admiration expressed by Li Shi and 5 filled Aaron with immense happiness. He beamed, reminiscent of the silly grin of a carefree child, and said, "Thank you. Thank you." Just as Aaron was lost in his joyful reverie, a voice suddenly interrupted. "What are you laughing about? Why so merry?" Chapter 129 supplies a middle-aged man clad in a gray military uniform, caked in mud, enter the room. His appearance was unremarkable, and his voice was soft, bearing the weight of experience, with a face etched in wrinkles. His large, gentle eyes radiated warmth. Though not tall, he possessed a sturdy build. He appeared to be in his early 50s, perhaps around 53 or 54, though his exact age was uncertain. He did not resemble a high-ranking official. Rather, he bore the likeness of a kind paternal figure. This was Wang Kai, the military representative of Minhong. That morning, he had assisted local villagers with spring plowing alongside his soldiers. After finishing, he returned to the barracks and, upon passing by, was drawn in by the genuine laughter of Li Shi and 5. Since the blockade began, Li Shi and 5 had worn expressions of worry. Thus, hearing their laughter piqued Wang Kai's curiosity, prompting him to inquire, "What brings such joy? Might you share it with me, so I too can partake in a merriment?" Upon entering, Wang Kai noticed a remarkably young stranger, unfamiliar to him, who seemed to have inspired the heartfelt laughter from Li Shi and 5. Li Shi, brimming with excitement, addressed Wang Kai, "You've arrived at the perfect moment. I have splendid news to share with you." Wang Kai, intrigued, asked, "What good news?" Li Shi joyfully patted Aaron's shoulder, introducing him to Wang Kai, and recounted the words Aaron had just spoken. Wang Kai, elated, clapped Aaron on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, young man. This is truly wonderful. I am immensely grateful to you." Aaron gazed excitedly at the esteemed trio of Minhong, smiling and waving his hand in a humble response. He had envisioned this moment countless times. Even their counterparts from another world filled him with exhilaration. Before their meeting, he had imagined various scenarios and prepared numerous lines, even planning to have Robin capture the moment with a phone bug camera, immortalizing the scene of him sharing laughter and camaraderie with these distinguished figures. However, upon encountering them in person, Aaron found himself at a loss for words, his mind, usually so agile, momentarily tangled. Number 5 truly possessed exceptional diplomatic skills, exuding warmth and approachability, making him exceedingly likable and hard to dislike. Despite his beard, he retained an air of unparalleled charm, and his naturally emanating aura of friendliness created an immediate sense of familiarity, suggesting a promising rapport between them. In stark contrast, Li Shi stood before him, tall and imposing, likely over 2 meters in height, with a pronounced forehead and piercing gaze that commanded attention. He radiated an undeniable aura of authority, exuding a commanding presence that even Number 5 sometimes found overwhelming, while Number 5 embodied a delightful amiability. Li Shi's demeanor conveyed a boldness reminiscent of a charismatic figure still in the prime of life. Meanwhile, Wang Kai presented himself as a serene and venerable elder. Just as depicted on television, in photographs, or recounted by others, he appeared to be a trustworthy patriarch. His presence invigorated the atmosphere, and as he regarded Aaron, his eyes sparkled with gratitude and admiration. This was a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, a compassionate leader who deeply cared for his subordinates. His words and actions radiated a unique charm that instilled warmth and reassurance. "Dear Aaron, we shall forever cherish this grand gesture of yours within the Minhong community. If there is anything you require our assistance with, do not hesitate to speak up." Wang Kai's voice, though deep, resonated with strength and sincerity. Aaron shook his head with a smile and said, "I do not require any assistance. I merely hope that you all can persevere and believe that the future will undoubtedly be brighter. Furthermore, I will do everything within my power to support you. As Five gazed at Aaron, a warm surge enveloped his heart. Through his unique observation and perception, he discerned that this young man was not only immensely powerful, but also possessed a kind and selfless spirit, devoid of any ulterior motives or schemes. What he truly desired was the peace and prosperity that the people longed for. Aaron, we wholeheartedly accept your goodwill. However, we cannot allow you to assist us without reciprocation. Once our circumstances stabilize, we shall undoubtedly repay your kindness, Lishur earnestly declared. Aaron shook his head and replied earnestly, Mr. Lishur, I do not seek any recompense. My sole wish is to witness the day of your triumph. Aaron gazed at the deeply moved trio. Now that he had found them, spending time together was no longer the most pressing matter. The sanctity of life was paramount. Delivering the supplies they had brought in a timely manner to rescue more soldiers and civilians from the brink of death was the foremost priority. Aaron gazed out at the weather and spoke, It is getting late. I shall provide you with the supplies. Upon hearing this, Number 5 glanced at his watch and a look of understanding crossed his face. He nodded and replied to Aaron, You are indeed correct. Time is of the essence, and we must act swiftly. Lishur also recognized the urgency of the situation. He first expressed his gratitude to Aaron once more and then instructed Wang Kai to arrange for the soldiers without training duties to proceed to the warehouse. Looking at Aaron, his eyes filled with gratitude, he said, Aaron, we shall forever cherish your kindness. Now, please accompany us to the warehouse. Aaron nodded and followed Lishur and Number 5 towards the location of the warehouse. Along the way, numerous soldiers joined their ranks, gradually forming a substantial procession. As they spotted Aaron, curious glances were cast in his direction. Is there something important that requires our assembly? Is he the hero who brought the supplies? Indeed, I have heard he is an extraordinary young man who traveled great distances to deliver these provisions for our benefit. We are immensely grateful to him. With these supplies, our lives will improve significantly. Listening to the soldiers' discussions, Aaron felt a twinge of embarrassment. He merely acted upon what he believed was right. Soon, curious townsfolk began to follow suit. Before long, they arrived at the warehouse. It was an immense structure, originally intended for the storage of harvested grain. Now, it could be described as virtually empty. Aaron entered the warehouse, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he extended his hand, summoning an abundance of grain and salt from the depths of the system space. They materialized abruptly, swiftly filling the entire warehouse. Li Shi, No. 5, and Wang Kai stood in stunned silence, the sheer quantity and quality of these supplies far exceeding their expectations. Their eyes widened, jaws agape, struggling to comprehend the extraordinary sight before them. Their astonishment was akin to witnessing a miracle, ineffable in its magnitude. Chapter 130. The troublemaker, even with a prepared mindset. They had never anticipated such a vast reserve of resources. Gazing upon the sudden appearance of these provisions, disbelief filled Lishur's eyes. His mouth agape as if he could swallow an egg whole. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he looked at Aaron, perceiving him as a divine being from mythology. The marvel of Aaron's capabilities left Lishur profoundly astonished. No, Five's eyes were equally wide, his countenance reflecting sheer astonishment. He stroked his beard, searching for clues, but only felt his hands tremble. He regarded Aaron with a heart brimming with gratitude and reverence, feeling as if Aaron radiated light, resembling a true deity. Wang Kai's astonishment matched that of Lishur and No. 5. His eyes sparkled with excitement and confusion as he gazed at Aaron, filled with wonder and curiosity. He struggled to fathom how this young man possessed such extraordinary powers, yet he recognized that this youth's emergence was undeniably a salvation for Minhong. Their astonishment was akin to witnessing a miracle beyond the realm of description. Their eyes shimmered with wonder and reverence, mouths agape in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Hearts laden with uncertainty and shock, they regarded Aaron as if beholding a fantastical entity. Cautiously, they advanced step by step, fearful that it might all be an illusion. Their movements were slow and deliberate, as if each step resonated with the rhythm of their heartbeats. Li Shi, No. 5, and Wang Kai, the 3 leaders of Minhong, embodied the innocence of children, imbued with curiosity for the unknown and awe for the miraculous. Lishur reached out, seemingly yearning to touch the towering heaps of grain and salt, yet hesitated to defile such an incredible gift. His fingers lingered in the air before finally resting on a sack of salt. He brought it to his mouth, a long-forgotten saltiness awakening his taste buds and confirming that he was not trapped in a dream. Witnessing Lishur's advance, No. 5 followed suit, emulating his actions. The long-lost taste of salt washed over him, moistening his eyes as he glimpsed hope, a glimmer of light through which they and their people could endure the trials ahead. His voice cracked, nearly unable to articulate his thoughts. The eldest among them, Wang Kai, was expected to maintain the most composed demeanor. Yet even he could not suppress the glimmer of tears in his eyes. His fingers gently caressed the supplies, feeling their tangible weight and authenticity. He understood that these supplies represented not merely food and salt, but the very essence of life as hope and a promise for the future. Gratitude swelled within him, directed towards both Eren and the potential that this young man had brought forth. He recognized that with these provisions, they could persevere until they discovered a solution to their plight. Wang Kai inhaled deeply. Though his voice was subdued, it resonated with strength. Eren, your generous gift will forever be etched in the hearts of our people. He resolved internally that as long as he remained true to his principles, he, Wang Kai, would assist in any endeavor. The warriors and citizens in the warehouse were utterly astonished by the scene before them, mouths agape and eyes wide, as if frozen in place by the spectacle. Their faces bore expressions of disbelief, and their gazes reflected shock and amazement. At that moment, their thoughts seemed to stagnate, unable to comprehend, accept, or believe the reality unfolding before them. An array of questions filled their minds, yet answers eluded them. They gazed at Eren as if beholding a mysterious entity, one imbued with boundless power. Their astonishment crashed over them like waves, each surge reverberating through their souls. Awe and wonder enveloped their hearts. In Eren, they perceived a mythical figure, a being of extraordinary capabilities. Then, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. They joyously shouted, their voices echoing throughout the warehouse, overflowing with elation and gratitude. Smiles illuminated their faces, tears shimmered in their eyes, and they waved their hands fervently, striving to etch the beauty and emotion of this moment into their memories eternally. Is this real? One person shouted, this is a miracle. Another responded, brother, you are my deity. Someone exclaimed with fervor. They surged forward, eager to express their gratitude. Some bowed deeply. Others called out his name with exuberance, while a few even prostrated themselves, as if he were a divine figure in their hearts. Their spirits brimmed with reverence and admiration, for they understood that it was Eren who had ushered in hope, who had bestowed upon them a future. In that moment, the warehouse was filled with laughter and joy, suffused with gratitude and optimism. The soldiers, too, were swept up in the fervor. The 101st, who had just descended with the commander, was beside himself with excitement. He turned to the equally muddy 102nd and exclaimed, slap me. Quickly, I need to know if I'm dreaming. With no hesitation, Chun Kong delivered a resounding slap, causing 101 to spin midair and crash to the ground. Under normal circumstances, 101 would have sought retribution, but in this moment of exhilaration, he remained oblivious, still overwhelmed with uncontainable joy. He touched his aching cheek while gazing at 102, then glanced at the towering pile of supplies, shifted his gaze back to Eren, and finally returned to 102, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, this is not a dream. This is truly not a dream. 101 was also eager to step forward for a closer look, but the prudent 102 restrained him, signaling for him to remain composed. Yet, Chun Kong disregarded such considerations, excitedly advancing towards the gathering of people in front of the supplies, and playfully remarked to Eren, my friend, you are nothing short of a miracle. Eren gazed at the brigade commander, responding with a smile and a nod. Chun Kang's words elicited a wave of laughter, instantly lightening the previously tense atmosphere. Li Shi looked at Chun Kong and chuckled. Who do we have here? Isn't this our little troublemaker? You've come too. His remarks sparked another round of laughter, and the presence of the organization's lively spirit made the environment even more relaxed and harmonious. Chun Kong, well aware that as long as he was not embarrassed, others would be, playfully replied, isn't a celestial being gracing us with their presence? I too wish to witness the aura of the divine. He then scrutinized Eren closely and called out to the crowd, let us express our gratitude for the arrival of this celestial being. Upon hearing Chun Kang's words, the soldiers and civilians erupted into even more fervent cheers as they conveyed their appreciation and respect toward Eren, standing there with a smile on his face. Eren felt an indescribable joy within. Chapter 131. Transporting supplies. As the crowd raised their arms in fervent cheers, Chun Kong approached the pile of supplies, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Li Shi playfully scolded him, you little rascal, what mischief are you up to here? Chun Kong replied with a grin, of course. I am here to learn from you all. With that, he mimicked their actions, placing his hand on his eye bags, gently rubbing them. then tasting the salt. His eyes lighting up as he murmured, "So salty. It truly is salt." Then, with enthusiasm, Chun Kong rushed to Aaron, gazing at him as if he were a celestial being, and said, "Brother Celestial, this is simply remarkable. These supplies are a lifesaver. In the future, should you require anything, even the Emperor's undergarments, I shall procure them for you." Aaron smiled as he responded, "Brother Chun Kong, you flatter me. I merely did my part." Wang Kai, rendered speechless, retorted, "Chun Kong, do not speak carelessly. Hurry back." With a laugh, Chun Kong dashed back to the vicinity of rooms 101 and 102. Upon noticing Chun Kang's arrival, room 101 immediately seized the fabric of his shirt at the chest and scolded,